awakening as the weakest first-tier blacksmith, yet undeniably the strongest in the entire school. Not only could I casually eliminate SS-tier professionals during the college entrance exams, but I was also the only one to slay the final boss. Seeing my first-tier profession now, I knew my life was over. 2 students in the school had awakened as SS-tier professionals, while I was just a life-class blacksmith, and a mutated branch at that, a probability blacksmith, with no hope of redemption. But when I opened my profession panel, I found all attributes normal except for my luck, which was off the charts at a staggering 100 points. Luck is an attribute no one deliberately invests in. It offers no tangible benefits, costs twice as many points as the other 4 attributes, and unless you're a high-tier professional, your luck stat is usually 0. I grimly accepted this bleak but not entirely hopeless reality. The whole class burst into laughter at my expense, except for my deskmate, Gu Cece, who refrained from mocking me. The teacher promptly put a stop to their ridicule. Next, the teacher had everyone group up by profession category and head to the training base. This was our first lesson in career planning. The categories were simple: combat professions like my deskmate Gu Cece's B-tier gunner, support professions like healers, and life class professions like mine, which didn't require battlefield deployment. The reason everyone needed to awaken was clear. After the eerie invasions, countless dungeons appeared worldwide. Every 3 years, when global dungeons opened, hordes of monsters, anomalies, and even giants would emerge. To survive, humans developed awakeners. Over the years, it became standard for everyone to undergo awakening as adults, almost always just before the college entrance exams, and whether you could get into university depended on the strength of your awakened profession. As soon as we arrived at the training base, the teacher, Sheen too, instructed everyone to open their profession panels by silently reciting the word system. Before me appeared 2 options exclusive to craftsmen: dismantle and forge. In theory, the craftsman profession is highly sought after. With enough resources, one could nurture artisans capable of forging divine weapons, but the average person couldn't afford the training costs. Hence, a saying prevailed in this world: the poor don't awaken as craftsmen, the rich don't become swordsmen. The former requires massive resource investment, while the latter demands relentless physical tempering. Neither is an easy path. When a classmate who had transitioned into a repair technician finished extracting a piece of scrap metal in just 1 minute and restored a broken longsword to its original state, it was my turn to demonstrate my abilities. The teacher walked over to me, handed me a rusty iron block, and asked me to get a feel for it through decomposition. I placed both hands on the iron block, silently chanting decompose. A flash of white light later, the iron block gradually disappeared, and the system notification appeared: decomposition successful. Obtained +10 basic materials. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, then instructed everyone to open the system compartment, which contained a beginner's gift pack for those who had just awakened their skills. Each awakened individual would receive practical items related to their profession. Upon opening my gift pack, I found a level 1 weapon blueprint, an ordinary pistol. I casually spread this infinitely reproducible blueprint on the desk, which surprised the teacher. Other classmates had only received basic small items, never something as significant as weapons or armor. The fact that I had directly obtained a weapon blueprint made the surrounding students quite envious, as weapons crafted from blueprints could be sold for money. I also felt slightly comforted, having awakened as a level 1 professional. Wasn't it reasonable to get a decent blueprint? The surrounding classmates had assumed that a level 1 professional would struggle to craft equipment directly, so they watched coldly. To their surprise, I used the materials from the earlier decomposition to craft a pistol in just 1 minute. The weapon's attributes displayed on the panel, with the double penetration ability standing out. Penetration counted as true damage and came with a critical hit. Weapons with a high chance to trigger penetration effects usually sold for astronomical prices. However, this pistol required 5,000 bullets to trigger penetration once, making the probability extremely low, almost equivalent to a blank weapon, incapable of dealing substantial damage to ghosts or demonic beasts. The teacher took the pistol and examined it carefully. After all, I was the only blacksmith who could craft weapons right after transitioning, but he only gave a 2-word evaluation: useless. The class erupted in laughter again, as they simply didn't believe a level 1 blacksmith could produce anything formidable. At that moment, I suddenly spoke up: teacher, I'd like to test it at the shooting range. A classmate teased, bro, do you really think you can test the penetration effect? Triggering it once would take 20,000 bullets. Don't waste the school's inventory. The class laughed once more, though the teacher was also amused. He didn't refuse my request. Before leaving, I decomposed the remaining 10 iron ores. I dragged Gu Cece, who was a gunner, to the shooting range, and the actual performance of the pistol left her utterly shocked. As soon as we arrived, I pulled out the handgun I had crafted, startling the range supervisor. Normally, Only standard-issue school weapons with lower power were used here. He hurried over to check and was completely dumbfounded when he learned I had made the pistol myself. Seeing the design blueprints, he exclaimed, "Good heavens, this luck is just unreal." After he left, I swiftly went through the motions, loading, raising the gun, aiming, and pulling the trigger, but all that appeared on the target was a faint bullet marked the size of a pimple, with no penetration effect triggered. I refused to believe it and kept shooting. On the sixth trigger pull, a louder sound rang out, and the usually unshakable alloy steel plate actually trembled slightly, leaving a small dent on the target. This time, the penetration effect had triggered, piercing through the metal target. It seemed my hunch was right. Luck really did increase the chance of triggering the penetration effect, but I wasn't sure if others could achieve the same results with weapons I crafted. So I dragged my test subject Gusisi to a more advanced free-range shooting area. As a professional gunner, her accuracy and speed far surpassed mine, and she even had the class trait of infinite ammo. After Gusisi emptied an entire magazine, the dummy's head at the range snapped clean off and fell to the ground. Everyone stared at her in shock. Even Wang Xing, who had awakened an SS-tier talent in our class, couldn't damage the dummies. Everyone was baffled about how she had done it. Before the crowd could swarm her with questions, I quickly pulled her away to another spot for further testing. This time, we fired from distances of 3 meters, 5 meters, and 8 meters. As the gunshots rang out, 2 more dummies had their necks shot through. I finally confirmed my theory. Only teammates within a 5-meter radius around me could receive my luck buff. It seemed to be a group effect. When Gusisi returned the pistol, I casually handed her the box of chocolates I had taken back after my failed confession. She didn't mind being used as a test subject at all. In fact, she couldn't get enough of the chocolates. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who had just rejected me yesterday, was staring in shock at the destroyed dummies. As an S-tier healer, one of the most sought-after classes, she naturally looked down on me, the lowest tier Lv.1 Blacksmith in the pond. The vast gap between our classes was why she had rejected me without hesitation. So, I took back the chocolates I'd bought with a month's worth of living expenses, and Gusisi polished them off in no time. Back in the classroom, I immediately resumed crafting pistols without pause. Teacher Qing too watched my busy figure with a pang of sorrow. These were no longer the peaceful days of the past. No matter how hard one worked, if their awakened profession was too low tier, it was nearly impossible to change their social standing, leaving them only with basic jobs to scrape by. After exhausting my supply of iron ore, I hurriedly asked the teacher if he had any extra. Qing Tu's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the 9 pistols on my desk. Blacksmiths are allocated a maximum of 10 iron ores per day. I really don't have any extras. What do you need so much for? Disappointed, I replied, to make more guns when I get home. Qing Tu had just stood up to lecture me when something occurred to him. He asked, "What level are you now?" Calmly, I answered, "Level 2. Qing Tu wiped a bead of cold sweat from his temple. He'd nearly forgotten that craftsmen leveled up by gaining experience from forging weapons and equipment. Thanks to the pistol I'd obtained from my awakening gift pack, I had become the first student in his teaching career to level up on the very day of my profession awakening. I was also the first to draw a weapon blueprint right from the start. Combat and support professions couldn't encounter monsters or beasts before the college entrance exams, making leveling up impossible. Likewise, life professions couldn't gain experience without weapon or armor blueprints or official repair tasks. Thus, aside from the wealthy students who could pay to advance, I was the only one in the entire school who could level up at this stage, a secret I discovered while crafting weapons. I wasn't surprised when the teacher found out. With 1 month left until the exams, 10 iron ores a day would let me freely farm 10 experience points, while each level required 50 more points than the last. By this calculation, I'd enter the exams with 5 extra levels worth of attribute points, putting me far ahead of everyone else. Since I couldn't get more iron ore from the school, I'd have to figure something out at home. Then, I opened my attribute panel and allocated 1 point to speed, immediately feeling noticeably lighter on my feet. Just then, the school bell rang. It was time to go home. Before the words fell, Chen Feng was the first to rush out of the classroom. Looking at the young man's back, Qing Tu knew that this kid had definitely added up just now. After walking out of the school, Chen Feng hoofed it towards his home. His home was located near the school, in an old broken-down small building. Because the location was the center of the city, it cleverly avoided the weird outpouring of monsters every time a secret copy of the realm opened. This also led to the fact that to this day, Chen Feng's family still hadn't eaten the compensation for the demolition. To say that is also a tear. Luck it, indeed good luck. Even next door to the old broken small neighborhood 2 years ago were bizarrely lifted to the bottom of the sky. Poor luck, and indeed bad luck. TMD, even next door to the neighborhood have been attacked. We open the door to the room. At this time the father is boiling dinner. Chen Feng, without saying a word, put down his school bag and shouted to the kitchen. "Old dang! Quickly explode some gold coins." Chapter 6, Lao Deng can't explode $20,000, but he can still support it. Explode gold coins? Chen Jianqing turned his head with a soup spoon and looked at the rebellious son in front of him. I'll explode your mother. Jiang Hua, who was washing vegetables on the side, said that she was offended. She was Chen Feng's mother. E-rank occupation and you dare to ask us for money? What did I tell you on weekdays? Study hard and listen carefully, now it's good. E-rank occupation, I'll see how you can study in college. Chen Jiancheng and Jiang Hua were very traditional parents under this era. They were born in an era where the copy secret realm had not descended, nor had they awakened professions. In these two's conception, the high probability of Chen Feng awakening an E-rank occupation was a consequence of him paddling in class and touching fish every day. Bang! Chen Jianqing viciously served the chicken soup on the table, while pulling Chen Feng's chair away and adding the soup to his bowl first. Come here, eat first, and sit down. Chen Feng took his seat while his mother, Jiang Hua, added a full bowl of rice for him while picking up a piece of meat from the table and placing it in his bowl. Eat quickly, eat your fill first. Hoping that the complaints just now were just going through the motions? Chen Feng inwardly wondered. But looking at the sumptuous dinner in front of him, the warm candlelight, the kind-faced father and mother actually lost some of their concentration. Originally, he was an orphan, relying on scratching small lottery tickets every day to eke out a living. This was the first time he felt the warmth of his parents. Good. Chen Feng smiled from the bottom of his heart and picked up the bowl and took a big bite, while not forgetting to drink the chicken soup in one gulp. You brat, drink slowly for me. Don't burn your mouth later. Chen Jiancheng reminded from the side. This tone of voice, although it sounded like scolding, Chen Feng felt warm. After eating almost as much, Chen Jianqing took the lead to get back to the topic. Listening to your homeroom teacher, the E-level occupation, probability craftsman, it is indeed a bit shabby. It's not good to find a job in the future. This point is also clear to me and your mom. Just now and your third uncle called to chat a little. His side of the factory is to recruit artisan, pulse system occupation workers. Really cannot high school after we go there to develop. How? Mother Jiang Hua added, this work is also quite good, then your parents now so much stronger. E-level occupation is also awakened. And I don't have to enter the secret copy. When those monsters drill out, I don't have to go to the front line. How good. At that time, find a matchmaker to talk about marriage, marry a little girl to give birth to a baby, your father and I can be grandparents. Good man. Mom, you are my future directly arranged. Unconsciously, Chen Feng inwardly addressed the middle-aged woman in front of him as mom. Because of the combination of the body's original owner's memories, coupled with the reasons from his previous life, Chen Feng did not have any resistance to this. For the parents of this hope that their own peaceful and uneventful life idea also understand. But mom and dad, how would you know that I, Chen Feng, am no longer the original Chen Feng who ate and drank like crazy and slept like a baby? Yes, being hit by a truck is very unlucky. But more fortunate is that I got a chance to cross over. I've crossed over, and I still want to live a dull life? I've crossed over, so what if I have an E-class career? Come on, it's not like I took the initiative to cross over, it's God who is jealous of my luck. I'll have to show him a hand high and low. Show everyone that probability craftsman isn't the weakest profession, it's just that you guys don't know how to use it and can't use it. Dad, Mom. Chen Feng put down his chopsticks and looked seriously at the two middle-aged men. What's going on again? Suddenly getting so affectionate. Chen Jiancheng spat. I want to go to college. Come on, I knew it. But UE-level occupation, what to read college? College is bad enough. Oh, I forgot, junior college was outlawed years ago. Chen Jianqing directly prejudged Chen Feng. And Chen Feng even more so prejudged Chen Jianqing's prediction. Father, I have a law, listen to whether it's reasonable or not. Before his words fell, Chen Feng directly pulled out 10 pistols from the system warehouse and placed them on the dining table. Such a scene scared the two middle-aged men to the point that they almost took out their cell phones to call the police. Hello, police? There's an armed smuggler here. Yes, it's my son, I'm going to be righteous. But soon they came to their senses. This time is different from the past, this scene is not rare. There were even airplanes and cannons made out of thin air. What was a small pistol? Chen Feng explained, it's still a month away from the college entrance exams, and since I drew the weapon manufacturing blueprints, every time I build a small pistol, I'll gain 1 experience point. Upgrading will add points, it will increase combat power. I just need to build enough pistols before the college entrance exam and brush up enough experience. I'll be able to get into college by level suppression on the exam. Chen Jianqing and Zhang Hua exchanged a glance. Building a pistol isn't expensive, right? Chen Feng nodded. I've done the math. With the addition of the White Whoring School, you guys only need to help me get 200 pieces of basic iron ore to get to Lv.6 before the college entrance exam. By that time, I'll have no problem casually adding some to go to a university. Son's father, this method is good. Zhang Hua was heartened. However, Chen Jianqing was serious. How much money is needed? He asked. Chen Feng answered without even thinking, a little over $20,000. Scram! Chen Jianqing pinched Chen Feng's ear. You kid, where did your family get so much money? You think it's still the old days? It was also true that the currency system was rebuilt after the secret realm copy descended. Money was even more valuable now. 20,000 was definitely considered a huge amount for a family like Chen Feng's where neither parent was an awakened. It was basically impossible to come up with the money unless they got the demolition money. On a normal day, only state-supported schools dared to squander resources on their students like this. After the anger, there was a long-lasting calm. Chen Jianqing sat at the dining table rubbing his temples. He sighed and looked at Chen Feng and asked seriously, Kid, do you really want to go to college? Chen Feng nodded his head. Chen Jianqing understood and he looked to Zhang Hua and the two of them nodded at the same time. Chen Jianqing then got up and brought the deposit slip from the bedroom. We can't come up with $20,000 to give you, this is our incompetence as parents. Here is $8,000, the last of our family's reserves. Chen Jianqing pressed the deposit slip into Chen Feng's palm. Kid, $8,000 if you think you can take a shot at it, pursue a Lv.4 or Lv.5 you take it, and not to mention the rest, the key is not to regret it. Looking at his parents who were infinitely kind to him in front of him, Chen Feng surprisingly felt the corners of his eyes a little moist. Dad, Mom, don't worry, not only will I get into college, I'll also let you all live a good life. Saying this, Chen Feng took the deposit slip and walked out of the house with determination. He had to rush to reach the black market before 8 o'clock in the evening. $8,000 was far from enough. But it would be different if he was able to resell the weapons he had built and form a cycle. Chen Feng had already thought of an extremely damaging method, but first he had to gather enough iron ore to do so. And iron ore as a resource strictly controlled by the state. As a major base material for the logistical professions to use their abilities. The only way to purchase it through informal means was to start with the black market. Chapter 7, Black Market Trade. You screwed me? Then I'll pick you back. Coming to the black market, the crowd was sparse. The black market is a key target in every city. But most of the time, you can also buy what you really need here. Chen Feng was wrapped up tightly, wearing a hat and mask, not a serious person at first glance. He came to a stop in front of a black market stall that specialized in selling basic raw materials such as iron ore and diamond. This boss, just tell me what you're looking at, I'm absolutely cheap here. The stall owner was a lewd man with a large pimple on his face and a few hairs on top, his entire body exuding the aura of an adulterer. Iron ore, standard model, how much for a piece? Chen Feng's purpose was clear, directly stating the demand. The stall owner squeezed his eyebrows, a trace of a treacherous smile that was difficult to capture on his face. Although Chen Feng was wrapped tightly and still wearing a mask, he still heard that Chen Feng was not very old. And being so unseen, there must be an unspeakable hardship that could be properly slaughtered. The original price is 200, but seeing as you have a destiny, I'll offer it to you for 118. Chen Feng frowned slightly, this price far exceeded his mental expectations. The stall owner keenly captured Chen Feng's emotions, and continued, the country has been checking tightly lately, this iron ore is not easy to get, plus it's almost the college entrance exam, isn't it? He once again pointed out the keywords, wanting to test Chen Feng's bottom line. If he was really a senior high school student, then 180 never lower the price. Relying on psychological tactics to drag him down. Seeing that Chen Feng was still hesitating, the stall owner bit the bullet in his heart and ate this young man to death. However, the next moment, Chen Feng shook his head and directly turned around to leave. 180? You might as well go rob. The national market price is only 100 at the beginning, you can't increase the price by 80% in the black market. Sure enough, there was another stall owner who hadn't gone far enough to stop Chen Feng. This was a middle-aged uncle. Young man. He also saw Chen Feng's identity at a glance. Dare I say that the mask and hat were equal to not wearing them. I see you're buying standard iron ore, right? I'll sell it to you for 104, do you think it's appropriate? The price instantly dropped by 40. This caused Chen Feng to be slightly shocked as well. How dark was that fellow with the pimple on his face in front of him? What you just encountered is a famous black adulterer here. It's just pitting those of you who don't come to the black market often. How can a standard iron ore be sold for 180 right? In fact, Chen Feng knew very well that 104 could possibly not be sold. After all, this thing has a large market circulation. However, when he thought of the pious attitude of the middle-aged uncle in front of him, and that he didn't look like a crooked businessman. Other people can't earn nothing, sometimes let the seller earn a little more. The other party may also be willing to give you some more information. This was the reasoning that Chen Feng had summarized every time he looked for a scalper to help him redeem scratch-offs. Deal, just 104. The transaction was completed very quickly. Chen Feng gave money on this side and delivered on the other side. Because there was a system warehouse the iron ore could be stuffed in directly, unusual means could not be found out at all. This was also one of the reasons why the black market was rampant right now. There were exactly $8,400 in his parents' deposit slip, just enough to make up the money for 60 standard iron ores. However, it was still $140 short of the target 200. So Chen Feng asked, "Uncle, is there any place that recycles weapons?" As if he had heard some forbidden word, the middle-aged uncle lowered his voice and said, "We wouldn't dare to touch this, catching it would be too penalizing." However, he looked towards the stall owner that Chen Feng had first met at the entrance of the black market. "I've heard that he's collecting these things, so you can look for him if you'd like." Finally, he understood why a crooked businessman like Pimple Man could hang around here in the black market. People with big guts really did hang around everywhere. And coincidentally, Chen Feng was also a bold man. Collecting weapons? Chen Feng came to the Pimple Man and asked directly. He hemmed and hawed, looked around and said, "Collect, what type?" "Pistol, self-built." "Private goods level?" "Grade E, the most basic pistol, probable weapon." Hearing this, the lumpy man frowned. "Probability weapon, that won't sell well, but it's not like it can't be collected, let me see." Chen Feng took out an ordinary pistol from the warehouse and handed it to him. 2 in 10,000 probability? Too low, $20, what do you think about a 1-bite price? It was only $20, which was far below Chen Feng's expectations. But it was actually reasonable. After all, strictly speaking, the probability weapon he had built just wasn't very useful. It was at the level of an ordinary person's self-defense. But if he could really only sell it for $20, then Chen Feng would have a hard time realizing a virtuous economic cycle. So Chen Feng squatted down, his eyes incomparably grave, and said, "To tell you the truth, this probability weapon of mine is not simple. Don't be deceived by its surface data. In reality, the probability of this pistol triggering an effect is close to 10%, if not more." Bull. Pimple Man did not believe it at all. However, Chen Feng pressed his hand and said, "In this case, let's find a place to inspect the goods and you'll know." Seeing Chen Feng being so mysterious, the Pimple Man was also interested. The two of them came to a still sparsely populated abandoned neighborhood. Chen Feng brought out the pistol from the warehouse and loaded it with the bullets he had shunted from the shooting range earlier. After finding a few bricks to use as targets, he raised his hand and fired 3 rounds. Only the center shot was incredibly crisp, and surprisingly, it went straight through the bricks on the ground. The Pimple Man's heart trembled as he stared incredulously at the gun in Chen Feng's hand. 3 shots triggered once? Believe it now. The Pimple Man took the pistol and also fired a few rounds at the bricks, triggering the probability effect on the 5th pull of the trigger, shattering the bricks completely. He shook his hand in shock. The probability is actually really different from the data facial display, it's amazing. Chen Feng smiled faintly, "So now we can renegotiate the price, right? How many handles do you have?" he asked. After pondering for a while, Chen Feng said, "Adding this one, a total of 270. Chen Feng included the weapons made from the White Horish School's materials in the back. A large order. The Pimply Man felt excited all of a sudden. If he could really collect so many magical probability weapons in one go, it wouldn't be impossible to directly turn over a new leaf. The probability is high, but the power is worse, and only the bottom tier teams have a demand for them. The price still can't get up. He was still selling the low value of the weapon. In this case, seeing as it's destined to be with you, I'll take a loss. How about 61 acquisitions? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and began to test the other party's bottom line. You know, the country has been cracking down hard lately, and since this is a weapon that I've put in a lot of effort to build, it can't be lower than 80. The lumpy man obviously hesitated for a moment, but looking towards the brick not far away that had been penetrated by a bullet, he finally nodded. Alright, 80 is 80. Deal. Chen Feng shook hands with the other party with a calm face and said, 270 pistols, one hand to one hand at the entrance of the black market in 20 days. The lumpy man still wanted to refuse. Can you let me bring one back to study first? Chen Feng frowned, his tone carrying a slight irritation. Brother, is this your first day in the black market? The lumpy man was subdued by Chen Feng. The voice sounded like a student, huh? Why did he sound like a veteran? Did he even use a voice changer? Chen Feng no longer said anything more, and hurriedly ran after loading. 270 pistols, $80 each, which works out to $21,600. It was enough to buy the remaining iron ore, and even exceeded the plan by a lot. The extra money could also be used to buy some healthcare for his parents. But there was a prerequisite. That was that Chen Feng had to run very fast and leave no traces when he delivered the goods. Chapter 8, Lv.3, Upgrade Drop C-Class Weapon Blueprint Dragon Breath Cannon. Decompose. Build. Ha. Late at night, the bedroom. The soundproofing of the old and broken room was not good. Sitting in the living room, Chen Jiancheng and Zhang Hua were a bit scared as they listened to the constant giggling coming from their son. Was this bewitched? At the same time, inside the room, after consuming the 60 pieces of iron ore that had been bought, the bed was suddenly filled with a screen full of pistols. If this was put in the past, not to mention shot, High and Low would have to be treated as the protagonist of a certain crime documentary. E-class ordinary pistol built successfully, gained experience value +1. Experience is full, upgrade successful, current Lv to Lv3. Lv2 to Lv3 required 50 points of experience value, which was not only enough but exceeded by 10 points. However, each level up requires an increment of 50 experience points. Relying solely on the little experience points gained from building a normal pistol to upgrade would become more and more strenuous. Opening the data panel, there was already a change. Name, Chen Feng. Level, Lv3 10-100. Profession, Probability Craftsman. Rating, E. Personal Basic Data. Strength, 3. Speed, 5. Intelligence, 6. Accuracy, 5. Luck, 100. Current remaining upgrade points, 1. Chen Feng did not hesitate and immediately allocated points to speed. In the early stages, selecting one side first to focus on adding points would have the most obvious effect. On the contrary, egalitarianism would rather not pay off. Adding points successfully, speed, 5-6. After adding points was completed, Chen Feng stood up and shook his feet. This time, he was able to clearly feel the sense of power coming from his legs. Do an in situ high leg lift for 100 times. And then a bedroom folding run. Chen Feng could be quite certain that he could already run into 9 seconds and 5/8 for 100 meters. This was the enhancement brought about by the additions. Others who had trained hard for 5 or 6 years might not be able to match 1 or 2 upgrades. Looking again at his own 3 points. Strength with only 3 points was the weakest, and was also in line with Chen Feng's fine dog image. However, Chen Feng knew very well that his profession, probability craftsman, was better to avoid hard fights with those strong combat melee professions. Even in the college entrance exams, one should try to avoid close combat. The gun-type probability weapons that I can build now are enough for myself, as long as I point up my speed. On the exam room I will walk an A. Even if your strength is strong, you can't catch up with me. Gas can be killed. In the heat of the moment, Chen Feng did another bedroom fast folding run. The commotion that came from the living room outside the Chen father, Chen mother, and downstairs tenants full of question marks. Hey, it's normal for young people to be bloodthirsty. Chen Jianqing pulled back Zhang Hua, who wanted to rush in to see if his son was having an attack. After calming down, Chen Feng picked up his bath pad and went to the bathroom to take a shower, not forgetting to say goodnight to his parents, who were sitting in the living room with a dumbfounded look on their faces when he returned. Afterward, lying on his bed, Chen Feng began to continue studying the system. Just then, he noticed an additional gift pack within the system warehouse. This was dropped when upgrading. Awakened ones had the probability of obtaining a random gift pack with every level up. The gift packs were packed with everything, all of which could give a boost to one's profession. But again, the chance of dropping it was low. Open the gift pack to obtain the C-rank probability weapon blueprint, Dragon Breath Cannon. Build resource requirement, basic materials 100, Wings of Fire Bat 2. A C-grade weapon? Chen Feng sat up from his bed. It was a surprise to say that it was a surprise, but there was also a bit of a sense of reason. However, the amount of building resources needed for this C-rank probability weapon Chen Feng could not come up with for a while. Not to mention the 100 basic materials, just this what the wings of the fire bat he has not even heard of. Walked to the computer to check. It turns out that the wings of the fire bat are E-ranked creatures that roam the wilds in some of the lower level secret copies. The level was usually between Lv.1 and Lv.10. There was a strong sense of territory, but there was no strong desire to attack humans. It didn't seem strong either, but this thing was a swarming creature. Hundreds of fire bats swooping over at once, even a Lv.15 level powerhouse wouldn't be able to stand it. Another check of the official website's material store price. Good lord, a pair of fire bat wings actually cost $5,000. Only then did Chen Feng realize that the wings of the fire bat did not refer to the wings of the fire bat, but rather the materials obtained from the decomposition of the fire bat after killing it. The probability of breaking down a fire bat's wings is extremely low, which is why the price is very high. Chen Feng counted the money. After leveling up it was completely insufficient. He wouldn't dare to take $5,000 and 100 basic materials to gamble on the upgrading experience of building the dragon breath cannon. But in his heart, he had already put this weapon on his agenda. If he could build one before the college entrance exams, taking a C-grade weapon to the exams, the probability of going to college could be raised by another 10%. In a flash, 20 days passed. Chen Feng repeated the same life during these days. Getting up early to go to school to whittle down iron ore, then going to the shooting range to practice his marksmanship. Have a meal at lunch, add meat and eggs, then practice marksmanship in the afternoon. In the evening, he would add meat and eggs again and practice long-distance running. Chen Feng's extremely self-disciplined appearance scared a bunch of his classmates. Those who didn't know thought that this guy was preparing for the top 5 colleges and universities. If it were anyone else, the class might actually feel a tinge of nervousness. However, everyone knew that this guy Chen Feng's occupation was the weakest occupation, E-rank, probability craftsman. What was the use of working hard for a month? There were too many stories of geniuses crushing hard-working people in the examination hall. Others who are one career level above you can do whatever they want. If you want to work hard, you have to choose the right direction. Okay, today's practical training course ends here. Inside the Logistics Vocational Specialized Practical Training Classroom, class teacher and instructor Qin Tu patted the table and said. As the bell rang to dismiss the class, the few students in the classroom hooked their shoulders and dispersed. Only Chen Feng was still sitting on the long table, mesmerized by the 10 newly built pistols in front of him. Qin Tu had wanted to get off work and have a meal, but seeing that Chen Feng had no intention of leaving yet, he was also curious. So he came to the long table and sat down. Chen Feng, what are you thinking about? Chen Feng stared intently at the pistol and spoke, Mr. Qin, do you think probability weapons are that bad? Qin Tu was silent for a moment and replied, probability weapons themselves have very powerful weapon effects, and I've heard that upgrading your luck can increase the probability of triggering the effect, but if the precious upgrade points are used on luck, it's really a bit more than worth it and not cost-effective. Chen Feng raised his head, so, the root cause of the unpopularity of probability weapons is still that the guy's luck is too bad. Qin Tu wanted to retort but couldn't say anything. It can be interpreted that way. Then if I use my decomposition ability to decompose these ordinary pistols, what can I get? Qin Tu was pleased that Chen Feng could ask such a question. So he answered, the basic materials for half chopping, as well as a very low probability of getting a weapon factor. Weapon factor, what is that? You can think of him as the raw material for upgrading weapons, I guess, but you can't access it at this stage. That'll have to be for the later stages of the undergraduate program. Chen Feng understood. He put away his pistol. Teacher Qin, if I had enough weapon factors, would I also be able to make an ordinary weapon into a divine weapon level? Qin Tu smiled and nodded as he got up and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Your kid's perception is good, but this ability can only be possessed by the artisan profession. After switching to reinforcement artisan on the market, you can entrust others to do the reinforcement, but the price is too expensive and cost-effective. I understand, thank you Teacher Qin. Looking at Chen Feng's back as he left, Qin Tu couldn't help but sigh. This kid, his talent and enlightenment is amazing. If someone cultivates him in the back, leveling up and transferring into other professions might really be something that can be made. But Qin Tu's eyes became quite serious. This kid's pace and rate, even if it's purposely lowered, you can tell that it's purposely added on speed, right? Just how many levels is he? But this kid's character is quite good, and he shouldn't be engaging in something unseemly either. Chapter 9, Coincidental Encounter with Tsumashi in the Black Market. Sorry, there are adulterers beyond adulterers. Chen Feng left the school and turned his head to the black market. Today was the day of delivery. Counting the 10 ordinary pistols that were built today, there were a total of 270, no more, no less. Originally, Chen Feng could have delayed for another 8 or 9 days and waited until the final stage before the college entrance exams began to sell them. But he was afraid that the black market would be terminated in the middle of the process and lose such a big wronged buyer for no reason. 270 pieces, you pay attention to checking. At the entrance of the black market, Chen Feng met up with the pimply male stall owner. Chen Feng was very tightly covered this time, even his eyes were blocked with inferior sunglasses, and he purposely patted a piece of cotton in front of his stomach, with a pot-bellied look. In this way, even if Chen's father and Chen's mother came, they would definitely not be able to recognize them. As soon as the two shook hands, 270 pistols were transferred from Chen Feng's system warehouse to the other party's warehouse. The pimply man smiled with a look of blood money, and with his backhand, he transferred the agreed-upon $21,600 to Chen Feng. Keep the money, we'll continue to work together next time, hee. Chen Feng nodded his head and was just about to leave this place of wrongdoing when he saw that an acquaintance of his had actually come to the entrance of the black market. Tsumashi? What is she doing running to the black market? Just as she was puzzled, Tsumashi came along to the first stall, which was in front of the pimple man's stall. Chen Feng immediately turned around and was about to leave. He did not want to be recognized by this woman, lest there be trouble. However, right at this moment, he heard Tsumashi say, "Boss, are there any weapons for sale here?" This aroused Chen Feng's curiosity, and he decided to stay for a while to see the action. The lumpy man glanced at Tsumashi, and at a glance, he knew that she was a high school student. Nowadays, the college entrance exams did not allow weapons that were not of their own making to be brought into the exam room, and they could only use the standardized weapons that were uniformly provided. This also caused many candidates to start thinking of some out-of-the-box tricks. For example, preparing some inconspicuous but helpful small weapons in advance to bring in. When the time comes, stuff it in advance to the team's logistical professional teammates, lying that he built it on the line. This method is risky, to check out certainly found out, but many times the field examiner will not care about these things. As long as you don't bring in any big killers, it's fine. In a word, it can be a micro-kryptonite, but it can't be excessive. Tsumashi, this dumbass, came to the black market and actually didn't know how to disguise herself. Still wearing that crappy makeup, thinking that these bosses will discount her beauty when they see her? Wanted to fart eat. And the pimple man also smiled inwardly. High school candidates, this is a big fish. So he said, "What do you want? I have everything here, absolutely safe." Tsumashi thought for a while and said, "I want to buy a batch of offensive weapons whose lethality is under the permissible scale of the examination center." The demand was also very direct. The pimply man's eyes turned and glanced at Chen Feng next to him. He lowered his voice, "Girl, I just happened to get in a batch of pistols here, are you interested in taking a look?" Tsumashi nodded her head. It wasn't impossible to have gun weapons, maybe they could even be given to Wang Xin as a gift. "That's good, you come with me, hee. The lumpy man got up and led Tsumashi towards the abandoned neighborhood where he had first talked business with Chen Feng. He didn't mind when he saw Chen Feng following him. This mysterious customer should just want to see the market reaction. Arriving in the neighborhood, the pimple man moved a few bricks and placed them on the flat ground in a familiar manner, then took out an ordinary pistol from the warehouse and handed it over to Tsumashi after loading it with ammunition. Probability weapon? Tsumashi frowned with a complicated expression. Seeing the word probability, she was reminded of Chen Feng. The moment she thought of Chen Feng, she felt bad luck. There was also a heartfelt resistance to probability weapons, not to mention that the effect of this pistol triggering the probability was only 2 in 10,000. What is the use of bringing it into the college entrance exam? The lumpy man could naturally see Tsumaxi's misgivings, so he said, "Shoot and try, there's definitely a surprise." Okay. Tsumashi reluctantly agreed and raised her gun to shoot casually. The accuracy was poor, but when she shot the 6th round, only after hearing a distinct gunshot, the brick not far away was actually shot through a hole. This? Tsumashi stared with wide eyes, looking at the effect trigger reminder displayed in her field of vision with incomparable surprise. She then shot a few more rounds. Triggered again? She turned her head to look at Pimple Man, and Pimple Man's mouth smiled. That's right, it's such a magical probability weapon. I'm the only one on the market. Are you interested now? Sue Moxie nodded her head vigorously. The probability is so high, and the panel display is only 2 out of 10,000, even if it is secretly brought into the examination room by the examiner to discover, it probably will not say anything. After all, a great probability weapon, 2 10,000ths of the probability is almost equal to a blank slate, not as high as the damage of the standardized weapons provided by the examination hall. But if this pistol has a 10% probability of triggering, doubling the penetration, then the damage than the standardized weapon can be too strong. How much? Sue Moxie asked eagerly. The Pimple Man face struggled and said, seeing that you are a student, give you a discount, the original price of 500 a hand, now only need you 400. So cost effective. The corners of Sue Moxie's mouth revealed an obvious smile. So pitiful? Chen Feng, who was watching the show behind him, once again realized the power of the treacherous businessman. 80 collected, he dared to sell it for 5 times the price. It is also beautifully called a discount. It is really powerful and worth learning. But how would you know that the real traitor is the one behind you? Sue Moxie test fired 2 more magazines to make sure it was really so amazing and then bought 10 without hesitation. Spending $4,000 in one breath, not even blinking. Is this the capriciousness of the rich? Buying 10 ordinary pistols, if not wrong, should be to bring into the examination center for the companions to use when the time comes. It's a good idea. But alas, you have met me. Chen Feng inwardly hemmed and hawed and turned to leave without further stopping. They had already test fired, even if Chen Feng left the luck enchantment disappeared it wouldn't hurt. Anyway, it's not like you guys can recognize me. Chen Feng took the money back to the black market, changed hands, and spent 19,400 to purchase the remaining 140 pieces of iron ore in the planet once. This left just under $2,000 in his hand. Chen Feng decided to take this extra money to buy some supplements for his parents. The college entrance exam was coming up soon, and they hadn't worried much in the past few months. This is the first time Chen Feng stepped into a high-end supplement store. After buying a boxed ginseng chicken and bird's nest gelatin here, it was just enough to make up $2,000. In the past, this grade of tonic would cost tens of thousands of dollars. But in fact, this $2,000 is completely comparable to the purchasing power of once $10,000, and even much more. Back home, when Chen Jiangwen and Zhang Hua, who were still cooking, saw Chen Feng bring back large bags of tonic, dumbfounded. This called chicken, this bird's nest and flour glue, at first glance is a high-grade goods. This kid where to come from the money? Could it be that the pendulum has swung, simply take the family's money to buy this? Chen Jiangwen just wanted to get angry, but Chen Feng explained, Mom and Dad, the plan was successful, I've already earned enough money to ascend to Lv.6 by buying and selling. Chen Jiangwen and Zhang Hua froze in place, wide-eyed. Seriously? Seriously, this extra $2,000 I'll use to buy iron ore won't boost much, might as well buy some supplements for you guys. Dad and Mom, it's been hard on you guys for so many days. Chen Jiangwen looked at his son and the tonic on the table. For a moment he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This kid, can't you get back the extra $2,000? Buy what luxury tonic? Oh. But this ginseng called chicken looks delicious, you guys hurry up and sit down, I'm going to process it. I'll help. A family of 3 was happy. Soon the aroma of high-grade tonic wafted out of this small room, and the surrounding neighbors smelled it with red eyes. The heart is very bad taste. This old Chen's family has learned that the child awakened E-level occupation after the so-called pendulum swing, all the money to spend? E-level occupation is quite want to laugh, but their days cannot live so well. If you really can't do it, share half a chicken with me. Chapter 10, Impacting Lv.6, Forming a Team for the College Entrance Examination. The penultimate day before the college entrance exam. The school actually issued tomorrow's iron ore in advance. Chen Feng didn't say a word about breaking down and building in one go. The experience value accumulated after building the last ordinary pistol finally came to 200 points. Experience is full, upgrade successful, current Lv.5 Lv.6. Gained upgrade points +1, current remaining upgrade points, 3. Gained upgrade drop random gift pack, it has been issued to the warehouse, pay attention to check it. A series of beeps washed over Chen Feng's brain. 28 days, he had finally upgraded to Lv.6. The vast majority of college entrance exam candidates, with the exception of a very few heavy kryptonite players who could be leveled flush with Chen Feng had theoretically completed his level suppression of all candidates. Everything had proceeded as one would expect. From the time he upgraded to Lv.4, Chen Feng intentionally did not add any more points, saving his upgrade points until after he started the college entrance exams, otherwise adding too much would inevitably draw attention. What he didn't expect was that after upgrading to Lv.6, he actually dropped another random gift pack. Just as Chen Feng wanted to open it, Jiang Chen ran to the third-year Class 8 Logistics Vocational Training Base and found him. "Chen Feng, do you want to come to the college entrance exam send-off party tonight?" Jiang Chen, Chen Feng's best friend, from the next class. The one who communicated with Chen Feng the most on weekdays besides Gu Sisi was him. In terms of face-to-face verbal and written communication, he was the closest person to Chen Feng in the school. One of the only two classmates who did not mock his E-rank occupation. "Send-off party, what the hell?" Chen Feng asked, playing with the pistol he had built in his hand. Jiang Chen said with a puzzled expression, "Sumashi didn't invite you?" "This is something she organized, calling a whole bunch of people." "That's not right, aren't you on good terms with her?" Chen Feng gave Jiang Chen a blank look. "She and I fell out a long time ago, you actually don't know?" Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide. "Ah? When did it happen, why didn't you tell me?" Jiang Chen only understood what happened after Chen Feng explained. "I told you that Sumashi is a bad person, your classmate Gu Sisi is good, why don't you consider her, I see that she is quite good to you." Chen Feng said breathlessly, "It's about to be the college entrance exam, how come your head is loaded with all these things?" Jiang Chen scratched his head in embarrassment and continued, "Although you and Sumashi have fallen out, I'm going to the party tonight." Chen Feng looked at him with a puzzled expression. Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed, "I heard that Sumashi has invited a lot of good-looking girls from her grade in the school next door, so I'm simply not going to go." "Okay, just pay attention to safety." "Right, the college entrance examination team thing you have landed?" Chen Feng asked. The college entrance examination center would bring together all the major senior candidates in Shanjing City. However, in the teaming session, the same class and grade are still free to team up, and if they really can't find the talent, they will be randomly assigned by the school or the examiner, which is very humane. But it is easy to create a situation where the strong and the strong are united. It also makes the atmosphere before the annual college entrance examination very heavy, and tomorrow is the last day before the college entrance examination, must submit the team list. Chen Feng had been dragging his feet until the very end, and no one had sent him an invitation to form a team until now. This was a normal thing, who let him awaken an E-rank occupation. It was still a logistical E-rank occupation that had absolutely no combat power and almost no supporting role. Who would be willing to take such an air person with them on the exam? Jiang Chen patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Brother, what are you talking about, didn't we discuss this in advance? Regardless of what professions they awakened in each other, the two of us must become test center Siamese twins." "Put." Chen Feng didn't hold back his laughter. "Alright, I'll ask Gu Sisi tonight, the three of us are just right for a team." Jiang Chen left a flying kiss and then turned his head to carry his bag and ran out of the classroom. He was already hungry for the evening party. Chen Feng looked at Jiang Chen's back and smiled in relief. Jiang Chen deserves to be his good buddy. In the memory of the original owner of the body, the two people in the first and second year of high school played a crazy, after the pressure of the third year of high school, although the different classes have fewer opportunities to meet. But still did not affect the relationship between each other. One sentence, what do you care what occupation you awakened in each other, the two of us must become a Siamese twins in the examination room. Let Chen Feng recognize this brother. He was righteous enough to know that he was a useless E-rank profession, but he was still true to his word. Of course, I am afraid that this is the brainless brotherhood of young children. It might seem childish enough and stupid enough to many, but being unconditionally trusted by a party was just awesome. Jiang Chen's awakened profession was a C-rank battle profession, shield warrior. Strictly speaking, it was a front-row meat shield. Meat was indeed very meaty, and his defense was high enough, but he didn't have much in the way of attack. The occupational characteristics also made it difficult for him to deal substantial damage to magic beasts and such shenanigans. But he didn't even dislike himself, so who was he to dislike him? Chen Feng estimated in his heart, waiting for his weapon blueprints and defense blueprints to unlock some more. He high and low had to give Jiang Chen a whole set of probability divine clothing. Let him be needy and able to fight. After leaving the practical training base, Chen Feng turned his head to the shooting range to look for Gu Sisi. The three-man team was still one person short. regardless of the usual relationship or occupational characteristics. Adding such a gunner to the team with the probability pistol that he had built was an incomparably suitable combination. However, the prerequisite was that someone must not preempt the cutoff. Chen Feng somewhat regretted experimenting that day at the open range in front of the entire class. If it was because Gu Sisi took her own weapon and shot up 3 dummies, causing her to become a sought-after item, then Chen Feng wouldn't even be able to regret it. Strangely enough, Gu Sisi left surprisingly early today, and did not find her figure at the shooting range. Returning to the classroom, she didn't see anyone either. Where did she go? Chen Feng pulled out the candy he had brought from home in the morning from his pocket to see if he could lure Gu Sisi out. Unfortunately, he failed. After returning home, Chen Feng rushed into the bedroom and turned on his cell phone. He thought about immediately sending a message to Gu Sisi to ask her to join his team. But to Chen Feng's surprise, just after opening his cell phone, he saw several red dots popping up above the chat software. There weren't many people who would take the initiative to contact him on weekdays other than Jiang Chen. Once opened, it was actually Gu Sisi. Chen Feng didn't contact her, but she took the initiative to send herself a message. Dumb Gu, Chen Feng, can I join your team? Although it was only typed, Chen Feng could feel that weak tone of Gu Sisi's. Honestly, when a girl talked to you like this, who could refuse? Of course, there's no problem, you're welcome to join. Counting you and Jiang Chen, 3 people is just enough. Gu Sisi immediately sent a message, not knowing how long she had been waiting for Chen Feng with her cell phone. Gu dummy, okay, is it okay to accompany me to the mall for a bit in the evening? Chen Feng, no problem. Chen Feng agreed without even thinking about it. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he could just use this opportunity to talk to Gu Sisi about his thoughts on the college entrance exam. He himself stood in the center of the formation, responsible for providing Gu Sisi with a weapon while curating the output as a number 3 position. Jiang Chen, the number 1 position, holding the shield as a good meat shield to absorb the firepower. Gu Sisi, just play there, gunner, professional characteristics, in Chen Feng's mysterious good luck under the crazy output can be. Chen Feng believes that, with his own support, Gu Sisi can definitely carry the heavy responsibility of the main output of the number 2 position. That's how simple it is. Chen Feng believed that Gu Sisi and Jiang Chen could definitely accomplish it with ease. Chapter 11, Super Expensive Defense Store. Sisi, she's actually a rich woman. Night. In front of the Xintiandi shopping plaza in Shangjing City. Chen Feng saw Gu Sisi, who was nibbling on a starch sausage by the roadside food stall, gawking alone. He walked up and patted her shoulder from behind. Let's go, accompany you to the mall. Gu Sisi turned her head and handed over the plastic bag containing another starch sausage that was given to Chen Feng to eat. The two of them went into their standard style of getting along, walking into the mall without saying a word. Xintiandi Shopping Plaza was one of the few shopping centers in Shangjing City that had not been destroyed during the replica Secret Tide. After constant renovation, in addition to daily luxuries and the like, some of the weapon and defense materials that Awakened could use could also be bought here. Only unlike the black market, these were all officially authorized and very formal stores. However, Chen Feng originally thought that Gu Sisi was shopping at night to buy some preparation materials for the college entrance exam the day after tomorrow. Who knew that as soon as she entered the mall door, she immediately pulled Chen Feng towards the 5th floor food area. Good guy, really came here to eat? From the beginning to the end, Gu Sisi's mouth never stopped, wanting to taste everything. However, her appetite was not as big as Chen Feng had imagined, and she couldn't eat most of the things she could only dump on herself. But Chen Feng is very curious, this Gu Sisi so rich? Snacks even more expensive as long as there is interest to say bye-bye, not even blinking an eye? The key is that Chen Feng is not without understanding of Gu Sisi. She is 18 years old, 1 month younger than himself. Then, 1 meter 5'8" in height. Weight 96 pounds, pretty standard. Most of the fat was piled up to the upper part of her body further up. Likes to eat, speaks little, and then. Chen Feng stiffened, realizing that he didn't seem to know Gu Sisi particularly well either. At the very least, there wasn't a single bit of contact with her family background or her usual life. But from the usual 3 years of being a classmate in school, she didn't seem like the rich woman everyone remembered either. Otherwise Su Mashi would have already flattered her. The stationery Gu Sisi bought, the clothes she wore, and the money she spent in the cafeteria kiosk on weekdays were all standard and accurate commoner's money, not too different from herself. Just when Chen Feng wanted to stop Gu Sisi's behavior of spending recklessly with her college entrance exam reserves, Gu Sisi suddenly stopped. She seemed to be full, pulling Chen Feng towards the third floor of the mall again. An entire third floor was filled with stores and stores related to awakened ones. Chen Feng was shocked in his heart. There was still money? The duo stopped in front of a defense store. Gu Cece looked towards the inside. After a long time she finally said her first words so far. Chen Feng, I want to buy defense gear, help me take a look. This girl had finally gotten the purpose of this evening out. But Chen Feng looked at the name of the store with some trepidation. This was a specialty store for defense gear, and it was also the type with a high grade level. Every piece of defense is designed and built by the hands of a defense artisan, or even a equipment master, and there is a world of difference between the mass production of blueprints. To summarize it simply, it's expensive as hell. Big sister, do you have that much money? The store clerk who received the duo had the same thought as Chen Feng. From Chen Feng and Gu Cece's dress and attire, they could roughly confirm that these two brats didn't have much money. They were probably just coming in to join in the fun, so if they really wanted them to spend money, it would be better to dream about it. Simply say a few words after this shopkeeper reception will no longer pay attention to the two of them, let the two of them shop by themselves, shop tired of their own no leave. Under the guidance of Chen Feng, the two of them came to stop at the D-level defense equipment area. The college entrance examination room allows the examination to bring in the maximum grade limit of the defense is D grade. D grade defense has certain defensive characteristics. Resisting some low-level magical beasts or monsters is effective. The store's classification of defense equipment was very detailed. There were not only blunt weapon damage boosted defenses in the D rank area, but also laceration injuries and elemental injuries. There was even a thorn armor with an anti-damage effect. Worthy of being a so-called high-order store, having a powerful logistic professional expert endorsement is awesome. With such a detailed supply, it's no wonder it sells at a high price. Chen Feng roughly looked around, and finally rested his eyes on a wearable armor similar to an undershirt with a circular device in the middle. Unfortunately, there was a glass case in between, so it was impossible to view the specific data information. Gu Cece also seemed to be interested in this piece of defense equipment. Just then, a clerk in the store came over. He patiently explained, Class D defense gear, solidified vest, does not have a defensive effect in its normal state, but when turned on it can form a layer of semi-solidified liquid on the surface of the undershirt to cover the upper half of the body. This liquid is able to withstand most E-rank attacks and has a duration of 10 minutes after opening, and is considered to be one of the most outstanding defensive performances amongst D-rank defensive gear. With this shopkeeper's explanation, Chen Feng and Gu Cece roughly understood. Solidified vest, a piece of defensive equipment that sacrificed time to join the restriction, but drastically increased its defensive performance in pursuit of breaking through the D-rank defensive attributes in a short period of time. The effect was definitely considered outstanding. It was even said to be tailor-made for the college entrance exam. Even Chen Feng was moved. How much is it? He asked. The clerk replied with a smile, 10,000 apiece. What? Chen Feng was inwardly horrified. What D-ranked defenses cost 10,000 Ah? Could this be the legendary customization? The clerk went on to explain, this armor was designed and built by the defense master, who worked with us. The materials used to build it are very rare and the design process took the master half a year. To tell you the truth, this defense is designed to break through the D-level limitations of the college entrance examination hall in a short period of time. It seemed that $10,000 really wasn't expensive. This shopkeeper had the Pinnacle's badge on his chest. The pin crown deserved to be called a pin crown. Not only did he make the characteristics of the defense clear in a few sentences, he even gave people a feeling that he was earning a lot of money. However, at $10,000, it was really unaffordable. Chen Feng pulled Gu Cece to go out. However, at this time, Gu Cece took out a black bank card from her bag in an unprecedented manner and handed it over to the store clerk. This, buy 3 pieces. I'm going. Chen Feng's expression was almost exactly the same as this pin-up's. One shot was for 3 pieces, $30,000. And the most crucial thing was that this bank card was black. The edges were designed in gilt, and the card body was simple but not simplistic. This was a black card only available to the bank's super VIPs. Pin Crown forced back his inner surprise. In his heart, he muttered, which rich girl is this experiencing life? In one shot, an ordinary person's several years of salary was spent. It wasn't until he walked out of the store with 3 large packages that Chen Feng came back from his shock. He looked at Gu Cece incredulously, looking at this foodie simple girl. Simple? Definitely not simple. Chen Feng was just about to ask her about it when Gu Sisi held out two of the packages containing defense equipment to Chen Feng. For you and Jiang Chen. Chen Feng dully accepted the defensive gear. Was this the benefit of having a rich woman on the team? The problem of defense was solved right off the bat. And at this moment, on the other side of the same floor of the mall, a student from the 3rd year 8th class took in this scene. She was one of Su Mashi's BFFs, Lu Xiaohong. Lu Xiaohong, accompanied by her parents, decided to come to the mall to see what kind of defenses she needed to buy. Although the store that Chen Feng and Gu Sisi went to had good stuff, it was just too expensive for her to wear. But when she saw these two acquaintances carrying packages with the name of the store printed on them, she was dumbfounded. Hey, what do you mean? Gu Sisi actually has the money to buy defense gear at this store? And it was even given to Chen Feng? She couldn't believe her eyes at all. Chapter 12, Jiang Chen's Circle of Friends. Chen Feng, what's he based on? Shangjing City Sound Wave KTV. Su Mashi Group of College Entrance Examination Farewell Party is in full swing. In addition to the 3 years in the 8th class and Su Mashi close to the classmates on weekdays, the next class as well as next to the high school, and she has contact with the people have also invited over. Enough 20 to 30 people, very lively. But the main character of the party is not Su Mashi, but her prospective boyfriend Wang Xin. Everyone knows that Wang Xin is the one with the most powerful family background and the strongest strength and talent among these 20 to 30 people. Many people were doing everything they could to flatter him this evening. Everyone seemed to know that Wang Xin's team of 3 was still one person short. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Xin was preparing to bring his little girlfriend, Su Mashi, with him. Baby, I'm going to give you a gift. Su Mashi took out the gift box and placed it on the table, which instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Wang Xin opened it with a happy face, and inside was actually a black pistol. But when it was picked up, it was found to be nothing more than an E-grade probability weapon. Su Mashi smiled mysteriously at this time and took the video that had been recorded in advance to Wang Xin. And explained, this is a magical probability weapon that people found in the black market. The panel data is very low, but there is actually a 1 in 10 probability that the effect can be triggered. That high? The onlookers beside them weren't very convinced, but they all reddened their eyes when they saw the bricks that were easily penetrated in the video. Such a powerful probability weapon with a rating of only E, it was simply a great gift to bring to the exam room. Baby is so good to me, I'll take your gift. Wang Xin held Su Mashi in his arms and was very happy. I also bought 9 of the same type here, so I can distribute them to the other person on the team, as well as a few other teams to use. Su Mashi had inquired in advance. Not only was Wang Xin teamed up with another student who had awakened a SS rank occupation, but he had also purposely communicated in advance, and there were several combinations with good strength, and he was considered to be a cooperative relationship. Once this was said, Wang Xin's friends around him were even more impressed with Su Mashi. What a mature, understanding girlfriend. She also knew to think about Wang Xin's companions. Still pretty looking and with a good figure, such a girlfriend simply couldn't be too rare. Baby, where's mine? Su Mashi blinked in anticipation. But Wang Xin froze. He had forgotten about the matter of exchanging gifts. But reacting quickly, he immediately took out the auxiliary pendant he was supposed to use himself from the warehouse and put it on Su Mashi. There were people who knew the goods who recognized this pendant, and after wearing it, it could allow the awakened to remain calm under high pressure. The effect is excellent auxiliary D-grade equipment. One will be sold to $6,000. It was considerably more expensive than the 10-gun Su Mashi had bought. This scene was watched by the surrounding, especially those girls who were incomparably envious and jealous. However, Jiang Chen said that the gifts were all secondary, and that the true feelings in a relationship were the most important. You guys, just now Wang Xin obviously didn't react. This pendant wasn't a gift prepared in advance at first glance. So girls, there's no need to be too envious of Su Mashi. Jiang Chen purposely sat at the girls' table, wearing what he thought were the most handsome clothes, and saying what he thought were the most earthly and sober words, in order to attract these pretty girls. It was just a pity that the girls didn't buy his account. When they heard Jiang Chen say this, they just gave him a blank stare back, thinking that he was just jealous. Jiang Chen was helpless, saying that this was really a materialistic world. Then he looked down at his cell phone. He didn't even add a girl's contact information for one night. What a failure. But at this time, Chen Feng sent a message. It was a selfie picture. A selfie of him and Gu Sisi standing in front of some mall defense store, carrying 3 bags in their hands and carrying them on their chests. What is it? Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, Chen Feng sent another message. Dog Bei Chen Feng, Jiang Chen, Gu Sisi bought 3 pieces of D-grade defense equipment, 10,000 each, and sent them to us. What? Jiang Chen's hand shook and he almost didn't catch it. Dog Bei Chen Feng, this is the benefit of having a rich woman on the team. In a moment I'll pull up a group chat, you guys can communicate too. I'll give you the equipment in the morning, that's it, on with the shopping. No, Gu Sisi is a rich woman? And gave Chen Feng and I 1 piece of defense equipment worth $10,000 each? Jiang Chen opened his mouth wide. What was happening now was somewhat breaking through his 3 views. Looking to the other side of the private room again, Sumashi, who was still gloating over the 6,000 pendant. Jiang Chen suddenly felt some pity for her. Good lord, why didn't I discover Gu Sisi the rich woman in advance? If I had known, I wouldn't have allowed to give that dog coin to Chen Feng. He thought so in his heart, and at the same time, the frustration of being rejected by countless girls instantly disappeared, giving him a stronger motivation to get girls tonight. It was also at this moment that the KTV private room was opened. Xiaohong, why are you so late? Su Mashi greeted her. The one who walked into the private room was Su Mashi's good girlfriend, Lu Xiaohong. However, Lu Xiaohong's expression was incomparably anxious. She panted and said to Su Mashi, Mashi, Gu Sisi she. Xiaohong, you speak slowly, there's no hurry. Su Mashi smiled and said, while not forgetting to reveal the pendant on her chest. $6,000. Wang Xin sent it. You don't have it, do you? Lu Xiaohong took a deep breath and said, I just ran into Chen Feng and Gu Sisi at Xintiandi Mall. Gu Sisi actually bought 3 pieces of DM family's defenses and gave 2 to Chen Feng. Ha? Su Maxi's pupils shook, her mouth slightly open, her eyes dumbfounded. Gu Sisi? Sent to Chen Feng? Yes, that's them. Xiaohong, don't be ridiculous, how could Gu Sisi afford the DM family's defenses, let alone giving it to that bastard Chen Feng? That's right, that's impossible. Su Moxie's friend beside her was also adding. 1,000 times true, Moxie, I'm definitely not lying to you. Su Mashi was still unimpressed, but she still subconsciously opened her friend's circle. She didn't find any shares sent by Chen Feng and Gu Sisi, but instead, a daily share that had just been sent caught her eye. Thank you for the defenses sent by my good brothers and teammates, gorgeous. A paragraph was accompanied by a picture. It was precisely the picture of Chen Feng and Gu Sisi carrying the DM defense gear packaging bag. Without a doubt, this was sent by Jiang Chen. Su Moxie violently turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, who was chatting with the girl with a drink in the corner of the private room, itching to blow him out immediately. But she didn't do it because of her face. Su Mashi didn't think that Gu Sisi was actually so rich. Even more so, she hadn't thought that Gu Sisi would actually give Chen Feng, this waste of space who had awakened an E-rank profession, such an expensive piece of defense equipment. What did she see in Chen Feng? On what grounds? Even Wang Xin didn't send me such an expensive item, why should he, Chen Feng, be able to get it? Countless complex emotions piled up in her mind. For Su Mashi this was destined to be a sleepless night. At this time, Chen Feng, who was shopping at Xintiandi Mall, did not know the things that happened at the party. He led Gu Sisi to stop in front of the store selling materials after liking the friend circle Jiang Chen had sent. Shopping? Aha! Chapter 13, Unorthodox Material Shop and Gu Sisi's Identity. As expected, there were no basic decomposition materials like iron or to be found in the officially opened material store. Most of the rare materials sold here were extracted from magical beasts. For example, white wolf whip, giant pill, and the like. Chen Feng had reason to believe that he hadn't walked into some kind of male supplement specialty store. Little brother, what materials do you want to buy? The prices here are low and affordable. The hot-bodied boss lady asked as she sat on a recliner wearing a purple cheongsam, holding a fan in her hand as she swayed back and forth. See, it's a material store, not a tonic store. The boss's wife revealed a hint of an evil smile. Buy a good tonic store can be ground into powder for free, soak and drink. Oh. Chen Feng. Gu Sisi, wrong place. Hey. Little brother, wait a minute. The boss's wife got up and called out to Chen Feng and Gu Sisi. I just got a batch of goods here, selling them cheap, interested? Chen Feng shook his head, he was just coming in to see the market price of the materials, he didn't have the money to buy these precious materials himself. Just about to refuse, Gu Sisi nodded. Chen Feng, materials, decompose, build, you use. Gu Sisi spoke 5 words in one breath, pausing to express herself forcefully and simply. To summarize, tonight's consumption will be paid for by Ms. Gu. Chen Feng returned to look to her. After receiving an affirmative reply, then he could no longer refuse. Wouldn't it be ungrateful to refuse again? Do you have any of the E-ranked magical materials, the wings of the fire bat? Chen Feng asked. The boss's wife smiled fawningly and walked into the store's warehouse shaking her bushel fan. She then took out a used cardboard box. The wings of the fire bat do exist, the old stuff that pressurizes the warehouse, very few people buy it. Little brother, what do you want to do with this? It doesn't have any efficacy. Oh. The boss lady's kind of smile, as if everything was in her eyes, made Chen Feng really want to hit her. Ahem, I'm using it to build a weapon. Oh? The boss lady covered her mouth. Rather, this is the first time I've heard of using the wings of a fire bat to build a weapon, but... Little brother is a high school student, right? I'm not a male, she said. I've said that I'm not a male healthcare product audience. I am still so young, look like? Chen Feng nodded his head and went straight to the point. How much does a pair of fire bat wings cost? The boss's wife forgot the price and looked around before taking out a rusty price tag. 4,000. 1,000 cheaper than the market price. Can it be cheaper? I'm a high school student. Little brother, I won't give you a cheap price even if you're a middle schooler. Chen Feng turned his head to Gu Sisi to confirm and then took the bank card. Buy a pair. The boss's wife was ecstatic. The smashing contraption in her hands had finally been sold. However, upon further inspection, there was still a pair of fire bat wings left inside the box, and they looked a bit moldy. Little brother, let's do it this way, you buy another pair of fire bat wings, I'll give you 6,000 for 2 pairs. Chen Feng frowned slightly. A pair of fire bat wings would only be 3,000 if they were counted this way, which was quite a bit cheaper. Just buy. Gu Sisi's soft voice came from behind her. Buy. Chen Feng had the presence of mind to hand out his bank card. Spending money that wasn't one's own was smooth. The 2 pairs of fire bat wings had been successfully incurred into the system's warehouse, which was now only 100 base material short of building a C-rank probability weapon, the Dragon's Breath Cannon. Counting the 100 ordinary pistols that were built in these 10 days, if all of them were broken down they could get 50 base materials. The remaining 50 might be able to be gotten at the college entrance exams. It was enough. Taking back his bank card, Chen Feng had to once again marvel at the beauty of having a rich woman. A shopping trip, the problem of attack and defense all solved at once. Is this the power of kryptonite? Just as he was about to walk out of the store, the boss's wife once again called out to Chen Feng and handed him a mysterious business card. Little brother, there is my contact information on it. I'll give you a cheaper rate for any rare materials the store has in the future, just call and let me know to order. Chen Feng received the business card. This was quite useful. Maybe there would be no need to run the black market afterward. After leaving the mall, Chen Feng was led by Gu Sisi to a snack street next to the Xintiandi shopping center. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening, and the snack street was incredibly lively, with the sounds of yelling and hawking being heard all around. It was clear that she had only eaten a short while ago, but Gu Sisi was actually craving again. Chen Feng could tell from her longing eyes. Alright, I take back what I said before. She's not good at feeding and eating too much. Gu Sisi hadn't brought much cash with her, so this time it was Chen Feng's turn to treat her. After dazzling 5 stalls in a row, Gu Sisi was satisfied. Walking along the side of the street, Gu Sisi carried the egg babies Chen Feng had just bought in her hand and slowly stuffed them into her mouth one by one. After stuffing her mouth full, she took out one of the egg danishes and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took a bite and almost bit Gu Sisi's hand. Gu Sisi was startled by Chen Feng's action, and an undetectable blush surfaced on her face. It was just a pity that Chen Feng did not notice this detail. What was originally just an ordinary feeding had turned into an ambiguous feeding between the young couple. Of course, this was not Chen Feng's fault, but Gu Sisi's hand that was handing the egg boy was stretched too high, thinking that it was feeding herself. The two didn't say a word and silently strolled. It was only then that Chen Feng remembered that there were still a few questions he hadn't asked her. Gu Sisi, what does your family do? Although this question was presumptuous, Chen Feng still had to ask it. It was too curious. Gu Sisi didn't even think about it and answered after swallowing an egg boy, the Awakened One Guild. Chen Feng roughly understood. The so-called Awakened One Guild was a private team of Awakened Ones operated by the private sector. The Awakened Guild relied on making money by traveling into the secret realm and clearing the city's outskirts of residual magical beasts and weirdness. If Gu Cece's family was running the Lv.1 guild, then it was no wonder that the family was able to give so much money at once, as well as black cards. There was money, but it wasn't particularly rich. Chen Feng took a long breath in his heart. However, at this time, Gu Cece pointed towards a modern building at the end of the street that was a full 300 meters tall. The building was square, like a silver-white column standing in the center of the city. This was one of the iconic buildings of Shangjing City, built after the Copy Secret era. It was the base building of the most powerful awakened guild in the entire city, the Nine Heavens Guild. The Nine Heavens Guild, that was an existence that even the Shangjing City military had to be afraid of. There were a number of ruthless people under their command. The most famous among them was the president who had suppressed 3 SSS-ranked Secret Realm replicas by himself, Gu Tingtian. Wait a minute. Gu Cece. Gu Jintian. Big sister, no? It can't be your home, right? Gu Cece nodded her head, her expression not rippling, and she even wanted to eat an egg boy. Chen Feng's eyebrows jumped. It was really a rich family's daughter experiencing life. The daughter of Nine Heavens Guild President Gu Tingtian actually ran away to study at a public institution. Father-in-law, you don't have a problem with your brain, do you? Moreover, Gu Cece as Gu Interceptor's daughter actually doesn't even have a decent set of equipment and has to come out and buy it herself. I'm not afraid of the little yellow hairs. You really aren't afraid of little yellow hairs. Gu Cece seemed to see Chen Feng's concerns. So she said, I'm the youngest in the family, and my dad doesn't care about me. He said that as long as there's a university to attend, he'll give me $500,000 in pocket money after I get in. So Chen Feng, let's work hard together to get into college. Oh, I believe in you. Aha! Chen Feng nodded dully. He didn't seem to react to the fact that this was the most Gu Cece had said in one breath in 3 years. He only heard $500,000. And the 3 words pocket money. Chapter 14, Familiarize yourself with the examination room, strong combination of predetermined top student. The next day was the day to familiarize themselves with the exam site. Taking the school bus, the group of 3 years and 8 classes followed the senior high school troops to arrive at the base of the examination center located in the south of Shangjing City. This place was originally a replica cluster. 5 replicas had actually sprung up in a small area. But the good thing was that they were all just C-ranked replicas, and the threat wasn't too great to humans. After the initial opening of the awakened bigwigs, the threat of the replicas was lowered from C rank to E rank and even lower. The E here was not a grade, it was the word education. 5 similar copies with a low threat, taking it to the exam center after the college entrance exam reform was just the right thing to do. And so the examination center for the college entrance exam in Shangjing City was constructed here, and had been in use for many years. Under the sound defense mechanism, the annual injury rate of candidates was extremely low, not to mention the mortality rate. However, it was important to keep in mind that there was still an indicator of death in the examination center every year. This was related to the fact that copies would constantly give birth to new monsters. Class teacher Qin Tu led the way and led the 3rd year 8th class students off the bus. The towering building that caught their eyes was the strongest shelter in the entire Shangjing City. The duplicate entrance was inside. Class, is there anyone who hasn't turned in their grouping list yet? I'll report it in a moment, the only thing left is random assignment. Qin Tu shouted. Chen Feng stepped down from the car at this time. Everyone looked at him. An E-rank logistics profession, who would want to team up with him? Chen Feng was presumably the redundant person in teacher Qin's words. But Sumashi, who was standing at the head of the crowd, couldn't stop smiling. Chen Feng walked straight to the front row of the queue and handed over the teaming list to Qin Tu. 3rd year class 8, Chen Feng, Gu Cece. 3rd year class 7, Jiang Chen. A combination of 3 people, just right. Qin Tu smiled in relief. He was happy to see that Chen Feng could have a team to take in. This kid could build a weapon, so maybe he would be noticed by the bigwigs in the examination hall because of this good fortune. Seeing Chen Feng submit his team list, the surrounding students all looked shocked. Very few people in the 3rd year 8th class knew Jiang Chen, and they naturally hadn't caught these clues from the circle of friends he had sent out. Chen Feng actually does have a team to take in? No way, who's so brain-dead? I reckon it's Chen Feng begging for someone else. At the same time, some students who hadn't finalized their team lists came to Gu Cece's side. Gu Cece, our team is still short 1 combat profession, your gunner is very suitable, consider coming to us? Student CC, both of us on the team are B rank professions, team up with us, the 3 B ranks will surely be able to hit the high notes at the examination center. I saw you at the target range the other day, you knocked out all the dummy heads, you're better than even Wang Xin, come to us. All 3 groups wanted to grab Gu Cece. In fact, they had originally planned to do so yesterday, but now how could they not contact her? The guys were scrambling. As for Gu Cece, she was sandwiched in the middle, her eyes dull as she followed the shaking. Fortunately, Chen Feng came back at this time and saved her from the crowd. Chen Feng, what are you doing? A person glared and questioned. Chen Feng frowned slightly, no, what are you guys digging at me for? Ha! The people next to them were dumbfounded. Gu Cece and Chen Feng had teamed up? No way, a B-ranked profession lowering her stature to team up with an E-ranked profession, no way, right? But Gu Cece's behavior of hiding behind Chen Feng made them pretty sure that it was still true. Che. Someone gave a disdainful smile. Alright, that's right, 2 people who have been deskmates from their first year of high school to their 3rd year of high school, it wouldn't make sense not to form a team. Then I hope the 2 of you go straight to the bottom in the high school exams, cheers. What a refrain. Chen Feng glanced at the team list in the hands of the person who said this. The team name was Harvesting Scores for College. Alright, I'll remember it. I came to the waiting hall. Looking around at the crowd, senior students from various high schools in Shangjing City had all come here to clock in today. Xin Tu began to explain the basic code of the examination hall. It was nothing more than don't cheat, compete fairly, and play fewer outside tricks. Of course, that being said, the boundaries would become blurred when you were actually in the exam room. For example, if 2 teams agreed to work together in advance, it would be difficult to define small moves in the examination room. After the lecture, Xin Tu gave everyone half an hour of free time. At this time Jiang Chen looked over, Chen Feng handed him the D-grade defense, solidified vest, that Gu Cece had given him, and then pulled the 2 of them to the side to discuss tactics. Chen Feng told the 2 about the theory of the 1, 2, 3 position and the requirements of the position, and then dragged them along to prepare for a lunch. However, at this time, the crowd suddenly erupted in a burst of exclamations. Looking for the sound, he looked. It was the famous character in the grade, Sun Juanli. As the only 2 geniuses in the school who had awakened their SS class professions, Sun Juanli was an existence that was on par with Wang Xin. And when everyone saw Wang Xin bring his girlfriend Sumashi and start talking tactics with Sun Juanli, everyone understood what was happening. It turned out that the only 2 SS grade geniuses in the school had teamed up to work together. This was not good news for everyone in the entire examination room. SS rank. When looking at all the senior students in Shangjing City, there were only a handful of them. Chen Feng's school had even failed to awaken a single SS rank occupation. SS rank occupations were already the threshold of geniuses. And such 2 strong people actually want to come together, but also let other people play. The college entrance examination is according to the team points to count the ranking, divided into 1 book and 2 books as well as on the 5 hospitals. The discerning understand that Sumashi following these 2 is simply lying down to go to a prestigious school. Even if her role was not significant, the team score would still be an important reference in school admission. This is great, the 2 SS levels are united, and Wang Xin's family is still rich. Isn't this a booking for the top student team in Shangjing City? Yeah, we're all just running along. I thought the 2S ranked professions on our team were already strong enough, alas. This is nothing. I heard that the next school has a buddy who awakened SSS rank occupation. After hearing about this, he regretted teaming up with 2A rank occupations, but the list was submitted. Wang Xin is another, illusionary gunmaster. Sun Juanli is also a battle profession, plus an assist, invincible. Everyone was angry and helpless about this kind of powerful people joining together. Freely teaming up, they couldn't say anything. However, there were only so many places in the 5 academies in Shangjing City every year. How could they let others play if they took up 3 of them? Xin Tu came beside Chen Feng, Gu Cece and the others at this time. This kind of thing happens every year, and as a parent, I definitely don't want this to happen. But as a teacher, I would love to see my school's students shine in the examination hall. There's no way around it. He looked at the 3 of them. Chen Feng, what are your institutional goals for this combination? Chen Feng raised his head to look at the waiting hall's institutional flag belonging to the upper 5 institutes hanging high above the dome, revealing a faint smile. Of course it's the 2nd university, just have a university to study in. Good boy, pragmatic enough. I thought you really wanted to pursue the upper 5th academy when I looked at your eyes. When Xin Tu left, Jiang Chen patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Old Chen, so which second college are we impacting? The corner of Chen Feng's mouth lifted slightly. The second college? Of course it's going to the fifth institution. Hey! Jiang Chen's expression twisted. Big brother, you should be joking. Chapter 15, Conceptual Blueprint in Long Shangping, President of Shangjing Academy. At night, Chen Feng, who had returned home, returned to his bedroom to rest after being fed gourmet food by Chen's parents. The chicken soup he had just eaten was too much for him. However, I don't know why. Is it that we can't live with chicken in our family? Why do we eat chicken all the time? Lying on the bed, Chen Feng opened the system warehouse. 2 pairs of fire bat wings were lying quietly inside. This was the most expensive thing in his entire body. Next to them was the gift pack that had dropped from upgrading to Lv.6. Open the gift pack. Chen Feng recited silently in his heart. Gift pack opened successfully, obtaining Concept Blueprint 1. What is this? Chen Feng flipped his hand and a transparent blueprint floated in mid-air. The data information panel was then displayed. Consumable item, Concept Blueprint. Rating, Grade D. After use, it can create blueprints for equipment and props based on the awakened person's mind, and the higher the rating, the more the equipment and props will match the mind. Chen Feng was inwardly shocked. Doesn't this mean that with this thing I can even hand-rub the blueprints for space cannons without any relevant knowledge? And then mass-produce it? This is nothing short of a godsend for creative professions. However, there is a restriction in the description that the higher the level, the better it fits the idea. Roughly, I could guess that this D-grade concept blueprint probably couldn't rub anything good. But there was always something to try. Chen Feng quickly had an idea in mind. Use the concept blueprint. Soon the concept blueprint floating in mid-air began to flicker with white light, entering the use state. Chen Feng closed his eyes and followed the system's guidance as he began to describe in his mind what he wanted to build. Homogenized equipment synthesizer. What the heck? To be honest, Chen Feng didn't know, the name was just a random name. Soon, a complete blueprint was generated. Blueprint Homogenized Equipment Synthesizer. Rating, Grade E. Consumption, Advancement Material 200, Machine Heart 1. What E-grade equipment actually requires advancement materials to build? It also requires a full 200 points. Chen Feng jumped straight up from his bed in surprise. He hadn't expected that the equipment he had conceived to build would actually consume so much, but that also meant that it couldn't be converted into instant combat power right now. However, looking at the equipment description again. Effect, inject 3 pieces of the same equipment of the same grade into the homogenized equipment synthesizer, consume the corresponding materials, and obtain the same equipment of grade +1. Trigger probability, 0.01%. Tip, cannot be undone after injecting the equipment, failed equipment will be destroyed. The homogenized equipment synthesizer was exactly what Chen Feng had figured out on his own some days ago. He thought about whether he could rely on this to mass-produce high-probability weapons. He just didn't expect that the concept blueprints would actually allow him to actually build this thing out. It was just that the cost to use it was a bit too great. Not only is it expensive to build, the probability is extremely low, only 1 in 10,000, and once it fails to equip the weapon all reimbursement, gross will not be left. Full of double-edged sword. Can only say that it fits the style of probability equipment. However, now only E level, after raising the level of whether the probability will still be raised to reduce consumption, Chen Feng is skeptical. Chen Feng picked up his cell phone. He wanted to see how much the so-called concept blueprint was sold for. Being able to build a weapon according to one's own mind, how could it not be less than 10,000? 1 million apiece? Chen Feng man was dumbfounded. Why would one be so stupid as to give it a use without even searching for the price? But after getting the system's answer, it slightly calmed down a lot. It turned out that this thing could not be transferred or sold, only upgraded drops, belonging to the priced. That's good, not to lose $1 million in blood. Homogenized equipment synthesizer is actually a variant of the SS-level logistics profession, reinforcement craftsman, only at a higher cost. Moreover, reinforcement artisan doesn't have to find 3 pieces of the same equipment at once. With this $1 million, Chen Feng could have completely upgraded all 100 pistols stacked in the warehouse to S rank. After placing the blueprints back into the warehouse, Chen Feng laid down again. At this stage, it was better to get into college first. The next day. June 7th. The day of the college entrance exam. Chen Feng walked out of the house early in the morning after eating a traditional breakfast of 2 eggs and a donut. Riding on the bus chartered by the school, he managed to arrive at the examination center and completed the meeting with Gu Sisi and Zhang Chen. Compared to yesterday's disorganized waiting hall, today's strictly regulated exam hall is heavily guarded. They lined up in the order of school combinations and entered the waiting hall. There were 5 copies of the exam hall, each with different environmental monsters. It was randomly drawn by lot. This largely avoided the occurrence of illegal groupings. However, the number of examinees was simply too large, and the sample was too large to really eliminate it. And at the end of the queue, a lot of institutional powerhouses who had come from colleges and universities to inspect the site could be seen by the side of the spectator seats. Their eyes swept by, causing people to shiver. Among them, there was a figure that everyone was very familiar with. It was none other than Long Shangping, the director of the Education Bureau of Shangjing City, and the president of Shangjing College. And Shangjing College was precisely the best college within Shangjing City, one of the upper 5 schools. It's as the first batch of SSS-ranked career awakened, LV60 level or above strong, the 5 copies of the entire examination room were the ones he personally rated. It could be said that there was no one on the scene who knew the situation inside better than him. It is said that once upon a time there were also colonized intelligent humanoid creatures in these 5 copies, with strong battle power and unparalleled reproduction ability. It was a good thing that Long Shangping arrived at the scene in time when the secret wave of the replica realm occurred, otherwise once this group of things were allowed to really reproduce, Shangjing City would be finished. For this familiar strong man everyone had a lot of respect. Many students walked by without forgetting to address Mr. Long. Long Shangping also waved his hand amiably and greeted everyone. A strong man who stood at the top of Shangjing City waved his hand to you with such a smile, and the tense atmosphere of the college entrance exam site all eased up quite a bit. It was clear to all that if one could shine in the examination room and be recognized by Long Shangping, one could directly obtain the qualification to attend the Shangjing Academy. However, it was too difficult to be recognized by him. This guy is notoriously strict. The whole team, there is a person touch fish even if the results are good he will not recognize. Compared to other upper 5 academies that pursued extreme individualism, Long Shangping's judging standards were more focused on the team. And at this moment, Long Shangping, who was sitting on the viewing gallery, happened to have his gaze rest on the 3 Chen Fengs. This girl looks familiar. He squinted his eyes and said. The person next to him said, I have an impression, isn't this the daughter of old Gu's family? In that case, she just happens to be taking the college entrance exam this year. Long Shangping suddenly realized, luckily, I didn't inherit Gu Tingtian's face genes, she looks really well behaved. It's a pity that the bloodline talent was not inherited. I heard that the awakening is a B-level occupation, gunner. Another person said. Long Shangping turned his head, what's wrong with gunslinger? The applicability is very good occupation, it shouldn't be a problem to go to a university with normal play on the college entrance exam. The person next to him sighed, Long if only Lao Gu had a mindset like yours. He doesn't just hope that his sons and daughters can get into the 5th academy, but you also know that hope is slim. Long Shangping rested his gaze on Chen Feng next to Gu Sisi. It's not impossible for a B-level career to impact the upper 5 academies, anything can happen in the exam room, the key also depends on how our teammates are. Put. This person almost sprayed out, then took out the list of Gu Sisi's team. Dragon look for yourself. E-rank occupation, probability craftsman? A hint of regret flashed in Long Shangping's eyes. The person next to him put away the list, E-rank occupation, or probability smith. To be honest, it's been a long time since I've seen such an unlucky kid on the exam room. That's not right either, in the past most candidates like this have abandoned the exam early and entered society. Yeah, this basically signifies that he has been eliminated in advance and is destined to do zero work in the examination hall. However, at this time, Long Shangping was frowning and seemed to have discovered the end. Chapter 16 Rules of the Examination Center, 3 Major Ways to Gain Points. Long Shangping's eyes were fixed on Chen Feng's pace moving slowly. In his heart, he silently thought. This lad's pace and rate seemed normal on the outside. However, there was a twisted feeling of wanting to force the speed. Upgraded? And it looked as if he had been upgraded by more than just 1 level. Long Shangping looked Chen Feng up and down. Chen Feng also noticed something and looked sideways, and the two of them met eye to eye. What a keen intuition! The corner of Long Shangping's mouth smiled slightly. This year's college entrance exams might be interesting. Oh? What does old dragon say about this? Just wait and see. Please ask all candidates to collect their equipment and weapons and get ready to enter the examination center. A voice announcement came from the waiting hall, which meant that the college entrance exam had officially entered the countdown. One had to know that there was no such thing as repeating the college entrance exam here. Chen Feng, Gu Sisi, and Zhang Chen, you are in exam room number 3. Class teacher Qin Tu came to the three of them and distributed the examination center identity cards to them. Exam center number 3 is dominated by a dense forest environment. The hostile creatures inside should have been written about in the textbook. Chen Feng replied, swarming creatures are predominant, with a strong sense of aggression. Qin Tu nodded his head in satisfaction, so make sure to pay attention to the team formation when you enter the examination center. The number 3 examination center tests teamwork. Understood, Teacher Qin. Alright, go in. Qin Tu patted Chen Feng's shoulder and said softly. Chen Feng, teacher will be outside to pay special attention to your performance. Take the exam well, put everything together and don't regret it. Chen Feng smiled and turned his head before walking into the duplicate portal. Don't worry Teacher Qin, there's no problem with playing normally to get an upper 5th academy. With the halo covering them, the trio's silhouettes disappeared. What did that kid just say? Going to the 5th academy? Chen Feng seemed to have passed through a layer of warm water mist, and once he opened his eyes again, he was already located within the examination room. At this moment, the college entrance examination had officially begun. The rules of the college entrance examination are as follows. 5 replicas, randomly selected. Each copy holds 500 groups, that is, 1,500 people. These 500 groups will compete for college admissions by accumulating points in a completely unfamiliar replica environment. The entire exam was divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, the target points were 300. Groups that didn't reach it were eliminated on the spot, and had no chance with the university. Very cruel. In the second stage, in addition to the 800-point requirement, the group was also required to successfully deal with any enemy whose level had reached Lv.3. If only complete the former did not complete the latter is still counted as eliminated, but as long as in this stage enough points high enough to read a second or even rub a book is also possible. And the third stage is the so-called on the 5 hospitals read book white hot stage. To know, high school institutions will not guide students any practical experience, everything depends on the individual adaptability and on-site reaction. Can get through the second stage is already considered a high achiever. What's more, to complete the third stage's target requirements the horrifying 1,500 points and a species rating of C or above, and a level of Lv.5 or above of magical beasts or any other hostile creatures. This requirement was extremely harsh and necessary to be accepted into the upper 5 institutes. Even if you accumulated more points, without completing the latter you would not be able to be selected by the upper 5 institutes, and this had always been the case. There are 3 ways to gain points. 1. Killing enemy creatures, the more powerful the corresponding points the higher. The identifier worn by the candidate will automatically keep score. 2. Looting the beacon points placed in advance in the copy, each 50 points, randomly distributed and picked up by any group through the map device highlighting. In other words, this is to encourage examination room candidates to fight with each other and increase the competitiveness. Third, find a mission station and complete the occupational characteristic tasks posted in the mission station. In the case of the logistics profession, for example, the quest desk will provide certain basic resources, and you can earn corresponding points by successfully building objects according to the requirements. All 3 ways are possible to reach a high score. But in the final analysis, if the group of 3 did not have a strong offensive ability, they would at most remain in the second stage. The style of the exam room that encourages offense has been the norm for so many years. It also correlated with the history of the blue planet after the copy's secret realm descended upon it. The reason why mankind was able to temporarily stand on their feet was not defense, but offense. The examination began. The 500 groups within the third examination room were randomly teleported into the examination room. Chen Feng, Gu Sisi, and Zhang Chen immediately began to move according to the pre-prepared ideas of the examination center after glancing at each other. The examination center issued basic weapons and equipment to each candidate in advance according to the group's occupational characteristics. Gu Sisi received a pistol that was slightly more powerful than the school's standardized weapons. As for Zhang Chen, he had an axe and shield, a proper Viking image. Chen Feng's was even simpler, 10 pieces of basic model iron ore, the same as what the school handed out every day. Many logistics career candidates were so angry after getting the iron ore that they cursed. Looking down on the logistics profession can be straight to say, engage in what differentiation, even weapon blueprints are not what I take defense to capture points. However, in some of the replica quests, the rewards for completing the quests are ready-made weapons and equipment. Teams can use this form to play the characteristics of logistic professions and get better defense and equipment to establish advantages. It could be said that it looked like the gauntlet wasn't absolutely fair to the three professions. However, through various designs, it skillfully allowed each of the occupational characteristics to work for the team on the exam. Chen Feng opened the electronic device on his arm, on which was a dynamic copy map. At this time, the screen lit up a point of light. The northwest direction was 3 kilometers away from himself and was moving slowly, which meant that someone had already picked up the points beacon with great luck. Toggle the button to be able to see the combination of points on the examination room in real-time changes. A combination called Harvesting Points for University was temporarily at the top of the list because it had picked up 2-point beacons and accumulated 100 points. This combination Chen Feng was familiar with. It was the same classmates who had failed to poach and ridiculed himself yesterday. Chen Feng turned his head towards the jungle not far away after specially marking their highlighted beacons on the map. Gu Cixi and Jiang Chen hurriedly followed. Just as the information on the copy introduced, the third examination center was an infinite jungle. There were only some sparse trees and weeds on the outside, but the closer they got to the center of the replica, the more massive the vegetation became. Looking up, in the distance, corresponding to the location of the center of the copy, a towering hundreds of meters high skytree stood above the earth. It wasn't obvious from afar, but its width was at least 50 meters or more. However, the top of this tree was burned into a charcoal shape by something, without a single branch or leaf, and even until now there were wisps of smoke floating up. There was no doubt that those were traces of battle. But what exactly was left behind was unknown. Chen Feng's trio quickly approached the edge of the jungle. According to the design beforehand, their first stage would target the third way of accumulating points. That was to find the quest table. Chapter 17 0 points, but building a C-grade weapon? High up in the waiting hall were giant screens for displaying the real-time point rankings of each examination center. At the viewing gallery, there was a small screen in front of each college observer, observing the movements of the candidates through hidden cameras placed in the examination hall in advance. The location of the camera placement is very deliberate. They were usually in places where the number of hostile creatures in the replica was high, as well as near the quest table, capturing the candidates' reactions from all angles. What was even more ruthless was that once the points beacon was activated, a small drone would be automatically released to track the group that had acquired the beacon. Suffice it to say, whenever a candidate is on their way to gain points, they will be seen by the college observers. Unless you swing for the fences and don't score any points. Half an hour had passed, and the points of the groups within the 5 replica examination centers had already pulled apart. Take the number 3 examination center for example. Due to its convergence of a large number of S-ranked and even SS-ranked awakened ones, the college observers had tilted more attention on it. The current top-ranked group was precisely that of Wang Xian, Sun Juanli, and Su Mashi. The 2 SS awakened led the group, both of which were also battle profession, and from the very beginning, they were harvesting the hostile creatures within the number 3 examination center at a rhythmic pace. On the screen, Wang Xian continuously illuminated dual-wielded submachine guns, displaying the illusionary gunmaster's powerful firepower characteristics in the early stages. It caused a group of college observers to write his name down in their little books. The second-ranked combination was somewhat surprising. The most talented of this trio was only an A-ranked profession, but they had picked up 10-point beacons along the way by relying on their counter-weather luck. And it seemed like no one was planning to make a move against them yet. Temporarily, they ranked second with 500 points, just 30 points away from Wang Xian's group. There were no surprises in the group rankings after that. Basically, the higher the talent in the group, the more points they received. 500 groups were dazzling to watch. It was impossible for the high school observers to observe them one by one, and the most common routine was to look at the heads and tails. The head records the names of candidates who want to be admitted, and the tail is eliminated early. And at this point, half an hour had passed, and 499 of the 500 groups had points credited to them. Only a 3-member group named 985211 still hadn't scored a single point up to this point. Many college observers curiously clicked on the camera screen near them, wanting to find out what was going on. On the screen, the 985,211 trio was gathered in front of a task table. Chen Feng was standing in front of the task table and was entering the candidates' information. Gu Cece and Wang Xian, on the other hand, were sitting on the grass next to them, one looking at the sky and gawking, while the other picked up the fallen leaves on the ground and put them into their mouths as if savoring the flavor. Gu Cece, you can't eat this stuff. Be careful of poisoning. Chen Feng discovered Gu Cece's food-stealing behavior and rushed up to try to snatch the unknown vegetation out of her hands. However, Gu Cece was unforgiving, and the two of them started a battle for it until the vegetation was ripped off, which temporarily calmed down. Jiang Chen ended his days and turned back to look at the fighting duo speechlessly. Old Chen, this is the 9th mission station we've found, still not doing the mission? He looked down at the electronic device. Oh well, half an hour left, the squad has 0 points and is ranked in the bottom one. A glorious ancestor. Chen Feng walked to the task table with a relaxed face, and after hearing that the candidate's information entry was complete, he pressed the task start button, and the center of the task table opened up, with 10 pieces of iron ore rising up. A mechanical boosting tone came out from the task table speakers, logistics vocational task. Candidates are requested to break down the materials to create a probability item with a probability of 5 in 10,000 or more a whistle. The effect requirement is, trigger probability, whistle sound. Reward points 20 for completing the task. This was simple enough for any candidate who had awakened the logistics profession. Decomposition, then autonomously building what the whistle looks like inside, having blown it as a child, the principle and all that should be understood. 20 points could be said to be handy. It looks like this squad is finally going to get points. If I'm not wrong, all 3 of them shouldn't be battle professions, choosing to avoid battle and rely on the task table to get points. The idea is good, but the efficiency is too slow. The high school observers murmured. At the same time, they clicked on the details of this squad. From the beginning until now, they had failed 8 consecutive mission desk missions. What exactly were these 3 people doing? On the screen, Chen Feng stared at the mission table in a daze for 3 seconds before pressing his hands on the iron ore and starting to break it down. It had finally begun. Is Team 98521 finally going to gain points? The next moment the decomposition was complete, Chen Feng backhandedly closed the task table. Mission failed, please try again. A mechanical beep sounded out with a regretful tone. Closed? What exactly is this candidate doing? The high school observers were dumbfounded. Even Long Xiangping, who had seen the world, was looking uncertain. However, right at this moment, Chen Feng turned around and sat down, flipping his right hand over, a blueprint radiating a yellowish glow laying flat on the grass. This was a grade C blueprint? The crowd in front of the screen was startled. The camera pulled closer. It was still a C-grade weapon blueprint. How is that possible? Where did this guy get it? One must know that blueprints were occupational traits, not props nor consumables, and could not be purchased or transferred. In other words, this E-rank occupation, probability craftsman, candidate had actually unlocked a weapon blueprint that could normally only be unlocked at Lv.15 level or higher. What heaven-defying luck! Chen Feng sat on the lawn and let out a long sigh of relief. Half an hour, just enough time. System. Consuming basic materials, consuming special material Firebat's wing. Building C-grade probability weapon Dragon Breath Cannon. Building begins, consuming resources, basic materials 100, Firebat Wings 2, estimated to take 1 minute. As a pale yellow halo slowly unfolded above the blueprint, the Dragon's Breath Cannon was gradually revealed in front of the trio. The cannon body was 1 meter long, half a meter wide and thick, and the overall shape was round, wide and fat. The muzzle has a dark red matte paint wing decoration, looking inward, the black muzzle like a dragon's mouth as if it could devour everything. Crafting completed, gained experience plus 50. Dragon Breath Cannon. Type, probability weapon. Rating, Class C. Normal, spews a 3-meter radius and 45-degree spread of umbrella-shaped flames, causing searing damage. Effect, radius and spread of 45-degree umbrella-shaped flames. Effect, radius and spread doubled, flame temperature increased to 4,000 degrees for a short period of time, duration, 3s. Probability, 0.05%. Gu Cece and Jiang Chen looked dumbfounded at the Dragon Breath Cannon placed on the ground with a muzzle bigger than Gu Cece's head. Old Chen, this thing, where did you get it? Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed, his heart filled with doubt. Chen Feng lifted the Dragon Breath Cannon and carried it on his chest, responding indifferently. Random gift packs opened it. At this moment, even the always calm Gu Cece could not help but raise an eyebrow. This luck, who would believe it if they said it out loud? Not only did they not believe it, even the group of college observers in the waiting hall couldn't believe it. They immediately looked for information. But how could they not find data on a similar probability weapon? But what was certain was that this was a C-grade weapon. A weapon that exceeded the examination hall's rating limitations. And because it was built by Chen Feng himself, it did not violate the rules. The security supervisor looked at Chen Feng and couldn't do anything about him. Long Xiangping looked at the picture in the screen for a long time without returning to his senses. Suddenly he smiled. Humph, this lad. Deliberately not doing the quests on the quest table just to whore out basic materials to build this weapon, right? How clever. Chapter 18 Tiny Magic Bead, sorry really didn't use you as bait. This way. Chen Feng followed the map and came to a stop in front of a cave. This was the heck of a third examination center, the demonic spider cave. On the surface, it appeared to be a pitch-black cave, and there was nothing threatening about it. In reality, there were thousands and hundreds of E-class magical creatures, tiny magic spiders, lurking inside. Most of them are at Lv.1, and there is a very small chance that an Lv.2 individual will be born after reaching adulthood. A single tiny demon spider is not a threat to ordinary people, it is just a spider the size of a head. However, tiny demon pearls are swarming magical creatures that live in groups. When you saw one, it often meant that you were surrounded. This place has been a nightmare for candidates in all the previous college entrance exams, and few people have ever set foot in it. There were 3 candidates who accidentally walked in during the last session, and by the time they were rescued by the security teacher, all 3 suffered from severe amputation, biophobia, and densophobia. Chen Feng's trio came to a stop in front of the cave, immediately attracting the attention of many college observers, including many from heavy schools. Jiang Chen, according to the plan you go first. Jiang Chen turned his head full of reluctance. Old Chen, I'm afraid of spiders. If this thing climbs on me, I'll be able to do a street dance for you high or low. Chen Feng pushed him towards the front. Shield warrior, this is your duty, could it be that you're letting me and Gu Sisi front row ah? There was no way around it, Jiang Chen could only go first even though he had 10,000 reluctances in his heart. Chen Feng followed closely behind, and Gu Sisi walked at the very back to break the back. The demon spider cave was very deep, according to the introduction in the textbook. The total length of the front and back was 3,000 meters, and it was easy to get lost around the wrong section. Moreover, the electronic equipment issued by the examination center would not provide a map of this kind of demonic gathering place. But fortunately, Chen Feng had long memorized the map of the points in the textbook. There was no difference between the demonic spider cave and his home. Coming to a fork in the road and stopping, the classic question of going left to right. Chen Feng pointed to the left cave entrance. Jiang Chen, please. What for? Jiang Chen was a bit vain, he didn't know what kind of tawdry maneuver was brewing in Chen Feng's mind again. Go in and explore, the textbook says it's safe inside the left cave entrance. Are you sure? Jiang Chen blinked his eyes inwardly skeptical. Chen Feng nodded with certainty and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, the map points are all memorized in my head. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, still stepping towards the left cave entrance. Just as he disappeared out of sight, Chen Feng immediately took out the dragon breath cannon from the warehouse and handed it to Gu Sisi. Sisi, aim it at the left cave entrance in a moment, and pull the trigger directly after Jiang Chen seduces the tiny demon spider out. Gu Sisi shouldered the dragon breath cannon with great difficulty and nodded her head after relying on her professional trait to finish loading it without ammunition. Chen Feng reminded, remember to wait until Jiang Chen is completely out of the dragon breath cannon's range of attack before making your move, lest you roast him. Gu Sisi nodded again and stood in front of Chen Feng, staring at the hole with incomparable seriousness. As expected, a sharp boom erupted from Jiang Chen within the hole on the left in the next second. Chen Feng! I'm going to you! Ah. The sound of hurried running echoed within the cave, but in 5 seconds of effort Jiang Chen reappeared in front of the two. He ran furiously with all his might, his pupils glaring huge and his breathing incomparably rapid. Behind him, there was a black patch, and when one looked closely, there were countless tiny demonic beads climbing up. Countless tiny demonic beads climbed up and down the cave in every direction, making clicking sounds as they lunged towards Jiang Chen. It's now! Chen Feng barked out an order. Without any hesitation, Gu Sisi directly opened fire. The moment the trigger was pulled, the dragon breath cannon, which originally had the cold feeling of iron, opened its huge mouth and its body trembled. Searing flames burst out from the cannon's mouth, whistling towards the front in an umbrella shape. In an instant, the dark cave was illuminated by the flames, and the micro-expressions of the three people's faces appeared incomparably obvious in the flames. Gu Cici's face was expressionless and absent-minded. Chen Feng smiled shallowly, strategizing. Jiang Chen's life was worse than death. Chen Feng deserved to die. The sound of the flames covered the miserable screams of the tiny demonic beads, and only when the black tide in front of her turned into a puddle of coal did Gu Cici stop. The point counter at her waist also began to tally the points. Kildi rank Lv.1 Tiny Demon Bead 161, gained 161 points. One breath actually swiped 161 points. Looking at the leaderboard, the 985,211 combination killed from the bottom to the positive 126th place in one breath. The college observers showed shocked expressions. This weapon, so fierce. This girl, so ruthless. In the image captured by the camera just now, Gu Cici carried the dragon breath cannon in her hand, perfectly controlling the coverage of the weapon's firepower, obliterating any tiny demonic beads that attempted to approach in the cradle. From start to finish, for 20 seconds, not a single tiny devil bead came close to a meter in front of her. Is this the profession, gunner? Having an almost terrifying control over gun-type weapons. To be able to control the characteristics of the profession so well in such a short period of time, this candidate named Gu Cici is very talented. Many college observers had missed the earlier footage of Chen Feng building the dragon breath cannon, and at this time, they placed more attention on Gu Cici, who had wildly swiped 160 points on her own. However, Long Shangping's attention was always on Chen Feng. He sighed to himself, flame-type weapon, special attack attribute against swarming creatures, and choosing the demonic spider cave with the highest density of creatures in the examination hall, this guy has done quite a bit of preparation. Having the meat shields in the team as bait to lure the enemy out, although it's damaging, it's efficient. Inside the cave, Chen Feng retrieved the dragon breath cannon and began to inspect it. Gu Cici did not trigger the probability effect this time she fired. This also made Chen Feng realize that perhaps the triggering method would be different depending on the type of weapon. Although the dragon breath cannon, as a C-rank probability weapon, had a much lower panel and damage than most C-rank weapons, it was almost difficult to see it as a C-rank weapon without triggering a probability effect. This is the common problem of the vast majority of probability weapons: normal panel under the bottom of the rating, once the trigger effect damage straight to the top of the rating, or even more than the rating. But the good thing is that the panel of the dragon breath cannon itself is enough to deal with these magical creatures whose ratings are only E grade. A breath of explosive brush 161 points, ranking increased to the top 200, there are still 20 minutes left. This is still only the front side of the magic spider cave. The next rely on Gu Cici's unlimited ammo characteristics enough to brush enough to 300 points within the time limit. If the other candidates knew that Chen Feng had this kind of weapon in their hands, their minds would be instantly unbalanced. Spraying flames, wide-range group injuries, it was a far cry from the small pistols and short swords and arrows they were holding. The efficiency of killing demons and swiping points was not even in the same level. Go, keep moving. Chen Feng pointed at the right cave entrance and said. Jiang Chen stared at Chen Feng with a dark face. Old Chen, aren't you going to explain? Chen Feng knocked his head. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen, I just misremembered. I'll you. Chen Feng. Just tell me if you're using me as bait. Chapter 19, ranking 5th? Sure enough, it's a soft man. There was a complete ecology within the replica secret. The deeper one went, the narrower the cave became. From supporting 3 people in parallel at the beginning, it was now only possible to pass through and turn. And with a large number of cobwebs remaining on the surrounding walls, the sound of spider legs crawling could be heard in the ears from time to time. The 3,000-meter-long cave had already come to the middle section. Chen Feng looked down at the timer. There were still 9 minutes left for the first stage to end. And now their accumulated points had just reached 200, 100 points short of the stage points requirement. As expected, as recorded in the books, the tiny demon spider had a shared brain neural network where individuals could communicate by sharing biopheromones. And now that the tiny demon beads seemed to understand the threat that the dragon breath cannon in Gu Cici's hands posed to them, they simply sent only small groups of individuals to harass and delay each time. 5 more tiny demon beads emerged from the front, with Gu Cici opening the way the dragon breath cannon was carried and the trigger was pulled. The flames melted them in no time. But strangely enough, the last tiny devil bead actually stopped, and turned around and fled after a clicking sound came out of its mouth. Chen Feng faintly smiled when he saw this. It was scared. It was certain that this tiny devil bead had already transmitted its terrifying emotions to the pack through pheromone uploads. And the tiny devil bead was a species that was easily influenced by emotions. Ha. Since it's scared, I'm coming. Quickly, run and speed up. Deep in the cave, Chen Feng's trio finally caught the tiny demon spiders before they dug an escape tunnel. As they looked around, countless tiny demon beads were huddled together, their limbs and legs intertwined, and their secondary eyes flashing red. Together with the stench that floated around the tip of the nose, no wonder the last candidates who went deep into the cave would get dense phobia. It was indeed more than enough and disgusting enough. In the middle of the group of tiny magic spiders was an existence twice the size of the others of its kind, opening its sharp forelimbs into a state of alert, with a ferocious appearance. But if you want to scare people, can you not shake your legs first? Chen Feng covered his nose and patted Gu Sisi on the shoulder. Sisi, over to you. Gu Sisi nodded her head and pressed the trigger expressionlessly. Inside the narrow cavern, the power of the dragon breath cannon became even more concentrated, and the flames became even more raging. Destroy E-Class Tiny Demon Bead Lv.1 120, gain experience value plus 50. Destroy E-Class Tiny Demon Bead Lord Lv3, gain experience value plus 50. End of Stage 1, Stage Requirement 300 points. Groups that have not reached 300 points are eliminated on their own. Please follow the prompts to exit the examination room in order. Entering the second stage, candidates are requested to reach the following conditions within 1 hour: 800 points, kill any Lv3 level demonic creature. In the central area of the replica, under the giant tree, Su Moxie looked at the 300 groups that were eliminated on the first stage's ending leaderboard and revealed a smug smile. Choosing Wang Xin in the first place was indeed a wise decision, and he didn't need to do anything to be at the top of the leaderboard. From the second stage of the goal of 800 points, they are only 100 points short. An hour's time is more than enough. At this rate, being admitted to the upper 5 academies would definitely not be a problem. However, when she saw the second-ranked group, she frowned slightly. This group had actually gotten 650 points so far by collecting point beacons, and was closely trailing behind 3A-rank professions. Why? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Sumashi quickly calmed down after a careful thought. This kind of group luck again, so what? Cannot deal with high-grade magical beasts will ultimately remain in the second stage. And baby, what are you thinking about, so happy? Wang Xin walked over and asked. Sumashi smiled and said, I'm happy when I think that Chen Feng and the others have been eliminated. E-rank professions still dare to take the entrance exam and pursue me? That Gu Sisi even spent a lot of money to send Chen Feng a gift. Now it's over, deserve to be eliminated. Su Moxie had confirmed more than 10 minutes ago that the group Chen Feng was in at the time had only collected more than 100 points, and time was definitely running out. With their occupational composition, trying to gather enough points for the rest was simply a nightmare. Wang Xin came to Sumashi's side and comforted with a smile. This is what happens when you bully my baby. Right at this moment, Sun Juanli from the trio interrupted them. He looked down and carefully flipped through the points leaderboard, only to see that there was a group that suddenly exploded in points almost at the same time as the examination center announced the end of the first stage. In one breath, it had rushed to the 5th position, causing him to frown slightly. The Chen Feng you're talking about seems to have rushed up. What? How could that be? Su Moxie was shocked and looked flustered as she opened the leaderboards. It wasn't until she saw the group named 985211 occupying the 5th position that she believed it. How could that loser Chen Feng rush to the 5th position? One had to know that the highest occupation rating in their group was only Gu Sisi's B-grade gunner, not to mention the useless, probability craftsman, Chen Feng. Clicking in to take a look. Only then did Sumashi let out a long sigh of relief. It turned out that all the points for Chen Feng's trio had been obtained by Gu Sisi. This Chen Feng, he really is a softie. It's not even a problem to receive expensive gifts from others, you even have to rely on others in the exam room. It's still my family Wang Xin who's great. Baby, how many levels are you? She took Wang Xin's arm and asked. Wang Xin was full of confidence and compared it to a 3. It had actually reached Lv3. Almost all of the demons on the road just now were killed by him, and there were many Lv2 level powerful threats among them. However, Wang Xin was able to easily resolve all of them by relying on the illusionary gunmaster's powerful output. According to the information that came out of the previous examination halls, no matter how many magical creatures were brushed on the college entrance exam room, the highest under the time limit would be Lv4. Looking at the two of you, Sun Juanli frowned slightly with a slightly unhappy expression. Su Moxie currently had no role at all in the team, making him feel a little unhappy in his heart. At the same time, experience reached, upgrade successful Lv.3 Lv.4. Gu Cece turned off the data panel to allocate the upgrade points to the precision column again before saying in a flat tone, "I've risen to level 4. Ha! Jiang Chen was shocked. This is too fast. I've heard that usually it takes the third stage of the exam for a Lv.4 candidate to appear, huh? Chen Feng, Jiang Chen turned his head around with a begging face, "Can you lend me the dragon breath cannon to play with?" Chen Feng said indifferently, "I don't have a problem if you can generate unlimited ammo." The unlimited ammunition brought about by the Yi Gunner profession's characteristics had a strong limitation. Once the weapon was removed from the hand, the generated ammo would automatically disappear. This restriction was a good way to avoid someone getting stuck in a bug to swipe bullets and sell them for money. The Dragon Breath Cannon required specialty ammo to load, which neither Chen Feng nor Jiang Chen had, so it could only be used by Gu Cece. The gunner profession was just that, well fed. Chen Feng took out an ordinary pistol from the warehouse and handed it to Jiang Chen. "If you want to brush up on your leveling, try this. The bullets I shunted from school are enough for a dozen magazines." Jiang Chen shook his head, shaking the short sword and shield in his hands. "I'm still smoother with this, I don't know how to use this gun thing." Chapter 20, what do you say? It's really an ambush. Half an hour later. On the outskirts of the giant tree area. Lu Xiaotong's group, harvesting points for college, was wandering in this area. The number of creatures born within the college entrance exam copy was limited every year, and with the end of the first stage, there were no more points to be gained by killing magical beasts. The only way to further advance was to keep moving towards the giant tree area where the center of the replica was located in order to reach the second or even third stage. However, Lu Xiaotong's group's strategy was the opposite of everyone else. They would accumulate points by picking up beacons in the periphery, and then enter the giant tree area when they had enough to desperately kill magical beasts in order to reach the conditions. Currently, they relied on the occupational characteristics of one of their team members, the Chi Luck Exploder, to find a full 18-point beacons. The accumulated 900 points temporarily ranked 4th. 10 minutes ago, they were surpassed by the group with the SSS ranked occupation as well as another 3S occupation group. But the good thing was that the difference in points between them and the group ranked 5th was still quite large. "Brother Lu, quickly look at the detailed data. This Chen Feng and Jiang Chen didn't score a single point." Bai Zinin came to Lu Xiaotong's side and looked at the electronic screen and complained. He had been paying attention since 985,211 suddenly jumped up to 5th. Well, after that, this group once again entered a scoring drought, and half an hour had passed without scoring a single point. It had already fallen out of the top 20 position. Lu Xiaotong smiled helplessly. "If only we could pull Gu Cece into our team. Look at this scoring, one person scoring 500, too scary." "Brother Lu, lower your voice, your teammates will hear you later." Lu Xiaotong and Bai Ziming, both excellent students of the 3rd year 8th class, had thought of pulling Gu Cece to join them, but in the end, they were cut off by Chen Feng, so they had to find strangers from other classes to form a team. There wasn't much teamwork between the three, but it was good that the stranger's profession was a wind whisperer, supporting profession, adding speed points to the team. This was what allowed them to run wildly all the way to avoid many crises with the point beacons. And now, the second stage was halfway through. According to past experiences, normal people had long since entered the giant tree area, and staying at the edge at this time was instead the safest. Therefore, the three of them decided to rest for a few minutes temporarily, and plan their route and then think about it in the long run. Bai Zinin sat on a rock and took a long breath. "Brother Lu, I always have a premonition." "What premonition?" "My sixth sense tells me that Chen Feng might retaliate against us." Lu Xiaotong smiled disdainfully. "Bai Ziming, what are you thinking?" "Chen Feng and the others are probably still busy putting together points. They're still a full 200 or so points short of 800. Would they have the time to care about us?" Bai Ziming scratched his head. "That's right, with that IQ of Chen Feng's probably wouldn't think of ambushing us." He pointed towards the bushes in the area of the giant tree ahead. "If I were him, I'd follow the map beacon to show an ambush in our path in advance. We're in an open area here again, plus they have Gunner on their team, it definitely won't be amiss." Lu Xiaotong breathlessly patted his head. "Bai Ziming, don't be a crow's mouth day after day, okay?" In the bushes. Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed and grinned as he muttered in a small voice, "I'll go. How did Bai Ziming know we were here?" Chen Feng compared a should gesture to signal him to keep his voice down. He's just guessing, he doesn't know about us yet. Chen Feng said as he put the dragon breath cannon into storage while handing over the ordinary pistol to Gu Cece. They accumulated points through beacons along the way without killing a single demonic creature. But just now, their pace rate was brisk, like they added 3 points to their speed. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Cheating? Chen Feng was speechless. It should be the characteristics of the auxiliary profession at work. Did you feel the flow of the wind around you to be a bit faster? Jiang Chen shook his head to indicate that he didn't feel it. Gu Cece nodded instead. Chen Feng looked towards a female student who was staying alone. Look at her closed eyes with her eyebrows jumping up and down. She's probably being vigilant of her surroundings. I suspect her occupation is related to the wind. Wind Whisperer? Jiang Chen said. You know? I guessed blindly. However, at this time, Gu Cece pulled Chen Feng's left hand. Nodding her head, she indicated that she knew this girl. Sure enough, it was the Wind Whisperer. A rank auxiliary occupation. The low-level characteristics manifested as slightly affecting the flow of the surrounding air and being able to detect the surrounding anomalies through the change in the flow rate of the wind when concentrating. At the same time, when the profession's trait is activated, it can grant speed bonuses to designated targets in the surrounding area. In the later stages, when the level is high, he can even change the weather, and is one of the few auxiliary professions that has an offensive nature. Of the 3 people on the other side, the information we have so far is Wind Whisperer and Fire Mage. Lu Xiaodong's occupation was unknown. Going to do it? Jiang Chen said impatiently. Chen Feng nodded, his gaze resolute. He slowly propped up his body, ready to strike at all times. However, it was also at this moment that the female student on Lu Xiaodong's team frowned. Through the occupational characteristics of the Wind Whisperer, she seemed to have discovered something. Snapping her eyes open, she looked in the direction of the bushes in front of her. Sure enough, she had been discovered. Do it! Chen Feng gave an order and both himself and Gu Cece fired at the same time. Crisp gunshots exploded in the tranquil jungle. A transparent barrier then surfaced around the girl to block the bullets. However, this was not her countermeasure, but rather the field device inside the examination hall judged that she had suffered a fatal wound and raised the barrier in time to block the attack. At the same time, this also meant that a member of Lu Xiaotong's team had been eliminated. There's a sneak attack. Lu Xiaotong and Bai Ziming reacted quickly, immediately climbing and crouching down, relying on the rock in front of them as a shield after hearing the gunshot. But they still couldn't help but curse out when they saw that their teammate had already been eliminated. Chow! Bai Ziming, it's really true. The duo probed. When they realized that the one who had attacked their squad was actually really Chen Feng, they revealed looks of disbelief and surprise. Chen Feng? Heinous. It's actually really him. Brother Lu, what now? Bai Ziming was flustered. What are you afraid of? Fight back. Lu Xiaotong took out the pistol issued by the examination center and fired a volley of shots in the direction Chen Feng and the others were in. Chen Feng's side relied on the bushes between the jungle for evasion, while Jiang Chen, who hadn't shot in the first place, began to sneak into the distance. Gunshots rang out one after another, and for a while no one could do anything about it. But Lu Xiaotong only has one gun on his side. No matter whether it's firepower or accuracy, it's all being suppressed by Gu Cece, who has awakened the gunner profession. This Gu Cece does not look good looking. Quiet and introverted people do not talk much. She is a quiet and introverted person who doesn't talk much, but when she plays her gun, she aims at her head with every shot. Lu Xiaotong, who was suppressed by firepower, couldn't lift his head at all. The team's Wind Whisperer has been eliminated, and it is simply impossible to rely on speed to outrun the bullets. Fortunately, at this time, Bai Ziming, who had awakened the powerful output profession, Fire Mage, had already completed his spell casting preparations. The end of the wand issued in his hand brought together a fireball as big as his head. It was now. Chapter 21, She Luck Exploder, S Game of Luck. Boom. Suddenly, a fireball came in sharply and hit the jungle, causing an explosion. The flames quickly spread and formed a fire. This was the Fire Mage's occupational characteristic skill Fireball. As the level increased, the size and power of the fireball would also increase. The Lv.1 level fireball alone was enough to burn a tree into dead wood. It was just that the accuracy was too poor, the sound was loud and the rain was small, and it didn't pose any threat to Chen Feng and the others at all. The constant onslaught of bullets still pinned Lu Xiaotong and Bai Ziming down behind the rocks. Lu Xiaotong's forehead was in a cold sweat. It was the first time he had felt the oppressive feeling brought about by the gunslinger so intuitively. Unlimited ammunition, amazing accuracy. Such professional characteristics were too great an advantage in the early stage of the Awaken's sparring. It was only in the middle and late stages that it would gradually show its decrepitude. However, Lu Xiaotong felt from the frequency of the gunshots that something was wrong. It was impossible for Gu Sisi to hit this kind of suppressive force even if she changed bullets faster. Chen Feng was only a logistical profession, so where did he get a gun? Lu Xiaotong would never have thought that Chen Feng not only had a gun, but also had a full 8 left in the warehouse. And every one of them was loaded with bullets in advance, and there was no need to change bullets at all when emptying a magazine, so he would directly change the gun. It was even said that Chen Feng's firepower was even fiercer than Gu Sisi's. Pyromancer by Zimming seized the gap to finish casting a spell again, and a fireball blasted out or fell short. "It's now!" Chen Feng shouted, and Jiang Chen, who had been hibernating in close proximity, charged straight up. Fire mages had extremely long intervals between each spell cast, and this was the best time to strike. Chen Feng continued to stand between the bushes to suppress the fire. Gu Sisi and Jiang Chen launched a pincer attack together, charging towards the boulder from the left and right directions. At this point, Lu Xiaotong was too late to replace his bullets, while Bai Zimming was still in the middle of casting spells to cool down. It seemed like everything was finished. "I surrender." Lu Xiaotong stood up with his hands high in the air and simply surrendered directly. Bai Zimming, with a serious face, instantly understood what was going on and instantly dropped his magic wand and stood up with him. This sudden scene caused Jiang Chen, who was preparing to launch an attack, to hold his breath in his heart without being able to vent it. "Big brother. I've killed my way to the front, just let me swing my sword a little, okay? I haven't even had a chance to swing my sword once since the exam." "Chen Feng, we surrender, don't make a move." Lu Xiaotong's face was composed, and he said the most wretched words with a haughty face. But Bai Zimming secretly laughed inwardly. Class teacher Qin Tu had taught them not to be soft on fellow classmates or even any opponents in the college entrance exam. Even if the opponent surrendered, they had to finish mending and let the domain light shield light up before speaking at all. And there was only one reason why he and Lu Xiaotong knew this but did it anyway. That was Lu Xiaotong's occupation, Chi Exploder. In addition to being able to briefly grant the Awakened a perverted luck bonus, there was also a very special life-saving skill. Gambling Bomb. When attacked, the Awakened one selects a target in their mind, up to a maximum of 3, and then flips a coin, no cooldown. 50% of the bombs explode beside one's body, and 50% instantly explode directly above the target's head. Although the damage of the Lv.1 Gambling Bomb was not high, it was enough to deal with the 3 Chen Fengs, who were also blank slates. And with the profession's fortune-boosting characteristics, the gambling bomb will almost always favor its own side. The gambling bomber profession was so perverse, although it didn't have the same powerful aggressiveness as the other battle professions, the special professional characteristics of the skills had an infinite advantage in battles where there was a difference in information between the two sides. Bai Zimming can be sure that as long as Chen Feng and the others shoot, then we're sure to win. I lost, but I won. This is an explosion of qi. The corner of Lu Xiaotong's mouth rose slightly as he flipped the coin. Also almost simultaneously, Gu Sisi and Chen Feng shot together. "Chen Feng, it never occurred to you, did it not, that an A-ranked profession is just stronger than your E-ranked profession? Good luck, destined to be on my side, you." "Ugh. Opposite?" Boom. Fire exploded out of thin air in the open ground. A white light shield overflowed in front of Lu Xiaotong and Bai Zimming, announcing their elimination. The aftermath of the explosion blasted the two down. Lu Xiaotong sat on the ground, looking at the coin not far in front of him with a face full of disbelief. Ever since he awakened to this profession, he had never lost a coin toss. How could this be possible? Bai Zimming on the side was even stunned by the blast shockwave, but fortunately he wasn't injured. At this moment, Jiang Chen was panting heavily and covering his chest, obviously overly shocked. "Phew, good thing I didn't get close just now. What's with this explosion? It's too scary." Chen Feng slowly walked over to Lu Xiaotong and frowned slightly. "Self-explosion skill?" Looking again at the coins on the ground to the side, he bent down and was just about to pick up the coins, but they directly disappeared into thin air. Illusion out? It seems that this self-destruct skill has something to do with the coin. Chen Feng stared at Lu Xiaotong with amusement. "It's just a pity that I've never lost a coin toss with others." Lu Xiaotong felt how this sentence was so familiar. Not far away, the Wind Whisperer, girl who was the first to be eliminated, came over at this time and handed over the 18-point beacon stored in the warehouse to Chen Feng. After being eliminated, according to the rules of the examination center, all the beacons their group had obtained all went to Chen Feng and his group, including the beacon's 900 points. Harvesting points for university instantly crashed from the 4th position to the bottom one, with their points going to 0. It was declared eliminated. Lu Xiaotong hadn't slowed down yet, his eyes glaring deathly at Chen Feng with anger and unwillingness, but more than anything else, he was helpless. He hadn't thought that he had only scolded Chen Feng before the college entrance exam, and he actually held such a grudge, directly chasing him into the exam copy. Let's go, into the giant tree area. Chen Feng turned around and stopped paying attention to them. And that Wind Whisperer girl suddenly went soft under her feet, and the entire person sat paralyzed on the ground and actually cried out. This was the college entrance exam, and choosing the second way to gain points meant taking this kind of risk. A high score or a 0 score was just a thought away. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately squatted next to the girl and gently patted her back. Classmate, don't cry. Although you've been eliminated, there are universities to read after entering the second stage, plus your playing institution observers must have all seen it in their eyes. Wind Whisperer, many colleges are interested. The girl raised her head and tearfully looked at Jiang Chen. Really, really? Jiang Chen nodded, of course it's true. This way, after the exam in a while let's add a contact, I'm here. Girl, don't pay attention to him, he's full of. Chen Feng grabbed Jiang Chen's back collar and forcefully dragged him away. Chen Feng! What are you doing? Chen Feng! You stop! Jiang Chen could only be anxious, this was the best time to tease a girl for so long. This is the best time to flirt with a girl in such a long time. At the same time, inside the observation area of the waiting hall, many college observers watched the entire process on the screen. This Gu Sisi can pay more attention, her shots are steady and accurate, and her mindset is smooth, not a hint of nervousness can be seen. But I'm more optimistic about Chen Feng, the entire ambush plan and process was all planned by him alone, and he deduced the existence of the Wind Whisperer extremely quickly, well thought out. That's true, but it only means that Chen Feng, the candidate, is very powerful, but his profession, probability artisan, still doesn't have any cultivation prospects. Upon hearing such a statement, a hint of regret and helplessness appeared in the eyes of many of the surrounding college observers who were interested in Chen Feng. From the perspective of college admissions, it was indeed difficult for them to give a place to such an E-ranked occupational awakener. However, the only one who suddenly burst out laughing at this moment was Long Xiangping. Put. This team, very interesting. Chapter 22, Arriving at the Highest Level of the World, Boss Alabaster Man. The second stage ended. Groups that didn't reach 800 points and didn't kill Lv.3 level hostile creatures were all eliminated and stopped there. There were only 25 groups left in the examination room to advance to the third stage. In the first stage, the number of creatures outside the replica was high, and there were many beacons in quest stations, so it wasn't terribly difficult to get 300 points. But the total number of points was already fixed, and as the exam proceeded, the resources gradually concentrated towards the strongest, and it was quite normal for more teams to be eliminated. And now the remaining 25 groups of candidates officially entered the so-called heavy line, even impacting the upper 5 hospitals. But the upper 5th academy allocated only so many places to each examination center. The most basic condition at least is to complete the 3 stages of the task and then advance into the top 3. Otherwise, it only depended on fate. However, with the end of the second stage, the leaderboard changed dramatically. The group that had been occupying the first position, Wang Xian's group, was squeezed into second. The group that had rushed to first had accumulated a total of 1,454 points, breaking into the lead. It was even just short of reaching the requirement of 1,500 points for the third stage. And right now, the third stage had just started less than a minute ago. The moment Su Moxie saw the name of this group, she almost burst out in foul language. Chen Feng? It's a mistake, isn't it? How could they obtain such a high score? Sun Juli's brows tightened as he said, the group that was just located in 4th suddenly dropped to the bottom with 0 points, and the 900 points they accumulated just added up to 985211. In other words, this group eliminated them and captured all the points beacons. Su Moxie shook her head, her face twisting. Don't be ridiculous, that's Lu Xiaotong and Bai Ziming's team, how could 3 A ranks lose to Chen Feng and the others? Sun Juili looked at her breathlessly, but that's just the way it is, What's the point of you complaining so much? Wang Xin walked over. Brother son, forget it. There's no excuse for Moxie to think this way, that Chen Feng awakened a useless E-rank occupation probability smith. Together with a gunner normally it shouldn't be possible to eliminate Lu Xiaotong and the others. Su Moxie nodded her head and reasoned, that's right, it must be that Chen Feng and the others cheated, otherwise it doesn't make sense at all. Sun Juanli secretly sighed inwardly. Look at the girls and other people's combinations, the B-rank professions are killing it, and one person is getting 500 points. And then look at the girl his own combination brought, the S-rank occupation healer, not acting even if it's not, will only follow behind Wang Xian's shouting cheer, his own ears are tired of hearing it. If he could, he even wanted to directly tell Su Moxie to get lost. Alright, the front is where the copy boss is located, so heal us properly and brush off the boss. Won't you be able to reclaim first place? Hurry up, you guys don't want to meet Chen Feng and the others either, right? Su Moxie smiled disdainfully, I can't wait. And at this moment, more and more groups on the leaderboard began to be eliminated. The closer to the giant tree area, the higher the level of the demonic hostile creatures, the more powerful they were. Many groups were eliminated and sent out of the examination center one after another because of mismatched cooperation or insufficient kills. However, for some reason, there were no magical creatures actively attacking Chen Feng and the others along the way. Looking up at the mysterious giant tree hundreds of meters tall in front of them, like a giant poking through the clouds, an indescribable sense of oppression arose. Giant tree, the center of the replica, the location of the exam boss. According to the introduction of the third examination center this year, the Education Bureau has imprisoned a D-class demon with a level of Lv.6 in the third copy of the giant tree in advance. The mold type is unknown, and the ability characteristics are also unknown. Candidates could choose to avoid it and rely on killing Lv.5 magical creatures outside the giant tree to pass the third stage. But everyone knew that as long as they killed the boss directly, it was a pass to the upper 5th Academy. And it had to be done quickly, before the other groups arrived. Chen Feng's trio walked into the interior of the giant tree, and what met their eyes were vine steps similar to those found in fairy tales. Rotating and coiling, they led straight to a platform made of white stone. And on top of it, there happened to be a group of 3 people walking inside the platform. Vaguely, one could hear the sounds of fighting coming from above. That should be where the boss was located. I hate climbing stairs. Jiang Chen complained, then took the lead in stepping onto the vine steps. Hating spiders, climbing stairs, going to school, and practicing your marksmanship, what exactly do you like? Jiang Chen turned back with a mysterious smile. You tell me, my good brother. Chen Feng's tiger shook, big brother don't scare me. Of course, Jiang Chen meant pretty girls. The two of them chatted and joked around. Gu Sisi followed at the end thinking about what to eat after the exam. In a while, the 3 of them were completely free of the tension of taking the college entrance exam. But the closer they get to the white stone platform, the more they can feel the obvious sense of vibration. Until Jiang Chen was the first to poke his head out. I'll go. What a big stone monster. Only to see that on top of the large circular platform, a headless white stone man with chains hanging from his body, a figure as tall as 5 meters, 2 meters wide, and a humanoid muscular sinewy man-like figure was raising his hammer like hands high. Heavily smashing down, the platform trembled with it, as if it was about to collapse. Chen Feng pulled Gu Sisi up onto the platform, and after carefully surveying it he recognized the identity of the demonic creature. White Jade Stone Man. Rating D, humanoid elemental demonic creature. Special elemental lifeform with an extremely strong desire to attack people. Slow speed, but extremely high strength and strong resistance. Simply summarized, it is a tank with meat and high damage, but slow attack speed and movement speed. On the entire platform, as far as the eye could see, there were 5 groups that were laying siege to the White Jade Stone Man. Everyone wanted to grab this pass to the 5th courtyard. However, the difficulty was much more difficult than everyone thought. Although the White Jade Stone Man moved slowly, its attack speed was also slow. But every time it attacked, the shockwaves caused by its heavy smashing down of its fists were chilling. Being 5 meters tall, it was already oppressive and even directly triggered giant phobia. What's more, unusual attacks simply couldn't break the defense. The Alabaster Stone Man was even meatier than what was described in the textbook. 5 groups of 15 people surrounded the boss in the center, in different positions, using dazzling means to launch attacks. But it had little effect and was only further angering the Alabaster Stone Man. This thing can't be hit at all, bullets can't penetrate it. What the hell is going on with this examination center? The promised Lv.6 isn't so hard to hit, right? A candidate complained, the constant sound of gunshots made him more and more desperate. Defeating the boss, this was the only chance their group might have to be admitted to the upper 5th academy. However, in the next second, the person was unable to dodge, and the alabaster stone man slammed his fist down, hitting him squarely in the face. Fortunately, the white light barrier lit up in time, helping the candidate block the fatal blow. The alabaster stone man was facing the barrier in front of it that was blocking its attack when it suddenly let out an angry rumble from its abdomen. It raised both of its fists and slammed them continuously against the candidate. The ground trembled and the candidate was even directly scared to the point of pissing his pants. Luckily, it didn't take a moment for the alabaster stone man to lose interest and turn to attack in other directions. This boss is also too powerful. Jiang Chen sighed. Chen Feng's face was calm as he turned his head to replace the dragon breath cannon that Gu Sisi was carrying in her hand with an ordinary pistol. Against a demonic creature with this characteristic, the dragon breath cannon could not be of use, but an ordinary pistol with a doubled penetration effect should be fine. Chapter 23, The Unbreakable Duo, Boss's Weaknesses. It's Chen Feng and the others? Su Moxie noticed the trio that had just walked onto the platform and frowned. I can't imagine that they managed to reach here so quickly. It's really a stroke of luck that they weren't killed by the demonic creatures watching the door outside. Sun Julie looked back to confirm what Chen Feng, who Sumashi had been chanting about, looked like before reminding, Sumashi, please focus, Wang Xin and I are ready to launch our attack. Sumashi hurriedly nodded her head and opened her hands ready to launch the healer occupational characteristic skill. Wang Xin's trio had been wandering around the fringe area after arriving on the boss platform and observing without directly making a move. However, they didn't expect that there were actually so many teams that had the same thought process as them, directly killing the boss and skipping the demons in the center. When there were more competitors, even if the team had 2 warrior SS class professions, they would still be nervous. The alabaster stone man launched an attack towards the surroundings, its speed getting faster and faster as candidates were constantly eliminated. On the circular platform, the white light barrier lit up one after another. At this moment, Wang Xin took the lead. The illusory gunmaster occupational skill was unleashed, and 2 UZI submachine gun illusions took shape in his hands. Raising his guns, he fired directly at the alabaster stone man's back. Fire snakes erupted from the muzzles of the guns, and the extremely fast rate of fire formed a curtain of bullets. But the expected sight of the alabaster man in pain did not appear. It only scratched its back, not even angered by Wang Xin's attack. The phantom gunner's attack did not work. Damn it! Wang Xin spat and was very upset. Once again, he activated his skill and illuminated a high-powered rifle, which was a new illusion that he had gained from his upgraded occupational trait enhancement. Fire! This time the sound of the gunshot was more pronounced, and the movement of the whistling bullets attracted everyone's attention. However, looking for the sound, the high-caliber bullets of the illusion rifle only sparked on the alabaster stone man, still causing no substantial damage. Only this time, Wang Xin managed to anger the boss. The alabaster man let out a roar and swung his fists towards him. Luckily, Sun Julie stepped in just in time. Break! He roared and swung out his right fist, and drops of white light actually emerged from his arm to attach to it. This was none other than the occupational characteristic skill brought about by the SS class battle profession, Power Fighter, Fist Strength. Each punch would have a fist wind attached to it, which was incredibly powerful. The fist wind was not visible, but it had a range, and the fist did not need to directly touch the enemy to cause an attack. Only to see that the right fist swung out by the alabaster stone man seemed to be blocked by something through the air, followed by an obvious vibration, and the huge one actually took 2 steps back. The alabaster stone man tilted his body, raising his hand and shaking it back and forth, seemed to be curious as to what had happened. And at this moment, Sun Julie, who received this punch, was obviously struggling a bit, his forehead broke out in cold sweat and his breathing became rapid. Any battle profession awakened using profession characteristic skills would put a burden on the body. Just now, in order to receive a punch from the alabaster stone man, he had almost used all his strength. However, it only caused it to take 2 steps back. It's trickier than I thought, Sumaxi. Sumashi. What are you still waiting for? Sun Julie's forehead rippled with veins and he almost wanted to curse. Only then did Sumaxi manage to react, opening her hands to Sun Julie, a wisp of green smoke wrapped around Sun Julie. Soon he recovered. S-rank healer, not only can it heal physical wounds, it can also restore the awakened person's state, a very powerful auxiliary profession. Seeing that the two dual SS-ranked awakened professionals were unable to inflict effective damage on the White Jade Stone Man, some of the teams made the decision to stop participating in this boss battle and simply turned around and left. Unable to break through defense, so what the hell, might as well seize the remaining time to kill a high-level demonic creature to reach the third stage requirement. As the two squads exited one after another, they arrived at the exit of the vine steps only to see Chen Feng's three men. One of them recognized Chen Feng as a classmate from the third year 8th class. "Chen Feng, what are you doing here?" he asked with incomparable curiosity. Chen Feng stared unblinkingly at the White Jade Stone Man and said, "Fighting the boss." "Put." The man didn't hold back and spewed out in laughter. Scanning the circle. "Big brother, the others, Wang Xin and Sun Juanli, can't do any damage. You and Gu Sisi, an E-rank logistics profession and a gunner, what are you going to fight with? Could it be by this one?" He looked to Jiang Chen, who was absent-minded at the side, with a puzzled expression on his face. Could it be that this student was a formidable character? Chen Feng hurriedly introduced himself, Jiang Chen, SSS-ranked Occupational Awakener, Heavenly Shield Master. "Humph, bragging you." He spat out a breath and turned away with a smile. It wasn't until there were only 3 groups left on the entire platform that Chen Feng's face relaxed like a spectator's expression, then became serious and earnest. Finally, the boss snatchers had boiled away pretty much. Chen Feng crouched down and took out all the ordinary pistols at once. "Gu Sisi, did you see the intervals where the Alabaster Stone Man raised his hands to attack?" Gu Sisi nodded. There is a weakness." Chen Feng's mouth smiled slightly as he nodded. "It just so happens that Wang Xin and the others are drawing fire. Listen to my command in a moment, we'll all shoot at the weak point intervals together." The appearance of the Alabaster Stone Man was covered in rocks and was indestructible. However, if you look carefully from the side, you will find that every time it raises its hands to launch an attack, a flash of blue light will be revealed in its armpits, which is precisely the halo of the elemental core in its body. That is to say, shooting at this position can directly bypass the outer layer of the boss's rock and directly attack the core. In other words, it will deal real damage, and it will be a bludgeon. Chen Feng had Jiang Chen stand in front of him and advance to prepare himself before raising his gun to aim. He couldn't hold 2 guns and still shoot accurately like Gu Sisi, but concentrating on aiming with 1 pistol to hit a weak point wasn't too difficult for him. Not far away, the Alabaster Stone Man was once again repelled by Sun Juanli, and it was incomparably furious as it raised its hands high and was about to slam down. With this blow, the Alabaster Man's body actually began to emit white light. This was the omen of it entering a berserk state. It was simply impossible to block this strike. Sun Juanli's pupils shook and he felt bad. He knew very well that he could not escape from his current position. What to do? However, right at this moment, several gunshots exploded from the exit of the vine steps. The bullets hit the boss and rubbed sparks. But what use was this kind of painless attack? Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot sound that was clearly more crisp than the gunshot sound just now came out. Only to see the Alabaster Stone Man's huge body suddenly stagger 2 steps to the right, letting out a huge roar in obvious pain. The attack worked? Just rely on the pistol? Sun Juanli hurriedly retreated to a safe position, turned his head to look, eyes full of horror. Only to see that not far away, Gu Sisi was holding dual guns, constantly pouring firepower. Every now and then, a few distinct gunshots could be heard coming out, surprisingly causing the Alabaster Man to make a defensive move of blocking with both hands. How could that be? Chapter 24, Jiang Chen's Shield and Best Friend's Betrayal. Gu Sisi. This woman is truly extraordinary. Su Mashi was shocked. How is it possible for a B-rank professional gunner to deal such high damage with a pistol? She really did hide her profession. What a woman with a big heart. Bitchy woman with trash, a pair indeed. Actually trying to rob our boss. Sun Juanli turned his head to glance at Su Mashi. Why is this person so shameless? Wang Xin stood to the side, looking down at the gun that had manifested in his hand with a skeptical expression. The powerful occupational traits brought by the SS rank occupation were actually no match for the small pistol in Gu Sisi's hand. It seemed that it wasn't a coincidence that she had shot the dummy's head off before the open range that day. However, through Gu Sisi's path of their attack, Wang Xin once again affirmed his inner conjecture. The armpits of the White Jade Stone Man were indeed where the weakness was. Brother Sun, attack the armpits, we can't let them steal the boss. Sun Juanli nodded his head and glared at Su Moxie, signaling her to seriously add blood. At the same time, he shouted, heavy-hearted, Zama stance, and blasted out a fist with all his might, pointing straight at the boss' side waist. The strong fist wind almost caused the distracted Alabaster man to lose his balance and fall down. But strangely enough, no matter how much output one produced, the White Jade Stone Man didn't seem to care about his side. Its target was clear, it was Chen Feng and the three of them. Chen Feng calmly retreated his magazines to replace his ammunition while saying, Jiang Chen, it's your turn. Jiang Chen turned his head to reveal a smile as he slammed his right hand hard on his chest. Grade D defense, solidified vest, open. Translucent mucus covered Jiang Chen's upper body, granting him more than D-rank defense attributes for a short period of time. Jiang Chen shook off his head and stepped forward, raising his shield with both hands. Just as the Alabaster Stone Man walked over to him and swung up both fists to launch an attack. Shield come. With a roar, the shield swordsman occupational characteristic skill was unleashed. A semi-transparent shield illusion with a diameter of a full 5 meters manifested on the small shield issued at the examination hall. This was the shield swordsman's skill, Firm Guardian. An illusionary shield that defends against attacks is coalesced in a short period of time. The duration of that shield, as well as how much damage it could withstand, was not based on rank, but the awakened person themselves. The firmer the awakened person's heart is, the stronger their will is, and the stronger the shield is. Bang! The stone fist smashed heavily on top of the fantasy shield, and Jiang Chen forced himself to hold on with a clench of his teeth as he bowed and pressed his center of gravity. Jiang Chen admitted that he had underestimated the Alabaster Stone Man's force, but he had to hold on even if he had to gnaw his back teeth to pieces. At the same time, Chen Feng and Gu Sisi found an opportunity to fire towards the Alabaster Man's armpit at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The Alabaster Stone Man once again suffered pain, and gaps actually appeared in the otherwise tightly sealed stone blocks on his body, revealing weaknesses between the gaps. Now! Wang Xian, who had been waiting for a chance to enter, suddenly killed, drawing close and raising his double guns to fire at the gap. Sun Juanli followed closely behind. This was the rhythm of trying to steal the boss. Although the college observers in the examination room will score the candidates internally based on their performance when they raid the boss. But as long as the final blow was accomplished by one's group, one could be unconditionally admitted to the upper 5 institutes even if they didn't participate much. Once the boss entered a bloodied state, the competition would intensify. The other group that had been waiting for the right moment in the periphery also took advantage of this time to run over. Everyone's eyes grew crazier and crazier, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. However, right at this moment, a buzzing rumble suddenly emanated from within the Alabaster Stone figure. In the next moment, the blue light revealed and the slit turned into a red light. Only to see the Alabaster Stone person's speed suddenly become faster with a sideways sweeping punch. The strength was so great and the speed was so fast that the group of 3 who had just approached to prepare for a sneak attack did not react and were directly blown away together. Heavily smashed on the surrounding tree wall, white light shield emerged from his body, declared eliminated. This is what happens when you don't bring a long-range profession in your team. However, the Alabaster Stone Man suddenly entered a berserk state, which was something that no one had expected. After dealing with the group of 3 on the left-hand side, the Alabaster Stone Man turned his head and attacked towards Wang Xian's 3. The originally heavy legs actually became incomparably flexible and powerful, causing the circular platform to tremble with every stride. Run! Wang Xian stood behind Sun Juanli and suddenly said, but the White Jade Stone Man had already killed in front of him, and there was no way to retreat. Sun Juanli's brows furrowed as he wanted to call out to Wang Xian to join him in launching an attack to forcefully repel the boss. But at that moment, his back was suddenly pushed. What? Sun Juanli looked behind him incredulously. The person who had just pushed him was actually his good friend Wang Xian. Being pushed by this sudden push, Sun Juanli completely lost the possibility of escape. He entered the Alabaster Stone Man's direct attack range. I'm going to you, Wang Xian, you dog and boy. Why did I team up with you in the first place? Sun Juanli's face was livid, itching to tear these two into pieces. The loud sound of the White Jade Stone Man swinging his fist was close at hand. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Sun Juanli simply turned directly to look at the gloating Sumashi in the distance. It's you guys who forced me. Change position. White light appeared, and in the blink of an eye the distant Sumashi actually changed positions with Sun Juanli. Hey! Sumashi was still in a daze, too late to react as the White Jade Stone Man slammed down with both fists. Bang! A huge tremor directly smashed a hole in the platform. While Sumashi was lying in the center, a white light barrier emerging from her body, the entire person had been stunned and her body was injured by the shock. Damn it! Sun genuinely wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and spat. What he had just unleashed was precisely the power fighter's occupational characteristic skill shift. Selecting a low-level target and forcibly changing position with the opponent. This was originally a ghost shadow maze, a divine skill to weave back and forth on the battlefield. But now Sun genuinely could only use it to save his life. And the consumption of a launch is too great, the corners of his mouth is emerging blood. He is already difficult to use a second time. Originally thought of pulling Wang Xin in his own position, but thought that the other party through the brush magic level should be higher than their own, also changed the target. It was enough to eliminate Sumashi, the dog woman. There was one more person. Wang Xin, wait for me. Sun genuinely retreated to the edge of the platform, ready to take the opportunity to snatch the boss before clearing it. And at that moment, the white jade giant reversed its direction to target the Chen Feng trio again. Gu CC, spread out and find an opportunity to output. Zhang Chen, taunt it and pull the hate. The two nodded at the same time. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and carried his shield as he shouted, I'm going to your headless stone man. Being imprisoned here is unpleasant, isn't it? Living without a partner is boring, isn't it? I'm telling you, this miserable life will soon come to an end. Because, you're about to be killed by Little Master. Good lord, what a mockery. Moreover, the white jade stone man seemed to have really heard what Zhang Chen was saying. An ear-splitting roar emitted from its body as it charged straight towards him. This taunting effect was even better than other professions' characterization skills. The white jade stone man frantically smashed Zhang Chen's fantasy shield. Cracks began to appear in the previously intact shield. Zhang Chen's face became more and more uncomfortable, and his bow-stepping legs slowly retreated until he was still forcing himself to support himself while kneeling on both knees. To be honest, Zhang Chen being able to make it this far had long exceeded everyone's expectations. A Lv.1 shield swordsman, relying on willpower from nowhere to forcefully carry down so many attacks from the white jade stone man who had entered a berserk state, made people admire him from the bottom of their hearts. But Zhang Chen didn't last until the end after all. Wait for me to get out, add WeChat. He muttered a sentence as the fantasy shield disappeared and the white light barrier appeared in time to save his life. Zhang Chen's entire body was paralyzed on the ground, looking deliriously at Chen Feng and Gu Sisi who were outputting. Relying on you, guys. Chapter 25, Platform Collapses, Take Down the Boss. The bullets kept pouring out firepower. The alabaster man's speed began to decline after a brief binge. The light coming out from the cracks in its body became much dimmer. Chen Feng had exhausted all of his bullets at this point, and could only rely on his own flesh to attract firepower, allowing Gu Sisi to rely on the unlimited ammo feature for continuous output. Look this way, yes, chase me. Chen Feng took the initiative to come in front of the alabaster stone man to attract its attention. Feeling insulted again, the white jade stone man swung away to smash its fist, only to be easily dodged by Chen Feng with a bow and dive. What a speed! The waiting hall observation seat. Quite a few Gao Gao observers were watching the boss attack battle that was happening in the third examination hall. When Chen Feng kept relying on his speed and stance to dodge the attacks, quite a few of them let out exclamations. If I'm not mistaken, this candidate should have added at least 2 points to his speed. That's right, very smart candidate. Allocating points to speed in the early stages is a very wise choice. But it's strange, where did he get the upgrade points? This candidate's information shows a logistic profession, and he didn't kill a single demonic creature to complete a single platform quest during the exam. This college observer statement attracted the curiosity of the crowd. They opened Chen Feng's candidate information one after another. E-rank occupation, probability smith, it's only right that it's impossible to obtain an upgrade in the early stages. Could it be that we're blinkered and he was born with such a fast speed? Impossible. Old dragon, what do you think? The crowd looked at Long Shangping, who did not say a word. Long Shangping propped up his chin and said after a long moment of silence, have you guys forgotten? He already has weapon blueprints, and the pistols in their hands are also probable weapons that he built. This guy, a hint of a smile appeared in Long Shangping's eyes, is estimated to have long been upgraded to Lv.3, or even higher. The crowd was inwardly shocked upon hearing this. They had never heard of a logistics profession candidate upgrading before the entrance exam and accomplishing level suppression. It was unheard of. The boss attack battle had entered its final stage. The alabaster stone man's speed had slowed to the point where he was completely unable to keep up with Chen Feng's pace, and the fists he swung up were incredibly slow, but the force was still there, shocking Chen Feng's entire body with pain. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the white jade stone man was at the end of his rope, and to grab the boss was now. Wang Xian also keenly captured this. However, the damage to the boss from his illusory fantasy weapon, even if it hit a weak point, was minimal. Well, at this moment, he remembered the gift that his girlfriend, Sumashi, had given him. In the video, the 10% triggered high penetration probability effect was fresh in his mind. Wang Xian took out a pistol from the warehouse that was exactly the same as the one in Gu Cici's hand. In his heart, although he was skeptical if they were holding the same weapon, there was no time to think about it now. He raised the pistol and activated the occupational characteristic skill, Infinite Ammo. Then step by step, he approached the boss, and Chen Feng also moved away from the boss at this moment. Wang Xian came to a position 5 meters in front of the boss and raised his pistol to aim at the weak point and pulled the trigger. 1 shot. 2 shots. 10 rounds. Replace the magazine. What's going on? Another round, another 10. Change the magazine again. Wang Xian's face was getting worse and worse, and his breathing was getting more and more rapid. What's going on? How come it won't trigger? Looking at the weapon data panel in the field of view. Obviously, the probability in the video was about 10%, right? How come he couldn't trigger the probability effect? Wang Xian still didn't believe in fate and pulled the trigger like a madman. However, the response to him was a failure to trigger the effect over and over again. I've been cheated? Wang Xian looked at Sumashi, who was lying not far away, and fainted, the corner of his mouth slightly twitching. This woman actually dared to cheat me? He glared angrily, but he just couldn't do a single bit of effective damage to the alabaster stone person. Wang Xian, this is the end. Sun Juanli appeared behind him at an unknown time. Throat lock, trip, and fall in one fell swoop. Wang Xian strained to pat Sun Juanli's arm. Brother Sun, I was wrong. Wrong. Right at this moment. The white jade stone man suddenly let out a roar, which was even more piercing than the sound he had made earlier during his rampage. One could only see the white jade stone man raise his arms high, his body blossoming with blinding light. The appearance looked even more terrifying than the berserk state. But this was only a return of light. Bang! The white jade giant heavily smashed into the platform with its last strength, and its huge arms actually crumbled at this moment. Subsequently, no one expected the circular platform to actually shake violently, and with the pit where Sumashi was lying as the center, a crack spread out. The circular platform was going to collapse. Chen Feng instantly reacted and hurriedly ran towards Gu Cici's direction while pressing the button to activate the solidification vest. However, at that moment, his feet solidified and the circular platform collapsed with a loud bang. One could only watch everyone on the platform fall, and one was too late to warn Gu Cici. Within the giant tree. The commotion of the circular platform collapsing was heard throughout the entire copy. Dust splattered and smoke billowed. Amidst a rubble of debris, Chen Feng struggled to climb up. It was fortunate that he had turned on the defense function of his solidified vest in time, which prevented him from being directly eliminated. Where's Gu Cici? Chen Feng eagerly searched for her figure. Finally, he found her not far from his side. Gu Cici had already fainted at this point, but fortunately, the white light barrier had appeared in time, which prevented her from being further harmed. However, this also meant that he would be the only one left in the 985,211 squad. With the white light barrier in place, he couldn't touch Gu Cici himself, but she wouldn't be in any further danger either. Chen Feng then focused his attention on the white jade stone man. The points of his squad had not risen from the strike just now, meaning that the boss was still alive. Chen Feng came to the vicinity of where the white jade stone man had just been, and sure enough, he saw a streak of broken pure white stone here. It was the armor that the white jade stone man had covered his body with. In the center of this pile of scattered stones, a blue-white spherical aperture was flickering with a faint light. That was precisely the elemental core of the white jade stone man. Chen Feng picked up a stone, raised it high, and slammed it down. Just like how the white jade stone man had smashed into Jiang Chen, he personally ended its life. The elemental core completely lost its light. Killed D-Class Lv.6 demonic creature, white jade stone man, gained plus 100 experience. The system's beep sounded in his ears as Chen Feng put down the stone and stood at the top of the ruins, finally revealing a look of relaxation. This next. The guys have a university to read. On the leaderboards, the points of the 985,211 combination, which was already in first place, skyrocketed once again. Gaining a full 1,000 points, the group accumulated 2,400 points and ranked first. And there was a special symbol next to the leaderboard, representing that this group had completed the kill of the boss. At this time, in the ruins that were originally silent, suddenly came a coughing sound. Chen Feng turned his head to look. It was none other than Sun Juanli. In front of him was Wang Xian, who had already fainted and was wrapped in a white light barrier. Cough. Unexpected. I actually did let you stand at the end. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and slowly rose. Eyeing Chen Feng, hostility flashed in his eyes. An E-rank logistics profession, the trash in everyone's mouth. But are you really a waste? Sun Juanli smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm afraid that only someone who is truly a waste would think so. Chen Feng, you are a very powerful opponent, losing to you is not unfair. Chen Feng nodded his head and said in a cold voice, thank you. Sun Juanli shook his head and rubbed his fists. It's too early to thank me. Don't forget that the exams aren't over yet. As long as I defeat you, all of the 900-point beacons on you will be mine. Chen Feng understood the other party's intentions. With a faint smile. Come on. Chapter 26, System Plus. Let's show you what rank suppression is. A fist blasted out. Scraping up debris and raising dust and fog, the wind of the fist was biting. Worthy of being a SS-class profession, power fighter, even at a low level, it still has notable combat power. The wind is invisible and incredibly powerful. It was difficult for a melee profession of the same type to gain an advantage over such a profession. However, Sun Juanli's punch was easily dodged by Chen Feng. What a fast speed! Sun Juanli frowned, roughly guessing that Chen Feng had used the few upgrade points he had in the early stages on speed. No wonder he dared to sneak past the boss alone. But how much faster can you run? As fast as my fists? Once a power fighter stood still, he was like a turret in a melee profession, using his fists as a radius and dealing ranged damage with every punch he called out. Finally, the wind of the fists caught up to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's figure was skewed, his side was hit like a truck, and his entire body flew backwards. It wasn't until he rolled down to the ruins that he was able to get back up. Chen Feng patted his dusty pants leg and shook his hair. Just now, Sun Juanli's punch on the solidified vest did not cause substantial damage. It was proven that kryptonite had its benefits. Expensive things had its reasons besides being expensive. However, after the consumption of the collapse, Chen Feng also understood that the effect of the solidifying vest could not be maintained for long and that he had to fight quickly. There were two strategies to deal with Sun Juanli. 1. Pull back and look for the limit of the range of that invisible fist wind, then attack him with the gun. But the problem was that the bullets had already run out, and this option was automatically eliminated. 2. Draw closer. Chen Feng had already determined from Sun Juanli's display of occupational characteristics that his occupation was the SS rank, power boxer. By drawing close to him, he could erase the characteristics of fist wind that dealt the most damage at the top and utilize physical combat to win. It's all about it. Chen Feng made an instant decision, turning the direction of his feet and surprisingly charging straight towards Sun Juanli. Seek death. Sun Juanli's face stared as he stabilized his horse stance and blasted out with his right fist. The wind from his fist lashed out, sending the small debris in his path flying in an instant. Chen Feng slammed his foot down, forcibly changing direction and brushing against the unseeable fist wind. Even after dodging the blow, one could still clearly feel the obvious fluctuations. Chen Feng adjusted his stance and continued to charge forward, his face composed without the slightest hesitation. Oomph, want to fight me physically? Do you really think that I don't know the weaknesses of the power fighter profession? Chen Feng, clever one, how did you treat me like a little cutie? What about it? Sun Juanli saw Chen Feng's intentions and smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Having upgraded to Lv.3, he had already spent all of the upgrade points he had gained on strength. Not only were the punching winds he threw more powerful, his own strength was absolutely outstanding. Base strength 3, 2 upgrade points added. The current Sun Juanli's strength stats were a full 5 points. However, from start to finish, he had only displayed 80% of his strength, which was 4 points, in order to deal with the occurrence of this current situation. Originally, this undercard was meant to be reserved for Wang Xian, but he was eliminated too quickly, so I can only use it on you, Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng close the distance, Sun Juanli simply abandoned his Zamabu posture. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he greeted Chen Feng with a straight fist call out. If you want to fight for power, I'll accompany you. At the same time, Chen Feng closed the distance. The two of them were only less than half a meter apart, and they threw punches at the same time. It was now. System. Give me upgrade points. Upgrade points 3 consumed. Points added successfully. Current strength, 6. Chen Feng's swung right fist suddenly accelerated in mid-air and blasted out. Sun Juanli could only feel a huge mountain coming towards his face, a sense of oppression. As the two fists clashed, Sun Juanli's arm tingled with pain, as if he had struck on top of steel. Trying to punch again, Sun Juanli realized that his right arm actually began to tremble uncontrollably. How is it possible? Chen Feng's strength is above mine? He stared in disbelief. But at this moment, where did he care about that much? Diving down with his center of gravity, his forward jab attacked towards Chen Feng's abdomen. Chen Feng took half a step back and directly knocked the attack away with a one-handed downward chop, while at the same time, his left fist transformed into a palm and slapped Sun Juanli's face. Slap. The crisp slapping sound brought blood and snot flying. Sun Juanli staggered a few steps, and his entire body was slapped into a daze. Was there any mistake? Wasn't this Chen Feng an E-rank logistics profession? Even if he's faster than me, how come his strength is still above mine? Countless questions lingered in his mind. He had never encountered such a brain-burning situation before. Bastard! Sun Juanli simply gave up thinking and blasted out a fist with all his strength. Power fist. His arm flashed with light, and the occupational characteristic skill opened. The punch with the lingering fist wind carried his last strength towards Chen Feng's face. Subsequently, Chen Feng received it with a single palm with incomparable ease. The wind swept past both sides of Chen Feng's body, lifting his short hair, blowing his collar, and causing the pile of rubble not far behind him to raise dust. How could there be additional damage from a powerful fist close by? Chen Feng understood that Sun Juanli had already given up on thinking in the middle of a fight. It's over. Chen Feng tightly grasped Sun Juanli's right fist and used it as a base to raise his right fist. Sun Juanli's pupils shook, and his sick horse was in a state of confusion. At this moment, where to care about the side effects, directly launching his occupational characteristic skill here. Shift. Bang. A punch hit him straight in the face, and his nose blood flew. Shift. Bang. Another punch, his face bruised and swollen. What's going on? Why can't you switch places? In the middle of the mass, Sun Juanli looked towards the terrifyingly calm Chen Feng. Could it be that this person's level is above mine? But how is that possible with a logistics profession? The white light barrier finally surfaced, wrapping the snot-nosed Sun Juanli and announcing his defeat. Chen Feng let go of his hand, and Sun Juanli collapsed in a helpless limp. Looking around, there was not a single candidate other than himself still standing. It seemed that everything was over. After defeating Sun Juanli, the group points rose by 100 points once again. That is, they gained the points that Sun Juanli and the others had accumulated through the points beacons. 2,500 points, pulling away from the second place by a full 900 points, a true break in the lead. Although there were still 12 minutes until the end of the exam, the group behind could still chase some points, but it was simply impossible to shake the 900-point advantage. The number 3 exam room group ranked first in terms of points and had also killed the boss White Jade Stone Man. This also meant that Chen Feng, Gu Sisi, and Zhang Chen would all be qualified to be directly admitted to the upper 5th Academy. Even if the highest among them was merely AB rank occupation. This was the entrance examination, giving candidates with low-rated professions and no talent a chance to directly leap through the Dragon Gate. It was just that this chance was extremely slim in the vast majority of cases. But alas, Chen Feng and the others had seized it and yanked it dead center in their hands. Phew, I'm exhausted, I'll have to eat a good meal when I get back. Chen Feng muttered to himself as he came over to the White Jade Stone Man's corpse and stretched out very relaxed. The facts proved that one's thinking on the entrance exam was completely correct. Relying on level suppression could indeed allow a combat-less logistics profession to display dominating combat power in the early stages when everyone's levels were low. Sun Juanli's loss wasn't unfair, after all, it was level 3 beating level 6. Chen Feng thought about just staying here and waiting for the exam to end. However, right at this moment, the entire giant tree suddenly began to shake inexplicably. An earthquake? Chen Feng looked up in confusion. His eyes slowly became heavy. Only to see that the original evergreen is green inside the giant tree actually withered instantly, and this withering seemed to be converging the nutrition of the giant tree towards a single point. Looking in the direction. A vine seemed to have life, intertwined and wrapped together into a ball-shaped object. Intuition told Chen Feng that something unpleasant was coming. At the same moment, inside the waiting hall, the alarm light corresponding to examination hall number 3 suddenly began to roar. The red light flashed, and everyone within the waiting hall looked on with shocked expressions on their faces. Chapter 27, Tree Egg Demon? Then ED Dragon Breath Cannon Fire. The vines converged little by little. The interior of the giant tree withered completely, the healthy trunk drying up as if the sap had been sucked out of it. The aura of death and depression permeated the surroundings, pressing down on the lone Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised his head to look at the tree egg that was suspended 5 meters above his head by the vines and was even larger than that alabaster stone man, raising an eyebrow. What kind of egg are you again? Who would have thought that Chen Feng would just casually ask that, and a voice actually did come from that tree egg. Please spare me, human. A female voice without any emotional fluctuations emanated from the tree egg, echoing within the giant tree space. Chen Feng's face was suspicious. This looked like some kind of demonic creature was drawing on the nutrients of the giant tree to restore its strength. But it actually did not follow the rules. There was no such thing as coming up to beg for mercy. Chen Feng half squatted down and picked up the broken pieces of the white jade stone man on the ground and carried them in his hands, trying out the weight. Why did you let you go? Chen Feng asked. The tree egg once again emitted an incomparably melodious woman's voice. Judging from the voice alone, this was definitely a cute girl, and Jiang Chen definitely liked it. I was originally an aborigine of this world, but your human evil dragons attacked this place for no reason, scorching our clan's hope of reaching the top world with flames. Chen Feng raised his head and frowned slightly. So, you are this tree? Yes and no. The tree egg replied. Parasite chanting. The words that emerged from Chen Feng's mouth were clearly outside the tree egg's cognitive range. It fell silent. After a long time, it then said, Human, spare me. I am the last hope of our race. If I die, the entire race will disappear completely. Chen Feng stood up. Holding up the stone, he closed his left eye and aimed. After half a second, he lowered it again and dropped the stone on the ground. So, you want me to be the savior of your race? Chen Feng asked. Tree Egg seemed to have caught some keyword. That's right, the savior. Human, I don't think you want to personally take on the sin of destroying your race, right? And a moral abduction, you're a smart egg. Chen Feng laughed, his face relaxed. Thank you, human. The tree egg began to pulsate like breathing. It was as if it was harboring some kind of creature that was about to break out of its shell. The withering around them was still accelerating, and the last breath of life from the giant tree was about to be devoured. Chen Feng shook his head and turned his head to crouch down, pressing his hands on the elemental cores that had long since lost their vitality as the alabaster stone man scattered on the ground. Egg sister, you're thankful too soon. Chen Feng smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Aiming at the elemental core, he secretly said inwardly, decompose. White light appeared, and the alabaster stones and elemental cores scattered on the ground disappeared little by little. 10 seconds later it completely disappeared. Decomposition successful, gained basic material plus 100. Obtained special material, elemental core 1. Special materials? The textbook said that the logistics profession was able to obtain materials by decomposing corpses such as basic ores and demonic artifacts. Among them, there is a very low probability of getting additional special materials related to that species. The firebat's wing used to build the dragon breath cannon was one of them. To decompose the elemental core was a small probability event. However, Chen Feng was not much surprised by this. It couldn't be helped, the luck was just too good, and it was something he was used to. Chen Feng took out the dragon breath cannon from the warehouse and looked it up and down after. Looking up. This tree egg, whatever it can hatch out, it definitely has something to do with trees. Since it's a tree, it must be afraid of fire. The tree egg seemed to understand what Chen Feng was saying. Emotionlessly, it asked, Human, what do you want to do? Chen Feng revealed a mysterious smile and took out the elemental core he had just obtained from the warehouse. A palm-sized ice crystal-like crystal block. It floated in the palm of his hand, constantly flashing different colors. Red, yellow, blue, green, gold. This represented exactly the various elements. What will happen if I inject the core of elements into the dragon breath cannon? Chen Feng was curious as he shoved the core of elements into the cannon's mouth. In an instant, it was as if the dragon breath cannon was given life, as the entire body of the cannon began to tremble uncontrollably, as if there was an uncontrollable amount of energy inside that was about to pour out. It really works. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth as he shouldered the cannon's muzzle and aimed it at the huge tree egg overhead. Making me the savior? Big sister, if I save you, isn't that the same as harming others? In this era, where is there any Madonna left? Pull the trigger. Boom. Boundless flames erupted from the cannon's mouth like a fiery dragon circling and rising into the air. The range of the dragon's breath cannon was originally only 3 meters, but the injection of the elemental core seemed to have given it a berserk state. The range of the flames went straight up to 6 meters, just enough to cover the bottom of the tree egg. A sharp hissing sound was emitted from within the tree egg, incomparably ear-piercing. Human! I want you to die. Chen Feng's face was expressionless, his finger on the trigger not letting go for a moment. And right at this moment. Dragon Breath Cannon Probability Trigger. Effect activated, flame range doubled. Umbrella range angle increased to 90 degrees. Flame temperature increased to 4000. The words of the system prompt had yet to fall. The dragon breath cannon that Chen Feng carried in his hand seemed to actually emit a dragon's roar, and the even hotter flames resembled a giant dragon opening its huge mouth and spewing out extinguishing fire. The flames that doubled in scope wrapped the tree egg completely. A fine fiery roasted egg was cooking. Chen Feng did not know exactly how long he had been roasting until his arms became sore and the energy provided by the elemental core was completely depleted before he stopped. Looking up, he looked over. The original emerald green tree egg had already been roasted into a charred egg. The breathing fluctuations had also stopped, and there seemed to be no movement inside. Dead? Obviously not. Chen Feng took the dragon breath cannon back into the warehouse, his face becoming grave. He hadn't gained any experience value, which meant that the unknown creature inside hadn't died yet. Just at this time, laughter actually emanated from within the tree egg. Only a poof was heard as the shell was torn open by a sharp claw. The slime slipped from the gap and fell to the ground with a bared sound. It was actually corrosive. Immediately afterward, a dry, slender, amputation-like creature's arm stretched out from the egg. The gap widened, and the mysterious creature fell to the ground along with the slime, making a loud noise. Judging from its size alone, it was at least a circle larger than the alabaster giant. It slowly climbed up. Chen Feng finally saw her full face. Where was this any kind of cute girl beauty? Even Jiang Chen would definitely vomit when he looked at it. In front FM was a standing version of a large fluttering moth that had its nodule level pulled full. Abdomen with countless teeth, friction back and forth, such as worms. 8 pairs of feet, and the head was a sharp blade as hard as alloy. The countless compound eyes on the head reflected Chen Feng's figure. It was just that this unknown demonic creature looked weak at the moment, and one of the wings on its back hadn't even unfolded yet. It was not known if it was caused by Chen Feng's attack. But at this moment, Chen Feng didn't care so much. This thing knew at a glance that the level was ridiculously high. He was definitely not an opponent. However, right at this moment, the giant tree suddenly broke off from the center. The cut was neat, as if it had been split in half by an incomparably sharp sword. Chen Feng looked up. Looking at a flash of red phantom in the clear blue sky, he smiled faintly. Examination Center Security Officer, you have finally arrived. Chapter 28, Appreciation of Courage, Going Home for Dinner at the End of the Exam. Any security incident occurred at the examination center, whether it was the sudden birth of any powerful demonic creature, or the physical condition of the candidates. The examination center security officers would be the first to appear. Their strength is far above the copies. And looking up, a 100-meter dragon with a reddish body covered in sharp scales was hovering in the air, its flapping wings causing turbulence in the surrounding air currents. This is... With a dragon roar, the giant dragon's wings flapped, whipping up a fierce wind that swept down like razor blades. In the blink of an eye, the tree-egg demonic creature that threw its head back and whistled furiously was cut into pieces, its green liquid spilling all over the ruins. This extremely oppressive large fluttering moth was not even an ant in front of the mysterious dragon in the sky. The dragon landed on the ground, rolling up the sand so that Chen Feng could not open his eyes. However, in the next moment, the giant dragon turned into smoke and disappeared, and the examination center security officer sitting on the back of the dragon landed firmly on the ground. Long Xiangping. Not only was he the dean of the Shangjing Academy, but he was also the highest person in charge of on-site security for the Shangjing City College Entrance Examination Center. He came to Chen Feng's side and looked at the streak of crushed meat not far away and mouthed, "This tree has its own consciousness. It has always held a grudge against us humans. What you just saw was a parasite on this giant tree." The giant tree poured all of its remaining nutrition into it, trying to forcefully breed A-class demons. "It's just a pity that it met you." Long Xiangping looked at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with admiration. "Me? That's right, if you hadn't used that mysterious Spitfire cannon to inflict huge amounts of damage on it that was still in its gestation state, once it was fully birthed, the examinees within this examination center would have been in danger. At the very least, none of the candidates inside the giant tree will survive." "Well done, Chen Feng." Long Xiangping patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. "Take its corpse and decompose it. It's a token of appreciation for your courage." According to the rules, no one could approach the demonic corpse without authorization in this situation. However, since Long Xiangping, the highest security officer of the examination center who was also the director of the Shangjing City Education Bureau, had spoken, then Chen Feng naturally could not be polite. Decomposition. Decomposition successful, gained advanced materials 200, Song Tian Tree Sap 3. Unlock special defense blueprint big tree armor. Build requirements, basic materials 200, Song Tian Tree Sap 1 build requirements, basic materials 200, Song Tian Tree Sap 1. Looking at the series of system prompts, Chen Feng looked up with surprise on his face. Long Xiangping walked up at this time and said with a faint smile, "The withering of the Song Tian giant tree means that the core of the copy has completely lost its vitality, and this copy will not give birth to any more magical creatures in the future. In other words, this parasite can be considered the final copy boss, and you are the final raider. Raiders of the replica and awakened who kill the replica's core boss are rewarded with special props that are unique and expensive on the market." After hearing the explanation, Chen Feng finally understood why Long Xiangping referred to this as an appreciation of courage. By disassembling it, not only did he get 200 advancement materials, but also special defense blueprints. This disassembly was too cost-effective. "What did you unlock?" Long Xiangping asked. "Defense tool blueprints," Chen Feng said. "Blueprints? I can't believe it's not a disposable consumable." Long Xiangping wasn't much surprised in his heart, he just felt that this candidate was quite lucky. "Alright, the exam is over, go home." At the same time, the sky resounded with the sound of the examination center prompt. "The current college entrance examination has ended, please exit in an orderly manner under the guidance of the security guards. I wish all of you to study in the university of your choice." Night. Chen Feng sat on the school bus on his way home. He repeatedly reviewed the events of today. Thinking back to the image of the confrontation with that great fluttering moth, Chen Feng could not help but smile. In this situation, the most reasonable thing for the other party to do while still in the gestation stage would have been to decisively flee. One would actually recklessly stand still and think of using the dragon breath cannon against it. If this was eliminated, the examination center wouldn't be responsible. To be honest, Chen Feng was only 30% certain that the elemental energy would be able to energize the dragon breath cannon. Even if the energization was complete, there was still only a 30% chance that it could cause effective damage to the tree egg. Under normal circumstances, most people would choose to run away rather than gamble on low probability events when they were unsure of something like this. Anyone else would not have been able to do what Chen Feng did, and the tree egg would have been fully birthed. It was just a pity. Chen Feng liked to gamble. And he would always win every time he gambled. There was no way around it, it was a habit. Chen Feng looked around. This school bus was the last to leave the examination center. The car was filled with candidates who had advanced to the third round. However, the bus was empty. Many of the candidates who had entered this stage were still receiving treatment in the examination center infirmary. Chen Feng was one of the few who had completed the examination unharmed. The school bus pulled up. Chen Feng looked at the emoticons sent by Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi in his cell phone saying that everything was safe before he stepped off the school bus with peace of mind. There would be a night of silence after the exam. During this time period, all candidates would have to wait patiently for the test center observers to decide on the final admission quota. Tomorrow morning when they returned to school, they would be distributed by class and the test center observers would issue invitations for admission to the candidates, who would decide on their own which university they would actually go to. The process was torturous, except that Chen Feng, who possessed the pass, seemed much more relaxed in comparison. He took the pocket money his parents had slipped him before he left and bought a roast chicken downstairs before carrying it upstairs. When he arrived at the 5th floor, the door at the end of the corridor was opened early. Chen Jianqing and Jiang Hua stood at the door of the room, greeting their good oldest son with smiles on their faces. "Son, your mom just thought it was you coming back as soon as she heard the sound of the bus." At this glance, it's true. "Humph, this dad of yours predicted that you would be coming home at this time, so we just happened to have dinner ready. Come in and eat. I made your favorite chicken soup with pickled vegetables and vermicelli today." Chen dad Chen mom seems to be in each other boast, but between the lines Chen Feng feels so warm. Just. How come it's chicken soup again? Yo, kid's dad, look, his son actually bought roasted chicken as well. Hey! Lively tonight, there are 3 chickens to eat. Chen Feng was wrong. It wasn't just chicken soup, with the one he bought there were also 2 roasted chickens. As expected, the Chen family and chickens were really not getting along. After the wine and dinner, Chen Jianqing rubbed his stomach and lay on the sofa, watching the traditional news program on the TV, making sharp comments from time to time. Chen mother Jiang Hua, on the other hand, was in the kitchen cleaning up the dishes. Strangely enough, from the time Chen Feng came back until now they actually didn't mention a word about the college entrance exam. Are they so unsure of their son? Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. Mom and Dad acted as if they tacitly agreed that Chen Feng wouldn't be able to get into the university, trying to do their most normal lives on a regular basis. Dad, Mom. Chen Feng stood in the living room and said solemnly. Chen Jianqing and Jiang Hua simultaneously looked back at him in unison. What's wrong? Chen Feng paused and took a deep breath. I'm supposed to have gotten into college. Chen Jianqing and Jiang Hua were silent for a moment before. They laughed. Ha ha, I thought it was something. We guessed as soon as you came back when we looked at your eyes. Besides, your plan of what to create an arms upgrade your mom, and I think it's wonderful. Ah, my genius son, this can't even get into college, who else can? Genius? Chen Feng laughed with tears in his eyes. Sure enough, under the sky, only parents would think so. Come on, the results won't be out until tomorrow anyway, let's have a drink tonight. Son's father. You'd better restrain yourself. Mom, it's just one drink. Not even one glass. Don't bring our son down. The family was happy, and the cold light in the living room seemed incredibly warm. Right at this moment, the doorbell was suddenly rung. Chen Feng's family turned their heads at the same time. Who was here at this late hour? Chapter 29, Early Invitation from Shangjing Academy, 100,000 yuan scholarships. Hello, uncle and aunt. Standing at the entrance of the room was a young man in a suit. I'm a teacher from the teaching office of the Shangjing Academy. This visit is for Chen Feng's admission job. Admission work? Shangjing Academy? Chen Jianqing and Jiang Hua looked at each other in surprise. Shangjing College was the best college in Shangjing City. It was also one of the nation's premier upper 5 institutes. Although the overall ranking was not high among the upper 5 institutes, to be admitted to such a college, Chen's parents would wake up smiling even in their dreams. What was the concept of the upper 5 institutes? This was a major event worthy of being written into the family tree. Teacher, please come in. Chen Feng greeted. The family sat on the living room couch with the teaching office teacher of Shangjing Academy. The sofa was very small, so Chen Dad and Chen Mother simply stood to the side, just so they could listen more closely. Chen Feng, your play in exam room 3 shined, everyone saw it. E-rank occupation, commanding a team, killing a boss, and accumulating the first place in the points break, who could not be surprised by this kind of performance? Hearing the teacher from the teaching office make such a comment, Chen Dad and Chen Mom were smiling from ear to ear. They didn't understand much about killing the boss and leading the team. However, they could feel their son's greatness between the lines. To be able to let a teacher of the teaching office of the upper 5 hospitals so praised is enough. The instructional office teacher handed out an invitation. The academy, after discussion, has decided to give you our school's first admission slot, as well as a push scholarship, $100,000. How much? How much? Chen Dad was simply dumbfounded when he heard this figure. One must know that nowadays you don't have to pay tuition fees to go to college. But he hadn't thought that there was such a thing as making money, and that the scholarship would be given out 100,000 yuan at a time. This was his and Jiang Hua's salary for 3 to 5 years. Worthy of being Shangjing College, the sincerity was high enough and the offer was generous enough. Father Chen wanted to accept the invitation for his son right now, but Chen Feng seemed to have his own sizing up. I just want to ask one thing, have the other 2 students on my team been considered for admission by your school? The instructor smiled, as if he had expected Chen Feng to ask this. So he said, Chen Feng, I won't put you off. To be honest, the academy is conservative about whether or not to admit Gu Sisi and Jiang Chen. But, he turned his words around and said, the principal personally named the 3 of you, splitting one of you won't work. So all 3 of us can attend Shangjing Academy? Chen Feng beamed with joy. The instructor nodded. The calmness that Gu Sisi displayed in the exam room is the most lacking quality needed for a career in the gunner class. Her composure when dealing with a crisis is not at all like a high school student. The same goes for Jiang Chen, extremely strong willpower, facing the boss head-on with a weak body without any fear, playing the team's meat shield duty to the extreme. And you are even the soul of the entire team. Although the 3 of you are awakened with inferior occupational talents, the school authorities see greater potential in you, so... The instructor extended his hand. Congratulations. Chen Feng smiled faintly and shook his hand. Then, see you at school? Bursts of laughter emanated from the modest house. In reality, this kind of early contact with candidates by the Shangjing Academy was not in line with the rules. But this was Shangjing City. The principal was the director of education of Shangjing City. Sometimes, he was the rules. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Shangjing City was once again back to normal after such a crowded day for the college entrance exam. Chen Feng took the morning bus back to school. The campus was incredibly noisy at this time. The joy of anticipation and the sadness of a finalized ending simultaneously filled the air. In the 3rd year 8th class, the classroom was filled with students jostling around. There was laughter and chagrin. Alas, we didn't play too well in this exam, our group was eliminated at the 2nd stage. What are you afraid of? At least we'll get a 2nd degree at the 2nd stage. Hush, come closer. Did you hear about Wang Xin? I heard about it. 2 SS grade awakened people teamed up, the facade group of the grade. Actually, in the end, even the 3rd stage goal was not reached. And Wang Xin seems to have broken up with Sumashi, and I heard that there was a lot of drama. No wonder I didn't see Wang Xin come to class today. Is it because of this matter? That's unknown, but I heard that it's preparing to take another route to college. Right at this moment, the back door of the classroom was pushed open and Chen Feng walked into the classroom expressionlessly before pulling away his desk and chair to sit down in his seat. Obviously, the homeroom teacher hadn't come yet, but the classroom was suddenly quiet. Everyone turned their heads to look at Chen Feng in the last row with complex expressions. Everyone knew about Chen Feng after the exam. He, an E-ranked profession, had actually killed the number 1 exam room 3 with Gu Sisi, a B-ranked profession, and Jiang Chen, a C-ranked profession from the next class. Moreover, he had also killed the examination center boss. Such a result was not expected by anyone before the exam. In everyone's original expectations, Chen Feng is absolutely impossible to read on the university. Early into the society to work odd jobs is his destiny. But now, the big screen in the schoolyard is still playing Chen Feng's amazing performance on the exam room. Especially when they faced the boss White Jade Stone Man at the end, the cooperation of the entire team simply screamed for applause. Those who didn't know would have thought that it was some elite awakened one squad. Chen Feng noticed the atmosphere in the classroom and raised his head in confusion. Could it be that he wore his clothes and pants backwards? Or did the class teacher Qin too grow out of my back? On weekdays, it is only during self-study when teacher Qin suddenly emerges from the back door that the class is so quiet, right? At this time the back door was opened again. Gu Sisi walked in, holding a box of chocolates in her hand. She came straight to sit next to Chen Feng. Her appearance lowered the atmosphere in the classroom to freezing point once again. Everyone was unconvinced. Why could an E-ranked profession and a B-ranked profession be able to attend the 5th academy while they, the A ranks and even the S ranks, were not qualified? However, not a single person in the class dared to speak out in mockery. Once upon a time, this was how they treated Chen Feng, but what was the result? Everyone was well aware of it. As soon as they thought of this, the group looked towards Lu Xiaotong and Bai Ziming, who looked lost on the other side of the classroom. Everyone had heard about what happened to them in the exam room. This Chen Feng held a grudge, and his methods were really vicious. Gu Sisi didn't notice the eyes of the crowd looking at her as she sat down and placed the chocolate box in front of Chen Feng. Delicious. She just said these 2 words. Chen Feng looked at the unopened chocolates in front of him, and could be pretty sure that Gu Sisi meant that this brand of chocolates tasted better than the ones he had given her last time. Chen Feng opened the chocolate and sent it into his mouth. Looking at Gu Cici's eyes full of anticipation, he nodded with a smile and gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Chen Feng hadn't studied much about food and could only think of using these two words to describe it. Gu Cici smiled, revealing two small dimples of contentment. Chen Feng looked at her smile and froze slightly. For 3 years, he rarely saw Gu Cici smile. However, he did not expect to be able to see such an absolutely beautiful smile on this day of waiting for admission to a college. Was this the killing power of a plain first love face? Unfortunately, the class teacher Qin Tu barged in at this time. He was holding a stack of envelopes. Those were precisely the invitations sent out by one college observer to the students of the 3rd year 8th class. Judging from the smile on Qin Tu's face as well as the thickness of the invitations, there was quite a harvest this time. Qin Tu didn't even emphasize the classroom discipline anymore, and came to the podium whistling and sorting the invitations by himself. Soon the invitations were divided into 2 pieces of almost equal thickness. Classmates, be quiet. The students whose names are read out below please come up to the stage to receive their invitations. The part everyone was most looking forward to was finally coming. Chapter 30, Second Specialized College? Blame it on yourself. Lu Xiaodong, 2 invitations, Ganjiang University and Sanha College. By Zimming, 1 invitation. The invitations for the 2 were both to 1 college. This grade wasn't that bad at the grade level. It was even considered good luck for their group to be admitted to a book institution when their points cleared at the 2nd stage. It was just that this grade was definitely far below expectations for Lu Xiaotong and Bai Zimming. When they walked off the podium after receiving their invitations, they both coincidentally looked towards Chen Feng. There was anger and helplessness in their eyes. Lu Xiaotong was naturally unconvinced by this result. The point he was torn between was why his luck was so bad when he flipped the coin. If it was usual, he would have definitely flipped successfully. Qin Tu picked up another envelope. Su Mashi. Hearing this name, Su Mashi, who was sitting low to the side of the classroom, raised her head, her eyes filled with longing. Although she didn't defeat the boss in the end, she was also eliminated early. But at least in the end, he had maintained the 5th position on the leaderboard and had led for a long time. It should be a heavy school no matter what, right? Shangjing Medical Academy. The invitation was clearly displayed in front of the class under the projection. Everyone was first slightly stunned, then someone actually couldn't help but burst out laughing. This laughter echoed in Su Moxi's mind, like a knife scraping her heart. Anyone knew what this so-called Shangjing Medical College was all about. Second born, and it was an auxiliary vocational specialized institution. The students who graduated from here would probably have problems finding a job in the future. And also specialized colleges and universities, poor teacher ability, poor learning conditions, in all the second-born colleges and universities is also the low end of the chain of contempt. In fact, Su Mashi didn't know that if it wasn't for the fact that she had awakened the S-rank occupation, healer, it was estimated that in the end none of the colleges would be willing to admit her. The college observers could see her performance on the examination hall very clearly. It was also stated on the invitation. Su Moxi was the last one to send out an invitation for admission to the Shangjing Medical College, and it was also followed by the word alternate. In other words, if the previous candidate hadn't voluntarily given up the invitation, Su Moxi wouldn't have even had this chance. At this moment, the word despair was written all over her face. She walked up to the podium and took the invitation like a zombie. Looking back, her eyes subconsciously looked at Gu Cici. Gu Cici was eating chocolate, completely unconcerned about her own affairs. But this dumbfounded look made Su Moxi furious. On what basis? Why did I end up in such a situation with an S-rank career? Wang Xin broke up with himself and was only admitted to a 2nd specialized college. This was simply an insult to oneself. However, Su Moxi couldn't do anything at this time. Next. The class teacher, Qin Tu, continued to display the acceptance letters from the colleges and universities that the students had received. Until the 30 or so invitations placed on the left side were all distributed, 80% of the class had a place to go. Most of the rest were students who had failed to perform well in the examination hall and had ended up hastily at the 1st stage. However, everyone looked to the podium. It was clear that there were still more than 30 invitations to colleges and universities lying around. But almost all of the ones in the class who had books to read were here, so who were these for? It was only then that everyone remembered that Chen Feng and Gu Cici had yet to come up to the stage to receive them. Could it be that all of these invitations were for the 2 of them? No way. So many. The entire class was shocked. 2 people's invitations were worth all of the class. What kind of treatment was this? Chin 2 gladly opened the first invitation and placed it under the projector. Polar Battle Academy, 3rd Class Scholarship, Invitee, Gu Cece. Extreme Battle Academy. My god, the Polar Battle Academy with a comprehensive ranking at the top of the upper 5 academies actually invited Gu Cece. And it's also offering an entrance scholarship, but I've heard that isn't it the tradition of the Extreme Battle Academy not to admit awakened individuals below a rank? But that wasn't all. Chin 2 brought another invitation letter. This time, it was likewise the upper 5th academy. There were already 2 upper 5th academy colleges throwing olive branches at Gu Cece. Was this the benefit of having a pass after killing a boss? But this still wasn't over. Chin 2 opened another invitation letter. Shangjing College, 1st Class Scholarship. It looked like there was only a difference between the 1st Class Scholarship offered by Shangjing Academy and the 3rd Class Scholarship of Extreme Battle Academy. But the treatment after entering the school was worlds apart. A 3rd Class Scholarship was usually treated as an ordinary student, while a 1st Class Scholarship was the treatment of an outstanding student. After that, no matter whether it is the teachers or training resources are tilted. Everyone could also see that compared to the other 2 upper 5 institutes, Shangjing Academy's sincerity was full. The rest of the invitations displayed by Chin 2 were some heavy in one book. The observers from these colleges of course knew that competing with the upper 5 institutes was a fool's errand. But they still gave the best treatment in high scholarships with the attitude of giving it a try. This is the difference. Other candidates didn't even touch the threshold of the heavy school. Yet there were so many college observers who were even willing to waste places to fight for Gu Cece. The students of the 3-year 8th class said that people were really angry when compared to others. Chin 2 successively displayed close to 25 invitations from colleges and universities before stopping. Gu Cece walked up to the podium and without any surprises chose Shangjing College. Everyone could tell at a glance if there was sincerity and insincerity. Although the Extreme Battle Academy was the top of the upper 5 institutes, it generally only recruited highly rated vocational candidates, and the competition within the academy was extremely high and filled with discrimination and suppression. Gu Cece's soft nature wasn't really suited to go there either. Choosing Shangjing Academy instead was the wisest choice. Next, it was finally Chen Feng's turn. Chin 2 opened the invitations in turn. Everyone's eyes also looked over. Just what kind of institution could Chen Feng, who had awakened his E-rank logistics profession, be favored by? Could his stunning play on the exam room really change everyone's inherent views on occupations determining everything? Sadly, however, it didn't seem to have changed. The first invitation that Chin 2 opened was indeed one of the upper 5 institutions no less. And it was also claimed to be the most outstanding college in the country in terms of logistical careers, Ritter Technology College. However, the invitation letter given by Ritter Technology College only had a few cursory words on it, not to mention a 3rd class scholarship, nothing. Everyone knew that the upper 5 colleges would usually attach scholarship conditions when inviting candidates. Such an invitation letter that was almost a blank slate was completely insulting to Chen Feng, devoid of any sincerity. Even Chin 2 could not help but frown tightly as he hurriedly closed the invitation. The corners of the students' mouths revealed a slight smile. This was the right thing to do, this was the ending that Chen Feng deserved. It's true that you're very powerful in changing your fate against the heavens. But can you change the reality that you're an E-rank logistics profession? You can't. Even the Ritter Technology College, which dominated the logistics profession, was so insincere, and the other 5 colleges probably didn't even put Chen Feng on their admission lists. The next trend really seemed to be like this. Chin 2 opened several invitations in a row. It is almost the same as some of the second school, and there are even logistical vocational specialized colleges and universities. Who would have thought that a member of the first team that defeated the boss, the 3rd examination center, would actually be treated like this? But thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Even if Chen Feng's performance was as stunning as it was, the E-rank occupation, probability craftsman, was still a chasm that was difficult to cross. Even Su Mashi, who was sitting in the corner with a lost look on her face, was secretly snickering inwardly. Chen Feng, to say that you are a waste, you are a waste. But at this time, Chin 2, however, held the last invitation in his hands. This invitation was extremely beautifully crafted, with a special skeletonization process used in the center to carve the academy insignia on it. This is Chapter 31, Sumashi's Request, Shamelessly. The moment Chin-tu saw this invitation letter, a smile finally appeared on his clouded face. He looked towards the last row of the classroom, where Chin-fong, who was leisurely eating chocolates, felt relieved from the bottom of his heart. This brat, it seems like he already knew. With a slight smile on his lips, he opened the invitation and placed it on the projector. Under the exquisite workmanship, this invitation was actually made with small organs that were pulled full of details. Only to see both sides of the invitation open, the two-dimensional paper surface actually stood up the paper cutout model of the college academy's iconic building Jinglongmen. This is exactly the formal admission invitation letter from Shangjing College. What Chin-fong received last night was nothing more than a preliminary formulation of the wool envelope. It was different from other template invitations. This invitation letter from Shangjing Academy to Chin-fong praised his performance in the examination room in detail. And at the end, it actually marked out the quota for Chin-fong to be given a scholarship for outstanding candidates to push for excellence. Anyone who knew about Shangjing Academy knew that there was only one spot for the merit scholarship each year, and it would be reserved for the most favored candidate of the academy. The same was also true for what the academy considered to be the strongest candidate of the current session. This also meant that Chin-fong would be accepted by Shangjing Academy as its absolute core. Sumoxi, who was sitting on the stage, couldn't believe her eyes. The corners of her mouth trembled slightly as her hand holding the invitation loosened, dropping her ridiculous and pathetic pride onto the cold ground. How is this possible? In her perception, it all seemed so unreal. Originally, Chin-fong was nothing more than a fish that she had abandoned. But now, this fish had turned over and had actually become the most outstanding existence, and even his own favored Wang Xian couldn't even touch his tail. However, Chin-fong has changed, is no longer the once forward-looking licking dog. Sumashi was incomparably regretful at this time. If she had known this earlier, she would not have rejected Chin-fong, otherwise now his side would definitely not be Gu Sisi, this woman, but herself. Eat this. In the back row of the classroom, Gu Sisi sent what she thought was the best strawberry-flavored chocolate to Chen Feng's mouth. Looking at the two of them in this manner, Sumashi only felt her eyes darken and she was about to faint. On the podium, Chin-tu was wearing a smile on his face as he asked jokingly, "Chin-fong, are you going to accept the invitation from Shangjing Academy? Or do you have your eyes on some second-tier institution?" Chin-fong and Chin-tu glanced at each other, and they all laughed at the same time, the answer naturally speaking for itself. From the moment Chin-fong received the invitation letter in advance last night, the life of the upper 5th Academy College that belonged to a Z-rank profession had begun. Holy, no way, everyone is a teammate, why is there no part for me in chocolate? Beside the corridor of the classroom building, Jiang Chen complained with a grumbling face. He was also holding the invitation letter from Shangjing Academy in his hand. A group with all three of them being admitted to the same upper 5th Academy College would undoubtedly become a great story in the school. Chin-fong broke the last chocolate into two halves, giving one half to Gu Sisi and swallowing the other half decisively himself. Jiang Chen, just stop the chocolates, there are so many girls who added your contact information today, you still don't know enough? Jiang Chen spread his hands, what's the use of that? High school careers are all coming to an end, falling in love still has to be college. Scum. This was Chen Feng's assessment of him. Don't you slander me, ow. The matter of using me as bait in the exam room hasn't been settled for you yet. Chen Feng innocently said, Jiang Chen, it's really me who remembered wrong. You're farting, you remembered this part wrong? At this moment, a familiar person walked up to Chen Feng to interrupt the fuming Jiang Chen. This person was none other than Sun Juanli, whom Chen Feng had fought, the second SS-ranked career awakener in the school's senior class. Sun Juanli had failed to reach the 3-stage goal, and although he had lost his eligibility to be admitted to the upper 5 academies, he had still been invited by one of the best colleges in the heavy school. This institution had heard that it was preparing to start hitting the upper 5th academy quota next year, turning 5 into 6. Chen Feng, congratulations. He extended his hand and said softly. Chen Feng looked at him with slight surprise. He had personally defeated Sun Juanli and ended his hopes of attending the upper 5th academy, but instead of complaining about himself, he took the initiative to come up and greet him. Tongxi. Chen Feng extended his hand to shake his hand. The moment his palm touched, he was able to feel that Sun Juanli's hands were full of calluses, and he didn't know what kind of training he usually went through. Next year, our academy will be participating in the Collegiate Challenge, and your Shangjing Academy is exactly the target of our academy's challenge, so we might even become opponents by then. As expected, Sun Juanli had come to give a letter of war. Chen Feng responded easily, nodding his head with a composed gaze, looking forward to fighting you. Sun Juanli smiled helplessly, Chen Feng, I will level the rank gap between us. At that time, I will let you see the gap between a battle profession and a logistics profession. Chen Feng scratched his head, man, surely the academy wouldn't send me, a logistics profession, to fight against your battle profession. Sun Juanli's battle book seemed to hit cotton, seemingly full of battle spirit, but in reality, it was soft and feeble. However, he seemed to have long been accustomed to this situation, and after smiling, he turned around and prepared to leave. But at this time, a figure that no one wanted to see ran out from the back door of the classroom. As she pulled Chen Feng's clothes, it was none other than Sumashi. Chen Feng, I changed my decision. Sumashi had tears in the corners of her eyes, and her tone was soft with a slight choke. What the hell? Chen Feng turned his head to look with a puzzled face. Big sister, do you know that your nails are very long and it hurts to grab people? Chen Feng shook off Sumashi's hand and questioned, Student Sumashi, is there something wrong? Sumashi. Classmate? What a distant name, once upon a time Chen Feng was not like this. Sumashi swallowed her saliva and said with expectation in her eyes, Chen Feng, let's make up. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that you were trash. I actually said that all in anger, just to force out your potential and give you the willpower to support yourself. Sumaxi, as long as you forgive me, I can agree to your request to be with you. Chen Feng, okay? 4. Crowds of faces had question marks. Even Gu Sisi, who usually saw little emotion on her face in front of outsiders, inevitably frowned. No, what is this big sister up to? What did it mean to say that rejecting you was just trying to inspire your potential? Chen Feng carefully stared at Sumashi's face, counting in his heart just how thick a foundation she had put on to make her face so thick. Big sister, what do you mean by my request? Didn't I tear up all the love letters and throw them in the trash? Sumashi, then what? Chen Feng's mouth quirked, that's called me withdrawing a confession, get it? Zhang Chen stood out at this time, old Chen, Gu Sisi, let's go. I heard that a fried chicken restaurant opened near Xintiandi, the flavor is quite good, my treat. Chen Feng and Gu Sisi's eyes lit up as they directly turned around and left, leaving Sumashi alone in the same spot blowing the cold wind. Just leave like that? Sumashi's voice was hoarse and incomparable, her expression desperate. Sun Juanli, who stood on the side and witnessed the whole process, looked at her and smiled disdainfully. Sumashi, you are truly shameless. Sun Juanli's comment was like a boulder hitting Sumashi's heart. It was as if it put an end to this stage of her life. From this moment she finally understood. There would no longer be a world between herself and Chen Feng and even these outstanding classmates. Chapter 32, Enrolling in Summer Camp, Building Giant Tree Armor. What are your plans for the vacation? Preparing to go traveling, I heard that there's a replica over in Linjiang City that's been developed into a tourist attraction, so I'll have to check it out. Zhang Chen said as he fed a piece of fried chicken into his mouth. What about you, CC? Gu Sisi lowered her head, busy drying her rice, and didn't answer immediately. Zhang Chen asked instead, why don't you come with me, old Chen? I heard that the attraction over there is a floating mountain range, it's especially cool, like the scenery in a novel. Chen Feng shook his head and said, I'd rather forget about it, there are too many places to spend money behind a logistic career, traveling is too expensive. I'm instead going to find a place to work out for a while during my vacation to boost my strength. Zhang Chen frowned, picking up a chicken leg and about to plug Chen Feng, the king of rolls. At this time, Gu Sisi suddenly raised her head. She thankfully didn't nurse her food. Woo! Gu Sisi took out her cell phone and opened a website to show Chen Feng. 9 days graduation season summer camp? Zhang Chen's large and small eyes stared at the screen. Didn't I hear that this is pretty hard to apply for? And it's not geared towards us, it's for those current college students. Chen Feng was interested and brought his cell phone to check the details. 9 days graduation season summer camp, a special training summer camp organized by the 9 Days Association that was generally geared towards current college juniors and seniors. Through the occupational characteristics of different categories, special training. The purpose is to further enhance the awakening quality of college students. At the same time, it is also a way for 9 Days Association to screen talents. Excellent campers have the opportunity to obtain the qualification of the 9 Days Association's internal promotion. This was alluring to many college students during the graduation season. But for students like Chen Feng, who had only just finished the college entrance exams, it was a bit early. Only after the college entrance examination, playing and enjoying is the right way to participate in what summer camp? And also with a group of people 2 or 3 years older than you to compete, looking for abuse is not it? Anyway, that's what Jiang Chen thinks. Chen Feng continued to look through the pages. Cici, do you want to participate? Gu Cici nodded. Count me in then. No way, both of you are role kings. Jiang Chen was crushed inside. We're all on the same team, a brain and a main output have to train extra hard during the vacation. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you, the meat shield, to still go on a trip? How soon will this summer camp start? Jiang Chen asked tentatively. There are still 10 days left. Chen Feng replied. At this time, Jiang Chen got up violently. What are you going for? Jiang Chen said with an anxious face, what else can I do, traveling? There's only 10 days left, I'm going back to pack my bags and leave tomorrow. By the way, how do you guys make sure we can pass the screening of the 9-day summer camp? Jiang Chen felt that he should have remembered correctly that the 9 days summer camp was notoriously difficult to enroll in. What are you afraid of with our main output hand, CC? What do you mean? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Chen Feng and Gu Cici looked at each other and smiled. It was that familiar feeling again. Hey! You two are definitely hiding something from me again. Alright, eat fried chicken you, remember this meal is on you. After parting ways with Jiang Chen and Gu Cici Hotel, Chen Feng turned his head and strolled around Xintiandi Shopping Plaza again. He went back to that material store from last time to inquire about some news. The results were quite surprising. Even the store owner's wife had never heard of what Song Tian tree sap was. She said that she could offer a high price if Chen Feng was willing to resell it. Chen Feng naturally refused. This also proved once again that the output of the copy's final boss was indeed unique. It was just unknown what effect the giant tree armor that was created could have. Chen Feng had wanted to inquire about the heart of the machine, but he chose to shut up after looking at the biologically inspired items in the store. This is something that should be left for later. Even if the materials are gathered now to build the equipment strengthener, the lack of resources will not be able to strengthen it a few times, so it will not be much of a boost to the battle power. Chen Feng wandered around the mall again, using the scholarship granted by Shinjing Academy to buy some supplements and snacks for his parents before turning around and going to the jewelry store to pick out a $2,000 yellow crystal necklace. This necklace was not a mere ornament. It was an E-ranked decorative prop, which was considered auxiliary equipment. The effect was nothing out of the ordinary, but it could emit a scent, which was considered to have the effect of refreshing the mind. Chen Feng was going to give it to Gu Cici to thank her for the C-rank defensive equipment solidified vest she had given him. Although the difference in value between the two was a bit too great, this was the greatest sincerity Chen Feng could muster at the moment. After packing his bag, Chen Feng returned home. Originally said that half of the scholarship will be used to subsidize the family, but Chen's father and mother refused to do so. Saying that studies are important, this money allows Chen Feng to play on his own. This is $100,000. Whose kid has control of 100,000 yuan that won't take off? However, once he thought of participating in the 9 days graduation season summer camp, he had to pay 10,000 yuan for training expenses. Chen Feng suddenly felt that this money was not as much as he thought. But in the end, Chen Feng decided to take out $10,000 and stuff it into the place where Chen Jianqing stored his personal money. Only now there was very little money left here. Of course, in the end, it would depend on Chen Dad's luck if he found it first or if Chen Mom found it first. After returning to his bedroom, Chen Feng sat on his bed and began to study the system after submitting his application to attend the summer camp. Open the system. Name, Chen Feng. Level, Lv.6 150-300. Profession, Probability Craftsman. Rating, E. Personal Basic Data. Strength, 3+3. Speed, 3+2. Intelligence, 6. Accuracy, 5. Luck, 100. Current remaining basic materials 200, advanced materials 200. Special material, Sangtian tree sap 3. Nowadays, Lv6 still needs 200 experience points to upgrade to Lv7, and relying on the route of building a normal pistol to brush up on experience has become unrealistic. Building the Dragon Breath Cannon could provide 50 experience points at a time, but it was still a drop in the bucket without that many resources. Chen Feng understood that he wouldn't be able to upgrade again in a short period of time. However, there were now exactly 200 advancement materials, and the special materials were also present. Chen Feng decided to first build the giant tree armor that he had obtained from the copy. The blueprints appeared at first glance. It was different from the pale white color of the E-class blueprints and the yellowish glow of the C-class blueprints. The blueprint of the special defense giant tree armor flashed with a green light that matched its type, and the vast vitality could be vaguely felt. Build! Chen Feng barked out an order. Building begins, consuming advancement material 200, consuming special material Tsong Tian tree sap 1. Expected to wait, 1h. Build completed. An hour later, with the green light illuminating the entire bedroom, the special armor giant tree armor was completely displayed in front of Chen Feng. The body of the armor had a strong lock armor style, and the exterior was inlaid with special armor pieces that flickered with a faint green light. But when Chen Feng touched it, these hard armor pieces actually instantly turned into soft leaves. Afterwards, as if it had a life, it turned into vines that followed Chen Feng's right hand all the way to his body, adapting to Chen Feng's body type. Giant tree armor. Type, special probability defense gear. Rating, unknown. Ability, dynamic defense, exempt from blunt force damage from attacks below 12, increases with level. Ability, dynamic defense, exempt from blunt force damage from attacks below 12, increases with level. Probability, giant tree cage, unfolds giant tree armor form, imprisons enemies, effect improves with level. Probability, 0.01%, probability, 0.01%. Chen Feng. Well, it was as expected, no matter what the probability craftsman built, it would be given a probability effect. Just. Can it not be at 1 in 10,000? Chapter 33, Where is the brat from that dares to approach my daughter? Where is my good daughter? CC, your father is back. Nine Heavens Guild Headquarters Building. Guild leader Gu Jintian rushed to the 20th floor in a fiery rage. This was the place specifically provided for Gu Jintian to reside with his family, with a single floor with a net area of thousands of square feet. Gu Jintian was anxious as he looked around and didn't find his daughter Gu Cici's figure. Recently, he had been out raiding for copies, and only after taking down an S-ranked copy did Gu Jintian immediately rush back to Shangjing City. It was only because he heard that his precious daughter had gotten into Shangjing Academy. This was something that he, as a father, hadn't expected no matter what. In Gu Tingtian's thoughts, his daughter Gu Cici was not very talented, so she could just live her life well. But who would have thought that she had given the whole family such a big surprise? Cici. Where are you? Right at this moment, the bedroom door was opened and Gu Cici, who was wearing a cream-colored nightgown with a yellow crystal pendant hanging on her chest, walked out from it. She gave a symbolic greeting and then went to the dining room refrigerator to get a packet of snacks and walked back to the bedroom. Gu Tingtian had long since gotten used to his daughter's attitude towards him. Daughter, I've heard that you've been accepted to Shangjing Academy. Do you want me to give your principal, Uncle Long, an advance greeting so that you can go to the best class? No need. Gu Cici's voice came from the bedroom. Dining table, note. Gu Jintian turned his head to look, only to see a piece of handy paper on the 2-meter-long dining table. Walking up to take a look. Daughter, this 9-day graduation season summer camp is all for juniors and seniors. If you go, Pops is afraid you won't be able to keep up. Seeing that there was no more movement coming out of the bedroom, Gu Tingtian sighed slightly. Alas, it can't be helped, who let me, Gu Tingtian, have just one daughter. Child's mom, our daughter has grown up, proving that our old Gu family are all strong. Gu Tingtian came to the black and white picture frame and said to himself, at the same time lighting a pillar of incense and inserting it next to it. Gu Tingtian, who had fought in all directions and killed countless people outside, actually showed some sadness in his eyes. Don't worry, I promised you that I will definitely protect our daughter. As for this Chen Feng and Jiang Chen, I will investigate clearly. I'd like to see which brat dares to come near my good daughter. Gu Tingtian rubbed the note out of shape, and Chen Feng's name was clearly written on it. But what made Gu Tingtian care more was the necklace that Gu Cici had hanging on her chest. He remembered that he had never seen his daughter touching decorations in all these years. 9 Heaven Mansion, in front of the information office. Chen Feng, who was holding the videotape, shivered. He always felt that he was being watched by some beasts. But looking around, there wasn't even a single silhouette. He had come to the 9 Heavenly Mansion today for the summer camp. The information he had submitted a few days ago seemed too simple, so he had come today to make up for it, including the video of the examination room that he had gotten from the school. After submitting it, Chen Feng came to the waiting area. He had an appointment with Gu Sisi to go to lunch later. Only that feeling of being stared at by something grew stronger. Looking back, there was clearly a camera in the corner facing him. Chen Feng frowned slightly. It should be an illusion, right? Inside the material review room, Gu Tingtian nosed out a breath. This is the kid called Chen Feng, isn't it? Quite responsive, actually knows that Laozi is spying on him. The summer camp material examiner at the side brought Chen Feng's information over at this time. President, I've read Chen Feng's information, and the late E rank occupation doesn't meet our summer camp's entry criteria. However, the information says that he was a member of the top team in this year's examination room 3, and was also admitted to Shangjing Academy with a push scholarship, so I'm a bit confused as well. Having seen all sorts of people over the years, the chief examiner of materials had his own set of criteria for judging a person's abilities, and they were very applicable. However, in front of Chen Feng, his methodology seemed to be somewhat ineffective. The grade E late profession, probability craftsman, was indeed very inconsistent with the material provided by Chen Feng, which was why he had contacted Chen Feng to have him come and submit the video of the examination. You'd think that my daughter is on this team as well, Gu Tingtian proudly said. The presiding examiner's eyes lit up. No wonder that's the case. With the president's daughter in the team, it's understandable that this one called Chen Feng can mix it up. This brat, I guess he already knew the identity of my family CC and wanted to use my simple and kind daughter to get close to our Nine Heavens Association. Just wait and see, if I go along with his wishes, I won't be surnamed Gu. It was obvious that Gu Tingtian was serious in earnest. He asked the examiner to play the video immediately, while his two tiger-like eyes stared deathly at the security camera screen. He wanted to keep an eye on Chen Feng moment by moment, so that this brat couldn't pull any tricks. However, as the video was played, the presiding judge, who was all set to give Chen Feng the word no, fell silent. His brows were furrowed, and he had mixed emotions in his eyes. President, I'm afraid you need to come and take a look. Still need me to take a look? Gu Tingtian said suspiciously. However, when he finished watching the video, it was as if his entire body had deflated. As the president of the Nine Heavenly Guild, Gu Tingtian had raided countless copies and killed countless demonic creeps. At the same time, he knew countless people, and he could tell at a glance what the entire video footage was expressing. Simply summarized, Chen Feng was leading the team and strategizing. Although his own daughter and another one named Jiang Chen had also performed brilliantly and were equally stunning. However, when compared to Chen Feng, it was nothing compared to Chen Feng. Gu Tingtian couldn't control his eyelids from jumping. He knew very well that if this team didn't have Chen Feng, even if they were replaced with any other person, even an SSS-ranked career awakener wouldn't have been able to kill the boss to this point. But the more he thought so, the more strange Gu Tingtian felt. Was this really the kind of performance that an E-rank logistics profession could achieve? Gu Tingtian and the presiding judge exchanged glances, their eyes filled with embarrassment. How they had evaluated Chen Feng before was how swollen their faces were now. Gu Tingtian's face was dark as he braced himself and said, this Chen Feng, among his peers, does indeed have some skills. It also does have the qualifications to enter the Nine Heavenly Summer Camp. However, just this ability alone is enough to make it through the summer camp. Meanwhile, in the surveillance video, her daughter Gu Sisi walked downstairs, wearing a white floral dress and carrying a citron pendant. She patted Chen Feng's shoulder. The duo smiled at each other and then walked out of the surveillance range together. Seeing this scene, Gu Tingtian wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. His heart's resistance to Chen Feng deepened. He wanted to laugh because he finally saw that his daughter had a friend. He wanted to cry because Sisi obviously seldom smiled at herself, but she laughed so happily when she stayed with this brat. On what grounds? He turned to the presiding officer and said, keep a close eye on Chen Feng during the summer camp, and notify me immediately if he makes any moves against my daughter. If he dares to lay a finger on my family CC, if I don't break his legs, my name won't be Gu. The presiding judge nodded, but he always felt that the word sounded a bit familiar. Chapter 34, Summer Camp opens, Lesson 1, Building Autonomy. 9 days graduation season summer camp. For the nation's outstanding college students in their 3rd and 4th year of college. The camp lasts for 2 months. The first month is specialized training in the major categories of vocational abilities, the second month is a replica practice for campers of the combat profession and auxiliary profession, and campers of the logistic profession voluntarily choose whether or not to participate. Those who excel will directly obtain a place within the Nine Heavenly Guild and receive rewards from the guild. Chen Feng arrived at the camp at 8 in the morning to report for duty. The moment he saw the infrastructure, Chen Feng finally understood why the cost to enter the camp was so high. The entire summer camp base covers an extremely wide area, with a training ground and a forge, complete infrastructure, food and accommodation, and good living facilities. And there are also specialized instructors. The whole is a strengthened version of the college training base. The camp entrance is strewn with people. Roughly one look at the summer camp campers, at least 100 people. Everyone lined up to receive their items and register their information. Soon, the campers were divided into 3 teams according to the characteristics of the 3 major professions. Among them, the combat professions had the most campers, and Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi were among them. The auxiliary and logistic professions combined were less than a third of the combat professions. This was well explained. After all, there were a number of very famous battle profession awakened within the Nine Heavens Association, and if one could get their guidance, then this $10,000 tuition fee would be too cost-effective. Instructors lead off separately. The camp area was similarly divided into 3 areas, and it was difficult for campers with different occupational characteristics to come into contact with one another on weekdays. Chen Feng waved goodbye to Gu Sisi and Jiang Chen before following them into the logistics occupation exclusive camp. After allocating the accommodation, Chen Feng and the other 8 campers went to the forge to gather. There were only 9 logistics career campers attending this 9-day graduation season summer camp. Everyone was scattered and sitting in the forging room, making it seem very empty. At this moment, the yellow-haired man sitting in front of Chen Feng turned his head to take the lead in breaking the silence. "Bro, which school? Looking at you, you should be a junior this year, right?" Chen Feng nodded, "From the Logistics Vocational Specialized College next door." Chen Feng was not prepared to reveal too much information about himself here, so he simply made one up at random. The yellow-haired man frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of imperceptible resistance. Logistics Vocational Specialized College? A second degree? What's the point of going to all the trouble of running here? The yellow-haired man was puzzled. Oh, then wish brother success in his studies. After saying that, he turned back and started chatting with the others, no longer bothering with Chen Feng. Hearing these people talk, Chen Feng had a rough understanding of the other 8 people on the scene. Like Chen Feng, these 8 people had all awakened to the logistics profession with the creation attribute. It was also in line with the theme of this installment of the 9 days graduation season summer camp, creation and firepower. Among them, the yellow-haired youth who had talked to Chen Feng earlier was actually from Shangjing Academy as well. A senior student of the Department of Logistics Creation, he was also a member of the student council. Not counting Chen Feng, he was the only one of the 8 people who came from the upper 5th Academy, with most of the others being a heavy book. In response, Huang Xianwen subconsciously raised his chin, his eyes filled with pride and contempt. His attitude towards the others also became much more frivolous. According to Huang Xianwen's words, he came to participate in the 9 days of summer camp as completely in order to find a job in the second half of the preparation, brush a summer camp experience. But now, it seemed like he could easily get the title of outstanding camper. Looking around, the education and abilities of the people here were definitely inferior to his own, and he had absolute confidence in his own career. What's more, there was also a person from a second specialized institution behind himself to pad out the bottom. At the thought of this, Huang Xianwen didn't hold back a glance back. Humph, the eyes are naive and stupid. At this time the instructor walked in. He spoke meticulously to all the campers through the projection screen about the main content of this month's training. The first half practiced independent building, where campers were not allowed to use blueprints and had to rely on their own knowledge to build items with their own hands, further training the campers' meticulous and creative abilities. The second half of the program consists of physical fitness training. According to the instructor's philosophy, logistical careers must also learn to utilize their occupational characteristics to fight. The campers were also encouraged to participate in the replica practice next month. Of course, judging from the expressions on most people's faces, it was expected that not many would listen to him. The 2 phases would be scored in parallel, and the person with the highest cumulative camper performance score would be awarded the title of the best camper of the camp. Chen Feng was still unfamiliar with the first stage's autonomous build area, and it was also an ability he lacked. According to his understanding, this should be a course that would only be conducted in the junior year of many universities. However, Huang Xianwen, who was sitting in the front row, was propping up his chin, but it was difficult to hide his contemptuous smile. The reason was simple: this course had already been learned in their freshman year at Shangjing Academy. And his test score for this course was not low. Huang Xianwen looked around at the overwhelmed crowd with a dark smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the best camper of this year is not me. Huang Xianwen understood very well that autonomous creation was the true test of a logistical professional awakened person with the ability to create. Those without talent and with poor learning ability would be doomed to fail here. This was also why many institutions placed this part in the junior year, for fear that students would lose their self-confidence too early in their exposure. Huang Xianwen glanced back and realized that Chen Feng was staring at the large screen with incomparably serious eyes. He snickered and leaned his chair back, leaning back to put his head over. Bro, I don't think your second specialized institution has this kind of course, right? Chen Feng couldn't take his eyes off the screen and casually said, haven't touched it. Huang Xianwen laughed, that's right then. Also, not all colleges have this educational resource for students to train in independent creativity. I reckon you guys are just about practicing with the academy's disposable blueprints. How about this, give me $1,000 and I can instruct you a sentence or two in my spare time. Seeing Chen Feng's delayed response, Huang Xianwen spat disdainfully. What a log. No wonder you can only study in his second specialized college. Seeing that Chen Feng did not take to the path, Huang Xianwen simply targeted the other campers who knew little about the field. Huang Xianwen did not realize that from start to finish, Chen Feng had not even listened to a single word he had said. His attention was currently fully focused on the instructor's explanation of the autonomous creation process, and he was rapidly taking notes. Autonomous creation was divided into two processes. First, take out a blank blueprint and consume props, which are cheap and will be provided by the training camp. Second, conceptualize in your mind the general shape of the object you want to create, both internal and external shapes. Subsequently, make sure that the components make sense and that they will work as conceived. This process requires that the awakened person himself or herself has great imaginative ability and relevant specialized knowledge. This is how one can direct the ability to be unleashed and build the material into shape. It would not be difficult to build something without a blueprint, if it was just a whistle, chopsticks, or some other small object. However, it would be quite difficult to create objects that were useful to the awakened. After a brief introduction, the instructor left the forging room, leaving the rest of the time to the campers. Letting Chen Feng and the others try practicing on their own. If there was anything they didn't understand, they would first take note of it and wait for him to come back to explain further. When the instructor left, Chen Feng immediately began to prepare. He came to the front desk of the forging room and took the disposable blueprints along with the 10 pieces of iron ore per person per day provided to the campers. Turning back to his seat after putting all of these things into the storage, he returned to his seat. Inside the forging room, quite a few people looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Most of them weren't quite sure about what the instructor had explained, and with so many resources allocated each day, they wouldn't dare to waste resources like that. Huang Xianwen was selling his private instruction program as he sat next to another camper, and he patted the camper next to him. See, this is called haste. It's the easiest mistake for you rookies to make. Autonomous building is about talent and patience. It has to be done step by step. He's sure to fail if he's in such a hurry. Chapter 35, 2 attempts and you built it? Chen Feng cleared his desktop and put on his goggles before taking out the disposable blueprints and laying them flat on the desktop. At the same time, he took out the E-rank probability weapon ordinary pistol. Opened the magazine and began to measure the size details. He still had one of the bullets that he had shunted from the school at the beginning, and it was just right for use. Measuring the length, width, using a magnifying glass to check the thread construction and so on. The entire process Chen Feng did in an organized manner, looking like a professional. Starting with imitation pistol bullets, this was Chen Feng's strategy. Currently, he was able to create probable weapons, but lacked the corresponding ammunition for the weapons. If it wasn't for Gu Cici's presence in the previous copy of the college entrance exam, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get out of the demon spider cave. Ammunition was a problem that needed to be solved urgently. If he could utilize this opportunity to build his own ammunition, then it would increase his battle power by a lot. Chen Feng utilized a readily available tool to cut the bullet in half and observe the internal structure. Unfortunately, because of the weapons control, there wasn't any detailed data of the bullet on the internet. It was assumed that the control organization was also afraid that these data would lead to social problems if they were widely spread out. Soon Chen Feng completed his preparations and began the next step. Decomposition successful, gained basic materials 100. Build. After decomposing 10 iron ores at once, Chen Feng pressed his hands onto the disposable blueprints as the instructor had said, then closed his eyes to construct the bullet's likeness in his mind. The light flickered and attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked in search of the light, their faces showing surprise. They hadn't expected this camper to actually start getting up to speed so quickly. Could it be that he was also a student of the Upper Fifth Academy? Wasn't he afraid of failure? But soon, they then realized that they were being overly concerned. The light dispersed and Chen Feng opened his eyes. A bullet floated in midair, and Chen Feng reached out his hand in preparation to catch it, only to see the bullet suddenly tremble violently. It then disconnected vertically from the center and disappeared. Chen Feng finally intuited what the instructor's words about burning money were all about. Once there was a problem with the build and a hint of irrationality, the object directly disappeared without even a hair left for you. There should be a problem with the internal structure. Chen Feng immediately realized the problem, completely ignoring the sneering laughter coming out of the forging room to continue into his work. This time, he found a piece of paper and began to draw the internal cross-section of the bullet. Chen Feng did not have any drawing skills, one could even say it was a ghost drawing. But it was enough as long as one could read it. Soon after, Chen Feng took a deep breath to prepare himself once again. Every time an autonomous build used an occupational characteristic ability, it would consume the awaken's energy, and the logistic occupation was no exception. However, the consumption would not be very noticeable if one was only building a bullet. The build began once again. As the light flickered, the bullet slowly took shape. Old Wang, what kind of campers are you recruiting this time? Most of the people who come here actually come here just to mix up a summer camp experience. They don't come for training at all. What's the point of that? Honestly, if this keeps up, I'll just split the best campers spots between the Battle Force camps. What? Let me pay special attention to Chen Feng, that prospective freshman? Lv.1 hung up the phone and rubbed his eyes, his mood annoyed. Every year, according to the guild's requirements, he had to come to the summer camp at this time of year to serve as an instructor for a period of time. But this year, he was wanting to quit this job more and more. Not only did his family need company, but the attitude of the logistic professional awakened people who came to enroll in the camp was too much for Lv.1 to bear. One by one, most of them came to participate for the so-called excellent camper title, and there were even people who paid money to mix in experience, so that their resume for the graduation season would be more abundant to facilitate the subsequent job search. The quality of the campers and their mental attitude was a far cry from the nearby battle profession camp. Lv.1 sighed, shook his head and came to the forge room side of the one-sided realm before. Looking towards the inside was really similar to what he expected. Although he had left the time for them, most of these campers were timid and afraid to try. Afraid that they would be remembered by the instructor for their mistakes and miss the chance to get the best camper. However, Lv.1 remembered that there was a junior student from Shinjing College in this camp. He should have known and practiced autonomous creation for a long time. Lv.1 searched and finally placed his eyes on Huang Xianwen. But looking at this person's focus on making quick money, Lv.1 frowned regretfully and shook his head. The students of the Upper Fifth Academy were just like that, their quality was getting worse every year. Instead, a camper in the corner attracted his attention. This person didn't care at all if it would fail or not, and had already started to build it, nimbly utilizing the field tools on the tabletop. There was also a gun next to the desktop. Lv.1's eyes flashed with light before he murmured in a low voice, E-rank probability weapon, could it be a probability smith? He looked Chen Feng up and down. Could it be that this person is the Chen Feng that old Wang said to pay special attention to just now? What's so noteworthy about him? Lv.1 even thought that this Chen Feng was a relative of the family of the summer camp's chief data examiner. Otherwise, how could a prospective freshman, whose awakened profession was still that of a probability craftsman, pass the scrutiny to enter the summer camp? However, right at this moment, white light flashed as Chen Feng calmly began his second build with a calm expression on his face. Lv.1 squinted slightly and looked closely. Only a silver-white bullet was seen slowly taking shape on the blueprint. Starting with an imitation bullet? Very smart idea. However, don't think of autonomous building as so simple. The reason why he had set the first half of the summer camp to 20 days was because Lv.1 was well aware of how difficult it was to autonomously build weapons and defenses from 0 to 1. A small bullet could collapse and disappear because a micron of detail wasn't adjusted properly. Even when he was young, he had made many mistakes and wasted many resources. Whether or not something like self-built could succeed and whether or not the form could be maintained, to put it bluntly, sometimes depended on luck. It's not good to be too impatient. Lv.1 made his assessment and decided to go for a meal before returning. But at this time, the white light dissipated, and the bullet that was floating in mid-air actually didn't disappear. What? Not only Lv.1, the group of campers in the classroom looked dumbfounded. It was done on the second attempt? What kind of heaven-defying talent is this? No, what kind of counter-heavenly luck was this? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth as he memorized the process in his mind just now. Every time he built autonomously, next time he just had to follow this feeling and he would be able to achieve bullet freedom. Chen Feng's index finger and thumb gently clamped the bullet, placing it in the palm of his hand as if it was the most precious. Then attempted to load it into the magazine. Only a click was heard and the loading was successful. This also indicated that the size and length of the bullet was completely fine. Pushing on the magazine, pulling the sleeve pushed this bullet into the chamber. Chen Feng came to the window and raised his hand to the sky to fire a shot. The crisp sound of the gunshot echoed in the sky and impacted the mindset of every camper. Not big brother, what the hell is this fun? In the forging room, Huang Xuanwen's original cloudy demeanor disappeared. He stared at Chen Feng with a serious face. This guy, he must be lying to me. Huang Xuanwen could be certain that Chen Feng was definitely not a student from the so-called second specialized institution he spoke of. With this talent and ability, he was at least a heavy school. In his heart, the list of contenders for the best camper had already written down Chen Feng's name. Outside of the one-sided border, Lv.1 smiled with interest. He suddenly felt that this installment of the summer camp might be interesting. Chapter 36, Lv.1's Guidance, Solving the Problem of Ammunition Supply. These days Chen Feng was either soaking in the forging room or looking up information in the library. 5 days had passed, and Chen Feng had become proficient in autonomous building. He was able to achieve a 90% success rate in building ordinary pistol bullets, which was more than double the 40% he achieved on the first day. Relying on the iron ore provided by the camp, Chen Feng already had a full 200 rounds of ammunition in his warehouse. Subsequently, Chen Feng redirected his build to the ammunition for the Dragon Breath Cannon, which should be his main means of output at this stage. Compared to a normal pistol's standardized ammunition that could still have a reference object, the Dragon Breath Cannon ammunition was completely baffling. Chen Feng had previously observed Gu Sisi, who had manifested a circular sphere the size of the palm of his hand. The entire body was pitch black with a hint of red dark marks. However, Chen Feng was completely unclear about the internal structure, so he had no choice but to come to the data room to see if he could find anything useful. Unfortunately, after strolling around the room, he didn't find any relevant library materials. Chen Feng returned to the forge room in disappointment. Seeing the discarded draft paper on the desktop only gave him a headache. Logistic profession awakened persons really need to master more complex knowledge systems in order to be more comfortable. I'm afraid that this accumulation process will have to be put into the university. At this time, it was already the evening mealtime, and Chen Feng was the only one in the forging room. He sat in front of the long table and continued to conceptualize, constantly failing and building. Not long after, the door to the room was pushed open. Looking up, it was actually the instructor, Lv.1. Teacher Li. Chen Feng greeted. Lv.1 nodded in response before coming to him. Still haven't conceptualized it? Chen Feng nodded, his face heavy. Lv.1 was very appreciative of Chen Feng's spirit of delving into the matter without giving up. It was precisely this spirit that was lacking in the logistics profession awakened. You're going to build the bullets for the Dragon Breath Cannon, right? Chen Feng jerked his head up with a surprised expression. He could roughly guess that this should be Lv.1's occupational characteristics skill, seeing the data panel of the weapon he had placed on the table. Chen Feng nodded his head. There is no problem with the exterior construction, but the internal principles I compared to similar ammunition in books, but it still doesn't work, but I don't know where it went wrong and I don't dare to try it easily. Lv.1 sat down and patiently said, actually, you can consider doing this. Saying this, he took out a blueprint paper and directly began to build it. After half a second passed, a palm-sized round sphere appeared in front of him. Worthy of being a senior logistics profession awakened. Although Chen Feng did not know the depth of the other party's strength, but for this build speed it was definitely not low. Lv.1 put the sphere down, and its other half was actually completely skeletonized. Build the outer shell of the ammunition first, build the interior step by step in comparison to perfect the details, and finally complete the assembly. It can still be like this? Chen Feng was surprised. Lv.1 nodded. You just need to not think about building the ammunition in your mind, think of it as a tin shell, so that when you build it out the object won't disappear due to the lack of structure not being able to function. This is also the method I've summarized over the years to reduce resource consumption, and I'm teaching it to you for free today. Chen Feng did not expect the instructor, who was impatient with the other campers, to actually be so patient with himself. Not long after, a standard-sized dragon breath cannon ammunition skeletonized shell was created. With this casing, Chen Feng was able to visualize the internal dimensions and details more intuitively, making it easier to conceptualize the principle of ammunition firing. Li Wenguang got up and took out a book. Take a look at this book. It has the principles of various weapon constructions in human history and also contains ammunition. It should be helpful to you. Cheer up, lad, keep this energy up. Even a probability smith can become a powerful logistic career awakened person. Thanks. Chen Feng received the book, more or less flattered. By the way, let me ask you something. Li Wenguang said. Ever considered finding a master? Chen Feng looked up in surprise. He did not expect Li Wenguang to ask himself this question. Have considered it. The logistic profession emphasizes on a lineage. This is a very important thing. Li Wenguang nodded his head with a pleased expression. Compared to the teacher-student relationship that the academy preaches, I personally feel that master and apprentice is more important to the development of the logistics profession. Study hard. I'm looking forward to your performance later. Li Wenguang said and turned to leave, leaving the ambiguous Chen Feng confused in the wind. What does it mean? Could it be that you want to take me as a disciple? Chen Feng took out his cell phone with a curious mind and began to search for Li Wenguang's information. Chen Feng was slightly startled when he saw Li Wenguang's personal data profile. He had thought that the teacher sent by the Nine Heavens Association to guide them would be very powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this powerful. National Forging Association Level 1 Honorary Member. Vice Minister of the Nine Heavens Guild's Logistics Division. Lv.40 Level Powerhouse. A logistics profession awakened who had once rated a copy alone. The cold words alone could already show how powerful Li Wenguang was. It was important to realize that of the three major career categories, the logistics career had the highest upgrade speed and difficulty. Most of the experience gained was through building or repairing and so on. Normally speaking, a Lv.30 level logistics career awakened was already enough to be called a master. Li Wenguang, on the other hand, was actually at level 40. He was also a first-class honorary member of the National Forging Association, which meant that he had excellent abilities in the field of independent building. And also serving as a vice minister in such an influential awakened association as the Nine Heavens Guild was enough to see his strength. Being able to receive guidance from such a strong person, Chen Feng suddenly felt as if the 10,000 yuan entry fee was really nothing. Counting the iron ore provided every day, it was even a bit of a free ride. Soon after, Chen Feng focused his attention on the book that Li Wenliang had given himself. Indeed, as he said, the entire book was divided into categories, recording the construction principles of the vast majority of weapon categories in human history in great detail. The entire book was divided into 10 volumes, and this one just happened to be the major category of firearms. Soon enough, Chen Feng was able to find a weapon with similar principles to the dragon breath cannon, and found the corresponding ammunition to start imitating it. Following the method that Li Wenguang had taught himself by first building the shell and then assembling it. Soon, after consuming 100 points of basic materials and scrapping 20 iron ball blocks, Chen Feng finally managed to build the first round of dragon breath cannon ammunition. A single round of ammunition could maintain the fire output of the dragon breath cannon for almost 10 seconds. Chen Feng followed suit and built 5 more rounds before rushing to the shooting range without stopping. The shooting range was connected to the camp rest area. At this time, several campers led by Huang Xianwen were staying here to eat after dinner. When they saw Chen Feng walking into the range carrying a weapon not far away, they were all puzzled. Is Chen Feng actually still practicing at this hour? Trying too hard. I don't know which academy's students they are from. We do have to learn from this vigor. Huang Xianwen let out a light laugh. What's the use of trying hard? The direction has to be right for it to work. Chen Feng building a bullet a few days ago had indeed surprised him. But after so many days, Chen Feng seemed to have hit another bottleneck. Huang Xianwen and his group knew that Chen Feng was being troubled by some kind of fire-breathing ammunition. This also allowed Huang Xianwen's tense mind to settle down once again. The outstanding camper spot in the logistics vocational camp must still be his own. However, just at this moment, fire suddenly sprang out from a bleak and lightless shooting range. Only to see the mysterious weapon that Chen Feng carried on his chest spewing flames like a giant dragon. The magnitude of the fire caused everyone to be startled. But that wasn't all. Suddenly the dragon breath cannon let out a roaring sound, and even more manic flames covered the target of the range directly. Surprisingly, the target was directly burned to ashes. The firelight reflected in Huang Xuanwen's eyes illuminated his dull face. No, this type of ammunition only took 5 days to build? You're getting a perfect score on the exam. But Huang Xianwen was more curious. That flamethrower he's holding in his hand, he should have bought it, right? Chapter 37, Enrollment in Copy Practice, Logistics Camp Solo. 30 days passed in a flash. Chen Feng turned to targeting a series of battle profession training courses such as physical exercise and melee fighting after solving the weapon and ammunition attack problem. During the day, he practiced autonomous builds, and at night, he went to the battle profession camp to find Jiang Chen and dabble in his training sessions. There were training dummies and accompanying videos provided by the battle profession camp. Put on the headphones and practice according to the video, and the dummies would also change their movements to match the video. Compared to the shabby atmosphere of the logistics profession, the entire camp clearly put most of its efforts into the battle profession training. It was no wonder that the number of people enrolling would exceed the logistics and auxiliary professions by many times. Soon enough, it came to the first phase of the logistics career's closing stage. The camp would be scored based on the self-built objects provided by the campers. Chen Feng provided a replica version of the Dragon Breath Cannon. He had spent more than 20 days thoroughly figuring out the principles of this weapon before imitating a low-profile version as it was. However, he didn't know if it was due to insufficient leveling, but he was unable to grant this Dragon Breath Cannon the ability to probabilistically affect enchantment himself. In other words, it was just a cool-looking flamethrower. Of course, the submitted piece came with 5 rounds of ammunition. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Chen Feng's submission. What everyone had submitted were some simple structural objects, pulley sets or some kind of instruments and tools. How did it become a weapon when it came to Chen Feng? No, everyone is on the same starting line. Would the gap be this big? I don't know, but if I had this amount of time with him every day, I'm sure it would be fine. Ugh, I think it's just a model, it's just a bluff. Didn't I hear about it? This person is a second specialized college, with this talent and strength is estimated to be admitted to the upper 5 college entrance exams. Don't you think it's Huang? The crowd turned their heads to look at Huang Xianwen. For so many days, they could be said to have gained a lot after purchasing Huang Xuanwen's guidance course. It only took 20 days to be able to build some complex small objects such as a Rubik's Cube. The crowd only exclaimed that they were worthy of coming out of the upper 5th academy. Their exposure to knowledge was comprehensive. Brother Huang, quickly bring out the detector you built and let the group open their eyes. That's right, that's a high-precision detection instrument. Even if Chen Feng really builds a weapon, it's definitely not inferior. Brother Huang? The crowd looked back, but realized that Huang Xuanwen's expression was a bit strange. At the same time, Li Wenguan called out to his name to submit the object. Huang Xianwen slowly got up with his head lowered. Each step he took was so heavy. He arrived in front of the podium and suddenly looked back at Chen Feng, his eyes already filled with victory. With a wave of his right hand, a gorgeous-looking, densely patterned crossbow appeared in front of the crowd. Brother Huang, didn't you build the probe? The juniors following Huang Xianwen only felt stabbed in the back, completely unable to comprehend. Huang Xianwen had clearly said that he would stand on the same starting line as everyone else and build the same type of objects as the group. But in the end, what he had placed on the forging table for so many days was just a model pretending to be for them to see. Huang Xianwen, why are you so unorthodox? Refund. Huang Xianwen smiled indifferently, spreading his hands and said, "Who made you guys stupid? No wonder you can only read 1 or 2 books, it's called soldiering." Although the instructor on the podium, Li Wenguan, was dissatisfied with his behavior. But Huang Xianwen did so, and indeed within the rules of the camp, he could not say anything. When he placed his gaze on the crossbow, he could not help but marvel at the fact that he was worthy of being a student of the upper 5th academy. This crossbow had even been given a weapon effect. In other words, it was no longer just an ordinary weapon alone, but a weapon useful to awakened ones. Creation-type logistic profession awakened ones usually had to be upgraded to Lv.10 before it was possible to grant weaponry ability effects in autonomous crafting. When Huang Xianwen did this, he was completely relying on his high level and relying on level suppression for a high evaluation. The key was that the summer camp also happened to acquiesce to this behavior. Chen Feng, I'm sorry, I'll take this title of outstanding student with a smile. Huang Xianwen was incomparably confident, knowing full well that the Dragon Breath Cannon built by Chen Feng could never be compared to his own crossbow. This was in fact true as well. After Li Wenguan scored according to the rules, Huang Xianwen won first place without any pressure. The same went for the optimal camper in the first stage of the logistics vocational camp. Next, he only needed to play steadily and maintain an average level in the second stage of comprehensive training, and the only outstanding camper slot in Lv.1's hands would inevitably go to him. It was just a pity that Chen Feng did not take kindly to his taunts and did not even look at him. Alright, the first phase is over. Huang Xianwen has temporarily become the top-ranked camper in this camp. Next will be the second phase of the camp, comprehensive training. Just to mention one more thing, are there any campers in our camp who want to sign up for the replica practice in other camps? Lv.1 announced. There was a moment of silence, and no one seemed to answer. Who has nothing to do to seek abuse? Huang Xianwen blew out a breath and said frivolously. Participating in the replica practice, that would have to be scored according to the scoring criteria of their battle profession. The difficulty can be much higher than our comprehensive training. We're just a logistics profession, there's no need to take this risk, right, teacher? Lv.1 smiled faintly. I'll ask one last time, are there any who have taken the initiative to enroll? What answered him was still silence. Alright then, Lv.1 collected his desktop and looked towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng, pack up, you're the only one of us in the logistics camp who signed up for copy practice this summer camp. Chen Feng got up and followed with an expressionless face. It wasn't until he and Lv.1 left the forging room that Huang Xianwen slowed down from his shock. What the hell? This Chen Feng doesn't have a problem with his head, right? Copy practice? What's he thinking for a logistics profession? Huang Xianwen laughed, but when he saw Chen Feng, who was ranked second on the rating leaderboard, a hint of bad intuition suddenly popped up. This Chen Feng, he wouldn't be thinking of relying on copy practice to bend the rules, right? Although the copy practice was scored according to the battle profession scoring standard, the score ceiling was a full double that of the comprehensive special training for the logistics profession. If Chen Feng really obtained a high score in the copy practice, there was indeed a great possibility of completing a reverse overtake. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Logistic professions were already lacking in combat power, let alone competing with a group of outstanding battle profession awakened. It would be even more impossible to obtain a high score. Huang Xianwen shook his head, wanting to pull more people to join him in mocking Chen Feng's foolish behavior. However, when he turned his head to look, the campers who had regarded him as their big brother in the past had long since left the forging room, leaving him here alone. Huang Xianwen winced. Just a student from a second specialized institution. It must be that he was overthinking it. Chapter 38, A Tampered Copy? Countless flares exploding in the sky. Oldly, this year, your logistics camp only has this one lone seed. In front of the camp, Lv.1 brought Chen Feng to gather. In previous year's summer camps, the logistics camp had enrolled at least 5 people. But for some reason this year, there was only one Chen Feng. It's not in the number of people, it's in the precision. Lv.1 said. Yo, Oldly, it seems like you're very confident in this camper. Which college's senior? The Battle Force camp instructor looked at Chen Feng and asked curiously. A prospective freshman, not yet enrolled. Ah? Hearing Chen Feng's reply, not only this instructor, but those campers watching the show were also startled. Logistics profession, prospective freshman. Such conditions actually dared to enroll in copy practice? Don't want to die. So confident, a bit interesting. The battle camp instructor turned his head to look at Lv.1 and joked, Oldly, is it possible that you want to take the bottom spot again this year? The duplicate practice would not only be scored according to the individual campers, but also between the 3 major camps. It would be graded according to the average score of the participating campers. However, the summer camp had been open for so many sessions, and the average score of the logistics camp had always been the bottom one, and had never exceeded 30 points. Logically, the smaller the number of campers, the greater the fluctuation of the average score. Unfortunately, the average score of the campers in the logistics camp had always been so stable. Of course, this also had a lot to do with occupational characteristics. Lv.1 could have completely prevented the campers from enrolling, but he didn't care about this so-called ranking of the 3 major camps. He only wanted the campers who paid money to train with him to gain more, that was all. The bottom one is just the first. Chen Feng, there's no need to put too much pressure on yourself, we just want to hold on to the bottom one, we can't give it up to the auxiliary camps. Lv.1 also didn't forget to damage the auxiliary camp instructor next to him. Don't worry teacherly, I will do my best not to let this position be snatched by the battle camp. Ooh yo, still a little prick, quite similar to your teacherly. The battle force camp instructor looked at Chen Feng with a surprised expression and joked. The small talk didn't last long. The campers arrived and drove in separate vehicles to the location of the replica secret realm. As soon as they got on the bus, Chen Feng was greeted. "Old Chen, I knew you were coming." Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi had already sat in the car, purposely reserving a spot for Chen Feng. "To be honest, I was more or less unsure if you weren't coming." Gu Sisi nodded along. However, it looked strange to the onlookers. Two awakened of the battle profession would actually treat the awakened of the logistics profession as the core of the team? The bus carrying the summer campers drove away from the city. It eventually stopped in front of a suburb outside the 8th ring road of Shanjing City. There was a copy of a wilderness secret area here that had been explored twice. The level threat assessment was D. For the summer camp college students, this grade was just around average, manageable but also slightly challenging. Of course, compared to the dangerous difficulty of the college entrance examination center, which wasn't even grade E, it was much too dangerous. The battle camp instructor came before the crowd, declaring the rules of the copy practice. First of all, this copy practice was teamwork, and the camp staff had already divided 8 lines in advance, with each line corresponding to a different task. The campers chose and formed their own teams. Finally, they will be assessed and scored according to the results of completing the tasks. Unlike the college entrance exams, there are no all-around surveillance cameras, so campers can only contact them through the emergency flare gun they are given when they encounter dangers they can't handle. The instructors will be there as soon as possible to ensure the safety of the campers. The rest of the program has no special rules. There is no limit to the weapons, no limit to the means. Each relied on their own abilities. Safety, safety, or safety. The instructor emphasized again and again. In the event that you encounter a danger you can't cope with, please immediately fire the emergency flare gun. None of you want to participate in a summer camp only to go back covered in injuries, right? What he said was actually very light. There was a chance of personal accidents without a fully explored copy. "Campers, are you ready?" "Ready," the campers said in unison, with deafening energy. "The replica practice begins. Please enter the replica, all campers." Similar to the replica of the college entrance exam, a portal shaped like the entrance to a cave stood in front of the campers. A halo of light covered it as they approached, and they would be transported to the secret territory of the replica in a matter of moments. Chen Feng, Gu Sisi, and Jiang Chen walked to the very back of the line to line up. This time, the strategy was again different from that of the college entrance exam. With a D-level difficulty copy, the danger index was not something that the three of them could easily deal with. Keeping up with the large group was the wisest choice. According to the instructor's explanation, after entering the replica they would see an outpost camp that had been set up in advance, which would provide some basic supplies. After receiving the supplies, just follow the arrow guidance and choose the route they want to take to receive the quest. It also sounded simple. The quest was nothing more than dealing with demons plus gathering resources, very unusual. The three of them arrived at the teleportation entrance to make their final preparations. Chen Feng put on his newly acquired, giant tree armor, and then distributed the ordinary pistols to the two of them. He then took a deep breath and took the lead in stepping into the teleportation portal. A light blue halo instantly covered him. Chen Feng only felt a slight movement coming from underneath his feet, and when he opened his eyes again, a drastic change had already occurred before his eyes. The air around him was incomparably fragrant, the sweet scent of the rain. There was also no cacophony of the steel jungle of the modern city in his ears. Looking around, Chen Feng's brows suddenly furrowed. Where had the campground in the instructor's mouth gone? Where did the 8 roads that had been explored in advance go? Looking around, there were only unreadable jungles and trees. Countless bizarre vines coiled around the tree trunks, the ground, and everywhere. It was dark, eerie, and weird. Not right. Chen Feng looked back violently. Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi, who should have followed him into the copy, did not follow. The fixed location teleportation copy had been changed to a random location teleportation? Chen Feng alerted his surroundings and immediately took out the dragon breath cannon from the warehouse. At this time, he suddenly realized that the giant tree armor that he had worn on his body in advance had actually reacted. The green armor pieces on the armor surface began to shake and emit a tinkling sound. The silent and motionless tree trunks around him began to sway with this sound, as if they had come to life. The noisy sound of tree leaves clattering was more like a burst of eerie laughter. Immediately afterward, the vines began to slowly squirm, moving like a worm towards Chen Feng's direction. What the hell is going on? Chen Feng subconsciously held his hand on the emergency flare gun hanging on his waist. Intuition told him that something big had happened within the replica. However, right at this moment, the sky suddenly exploded with countless startling sounds. Looking up, Chen Feng's pupils contracted violently. Countless emergency flares exploded in different directions. A red, dangerous glow illuminated the entire sky. Chapter 39, Copy Berserk? Then I'm not going to be polite. Looking at the red distress signal flashing in the sky, Chen Feng frowned slightly. This is a copy going berserk? There was a detailed description of it in the textbook. Copy berserk, which mostly appeared during Copy Secret Berserk. A replica that enters that state will become extremely aggressive towards all awakened inhumans. Not only did the demons within the replica's bizarre attack desires elevate, they became even more frantic. Even the unique ecology within the replica would show its fangs. Sandstorms, huge hailstones, earthquakes, and the like would often bring awakened ones who did not have the time to evacuate directly to the brink of extinction. Chen Feng looked around, and these vines that were gradually becoming offensively targeted were precisely the sign of the copy going berserk. The ecology of this copy was rejecting the awakened who entered it. However, Chen Feng did not understand that the copy berserk state would not normally occur. Moreover, there was still more than a year to go before the next replica Mystic Realm Berserk, so it was reasonable to say that the replicas around the world were in a period of calm. Gotta evacuate quickly. Looking at the emergency flares that were constantly swirling in the sky, Chen Feng took out his flare gun on the spur of the moment as well. However, right at this moment, a vine flew in and directly wrapped around Chen Feng's right hand, simultaneously knocking the flare gun down. Several black figures leapt out from the bushes on the side, attacking him with teeth and claws. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng held the cannon in one hand and turned the muzzle to directly press the trigger. The cold iron was activated, and the raging flames whistled out to instantly wrap the several black phantoms. Only a hissing scream was heard. Kill Class E Demon Tree Puppet Gecko Lv.1 gain +5 experience value. The vines seemed to be wary of the fiery flames of the dragon breath cannon, loosening their entanglements and retreating towards the dense forest. Chen Feng picked up the flare gun and put it back on his waist. He was originally prepared to evacuate the copy early, but looking at the charred demonic corpses on the ground, as well as the vines around him that were slowly moving and disappearing out of fear of himself, Chen Feng changed his mind. Was worried about getting stuck in my upgrade progress, this seems like an opportunity. Chen Feng lightly took out a round of ammunition from the warehouse and finished reloading it before taking out the mission equipment provided by the summer camp and randomly choosing a direction. Although the copy had entered a berserk state, the summer camp had not called a halt, and the mission had to continue. Without the lines that had been explored in advance, Chen Feng had no choice but to randomly choose a mission line to walk down. The duplicate berserk was dangerous for most awakened. But likewise, it was also a double-edged sword. Under the berserk state, the demons lurking within the duplicate would swarm towards the awakened in a brainstorm, which was also a great time to brush up on experience. As a matter of fact, every 3 years, the Secret Realm Copy Berserk was also the period when the levels of awakened people around the globe increased dramatically. Along the way through the dense forest, Chen Feng was like a ball of fire that had fallen into an ice cave. The vines that covered the surrounding area disappeared as fast as they could see the ghosts, which happened to provide Chen Feng with a road with a good view. Came to a pool and stopped in front of a small stream. Chen Feng withdrew a round of ammunition from the chamber and discarded it on the ground. This was already the 5th round of Dragon's Breath cannon shells that he had consumed. There were less than 6 rounds left in the warehouse, but not even an hour had passed yet. The consumption was completely unable to keep up with the number of enemies. Chen Feng turned to his normal pistol from the warehouse. At this exact moment, 3 more bird-type demons suddenly swept down sharply from the sky, pouncing towards Chen Feng in a deadly manner. Chen Feng reacted quickly, dodging the attack with a roll. After a month of nighttime extra training, at this point, Chen Feng's body reaction speed had already gotten a lot faster. With the special training program provided by the summer camp, he was able to use his strength and speed more comfortably. The bird-like demonic creature brushed against Chen Feng. Its speed was simply too fast, directly colliding with the ground head first, its beak snapping in two. Suicide attack? Chen Feng thanked the gift from the replica nature, raising his gun to add 2 rounds to each of their heads. It was only after confirming that he had gotten the experience value that he came to crouch in front of their corpses. Decompose. Chen Feng placed his hand on the corpses, his mouth breaking into a whisper. White light flickered as the demonic corpses gradually fell apart and then completely disappeared. In its place, Chen Feng had harvested a total of 30 points of basic materials. Just enough to create 30 rounds of ordinary pistol bullets or 3 rounds of dragon breath cannon shells. Chen Feng's mouth smiled slightly as he opened his data panel. Chen Feng. Profession, Probability Craftsman. Rating, Grade E. Rank, Lv.1 In an hour's time, he had already swiped almost 70 experience points. Less than 50 experience points away from Lv.7, if he could effectively utilize the demonic corpse decomposition build to form a normal cycle, Chen Feng was certain that he could directly level up 2 levels in a row within the duplicate. Looking towards the corpse of the spiky bird in front of him, Chen Feng inevitably marveled at the richness of the copy's ecology. Geckos, birds, small insects. Chen Feng had encountered all sorts of magical creatures. However, so far there were only a few low-level demons. It would be reasonable to say that there would not be a shortage of high-level demons in a D-rated copy. Chen Feng took out his quest board, the third quest line. If he wanted to get a full score, he needed to collect a total of 5 items. Blue Spirit Flower 1. Any D-class demon body component 1. Any C-ranked demon body component 1. Ghostly Tree Shadow Tentacle 1. Any body residue of the replica core boss 1. Each item is worth 20 points, and the higher the level of the item, the higher the score. The first 4 quests all had corresponding matching pictures, so it wasn't that troublesome to find them. But the last task, even the person who issued this task didn't know what the replica's core boss looked like. In other words, even the best campers would probably only be able to complete the first 4 tasks, and pursuing 80 points was already the limit. Chen Feng clicked on the first mission, Blue Spirit Flower. The mission introduction: the flower of the blue spirit was distributed in some small pools of water in the replica's dense forest. A very simple quest to collect the quest, but the number was limited. The camp test should be about how the campers distribute them. However, Chen Feng turned his head to look behind him. This so-called small pool of water, why did it look so familiar? Looking around, there was a blue mysterious flower standing at the edge of the small water pool behind him that was less than 10 square meters. It was precisely the blue spirit flower. This luck, it's a bit too good. Even Chen Feng himself couldn't help but sigh, casually walking around and completing his first mission. If the other campers knew about it, they would probably be so angry that they would directly curse their mothers. However, just at the moment Chen Feng walked forward and bent down ready to pick it, splashes of water suddenly emerged from the center of the water covered in a thick coat of moss. Chen Feng violently withdrew his hand and took 2 steps back. In the next second, the green moss coat was toppled by something. A tiny head similar to the Venetian water monster poked out. 2 large black eyes stared at Chen Feng and cocked its head, as if it was curious about everything in the outside world. It was a demonic creature, yes, but this demonic creature was a bit too cute. To compare it to other demonic creatures, this was completely a cute version of the image. It did not look threatening at all. Chen Feng grinned. He then decisively pulled the trigger, smashing the head of the little water monster in front of him into pieces. In an instant, the surface of the water rippled and a low hissing sound emanated from the bottom of the pool. Heh, a disguise indeed. Chapter 40, Defeating the Water Cress Beast. There's actually someone in its belly? Chen Feng didn't care if you were cute or not. In this copy that was full of killing opportunities and weird styles, it was even more important to be vigilant when encountering cute-looking magical creatures. Concealing one's body through the environment, and then releasing some human conception of cute and weak trap signals to lure the prey closer, such things were not unheard of. The pool of water burst open, only to see a demonic creature with a body size of up to 3 meters scurry out of the water. Its entire body was covered with a grass coat like a silken worm, and that so-called cute water monster head was nothing more than a bait organ he had grown. Class D Demon Beast Water Grass Beast. A kind of magic creature that has almost no hostility towards humans, with a docile character and generally won't step out of its own territory on its own initiative. However, under the berserk state of the duplicate, the waterweed beast was given an extremely strong aggressiveness. It actually scurried directly out of the water and hissed as it rushed towards Chen Feng. Only its speed was slow. Chen Feng held an ordinary pistol in each of his left and right hands and fired directly. The massive size of the waterweed beast allowed him to not need to care about shooting accuracy, it's completely just a moving target. Probability trigger weapon penetration doubled. System beeps ensued. The bullets fired from the muzzle were given a probability effect, striking the water grass beast like breaking through the air, surprisingly piercing through its leather like tough grass coat. Successfully inflicting damage, the water grass beast ate the pain and roared even more crazily as it lunged towards Chen Feng. The firepower continued, fighting and retreating at the same time. After the 2 magazines were emptied, Chen Feng didn't hesitate for a second and immediately took out 2 more from the warehouse. With 5 points of speed boost, the waterweed beast couldn't touch him at all. This, coupled with the large number of trees in the surrounding area, also became an obstacle on the path of pursuit. Worthy of the berserk state, it can actually make the water grass beast with a timid character become just like a reckless man. Chen Feng sighed inwardly as he began to consciously shoot towards its abdominal position. However, right at this moment, there were actually 3 tree puppet geckos ambushed between the treetops on the right side. Damn! Chen Feng directly took out the dragon breath cannon from the warehouse after dodging the attack with a roll. After loading it, he directly pressed the trigger. Flames erupted to form a fan-shaped surface, covering the 2 tree puppet geckos that had fluttered into mid-air. However, there were still fish that missed the net. The last tree puppet gecko pounced onto Chen Feng's torso, opening its mouth wide in preparation to bite down. Chen Feng could even clearly see the dense teeth in its mouthpiece. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng directly dropped the dragon breath cannon and pressed down on the tree puppet gecko's head. Both of his arms fired at the same time. Only a poof was heard, and the tree puppet gecko's head sunk in and instantly lost its life. Kill level Lv.1 Tree Puppet Gecko 3, gain experience value +3. The tree puppet gecko was not a powerful magical creature, it was just numerous and annoying, and it was easy to deal damage to ordinary people. However, Chen Feng's 6 points of strength panel data could easily blow its head off with just 1 shot. It was just that the picture was more or less unsightly. Chen Feng shook off the green slurry that had exploded in his hand and hurriedly picked up the dragon breath cannon. At this moment, the water clover beast was right in front of him, and once he allowed its body to roll the dragon breath cannon into its stomach, then Chen Feng would have lost an effective means of being able to deal with it. Roar! The waterweed beast opened its mouth, revealing a mouth that was even larger than the upper half of Chen Feng's body, wanting to swallow him whole. The moment Chen Feng picked up the dragon breath cannon, he directly pulled the trigger. Flames swept through, directly drilling into its abdomen. The aquatic grass beast roared as the grass coat on the surface of its body actually faded away by half. This also revealed its full appearance in front of Chen Feng. One could only see a slime demonic creature with a jelly-like translucent body rolling and struggling, with vaporized bubbles rising from the surface of its body. But strangely enough, Chen Feng seemed to see a humanoid figure within its translucent body. Someone's been swallowed. Chen Feng let go of the trigger. If the dragon breath cannon were to roast the waterweed beast along with the person inside its stomach, that scene would be too bad. Fortunately, after the water plants faded, the weakness of the water grass beast was also exposed. Located on the upper side of the body, a non-translucent area, which was obviously its main body organ. As more than 10 crisp gunshots sounded out in the dense forest. Killed Class D Lv.3 waterweed beast, gained +30 experience value. The waterweed beast's huge body fell down with a loud thud, its bulging stomach bursting open the moment it touched the ground. Countless sticky transparent liquids splashed out. Fortunately, Chen Feng had learned his lesson this time and ducked behind a tree trunk to avoid it. As expected, there was actually someone inside the stomach of the watercress beast. This person was wrapped and entangled in some sort of film, and seemed to realize that he had been saved, wrenching back and forth. Phew! Finally saved. Where are my glasses? A middle-aged man with long hair whose entire body was wet with mucus was able to extricate himself from the film with Chen Feng's help. He lay on the ground in a sorry state, searching for his eyeglasses. Chen Feng handed him the glasses with lenses that were a finger's width wide. Here. The long-haired man took the glasses and thanked, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I guess I really would have been digested into bone crumbs. The long-haired man was finally able to look around clearly after putting his glasses back on. He stared at Chen Feng for a while, then smiled. Thank you, my friend. Chen Feng stood up and tossed him his carry-on canvas bag. It's fine, next time, be careful not to fall into such a simple trap. No problem. But, my friend, next time don't roast me over a fire, it's almost ripe meat. The long-haired man laughed, patted the slime-stained canvas bag, and took a picture book out of it. Then he surprisingly started copying at the corpse of the waterweed beast. The album was very old, and it was unknown how many bizarre portraits of demonic creatures had been drawn on it. Chen Feng was not too surprised by the long-haired man's behavior. There was no shortage of people in this world who possessed these little fetishes. Those like the long-haired man who liked to copy the corpses of magical creatures were still considered to have light tastes. Where's your emergency flare gun? Chen Feng asked. Although the long-haired man appeared to be physically unharmed, his exposed skin was actually severely burned and required prompt treatment. The long-haired man was silent for a few seconds before absently saying, dropped. Chen Feng frowned slightly, but did not think too much about it. However, it looked like it would take a lot of time for the long-haired man to make a complete copy of the water clover beast's corpse. Chen Feng didn't have the patience to accompany him, so he simply squatted down directly in front of him and cut off a portion of the water grass beast's corpse and put it into the warehouse before directly decomposing it. AI. Chen Feng, don't decompose it. Ha! Chen Feng's pupils jolted as he half turned back around, raising his right arm to place the muzzle of an ordinary pistol squarely on the forehead of the long-haired man. The relaxed and cozy atmosphere instantly solidified. At this moment, it was as if the long-haired man only needed to take a deep breath to make Chen Feng press the trigger. The corner of the long-haired man's mouth twitched slightly as he laughed awkwardly. Friend, not so much. Chen Feng frowned tightly, not making the slightest move to lower his pistol. From just now, I've been wondering why I haven't seen you at summer camp in a month. Neither did the emergency signaling pistol, nor the mission board. And I obviously didn't tell you my name. Chapter 41 Observer Lu Qingshan, Class C Magical Creature. Friend, don't be impulsive. The long-haired man raised his hands high, his face made innocent. My awakened occupation is Observer, so that's how I know your name. You can completely trust me, and I have no need to lie to you. Observer, B rank auxiliary occupation. The occupation characteristic skill is to spy on the information and level of other people or magical creatures. It was an uncommon and rare occupation, and the powerful information snooping ability was usually treated as a key control target by the authorities. If what he said was true, suddenly calling out his name was not difficult to understand. Chen Feng slowly leveled his gun. The man smiled at the sight, taking out a tissue from his bag and handing it to Chen Feng for him to wipe the mucus from his hands. My name is Lu Qingshan, we should be friends. Why are you alone in the copy? Chen Feng asked with a cold face. Although there was no problem with Lu Qingshan's words, he was not a camper of the 9 days graduation season summer camp, and it was hard to keep people from being suspicious when he ran into the copy alone. Lu Qingshan picked up a brush and a sketchbook and explained, I'm a painter, and I like to collect portraits of all sorts of magical creatures in my spare time. This is not it, casually found a copy to explore, saw a cute demonic creature and thought it was some rare species, as a result, it was swallowed by the waterweed beast. That said, I have to thank you again, my friend. Without you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to return. Lu Qingshan sighed and picked up his paintbrush and bypassed Chen Feng to once again start copying on the watergrass beast corpse. The excited look in his eyes was hard not to wonder if he had some sort of mental illness. Chen Feng retrieved his pistol and did not spoil him. Coming in front of the corpse, he directly began to decompose it. Decomposition successful, gained basic materials plus 100. With the decomposition completed, the watercress beast corpse completely disappeared. And Lu Qingshan's drawing book had only just reached 1/3. He slapped his head in chagrin. My friend! Why are you always so impatient? Chen Feng did not pay attention to him, but instead would take out his emergency flare gun and shoot a round of ammunition into the sky. The flare burst high in the sky, blooming red smoke. Stay here, someone will come to fetch you out in a moment, said Chen Feng as he came to the pool and plucked the blue spirit's flower before turning around and walking towards the front. He had to continue completing his mission and didn't have the time to toss and turn with this painter. Hey, wait for me. Who expected Lu Qingshan to follow? Friend, the water clover beast was not painted, but can you let me follow you, maybe I can paint other magical creatures. Chen Feng wanted to refuse, but the other party continued, don't worry, it won't get in the way, I can also use my occupational characteristics to provide you with information, convenient for you and convenient for me. Win-win ah. Chen Feng admitted that what Lu Qingshan had said was very reasonable, and now that he was in the period of copy rage, having such an observer, auxiliary occupation awaken could also provide a lot of help. Okay, but there is a prerequisite, find a place to hide when you find a demon. Don't worry, it won't drag you down. Lu Qingshan hemmed and hawed and hurriedly followed behind Chen Feng. According to the current progress of the quest, the flower of the blue spirit was successfully collected. The water clover beast guarding this flower also happened to be a D-ranked demonic creature. In a single strike, both of the first two quests were completed. And the waterweed beast wasn't too weak amongst the D-ranked magical creatures, although it was only Lv3, it was at least 15 when divided equally, right? Next, Chen Feng targeted the Mission 3 C-rank magical creatures and the ghostly tree shadow tentacles. Having Lu Qingshan around was just enough to help him find his target. The duo slowly advanced along the road ahead. From time to time, there were low-level demons that launched surprise attacks on Chen Feng. However, relying on the powerful weapons, these demonic creatures could only end up being transformed into the raw material for bullets before they got any closer to killing their kind. Lu Qingshan, who was following behind him, hemmed and hawed and exclaimed, "Logistical profession, probability smith, who would have thought?" Chen Feng frowned back, "You can even spy on my occupation?" Lu Qingshan shook his finger in denial, "Not snooping, it's observing, he. Chen Feng was helpless inside. He really had no way to deal with an auxiliary occupation like observer, while on the premise of not having a high level the other party was unable to observe his own detailed data panels and weapon and defense panels. I smell the scent of a C-class demonic creature, should we go over?" Lu Qingshan suddenly said. Chen Feng frowned and was just about to ask something. Lu Qingshan pointed to his eyes. "I observed it." Indeed, as Lu Qingshan had said, not only was there a C-ranked demonic creature ahead, but there was also a fierce battle taking place. Chen Feng finally encountered the other summer campers. 3 of them were fighting, forming a tightly knit formation, with one person responsible for one direction. And behind them, a seriously injured camper was covered in blood and unconscious. An extremely fast and spiky demonic creature constantly roamed the periphery, with a steady stream of bizarre tang vines swaying towards them. "Brothers, think of a way, if this continues we're all doomed. We can still deal with this C-ranked demonic creature by joining forces, but there are just too many of these tang vines. Why don't we withdraw? What retreat? If we leave, what about the brothers behind us?" A tall man with a cool and handsome look shouted. "Retreat? How could we retreat? But then look at the sky." For emergency flares had been shot out long ago, but help was slow to arrive. Right at this moment, countless tempest vines converged into a single stream and spiked demonic beasts simultaneously launched an attack towards one of the campers on the leftmost side. The battalion member couldn't dodge and was hit, flying backwards and smashing heavily on the tree trunk. Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth and he directly lost consciousness. The vines lurking behind the tree trunk actually acted at this time, wrapping around his body and slowly dragging him towards the depths of the dense forest. "Don't think." It was that tall man again, who waved his long sword in his hand. The end of the sword actually condensed visible thunder, shattering the tang vines. Then he drew his sword and plunged it into the ground. His eyes seemed to be covered in thunder, and a thunder field was created with him as the center to protect his companions and himself. Outside the minefield, the tang vines immediately broke off when touched, and the C-ranked demonic creature didn't dare to go back up when it saw that. However, going down there was nothing more than drawing a circle, and when the minefield dissipated, what greeted the crowd would be a dead end. "Brother Lei Ming, what should we do?" "Stall for a little while longer, maybe help is on the way." "But it's been 10 minutes, it should have arrived long ago." The other companion looked anxious and had already lost his fighting spirit. The man who was maintaining the minefield was also getting more and more strained, his forehead veins popping. Who can come and save us? Right at this moment." The originally incomparably frantic tempest vines suddenly all stopped. As if they sensed something, they reversed their direction to the right rear jungle. The duo within the minefield looked over at the same time. "Help is coming? Chapter 42:15% probability? That's enough." Boom! Flames erupted from between the shadowy bushes. The closest vines flailed about like mad, retreating like a tidal wave as if they had seen some terrifying monster. The vines all disappeared, leaving only the spiked demonic beast shrugging its head and staring at the source of the flames with a look of incomprehension. Lei Ming and his companions next to him saw the scene as shock flashed in their eyes. It wasn't that they hadn't tried to use fire to force these vines back. One of the team had awakened an A-ranked profession, fire exorcist, but the fact was that even more fire would only further enrage them. The unconscious companion was attacked and almost snapped. This flame didn't seem particularly powerful, so why was it able to force the Tingling back? But at this time, where to care so much? The arrival of rescue while countless bizarre vines forced back this is already great news. It was finally safe to retreat out. However, the moment they saw Chen Feng leading Lu Qingshan out of the bushes, the two of them who were still awake stared at each other. Isn't this the logistical career battalion member? The companion beside them was in tears. Even Lei Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. A logistics occupation couldn't help them at all. "Brother, don't come over." Lei Ming hurriedly reminded. Although he didn't wait for help, he didn't want more innocent people to get involved. Especially the logistics profession awakened who didn't have much combat power in the first place. Look, the others didn't want you to make a move at all. Lu Qingshan spat as he stood behind him. Chen Feng expressionlessly consumed the basic materials to build another 10 rounds of dragon breath cannon shells and said in a low voice, "They and I have a competitor relationship, it's better if they don't want to make a move. As for saving them, consider it a favor." Zzzzzzzzz, Lu Qingshan smacked his lips and shook his head. Look at this, is this something a logistic career awakened person can say? Besides, the C-class magical creature Steel Spur Beast, with a level as high as Lv.10, what makes you think you can fight it? Let me calculate out for you, the probability of you being able to beat it is roughly around 5%. Nope, Lu Qingshan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking with amusement at the giant tree armor attached to Chen Feng's body. It should be 5%. Such a low probability is completely gambling with your life. Chen Feng blankly glanced at Lu Qingshan. Not only did this bastard talk a lot, but he especially liked to sing his own praises. Chen Feng took a step forward, his eyes looking straight at the steel spike beast, silently completing the loading before smiling softly. 15%? Enough. Before the words fell, Chen Feng directly stepped forward. As if it was facing an enemy, the steel-spiked beast raised its head and roared, the spike stuck in its back buzzing and vibrating. 8 meters. 6 meters. Chen Feng calculated the distance and directly turned on the dragon breath cannon. Flames spewed out, but the distance was still a hair short of being able to threaten the demonic creature. But just at this moment, probability effect triggered, range doubled, damage increased substantially. The flames of the cannon's mouth swept out, first forming a 3-meter radius 90-degree umbrella. Only a low, dragon-like roar was heard from the cannon's mouth, and the entire umbrella surface suddenly expanded. The raging flames lunged at the steel spur beast with teeth and claws. Dragon breath cannon. Although the range was very short, not even comparable to an ordinary flamethrower. However, when the probability effect was triggered, the 4000 high temperature was able to burn out everything, sacrificing range for the most terrifying damage. The steel-spiked beast felt intense pain the moment it touched the flames, and with a flick of its tail, several spikes shot out and escaped in a mess. Damn! The duo within the minefield exclaimed at the same time. It was indeed touching that a logistics profession dared to take the risk to save them. It was also so courageous to dare one person to face the C-rank magical creature steel-spiked beast that one had to sigh in admiration. However, logistics profession awakened person level is originally behind the battle force and auxiliary profession. Data panel is also extremely poor. Generally, they left their upgrade points on accuracy. With his speed, he was afraid that it would be difficult to dodge the spike's attack. However, in the next second, Chen Feng made a forward glare and instantly sidestepped to actually dodge the oncoming spikes. What a fast speed and reaction! Although one of the spikes still shot into his torso. However, the giant tree armor on Chen Feng's body perfectly blocked the attack and bounced it away. Looking again, the steel spike beast had already pulled away and lay on its back outside the range of the dragon breath cannon. Shrugging its spine, its entire body exploding with hair, this was the hunting state. Lu Qingshan reminded, the steel spur beast's weak point is its abdomen, just take advantage of it pouncing over before striking. It was incredibly lightly spoken, but Lei Ming and the other person in the thunder formation were frowning slightly. It wasn't that they didn't know this, but the steel spur beast was simply too fast, making it difficult to reach it. The steel spur beast has entered the hunting state, what should we do? What to do, go up and help. Lei Ming drew his rapier and the thunderfield disappeared as the duo hurriedly ran towards Chen Feng. However, right at this moment, the steel spur beast struck. With a shake of its back, countless sharp thorns shot out, heading straight towards the three. One of them was the Lord of Silk Threads, crossing his arms and swinging his fingers up and down to instantly weave invisible silk threads in mid-air. The threads formed a wall that blocked the thorns. The two of them smoothly arrived beside Chen Feng. Lei Ming stood at the forefront with his sword and turned his head to ask, "Bro, do you have an emergency flare gun? We need to get help immediately." Chen Feng shook his head, his flare gun had been used up an hour ago. Lei Ming prosighed, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword. "There's no way out, we have to find a way to trap the steel spike beast in order to deal with it. The person we could stall him with has just been knocked out, it's only up to me now." Lei Ming turned his head and looked at Chen Feng in a serious and earnest manner. "Help me attract its attention in a moment, after I rush up and trap it in the minefield. Brother, you immediately attack with the flamethrower." Chen Feng frowned slightly. What's the difference between you doing that and dying with it? Lei Ming looked at death as if he was dying. Either I die alone, or the six of us die together. Before the words left his mouth, Lei Ming was about to rush forward. But then Chen Feng suddenly ran out from behind him without any warning. Holding the dragon breath cannon, he charged straight towards the steel spike beast. He was crazy. How could a logistics profession be so reckless? Lei Ming and the other person were startled and wanted to stop it. However, as if enraged by Chen Feng's previous attack, the steel spur beast directly swung its sharp claws towards Chen Feng. In a blink of an eye, it had actually gotten close to Chen Feng's body. This was one of the abilities of the C-rank magical creature Steel Spur Beast, which could accomplish an extremely fast burst of speed every once in a while in its hunting state. And now, Chen Feng was clearly exposed to the sharp claws. Certain death. The steel thorn beast swung down with a claw, and Chen Feng did not avoid it, but instead went up. Bear. But the expected scene of blood and flesh flying around did not appear. Special Defense Giant Tree Armor Activation. Probability effect triggered. In an instant, the giant tree armor on Chen Feng's body gave birth to dozens of tentacle-like vines that wrapped the steel spur beast in a deadly tangle. And at this moment, the crowd actually saw a hint of fear on the face of this emotionless demonic creature. Chapter 43, Tree Armor Cannibalism, Slaying C-Class Demons, Dropping Weapons. What's going on here? The defenses are eating people? No, the defenses ate the demonic creature? The crowd was completely dumbfounded as they watched the scene in front of them. The imposing C-ranked demonic beast Steel Spur Beast was actually being deathly entangled by dozens of vines. With its size and strength, the Steel Spur Beast should be able to ignore the vines and easily kill Chen Feng with a single claw. But why did it look so afraid? At this moment, the Steel Thorn Beast was just like a wild dog cornered in the street with a trapping net, struggling like a madman. All that was left in its mind was the realization of escape, and it had absolutely no desire to attack Chen Feng. Seeing that the vines derived from the giant tree armor were about to be torn apart, Chen Feng half squatted down and raised his dragon breath cannon to aim it at the steel-spiked beast's abdomen. Fire! The flames dazzled, covering it completely. In the flames, the struggling figure of the steel spur beast could be vaguely seen, and its miserable screams could be heard. It whimpered like a mistreated dog. However, Chen Feng's trigger pull only became heavier. In the firelight, the figure slowly got down, completely giving up its resistance. But Chen Feng still didn't hear the sound of experience gained. Changing ammunition and firing again, seamlessly. It was only until the second ammo was completely depleted that Chen Feng threw the glowing dragon breath cannon onto the ground. With the temperature transferring, he had long been sweating, and even his hands had been scalded with blisters. However, when he heard the system beeps coming out, Chen Feng couldn't even look at the blisters without an incomparable smile. Killed Class C Lv.1 Demonic Creature, gained experience value plus 100. Upgrade. Lv.6 Lv.7, gain plus 1 upgrade point. Kill a high-grade demonic creature, obtain a drop of a C-grade weapon spiked gun 1, kill a high-grade demonic creature, obtain a drop of a C-grade weapon spiked gun 1, upgrade. The series of beeps caused the corners of Chen Feng's mouth to rise. A C-grade demonic creature had actually provided 100 experience points. Successfully breaking through to Lv.7, not to mention obtaining the dropped weapon. Killing any C rank and above demonic creature had the potential to directly drop weapon and equipment props, which would be directly distributed to the awakened one's warehouse. Chen Feng came to crouch down in front of the spiked beast's corpse. At this time, the flames had already stopped, and the spiked beast had turned into an unrecognizable charred body. However, it was only completely deformed, and still had decomposition value. Chen Feng cut a piece of the spike launch organ from its back and directly began to decompose it after it was put into storage. Upon seeing this, the summer campers behind them who were still immersed in surprise reacted. Hey, bro, wait a minute. It was not easy for them to encounter a C-rank demonic creature, and at the cost of 2 people, they were almost accounted for here. It would be too much of a loss if they couldn't collect the loot. However, Lei Ming beside him stopped him. We didn't put in much effort, this demonic creature belongs to him. But what? If we didn't have this brother to make a move, I'm afraid we'd already be dead. Alright, both come and go. The purpose of us coming to the summer camp is to experience, not for the scores on paper. Alas, that's also right. Decomposition successful, gained basic materials 100. The decomposition was complete, and the steel spike beast's corpse disappeared. The materials obtained from this decomposition were actually the same as the D-ranked demonic beast water clover. However, Shen Feng quickly found the reason for this, presumably caused by the dragon breath cannon burning too hard and the corpse being too tattered. It didn't matter, anyway, he had already gotten a dropped weapon. Shen Feng stood up and picked up the dragon breath cannon. It was then that he remembered something. As expected, a silhouette flashed past him in the next second. It came to where the original steel-spiked beast's corpse was and half crouched down, howling. It was none other than Lu Qingshan. Shen Feng ah! Friend ah! Have you forgotten the agreement between us? Such a good material for a picture book was wasted like this ah! Looking at Lu Qingshan's saddened appearance, Shen Feng was also more or less embarrassed. It was Lu Qingshan who had told himself about the movements of the C-class demonic creature and its weaknesses. However, in his own moment of haste, he had actually disintegrated the corpse directly. There wasn't even any dregs left. Sorry, next time for sure. Again, next time for sure? How many times have you said this? Shen Feng was puzzled, it was only the first time he had said it. Perhaps it was because he was still on a sad streak at this point. At this moment, Lei Ming walked over and patted Shen Feng on the shoulder. Brother, thank you. If it wasn't for you coming to the rescue, the four of us wouldn't have been able to walk out today. Shen Feng looked him up and down. Although this person's face was relaxed, he had many wounds on his body, and had long been in a state of injury. No one has come to the rescue? Shen Feng asked. Lei Ming shook his head with a puzzled expression. The copy went berserk for no known reason. I'm afraid that the instructor is also confused, and there were simply too many people firing flare guns, so I guess they haven't had time to rush over yet. We were also careless. These vines are not only cunning but also extremely difficult to deal with. The regeneration ability is also strong. They are indeed tricky to deal with as they work in conjunction with the demons. It's a good thing that your flamethrower can torso these vines. Shen Feng nodded his head. It seemed that he had indeed become a sub-savior. What are your plans next? Lei Ming sighed. Let's continue to wait for rescue, and just not go any deeper into the replica. The two of us can't take the wounded with us. Alright then, see you outside the copy. Shen Feng patted Lu Qingshan, signaling that it was time for him to go. By the way, which academy is brother from? Lei Ming called out to Shen Feng and asked. He was very curious about this. He wanted to know which academy had produced the logistic occupation awakened, even though it felt like the rank wasn't high. But it was really strong beyond words, especially the mysterious defense gear he wore on his body. Even the C-rank magical creature, the steel spur beast, would feel fear. Shen Feng said without even thinking, from a second specialized institution. He did not want to get too involved with the summer camp. After seeing Lu Qingshan slow down from his disorientation, he immediately pulled him away from this place and continued on. The C-rank magical creature quest was completed. Only the last two of the 5 quests remain. Ghostly Tree Shadow Tentacle 1. Remains of any body of the replica core boss 1. And with Lu Qingshan as the observer, Shen Feng believed that he would be able to complete at least the 4th quest as well. And he repeatedly reminded himself in his mind that he must not be in a hurry to break down the next time. Leave enough time for Lu Qingshan to draw. When Shen Feng and Lu Qingshan left, only then did Lei Ming and the other camper take a long breath of relief. Returning to the original spot. After simply treating the injuries of their two companions, they continued to be vigilant in the surrounding area, waiting for help to arrive. However, Lei Ming seemed to have something on his mind, as if he was thinking about something as he looked in the direction Shen Feng had left. After a long time had passed, he smiled helplessly and took something out of his pocket and placed it in his hand. Who would have thought that I, Lei Ming, would one day be saved by a logistics profession awakened? But, is he really a logistics profession? Is the combat power a bit too outrageous? In Lei Ming's hand was a red and white academy badge. If this matter spreads back to Shangjing Academy, how can I still be the newly appointed student president? But Shen Feng, how does this name feel like I've heard it somewhere else? Chapter 44, People Who Shouldn't Exist in a Copy? The time has come. Copy initial teleportation point. In front of the exploration camp. The instructor sent by the summer camp to protect the safety of the campers was in a hurry. No one expected that the replica that was in a calm period would suddenly go berserk. And it also accidentally triggered the copy's random teleportation mechanism. Judging from the flare gun that had risen to the sky at the very beginning, the hundreds of campers who had entered the replica were distributed all over the replica, and the difficulty in rescuing them was just too great. Just now he had rescued 2 campers from a group of vines surrounding them. It was a good thing that he was in time, or else these 2 kids would probably have really turned into the vine's sustenance. After the berserk state occurred, he immediately sent out a call for help to the 9 Heavens Guild. The rescuers also came in time. 88 campers had been rescued so far. However, there were still campers who hadn't fired their flare guns and chose to continue deeper into the copy to complete the mission. This caused everyone to break a sweat. Luckily, none of them died as a result. The campers who entered the replica were almost all juniors and seniors from various outstanding colleges. Most of their levels were between Lv.7 and Lv.20. It wasn't a problem to deal with the regular dangers of a D-rank copy. But the problem was that once these vines joined forces with the high-level magical creatures, the danger index would skyrocket. For example, the 4 people who had just been brought back by the rescue team, 2 of whom were injured and unconscious, had encountered exactly this kind of situation. Lei Ming, what is the situation at the scene? The Battle Force Battalion instructor immediately found the student council president of Shangjing Academy to inquire about the situation. Lei Ming wiped off his medication and said, "These vines won't attack high-rated magical creatures, instead they will purposefully join together to deal with us awakened ones. The 4 of us were almost accounted for there." Hearing Lei Ming say so, the instructor inevitably frowned tightly. He was aware of Lei Ming's strength. SS class occupation, Thunder Swordsman. An incomparably powerful profession, and Lei Ming himself is also a powerful Lv.15 level awakened person. When he encountered the Lv.10 steel spiked beast and the weird vines, he was actually forced into a desperate situation. It's not just that the environment of the copy has gradually become more dangerous. It also proved once again that an awakened at the same level, even with some level suppression, would find it difficult to deal with highly rated demons alone or with a handful of people. What happened afterward? Were the demons killed by you guys? Lei Ming shook his head. No, we met Chen Feng, who stepped in and saved us. Chen Feng? The lone seedling from the logistics profession camp? Lei Ming nodded in affirmation. At that time, when Chen Feng came to the gathering point, almost everyone looked at him, so they had some impression of him as well. You're not kidding, right? He's a logistics profession. 1,000 times over, I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. The battle instructor also had to believe this fact when he looked at Lei Ming's sincere eyes. By the way, Lei Ming had just turned around and walked out a few steps when he suddenly stopped and turned around. There seems to be another person following behind Chen Feng. It looks like a middle-aged man, not someone from our summer camp. The instructor's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness when he heard so. How can that be? Before you guys entered the copy, the guild specially checked that there were no other awakened in the copy to be correct. Huh? Lei Ming opened his mouth, incomparably surprised. What's wrong with today? Why is it all about strange things? The depths of the replica. Chen Feng and Lu Qingshan arrived in front of a small stream. After determining that there was nothing in the pool, they then rested down at ease. Lu Qingshan took out his sketchbook at this time, holding a brush in his right hand as he drew something at a rapid pace. Chen Feng looked sideways and saw that it was none other than himself who had just engaged the steel spur beast in close combat. The giant tree armor was triggered, growing countless vines to trap it. Chen Feng could not help but sigh. Although Lu Qingshan had used a sketching painting technique and the picture was scribbled. However, the subtle composition and the tension of the picture still managed to convey that sense of tension. Don't you only paint the corpses of magical creatures? Chen Feng asked. Lu Qingshan shook his head. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Any image that I find meaningful I will draw. What does it mean to be meaningful? Unspeakable. Chen Feng smiled and turned his head to take out the weapon dropped from killing the steel-spiked beast from the warehouse. A strangely constructed pistol, the back of the gun was a disc with many bumps on it, and within the bumps could be seen to be a spike that was vaguely shimmering with pink light. It was somewhat similar to the back of the steel-spiked beast. The equipment and props dropped by killing magical creatures were like this, always carrying the physical characteristics and abilities of the magical creatures themselves. The more powerful the demonic creature was, the more powerful and rare the weapons and props dropped. Chen Feng had seen it before when he checked the weapon prices. The selling price on the official website was about 13,000 yuan for a handful of them, not counting the dispensing bullets. Steel stab gun. Rating, C. Type, alien firearm. Bullet attack depends on awakened power points 0.2. Bullet attack depends on awakened power points 0.2. A very middle of the road weapon. it is not even as good as a normal pistol with the probability effect turned on. However, its weapon effect is tied to the awakened person's number. The higher the power, the more powerful the steel spike shot. The theoretical upper limit was extremely high. But the transformed damage coefficient was very low. Of course, this coefficient was only for a reference effect. It can make a comparison, but not absolutely. Unlike the kind on online games, you can only deal as much damage as your stats are. Under the influence of multiple factors, the damage caused by different weapons was subject to dynamic fluctuations. Chen Feng sighed regretfully after playing with it for a while. This alien weapon was beyond the modern human weapon architecture. To create ammunition on his own, Chen Feng was currently unable to do so. However, it was possible to take this weapon to Goose Cece to use. Chen Feng prepared to get up after reclaiming the steel-spiked gun back into the warehouse. Turning his head to look. Lu Qingshan had actually already drawn the entire picture almost. And the picture was no longer the original draft drawing. The entire painting was in ink and wash style, giving life to the picture through blurred and mixed lines. Chen Feng also did not expect the seemingly hangdog Lu Qingshan's drawing ability to be so impressive. Chen Feng, when dealing with the steel spur beast, how are you sure that the giant tree armor can play a key role? Not sure, but there was this intuition. You dared to go on just based on intuition? I'm gambling. Hearing Chen Feng say so, Lu Qingshan smiled helplessly. So worthy of you. Chen Feng got up. Let's go, it's time to move. No need, it's time. Lu Qingshan put away his brush, raised his head with a smile on his face to look at Chen Feng, and suddenly said, What do you mean? Chen Feng frowned slightly. Right at this moment, strange movements suddenly emanated from the surroundings where everything was previously calm. The ground vaguely trembled, and even the calm pool behind them sent out rippling waves. A solemn aura hovered around the surroundings, suffocating people. Even Chen Feng did not notice that the previously clear sky had actually fallen into dusk in an instant. Chen Feng took out the dragon breath cannon, but looking around the vines that were no longer afraid of him as the tidal wave slowly crept in and out of the sky, he felt his heart skip a beat. If these vines rush up, he and Lu Qingshan will certainly die. But look back. Lu Qingshan was still sitting by the pool, relaxed and unhurriedly organizing his backpack. At this moment, he was getting weirder and weirder. See, I said it's time. Chapter 45: A Paying Protection Money to Demons? Who exactly are you, Lu Qingshan? Between the dark bushes, a tree shadow swayed back and forth, and the vines flying in mid-air were like a pair of swaying hands. Lu Qingshan slowly got up. Calmly said, Grade B magical creature, ghostly tree shadow, the level should be Lv.23 if I remember correctly. B rank magical creature? This is normal, because this copy is not a D-level copy, it actually should be considered a B-level copy, having a B-level demonic creature is normal. Lu Qingshan explained. But at this moment, Chen Feng felt that this person was very off. If it was really as he said that he was a painter, he knew far too much. The observer shouldn't be able to see so much. Tendrils like a tidal wave slowly approached, looking to engulf Chen Feng. The armor on the giant tree armor suddenly began to tremble, emitting a crisp sound like the sound of wind scraping through the trees. And before his eyes, these bizarre vines actually retreated by half a meter. They were fearing the giant tree armor? Chen Feng frowned. A thought popped up in his heart. Possibly, what these tempered vines were afraid of from the very beginning was not the flames of the dragon's breath cannon, but rather the special defense he was wearing. Could it be that these vines were still connected to the Tsuntian giant tree in the Gao Gao No. 3 copy? Chen Feng tentatively liberated the giant tree armor, turning it into a mass of vines that converged in the palm of his hand. As Chen Feng extended his hand out, the Templar vines actually took a step back, nearly a step. Sure enough, it was. Finally found it. Lu Qingshan's voice came from behind him. He clapped his hands and said, The copy you're in is part of the Great Gambian Forest, and the giant tree armor you're wearing was crafted from the tears of the totemic giant tree in this forest. The demons that live in this forest fear it, not you. And that, in turn, is why the copies are in a berserk state. They thought it had returned. Lu Qingshan spoke ambiguously, while Chen Feng was confused. What Gambian Great Forest? He hadn't even heard of it. Could it be that there was a connection between the replica secret realms? But why had no one ever mentioned it? Instead, it came from the mouth of such a painter. So what now? Hand over the pale tree's sap to calm their anger. No, protection money, ah? Chen Feng frowned slightly. How did you know? Lu Qingshan hemmed and hawed, pointing to his eyes, observed. Just then, the vines slashed apart and a huge figure appeared in front of them. A humanoid demonic creature whose entire body was made up of tree trunks. Its body was huge and extremely powerful, and its body was actually wearing defense gear made from unknown materials. Tree people, the intelligent species of the Gambian Great Forest, there shouldn't be a few left if now. This should be the only one in the copy. It was Lu Qingshan again. Don't think about making a move, Ao. This one is an A-class demonic creature, level if at Lv.40, the ghostly tree shadow is his pet. Chen Feng also didn't expect that this tree man that didn't look as oppressive as the alabaster stone man actually had Lv.40. As a result, just as Lu Qingshan had said, when the tree man approached, Chen Feng instantly felt that sense of powerless oppression. In front of it, it was as if he would immediately die a violent death if he lifted his muzzle. This should be the core boss of the replica. Chen Feng placed the dragon breath cannon back into the warehouse, knowing that he couldn't do anything with just his current self. At the same time, he took out the special material sowing tree sap. The protection fee should still be paid. The moment the tree person saw the pale tree sap appear in Chen Feng's hands, a hint of shock clearly rose on its face, but soon, it was more of a faint sadness. A tear slipped out of the corner of its eye. Was it crying? Chen Feng turned his head to look at Lu Qingshan, then placed a drop of juice in his hand and reached out to signal for it to be handed over to the tree man. The tree man dragged its massive body to Chen Feng as it half squatted down, blocking out the few rays of light from the sky. With a body of more than 5 meters, it was filled with a sense of oppression. The pale tree sap slowly floated in midair before falling onto the tree man's head and disappearing. The tree man closed its eyes for a long while before it slowly got up and tapped his head with the finger that was even bigger than Chen Feng's fist. From its expression, Chen Feng saw a hint of gratitude. However, the tree man did not speak, and Chen Feng did not know what exactly it was expressing. The weird tang vine slowly dispersed as the tree man turned around and walked into the jungle. A few moments later, a dried up tang vine limb with red symbols was thrown over, accompanied by a portion of the shell from the tree man's armor. This corresponded to the very last 2 tasks of the camp. The tentacles of the ghostly tree shadow as well as the remnants of the replica core boss body. When Chen Feng touched these 2 pieces, the panel also displayed the corresponding information. Chen Feng roughly understood. He had made some sort of deal with the tree man, exchanging the sap of the pale tree in exchange for the conditions of reaching the quest. However, how did it know that it needed these 2 items? Chen Feng shook his head. Everything that happened today was full of unknowns. Copy Berserk. Mysterious Painter. Creepy Temperance Vine. The Wisdom Tree Man. One thing after another came one after another. But Chen Feng, there was very little he could do. Especially when it came to facing the ghostly tendrils and the Wisdom Tree Man. At Lv.7, he couldn't even do anything. At this moment, Chen Feng once again ignited the desire to constantly become stronger. The only way to have the strength to explore all of this unknown was to actually become strong himself. But right now, Chen Feng still had things to deal with. He turned his head to look at Lu Qingshan with a grave expression. You, who exactly are you? Lu Qingshan revealed his trademark hefty smile. Surname Lu Qingshan, a mediocre painter. You fart. Chen Feng did not believe this statement. Alright, I admit it alright. Seeing that Chen Feng still had this Bonnie face expression, Lu Qingshan simply spread his hands and said, I'm not a watcher at all, my awakened occupation is actually explorer. Another extremely rare auxiliary occupation. Chen Feng had some understanding of this occupation. Explorer, a D-ranked auxiliary occupation. It does not possess any combat power of its own, but is able to enter any replica secret realm without restriction. And as long as he doesn't make a fool of himself, the magical creatures within the replica or even some of the giant beasts won't actively attack him. The explorer has always been used as a pioneer in the exploration of replicas, used to assess the difficulty of the replicas as well as to investigate the threats within the replicas. But every explorer is a meat and potatoes, how could they not think of running to be a wandering painter? And explorers were no better than falling into the waterweed beast's wisdom-lowering trap. Lu Qingshan, what exactly are you? Chen Feng once again opened his mouth and asked, but the words were only half spoken. Lu Qingshan's body actually slowly disappeared as if it was disintegrated. Lu Qingshan hemmed and hawed. Gone. Chen Feng, we will meet again in the future. He, I love telling the truth. The words just fell, Lu Qingshan disappeared. Chapter 46, 80 points? You're hanging on by a thread, aren't you? Copy southeast direction. Only a whoosh was heard among the restless jungle, and the sky exploded with a red distress signal. Between the bushes, more than 10 awakened were surrounded by countless vines in the center, their faces full of fatigue. They went all the way deep into the copy and managed to defeat several C-class demons through teamwork, but in the end, they accidentally stepped into the territory of the ghostly tree shadow. The endless vines made it difficult for the crowd to cope, and unless they abandoned their already injured companions, sooner or later they would all be wiped out. Fire a flare gun every 3 minutes, we must evacuate the replica quickly. The leader of the battalion was a graduating senior, who wielded a huge sword and was clad in black armor that covered his entire body. Every time he swung, although it looked slow and sluggish, he could always hit with explosive effects. It was also looking at him that made these vines temporarily unable to approach the injured campers. Behind him, Jiang Chen manifested an illusionary shield and stomped on it, splashing shockwaves in front of the shield to disperse the vines that had coalesced into extremely strong clusters. Jiang Chen had upgraded to Lv.3, and this was his newly realized occupational characteristic skill, Shield Counter. Accumulating damage and rebounding it all at once. At this moment, although Jiang Chen was bruised and battered, he still clenched his teeth and held on, playing his role as the team's meat shield to the fullest. Behind him, several shots rang out, shooting through the vines that were attempting to sneak up on him. Looking back, it was none other than Gu Cc. Thanks. Jiang Chen gave his thanks and continued on top, pacing the black-armored swordsman. The others were also doing their part, but if this went on, sooner or later, one of them would run out of stamina or ammunition. These vines are really tricky. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many wounded in the team, I'd definitely yank him. Someone in the team complained. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Gu Cc were equally worried. They hadn't seen Chen Feng's figure since they entered the copy. Now that Chen Feng's life and death were uncertain, it was hard for the two of them not to worry. Jiang Chen and Gu Cc had continued to go deeper into the duplicate in order to look for him, but now they had managed to join up with the large group only to be surrounded by bizarre vines. One of the vines slapped hard, the illusionary shield was broken, and Jiang Chen flew out backwards. Gu Cc hurriedly came up to assist him. Cough cough. Jiang Chen coughed twice to show that he wasn't in any serious trouble, but when he looked at his right foot again, it was actually dislocated. The intense pain caused his forehead to be covered in cold sweat and his mouth to hiss. He took out the emergency flare gun from his waist and directly pulled the trigger. The flare rose into the air and burst, rendering the sky red. Jiang Chen grumbled, "This old Chen, if you dare to die in the copy, I'll definitely not offer you any incense in the coming year." Gu Cic's face was heavy as she murmured, "He won't." In Gu Cic's eyes, Chen Feng was incomparably smart. The way he hid snacks was also very old-fashioned, and he could not find them at all by himself. Even if he encountered a danger he couldn't solve, must have run faster than anyone else. That's right, with old Chen's temperament he's probably already evacuated, we are just worrying for nothing. Jiang Chen slowly got up after simply treating his wounds with the help of the auxiliary occupation campers under the assistance. He looked around at the endless green vines and grinned helplessly, "Ha ha, we definitely won't be handed over here." Jiang Chen looked towards Gu Cc and jokingly comforted him. "Chen Feng and I have worshipped and lived and died together. If he didn't die, I definitely won't die either." However, the words just fell. The surrounding vines suddenly stopped attacking, only to see the vines not far away scatter with a bang, revealing an intersection. At the end of the intersection, a familiar figure stood in place holding a dragon breath cannon. This person snapped his head at the scene in front of him. "Oh yo, finally found the big army." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Chen Feng? What the are you doing here now?" The annual 9 days graduation season summer camp replica practice officially ended. The crowd sat on the bus on the return trip in a downcast mood, but it was hard not to breathe a sigh of relief after being lucky enough to survive. Fortunately, for some unknown reason in the end the vines all withdrew and gave up their attacks. Unfortunately, there were still quite a few people who were injured in this copycat rampage. One of the worst campers almost died in the replica. But then, every year, the replica practice would have an injury indicator, so it was still within the controllable range. And according to the instructor, it was good that no camper encountered the core boss of the replica, otherwise the consequences would be hard to predict. Half an hour later, the bus stopped at the camp. Chen Feng helped the limping Jiang Chen off the bus. Right now, Jiang Chen looked pitiful, but when the camp's auxiliary occupation teacher came to help him heal, this limp of his would only be considered a superficial injury. The original plan for the vice was to last at least 3 days. But because the copy went berserk, it had ended in just under a day. But the grading had to continue. The campers began to submit the progress of their completed quests one after another. Half of the campers were besieged by vines and magical creatures as soon as they entered the replica, causing them to not even collect the blue spirit flower. The campers who did well also completed the second task, killing the D-rank demons and then hastily retiring. Only a small portion of the extremely outstanding campers persisted until they killed the C-rank demonic creature before withdrawing from the copy. As for the ghostly tree shadow, the campers had only come into contact with the vines it released, and had never even seen its own body. The closest to it was the team of more than 10 people that Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi were in. However, they had entered the ghostly tree shadow's territory by mistake and hadn't initiated any targeted raids, so it was considered lucky that they hadn't been wiped out by the group. As each camper submitted their mission materials, the score list began to change. The current highest score was 58. This person Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi recognized. It was precisely that black-armored swordsman. He had led the entire team forward and had even saved many campers along the way. He deserved it. There should be a seat for him in the outstanding campers quota. At this time, a few people came running from the side of the assembly point. They were the campers from the logistics camp. Among them was Huang Xianwen. He ran to the several people in a fiery hurry. President Lei, are you alright? Huang Xianwen was also a member of the student council of Shangjing Academy. Lei Ming glanced at Huang Xianwen. He was not familiar with this person and only had a slight impression. He also did not expect this person to come running so anxiously. I heard that the copy you went to suddenly went berserk, and many campers were injured, but it's good to see that you, President, are fine. Lei Ming frowned slightly and gave a perfunctory Huang Xianwen took a long breath. President, you don't know, there's a person in our logistics camp who isn't afraid of death who still thinks of relying on copy practice to surpass me. This is bad luck. Copy rage is not something he can control. I don't know how many points he scored in the end. You mean Chen Feng? Lei Ming turned his head, his face not looking good. Huang Xianwen nodded his head and teased, that's him, a dilettante who had to run to sign up for copy practice, not sure how much weight he has, what's the pretense of a second specialized college? Enough! Lei Ming shouted angrily. Will, President? Huang Xianwen, on the other hand, was puzzled. He didn't know how he had offended Lei Ming. Lei Ming looked at him gravely. Remember, it was the air one in your mouth that saved my life. Huang Xianwen shrank his neck and shook his head incredulously. Impossible, President. It was also at this moment that the leaderboard suddenly changed. A name that was simply impossible appeared at the top of the list. Chen Feng, 80 points? Are you kidding? Chapter 47, The Out of Sorts Wang Suan Moon and the $30,000 Outstanding Camper Bonus. Just kidding, right? Hey, Chen Feng, he definitely cheated. Huang Xianwen was shaking with anger and felt a chill run down his spine. 80 points, no one knew better than him what this stark number meant. One had to know that the full score for the second phase of the comprehensive training in the logistics camp was only 40 points. Chen Feng scoring 80 points in the replica practice was more than just breaking the replica practice record. The 40-point difference in scores was able to wipe out Huang Xianwen's advantage in the first stage at once, and would even throw off a large chunk of it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He muttered, nearly lost in thought. Huang Xianwen looked left and right, searching for his instructor, Lv.1. He wanted to report Chen Feng. This person had definitely deceived everyone. It was simply impossible for a logistical vocational college student from a second specialized institution to do so. Only counterfeiting could explain all of this. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he was heckled by Lei Ming. President, don't be deceived by Chen Feng, just his ability can get 80 points? It's all luck to have survived the duplicate. There must be something wrong with the scorekeeping system. You're bewitched. Lei Ming coldly uttered a sentence that caused Huang Xianwen to freeze in place. Chen Feng may not be as good as you in terms of creative ability, but his overall strength is far above you. You, a student of the Upper Fifth Academy and a member of the student council, don't go to reflect on why you can't do it yourself yet you think of nitpicking? Where is your face? In the face of Lei Ming's angry rebuke, Huang Xianwen did not dare to say a word, shrugging his neck and not even having the courage to look at him. Lei Ming stared angrily at this person. He had just assumed the position of student council president, but he hadn't thought that there were such people in the student council. Chen Feng dares to sign up for copy practice against ridicule and discrimination. Do you dare? Chen Feng dares to face a C-rank demon alone with a gun by himself. Do you dare? You don't dare to do anything, you don't even have the courage, yet you think of questioning others. Go back and you reflect on this. Lei Ming's 3 consecutive questions completely shattered Huang Xuanwen's condescension. It left him speechless. His eyes stared dully at Chen Feng, who was not far away. Could it be that I really be that bad? Upon seeing him display the evidence of the collected copy quests in front of everyone, Huang Xianwen completely lost his energy. The body part of a D-ranked demonic beast water clover beast. The spiked organs of the C-rank magical creature steel spike beast. As well as the core broken whiskers of the B-ranked demonic creature, ranked as high as Lv.1 ghostly tree shadow. Chen Feng did not hand over the armor pieces left behind by the wisdom tree man. The fact that the body remnants of a Lv.40 ranked demonic creature could be obtained by him, a Lv.7 ranked awakened, would certainly cause too much attention if the crowd knew about it. The battle camp instructor stared at Chen Feng with the look of a ghost. You, how did you survive? After a long period of silence he only managed to hold back such a sentence. Ghostly tree shadows, the entire copy had only found a total of 5 after exploration. Each level was above Lv.15. The level wasn't particularly high, but their ghostly and unending characteristics allowed the awakened to be unable to do anything about them. Even he himself couldn't deal with the ghostly tree shadow alone, let alone a small freshman in the logistics profession. Under normal circumstances, encountering an Lv.20 ghostly tree shadow and being able to keep a corpse would be considered a blessing in disguise. What about Chen Feng? Not only was he alive and kicking, but he had also brought back someone else's core whisker. What's this? This is an important organ used by the ghostly tree shadow to reproduce. A great tonic. Chen Feng scratched his head and replied, good luck, picked it up. Picked it up? The instructor looked surprised at Chen Feng's answer. This answer was outrageous, but rather than believing that Chen Feng had taken a machete and chopped this thing off on the body of the ghostly tree shadow, it was better to believe that he had picked it up. Old Chen, you're really awesome fried. There was no one more excited than Zhang Chen. He had thought that Chen Feng was missing or even dead, but he hadn't thought that he had given everyone a whole big wave. Chen Feng is awesome, isn't he? This is my brother. At this moment, even those logistics professional campers who were not optimistic about Chen Feng in the beginning had to admire him. In the entire history of the summer camp, the logistics camp, not to mention 80 points, had a maximum score of 50. Moreover, because Chen Feng was the only one who participated in the replica practice at this year's logistics camp. He was the only one with 80 points, and the average score was also 80 points. Adding to the fact that this year's replica practice was unexpected, many campers were eliminated early and withdrew, leading to the average score being on the low side. This made the average score of the logistics camp account for a high first place, pulling away from the average score of the second combat camp by a full 50 points. Not only did it allow the logistics camp, which had been suppressed all year round, to show off its strength, it also gave these war profession campers who looked down on the logistics profession a hard punch in the face. On the side of the camp, logistics camp instructor Lv.1 was smiling from ear to ear. This look made the 2 camp instructors on the side want to punch him. Lv.1 took out $200 from his wallet and handed it to the 2. This was the betting money he had lost. It was a summer camp tradition for instructors to place bets on the final ranking of the replica practice. Logically speaking, as the instructor of the logistics camp, Lv.1 had to place a symbolic bet on the first place to boost the morale of the campers. But this old 6, every time secretly bet on the last place. Now actually lost. Although the $200 are gone, Lv.1 felt happier than winning 1,000. Chen Feng, it's not that I don't believe in you. It's not that I don't believe in you, but the previous campers just didn't give a damn. There was no suspense whatsoever. Lv.1 awarded Chen Feng the title of Outstanding Camper of the Logistics Camp. But there were still 29 days until the end of the camp, and the special training had to continue. The next few days Chen Feng stayed in the training grounds of the battle camp the most, as usual, even though he was carrying the title of Logistics Camper. Of course, whoring out 100 points of basic materials every day, this was a part that could never be missed. And during this process, Lv.1 also came to guide him twice in 3 days. Li Wanguang was glad that Chen Feng and himself had surprisingly similar philosophical views on the logistics profession. The logistics profession was not just limited to staying in the rear. It's also able to enter the duplicates and kill demons. However, this process required more effort. Luckily, Chen Feng was such a hard-working person. The ruthlessness with which he trained was no less than the campers of other battle camps. Soon, the summer camp came to an end. Chen Feng didn't remember exactly how many days had passed. He only knew that he had 2,900 more points of basic materials in his warehouse. At the same time, during this stage of training, he had mastered many of the melee combat techniques that were only required for the battle force profession. It could be described as a lot of gains. In the dummy test, he was even able to hit the top 50% of the camp. This was nothing short of a miracle for a logistics profession awakened like him. The day the camp ended, Li Wanguang found him. At this moment, Chen Feng was blowing off some serious steam with Jiang Chen, recounting the story of how he had made it all the way through the camp and scared off the ghostly tree shadows. Chen Feng, this is what you deserve. Li Wanguang handed Chen Feng 2 envelopes. This is? Chen Feng received them with both hands, very curious. Li Wanguang smiled faintly. 9 Heavens Guild's internal promotion letter, I wrote it for you. As long as you're willing, you'll be able to join our guild at any time with this letter. Of course, everything depends on your volition. Chen Feng currently had no desire to join the guild, but there were only benefits and no disadvantages to accepting it. However, this could make Jiang Chen on the side look red in the eyes. Turtle. 9 Heavenly Guild. The number 1 guild in Shangjing City, it was one of the top existences in the entire northwest area. I've heard that the lowest position within the guild has a salary of $100,000 per year. But that's not all. Chen Feng opened another letter. Inside was a bank card. This is? Li Wanguang patted Chen Feng's shoulder. The reward for outstanding campers, $30,000. Chapter 48, Ghostly Tree Whip for sale, expensive and effective. Hey! Chen Feng froze. There was a bonus for outstanding campers? Why didn't you say this earlier? Chen Feng was glad that he had gotten the title of excellent camper, otherwise he would have even wanted to die after losing $30,000 for nothing. Looking at it this way, the 2 months of summer camp he can be said to have reaped a lot of benefits. Deducted into the camp to pay 10,000 yuan. Chen Feng hoarded out 20,000 plus 2,900 points of basic materials, as well as an incomparably valuable 9 Heavenly Guild internal push qualification. Just this internal promotion qualification, the market price out to 200,000 is estimated to be bought by anyone. Li Wanguang stared at Chen Feng, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Chen Feng, don't use this inner promotion letter to sell. Over the course of so many days, Li Wanguang had a certain understanding of Chen Feng's family. He knew what this brat was thinking with a turn of his eyes. Yes, it was true that a logistical career would require a lot of money to further enhance one's strength. However, Li Wanguang still hoped that Chen Feng would be able to come to the 9 Heavens Guild in the near future. He was very optimistic about this young man, and the guild had been urging him to take on a disciple for the last few years. Li Wanguang had been pushing him to take on a disciple for the last few years. But now it seemed that he had a suitable candidate in mind. As long as Chen Feng entered the guild's core cultivation circle, the countless resources would be enough to support him in becoming a powerful logistics profession awakened. Alright, I'll leave the stuff to you, there are only 2 days left before your school year starts, so organize your time well. The summer camp was officially over. After sending Chen Feng away, Li Wanguang arrived at the camp's VIP lounge. At this time there was a middle-aged man with a majestic figure sitting here, savoring a bowl of tea that was several times smaller than his palm. President, the card has been given to Chen Feng. Li Wanguang came and sat down to the side to receive the marigold tea. The middle-aged man raised his head to look at him, the old scar at the corner of his eye striking. He was none other than Gu Tingtian. Not bad, just accept it. Li Wanguang didn't understand. President, there was no such thing as outstanding campers bonuses in previous years, how come there are suddenly more this year? A lot of campers are talking about how it's not fair. Gu Tingtian smiled brightly. Fair? Where's the fairness in that? It's not easy for my daughter to have an awesome friend, what's wrong with giving him a bonus? Besides, it's only 30,000, he deserves it. Is it they who have a problem with it, or is it you? Li Wanguang froze. He had heard that President Gu Jingtian was protective of his shortcomings, but he didn't expect to be so protective of his shortcomings. Ha ha, President, how could I possibly have an opinion? First things first, at that time, if Chen Feng joins our Nine Heavens Guild, he must be my disciple and I will personally bring him along. Gu Tingtian's face revealed a shocked expression. I wouldn't have thought that Grand Mechanically, who has always been known for his indifference, would actually be attracted to such a brat with an E-rank profession. Li Wenguang sipped his tea and laughed. President, why do I remember someone telling me that you were the first to object to Chen Feng signing up for the summer camp in the first place? Cough cough. Gu Dingtian almost choked to death on a mouthful of old tea. Young people, they always bring surprises. Xintiandi Commercial Plaza. Chen Feng came here to shop and eat with Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi after leaving the camp. Jiang Chen had been haunting a big meal for a month, and all that came out of his mouth every day was pig large intestine sashimi, beef small intestine sashimi, and duck intestine sashimi. To be honest, Chen Feng was skeptical if this kid had any special fetishes. In the end, naturally not spoiling Jiang Chen, Chen Feng directly pulled him along to Gu Sisi's favorite dessert store. Gu Sisi had a strong fondness for sweets, and Chen Feng was aware of this. However, in the post-awakening era, this kind of high-sugar refined processed food was generally expensive, so the average person could not afford to eat it. However, there was Gu Sisi. According to her, having been stuffed with $500,000 of pocket money in one breath, she indeed didn't know how to spend it. In response, Jiang Chen and Chen Feng could only look at each other and smile helplessly. After dinner, the three of them went home. There was still a lot to prepare for the opening ceremony 2 days later. The summer camp also needed some time to spend with their families after the 2 months of closed management. But Chen Feng decided to go to the 3rd floor of the mall once before going home. That unorthodox material store. Chen Feng arrived at the store's entrance and looked inside. The types and quantities of materials on the store's shelves were barely any different from the last time Chen Feng had been there. At this time, it was clearly the evening prime time, and there were more or less customers within the other stores. Only this place was empty. The boss's wife still recognized Chen Feng and hurriedly greeted him when she saw him arrive at the door. Yo, little brother is here again. What do you want to buy this time? Chen Feng walked into the store and came to the counter to get straight to the point. Do you recycle materials here? Collecting all comers are welcome. The boss's wife smiled fawningly with a strange expression. It wasn't that he looked down on Chen Feng. It was just that what rare materials could such a young lad come up with? Even if it was something he thought was very good, he couldn't command a price for it. The boss's wife was more interested in teasing Chen Feng for fun. Who would do serious business with a child? However, in the next second, the moment Chen Feng placed the core tentacle of the ghostly tree shadow from the warehouse onto the counter, the smile on the boss lady's face instantly froze. This is Ghostly Tree Whip. A grade 1 tonic. You can battle for 3 days after eating it. Ahem. Little brother, where did you steal it from? The boss's wife subconsciously blurted out, even as her hand rested incomparably naturally on the alarm button. You should know that this stuff is hard to find in the market for a whip. The effect was surprisingly good, and many rich men's wives didn't even come out of their rooms the next day after buying it back. This thing, unusually, was brought out by top treasure hunters who had gone through 9 deaths from their copies. But this little brother doesn't look powerful either. Chen Feng's expression was calm as he took out the credentials for attending the 9 days summer camp to explain. He had thought that this item might be worth a lot of money. Seeing this expression on the boss's wife also proved that his thoughts should be right. One's own hard work to take life. Oh no, it was exchanged for the sap of the pale tree. How could it be sold for $20,000? How much? Chen Feng asked seriously. The boss's wife couldn't hold back her love for the ghostly tree whip, and her eyes were dead set on it. $80,000, one bite price. Chen Feng had thought about being worth money, not this much. But his intuition told him that the price might be more than that. Too low, 100,000. You. How could the boss's wife not expect that this young man who seemed kind and good-hearted would actually be so good at asking for a price? 100,000 is 100,000. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Chen Feng handed over the ghostly tree whip, which was of no use to him, in exchange for a whole $100,000. It was equivalent to whoring out the scholarship offered by this Shangjing Academy for nothing. It was also equivalent to the salary of his parents who had worked for 5 years. Is this the business of the awakened? Too good to make money. Only then did Chen Feng understand why countless awakened people would rather hold the risk of dying than going down the copy. If one could bring out rare materials like the ghostly tree whip, one would indeed be able to make a fortune. Counting the previous scholarships as well as the outstanding campers' bonuses, there was $210,000 full on Chen Feng at the scene. This wealth was completely mismatched for his age. However, Chen Feng was well aware that this amount was still not enough for a logistical career. Chen Feng made a list for the boss lady and asked her to help collect the materials in the list. These included the wings of the fire bat, the heart of machinery, and various iron or raw materials. The boss's wife naturally knew that iron ore could not be directly traded amongst the materials listed by Chen Feng, but she just smiled mysteriously and did not say much. She also said that she would contact Chen Feng as soon as the materials were collected. After that, Chen Feng left the store and bought a 5-spice marinated chicken in front of the mall before rushing in the direction of his home. However, he had just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. However, Chen Feng realized that there were multiple police cars parked here, and even vehicles from the Security Handling Bureau. Sirens surrounded the area, and the flashing lights stimulated Chen Feng's eyes. Damn! Chapter 49, S-Class Special Weapon, Spear of Tsangu. Sirens were blaring at the entrance of the neighborhood. The melon-eating crowd was bustling. Chen Feng was at a loss for words as he was bathed in flashing warning lights. Bad? Bad my ass, this heavenly fortune has finally come to our family. The appearance of the Security Handling Bureau's vehicles also signaled the entry of magical creatures in the neighborhood. During the quiet period of the copy realm, there were only small magical creatures that could sneak into the center of the city. The threat to people was extremely small, and they might not even be able to defeat a 3-year-old child. However, once a demonic creature slipped into a neighborhood or community, it was the Security Handling Bureau's pot. It would have to pay out. The residents of whichever cell block the demonic creature ran into would get rich. Each family gets at least $1,000. If the demonic creature was a bigger threat, $10,000 wasn't impossible. However, when Chen Feng entered the neighborhood with a full heart, he found that the people from the Security Handling Bureau had already captured the demonic creature with a dog-catching cage. A demonic creature less than the size of a half-month-old puppy. Yapping and barking, it looked completely unthreatening. It was afraid that it didn't know that the next fate that awaited it would be the lab's dissecting bed. Ah sir, I would like to ask how many units? Chen Feng asked as he came to the side of the arresting officer. Unit 3, it didn't cause any casualties, so you can feel free to go home now. Hey, little brother, why do you look so unhappy? No, nothing, just thought of a little sad thing. Regrettably, Chen Feng's home in the 4th unit, this splash of heavenly riches once again rubbed shoulders with his own home. Came to the side of the unit building, just around the corner Chen Feng will see their own mother Jianghua as a bunch of neighborhood ama chatting in the middle of the day. Ha ha, who would have thought that just by going down the stairs, $2,000 would come to our doorstep. The loudest mom in the crowd should be the resident of the 3rd unit. $2,000 is a lot of compensation. The faces of the other amas on the sidelines were more or less unsympathetic. Hey, I'm ashamed to say that I was ready to move out, but I still have the money at my doorstep. $2,000, can go out to play. Auntie said more and more excited. You should know that my son is working for the secret exploration team, and he's an A-ranked professional awakened, and he can get more than $100,000 a year. He only worked for 2 years and bought us a $70,000 to $80,000 house, although it's a little small, but it's safe. Auntie opened her mouth and shut. It was his son, her expression full of pride and a hint of sarcasm. It was as if she was saying, my son is an awakened and has made a fortune, what about yours? Jianghua, your son was admitted to Shangjing Academy, he's made a fortune, but I'll tell you that he still won't be able to earn money if he comes out with a bad career. The big mom turned her spear actually aimed at Chen Feng's mom. I heard that it's still an E-ranked profession, it costs money just to study, but it's hard to earn money. These Amazons seem to have found someone to mobilize. They started pointing at Jianghua. Who said studying can't earn money? Son? Jianghua turned his head in surprise. Chen Feng was carrying a bag of marinated chicken to the front of the unit building. The amas who had formed a circle saw Chen Feng coming, and each of them kept their eyes averted and their mouths shut. Chen Feng looked towards the most dejected ama and sneered, this ama, your son is able to make money, but the money from the secret expedition team isn't that easy to earn. That's exchanging your life for money, I suggest you still let your son change his job. You. Me what me, didn't you read the news this year? The big mom was dumbfounded by Chen Feng's dislike. The others also dispersed, not daring to provoke Chen Feng anymore. Jiang Hua stared at his son with relief, revealing a knowing smile. Son, you've finally returned. Jiang Hua treated Big Mother as heir, directly bypassing her to lift the marinated chicken in Chen Feng's hands. Chen Feng did the same, leaving Big Mom standing in place wanting to lash out but unable to find a target. Old Mom, I'll tell you that I earned 130,000 yuan this time I went to summer camp. How much? 30,000 for the outstanding camper scholarship, and 100,000 from selling the materials I found in the secret realm. See, didn't lie to you. Chen Feng intentionally walked very slowly and took out his cell phone from his pocket to show Jiang Hua his bank card balance. Jiang Hua had never seen so many digits of money in his life and covered his mouth in shock, his eyes filled with pride. The child has made good progress. In 2 months' time, he earned the money that Mom and Dad couldn't earn in a few years. Chen Feng entered the door code while saying, Mom, I've thought about it. What about this money? I'll set aside 50,000 for you and Dad to go out and play. You guys haven't been clamoring for a trip. Last time Jian Chen recommended me an attraction, it's just right to try it out. It's expensive, right? Jian Hua worried. It's not expensive, the all-inclusive package for 2 people is only more than 10,000 yuan, the rest of the money you save, when I earn money again to give you and Dad a new set of house to live. We don't live here anymore, there are too many women. Pfft, good son, Mom listened to you. The 2 of them walked into the flat. But their conversation was heard word for word by the aunt outside the door. The corner of the Big Mom's mouth twitched slightly. $130,000? Blow your mind. After returning home, the family had a nice dinner. When Chen Dad, Chen Jiansheng, heard about this, he said that he would let Chen Feng keep the money for himself. But he still underestimated Chen Feng's determination. Money, anyway, is for use. When he saw that the family's savings had increased by $50,000 at one time, Chen Jiansheng and Jiang Hua were both in a state of flux. Chen Jiansheng and Jiang Hua both shed tears of excitement. Indeed. Only the awakened are the masters of today's era. And their son had already stepped into the threshold. After eating dinner, Chen Feng returned to his bedroom. Taking out the mysterious armor piece he had hidden from the warehouse. S-grade special material, Sangu armor piece. S rank. Chen Feng didn't look closely at the armor piece when he initially obtained it, thinking that it was left over from the wisdom tree man's rubbing. However, it was only afterward that he realized that it was actually an S-rank special material. The highest-rated objects and materials Chen Feng had come into contact with before were only C-grade. He was more or less unaccustomed to crossing so many grades at once. Originally, he had thought of taking it and selling it, but Chen Feng recalled the scene where he encountered the wisdom tree man in the duplicate. The pale ancient armor piece was definitely connected to the pale ancient giant tree of the Gao Gao No. 3 copy. It might have a peculiar efficacy. Chen Feng tugged the pale ancient armor piece into his hand, then took out the Yi giant tree armor. Build. Chen Feng wanted to try and see if he could fuse the Sangu armor piece with the giant tree armor. However, right at this moment, a reminder suddenly appeared before his eyes. Detecting that the awakened one has collected the world's only special material Song tree sap, Sang ancient armor piece. Collection progress reaches 1-5. Unlocking the blueprint for the pale ancient set of weaponry pale ancient spear. As the collection progress increases, the blueprint unlocking progress will open up. As the collection progress increases, the blueprint unlocking progress will open up. Sangu spear. Rating, S-class. Type, special weapon. Build material requirement, high ranking material 300, pale ancient armor piece 1, tears of the pale tree 1. Chen Feng stared dumbfounded at the pale ancient armor piece in his hand. What a close call. He had almost wasted such a precious item. Chen Feng picked up his cell phone and hurriedly sent a text message to the material store owner's wife. Immediately, he cancelled all the objects on the list and replaced them with black ironstone or that could break down high-grade materials. Little brother, black ironstone ore is extremely tightly controlled by the state, it's not easy to get. That means you can get it, how much you say? The boss lady on the other end of the phone hemmed and hawed. Let's put it this way, little brother, 300,000 bytes, I'll help you get a full amount of black ironstone ore. But there is one more condition, in the future if you get any precious materials please make sure to sell them to me. No problem. Chen Feng agreed to the deal. But $300,000 Chen Feng couldn't take out right now. However, a figure immediately popped up in his mind. Redialing the phone. Hey, Sacy. Can you lend me 150,000? I have an emergency? What? No need to pay it back. No, still have to pay it back. Chapter 50, Shangjing College, Formal Entry into University Life. The first day of September arrived as expected. After the Age of Awakened one still hadn't abandoned this classic time point. On this day, all colleges and universities across the country opened their campuses. Awakened ones from all over the world poured into the campuses to enter the next stage of their lives. At the same time, they were also preparing for their true duties as awakened ones. Shangjing College. As one of the top 5 academies in the country. The opening day of the school was incredibly bustling, with the shadows of people strewn about like a great celebration. Under the iconic Shangjing Dragon Gate outside the school gate, countless people took pictures. Looking at the huge triumphal arch made of marble, up to more than 10 meters high and more than 30 meters wide, was shocked. On top of the Shangjing Dragon Gate was a statue. It is a dragon carved from marble, and next to the dragon stands a man with his hands on his back looking into the distance and looking into the future. The statue was built by the Shangjing municipal government. It was built in honor of the fact that 11 years ago, the president of Shangjing Academy, Long Shangping, fought 3 S-class demons alone and beheaded them all under the Shangjing Gate. Outside the campus, luxury cars stand in abundance. The parents whose children were able to further their education at the Shangjing Academy were all dignitaries. However, everyone's focus was no longer on the limousines themselves, but the identity of their owners. One of the white VIP sedans caught the attention of many people. The Nine Heavens Guild logo engraved on the car's door was incomparably conspicuous. Many people knew after the announcement of the admission information of Shangjing Academy. The daughter of the president of the Nine Heavens Guild had been admitted to Shangjing Academy. The one sitting in the car should be her. Soon, the car door was slowly pulled open. A girl wearing a white floral dress with a pill head walked out. It's just like the image of the white moonlight in all youthful campus novels. Sunny, elegant, and cute. She must be pretty when she smiles. Many of the students of Shangjing Academy's colleges and universities who were waiting outside the institution were dumbfounded. Their parents told them to befriend the children of these people of status and position as much as possible. Not only would it help them academically, but it would also open up more possibilities for the parents themselves. What's more, it was the daughter of the first guild president of Shangjing City. Anyone who could get on good terms with her would have a bright future ahead of them. Only, the moment some male compatriots were ready to walk up to greet her, another figure actually poked out from the white VIP sedan. His robust figure made the obviously lengthened sedan seem incomparably small. As if this person can punch the car flat. His imposing aura emanated out without anger, scaring back those who were trying to do something. This person was none other than Gu Tingtian, the president of the Nine Heavens Guild, a superpower house of LV60 or higher. A terrifying existence that had suppressed countless replica secret realms. It was unique that such a character who only existed on most people's cell phone news apps would actually come to send his own child to the school opening celebration. But with Gu Tingtian present, even Gu Sisi felt that unexplained sense of alienation. Trying to climb into my daughter's relationship is a daydream. Gu Tingtian coldly grunted. Dad, let's go. Gu Sisi nodded briefly in greeting, then turned to leave. Gu Tingtian waved his hand. Good daughter, listen well to the lessons and train well. Don't get too close to those brats. The vice president at the side felt doubly helpless when he saw Gu Interceptor in such a state. He was aware that Gu Interceptor was not prepared to let Gu Sisi develop in the direction of an awakened. But who would have thought that she would do so well on the college entrance exam? She had actually gotten into Shangjing Academy by relying on her B-rank occupation. However, if it wasn't for that kid named Chen Feng, chairman, he probably wouldn't be as happy as he is now. Said whoever arrived. Only to see a bus stop at the mouth of the road. Chen Feng quickly leapt off and instantly slipped beside Gu Sisi. Gift, for you. Gu Sisi slipped a beautifully wrapped gift box to Chen Feng. This was an opening gift from her. Chen Feng hadn't expected this. He had left in a hurry and was so busy sending Chen Dad and Chen Mom on a trip that he had forgotten about the gift. However, Chen Feng immediately took the C-ranked weapon spiked gun that had dropped from the previous copy from the warehouse and gave it to Gu Sisi. A gift for you, the weapon dropped by the C-ranked demon steel spiked beast. It took me a lot of effort to finish it off. Gu Sisi accepted it with both hands, very satisfied with the gift. Thanks. The scene of the two exchanging gifts was all but watched by the vice president, who was not far behind them. His heart went cold. It's over. I guess the president is going to get mad again. Who knew that Gu Jingtian didn't get angry as expected? He instead turned his head and sat on the car and smiled helplessly. Alas, I told you what CC was busy with early in the morning. It turns out that she was preparing a gift for that Chinfeng kid. The vice president hurriedly added, President, giving gifts is a tradition for college students, not to mention the fact that both of them were in the same class in high school. It's not strange. Gu Tingtian smiled disdainfully. I mean, that brat Chinfeng, the thing he sent was quite special. What kind of person gives a gun as a gift to a girl? He looked at the vice president with a smirk on his face. This young man is just different. His style of thinking is very different from what we used to have. The vice president didn't dare to answer for a moment. Gu Tingtian turned his head to aim out the window. However, Chen Feng's gift is very practical and helpful to CC. His concepts, I agree with. My inner god, there's still a day when you, Congress President Gu, agree with it. The vice president only felt as if he hadn't eaten enough this morning. Why was he hallucinating all kinds of things? Inside the campus, Chen Feng and Gu Sisi walked side by side, following the street signs to rush to the freshman auditorium. The huge campus area of Shangjing Academy would probably get lost for any individual without good guidance. $150,000, what did you use it to buy? Gu Sisi took the unprecedented initiative to ask. Chen Feng was startled, then replied, I used it to buy building materials. To build what? No way, you Gu Sisi also had a day of being so curious? Chen Feng coughed and said, Ahem, I won't tell you first, you'll know later. Oh. Gu Sisi beamed. Sulking? To be honest, I don't know if it was because of coming to the university or what. For the first time, Chen Feng saw such a rich look on Gu Sisi's face, and it even had a strange feeling to it. However, it was quite cute when she was beaming. However, right at this moment, a man wearing the orange student union uniform of Shangjing College stopped in front of Chen Feng and Gu Sisi. Both of you are freshmen, right? Gu Sisi subconsciously came up behind Chen Feng. Yes, senior. Chen Feng replied. This student council president glanced at Gu Sisi behind Chen Feng, his eyes lingering on her face for a few seconds as a smug smile flashed across his face. He then said, It's like this, considering joining our department's student council? The life of the student union is an important part of our university, especially senior sister. If you join our student union, not only can you. Sorry, we are not interested. Chen Feng suddenly said in a cold voice. Gu Sisi nodded along. This senior did not expect Chen Feng to interrupt himself so rudely, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his expression. Looking back again, his best friends in the student council were watching his jokes not far away. They had made a bet earlier, and this student council senior bet that he would definitely be able to befriend a pretty schoolgirl today. And Gu Sisi was exactly the target he had his eye on. He observed for a long time. This cute schoolgirl and the man next to her shouldn't be a couple. Since it's not a couple, I'm asking the schoolgirl's wishes, what are you getting involved in? He squeezed his fist and decided to have a good time with this so-called schoolmate. Chapter 51, Good Luck Dice? Sorry, your luck is mine now. Schoolmate, whether or not to join the student council is up to the individual's will. It's true that I can't force you guys, but then again you'd have to let someone else schoolmate. Just as this student council senior was in the middle of speaking, Chen Feng turned his head to glance at Gu Sisi. She instantly understood what Chen Feng meant. Then poking her head out, she said, I'm sorry, I'm not joining your student council. With that, Chen Feng pulled Gu Sisi to leave. Ban Gaoming stood alone in place, the laughter coming from not far behind him reaching his ears making him more and more embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and took out a dice from his pocket. The dice itself was plain and ordinary, but it was actually the occupational characteristic prop of the Fate Teaser occupation. As an A-rank auxiliary profession, it was one of the few professions that was able to enchant the attribute point of luck. Not only was it able to bring luck boosts to fellow teammates, it was also able to siphon off the enemy's luck values. The corner of Ban Gaoming's mouth revealed a smile that was hard to guess. He hadn't been prepared to bring out the dice, but Chen Feng had made him lose face in front of so many people. Especially since he was also wearing the uniform of the student union, how could this make him mix? Furthermore, using the dice to sneak in a move left almost no trace. Relying on this trick, he didn't know how many people he had already tortured. After all, it was normal for points to go against each other sometimes, and no one would think in the direction of human interference. Classmate. He called out to Chen Feng and Gu Sisi once again. I don't have the slightest opinion on not joining the student council, but this freshman gift pack can be claimed. This dice, as long as you throw a 6, you can take the snack gift pack here. He pointed at the student union workstation not far away. Chen Feng originally had little interest, but he keenly noticed Gu Sisi's little look and then took the dice. Just shake it to 6, right? That's right. A smirk of triumph flashed across Ben Gaoming's eyes. This dice was called the dice of good luck, and when used, a specific number was specified, and failure to shake the specified number would siphon off luck, giving the holder a short-lived luck bonus. Even if it didn't matter, as long as the dice shaker's luck points were lower than his own, nothing would happen. As an awakened whose luck value was as high as 8 points, he was very confident. Chen Feng and Gu Sisi were not the least bit alert to this. Chen Feng shook the dice back and forth in his palm and then threw it high. Gu Sisi's eyes moved up then down with the dice. 6 points, that's easy. Without any surprise, the dice rolled to the ground 6 points side up. This. Ban Gaoming's face showed astonishment. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so lucky. But it didn't matter. My luck won't diminish anyway, let him shake it a few more times, I just don't believe. The thoughts in Ban Gaoming's mind came to an abrupt end. Into his eyes, the system's prompt popped in his vision. Luck siphon, luck 1. Luck siphon occurs, luck 1. Occurrence of. The series of alerts made him unable to react at all. It wasn't until 8 alerts popped up in a row that his luck was actually siphoned away all the way to 0. How is this possible? Ban Gaoming's pupils shook slightly as he looked at the dice on the ground in disbelief. Even if the opponent's luck was higher than his own, so what, at most, he would only be able to suck away 1 or 2 points of luck. But how could he suck away all 8 points of his luck in one go? Could it be that your luck value could still go up to 50? Although this kind of luck siphoning was only temporary, and would be restored after 24 hours, it also meant that in the next 24 hours he would most likely be drinking water with his teeth stuffed in it, and he would encounter old ladies who would touch him even when he crossed the street. Not to mention that in case there is a big truck on the street that goes out of control, it will directly bring up the plot of the main character of the other world. Bang! Right at this moment, the dice of destiny on the ground suddenly burst open and disappeared. This made him even more heartbroken. Who would have thought that the backlash of bad luck would come so quickly? This prop that carried the characteristics of his profession had cost a full $1,000 to find an enchanter to craft it. Chen Feng patted the disoriented Ban Gaoming. Senior, the snacks are over there, right? We went to get them ourselves. Saying so, the duo directly bypassed him and turned their heads to the student union workstation to carry a large bag of snacks, then left. Gu Sisi turned her head to look at them and muttered in a low voice, the dice are strange. Chen Feng nodded his head and did not say anything more, with a hint of a smile on his face. However, in his field of vision, 8 temporary amplitude points had been added to the luck column of his system data panel for no apparent reason. Chen Feng could roughly guess why. It was just another person who wanted to compete with himself for luck. When Chen Feng and Gu Sisi left, Ban Gaoming hurriedly received a glass of water to lower the fire. But Ban Gaoming choked on a mouthful of water and almost choked to death. He wiped the tabletop with paper in a wretched manner to cover his embarrassment. Ban Lao Di, what's going on? Not just didn't ask for someone else's schoolmate's contact to happen, there's no need to think about drinking water to commit suicide. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of his fellow student council members was incomparably harsh, causing the anger in Ban Gaoming's heart to gradually rise. Suddenly he stood up and turned his head to run towards another student council workstation. Brother Huang, the freshmen nowadays are just too disdainful of our student council, you have to help me. In front of Ban Gaoming was none other than Huang Xianwen. At this moment, Huang Xianwen was dutifully doing his best to explain the campus to the new students, and the kind smile hanging on his face made Ban Gaoming feel as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Huang? Ban Gaoming only felt that the one standing in front of him was not Huang Xianwen, but another devil who had taken over his body. Could it be that Brother Huang had gone to a summer camp and was taken over by a demon? Huang Xianwen turned his head, gave Ban Gaoming a grumbling look, and pulled him out of the workstation. Ban Gaoming, be patient in front of the new students, don't show your student council stance. Brother Huang, you haven't taken the wrong medication, have you? Huang Xianwen waved his hand, what's wrong? I feel like I'm in good shape. Forget it, Brother Huang, I'll find the others. Seeing that Ban Gaoming was about to leave, Huang Xianwen hurriedly pulled him back. Alright, I'll go and help you look. Let's give the others a good explanation to explain, so as not to cause conflict. Ban Gaoming couldn't help but pull Huang Xianwen towards the freshman auditorium. At this time, preparations should be being made for the freshman speech welcome meeting. Most of the freshmen should be heading there. Although Huang was in a bit of a state, Ban Gaoming believed that with Huang Xianwen helping him out, he would be able to make these self-righteous freshmen fall head over heels. After arriving at the freshman auditorium, Ban Gaoming just wanted to look for Chen Feng's figure but then encountered the student council president Lei Ming. Ban Gaoming and Huang Xianwen, come and help, this banner needs to be hung by you. Lei Ming came up and assigned the task to the two of them. Ban Gaoming wanted to say something but was directly interrupted by Huang Xianwen. He took the initiative to receive the banner and looked at the content on it and asked, "There are still freshman speeches this year?" Lei Ming nodded. The college arranged for the freshman representative to speak, but not in previous years. I heard that it was still arranged by the principal himself. Huang Xianwen, who was it? Lei Ming shook his head. I'm not sure, this just came back from the summer camp. A lot of things haven't docked with the college. Chapter 52, Freshman Representative Speech. Huang is really crazy. Ban Gaoming was very depressed. Originally, he had thought of letting his big brother in the student union, Huang Xianwen, who was 1 year older than him, help him make a name for himself. He was thinking of letting his big brother in the student council, Huang Xianwen, who was 1 year older than him, help him make a splash. Who knows that people have not yet found, but it is posted banners to move tables and chairs, forced labor for half an hour. It is said that labor can calm people's emotions. Ban Gaoming felt that this saying was very applicable to himself. The frustration caused by that dude freshman earlier also dissipated. Looking at the large banner he had personally affixed as well as a slice of chairs, Ban Gaoming felt doubly gratified. As the freshman ceremony was about to begin, more and more freshmen were guided to their seats. This year's Shangjing Academy had recruited a total of over 2,000 people. Excellent candidates from all over the country. Among them, the largest number of students were native to Shangjing City. Inquired. A member of the student council came beside Ban Gaoming. The freshman representative responsible for speaking this time is a member of our city's top 3 exam team for this year's college entrance exam. I've heard that Awakening's occupation rating is very low, and it seems like it's still a logistical occupation. Ban Gaoming shook his hand in disbelief. Don't be ridiculous, I haven't heard of a logistic occupation being of any use on the team in all the previous college entrance exams. I don't believe it either, but I just watched the video of the examination hall. Others were even able to spar with Awakened, Powerfighter, Awakened and fattened others up. So powerful? Ban Gaoming's voice raised a few decibels. Then such a talent must be absorbed into our student council. What's his name? Seems to be surnamed Chen, called Chen Feng. Chen Feng? Ban Gaoming pondered. When he heard this name, he always felt that something was wrong. Just at this time, Huang Xianwen's figure flashed past in front of him. Ban Gaoming hastily patted the person next to him. Say, do you have a feeling that Huang Yi seems to have changed? He wasn't like this before, now he's a living outstanding student. The person next to him sighed. Alas, I heard that it was the summer vacation when he ran away to participate in the summer camp of the 9 Heavenly Guild, and as a result, he was struck by something and came back to be like this. Who could have struck my brother Huang like this? I don't know, I heard that it seems to be someone surnamed Chen too. Are all those surnamed Chen so powerful now? Ban Gaoming was puzzled, but he didn't care too much. Just at this moment, the bell rang. The opening ceremony for new students officially began. More than 2,000 freshmen and the thousands of sophomores and juniors who had come to watch the action converged in the auditorium, making for a lively scene. Applause thundered and everyone wore smiles full of youthfulness. In the post-awakening era, it was only on campus that one could still feel such a relaxed and witty atmosphere. At this time, Long Xiangping, who represented the entire academy, the spiritual pillar of all the students of Shangjing Academy, came to the front of the stage. As in previous years, he began to read out a welcome speech for the new students. Under the stage, on the first seat from left to right in the first row on the left side. Chen Feng scratched his ears and glanced sideways at the stereo beside him. He only felt that there was something wrong with these student council members. Why did they put the stereo so close to the stage? Are they really not afraid that people in their middle age will go deaf? Old Chen, let me tell you, I got 3 girls today. Jiang Chen, who was sitting next to him, bragged with an excited face. The reason why he didn't enter the campus with Chen Feng in the morning was for this purpose. Jiang Chen understood that if Chen Feng walked with him, his college career would be over. Let's see. Chen Feng took Jiang Chen's cell phone with interest, deeply skeptical about what he said. Hey, look, it's not sending messages. Jiang Chen pointed at the side. Chen Feng suspiciously clicked on the chat box, only to look at it for a few seconds before almost failing to hold back his laughter. Jiang Chen, I actually don't want to hit you, but it seems like they added you to cell phone cards. Ah? Jiang Chen took the phone and shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was just a pity that a $10 monthly phone card was too expensive. Jiang Chen didn't have the living expenses to support him even if he wanted to chat hard. Soon Long Shangping's stinky and long speech on the lecture platform came to an end. He stood on the stage, looking at the excellent students of this session with relief, and reiterated the school motto of Shangjing College. There was no tongue-twisting, hard-to-pronounce rhetoric. There were no ancient or modern quotes. There was and is only one sentence. Give your back to your peers with confidence. This school motto matches perfectly with the mission of Shangjing College. Focusing on team cultivation, teamwork, and maximizing the abilities of each awakened. Chen Feng was deeply positive about this statement. He knew very well that no matter if it was raiding a copy or dealing with demonic shenanigans, having a companion by his side would always get twice the result with half the effort. Of course. Chen Feng agreed with this statement, but there was a prerequisite. That was before he fully developed himself. At this point, Long Shangping's words changed. It began to coalesce the theme to the current freshman's performance in the examination hall. He extolled an excellent team. Classmates, you may not be aware of this. Just this year, just within the third examination room of the Shangjing City College Entrance Examination Center, there is such a team, and the highest occupational rating amongst the three of them is only B grade. But by relying on their close and boundless teamwork, as well as their perfect utilization of their occupational characteristics, they were able to break through the countless S-rank and A-rank occupational awakenings, and ultimately cut down the boss of the examination hall. Next, I will invite the absolute core of that team to speak on stage as the freshman representative. Let us welcome the new student representative Chen Feng. Applause swept in from all directions. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. He actually didn't want to go on stage to give a speech, but naturally, as the only candidate in this year's Shangjing Academy to receive a $100,000 scholarship, he had this obligation. Old Chen, let's see you perform. Jiang Chen wiped away the teardrops at the corner of his eyes and said, Cheer up. Gu Sisi swallowed her snack in one bite and said with a faint smile. Chen Feng nodded his head and then took the stage. He looked at the staggering silhouettes in the auditorium and faced the countless pairs of eyes gazing at him. Taking a deep breath, he said, My name is Chen Feng, and I have a quote for everyone in the opening. When the goddess of fortune favors you, you can be omnipotent. Omnipotent my ass. Off stage. Ban Gaoming almost burst into foul language. He had never expected that the person he had searched for so many times was actually the freshman representative of this term. Even more so, he hadn't thought that the Chen crazy he was talking about at the beginning was actually Chen Feng. Brother Huang, it's him, what should we do now? Ban Gaoming grimaced as he looked at Chen Feng's complacent appearance on the stage and thought of his precious dice shattering because of him. His anger was overwhelming. However, he turned back to look. But he realized that Huang Xuanwen's expression was so dull. He was holding a broom in his hand, staring blankly at the stage. Some strange words were mumbled under his breath. He. Chen Feng. What Chen Feng is not Chen Feng, what second specialized institution? He, it's all a lie. Ban Gaoming was startled by the scene in front of him. Bad, Huang is really crazy. Chapter 53, Chen Feng's backstage and counselor He Changren. Chen Feng, I can't believe you actually tricked me into it. What second specialized institution, clearly an alumnus. After the freshman ceremony, Lei Ming, who was the president of the student council, was the first to find Chen Feng. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to be a student of Shangjing Academy. Even more so, he hadn't thought that he was actually the freshman representative of this term. However, what shocked Lei Ming the most was that Chen Feng, a freshman, had actually scored the highest marks in the summer's 9-day summer camp replica practice. Moreover, he had done so as a logistics professional. Although Chen Feng was still a freshman, Lei Ming was filled with respect for him. He hurriedly walked over to greet him while hunching over Chen Feng's back. He had left in a hurry during the summer camp and hadn't had time to thank him for his help. Chen Feng was also slightly surprised when he saw Lei Ming. He hadn't expected that the person he had saved in the duplicate would actually be the student council president of Shangjing Academy. Should he say it was fate or luck? He himself didn't know. The two of them hooked shoulders and climbed into conversation. Lei Ming began to explain some of the news in the academy to Chen Feng, and at the same time began to sell the benefits of the student council. For a talent like Chen Feng, so what if it was an E-rank occupation? That had to be absorbed into the student council. It was only a pity that Chen Feng refused Lei Ming's offer on the grounds of his studies. Chen Feng, in the future, if you have any problems, feel free to come to me. As long as I, Lei Ming, can help, I will definitely do my best. Lei Ming promised with a serious face. He knew that he owed Chen Feng far too much. If it wasn't for him, if it wasn't for this rookie freshman in everyone's eyes, it was highly likely that he would have been lying in a coffin board by now. The banquet could have eaten several tables. Thank you then. Chen Feng thanked him and then turned to leave with Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi. Without taking a few steps, Jiang Chen curiously looked back and said, "Old Chen, how did you and President Lei meet?" Jiang Chen also only realized today that Lei Ming was the president of the student union. Chen Feng said carelessly, "Sort of saved his life." Put. Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud. "Old Chen, you can't be joking. President Lei is a Lv.15 leveled fierce man, his awakening is even a SS level profession, Thunder Swordsman, how does he need you to save his life?" Chen Feng gave him a blank look. "Jiang Chen, don't you want to get into the student council?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Then don't question it." Jiang Chen froze, then realized what Chen Feng meant. "Old Chen. I was just talking for fun, but I never questioned you in my heart. You will always be the greatest in my Jiang Chen's heart." "Right, you remember to tell President Lei that I want to join the discipline inspection department of the student union. I heard it's full of girls." "I knew it." Not only Chen Feng, even Gu Sisi revealed an expression of disgust. At the same time, inside the freshman auditorium, Ban Gaoming looked at Chen Feng's back as he left with a puzzled expression. He muttered in a low voice, "What's the situation? A freshman can actually make President Lei so polite. Just kidding, it's not like he's a super newbie who awakened an SSS-ranked profession. What gives him the right?" At this time, Lei Ming walked over after finishing his hands. "Ban Gaoming, what's the matter? You told me earlier someone defamed our student council?" Lei Ming was highly concerned about this matter. He had only just taken over the position of student council president, so he couldn't afford to smash the signboard. Ban Gaoming hurriedly shook his head. "President, it's all a misunderstanding." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Just kidding. Chen Feng has even hooked up with President Lei. What is it if I go and pick a fight now, if not suicide?" Ban Gaoming was certain that if he wanted to be a student council officer for 2 more years, then all was well away from Chen Feng. He turned back to Huang Xianwen, who was still laboring hard. A hint of sadness appeared out of the corner of his eyes. Ban Gaoming could be certain that Huang Xianwen's breakdown of mentality should have nothing to do with Chen Feng. It was just that. "I'm sorry, brother Huang, Chen Feng has the backing of the president, I can't help you with this revenge." Shangjing Academy. Founded more than 23 years ago. It was originally a 986 institution of higher learning in Shangjing City, but was swallowed up by the demonic weird tide during the first Copy Secret Realm Frenzy event. The entire school's teachers and students, 10 of them, were not left. Later on, in order to commemorate the contribution of the institution to the development of the country, a new institution was built on its old abandoned site, named Shangjing College. As one of the upper 5 academies, Shangjing Academy has the same distinctive characteristics as the other academies. It and the Extreme Battle Academy were 2 extremes. One only accepts awakened battle profession students, and does not set up auxiliary and logistics departments. The other, which grouped the 3 major professions together, studied and trained in 1 classroom and 1 class. The entire school has a total of 7 teaching buildings, standing horizontally in the 3 directions of the institution, forming an inverted triangle. And in the center of the inverted triangle stood a stone monument that was 20 meters high. On the monument was engraved every teacher and student who had died in this academy from the time the Secret Realm tidal wave descended until now. There were a total of 3,216 people. Chen Feng, Jiang Chen, and Gu Sisi, like most of the new students, stood underneath the stone monument, looking at the densely packed names on it with an indescribable feeling. Just like the words engraved on the stone monument, the history of mankind is the history of resistance. In this history, there is never a lack of sacrifice, the key is to see who is remembered. See the center of the stone tablet, there's a square empty there. A Mediterranean bald middle-aged man wearing a polo shirt and glasses came to the side of the three, gazing up at the monument in a serious tone. Why? Jiang Chen asked curiously. The bald middle-aged man held up his glasses. That's the spot Principal Long Shangping left for himself. He always said that his name would appear on it sooner or later. The bald man smiled gratefully and said, to be honest, I don't want to carve my name on it anyway. Who would mind not living long enough, right? Chen Feng and the three of them turned back to look at him at the same time. The middle-aged bald man, however, was smiling as he reached out his hand. Chen Feng, Jiang Chen, and Gu Sisi, right? I'm your counselor and classroom teacher, He Changren, more guidance for the next 4 years. Just like this, Chen Feng's trio skillfully met up with the leader of the next 4 years under the memorial stone monument. He Changren, his first impression was that of a middle-aged old man dressed in sloppy, tacky attire. He has a large bald spot on his forehead, and his Mediterranean hairstyle gives him a middle-aged, greasy look. However, He Changren spoke with a literary vigor. Seems to be quite afraid of death. Hand holding an orange thermos cup, I guess it is full of wolfberries. But it was such a seemingly unreliable person who was Chen Feng's counselor and classroom teacher. The fact that he was able to gain a foothold in Shangjing College further indicated that this person was not simple. At least that was what Chen Feng thought. However, Chen Feng was curious as to what He Changren's teaching style was like. Chapter 54, Team Challenge System, Want to Rob My Family's CC? Shangjing Academy inherited the teaching style of the tenured classes from high school. Small class teaching in fixed classrooms. According to the academy, this was done to better develop team cohesion. Of course, comparing to the paramilitary management of other colleges and universities, it was still much better. Chen Feng's trio followed He Changren to the classroom. A ladder classroom with a spacious area. The classroom that could accommodate hundreds of people had only 24 students, counting Chen Feng and the others. There were only 27 of them. Nearly double the number of students in high school. As soon as Chen Feng's trio walked into the classroom, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone. As the representative of the new students, Chen Feng had even become the target of the converging gazes. It was clear to everyone that the three of them were the top student team of the third examination center, as described by Principal Long. The miracle duo whose highest career rating was only B grade. Chen Feng's trio walked to the last row and sat down. Like them, the rest of the 24 students were all seated in groups of 3 or 3 next to each other. This had a lot to do with the enrollment guidelines of the Shangjing Academy. The people in the admissions office liked to pack away an entire team. Of course, it was also part of the academy's team building. Chen Feng began to observe the other students after taking his seat. A hint of arrogance could be seen in their expressions to a greater or lesser extent. Especially the moment they happened to lock eyes with themselves, the pride that was hidden in their bones was revealed. The students who can get into the upper 5 colleges are not soft. It is hard to say that they are not the pride of heaven in their own circle, and it is normal to have this kind of outgoing mentality. The same also indicates that college life will be more competitive than high school. And the whole team of glory, a ruin. Stairway classroom at this time is surprisingly quiet, no one speech eye contact mostly. The air seemed to be filled with cold air. This is the wariness between college students in the era of awakening. At this time, He Changren came to the podium, placed his thermos gently on the desktop, coughed twice, which eased the atmosphere down a lot. He began to introduce himself. Name, age, date of birth, preferences, and marital status. To be honest, people didn't even want to know about his marital status, but he just had to say it, and the more he said it, the more energized he became. Until the very end, he didn't introduce his awakened profession as well as his rank, which were important information. This made the students who wanted to know the depth of their teacher very distressed, but there was nothing they could do about it. Soon He Changren began to give insight into one of the major important rules of Shangjing Academy, the team challenge system. Students, our Shangjing Academy is based on 3-person team building, supplemented by small class teaching training. The vast majority of students have their own team from the moment they enter the campus. However, today, which is the first day of school, you still have an opportunity to change your team or even grow your team. Saying that, He Changren opened the projection screen. Below are the details of each 3-member team member of our class listed by the academy. If you are interested in a member of another team and want to accommodate him or her into your own team, you can challenge a member of his or her original team. The winner has the right to decide. Under He Changren's explanation, Chen Feng also roughly understood the rules. In short, it was that if you saw another team had someone you wanted, you could challenge that team. The two teams would each send out one person for an undifferentiated duel. If you win, you get to snatch the person, and if you lose the right to challenge at the end of the semester. A team starts with 3 people, but there is no cap. It even said that if you were ambitious enough and strong enough, you could accommodate half of a class into your team. This was also in line with the actual situation of graduating from college and entering the secret realm copies later on. It was always impossible for a team to be 3 people all the time. The team challenge system had only one window per semester, leaving aside the day freshman year began. Once you miss it, or failed in the previous semester's challenge, you can only become a fish on the knife board to be slaughtered. There is no doubt that the higher the rating of the awakened profession of the team members, the higher the scarcity and practicality of the profession, the more sought after it is. Especially those teams with top student members, are the target of countless teams. As for Chen Feng's Class A, their team naturally became the hotspot of everyone's attention. Chen Feng, in particular, as the representative of the freshmen, his strength had even been recognized by Principal Long Shangping. Only, upon seeing the team details on the projection screen, those who had thoughts about Chen Feng fell silent. Grade E occupation, probability craftsman. No one had expected Chen Feng's occupation to actually be the useless, probability artisan. Now, even if one knew more about Chen Feng's performance in the examination room, they would inevitably be deterred. It wasn't that everyone didn't have an understanding of the profession of probability artisan as one of the top 10 garbage professions, it had often appeared in some of the antithetical materials during the high school learning stage. It didn't seem to have much of a role in either practicality or team building. No way, this is all the freshman representative is? To be honest, I was little expecting a handful. But this is even stranger, an E-rank logistic occupation probability smith can still be accepted by the Academy. Did the Academy see a flashpoint that we didn't see? The upper limit of a flashier E-rank occupation is just that. The originally quiet classroom instantly murmured. Speaking of which, aren't we still lacking a powerful long-range combat profession on our team? Yes, but I've looked at the other teams and they don't have weak battle professions, so it would be a bit difficult for us to grab someone. What are you afraid of? Don't we have the scholar team to pat us out? I think that girl named Gu Sisi is not bad. What do you mean she's not bad? Know who that is? Who? That's the daughter of Nine Heavens Guild leader Gu Tingtian. All the more reason to snatch her. Some people weren't the least bit afraid of their conversations being heard by Chen Feng and the others, but they were talking vigorously, and the eyes that came from that head had both contempt and greed in them. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and slammed the table at this moment, very dissatisfied with such naked remarks. On the contrary, it was Chen Feng who had a cloudy face and was staying in the back row with Gu Sisi showing off the small snacks that he had gleaned from the student union. Old Chen, don't you have any sense of crisis? Other people's calculations are hitting us. Chen Feng stuffed a piece of potato chip into his mouth. What are you afraid of? As the saying goes, soldiers come to the defense and water comes to the earth to cover up, isn't it? Jiang Chen froze. He suddenly felt as if he was being overly cautious. Maybe he was just a little nervous about entering the university. There was Chen Feng. What was there to be afraid of? Jiang Chen also joined the queue of dazzling snacks. Compared to the other teams who were worried about the team challenge system, Chen Feng's trio had no interest in it. They weren't prepared to incorporate any new members. Nor were they prepared to hand any of them over. Soon, Counselor He Changren completed all the statistics. There were 27 people in the class, totaling 9 teams. 5 of those teams had all launched challenges wanting to take in new members. The only team in the class with an SS-ranked professional awakening had naturally become the target of the majority of the teams. On the other hand, Chen Feng's trio's team had an unprecedented number of challenges from 2 teams. All of their targets were directed at Gu Sisi, such a B-ranked gunner. This caused the rest of the class to feel confused. What was so worth grabbing about this one, gunner? Jiang Chen looked at the challenge information on the projection screen and smiled disdainfully. Old Chen, I'll leave CC to you to protect. I'm not grabbing it from you. Chen Feng gave him a blank look. Speaking as if you dare to go on. Chapter 55, Indoor Exclusive Training Ground, Summoned Actually a Big Cat? Shangjing Academy was worthy of being one of the upper 5 academies. It actually assigned an exclusive indoor training ground to every class in the entire school. It was 50 meters long and wide, covering a huge area. The ground was paved with dense sandy soil, maximizing efficiency to help students offset injuries and ensure safety during training. The entire indoor training ground was surrounded by sealed steel walls, also preventing neighboring training grounds from disturbing each other. Of course, the most luxurious part is the medication device placed next to the training ground. A nitrogen chiller and a medicated bath. Walking into the nitrogen freezer after training, the machine can instantly release more than -200 degrees of cold air to help students relax their muscles and restore their condition. The medicinal bath is even more luxurious, filled with the college pharmacist Awaken specifically formulated for the restoration of bodily functions, conditioning bath medicine, replaced every day absolutely fresh, and can even drink a mouthful. Of course, for pharmacist for the modulation of medicinal bath is only a very small part of its ability. However, because of the country's extremely strict control over this profession's Awaken people, it resulted in them not being able to utilize their strength in many fields. At this moment, inside the training ground, the challenge of the members of Freshman Class A was preparing to begin. Both teams sent one person each to issue and accept the challenge. And both of them needed to truthfully report their occupation and current level to each other as they walked into the training ground. There were no restrictions on other means of attacking wearing defense gear and so on. Chen Feng's trio sat on the sidelines of the arena, holding the last packet of snacks to watch and eat. Chen Feng opened the gift that Gu Sisi had given him for the start of the school year, and underneath the exquisite packaging was actually an extremely luxurious pack of chocolates. The chocolates were carved into different shapes, and the surface was covered with gold foil. It was obvious that Gu Sisi was really fond of chocolates. "I'll go. How much does this cost?" Zhang Chen asked with incomparable curiosity. Gu Sisi opened her palm and compared it to a 5. 50? Knowing that 50 chocolate that was definitely the top of the top, Zhang Chen couldn't afford to eat it. 500. Gu Sisi said. Zhang Chen regretted it, he shouldn't have asked. Chen Feng picked up a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth. "Watch the game at ease, don't ask about the rich woman." "It's for you, of course don't ask." "Sisi, when will you give me a gift too?" "When you find a girlfriend." 2. Chen Feng and Gu Sisi said in unison. Zhang Chen was struck by lightning and felt frustrated. He had no choice but to pathetically hold the chocolates and look into the training ground. Level 4 versus Level 4, a rank profession, swordsman, versus S-rank profession, exotic favored master, this is something to watch. Inside the training ground, the two opposing sides entered into a confrontation after reporting each other's ranks and professions. The swordsman was an unusual profession, with a rich vein system and a lot of room for transformation and growth in the later stages. This is the first time Chen Feng has encountered an awakened profession with a summoning attribute. The summoning attribute awakening profession was different from other professions in that its own combat power did not rely on the awakened person themselves, but rather contracted with otherworldly magical creatures or other things based on the profession's characteristic skills. They fight by summoning their contracted beasts. Some summoning professions can only summon one in a lifetime, and they are constantly reinforced. Others are able to summon as many as they like, and as they level up the summoned magical creatures become even more powerful. Due to the extreme rarity and scarcity of the summoning type of awakening professions, they were not categorized as a separate type, but rather classified into the battle profession. However, Chen Feng suddenly recalled that it seemed like it was not the first time he had met an awakened of this occupation type. The last time, it seemed to be within the third examination center of the college entrance exam. That long Shangping who had descended from the sky on a red dragon. Chen Feng sat up straight and got serious, just in time to use this opportunity to understand more about that type of occupation. With the exotic favored master as the challenger, it was the swordsman awakened with front row and offensive capabilities that their team wanted. A head-to-head duel, even if they lost, they were still convinced. The battle was imminent. The swordsman raised his right hand towards the sky, transparent ripples condensed in his hand, and then he pulled out a sharp sword from the void. With a step of his front foot, his entire body actually disappeared, splashing the sand under his feet. Treading flash. One of the initial characteristic skills of the swordsman profession. Once he appeared again, he was already in front of the favored master. Just blink of an eye, actually instantly wipe out the distance gap of 30 meters, good fast speed. But at this time, the calm sand suddenly trembled violently, only to see a circle of light generated under the feet of the swordsman. Immediately a huge demonic body from the aperture scurried out, directly forced the swordsman back. Sand and dust lingered, and a huge body that was more than 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide hid in the smoke. The swordsman pulled back to a distance of 10 meters holding his sword in one hand and being vigilant. His face was tense. However, it was only when the smoke cleared that everyone saw clearly that this was not a demonic creature. It was clearly a big cat. Wide body, fat head, and ears. The whole body is furry. There was no difference between its looks and the enlarged version of the short blue and white. The only difference was that this big fat cat's mouth had exposed fangs showing a few sharp edges. Except, that sharpness also became a cute plus in the eyes of some of the girls in the class. Big cat. So cute. Wow. Want to suck. Chen Feng also did not expect this to be the case, and likewise refreshed his perception of this profession. What about the promised contracted magical creatures? Alien pet master, you just really summon pets. Only, Chen Feng had never dreamed that this huge version of the short English blue and white big cat would actually be so ferocious. It rushed up and chased after the swordsman, bombarding him furiously. After a few rounds, the swordsman was directly lying on the ground. Being pressed underneath the big cat, he could barely catch his breath. Good guy. In just a few minutes, Chen Feng's knowledge of the profession was once again refreshed. As the challenge ended, some people were happy and some were sad. No one had expected the swordsman classmates to be so unbeatable in front of the big cat. One could only say that the saying that one could not recognize a person by their external appearance could also be used for magical creatures. The challenge was successful, and the team that the foreign pet master was on managed to absorb the swordsman into their team. This also made the rest of the class worried. Another big cat, and an awakened person like the swordsman, and 2 support professions in the team, would it be a bit too strong? However, it was too late to worry, as the challenge continued and it was soon Chen Feng's team's turn. The first to walk into the arena was the team group that had loudly discussed snatching Gu Cc earlier. It was clear from their expressions that they were unself-conscious and extremely confident. A gunner, a shield swordsman and a probability craftsman, what are you going to win with? Even if the teamwork was great, so what? The member challenge system was one-on-one, and the team bonus had no effect whatsoever. Who could go to battle was nothing more than Gu Cc. But they could guarantee that as long as Gu Cc took the field, she would definitely lose. However, the next second, Chen Feng was seen putting down his chocolate box and sending a piece of heart-shaped chocolate into his mouth. Humming a little tune, he stepped into the arena. They're going to put a logistics profession on? No way, there's no mistake. Chapter 56, The First Challenger, Rank Suppression completes the crush. Just looking down on us like that? The team of 3 that issued the challenge was surprised by Chen Feng's appearance. Accepting the challenge didn't send the team's only combat profession, but a logistical profession awakened with no combat power. This was no longer simply sending someone's head, this was clearly provocation. Naked provocation. The challenger snorted coldly and walked into the training ground right after him. The 2 of them were 30 meters away from each other. Lv.1, S-Class Battle Profession, Sonic Assassin. Rank, Lv.5. Lv.1 said with a face full of pride. In Shanjing Academy, a rank and S-rank occupations were not that rare. With 27 people in the entire class, excluding the 3 Chen Fengs, there were a full 8 S-rank occupation awakened alone. This ratio could only be seen in the upper 5th Academy. Sonic Assassin wasn't a particularly rare profession either. However, the rank Lv.5 left many students in the class in awe. Even in the upper 5th Academy, there were very few students who could break through to Lv.5 when they had just enrolled at the university. The vast majority of them had only entered 1 copy of the Secret Realm, the college entrance examination center, after awakening their professions. Normally, they couldn't come into contact with any magical creatures at all, let alone upgrading. This also led to the fact that throughout the freshman semester, the average level of college students across the country was only between Lv.2 and Lv.3. The fact that Lv.1 was able to upgrade to Lv.5 was enough to show that his strength was not to be underestimated, and it was also the root of his bursting self-confidence. The viewing area outside the training ground. A group of neatly dressed team in strict clothing was carefully sizing up the area. The leading male's gaze was grim as he analyzed Sonic Assassin, a speed special attack profession, coupled with a rank at Lv.5 can't be easy to deal with. Those who can enter the campus with a rank of Lv.5 are usually existences that play extremely brightly on the exams. Chen Feng is in trouble. The pretty woman with flirtatious eyes on the side let out a light laugh. Brother Zhou, you better pray that Chen Feng is able to defeat Lv.1, or else our desired gunner will be snatched away. The man known as Brother Zhou did not speak, only staring at Chen Feng with his eyes for a moment. Who said we want the gunner? The core of that team has never been Chen Feng. Absorbing him into our team is the only way to truly improve. The target of this teen was actually not Gu Cece, but Chen Feng. Moreover, you're really underestimating him, the man said in a deep voice, a hint of viciousness flashing through his eyes. At the same time, Chen Feng was also prepared. After he swallowed the chocolate, he introduced himself with a calm expression. Chen Feng, you rank logistics profession, probability artisan. The words had yet to fall, and a few sneers could be heard coming from the sidelines. There was one good thing about high schools, at least there weren't too many people who laughed too arrogantly like they did in high school. There was more contempt and sadness at his luck. But then, Chen Feng's words made everyone unable to laugh anymore. Rank, Lv.8. Chen Feng's tone was flat, like a parenthetical plain statement. However, when those words were sent into the ears of the crowd, they managed to whip up a fierce wind in everyone's brains. Lv.8? How much? No way, how is that possible? Oi oi oi, everyone is a freshman, how can he suppress me by 4 levels? Fake it, don't engage in that psychological tactic of cheating people. Everyone was more reluctant to believe Chen Feng's claim than shocked. After all, for a freshman to have broken through to level 8 just after enrollment was just too much of a stretch. Even if your family was rich and powerful enough to be able to enter the secret realm for exercise during the summer vacation after the college entrance exam, then you also had to have the courage to face the demonic shenanigans head-on. Switching to a logistics profession, that family would have to have at least 10 million assets, and that would have to have weapon and defense blueprints to be able to build to accumulate experience. What's more, the logistics profession relies solely on building and upgrading. That's really too much of a waste of money. But in reality, even if you really have the conditions mentioned above, this kind of genius is generally Lv.6, Lv.7. Lv.8 is too exaggerated. At this time, even the counselor He Changren, who was sitting on a bench not far away and lying flat, sat up straight in shock. Attaching his glasses, he stared carefully at Chen Feng. It's unbelievable. No wonder he was able to get a 100,000 scholarship. Old Dragon's vision is as poisonous as ever. He Changren wanted to see how Chen Feng would face an opponent who had accomplished crushing against him at the professional level. At this moment, Lu Jun, who was the challenging party, was embarrassed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he sized up Chen Feng with mixed emotions. Lv.8, clearly an impossible number. But it was on the contrary that he, Chen Feng, was the freshman representative. This made it difficult for Lu Jun to not have scruples in his heart no matter how unwilling he was to believe it. It was just that Chen Feng did not give him much time to think. Directly taking out the ordinary pistol from the warehouse, he drew his gun and shot. Is there any mistake, a logistical profession playing as a gunman? Lu Jun cursed brokenly while taking out the E-ranked weapon he had bought from the warehouse, the ninja blade. He did a quick roll while swinging the blade at the ground, raising sand and dust to obscure Chen Feng's field of vision. He then lowered his center of gravity and stooped down. Only a bright light flashed in Lu Jun's eyes, and the roiling sand and dust was instantly washed away in an opening. Lu Jun rushed towards Chen Feng in a zigzag formation at a speed that was almost a blur, completely not giving Chen Feng the chance to aim a counterattack. Since you want to be a gunman, I'll fulfill your dream. Old me, assassin, specializing in killing long-range brittle skins. Almost instantly, Lu Jun once again unleashed his occupational characteristic skill as he closed into 5 meters in front of Chen Feng. In the blink of an eye he appeared behind Chen Feng. The Sonic Assassin possessed a faster speed and richer trait skills than the normal assassin profession, while also inheriting the trait of a back attack that was bound to bludgeon. Light wounds cut into serious wounds, and serious wounds directly make you die violently. This was the feeling of an assassin. However, in the next second, Chen Feng suddenly sidestepped and dodged Lu Jun's attack with great speed. What a quick reaction! He was actually able to anticipate that the attack was coming from behind the moment Lu Jun disappeared. The onlookers on the sidelines let out a burst of exclamations. But that wasn't all, only to see Chen Feng directly abandon his firearms and sidestep while grabbing Lu Jun's arm with one hand. Afterwards, he stretched out his leg and swept across, using his hand as a pivot point to throw it in the opposite direction to directly destroy Lu Jun's center of gravity. Lu Jun was hit by this sudden wrestling technique, and even the person with the knife directly rolled onto the sand, and could not react in time to meet Chen Feng's sharp fist. No way, bro. You're going to punch again? Although Lu Jun was inwardly surprised, he was at least an excellent candidate who had experienced fighting in the examination hall. Reacting quickly, he rolled over and dodged with great speed. The powerful fist grazed his face and smashed on the sand. Don't punch your face. Lu Jun inwardly growled. At the same time, He quickly got up and tried to pull away, but the next second the sudden flames directly engulfed him. The flames swept across the sand. The temperature skyrocketed, completely capable of roasting the sweet potato into charcoal. As the flames subsided, Lv.1 sat on the ground with a demented expression. His body was surrounded by a white light shield which prevented him from being injured. The training ground was the same as the college entrance examination center, all of which had automatic light shield equipment introduced. As long as it detects the risk of a student being seriously injured, it will be activated immediately. Lv.1 was defeated. His defeat was complete and dry. In less than a minute's time he was finished, crushed by Chen Feng in multiple aspects such as reaction, weapon use, and close combat. No, are you a monster? Lv.1, who had come to his senses, only thought of these words. Chapter 57 Occupation, Mimic, sure it's not a mangy dog? No, are you a monster? Lv.1 sat on the sand, spreading his hands in question. Doubt was written all over his face. A logistics profession, awakened, or a logistics artisan with a rating of only E grade. What was the result? Rating Lv.8 was above him. Even so, reaction speed, fighting skills, combat experience and such abilities that could not be added were actually stronger than his own, and it looked like there was no difference at all between him and a trained battle profession awakened. He was completely crushing him, a Lv.5 battle profession awakened person, on the ground. No, your logistic profession awakened and battle profession awakened are fighting each other? Lv.1 couldn't have guessed that Chen Feng's current training achievements were all due to the 2 months of summer camp training. He would never have thought that the 9 days summer camp would agree to allow a new student who had not yet officially enrolled to pass the auditing process. Lv.1 slowly got up with the help of the other members of the team. They stared at Chen Feng like he was a monster, not saying a word as they walked out of the training ground in a sorry state. Failing the challenge also meant that they would be the target of other teams at the end of the period. One could only defend and not initiate challenges. Once their strength failed, 2 of the 3 might even be scooped up directly, and the team captain would directly become a widower. The crisis passed briefly. Chen Feng was a little nervous, but he turned back to Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi. These 2 guys were good. They didn't seem to have thought that they would lose at all, and only cared about researching the chocolate recipe. At this moment, fragmented applause came from the sidelines. Looking for the sound, it was a man over 1 meter 8.5 tall wearing a black trench coat. He came to the entrance of the training ground and looked at Chen Feng with a smile on his face, clapping. Impressive, worthy of being a member of the scholar team. This man's name was Zhou Mingrui, another team member who had issued a member challenge invitation to Chen Feng's team, and could also be considered the core of the team. Zhou Mingrui collected his applause and slowly stepped into the center of the training ground. Zhou Mingrui, rank Lv.5, S-ranked auxiliary profession, mimic, much obliged. He said in a cold voice, his aura high and cold, not affected in the slightest by the impact of Lv.1's defeat. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Mimic? What occupation is this? Chen Feng was not clear about his opponent's occupational characteristics, and it also signaled that this would be a duel with a large difference in information. But so what? The first 3 levels of rank suppression were enough to allow him to walk sideways. Chen Feng, rank Lv.8, probability artisan. Chen Feng repeated once more while getting ready for battle. As the training ground horn blew, Chen Feng took the lead. Zhou Mingrui did not pull off a 30-meter body gap like Lv.1. Instead, he came up and stood less than 5 meters in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng took 2 steps forward and swung out a straight fist. Occupational characteristic skill unleashed imitation. Zhou Mingrui, who was originally standing in place with a dead look on his face, suddenly grinned, and then only saw a golden light instantly flash around his body. Subsequently, Zhou Mingrui swung his fist straight at him, actually wanting to directly spar with Chen Feng. One must know that the difference of 1 or 2 power points in the early stages, when converted to fist strength, was a world of difference. However, Zhou Mingrui was clearly 3 levels lower than Chen Feng, yet he did not avoid it in the slightest. Instead, he met it head-on. Bang! The 2 fists collided in mid-air. Zhou Mingrui did not move at all. His strength was actually able to match Chen Feng's, or even say it was exactly the same. Mimicking the value of my power? Chen Feng took 3 steps back and stared at Zhou Mingrui. He could ascertain that Zhou Mingrui had gone through a process of his power changing from weak to strong as he threw his punches, and wiped out the power gap in the moment he finally punched against himself. Combined with the name of his occupation, imitator, Chen Feng had a rough guess. Its occupational characteristic skill should mimic the target's individual triple value, if not more. Chen Feng tried again, running around at full speed in search of an opportunity. The corner of Zhou Mingrui's mouth lifted slightly, instead charging straight ahead without giving Chen Feng a chance to detour at all. The two were entangled together. Chen Feng tried to maximize his power with the close combat skills he learned in the summer camp. Zhou Mingrui was completely unafraid, and his close combat ability was not inferior to Chen Feng's in the slightest. Move by move, you and I went back and forth, and in a short period of time, neither one of them revealed any cracks. Zhou Mingrui was able to keep up with Chen Feng's speed. However, right at this moment, Zhou Mingrui took advantage of an opportunity to draw closer, and suddenly dived his center of gravity towards Chen Feng's lower body, trying to pull him into a ground battle. What a fast speed! Fortunately, Chen Feng reacted in time and managed to dodge it. Pulling away again, a hint of nervousness finally appeared on Chen Feng's face. Zhou Mingrui, the mimic, doesn't seem to be able to mimic more than just a single triad of stats, speed, and strength. He's able to accomplish synchronized mimicry and... At that instant just now, he exploded with a speed that doesn't belong to my data panel. Chen Feng had two perceptions of Zhou Mingrui's professional characteristics for the time being. 1. The ability to mimic an opponent's three-dimensional data panel and turn it into his own. 2. The ability to have some of the mimic data boosted under certain circumstances, and this boost did not last. This was also a good explanation for why Zhou Mingrui didn't take advantage of the situation after he avoided his opponent's dive tackle. Where did the mangy dog awakening profession come from? Chen Feng commented inwardly, feeling doubly helpless towards this kind of occupational trait that was able to erase equal-level gap panel gaps. If there was still no time limit, wouldn't the competition be about who ran out of patience and stamina first? However, melee combat didn't work, there were still weapons. Your profession is very much like a dog's skin plaster. Sticking simply can't be shaken off. Chen Feng helplessly sighed. Zhou Mingrui stood up straight and wiped away the sandy soil stuck to his cheeks. Thanks for the compliment. Chen Feng took out an ordinary pistol directly from the warehouse, raising the gun and aiming to fire in one fell swoop. Bullets whistled out, and the next moment Zhou Mingrui also took out a shield from the warehouse to successfully block the attack. But at this moment, a gunshot came out. The bullet was shot from behind the shield. Zhou Mingrui's hand was holding a gun that was exactly the same as an ordinary pistol, only with a faint glow on the surface. The giant tree armor, which had long since been taken out and transformed into a vine stayed attached to Chen Feng's back, easily blocked the blow. There was no threat. Chen Feng gazed slightly. Even weapons can be imitated? This was something he had not expected at all. Sure that mimic was only an S-rank auxiliary profession? Might as well rename it replicator. Being able to mimic both data panels and weapons, and not seeing any limitations as of yet, was too much of a rogue. But even if you can mimic the weapon and inherit the probability. But what you got was just an E-rank probability weapon with a probability of only 2 in 10,000, which was almost useless. And good luck, what can you, Zhou Mingrui, imitate with? Chen Feng smiled at the corner of his mouth. Directly pulling the trigger. Probability effect triggered. Penetration doubled. Chapter 58, imitate anything? Then try imitating this. The bullet penetration ability under the probability effect enhancement was doubled, and the slug that could only leave a shallow trail on the shield directly rubbed sparks on the surface of the shield. The shield was buzzing as it had the momentum to penetrate. Immediately after the bullet with penetrating effect was actually deprived of kinetic energy in the instant it approached the shield at a distance of 1 inch, and fell weakly onto the sand. The corners of Zhou Mingrui's mouth shed a hint of a triumphant smile as he directly rushed towards Chen Feng with his shield raised. Again, he wanted to change the fight from long range back to melee. He held his shield in his left hand and fired with his right. For a moment, he actually suppressed Chen Feng. Chen Feng did not hesitate, immediately discarding his normal pistol and taking out his dragon breath cannon to directly pull the trigger. However, Zhou Mingrui seemed to have anticipated this scene and directly took out a weapon prop similar to a grenade and threw it towards the sky. The grenade exploded in mid-air, turning out countless water droplets to cover the entire training ground. The clothing of the duo was wetted, while Chen Feng realized that his dragon breath cannon actually could no longer function. What kind of prop is this? Chen Feng hastily pulled away, surprised. Zhou Mingrui said in a cold voice, a disposable grenade specifically used against fire elemental weapons. You've studied me? First, a shield that could resist the kinetic energy of bullets, and then a grenade that could briefly nullify the dragon breath cannon. It was as if he had previewed all of this in advance, and the ring was all aimed at himself. Zhou Mingrui rushed in front of Chen Feng, raising his right hand and swinging a straight fist. I've watched your college entrance exam video many times. Chen Feng steadily blocked with both hands and supported his leg with a front kick, kicking Zhou Mingrui away. Looking at the man in front of him wearing a black trench coat, a man who was playing it cool and pretending to be high-strung, Chen Feng smiled helplessly. It's the first time I've been taken so seriously. Spending effort on research, and buying special props and defenses just for the Gigunner on our team? You're wrong, my target is you. I'm sorry, I don't accept. Chen Feng was flattered, and there was even a little snicker inside. But the time for friendly philosophical exchanges was always so short. Zhou Mingrui took out the finger tiger capable of increasing strength from the warehouse and wore it on his right fist as he charged directly towards Chen Feng. This was the unique advantage that mimics were blessed with. As long as the level difference did not exceed 5 levels, and the weapon and defense ratings did not fluctuate more than the upper and lower limits of the Awakened Zone level, then he could imitate them all. Although the limitations were there and the side effects were great, it was just enough. And he can also take out the corresponding strengthened weapons and props for himself to enchant. Realizing that the balance had tipped from 50-50 to 50-50, the situation on the field instantly changed. Chen Feng became the suppressed party. The students outside the training ground were watching with great interest. A good fight with mutual offense and defense was much more interesting than a crushing fight. Counselor He Changren had already stood up from his recliner at this time. He came to the side of the stands and watched the battle carefully through the special glass. Muttering under his breath, he said, "Interesting, to actually be able to utilize the occupational characteristics so skillfully, this is the first time I've seen a mimic as well." On the other side, the other 2 members of Zhou Mingrui's team were relaxed at this time. I can't imagine that Brother Zhou closed down for a week before school started just for this. But now it seems that Chen Feng is indeed too much stronger than we expected. Absorbing him into our team can be too much more lucrative than Gunner. The long-haired woman covered her mouth and laughed softly, saying, "At this rate, Chen Feng won't last long. Victory will belong to us." It was just that she was surprised that Chen Feng was clearly at a disadvantage on the field. Why did his 2 teammates still look like they were on cloud 9? At this moment, the duel between Chen Feng and Zhou Mingrui in the training ground had entered a white heat. Both sides had reached their physical limits and their reactions were declining. The finishing stage was about to arrive. Zhou Mingrui took a deep breath and swung the finger tiger with all his might towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng's actions were strange. He did not intentionally block like the previous times, but instead tried to find a way to direct Zhou Mingrui's attack to the mysterious defense gear in front of his chest. Trying to rely on the characteristics of the defense gear to stall for time to consume my stamina? Too naive. The thing Zhou Mingrui was most unafraid of was competing with his opponent's physical strength. However, the moment his attack landed on Chen Feng's chest armor piece once again, a sudden change occurred. Probability trigger. The giant tree armor piece seemed to suddenly come to life, growing countless tiny vines towards Zhou Mingrui, looking at the momentum as if it wanted to trap him. Zhou Mingrui was startled. What kind of defense was this? It actually had an active trigger effect. This information was something he had not grasped. Just in time, bring it and try it out. Skill-activated imitation. Golden light once again surfaced on Zhou Mingrui's body, but the golden light dispersed without any effect. Imitation failed. How is it possible? Zhou Mingrui was shocked. The fact that he was able to mimic a failure meant that the defense on Chen Feng was at least a C rank or above. However, he had the bright idea to immediately mimic the dragon breath cannon that he had marked earlier, albeit an inferior version that could only be used for a second. But since your defense equipment can grow vines, then I can just attack with flames. But at that moment, the giant tree armor vines directly changed their direction of attack, immediately wrapping around Zhou Mingrui's imitated dragon breath cannon and crushing it. Bad. Right at this moment, Chen Feng blasted out with a fist, directly smashing Zhou Mingrui square in the face. He staggered back 2 steps in pain. Just as he slowed down, Chen Feng once again killed in front of him. His face was incomparably grave as he held a strange bronze-colored spear in his right hand and stabbed violently towards Zhou Mingrui. I'd like to see what you take this one to mimic. The spear was about 1.5 meters long, and didn't look like a powerful weapon. However, the mysterious totem symbols carved on the spear's body caused Zhou Mingrui's heart to palpitate. It was too late to think too much, and with a dead horse, he directly launched imitation. But the next moment, the system prompt panel occupied his entire field of vision. Mimicry failed. Mimicry failed. Mimicry failed. Mimicry failed. He had never encountered such a situation before. It wasn't just as simple as a mimicry failure, it was more like a warning from the system to him. At this moment, Zhou Mingrui had already lost the best time to defend. Chen Feng grabbed the middle end of the spear and stabbed it directly. The moment the tip touched Zhou Mingrui's body, a white light barrier emerged. Immediately afterward, the white light barrier collided violently with the spear. Huge ripples of vibrations bloomed out in all directions with the contact point as the center. Huge smoke and dust were raised, obscuring everyone's vision. Only after hearing a loud crash, something was bounced off. The training ground ventilation system was turned on, and the smoke and dust slowly disappeared. The crowd looked carefully. Zhou Mingrui was clearly lying next to the wall at one end of the training ground, unconscious. And the protective wall behind him that was used as a barrier was actually smashed out with an obvious depression. No way, what just happened? I didn't see it clearly anyway. Countless questions lingered in the minds of the crowd. While looking towards the center of the training ground again, Chen Feng was suddenly half kneeling, his entire body showing exhaustion. The mysterious spear that had briefly appeared in his hand had long since disappeared. Chen Feng, victory. Chapter 59, Spear of the Tsangu, probability granting triple damage? Teacher, Zhou Mingrui, is he alright? Zhou Mingrui's teammates were surrounded within the training ground, in a sorry state. How could they not expect that the offense and defense had switched so quickly? In just a few blinks of an eye, Zhou Mingrui was actually directly blown away. If it wasn't for the protection of the Academy light shield barrier, with this momentum of denting the wall, he would at least be seriously injured. They looked towards Chen Feng at the edge of the training ground, a hint of scorn flashing through their eyes. I should have known better than to hit this guy. He Changren said after checking, nothing much, just stunned, just take him to the infirmary for a simple treatment. Hearing He Changren say so, Zhou Mingrui's teammates then breathed a sigh of relief. They then carried him and hurriedly rushed towards the infirmary. He Changren slowly got up and looked towards Chen Feng, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground beside the training ground, and walked over. Chen Feng, hit a little too hard. This is the outstanding talent of our class, how am I supposed to deliver if something happens to him after you beat him up? His tone carried a slight flavor of reprimand. Chen Feng did not change his face and said, don't worry Mr. He, the Academy's light shield barrier is not that brittle. Also, if you had the strength to break the light shield, you wouldn't be a freshman. He Changrun sighed. By the way, what was the origin of that spear you took out at the end? Even I haven't seen it before, and it looks like it's not a small load to use it. Chen Feng shook his head and braced himself to slowly stand up. At this point, he had long been exhausted. Ordinary spear, mediocre. Is that so? A trace of skepticism flashed across He Changrun's face. Chen Feng slowly walked towards the exit of the training ground under He Changrun's support. At the same time, he said, the power is great, but the cost is equally great. Looking at Chen Feng's death-defying demeanor, He Changrun more or less believed him. Alas, look at this, you students pursue maximum output day in and day out. How would you survive if you were in a replica secret realm after using it like this? Don't even understand a little bit of the middle way. Chen Feng grinned helplessly, Mr. He, don't mouth me, I don't care to use it against normal opponents. Yo, Zhou Mingrui would probably be able to wake up laughing directly in the school nurse's office after hearing this. Chen Feng and He Changren glanced at each other, and the two of them coincidentally laughed. This counselor was quite humorous. Walking to the edge of the field, Jiang Chen took He Changren's bat and helped Chen Feng up. Old Chen, this is the first time I've seen you in such a sorry state. The opponent wasn't weak, it's normal. It was Gu Sisi who looked mysterious. She came to Chen Feng's side and winked. Is this the mysterious weapon you built? Well, it is. Chen Feng immediately understood what she meant and nodded his head. The two spaced out eye contact left Jiang Chen in a daze. No, what are you two exchanging again, don't hide it from me. And with Chen Feng's explanation, Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded. No big brother, you spent $300,000 just to build a weapon? That's enough money to buy a floor. Indeed, as Jiang Chen had said, it wasn't like Chen Feng was some kind of tycoon. He was just a child from an ordinary family, so what was wrong with taking $300,000 and having to use it to build a weapon? However, Chen Feng believed that anyone who saw that S-class special weapon, with the unique symbol on the weapon panel would not hesitate. What's more, he had relied on the experience value gained from creating that Tsangu spear to rise to level 8 in one fell swoop. Spear of Tsangu. Rating, S-Class. Type, Special Weapon Unique. Normal effects. I, Affinity of Wood. Ignores all wood elemental defenses and doubles penetration power on contact. 2. Impervious to prying. The Spear of the Cthulhu can ignore the Awaken's probing skills and conceal probability effects from non-builders themselves. Normally the Spear of Cthulhu will be a non-probability weapon. C. Probability Empowerment. Influenced by the Awakened One, the Spear of the Pale Ancient will derive a characteristic effect appropriate to the Awakened One himself. Normal power is reduced by 30%. Gain a probability effect bonus. Probability trigger chance is increased by 100%. Probability effect gives the awakened person the power of an attack with a certain panel stat 3, and drastically drains the awakened person's physical strength. Trigger chance, 5%. When Chen Feng built the Tsangu spear, he was surprised by its exaggerated data panel information. He didn't know if all S-rank weapons had so many characteristic effects, or if it was because of the special unique weapon. In short, the Spear of Tsangu did not look much different from an ordinary A-ranked weapon or even a B-ranked weapon in Chen Feng's view of the normative effects. Between weapon and weapon, the strength of the weapon itself could not be directly compared through the information panel. However, the number of effects, the presence or absence of effects could indirectly help awaken one's judge. Whether a weapon was strong or not was inextricably linked to the user. The Tsangu spear was normally in Chen Feng's hands, his own Lv.1 data panel plus the debfu of a 30% reduction in the power granted by the normal effect 3, Chen Feng could at most bring into play the performance of a B or even C grade weapon. But once combined with the probability effect, this weapon would usher in a qualitative change in Chen Feng's hands. And awakened with only 5 points of power, once the probability effect was triggered, it would directly blast out damage with up to 15 points of power. Although this kind of damage could not be displayed through data like an online game, it was definitely a world of difference when compared visually. Take Chen Feng for example. After triggering the probability effect, the attack he stabbed at Zhou Mingrui used the base calculation data of his own power panel. With the triple boost granted, the strike triggered the light shield barrier while directly blasting the opponent away. It even smashed dents out of concrete walls. It seemed to sound like it was just a strike that conferred triple damage. However, there was one technique of use that Chen Feng did not try and only existed in his conception. That was to summarize the luck data panel into the calculation base. That would be 100 times 3 times. After the members' challenge ended, Chen Feng's team of 3 successfully defended their sovereignty. The trio hadn't been torn apart, and after this battle, the vast majority of the class probably wouldn't dare to think anything of them anymore. Instead, they began to scorn Chen Feng's presence. Who knew if he would launch a challenge to directly steal someone at the end of this semester? After seeing Chen Feng's combat performance today, no one had the confidence to say that they were 100% able to defend against Chen Feng's attacks. Afterwards, He Changren stood on the podium and spoke for an hour and a half before the first class of the university ended. Shangjing Academy had a fixed class program every week that was taught by He Changren. The rest of the time would be left to the students' free arrangement. Shangjing College had set up many free teaching classes for different professions and different characteristics. Students could choose at will and were no longer limited to the constraints of the academy. Chen Feng was also very interested in this and decided to take a stroll in the afternoon. But before that he still had to get things organized in the dormitory. High school had been a walk-on for 3 years. In his previous life, he hadn't even been to college. This novelty species of roommates was Chen Feng's first contact. Chapter 60 Dormitory 206, My Roommates Are All Talents? The accommodation at Shangjing College did not require students to bring any basic supplies, and the college would provide all items free of charge except for clothing. Chen Feng went downstairs to the dormitory after receiving his freshman accommodation gift bag. It was the first time he knew that there was actually an elevator in the dormitory building. Unfortunately, Chen Feng's dormitory was on the 2nd floor, so he didn't have much of a chance to use it. However, adhering to the spirit of come to all come, Chen Feng high and low have to sit a little to show respect for the school. Just Chen Feng in the crowded elevator pressed the 2nd floor button, more or less anachronistic. But nothing, thick skin. 206. It was his dorm room. Chen Feng was not in the same dormitory as Zhang Chen. Although Shangjing Academy did not set up academy faculties according to the 3 major occupational categories of combat, auxiliary, and logistics. However, it still chose to divide the dormitory buildings according to occupational category. As far as possible, the students were able to communicate with each other in a friendly manner without competing with each other too fiercely. Chen Feng politely knocked on the door of the dormitory before stepping in. There were 3 people in front of him, a bald man with the body of a bull, a spectacled, high-strung man who was delicately wiping his taijutsu with a towel on the balcony, as well as the man with the exaggerated exploded head, fiddling with mechanical parts at his desk. Chen Feng retracted his right foot that had stepped into the dormitory and looked back at the door number. It was 206 all right. However, after saying that the dormitories were divided according to occupational categories, none of the 3 people in here, except for that explosive head, looked like awakened persons with logistical occupations. Especially that muscle man, give people the image is able to rush good fight, can rush the first will never do the second. Chen Feng tentatively walked into the dormitory and knocked on the door again. The 3 people in the dorm room simultaneously turned their heads to look at him. "You're Chen Feng, aren't you?" The explosive head man was the first to get up, inviting Chen Feng to approach. "I'm your roommate, Deng Rong. I'm Wang Mang." The muscular man also walked up to greet him. The man with glasses at the balcony, still polishing his taijutsu, nodded. "Yu Junyan." Rather, it matched the name on the list of dormitory assignments downstairs. Chen Feng had not gone to the wrong dormitory. It was just that the drawing style of this logistics occupation dormitory was more or less wrong. "Chen Feng, you're the latest to arrive in the dormitory. From now on you'll be the 4th oldest and I'll be the 2nd oldest. What about Wang Mang is the eldest, Yu Junyan is the 3rd. Explosive head Deng Ron pulled Chen Feng and said, while helping him organize his bed. "Alright, now we're all here in the dormitory. Let's put it this way, everyone will first report their respective awakened occupations to get an understanding. Oldest 4, you're the freshman representative, you're the finale." Although explosive head Deng Rong was the 2nd oldest, he was more like the one who took the lead in the dormitory and talked a lot. But that was also the case, it was only the first day, and the 4 of them hadn't even known each other for an hour before they mobilized the atmosphere. "I awakened as a body hardening master. Everyone who wants to practice their body can look for me. I'll get it for free for everyone." The fierce man Wang Mang pounded his chest and said, his rough voice showing his bravado. Chen Feng had heard of the B-class occupation, body temperer. It was very special in the entire logistics profession vein, and was different from the ability of most logistics professions to cultivate or build objects. The target of the body temperer's ability was the human body. Consuming basic materials, they would give a short-time enhancement to a certain part of the limb, or even fabricate a body part. According to the characteristics of the occupation, it could be completely classified as an auxiliary occupation. However, the direction that the masterminds of the profession of awakening are currently researching is not how to strengthen their own bodies, but rather carving out a perfect body for those awakened who are related to the soul to use. This, coupled with the fact that they still have to utilize decomposition materials to utilize their occupational traits, has led them to be categorized as a logistical occupation. However, because it would come into contact with the issue of organ trading in the use of some of its characteristics, it was also a profession that was highly controlled by the state. When it was Deng Rong's turn, he took out a humanoid mechanical gear replica that was capable of walking from the table and said with a relieved expression, "Mine is mechanic. My recent research direction is how to create mechanical bodies that can act autonomously. You've seen the anime fighter mecha, right? It's the kind in there." The profession of mechanic was not a rare one among logistical professions. But the direction of hand-rubbing Gundams like Tang Rong was rare. Glasses man Yu Junyan's occupation was not much of a surprise. Blade forger. This is a logistics profession for cold weapons. Not only can he forge knives to give them special effects, but he can also repair special knives to give them reinforcement. It's a popular logistic profession with a wide development prospect. However, just by looking at his appearance, he knew that Yu Junyan was more than just able to forge knives. The cold eyes, just by looking at him, one could feel a sense of threat. It's as if he's already holding a knife to your neck. It was Chen Feng's turn. "I'm a logistics profession, probability artisan, E rank." Chen Feng could roughly guess everyone's reaction. But who knew, instead of showing a hint of disgust, the other 3 people in the dormitory were pleasantly surprised. "Dang wrong, I'll go. Old 4, you're in for a treat then." Awakening probability artisan can still be the freshman representative of our Shangjing Academy, so there must be something there. Wang Mang also nodded his head in agreement. Occupation determines the lower limit, it's the awakened person's personal ability that determines the upper limit. There are too many examples of people who had terrible initial occupations but soared all the way up as soon as they switched occupations. What Wang Meng said was true. However, the situation he was talking about was only suitable for those awakened who had extremely strong family backgrounds. Only such people could have enough resources to upgrade to level 25 and usher in their first transfer opportunity. For Chen Feng, the road was still far away. What's more, the probability artisan that he had awakened was only literally very weak. A good luck probability artisan, how dare you say that it was the weakest? With the help of Wang Mang and Deng Rong, Chen Feng quickly settled down. It was also considered to be officially settled into the 26th dormitory. This front foot has not yet sat down. Tang Rong immediately stood out again. Brothers, there's good news, he stared at his cell phone in excitement. Professor Chi, our school's professor of logistics careers, has opened an optional class. Interested? Let's go listen together. Wang Mang was the first to support Deng Rong's proposal. One was self-acquainted, and the other was passionate. These two guys were like long-lost brothers when they came together. It's just that the difference in size and hairstyle makes the two of them stand together with an indescribable sense of incongruity. One was as strong as an ox, the other as weak as a fine dog. One is bald and hairless, and the other has an extreme exploding head. Chen Feng happened to want to take a stroll around the campus and agreed to Deng Rong's proposal. Yu Junyan nodded silently and followed suit. So the four of them had a simple lunch in the cafeteria and immediately ran to the teaching building. In the upper 5 academies, the number of students in the logistics profession was the least. And almost every institution was not very willing to spend too much effort and money in this direction. However, Shangjing Academy had a very famous professor. A logistics career awakened who was responsible for designing and building the defense system of the entire urban area of Shangjing City. A true logistics master. It's just that his self-selected public classes are usually very sought after. There were even frequent incidents of clashes breaking out because of seat snatching. Chapter 61 of Professor Chi's open class, you take 2 packs of paper to occupy the seat? This session of Shangjing College freshmen in the proportion of logistics careers is only about 1%, but only 300 to 400 people. An East 8 teaching building, the first floor corner of the logistics practice classroom has been surrounded by people. There were many sophomores and juniors among them. Everyone was here for Professor Chi. Professor Chi's open optional classes were held every semester, and the time was not fixed. And the content of the class mainly depended on his mood. It was this professor who lacked discipline and had an extremely lazy class style that was highly respected by the logistics students of Shangjing College. There was no other reason. The effect of the urban defense of Shangjing City for so many years was obvious to everyone. Even in the last Secret Realm Frenzy, a powerful S-ranked meatball strangely carried countless magical creatures to sneak into the city, but in the end, it stopped at the 5th ring and was directly annihilated by the defense system. Coincidentally, if that meatball hadn't been wiped out in advance, its route would have just passed through the neighborhood where Chen Feng's house was located. Inside and outside the classroom, people were crowded. Everyone was looking forward to going in early to grab a seat. However, with the presence of the fierce Wang Mang, Chen Feng and the others quickly squeezed out a path. Sitting directly in the front row. And with the bell ringing, the much-anticipated Professor Chi walked into the classroom. He was wearing a white lab coat and old-fashioned glasses and was in his 60s or 70s. A standard image of a scientific researcher. Professor Chi became famous 21 years ago, a day not long after the Age of Awakening had just descended. This was more or less at odds with the image of a strong-aged man that Chen Feng and the others had seen on the poster. Professor Chi's subject matter is different in every class, and everyone's occupational characteristics are 5 different, so why are there still so many people? Chen Feng asked. Some logistic professions carried creation attributes. Some were repairing, enchanting, strengthening, and even upgrading. The attributes were each different. If Professor Chi was talking about the lecture topic of autonomous creation, the repairer, logistic occupation awakened who only had the repair attribute would definitely be a waste of time. Similarly, he would mechanical creation and operation, and Chen Feng certainly had no relationship with it, but rather was closely related to Tang error. This you don't understand, this is called charisma. Tang Rong turned his head to look at Chen Feng and laughed. Professor Chi is my idol. He and I are both mechanics, and his mechanical philosophy is largely influencing me. It's just that Professor Chi is more inclined to static passive defense, while I dominate the initiative. You are not aware that I... The more Tang error spoke, the more agitated he became, and his voice grew louder and louder. It was just that Chen Feng's focus was on Deng Rong's exploding head, and only now when he got close enough to smell it did he realize how there was a faint smell of charcoal. Murphy. This explosive head really came from an explosion? Soon, Professor Chi's opening lecture interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts. Looking sideways, he had already written the 4 big words autonomous creation on the blackboard building basic theory. It sounded complicated. As soon as the theme came out, many regretful sighs poured out from the classroom. Some of the students who didn't have the attributes of building professions were expected to be disappointed, only they didn't leave the classroom. Professor Chi held up his presbyopia glasses, and a thick old generation teacher's flavor came out as soon as he opened his mouth. This allowed Chin Feng to instantly recall a distant memory of once taking a math class, hypnosis. The so-called building fundamentals theory was nothing more than 2 main points: autonomous building and blueprint derivation. Chen Feng had studied it during the 9-day summer camp in the summer, and had practiced under the guidance of Lv.1. It wasn't exactly a blended understanding, but it was at least a small achievement. Autonomous build refers to logistic profession awakened individuals with the creation attribute utilizing the build trait skill to get rid of the constraints of the blueprints and build the object that their heart desires. Blueprint derivation, on the other hand, was an advanced version on top of autonomous crafting. Utilizing the awakened person's understanding of self-build, the blueprints are modified based on the blueprints, deleting redundant and superfluous designs and refining keylines, thus realizing material savings with an increase in the rating ability of the built object. The former Chin Feng had touched the threshold, but the latter required a large knowledge base. It was generally an ability only possessed by senior logistics awakened, and Chen Feng had no intention of furthering his education in this area for the time being. It was really a bit of a waste of time for him. But it was different for Tang Rong. When he saw the topic on the blackboard, his entire body's eyes lit up. His body was straight, and he didn't know where he pulled out the notebook and laid it neatly on the desktop. At this moment, a telephone bell suddenly rang in the classroom. Professor Chi's face was more than a little nervous. He slightly nodded his head and apologized. "Sorry classmates, there's something urgent I have to deal with, wait for me for a few minutes." With that, he picked up the phone and left the classroom with quickened steps. The state of the students instantly relaxed. Those students who hadn't had the time to find a suitable seat rushed to the classroom. At this time, the 4 people in the 206 dormitory were in different states. Wang Meng stared suspiciously at Teng Error's notebook and made a hissing sound, seemingly pondering the same question as Chen Feng. On the other hand, Teng Error took out a silver-white rectangular mechanical component and placed it on the desktop and patted it. The mechanical component then actually came to life and began to roll over on the desktop, with a ball rolling out from the inside every time it rolled over. Deng Er put the rolling ball back on the desktop, and the mechanical component would actually roll to find and devour the rolling ball. "What is this doing?" Chen Feng asked. "Timing. Isn't there a clock in the classroom? All clocks nowadays have errors, my mechanical timing device is more accurate." "So what are you timing for?" "I'm counting how much difference there is between the time Professor Chi left and the few minutes he promised. The older generation's rigorous attitude towards the concept of time is worth learning from." Chen Feng was deeply shocked. This Tang Rong was really a scientific research talent. However, at this time, a large and powerful hand pressed on Tang Error's mechanical small component. The mechanical component was like a frightened mouse, spitting out all of the internal rolling balls and scattering them on the desktop. Chen Feng's 4 men looked up at the same time. The same 4 people were standing in front of them. And from the look of the slippers they were wearing, it was clear that they were old students without a doubt. "Classmate, can you please give up your seat? Every time Professor Chi teaches a class, this is where we sit." Tang Rong put away his small mechanical components and was about to get up. Chen Feng pressed him down. Under Tang Error's astonished gaze, Chen Feng said, "I'm sorry, senior, there's no writing on the back of this seat as to whose place it is." "Senior, you've just entered the academy, it's normal that you don't understand many of the rules." Saying so, he signaled Chen Feng to look at the seat drawer. "That means it's our place." That senior in the lead bowed his head slightly, his eyes looking straight at Chen Feng with a hint of provocation in his smile. Chen Feng looked down and saw that there was a pack of tissues in each of his and Deng Rong's drawers. What a seat occupying! Indeed. Professor Chi's classes were very sought after, and the behavior of occupying seats in advance was a common occurrence and not uncommon. He just took 2 packs of tissues to occupy the seats, wasn't that a bit too outrageous? So without saying a word, Chen Feng stuffed the tissues into the seat drawer of the older student sitting next to him at an accelerated speed. Seniors, you may have misremembered, your paper towels weren't placed here. Chapter 62, Saying Goodbye to Logistical Careers, How One is More Wrong Than the Other. UING. The man who was in charge almost exploded into profanity. Chen Feng's obvious little action was a provocation to them. Just when he wanted to lash out, that was when Wang Meng suddenly got up. That tall body and broad arms instantly bluffed a few people. Senior, first come first served, understand? Wang Mang was not the least bit vain, like a brute bull at the forefront, keeping up with Chen Feng's verbal output. That 50-arm circumference, coupled with the low voice, made people incomparably fearful. Deng Ron, on the other hand, looked even more flustered, his left hand pulling on the hem of Wang Mang's pants and his right hand pressing on Chen Feng's thigh. Big brothers. Don't make a big deal out of this. I don't want to be kicked out because of a dispute that causes problems with the order of the classroom. I still want to attend Professor Chi's class. However, no matter how hard he tried, Chen Feng and Wang Mang didn't even flinch. One of the people beside that senior pointed at Wang Mang and was just about to say something. Suddenly his body shrank as if he felt a bad aura. When he looked sideways, his eyes were cold with a chilling and murderous aura. When he stared at them, even he, a Desan veteran, couldn't help but shiver. The person staring at him was none other than Yu Junyan. He didn't say a word, didn't do a single action, but he was just able to subdue people. The effect was better than Wang Mang. At this time, Professor Chi happened to walk into the classroom after making a phone call. The four people in front of Chen Feng saw that it was difficult to ride the tiger for a while, so they had to put down their harsh words and then run to the last row of the classroom to stand. Professor Chi's class was like this. A class of 3 or 4 hours, come late to listen to only stand or simply sit directly on the floor. It was just that Chen Feng's behavior of the four made some of the freshmen who had been squeezed out by the older students and stood in the back row of the classroom sulking very relieved. Too awesome, if only we had known that we would have held our own like them. Yeah, we shouldn't have wimped out. Alas, when I first watched the other freshmen give up their places to the older students in droves, I thought it was a tradition of Shangjing Academy. These old students, they just see that we freshmen are easy to bully, now we've met a tough opponent, or our freshman representatives are powerful and tough. Some of the students who had questioned Chen Feng as the freshman representative during the opening ceremony had instantly changed their attitude towards Chen Feng, daring to confront the older students head-on, giving them the new student face. Similarly, they also deeply realized. Dormitory 206 were all ruthless people. Professor Chi returned to the podium and the lecture continued. At this time, Tang Er took a long breath. Hastily explaining, it's not that I'm a wimp, I really want to finish this class properly. I've heard of it before, there are new students and old students in conflict, the new students are dominant, but because of the conflict can't be adjusted for the time being or pulled out by the people from the security office, and when they come back to Professor Chi people are not there anymore. It could be seen that Deng Rong to his idol Professor Chi really love. But his explanation Chen Feng trio did not buy it. Alas, I know, a single heart in the dormitory is most important. This wave is mine, I'll pay for today's dinner, how about recognizing your mistake? Chen Feng and Wang Mang nodded their heads together, this was really an unexpected pleasure. Tang Rong aggrievedly laid out his notebook. It's a deal, no saying I'm a wimp again. Chen Feng and Wang Mang looked at each other. It was strange to say the least. As if, no one had said that he was a wimp either? This guy was too capable of brainstorming. At the same time, the back row of the classroom. The junior students who had just found trouble with Chen Feng's few people were staring at them dead in the face. Freshmen are getting more and more horizontal nowadays, it's only the first day in the school and they don't even give face to us older students. I know some people from the student council, I'll give them a little lesson when the time comes. No need, now that the student council is Lei Ming's world, he's not that easy to talk to. It's okay for freshmen to be cross, but they also need to have the capital to be cross, wait for the next class and then find them to have a good chat. These few people spoke in their usual voices, not putting the other freshmen around them in the slightest. And as the class progressed, the atmosphere of the classroom got better and better. Professor Chi was worthy of being a great powerhouse in the logistics profession, the complex basic theories of building became easy to understand under his narration. The students also listened attentively. Especially Deng Rong, who had already taken 3 pages of notes. And at this moment, Professor Chi walked over to the side of the first row. Tapping the table, he said in an extremely slow tone, "Every creative profession is strange in its use of characteristic skills, and everyone's use of builds is different. It's just right to take this opportunity to give everyone a more in-depth understanding. Then how about I now invite the students in the first row to come up to the stage and show us their skill traits?" At these words, the crowd in the classroom instantly became excited. Wow, it would be great if we were in the first row as well. Yes, to have Professor Chi personally instruct us, this opportunity is rare. Tang Ron's body trembled as he looked gratefully at the three Chen Fongs. Without them, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would have been missed by himself. The staircase classroom already had a teaching practice function. The wide podium area also had built-in testing stakes as well as other testing build equipment and so on. It was enough to support every logistic occupation awakened to fully express themselves. In the first row, from left to right, the students who awakened to the creation attribute logistics profession went up to the stage one by one. The first profession awakened by the first person was carpenter. He confidently used the blueprint to create a wooden bow with wooden arrows. He was confident in himself that although a wooden bow wasn't much of a weapon in the Age of Awakening, it still had power. So he smoothly performed drawing the bow and shooting the arrow. The wooden arrow shot out and stuck on a wooden stake on the side of the classroom, and there was applause. Professor Chi was pleased to look at him and used him as an example to conduct a case study on the theory of building foundations. And soon, it was Yu Junyan's turn. He draws a katana and holds it in his hand. Professor Chi, well, it seems that this student's occupation is related to swords and is trying to show us. The words did not fall. No one expected Yu Junyan to suddenly step forward with a drawn sword chop. The blade light flashed and the firm wooden stake was directly sliced in half. The crowd looked in surprise, but found that the body of that plain-looking katana blade actually flashed with a faint white light. "Classmate, this." Professor Chi was silent. A few moments later he gathered his emotions and said, "Not bad, this student has done a good job of showing us the power of the knives he has created." Then it was Wang Mang's turn to appear, only to see him lift his right hand and press his left hand against his right arm. A moment later a puff of smoke actually emerged from his arm. Wang Mang's right arm was actually covered with a layer of flesh-mounted film. Then before the crowd could react, he blasted his fist at the wooden stake. The stake, which had been chopped in half, was struck by a huge force and broke and fell down. No, this class was a themed open class on logistical careers, right? The crowd in the classroom was suddenly confused. Luckily, at this point, Dang Rong came out, finally considered a normal person. He showed everyone the self-propelled mechanical components that he had built. The people in the classroom were relieved to see this. What kind of freaks were these previous two? Are you sure this is a logistical profession? Once Dang Air came out, this sense of incongruity disappeared. This is the right thing to do, this is called the logistics profession. One plays with swords, the other with fists, what's that like? Professor Chi praised Deng Rong mechanical thinking, but due to time constraints did not say too much to him. He was only pleased with his talent in this area. Good, next, we'll invite one more student to come up to the stage to demonstrate. Just you. Professor Chi pointed towards Chen Feng. Earlier when Yu Junyan and Wang Mang took the stage, even he did not know what to say. Encountering such strange classmates made it difficult for his teaching task to unfold. Professor Chi looked at Chen Feng, who had walked out of his seat, with a smooth eye. This is the right thing to do. This looks like a normal logistic career awakened person. Chapter 63 The Small Display, and as a result picked up a master teacher? This student, just show it casually. Professor Chi stood on the podium and said smilingly. Chen Feng nodded, then came to the front of the stage. Looking at the wooden stake that was being destroyed beyond recognition by his roommate decided to give it a ride. So he took out the dragon breath cannon directly from the warehouse and then covered his hand. White light appeared in the palm of his hand. An oval palm-sized dragon breath cannon shell slowly took shape in the light curtain like 3D printing. Build begins. Consume base material 10. It started at the bottom, then built up its internal space in a regular manner, and finally converged at the top. As the light disappeared, a complete dragon breath cannon shell was built. This is? The relaxed and cozy smile on Professor Chi's face disappeared. In its place, there was unspeakable astonishment. Autonomous construction. And it was such a smooth autonomous build. Whether it was the speed or the smoothness of the molding of the entire process, the scholar in front of him had almost achieved perfection. And it wasn't even a normal component that had no function, but seemed to be a cannonball ammunition. Professor Chi stared at Chen Feng's back with a face full of astonishment. For every student who had attended his open self-selected class, Professor Chi had more or less some impression. However, the teenager in front of him, along with the three who had previously appeared one after another, were all unfamiliar to him. In other words, these people were all freshmen who had just enrolled in their freshman year. Compared to the two logistic career freshmen in front of him who were holding knives and juggling fists, Professor Chi felt strange and puzzled at most. But now, when he saw a freshman using autonomous build so lightly, two words leapt to mind. Genius. One must know that autonomous building was originally a laborious and painstaking process. It wasn't that you could build whatever you had in mind. Even if you thought about building an extremely simple tool with materials, it would still consume a lot of energy and have an extremely high failure rate. From zero to nothing, it was never difficult for humans to play the role of the creator. Not to mention building weapons and defenses, the difficulty was even higher straight out of the sky. This was also why most logistic profession awakened people had given up on furthering their education in autonomous building, relying on the blueprints dropped through upgrades for their abilities in career development, but that was just too much of a drain on resources and luck. After all, who didn't like the thrill of one-click completion? Although what Chen Feng had created was only ammunition for weapons, it would not have its own accompanying occupational characteristics, and it did not belong to the range of difficult weapon and defense props. However, it was still not a simple matter to independently create an object that was internally sophisticated and required theoretical support. At the very least, it was not an ability that a freshman should master. As Chen Feng finished loading, he raised the dragon breath cannon in his hand. Wang Meng, Deng Er, and Yu Junyan looked on, filled with curiosity. In the next moment, Chen Feng pulled the trigger. Flames erupted out, wrapping the wooden stake that had been chopped in half in death. The crackling sound was the sound of the interior of the wooden stake instantly expanding and cracking from the high temperature. The scorching flames of the dragon breath cannon not only roasted the steak, but also baked the entire classroom. The pounding heat caused the students who saw the scene to feel doubly pressurized, their foreheads sweating. Especially Deng Er, who subconsciously covered his head with both hands, fearing that his exploding head would be burned to ashes as a result. Probability trigger. Suddenly, a system tone exploded in his head. The already raging flames displayed their true fangs in front of everyone. The range of the flames directly doubled, and even the entire practice area where the stake was located was enveloped in it. But the complex multi-hose fire sprinkler system over the classroom was triggered, and ice-cold fire water sprayed down. However, this did not lower the fire of the dragon breath cannon by the slightest bit. It wasn't until Chen Feng let go of the trigger that it stopped. The high temperatures touched the water, making a bared sound and splashing water mist that enveloped half of the classroom. It also drenched the group. No one knew just how high the temperature of the flames spewed out by Chen Feng's dragon breath cannon was. All that was known was that when the water mist cleared, all that remained in front of the crowd was a streak of fragmented charcoal fragments and black and white walls. Too ruthless, refusing to even leave a whole body behind. See that round of ammunition he just took out, he built it himself. Self-built? No way, this is still just a freshman. The crowd was puzzled. But when they looked at the end of the classroom, the old student quartet that stood beside the empty space between the seats had already been sweating. Each revealed an expression like eating. One playing with knives, one playing with fists, and one playing with fire. These guys are here to smash the scene, right? Brother, we still have to look for them after class in a while. Still looking for. Look at them, do they look like normal logistical professionals? I can't afford to mess with this. The four veteran students who were still ready to look for Chen Feng and their troubles were much more restrained at this time. Looking at the wooden stake in the corner of the classroom, which had undergone a knife chopping and fist beating and was finally burnt to a cinder by the fire, it always gave them an indescribable sense of oppression. It was as if the current wooden stake was what they would end up with afterward. Professor Chi, I'm sorry I slightly slowed my hands down. Chen Feng put away the dragon breath cannon and turned around to apologize. If his finger on the trigger had loosened that half a second earlier, perhaps the walls wouldn't have been so black. Maybe it could even be whitened back with a coat of paint. But now, it was all burned to a crisp. Professor Chi did not have any intention of blaming Chen Feng. Instead, he stepped down from the podium and came to Chen Feng's side. Classmate, who did you learn your autonomous build from? Chen Feng did not expect Professor Chi to ask such a question, so he said, I learned it from my instructor when I attended the summer camp in the summer. Professor Chi's eyes lit up as he slowly removed his glasses and read a name out of his mouth. Lv.1, right? Chen Feng's pupils shook. You know him? Professor Chi revealed a faint smile. Lv.1 is my first disciple. Hey! This was somewhat surprising to Chen Feng. He had been studying beside Lv.1 for close to 2 months and had not heard him mention Professor Chi's name, let alone the matter of him having a master. Young man, what is your name? Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Looking at your building techniques, derived sequentially from the inside out, like surgery and layers, I think Lv.1 is teaching you very seriously. This is completely different from his past attitude towards his students. He took you on as a disciple? Chen Feng shook his head. This kid is still being stubborn about something. Let's put it this way, Chen Feng. In the future, you will set aside a little bit of time every day to come to the Logistics Vocational Training Building. My office is also there, and I will personally teach you your autonomous building abilities. At these words, the entire classroom instantly fell silent. The sound of pouring cold air surrounded the surroundings. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of character was Professor Chi, that was the most admired logistics profession awakened in the entire Shangjing city? Even those unrivaled battle profession awakened powerhouses would have to obediently put down their arrogance and greet Professor Chi when they saw him. But it was such a great champion of the logistics profession in Shangjing City that actually announced in the self-selected open class that he would give Chen Feng a small stove in the middle of the class? Is this fair? This is not fair. Is this reasonable? Even more unreasonable. People didn't understand, this Chen Feng didn't have a name or a surname of Li either. Chen Feng was equally surprised. He looked at the amiable Professor Chi and didn't know what to say for a moment. Until Professor Chi patted his shoulder. It's about time for that Lv.1 kid to take on a disciple. In this case, I'll make this decision for him, and from now on, you can just call me master. Chen Feng scratched his head. Turning back to look at Tang Er, whose face was red, he smiled helplessly. Attending his summer camp, and this relationship could still be involved. Is this the legendary Go Luck? Chapter 64, you're telling me this is pure friendship? Night. Inside the most expensive restaurant on the snack street outside the North Campus gate of Shangjing College. The 4 people from dormitory 206 were sitting around a table full of food. The position they were sitting in was just facing the glass window of the restaurant. The students coming and going were envious when they saw them. How many people are there? Eating 10 dishes. Originally, Chen Feng thought that his wallet would not be able to escape this meal. After all, he had been dragged by his roommate to an open optional class and ended up picking up a master teacher back. Moreover, this master teacher was one of the few powerful logistical awakened in Shangjing City. Chen Feng did not come to buy the money for this meal, more or less to say. But he didn't expect that Tang Mao's determination to pay the bill was even more fierce than his. With the help of a toilet break, he finished paying for the meal. Old 4, I'll treat this meal today. I'll ask you for one thing. As expected, Tang Er was for Professor Chi. When you're free, take the mechanical components you built for me to Professor Chi for a look, and let his old man give me some advice on it. Even if the scolding is hard to hear, I'll accept it with an open mind. It was not easy for the roommate beside him to have the opportunity to contact Professor Chi. Tang Er did not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Feng nodded his head. There was nothing wrong with this small favor. Seeing Chen Feng agree, Tang Er finally revealed a smile. He took a big breath as if he was relieved and climbed onto Chen Feng's shoulders. Chen Feng, you are my Tang Er's lifelong brother. Looking at Tang Er in such a sincere manner, it gave Chen Feng a whole lot of confusion. Just a small favor, yet Tang Ron could have this kind of reaction. Worthy of being a self-acquaintance. After dinner, several people sat at the dining table and chatted about their parents. Among them, the ones who talked the most were Wang Meng and Tang Er. The two of them started talking about their elementary school that got them there, and continued to talk about how they played in the college entrance exams. It wasn't surprising that Wang Meng was able to get into Shangjing Academy. He grew up in a martial arts family, and his family were all powerful battle profession awakened. Although he didn't inherit the talent of his elders in his profession, he hadn't stopped refining his body for a single day. Before he was even awakened, he had already created a sturdy body with the help of many props and medicines. According to him, his Lv.1 strength data panel after awakening is going to be 2 or even 3 points higher than a normal person. Wang Meng also relied on this body. With the logistics profession awakened identity in the college entrance examination hall killed, and finally successfully shortlisted to be admitted by the Shangjing College. Tong Rong was not too evasive. He could be said to have been admitted to Shangjing Academy with complete scrubs. The other two teammates of his team suddenly exploded within the copy of the examination center and chopped down high-level demons. And Tang Er had relied on constantly completing the difficult tasks on the quest table to accumulate points in the replica, ultimately playing a big role in helping the team. That's what rubbed off on being accepted into Shangjing Academy. Yu Zhenyan didn't say too much. He and Wang Mang and Deng Rong were completely two extremes. One was familiar with himself, and the other wasn't familiar at all without a few months. However, the atmosphere that the four of them were currently getting along with was quite good. Especially after hearing Chen Feng's account of his performance at the college entrance exams. Deng Er and Wang Mang were even more shocked. They had heard of Chen Feng's exploits, but they hadn't thought that it would be even more exciting in person. Fighting against an S-ranked combatant, this was what some logistical professional awakenings dared to YY when they slept. The meal was almost over, and Tang Er was still gushing about the stories of his hometown. It was also at this moment that the phone in Chen Feng's pants bag suddenly sounded. The three of them looked sideways at the same time. The first thought that popped up in Tang Er's mind was that Chen Feng's parents loved him very much. It was only the first day that they had called. However, when Chen Feng took out the phone, Tang Er took a look at the screen and it was actually a girl's name. Gu Cici? There was a situation. Tang Er and Wang Mang looked at each other and thought that there must be something fishy going on here. Chen Feng took the call, only to learn that it turned out to be Gu Cici's three roommates who had run out early to have a bonding session with the other men's dormitory. Gu Cici was not willing to go, so she could only be alone. And when she was hungry, the first thing she wanted to do was to find Chen Feng and have dinner with him. But I don't know what Gu Cici thought of this girl. Obviously she had a cell phone to contact in advance. She had to run downstairs to the boys' dormitory before she was willing to call. Chen Feng showed her the location and then ordered a braised pork ribs to pack. It tasted good and was ready to give Gu Cici a taste. Chen Feng's roommates instantly smelled the flavor of gossip, and Deng Er and Wang Mang surged up like big meatworms, putting their heads next to Chen Feng's face. At the same time, they picked up the stick bone and set it next to Chen Feng's neck, asking, "Old four, answer for yourself, where did the girl come from?" Chen Feng raised his hands and smiled helplessly, saying, "My high school deskmate, teammate." Hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Wang Mang and Deng Qiu glanced at each other and accepted this statement with confidence and skepticism. And at this time, Deng Fal pointed out the glass window with a big stick bone in his hand. In the eye, a cute girl wearing a small white dress with loose hair was standing under the streetlight, looking back and forth as if she was lost. "Old four, it can't be her, right?" Chen Feng turned his head to look and nodded. "This Gu Cici, why couldn't she turn her head?" Chen Feng took the packing box and pushed open the store door. He quietly came behind Gu Cici. This girl was really sluggish, still holding her cell phone and looking confusedly open to find the restaurant Chen Feng was talking about. "Ah!" Chen Feng knocked Gu Cici's head. She turned around and her face just happened to hit the packing box containing braised pork ribs that Chen Feng held up. "Brought this for you, it tastes pretty good." Gu Cici accepted it with both hands and looked at Chen Feng with a glowing look in her eyes as she nodded her head. At the same time, inside the restaurant, Wang Mang and Deng Rong similarly held the big stick bone with both hands, only to hear a clicking sound. It was unknown whether it was the sound of the back teeth rubbing together or the big stick bone wailing in pain. "Tablemates? Teammate? Lao Si, we'll believe the hell out of you. Such a beautiful and cute girl, you tell me it's pure friendship?" And at this time, at the corner of Snack Street, three beautifully dressed girls walked out with expensive bags. They were none other than Gu Cici's roommates. And behind them were four boys. These two groups of people were chatting happily, and at the same time, it also showed that the fellowship between the few was successful. It was just that if Chen Feng and the others saw them, they would definitely feel familiar. This was because one of these four boys was exactly one of the people who had tried to hijack their seats in the Chi classroom's open selection session earlier in the day. "Brother Wu, you still haven't talked to a friend after your junior year, you're really so innocent." "Ha, I'm the #1 deep love in Shangjing Academy." The man being complimented was smiling happily on the surface, but was actually sad. Because this sorority was originally planned to be 4-on-4, just one for each person. As it turned out, there were only 3 girls, just so he had a turn. Unconvinced. "Let's do it this way, there's another very good and pretty girl in our dorm room, when the time comes, I'll introduce her to you, Brother Wu. Oh. That's a good deal. The man's eyes lit up. However, right at this moment, the three girls walking at the front suddenly exclaimed. Brother Wu, you're so lucky, that girl in front is our roommate. Just, who is the boy beside her? The man didn't hear this latter sentence. He poked his head out to look. He just wanted to sigh at the girl's beauty. But he suddenly saw the person beside the girl. The smile on his face came to an abrupt end. A fiery memory instantly flooded his heart. His entire face sank, and he immediately shrunk his head back. What's wrong, Brother Wu? The corners of the man known as Brother Wu's mouth twitched slightly as he said, I won't get involved in your roommate's matter, I don't have the life for it. The three girls were puzzled as they looked at the man who suddenly left like a warding off evil. What's wrong with him, Wu? I don't know, mouth chanting some kind of flame, steak or something, suddenly left. Strange, could it be that he bumped into a ghost? Chapter 65, 2 months later, autonomous build breakthrough imminent. Chen Feng's university life was gradually on track. On weekdays, in the morning, he followed He Changren in the classroom for physical fitness and team training. In the afternoons, Chen Feng went alone to the logistics vocational training building where Professor Qi was practicing autonomous building. Only in the evening was Chen Feng able to freely arrange his time. Time passed in a flash. After 2 months had passed, although Chen Feng had not upgraded, he had gone to the next level in terms of combat skills. At the same time, the autonomous builds had also begun to move towards weapons. In these 2 months, Chen Feng had rarely played with Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi together. Since entering the university, everyone's time had become tight. It seemed like the afternoons were scheduled by the students themselves, but in reality, everyone had their classes scheduled very tightly. This was the case in the Upper Fifth Academy. On the surface it looked leisurely and easy, but in reality, it was quite an involution. Jiang Chen is a little busier, he enrolled in a love elective course at Shangjing College. Just this have learned a small month, still did not add to the girl's contact information, let a person still feel sorry. The 23rd year of the Awakening Era, the beginning of December. The first snow drifted and fell from further north to the heights of Shangjing City. The icy steel bushes were dyed white. Chen Feng, who had just had lunch, walked out of the cafeteria and blew out a breath to blow down the snowflakes that had slipped onto the screen of his cell phone. Looking at the message his parents had just sent, Chen Feng smiled in relief. Chen's parents had just returned to Shangjing City after a 2-month nationwide tour. The photos of the beautiful scenery sent on his cell phone, as well as the beautiful smiles that hung high on their faces. Chen Feng felt that the money was really well spent. However, when he thought of the $150,000 he owed Gu Sisi that he hadn't yet paid back, it was more or less a bit of a headache. After entering the university, the busy academic schedule coupled with the college protection policy in general, college students do not have the opportunity to go down the copy, and even sometimes the local policy restrictions are not qualified to enter the copy at all. This also leaves Chen Feng without the opportunity to play money. What's more, the scratchers in this world are long gone. Chen Feng turned off his cell phone and stepped into the snow with one foot as he walked towards the logistics vocational training building. Last week when He Changren told him that there was a replica event for the outstanding college freshmen from the 10 northern colleges. Gathering together the outstanding freshmen recommended by the top 10 colleges in the entire north to follow the copy exploration team into a newly discovered secret copy. This activity doesn't need to compete with the outstanding freshmen from other colleges and universities, and there won't be too much danger. The main purpose of this activity is to follow the exploration team to enrich their experience, and it is considered a study activity in a sense. He Changren told Chen Feng about this news in the first instance. Although there wasn't much chance of raking in the dough by following the exploration team. However, Chen Feng instantly realized that this copy activity was worth a lot. With that, he also pulled in Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi to sign up. Being able to explore a brand new and unknown copy with low risk provided a lot of experience for the team in the future. It's just that there are a lot of people signing up this time, and it will take a few more days for the academy to review the application. However, Chen Feng had made his preparations early. He came to the logistics vocational training building. There was a hollowed-out area within the 5-story rectangular building. Inside were all sorts of objects that were imaginative. But most of them don't work, they are just empty. This was the case with self-build, it was extremely difficult to create objects that could really work. At this moment, Professor Qi was instructing his students in the forging room. Seeing Chen Feng walk in, he nodded. Chen Feng similarly nodded his head in return before walking over to his seat. Professor Chi, as the Academy's most powerful logistics profession awakened, had the most resources allocated to him. The students under his name each received a piece of exclusive building space. The length and width was only 5 meters, but it was sufficient. Chen Feng walked into his small build room and turned the soundproofing device on before continuing into his work. On the walls of the not-so-small build room, 3 items were hanging: a short sword, a shield, and a pistol. These were the weapons and equipment that Chen Feng had created over the past 2 months through his independent build. It was just that one could not see any data panels when holding them in their hands. Strictly speaking, they were just empty shapes and were not considered true weaponry. There were also detailed drawings hanging on the walls of the building room, which recorded all sorts of complicated data as well as principles. There were also many scrapped blank blueprints piled up under the desktop. These were the results of Chen Feng's work over the past 2 months. According to Professor Chi's theory, autonomous construction was divided into 2 stages. The first stage, which was the empty form that Chen Feng was currently in. The logistically awakened person in this stage was able to build some ordinary objects that were able to fulfill their normal roles and existed in the human world society through autonomous build. For example, Chen Feng had initially displayed the ammunition in front of the crowd as well as the shield and short sword that was currently hanging on the wall. This process seemed to be just like that, but in reality, it was a great test of the imagination, talent and knowledge base of the builder. Chen Feng had crossed over to that stage in one fell swoop in the short span of 2 months at the summer camp, and in Professor Chi's opinion was already a genius among geniuses. His evaluation of Chen Feng was extremely high. He had all of the traits that an excellent logistical awakened person must possess, including, but not limited to, spiritual wisdom with a dash of petty greed. It was just that Chen Feng hadn't accomplished anything further in the past 2 months other than in being able to autonomously build more objects with empty shapes. He was slow to touch the second stage of autonomous creation. At this stage, a logistically awakened person was able to stop relying on blueprints, create the objects that he or she had in mind, and endow the weaponry with characteristics. The objects created by them could truly be recognized by the system, and even be given a grade by the system. The complex city defense system that Professor Chi had deployed in Shangjing City relied on this. He had spent an entire 20 years building it step by step by himself alone before arming Shangjing City to this point. According to him, if a logistics profession awakened with the creative attribute only relied on blueprints to build, the upper limit of his profession would be locked by the so-called luck. You could only build whatever blueprints were dropped for you. What was the difference between this and a caged bird looking forward to being fed by its master every day? Of course, there was actually an exception to his concept. That was if you were lucky enough? According to Professor Chi's notion, Chen Feng could totally be that lucky guy, doing nothing and just waiting for the system to drop the blueprints. However, Chen Feng was not willing to stop there. For no other reason, he was still thinking of building Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi a full set of probability weapons and defenses that were suitable for them. The blueprints alone were not enough. Upgrading was too slow. Gu Sisi certainly had the money to solve this problem, but the probability weapons that he bought, which Chen Feng had tried a month ago, did not have his good luck aura attached to them. Even Chen Feng couldn't figure it out. It was the same as something like luck, always floating around and elusive. Chen Feng quickly plunged into building. And at this time, a person suddenly walked in outside the forging room. With his hands behind his back, he came beside Professor Chi without saying a word. Professor Chi, don't be so stubborn, this forging room doesn't have the slightest bit of significance, why don't you take it to me to use it to store the latest type of simulation instruments? Chapter 66, Breakthrough Stage 2, Cage State? The middle-aged man with a big belly who walked into the classroom was the director of the equipment section of Shangjing Academy, Lv.1. He was responsible for the external procurement and maintenance of the teaching equipment of Shangjing Academy. In the first half of the year, it had just ordered a batch of state-of-the-art holographic projection simulation equipment from the National Education Base, which was used to give non-direct contact real-world training to the students of the battle profession. However, due to the order delivery problem, this batch of expensive equipment has not been delivered until now, so it can't be divided for each class at once. Therefore, an area is needed for storage. But Lu Baohua looked around, only Professor Chi's forging room has enough space and suitable humidity. But unfortunately, he hadn't been able to convince Professor Chi in the past half a year. Professor Chi, if this batch of equipment is actually installed, the students of our institution will be able to stop coming into direct contact with demonic shenanigans. Relying on holographic projections and practicing against demons, the effect is doubled. Lu Baohua reiterated his point once again. Professor Chi, I know that you're very attached to autonomous build, but this thing is just too difficult for the university's logistical awakened. You've been promoting the autonomous build teaching for 3 or 4 years now, right? As a result, in the end, no more than 10 logistics career awakened ones were able to reach the second stage until graduation, right? Lu Baohua pinpointed the problem. Indeed, as he said, the talent required for autonomous building was really far beyond the strength of most people, even the students of the upper 5th academy. Professor Chi didn't want to bother with him, still instructing the students on his own. A moment later he turned his head. Director Lu, it's now my lecture time, please go out. Lu Baohua slapped his head. Professor Chi, I'll be honest with you. Actually, it's not just my intention to have you vacate your seat, the higher-ups of the academy also think the same way. Lu Baohua pointed to the large amount of iron ore piled up in front of the forging room and said, Professor Chi, what about the academy side is also looking at the data to speak? The cultivation of students in this autonomous building direction and the results are really not proportional. The academy's intention is for you to change the cultivation direction. Professor Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that your preconceived notions about autonomous building are very deep. Lu Baohua wanted to say that it's you who are too stubborn, but he didn't dare to speak up due to Professor Chi's position and status. I see, it's you who have deep prejudices against the logistics profession. That dare not. Then you say, there are so many open spaces, the college's annual financial allocation is even more astronomical. No matter how you say it, it shouldn't be the turn of an old man like me, right? Lu Baohua was momentarily speechless. Alright, where is this batch of equipment not put? Long Shangping's office, okay? This. Lu Baohua was more or less guilty. Professor Chi touched his presbyopic glasses and said, this so-called holographic projection equipment of yours is also built independently by the logistical professional awakeners of the educational research base, right? Lu Baohua had even less words to retort. Professor Chi, Elder Chi. Let's do it this way, as long as you can train another logistics occupation awakened who has reached the second stage this year, I'll shut up, okay? Lu Baohua was certain that this was almost impossible. Because, there was only 1 month left in this year. 30 days to break through to the second stage of autonomous creation? Dream on you. However, right at this moment, a bright light suddenly emanated from the number 1 building room not far to their left. The entire forge room looked over at the same time. At the same time, Chen Feng began his breakthrough to the second stage. 2 months of practicing and conceptualizing. Under Professor Chi's guidance, Chen Feng's understanding of autonomous builds was taken to another level. Preparing for close to a month, Chen Feng was aiming to achieve a breakthrough from 0 to 1. If it was unsuccessful, the short sword, shield and pistol would all be scrapped. But it didn't matter, the basic materials within the forging room could be used at will. Chen Feng inwardly constructed a general model of the shield and then enriched the details. On the blank blueprint laid flat on the tabletop, the prototype of the shield was emerging a little bit. White light flickered and pulsed rhythmically, like a glowing hot heart beating in Chen Feng's hand. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Feng's forehead as he frowned tightly. His eyelids were throbbing and a sharp pain was coming from his temples. The second stage of autonomous creation was not just as simple as imagination and concentration. It was more of a test of willpower. A logistics profession awakened who was able to independently build a great equipment and props was definitely not inferior to any battle profession awakened in terms of heart. Without actual combat exercises, it was even more difficult to cultivate the heart of a logistics profession. Soon, the initial shape of the shield was constructed. It was a shield created from iron alloy, with an oval-shaped body and an incomparably cold iron coat on the surface. Is it going to succeed? Everyone's gazes converged to one point. Professor Chi's gaze was scorching hot as he clenched his fists. Lu Baohua, on the other hand, had a drop of cold sweat emerge from his forehead. No way. However, the next moment, the shield suddenly shook violently for no reason. This was the precursor to failure. Professor Chi keenly sensed this and hurriedly took the soundproofing device of the number 1 building room offline. He then loudly reminded, Chen Feng. Empty your brain. Don't think of anything. Chen Feng's ears twitched as he followed Professor Chi's words. He closed his eyes and began to consciously control his mind. As much as possible, he did not think about anything else and slowly let it go. This technique Professor Chi had taught him before, and it was a key process in building the second stage of autonomy. Slowly. Chen Feng's breathing calmed down. There was nothing else in his mind except for a blackness, a true state of emptying. Exhale. Inhale. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared within a pitch-black mind. This light was like a small opening suddenly breaking out within a pitch-black cage, and the light was exactly what the world outside the cage was casting. What is this? Chen Feng suddenly realized that he could feel the world in his head more clearly, and his originally noisy ears became silent. It was as if he himself had arrived within this pitch-black cage with only a ray of light. Chen Feng walked towards the light step by step. He stretched out his hand and bathed it in the light as a burning stinging sensation came over him. Chen Feng took a step back, and his own arm was actually burned with a scar. He looked up to the source of the light. Where he entered, Chen Feng saw a gaping hole that could support the passage of one person. What the hell is this situation? Chen Feng was incomparably puzzled, yet just then, a sound actually came from that gap. Subsequently, a piece that looked exactly like the shield he had built was thrown down through the hole. While Chen Feng did not bother with the shield, he looked straight at the gap. At the gap, there was clearly light coming in, but it was pitch black when looking through the gap. But Chen Feng was certain that at this moment, he was staring at something. The next moment, he suddenly came to his senses. Opening his eyes again, he had actually collapsed on the ground. Professor Chi and the others were gathered around him, looking anxious. Me, what's happening to me? Chen Feng asked in a confused manner while wiping away the white foam that was spitting out from the corners of his mouth. Congratulations Chen Feng, you have stepped into the second stage of autonomous building. And, in one fell swoop, you have entered the cage state. Cage state? Chapter 67, Cage State, Harvesting Grade Shields. The beginning of the Age of Awakening descended. Humans didn't have any effective ways to face the magical creatures or intelligent creatures that poured out of the secret copies. Modern artillery guns were vulnerable under the dazzling otherworldly abilities. And just at the critical moment when human civilization was about to collapse, in a corner of the world, an awakened who was too powerful to describe was born. He brought a large amount of heavenly equipment and props to all the weak awakened ones in this world, and guided people to establish the original awakened one system. It was later realized that all of these equipments were created by this incredibly powerful logistical professional awakened person. It is also rely on these weapons and equipment human in the wasteland to stand firm, and step by step to restore the order of civilization until today. However, no one knew the name of that being, and almost no one knew what this person looked like. All that is known is that he brought a brand new concept to the people. Cage state. According to him, every awakened was like a prisoner living in a black egg. At certain moments, some powerful awakened would enter the cage. And by doing so, they would gain greater power. Currently it was known that several high probability nodes of human awakened people had the possibility of encountering the cage state. First, at level 25 and level 50 when transferring to a new job. 2. Breaking through level 60. 3. Autonomously building to break through the second stage. And Chen Feng, you just entered the cage state when you broke through to the second stage of autonomous build. It's just that, your level is still too low, and entering too soon will only burden your body. Professor Chi explained, handing a mirror to Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes covered in blood-red filaments, and his entire person looked instantly much more disheveled. A splash of nosebleed flowed down from his left nostril in an inopportune manner. Chen Feng took a piece of paper and wiped it off before asking, Professor Chi, what is the cage state? Professor Chi shook his head. Currently, humans know very little about the cage state, but what I do know, there are the following characteristics. 1. A battle profession awakened person makes a clinical breakthrough through the cage state, and their strength and speed instantly increases drastically. 2. Auxiliary profession awakened person's skill characteristics are enhanced, evolving towards a more macroscopic level. 3. Which is what you have just accomplished, autonomously building weapons and equipment far beyond expectations while in the cage state. Far beyond expectations? Chen Feng held his doubts as he slowly picked up the shield on the floor of the building room, and the information panel of that defense instantly popped up in his field of vision. Fine Steel Spirit Shield. Type, Probability Defense. Grade, a grade. Probability effect, doubles the defense attributes, unfolds the spirit shield stance, generates 2 iron golems within the stance. Iron golem level increases with the user's level. Probability of trigger, 0.005. Trigger probability, 0.005%. Grade A? Chen Feng looked up incredulously. Professor Chi nodded, his face heavy as he said, "This is the blessing that comes with the cage state." That powerful logistic profession awakened who suddenly appeared more than 20 years ago once said that autonomous builds in the cage state are more appropriately known as stealing. Although Professor Chi was one of the most senior logistics profession awakened in the entire Shangjing city, he also knew very little about the cage state. However, Chen Feng had a little doubt. "Professor Chi, is there light in the images we see during the cage state?" Professor Chi frowned slightly. "Light? What light?" "The light coming from outside." Chen Feng, the reason why the cage state is called the cage state is because it is a prison of complete darkness and no light. Of course, there are many who refer to it as some sort of awakened person's spiritual space. "The light you mentioned has never been mentioned before." Chen Feng did not ask any further questions. However, there was one thing he could be certain of. He had indeed seen light coming from outside after entering the cage state, and had also seen a gap that led to the outside of the cage. And it was through that gap that the steel spirit shield fell. Or rather, it was let in by something. It was just that Chen Feng wasn't sure if the gaze he perceived at the end was real or an illusion. But there was no point in thinking about it so much now. As Professor Chi had said, his current self was simply too weak, and just one misstep into the cage state had nearly cost him half his life. After almost half an hour of slowing down, Chen Feng still felt a headache and his whole body was weak and powerless. Professor Chi handed over a cup of water for Chen Feng to drink, while turning to look at Lu Baohua, who was still hovering at the entrance of the forging room. "Director Lu, do you have anything else to say now?" Lu Baohua scratched his head with an apologetic face. "Professor Chi, you can take this forging room from now on. Having students who have broken out of their cage state makes me have to admire them. But this student, how many classes are in the senior year? Look a bit familiar to you." Chen Feng put down his water cup and said breathlessly, "Freshman year, Class A." "Freshman year?" Lu Baohua stared at Chen Feng with a shocked expression. The first thing that came to his mind was that this student must be joking. But soon, he recognized Chen Feng. Wasn't this the representative of the freshman class, Chen Feng, who had been discussing whether or not to be admitted for a long time in the previous months? Lu Baohua smiled to himself. "It's funny to say that I even voted against it in the beginning, and almost released such an outstanding talent to another institution. That's it, Professor Chi, I'll leave first. President Long should be very interested in this matter." With Lu Baohua's departure, the forge room once again returned to its usual calm. Professor Chi slowly sat beside Chen Feng. He admonished, "This is also the first time I've encountered your situation. There's never been a young logistic profession awakened like you who has stepped into the second stage of autonomous forging, much less into the cage state. Chen Feng, how lucky you should be." "Average." I was lamenting, not inquiring. Professor Chi smiled helplessly and got up to pat his shoulder again. "Chen Feng, don't try to build the second stage on your own until you've stabilized it. Stabilize the foundation first." Professor Chi was a figure who was considered a conservative. He was unsure as to whether it was good or bad for Chen Feng to break through to the second stage so prematurely and enter the cage state. After leaving the logistics vocational training building, Chen Feng returned to his dormitory. Just as he was about to send a message to Jiang Chen, his counselor He Qingren's phone call came over. His application for the event had been approved by the college. The three of them, Chen Feng, Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi, would be joining the other four-member team from the next class to represent Shangjing College to participate in the outstanding college freshman replica activity of the 10 northern colleges in 10 days' time. And the destination of this replica event. It was the brand new replica secret realm that had suddenly appeared in the northern part of Shangjing City between the 5th and 4th rings a month ago. Chen Feng had been looking forward to this opportunity for a long time. He immediately sent a message to Jiang Chen. "Want to send you a shield?" Chapter 68, Copy 276 and Captain Bear's Gift. 3 days later. The 276th copy exploration site in Shangjing City. The Quantity Academy bus slowly pulled in. The duplicate exploration site, as a logistical base for early human exploration of the duplicate secret realm, had continued until now. The number of sites corresponded to the number of replica secret realms near that city. The 276th copy was discovered 2 months ago, and the site entered the construction phase a month ago, used for awakened and exploration team people to rest and carry resources. Currently there were only 2 exploration teams stationed there. Early in the morning, when they saw so many college buses stopping at the site, these exploration team members, who had been disconnected from mainstream society for years, also came out of their makeshift tents to take a look at the action. The northern 10 colleges included 10 colleges and universities above the second level in the 3 northern city bases of Shangjing City, Tianhai City, and Juhua City. In the entire North China region, the connection between the 10 northern colleges was very close, and joint activities would be held all year round. And with Shangjing Academy being the top of the 10 northern academies, the students it sent out every time would be the center of attention. The bus that Chen Feng, Jiang Chen, and Gu Sisi were traveling in was also slowly making its entrance. Raising the curtains of the bus window and looking at the deserted ruins of the city, the three of them felt worried all of a sudden. Broken walls, waste soil, and debris. The asphalt road on the ground was in shambles, and the few buildings still standing on both sides had long been burned to black. The replica was found in an urban ruin between the 5th and 4th ring roads in Shangjing City. The ruins had originally been a residential community, but had later been destroyed by magical creatures during the second replica Secret World Frenzy, and due to the fact that there were several replicas spread around that had yet to be completely raided, it had simply been left abandoned until now. Especially after Chen Feng and the others had traveled by bus from the city's downtown to the silent and uninhabited here, there was an indescribable shock. As the students of Shangjing Academy stepped off the bus, the faint scent of scorched earth that filled the air was somewhat pungent. They covered their mouths and noses and walked forward, quickly adapting to the smell as well. The 276th replica exploration station had not been constructed for long, and many of the facilities were not yet perfect. As far as the eye could see, there were all sorts of simple style tents as well as some fancy equipment and tools that Chen Feng did not recognize. On the other side, more than a dozen members of the exploration team dressed in simple clothes with ashen faces were sizing them up. Holding instant noodles as breakfast in their hands, they couldn't take their eyes off of them. The kind of eyes that had been honed through blood and danger made these newborns feel uncomfortable with just one glance. It wasn't until a benign-faced, slim middle-aged man in his 40s walked up, which eased the heavy atmosphere of the scene. "You are the student representatives of Shangjing Academy, right?" The one who came before Chen Feng and the others was the temporary head of the 276th copy exploration station. "My surname is Xiong, you may address me as Captain Xiong, the person in charge of our exploration team this time, as well as the on-site person in charge of the activities of the 10 northern academies. When you enter the replica in a while, you can ask me any questions you don't understand, and just generously tell me if you have any difficulties. Come with me, there are already many waifs from the institutions making preparations." After Captain Xiong finished speaking, he turned around and beckoned. While standing behind Chen Feng, Counselor He Changren, who was the team leader, patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. A paging device was distributed to them. "I can't enter the duplicate with you guys, so listen to Captain Xiong for everything once you're inside. Don't look at his thin and weak body, Captain Xiong is a LV-30 level powerhouse, very powerful. You guys bring this paging device with you, if you encounter a problem you can't handle and are in danger immediately use it to contact me, understand?" He Changren looked serious. Chen Feng's three nodded, then separated from He Changren and followed the foursome from the next class ahead. They followed Captain Xiong all the way to the front of the exploration site preparation room. A henchman came over at this time in a fiery hurry and handed him a document. "Brother Xiong, Exploration Team 1 just went in early and didn't stop them." "What do they mean?" Captain Xiong said with a tight frown. The exploration site currently had a total of 2 exploration teams, and it was originally planned that these 2 exploration teams would act together, responsible for the safety of the students and further exploration of the replica. However, right now, Exploration Team Number 1 was entering the replica early again. This was not in line with the rules. "Brother Xiong, I don't know what they think, I guess they want to steal the credit. These assholes, the things they discussed over drinks last night have given me another temporary change of heart." Captain Xiong smacked his lips while opening the door to the preparation room and turned his head to resume his original amiable appearance. "Students, you go in first, there will be someone to help you put on your equipment, but for this activity we are going to stay in the replica for a total of 5 days. I hope you guys have prepared yourselves mentally in advance." Chen Feng's trio naturally had no problems and took the lead to walk in. On the contrary, it was the quartet from the next class that was slightly distracted. Accustomed to life in the big city, they had suddenly come to such a land of ruins, and indeed needed some time to adapt. After sending the last batch of students into the preparation room, Xiong Kaiwan then turned around with a serious face and opened the documents handed over by his men. "How long have they been in?" "Half an hour." "What about the degree of exploration?" The images uploaded so far show that it should be a super small copy, with an exploration degree of around 8%. "That's just it, let them go first, it's also a way to give this group of student waifs a safety guarantee." Xiong Kaiwan sighed and walked towards the command room with his men. But at this moment, a burly man wearing a gray undershirt in the middle of winter ran over. Seeing this man's appearance, a hint of impatience surfaced on Xiong Kaiwan's face. "Captain Xiong, it's the same thing as last time, I really want to ask you for a favor," the man said, handing him the cigarettes he had hidden behind his back. Xiong Kaiwan took the cigarette and held it in his hands to examine it repeatedly. "This cigarette, it's not cheap. It's all a small thing, but please make sure Captain Xiong helps that kid." Xiong Kaiwan looked downcast and sighed. "Ah Lu, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's really that the control from above is very strict, and the recruitment of the exploration team's personnel needs to go through very strict procedures. Besides, your brother is not even an awakened person, I will take him in." Xiong Kaiwan didn't say any more and handed the cigarette back as well. But at this time, the burly man actually directly knelt down. "Captain Xiong, you know about my illness, I don't have much time left. If I have a sudden accident one day, what about this brother of mine? If I let him stay in the exploration team, even as an odd job man, delivering papers, I just want him to have that one skill slightly before I die." The cold wind blew, and the three of them were speechless for a moment. Xiong Kaiwan was silent for a long time, and he turned his head to look at his men. "Ultra small copies, right?" "Yes." "Ah Lu, I promise you, let your brother follow this time when you go down to the copy. Also, don't die all day long, work a few more times to get enough money together and find a high-level auxiliary awakened person to treat you, your illness shouldn't be a big problem." Thank you, Captain Bear." The burly man slowly got up under the assistance, finally showing a hint of joy. "By the way, Ah Lu, the day after tomorrow should be your brother's birthday, right? I bought him a gift when I went into the city to make purchases last time, so take it to him." The burly man looked at Xiong Kaiwan in disbelief and surprise. He hadn't thought that Captain Xiong could actually remember his brother's birthday, clearly he had only mentioned it once. Moreover, he had even bought a gift for him on purpose. The seemingly big and thick man actually shed tears. "Captain Xiong, I really don't know how to thank you." Xiong Kaiwan smiled gratefully and patted his arm. At the same time, he took out a fine drawing book and sketching pencils from the warehouse. "Ah Lu, take it, your brother will like it." Chapter 69. A deceased person, a child is also going to enter a copy? Walking into the preparation room, Chen Feng and the others were not idle and immediately came to the corresponding rest area to sit down. At this moment, the freshman representatives from the other 9 colleges in the preparation room had almost finished their preparations. When they saw Chen Feng and the others enter, their eyes were filled with hostility. Although Shangjing College was at the top of the top 10 institutions, its performance results on the domestic university competition circuit in the last 2 years had not been satisfactory. There were even rumors that Shangjing College's virtue was not worthy of its position. Among the top 10 institutions in the north, there were even institutions that were preparing for the chance to impact the upper 5 institutions quota, and Shangjing College was one of their targets. It wasn't surprising that there was such a hostile atmosphere. It was just a pity that the theme of this event was exploration and research, and there wasn't much of a competitive part. Staring could only lead to dry staring. It was just that this atmosphere was more or less bad, and it seemed even more aggressive in this already narrow space. "I'm going." Chen Feng had just sat down when Jiang Chen suddenly pulled him back. "What's wrong?" Chen Feng asked. Jiang Chen pointed to the corner of the preparation room, a long-haired girl who was holding a half-human-sized wand. "Chen Feng, does this girl look familiar to you?" Chen Feng thought it was something to make a fuss about, but it turned out to be because he saw the girl. Jiang Chen patted him on the back and explained, "We met it when we were in the college entrance exams, the girl from the 3rd class of our former high school." "That, Wind Whisperer. It's her?" He had thought that it was Jiang Chen who was springing for it, but when he heard Wind Whisperer, Chen Feng instantly remembered. No wonder this girl looked slightly familiar, changing her hairstyle for a different outfit was more or less unrecognizable. Just did not expect Jiang Chen eyes so sharp. And that Wind Whisperer girl heard the commotion also turned her head to look over. A few people's eyes met, the Wind Whisperer girl also seemed to recognize the identity of Chen Feng and their identity, waved. There was also a smile coming from Jiang Chen when she saw him. "Speaking of which, Jiang Chen, you said you wanted to add her contact information during the college entrance exam, what happened?" Chen Feng turned his head after greeting her and asked curiously. A few people were only considered a one-sided relationship, although meeting here was a bit of a surprise, but it hadn't reached the point where the old folks were in tears when they saw the old folks. Jiang Chen regretfully sighed. Don't talk about it. Once the college entrance exam was over with excitement, I forgot about it. Chen Feng didn't want to say anything at this point, but just silently gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up in his heart. You're awesome. Just when Jiang Chen was about to take this opportunity to make up for his regrets, the door to the preparation room was opened once again. Cold wind poured in along the cracks of the door, making people shiver. As luck would have it, the weather had been erratic in the last few days, and it hadn't snowed, it was just cold wind. Outside the door came 8 members of the exploration team. They were holding all sorts of precise instruments and carrying them to the preparation room. And what was strange was that there was actually a child among them who appeared to be no more than 13 or 14 years old. These people didn't seem to be spoiled by the other's status as a child, and handed him very heavy objects, which he carried with great effort. But it was good that it was put down smoothly in the end. There were still minors in the quest? This was a point of doubt for almost everyone. In everyone's perception, there were 2 minimum standards for the exploration team to recruit members. One was an awakened, and the second age had to be at least 22 years old. Not only could this condition jam underage, even those college students who wanted to hold on to the purpose of earning money were also unqualified. 13 or 14-year-olds were even more of a pipe dream. Perhaps it was the child of one of the exploration team members. Chen Feng did not think much about it, but followed the others in putting on his equipment. The exploration team provided each student with a simple tool backpack as well as a multifunctional traveling bag. The tool backpack contained an ultra-long-lasting flashlight, an emergency medical kit, and communication equipment. The multi-purpose bag contains food and a tent and sleeping bag. They had to stay in a completely unfamiliar copy for 5 days and needed to prepare enough food. Due to the fact that every awakened had a system warehouse, everyone didn't need to carry so many things on their backs. Of course, if you ran out of space in your warehouse, then you'd just have to consider yourself unlucky. But with the size of the space of 10 meters by 10 meters, it was actually hard to fill it all up. With the help of the exploration team members, everyone combed through the necessary items, while starting to wear a special kind of carrying device exclusive to the exploration team in an orderly fashion. The child, who appeared to be 13 or 14 years old but had a face that did not belong to a childlike sense of tenderness, carried 3 backstrap devices to Chen Feng and set them down in front of the 3 of them. Let me help you guys. The resolute eyes and pace even made the 3 think for a moment that there was a young adult contained within his shell. It wasn't until this child spoke that it slowed down. The child was still a child. Not yet past his voice-changing phase, his voice was full of childishness. Soon the device was dressed. It's like a kind of bondage device that was worn close to the body. There were many electronic components attached to the entire surface of the device, which were used for positioning. And after wearing it, there would be a connection slot on its back area. Uncle, what is the use of this device? It looks very mysterious. A student from the Northern 10 courts raised his hand and asked, curious about this device. The uncle that he called out to turned his head and gave him a cold look. Then, without changing his face, he said, when you die, the device will send a message to the site, and there will be a specialized indexing machine connected to the back of the device to bring your bodies back to the exploration site. Huh? The preparation room, where the atmosphere had been slightly more relaxed, seemed to freeze once again. That uncle then added, you must remember that for the exploration of a completely unknown copy, dying with a whole body is a matter of luxury. If no body is found in the copy's secret realm, it will be defined as missing, will not be counted as a death, and at that time, you will not be able to receive the state's death and action pension. All right. His companion stopped him at this point. These are kids, why are you talking so much? It's precisely because they're children and don't have a deep understanding of the dangers within the replica that I'm saying so much. Super small replica, as far as that goes? As for... Aren't you forgetting that we must maintain due respect for the secret realm of replicas? Seeing that they couldn't persuade him, the others had to take him away from the preparation room. Just a mood of panic had already spread amongst the students. But soon, Xiong Kaiwan rushed over after learning about this, and explained that due to the suddenness of the descent of the 276th copy, 3 powerful awakened had already gone in a month ago and had not encountered any danger. Hearing him explain in this manner, everyone's emotions were then calmed down. Are they all ready? He came to the door of the preparation room and inquired seriously. Everyone nodded their heads. In that case, pack up your things and follow me. At this moment, the child who had previously helped Chen Feng and the 3 of them put on their equipment was playing around with Gu Cc. Even Chen Feng hadn't expected that Gu Sisi would actually talk so much and be so expressive in the face of a small child. Xiong Kaiwan beckoned. Lu Xiaobao, why are you still standing there? Go get ready, it's time for the copy. Chen Feng froze slightly and turned his head to look at the child named Lu Xiaobao. No way, he's going into the copy as well? Chapter 70, Entering the Copy, A Flat Desert. A child can also go down the copy? I don't know, he can't be an awakened person. Right, unless it's a natural awakening, but even then it's normally an 18-year-old adult. Could it be that this exploration team still needs to hire child laborers? It's too sinful. Outside the preparation room, the 40 students from the 10 major institutions in the north stood in formation according to their schools and were talking. Xiong Kaiwan, who was walking at the front to lead the team, felt a big headache at once. This was one of the reasons why he did not want to agree with Lu Xiaobao's brother, Lu Chai. Although he had a lot of power as the temporary station chief of the 276th exploration site. But sometimes things that were just too outrageous were prone to cause discussion, and what Xiong Kaiwan hated the most was when people talked about themselves, even if it didn't match the facts. The 276th replica exploration site currently had a total of 3 areas. The accommodation area, the control area, and the copy entrance area. In every copy entrance area that had not been fully raided, defense facilities would technically be placed to withstand the first wave of impact when the secret realm frenzy occurred. However, at the beginning of the establishment of the 276th exploration site, there was no sign of weapons in the entrance area other than the few that could be seen patrolling the area. The entrances to the duplicates were always strange. Some looked like the entrance to a cave, while others were glowing portals. The ladder was in front of us. The dark door appeared out of nowhere on top of a ruined wall, as if it had been inlaid with some kind of high technology. The center of the duplicate portal was shaking with a ghostly blue halo, and looking inward it was deep and full of unknowns. As long as through this length, width, and height of 8 meters of the portal, we'll be able to enter another piece of strange space. This door was also the only channel connecting the duplicate to reality. Exploration Team Number 1 had already taken a step ahead, recording the vital signs of each person through the life detection device on the screen of the control console. Everything was currently stable and the data screen was slowly being sent back. After the students had made their final preparations, the entire team of Exploration Team 2, led by Xiong Kaiwan, had also arrived at the entrance area of the replica. Chen Feng looked back, and the first person he saw was Xiong Kaiwan, who was wearing full-body metallic iron armor and holding a helmet with a large sword hanging from his waist. He was walking at the front, just like a Western medieval knight. This also corresponded to his profession. Class A battle profession, Forbidden Knight. A profession with both guardian and offensive attributes. In terms of occupational category and characteristics, it was Jiang Chen's Shield Swordsman, advanced version, only with fewer defensive attributes and stronger offensive means. But likewise, it was even more powerful and domineering. The moment Xiong Kaiwan put on this equipment, his originally skinny skeleton body appeared incomparably large. Behind him, 15 members of the replica exploration team were fully armed. They were wearing and holding all sorts of dazzling weapons and equipment. This included guns, staffs, and cold weapons. The awakened, who looked to be in the makeup of a nurse, on the other hand, walked in the very center of the team at all times, even if there was no danger at the moment. There was no doubt that this copy exploration team was a team that had truly stood the test of time. It was also a process that all the college students present would surely go through in the future. Seeing the scene of this team playing copies on the spot, everyone felt shocked in their hearts. Individually, one person might not look that powerful, but the 16 members of the questing team stood together, and they looked and felt extremely strong. Students, a member of the exploration team came in front of the crowd and emphasized, "Everyone can wear their own defense gear first, but please don't take out your weapons." "Why?" someone asked, puzzled. "I'm afraid that you guys will go off and get hurt by mistake." Although this exploration team member was kindly reminding, there was as if there was a hint of looking at a brat in his tone and demeanor. But it was also right. Regardless of whether it was Chen Feng or any of them, they were all brats in front of these people who had experienced the trials of life and death. Of course, Lu Xiaobao, who was following the exploration team's didn't count. Soon, the exploration team arrived in front of the duplicate teleportation portal after completing the going-away ceremony and wearing various exploration precision instruments. Xiong Kaiwan turned around and put that silver-white medieval-style helmet on his head and opened his visor. "See you inside the replica, students." Dead silence. Like all nothingness. The moment they walked into the copy portal and didn't enter the blue halo. What appeared in front of everyone was a desert plain that could not be seen to the end. Normal deserts also have undulating terrain. But here, it was flat and leveled out with a somewhat terrifying body. The copy was a non-randomized teleportation copy with teleportation anchor points within it. This further reduced the difficulty of the copy raid. When the 40 students and the 16 members of the exploration team all came inside the copy, it added a hint of life to this lifeless Earth. However, in this environment where there was no end in sight and the surroundings were repetitive, the absence of any wind fluctuations was even more terrifying. Here is too quiet. It was so quiet that it made people wonder if there was really a threat within this copy. It wasn't until the leader of the exploration team took out a compass that the general direction was confirmed. The compass can be used in the replica? Chen Feng asked curiously. The member of the exploration team standing beside him, the awakened who had first uttered the words "leave a whole body in the preparation room," nodded his head. In a cold voice, he said, "You have only entered the copy, it's not like you have left the planet." His explanation left Chen Feng unable to refute it. While looking to the left, a large number of footprints remained on the sandy surface. This was exactly what was left behind from the previous entry of the number 1 exploration team, and since there was no wind or sand in the entire replica or even a change in the ground movement, the footprints hadn't changed much from the beginning. There were also sporadic footprints in several other directions. The counterparts were exactly those left by the powerful awakened person that Xiong Kaiwan had mentioned earlier. The first exploration team entered early, and Xiong Kaiwan simply chose to follow behind. This would slow down the exploration of the replica, but it would also ensure the safety of the students as much as possible. For this copy exploration, their first priority was safety. The rest were secondary. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Feng once again asked the exploration team member beside him. "Brother, what's the situation with that kid? That big tall guy saw it, right?" Chen Feng followed his gaze, and beside Xiong Kaiwan, there was indeed a man wearing an undershirt. However, it was strange that he was clearly so large and looked powerful, but for some reason, his entire body looked incomparably weak. The exploration team member said, "His name is Lu Chai, and that child is his younger brother." Chen Feng was originally still interested in continuing to listen. However, this exploration team member did not seem to have much free time to talk to Chen Feng about this. There was no choice but to remain speechless the entire way, silently following the team as they continued to delve deeper into the replica. 20 minutes later. Outside the replica. Inside the control room of exploration site number 276. The site personnel sitting in front of the instrumentation were collecting and analyzing the information coming from the 2 exploration teams. However, right at this moment, in the upper left corner of the screen of the vital signs display instrument, the bright spot representing a member of exploration team number 1 suddenly flashed. Chapter 71 Mysterious Area, Sculpted Scene? In the middle of the copy desert. 20 minutes had passed since entering the replica, but after so long, there wasn't even a single hair, not to mention the demonic shenanigans. The exploration team was more than a little tired as they walked aimlessly on the sand with the students from the 10 northern academies. "Hello, remember us?" Jiang Chen, who had nothing else to do, came to greet that Wind Whisperer girl. The Wind Whisperer girl stared at Jiang Chen and nodded, saying with a smile on her face, "Remember, you guys are the ones who personally eliminated me." This embarrassed Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. Those who didn't know thought they were enemies. No, I don't mean that. I mean, I remember you guys." The Wind Whisperer girl seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly shook her hand to explain, looking flustered. Jiang Chen laughed at the girl's clumsy explanation, then extended his hand. "My name is Jiang Chen, I used to be in the 7th class of high school. My name is..." Suddenly, a pair of hands slapped away Jiang Chen's outstretched hand fiercely, interrupting the exchange between them. "What for?" "People from Shangjing Academy came to beat up our Tianhe First University students, looking for a fight?" A few people immediately stood in front of the Wind Whisperer girl, blocking Jiang Chen. They were all students from Tianhe First University. Unlike Shangjing Academy, Tianhe First University didn't have the so-called team training system. "But we all came out of the same university, so what are you from Shangjing Academy doing running around chatting?" "No, Jiang Chen and I used to be in the same high school." The Wind Whisperer girl was also bluffed by the situation and whispered in Jiang Chen's defense. But it was clear that these people blocking her didn't care about that. "High school classmates? It's a couple that you're going to break up." Tianhe First University was a famous monk college, and this was one of the few girls in the school. Chen Feng and Gu Sisi also came to Jiang Chen's side at this time and staked out for him. Even the team of 4 from the next class that came with Chen Feng and the others stood over to support Jiang Chen. Even if they weren't a team, even if they had a competitive relationship. But this was about the face of Shangjing Academy, so they absolutely couldn't back down. Someone in Tianhe First University sized up the 3 Chen Fengs standing at the very front. They then spat disdainfully. A C-ranked profession, shield swordsman, and an E-ranked, probability craftsman, what's the point of pretending? I thought how powerful you guys are at Shangjing Academy, but it turns out you're still not crooked. Could it be that you found connections to go to college? His companions glanced back and confirmed their eyes before revealing sneers. But their smiles didn't last long. Jiang Chen suddenly took a step forward and said, "My brother Chen, rank Lv.8, single-killed the boss at the college entrance exam. What about you guys? Are you guys any good? You have to have my brother Chen punch you guys in the face to be happy, right?" Although Jiang Chen's statement was colored with some exaggeration, Chen Feng found it very pleasing to his ears. Moreover, it was extremely offensive. It directly silenced the crowd from Tianhe First University. Logistics profession, single kill boss, and Lv.8, bragging without a draft? That's right, who doesn't know how to talk? That was what they said, but they still looked back at the Wind Whisperer girl to confirm. However, who would have expected that the Wind Whisperer girl would directly nod her head and acknowledge Jiang Chen's statement? It's not true, is it? For real? Everyone once again looked at the companion with the scrying profession ability with skepticism in their eyes. Are you sure he's really an E-rank logistics profession? Once the seed of doubt was planted, even the most solid team would fall apart. The aura of the Heavenly River First University screwing together fell apart, and each of their faces revealed an embarrassed expression. Just as the students of the 2 colleges were at a standstill, the team suddenly stopped. At this moment, Xiong Kaiwan, who was walking at the front, suddenly shouted, "Assemble! Level 1 alert!" At the command, all the exploration team members immediately ran over to gather with the captain. And the attention of all the students was also attracted over. Xiong Kaiwan took off his helmet, holding the sonic detection instrument in his hand, staring ahead with a grave expression. There's something 800 meters ahead, the detection sound wave is interrupted. The crowd looked over in confusion, but they saw nothing. It was still a flat desert, boundless. But the instrument in Xiong Kaiwan's hand proved that there was indeed something ahead blocking the advance of the sound waves. This sonic probe had a radius range of 1,000 meters, and was one of the devices used by the exploration team to probe the terrain when entering a complex environment. It was extremely accurate and would never make a mistake. But people were always willing to trust their eyes. Looking ahead, there was indeed nothing in front of them. Of course, except for the footprints left behind by Exploration Team 1. Are the top captains and the others in contact now? Xiong Kaiwan turned his head and asked. Captain Fong was the leader of Exploration Team 1. Lu Chai, Lu Xiaobao's brother, shook his head as he held the contact device. The contact channel with the number 1 exploration team had been broken ever since they entered the replica. The communication with the main control room outside the replica was also good and bad at times. It was as if there was some kind of powerful electromagnetic field inside the replica that was interfering with the communication signals. At first, the people of the exploration team didn't care too much about it, this kind of thing was just a routine for them. However, with the abnormal situation ahead, losing contact information with the Vanguard 1 exploration team as it was, it made Xiong Kaiwan begin to consider whether to let the students follow them and continue on. Visually, the flat terrain gave them an excellent view, and there was indeed a desert ahead, with no terrain changes nor walls or deep pits. But the detection wave was just blocked. Wang Xian, over to you, test an arrow. Roger, Captain. The female member of the exploration team named Wang Xian came to the forefront of the team, and she raised the longbow in her hand that was the size of a man's height. The arrow emitting a greenish-white light flame took shape in her hand. Her eyes were firm as she pulled the bow full. Only a crunching sound was heard as the bowstring chimed and the arrow shot out. 100 meters. 200 meters. In the blink of an eye it suddenly accelerated in mid-air, creating a ripple of air and instantly breaking through 800 meters. However, just at the moment of 800 meters, the arrow suddenly disappeared, leaving not even the slightest movement behind. A blindfold? Or is there a curtain? Xiong Kaiwan signaled the team to stand guard in place, while leaving 2 members of the exploration team behind and slowly advancing with the rest of the team. Until they came to a stop at a distance of 750 meters. A hint of nervousness had already permeated the student team at this point. The copies of the college entrance exams that they had entered all had information that had been publicized in advance: maps, types of magical creatures, and even the division of dangerous areas. This was the first time they had come into contact with a completely unfamiliar copy environment, and it was inevitable that they would be a little nervous in the face of the unknown. Old Chen, I think it's a kind of blindfold magic. Jiang Chen simply sat on the sand, stroking his chin and analyzing calmly, living like a detective. The place I went to during my summer vacation was like this: boulders bigger than mountains floating in the clouds by levitation magic, spectacular and mysterious. If I were a magician, I would also create an oasis in this kind of desert, then use barrier magic to defend against external enemies and hide inside to live a good life. Chen Feng shook his head at this point. He sat between Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi and cupped a streak of sandy soil in his hand. Opening his palm, he let the sandy soil slip through the gaps in his fingers, until only a few clear grains of sand remained in his hand. What's wrong? Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi said with puzzled faces. Don't you guys realize that the sand grains are a bit too fine? They don't look like they were formed naturally, but like this terrain, they seem to have been carved out by some sort of advanced instrument. The members of the exploration team who stood beside Chen Feng to let the wind out flashed a hint of surprise in their eyes when they heard Chen Feng's analysis. What Chen Feng had said was the same as Captain Xiang's earlier conclusion. A scene carved out like a precision instrument. Chapter 72: Voluntary Entry, Resume Contact with Exploration Team 1? Bang! Xiong Kaiwan swung hard downwards with his chest-length greatsword. The sword light was like an on, stabbing straight forward. The sand and dust raised could not hide the power in the slightest. If the Lv.30 Forbidden Knight's sword were to slash at Chen Feng and the others, they would inevitably be annihilated in a wave, and there would not even be dregs left. For the awakened, after completing their first transformation, which was level 25, the abilities they could achieve were already beyond the realm of humans. However, when the sand and dust dispersed, the distance was still silent, and even the drifting yarn fog could not cross the 50-meter gap. Xiong Kaiwan put down his greatsword and stood in front of him, placing his hands on the end of the hilt, his gaze heavy as he stared straight ahead. A moment later, he said, my blade light advanced 464 meters before it was blocked by something. The crowd looked sideways with serious expressions. Captain Xiong's blade light was not something that could be blocked by ordinary things. The steel and concrete of an ordinary building could be shredded like fine paper. But this could likewise show that there was indeed something less than 50 meters ahead that was blocking their vision and perception. Even the auxiliary profession awakened in the exploration team could not detect the slightest clue. After that, they tried many other probing methods, but in the end, they all came to no avail. After a long time, Xiong Kaiwan returned to the place where the students were with the exploration team members. He looked at everyone sitting on the floor, then sat down casually as well. Students, there's a difficult problem plaguing us right now. He said unapologetically. There is a mysterious area ahead that isolates sound, sight, and even any means of probing. The area did not appear in the initial Awaken exploration report, meaning we have no intelligence on what's inside. It's even questionable whether we can return after going in. I've already informed everyone of the risks, now I'm only asking one question. You guys, do you dare to go in with us? Xiong Kaiwan looked around at these 40 students from the 10 northern schools, as if he was warning and expecting something. Before enrollment, the school had already informed the students of all the risks of entering the replica. Although there was the protection of a powerful exploration team, no one could guarantee that they were just 100% safe. Now it was entirely up to the students to decide whether to go in or not. Of course, I will split a team to take the rest of you to explore the other corners of the replica. It all depends on your volition. Xiong Kaiwan once again added, also giving a step. And this also led to some of the people who were originally very entangled to instantly find a step down. Come on, this was supposed to be a sub-copy research activity. Who's fine with taking unknown risks? However, at this time, one person in the crowd suddenly stood up. Count me in. The crowd looked back, and it was none other than Chen Feng. So what if it was unknown? The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. This saying was not without reason. Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi followed suit and stood up. The other 4 students from the Shangjing Academy also followed suit. We'll go too. The 7 people sent by the Shangjing Academy all signed up voluntarily, and they seemed to be signing up with practical actions as to why they could be admitted to the upper 5 institutes. Besides strength, there was also courage. One call was answered. The students from the other institutions saw that the ones from Shangjing Academy were on board, and they certainly couldn't be wimps themselves, and more people stood up. In the end, there were actually 30 people who chose to enter it. Xiong Kaiwan stared at Chen Feng, who was the first to get up, and smiled gratefully. He then clapped his hands and said, "Good, brave enough, you guys already possess the most basic spirit of an exploration team squad. In that case, follow me." The exploration team brought the 30 students to a stop in front of the mysterious area that was 800 meters away. Xiong Kaiwan turned around and ordered the 3 team members to stop. "You guys stay here and lead the others to continue exploring the other areas of the replica." With that, he handed them a quartz timer. 3 hours, if we don't come out after 3 hours immediately call for help, understood? Understood, Captain Xiong. Xiong Kaiwan turned his head at this time to look at Lu Chai and his younger brother Lu Xiaobao beside him. "You 2 brothers also stay outside, don't come in easily, understand?" Lu Chai wanted to refuse, but the look on Xiong Kaiwan's face made him give in. With everything ready, Xiong Kaiwan led the crowd to step into the 800-meter demarcation line. Chen Feng's trio walked at the very back, glancing at each other before following suit and stepping in. The sky suddenly changed. The previously clear sky became pitch black. The sand underfoot was no longer flat and dense. There were many pieces of debris mixed in, but when looked at closely, they were actually white bone fragments. Alert! The air was filled with an unpleasant odor. And a dark night sky was illuminated by a rising flaw. Me in the distance. What was burning there? There was no way of knowing. But the width and height of the flames was more than 100 meters, making people look away. The members of the exploration team quickly began to follow the program of environmental probing. "Captain, there's a problem. The ultrasonic probing reality has a huge space underneath the ground, even exceeding the upper limit of the probing range. The replica is most likely not a super small replica, most of its internal spaces are all underground." "Captain, life signals have been detected on the left side." "Captain, life signals found on the right side." A series of messages came one after another, making the atmosphere even more tense. However, this also made Chen Feng and the others admire them. Worthy of being an experienced exploration team, the entire process was tightly organized and extremely efficient. At this moment, a team member holding a communication device said with surprise on his face, "Captain, Exploration Team 1's Captain Fawn's communication channel is online. Contact him immediately." "I can't contact him, I've already tried, but I've locked onto Captain Fawn's life signal bearing, it's 1,800 meters to our right." The crowd looked sideways, but the firelight in the distance did not illuminate everything. However, the next moment, there was a sudden tremor in the direction of the right side. It was as if something had hit the ground heavily. And at that moment, the communication device that hadn't made the slightest sound for a long time suddenly made a rustling sound. "Hello?" A breathless voice came out. "Captain. Captain Fong is on the line. It's connected." Xiong Kaiwan immediately came before him. "Team Fong, can you hear me? Please reply if you receive it." However, it was as if the connection was lost once again after a hello was issued over there. It wasn't until 3 seconds later, with the rustling sound from the communication device, a voice came out once again. This time there were only 2 short words. But it was these 2 words that made everyone present instantly shiver. "Hurry! Run!" The communication disconnected at this moment. And to the right of the team, the jarring sound came again. Xiong Kaiwan instantly realized something. Wanting to organize everyone to retreat, but when he looked back, where was the way he came from? Bang! A huge tremor exploded less than 30 meters in front of the crowd. In the distance, firelight wavered, and in the darkness, 3 huge humanoid silhouettes stood out. Each silhouette had a height of at least 30 meters. And in the hands of the silhouette that stood in the center, it was clearly grasping something. The pupils of all the members of the exploration team opened wide the moment they saw this scene. The one who was grasped by the mysterious shadow like a chicken was the captain of the number 1 exploration team. "Captain!" The team's auxiliary profession awakened and immediately let out an explosion. S-rank Bazaar, Flame Giant. The one in the center, rank LV42. Copy boss. Chapter 73:2 Options, Escape is right. Copy boss? Everyone froze in place. Even the veteran Shion Kaiwan had never encountered this situation before. According to common sense, the duplicate boss would only appear in the very core area of the duplicate. But according to the results of the sonic detector, the underground space was still far from being explored. The core area of the copy could never be on the ground. Encountering a boss just after entering this mysterious area, wasn't this the legendary boss blocking the novice village? Shion Kaiwan made an immediate decision. Evacuate. Under the guidance of the exploration team members, the students immediately split into 5 parts to flee in different directions. A Lv.42 level boss was enough to crush them all with a single finger. All the exploration team could do now was to stall for time. And at the same time, the 3 giants that were not far away did not immediately make a move. They were like hunters who surrounded their prey in a corner, enjoying the last meaningless struggle for fun. The giant on the left stared at Shion Kaiwan with those evil eyes and suddenly grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. The stench emanating from its mouth could be smelled even from 30 meters away. It raised its left hand and looked up and down. There was a shocking knife wound on it. The whole wound continued from the back of the hand to the small arm, and there was still black sticky blood flowing. Shion Kaiwan's pupils shook when he saw the wound. He instantly recognized that the knife wound came from his own attack. The sword that he had tried with all his might towards the mysterious curtain was actually blocked by it. Asshole thing. Let go of Captain Fong. Shion Kaiwan stared angrily after reattaching his helmet. The moment he hung up his mask, a layer of aura swirled around him. Knight's Domain. Upon unfolding, all teammates within the aura will receive a full attribute boost as well as a boost to their own defense attributes. The 10 members of the exploration team who entered the area immediately formed a 14-23 formation and entered the Knight's Domain. Shion Kaiwan stood at the forefront, his hands gripping his greatsword as he unfolded his stance. But the next moment, the flame giant in the center opened its mouth. A tooth larger than a human head was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. He tilted his head up and sent the exploration team's Fawn leader, who was grasped in his hands, directly into his mouth. Before giving the crowd time to react, the upper and lower teeth violently closed, only to hear a click. Captain Fong's body was directly severed from the center. Chewing sounds echoed continuously in the dark, silent surroundings, and the scene of blood flowing across the room stimulated everyone present. Only to see that flame giant reveal a smile as if it had eaten a delicious meal. Afterwards, it threw the remaining half of its body on the ground. A mumbling sound actually came out of its mouth, actually mimicking Shion Kaiwan's voice. Fong. Captain? Delicious. Strong people are all delicious. A human, able to hold us off for 10 minutes alone, very powerful, delicious. Greed was written all over the giant's mouth. Under the light of the fire, it was also intensifying the fear. Demonic artifacts that possessed intelligence and were able to communicate with people bizarrely were not unheard of in replica secret worlds around the world. But each of the ones that had been recorded so far were extremely powerful individuals. As for these 3 flame giants, besides the center being Lv.42, the left and right 2 were both at Lv.30. Each one was a terrifying existence capable of destroying a large block. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Feng, who was hiding in the distance, was also carefully sizing up these giants. Jiang Chen, who was on the side, looked flustered at this time. A living, breathing human being just got eaten? For him and even all the students, this was the first time they had ever encountered such a thing. Jiang Chen was still fine, he at least had the strength to talk and walk around. Some people with relatively fragile psyches were directly scared to the point of seeing the image of a giant biting a person in half with a single bite, and even lost the ability to move. What now? Jiang Chen asked. Evacuated along with Chen Feng's trio, there was also the quartet from the next class. They all looked towards Chen Feng as well. At this moment, everyone seemed to subconsciously treat this peer who was so calm that he was terrifying as the temporary captain. Chen Feng did not answer immediately, still staring unseeingly at the side of the battlefield. 2 scenarios. If the exploration team is able to maneuver around the giant and not even lose the battle, then we'll hide immediately. Not going to support? A person asked curiously. Chen Feng shook his head slightly, unless you're not afraid to drag Captain Bear and the others down. In case the giants suddenly turn their spears towards us students, who will survive? Chen Feng's sharp statement caused everyone to freeze. What about the second option? Jiang Chen continued to ask. And at this moment, a sudden change occurred on one side of the battlefield. Three giants came together towards the exploration team, and a heavy punch slammed down, directly dispersing the formation the exploration team had formed. The team members could only temporarily separate and respawn in haste. And in just a few seconds' time, one person had already been directly hit and slapped away. The crowd fell silent. Didn't this situation before them mean that the first option in Chen Feng's mouth had directly lost its premise? At this moment, Chen Feng stood up and continued, then it comes to the second option. If the exploration team is unable to resist the giants and casualties occur quickly, then at this time, we go up to help and fight to the death? Jiang Chen interjected. Chen Feng shook his head, that's what reckless and stupid people do. Jiang Chen felt like he was being scolded. Chen Feng, what we need to do is still to run away immediately, and run as far away as possible. Why? The team leader of the next class stood up in confusion and questioned Chen Feng. What's the difference between doing so and being a coward? Can't we just fight to the death? What if there's still a chance? Chen Feng suddenly looked at him with cold eyes. What level are you? Level 5, why? How many levels is the giant? Lv.40. He fell silent. Chen Feng continued to explain to the crowd, if the exploration team sees that we haven't escaped yet, then it's highly likely that they'll continue to stay put and fight the giant to the death to protect us. However, if we, the students, can hide early and hide deep within the replica away from the exploration team's view, then it would be both giving us a way out as well as giving the exploration team a way out. They could then not have to fight the giants to the death anymore, but instead they could just choose to roam the replica and maneuver around the giants. In a battle between the strong and the strong, there is only one thing for us to do. It is to not become a burden to others. Chen Feng's words directly convinced the crowd. It was hard to imagine that a freshman could actually have this kind of cognizance, which was admirable. Gu Sisi, who had been silent on the side, had already picked an escape route. She pointed towards the place in the distance where the huge flames were bubbling. Chen Feng exchanged a glance with her, and the two of them thought of a piece. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng immediately led everyone to flee in that direction. Seeing someone begin to flee towards the flames, the other students also responded. And at this moment, Xiong Kaiwan, who had seen that the students were rapidly leaving, inwardly sighed. He didn't know which student had taken the lead, but he was really grateful to him. At least this way, their exploration team also had a hope of surviving. Everyone, stall for another 5 minutes. Words closed, he drew his sword and went up, facing the Lv.40 flame giant straight on without fear. Chapter 74 Mysterious Ventilation Duct and Location Shift. Chen Feng turned back to look behind him. The battle between the exploration team and the flame giant was gradually turning white hot. However, it had always been the exploration team's side that had been suppressed to the downside, or even in a precarious position. It was fortunate that Xiong Kaiwan had been able to step forward in time every time they fell into a crisis. However, if the tussle continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were defeated and completely annihilated. Chen Feng didn't pay any more attention to it, and immediately pressed the button after taking out the contact device given to him by Counselor He Changrun from his bosom. As for whether or not the distress signal could be transmitted to the outside of the copy through this mysterious curtain, that was not a question Chen Feng had to consider right now. What he wanted to do now was to survive and escape as far away as possible. He did not have the ability to save everyone. But at the very least, he had to ensure that Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi, as well as him, survived until the end. As for the S-class weapon, Sangu Spear, Chen Feng had thought about whether or not to use it to help the exploration team. But once the probability effect was triggered and his stamina was drained, then he could only be slaughtered. Soon, the crowd arrived under the flames. Looking up, the sky was like a vortex pumping the flames away a little bit and sucking them in. The flames were 100 meters high. As the line of sight moved down, a sound of cold air being sucked in rang in the ears. Countless bones were used as fuel for the flames, burning in the blaze. And that flame was not as hot as everyone expected, it was more of an eerie coldness in comparison. What had happened here? No one knew. But what was certain at the moment was that at least these bones didn't belong to the first exploratory team that entered first. Where to now? Someone asked with shivering legs. For these college students who had only entered the university and become awakened for less than half a year, it was really difficult to maintain their sanity in the face of such a scene. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Feng was leading the group, they were afraid that they would have long since collapsed. Everyone else also looked towards Chen Feng, waiting for him to point out a clear path. Chen Feng did not answer immediately, but instead searched for something. Soon, he noticed a distinct scratch on the ground in the distance that seemed to be pointing the way. He immediately walked over and followed this intermittent scratch as it continued to approach the flames, until a huge black shaft appeared in front of him. Saying that it was a vertical well was not absolute. Its circular construction and appearance was made of some unknown material, resembling steel but not steel. Strictly speaking, it was more like a ventilation duct. Chen Feng came to the side of the 10-meter radius pipeline and looked inward. It was pitch black. But what made him care was not where the pipe led to, but the shape of the structure was just too neat. The entire surface was smooth, rough to the eye but similar to glass to the touch. The curvature of the circular structure was also too perfect, as if it had been carved by precision instruments. It was the same feeling again. Chen Feng frowned. His intuition told him that he was afraid that this copy was far from what everyone had seen so far. Here, find a way to get down. Are you sure? Chen Feng nodded his head. When people encountered danger, the behavior they made would often be similar to that of a moth fighting a flame, fleeing towards a place with higher brightness and more openness. Chen Feng guessed that if the members of the No. 1 exploration team had not all been wiped out, some of them must have fled here as well. Then if they had searched for a hiding spot, it was highly likely that these people would have left a mark. Although this was only Chen Feng's speculation, it seemed that everything had been fulfilled so far. The crowd was still hesitating, but Chen Feng had already arrived in front of the pipe. After picking up a piece of rubble and throwing it down, estimating the approximate height based on the sound ringing out, Chen Feng took out the D-grade defense, solidified vest, from the warehouse and put it on his body. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi also understood Chen Feng's thoughts and then did as they were told. The three of them came to the edge of the passageway together, and after patting the button on their chests, they directly curled up into a ball and jumped downwards. This is jumping? The others more or less didn't react when they saw the scene. They jumped so decisively that those who didn't know would have thought they were having a suicide party. But soon, they heard a voice coming from the bottom of the passage. Come down, just pay attention to your posture and don't land on your head. Under the reminder, the quartet from the next class of Shinjing Academy also started to try, and then jumped down together. But this time, there was no more sound of landing. At the bottom of the passageway, after assisting the four people who had jumped down, Chen Feng raised his head and wanted to remind a few more words, but when he looked towards the mouth of the passageway, his eyes were startled. Originally, when he looked upwards from the interior of the passageway, he was able to see the trance-like firelight from the outside. But now, it was actually pitch black. Jiang Chen also sensed something, and he came to Chen Feng's side. Old Chen, what is this? Chen Feng frowned slightly and turned his head to look at the ground. The sandy soil attached to the ground from the previous jump had suddenly disappeared. We seem to have been teleported to other places that are exactly the same. Other places? No way, it's impossible to be teleported without a little reaction. The team leader of the next class was puzzled. However, when he came to Chen Feng's position and looked upwards, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as well. Hey! He yelled. The people up there are still there. 5 seconds later, there was still silence and no one answered him. What's going on here? Chen Feng looked around. The circular enclosed space, but there was a secret door with obvious creases. Maybe it's the copy's anti-intrusion mechanism? Chen Feng's reminder caused the crowd to realize. Some replicas would indeed have such a situation, allowing awakened ones who entered them to forcefully spread out. But the problem was that they had entered the replica a long time ago to be right. But at this moment, instead of pondering why the people above them had disappeared, they should think of a way to get out of this enclosed space first. Chen Feng led Jiang Chen to the dark door on the wall there and tentatively touched it. The next moment, the dark door cracked open and actually contracted to both sides, opening silky smooth like an elevator door. A product of technology. The two noticed this almost simultaneously. The dark door opened, connecting to a dark passageway. The passage was long, and a bright light could be seen at the end, which seemed to be the exit. Going in? Jiang Chen said doubtfully. I'm afraid we don't need to decide. Chen Feng's words had yet to fall. The glint of bright light in the distance was then blocked by something. Immediately afterward, heavy footsteps slowly paced at the end of the long, narrow passageway. Chen Feng immediately took out the lighting rod issued by the exploration team from his backpack and threw it over. As the phosphorus burned to produce a bright light, a humanoid machine filled with technological flavor appeared in view. A robot? What the hell? It was too late to wonder. The robot's head shot out several infrared aiming lines aimed at everyone's heads. It was coming towards them. A little chill surged through their hearts. Jiang Chen, who was standing at the front, immediately unfolded his occupational characteristics skill and constructed an illusion shield to stand in front of him. But all of a sudden, before the mysterious machine could launch its attack, a tiny pillar of bright purple light suddenly shot out from behind Jiang Chen. It directly hit every joint of the humanoid machine. Chapter 75, E-Class Creepy, Sentinel Robots. Several metallic crunching sounds echoed within the narrow, claustrophobic space. Accompanying them were the staggering steps of the mysterious robot and the scraping sound of rusty gears. The targeting IR aimed at the crowd flickered briefly before disappearing. Several more pink pillars of light flashed through the darkness. Upon closer inspection, it was realized that the so-called pillars of light were actually visual effects caused by some kind of spikes breaking through a certain speed. In the next moment, the spikes once again accurately hit the target. Only to hear a few clicks, the imposing mysterious robot actually fell straight down. The head of the bright red light gradually dimmed down until completely disappeared. The crowd looked back and realized that the spikes came from the strangely shaped gun in Gu Sisi's hand. It was none other than the gift Chen Feng had given Gu Sisi at the beginning of the school year, the C-rank weapon spike gun. So accurate? The quartet staying beside Gu Sisi gazed at her with a surprised expression. No one had anticipated that the soft-looking Gu Sisi would actually strike so decisively. She had already taken out her weapon from the warehouse the moment the robot appeared. Shooting directly without saying a word, so decisive is not afraid that it is a friendly army? Under Gu Sisi's occupational characteristics, the back of the spiked gun finished reloading, and she stared at the body of the gun with a faint smile on her face, seemingly satisfied with this gift from Chen Feng. And at this moment, she came to Chen Feng and Jiang Chen's side without a word amidst the astonished gazes of the four people in the next class. Classy Eerie, Sentry Robot. Gu Sisi whispered, speaking out the information she had gotten through the system prompts. Chen Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. Currently, there had been a total of 2 major categories that the system had divided the replica units into. Devils and Creepy. Devils belonged to monsters with a strong RPG style, similar to tree people, dragons, and so on, and were the ones that Chen Feng currently had the most contact with. The second category was weirdness. Compared to demons, the types and styles of weirdness did not have a defined range. And while demons appeared widely in all the major copies, a single type of weirdness would only appear in a single copy and was not mobile. Between the two there is no division of who is strong and who is weak. It's just that the bizarre type of replica unit humans lacked research and recorded information, and it might be a bit more troublesome to deal with. But currently the world didn't have any deep probes into why the system had divided the 2 categories. The sentry robots, with their strong technological sense of weirdness, were also in existence that had barely been recorded. Chen Feng and Jiang Chen came to the sentry robot one after the other. Since Gu Sisi had already gotten a system reminder of experience growth, it also meant that the creepy was dead. Chen Feng crouched down and approached which he realized. This technological-looking creation, similar to the sci-fi movie Intelligent Crisis, had long been covered in rust. The original sturdy metal shell was weathered beyond recognition, and even some of the nodes already had ragged holes. It seemed to be the very reason that made this E-Class creepy so fragile. So what the hell is this? Song Chang, the leader of the 4-member team from the next class, walked up and stood behind Chen Feng Jiang Chen, poking his head in, frowning tightly as he asked. It looked as if he was scared. Chen Feng speculated, named Sentry Robot, from the name it should be a guarding machine. Perhaps it is also part of the replica's defense mechanism, responsible for liquidating intruders. A robot? Song Chang was puzzled. There are robots here, there won't be any mechs popping up later, right? There's no record of this kind of sci-fi type of replica in the textbooks either, right? Nope, there is. At this time, Wen Baiwei, the only female in the next class team, retorted. She bypassed Song Chang and came to Chen Feng's side, saying, I once saw a book with a record of a dangerous copy world filled with robots, and the copy rating seems to be coming from a class. It's just that the picture in the book doesn't look like this. Wen Baiwei spoke with a slight accent and was not local to Shangjing City to get into the academy. At the same time, she was also the milkmaid in the group of 4. The profession that she had awakened was the A-rank auxiliary profession, healing priest. This had already been completed earlier on the bus. Each other knew each other's occupations. Chen Feng nodded in affirmation of Wen Baiwei's statement. The homogenized equipment synthesizer that he had constructed through the fantasy blueprints that had dropped through upgrades before the college entrance exams had the words "Heart of the Machine" in its build resource requirements. That type of shenanigans existed, it was just that they were extremely rare in number and humans lacked research information on that type of shenanigans. However, the point that should be entangled now was not here. Chen Feng was well aware that currently, their understanding of the copy was simply too little. Everything could only rely on speculation and blind exploration. And it was important to realize that many times the Awakened's deaths in the replica were related to the lack of information. What one had to do at the moment was to have a general understanding of the entire replica before doing so. Chen Feng, as the only logistics profession awakened present, placed his hands flat and directly launched decomposition. As the sentry robot turned into smoke and disappeared in the light, Chen Feng received 5 points of basic materials. Only 5 points? Chen Feng looked at his hands in confusion, but he soon figured it out as well. Perhaps the corrosive state of the sentry robot was just too severe, so it didn't have much decomposition value. This was the same reason why the decomposition materials were reduced or even unable to be decomposed due to the dragon breath cannon flame scorching excessively. It was just a pity that no special materials were decomposed to use as clues either. After the trouble with the sentry robots was resolved, Chen Feng and the others looked towards the only exit. The space they were in was not a ventilation duct as originally expected, but was more like a confined heavenly cell in a prison. Either they could climb out from above or take the only dark doorway. However, it was not practical to climb out, the lubricity of the surrounding walls was no different from glass, and the higher up the walls tilted, the greater the inclination, up to a negative angle. Unless you have the flight characteristic skill, don't think of going out from above. So the only convenient way to go next is the dark doorway in front of him. Chen Feng thought for a moment and then looked to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood, and without saying a word, he came to the front of the crowd, at the same time standing the constructed fantasy shield in front of him and slowly pacing forward. He would be responsible for scouting the way. From outside the dark door to the lighted exit, the estimated distance was around 80 meters. With such a long distance, and the semi-closeted structure, it was highly likely that there were traps. This kind of work, such as traveling through mines, should be left to the team's neat shield number 1 position. Chen Feng and the others, on the other hand, stood outside the dark door, helping him to be vigilant and giving him a call. At this moment, the foursome from the next class once again deeply admired the trio in front of them. In fact, the exploration of the replica as well as the crusade against the replica shenanigans should have been done by them, a team with an average career rating of a rank. But for some reason, ever since following Chen Feng and the others, Song Chang and the others felt as if they had the illusion that they knew nothing and could do nothing. When they encountered the sentinel robots, before they had time to react on their side, they were directly shot by one of the big sisters. Just when they were at a loss, this guy named Chen Feng stepped forward to take charge of the situation. He was in charge of what to do and what to do. Now, even the job of pathfinding had been taken over. This makes Song Chang, as the captain of the 4-member team, very helpless, and even a little guilty. How is it that our team, which no one dares to mess with in Class B, is like a high school student in front of their Class A trio? The points suddenly flickered. Chapter 76, The Swarm of Machines is coming, you'll be the number 1 position. Jiang Chen carried his shield, his breathing steady and his rhythm very slow. Against the backdrop of the narrow passageway, it looked like his thin shoulders were extremely secure. Is this how a team's excellent number 1 position should behave? Song Chang stood at the very back of everyone doubting life. His career position was also the team's number 1 position, and he was somewhat ashamed of himself when he saw the scene. But Song Chang didn't know that although Jiang Chen was resolute in every step he took, he was as steady as an old dog. But in reality, Jiang Chen's heart was like an old dog's at this moment. There mustn't be a trap, there mustn't be a trap. He muttered inwardly. Jiang Chen had read many novels and comics related to copy exploration before he became an awakened. There were too many Pathfinder characters who fell into traps and lost. Yes, the steps were sedate. That's because what if one of his steps was too big and he stepped on a live trap and fell in? Luckily, there weren't any other dangers along the way, except for the air being filled with the smell of rust and corrosion that was a bit unpleasant. Jiang Chen was getting closer and closer to the mouth of the passageway. Then he stepped out with one foot. When he saw the scene in front of him, his entire body froze in place. The inner workings of an expansive and bizarre building. The building seemed to be fully enclosed, and the place where they were was the topmost floor. Less than half a meter above their heads was the closed wall. The entire wall was smooth and incomparably smooth, like alloy. Looking left and right, there was an extremely wide circular corridor that surrounded a circle, which was the first floor. Jiang Chen paced forward a few steps, came to the edge and looked down, deeper than the bottom. But this layer after layer was like an exact replica, it just looked the same. Standard architectural design. We seem to be in some kind of building. Jiang Chen shouted back towards Chen Feng and the others at the other end of the narrow passageway. But in the next second, it seemed like his voice had triggered something. Buzz. A deafening roar rang out like an activated engine, echoing throughout the bizarre building. Jiang Chen probed towards the surroundings suspiciously. The next moment, Jiang Chen let out a roar and hurriedly turned around to pull his legs out and run. With a distance of less than 100 meters, Jiang Chen directly ran at a world record speed until he ran into the dark door. What's wrong? Jiang Chen looked back at the narrow passageway with a flustered expression. Panting, he said, there are an uncountable number of sentry robots rushing towards us. Exactly how many? The one who reacted the most was Song Chang. I can't count them anyway, they're all blacked out. What now? One of the 4-member team suggested, my occupation is Earth Elemental Envoy, why don't I seal up this passageway? Song Chang immediately gave this solution a nod. We're just a bunch of Lv.4 to Lv.5 rookie awakened, can't we fight or hide in this situation? However, Chen Feng shook his head. His eyes stared intently at the long and narrow passageway, and he again compared the size of the previous Sentinel robot in his mind. And at this moment, the vibrating sensation was getting closer and closer. The rhythmic sound was corresponding to Jiang Chen's statement. There really were countless sentry robots on their way. Seeing that it was getting closer, the crowd became more and more anxious. But at this time, Chen Feng said, sentry robots are so large that only one can enter at once if they want to pass through this passage. And since their weapons are long range, the first sentry robot to enter will not only hold back the enemies behind it, but also become a shield for us as well. Song Chang, you mean? That's right, using the terrain to force 100 against 7, or even 1,000 against 7, into 1 7 against 1 after another. I have enough weapons and ammunition here, said Chen Feng as he took out ordinary pistols from the warehouse and placed them on the ground. Gu Cc, you're in charge of the main output, just like attacking the first sentry robot, interrupting when it attacks with a forward swing. The others can just shoot at will, if they are all in that corrupted state from before, the power of this pistol should be able to deal effective damage. What about me? Song Chang asked as the only one who did not receive Chen Feng's pistol. Chen Feng, your occupation is Spirit Shield Master, right? Song Chang nodded. Then you, as the number 1 position of our temporary 7-member team, are responsible for being at the front. The battle profession, Spirit Shield Master, as an S-rank profession, possess the profession characteristic of generating a full-body wrapping spirit shield for itself both when attacking and being attacked. And this spirit shield will also generate a spirit explosion after absorbing a certain amount of damage. It's a self-destructive profession that can be used as both front row and output with the support of a strong nurse. Coincidentally, their team of 4 people happened to have Wen Baiwei such a nurse. They had a shallow chat on the bus earlier. It seemed to be for this very reason that Song Chang and the others had purposely used the member challenge to snatch such a milkmaid from another team at the beginning of the school year. Why am I standing first? Song Chang felt fearful as he listened to the sound that kept ringing in his ears. If he had to face multiple opponents in school, he wouldn't be afraid, and he wouldn't die anyway. But now, dying would be a real death. Chen Feng patted his shoulder at this time. Song Chang, you possess a more powerful defense attribute and are the most suitable person to face this situation among the 7 of us. Really? Really, trust me, everyone thinks so. The other 5 hurriedly nodded along, especially Jiang Chen, who was very energized. Seeing this scene, Song Chang suddenly felt as if he was that scared too. He took a deep breath before resolutely coming to the very front, jamming the middle end of the dark doorway and guarding the very front with his horse stance. And Jiang Chen stood behind him as the replacement number 1 ready to unfurl the fantasy shield. On the other hand, Chen Feng, Gu Cc, and the other person in the team of 4 were responsible for output. Milkmaid Wen Baiwei stood at the end, always keeping an eye on Song Chang and Jiang Chen's status. In this situation, as long as the front row could hold them off, they would have a chance to live. Once Song Chang and Jiang Chen were taken out, everyone would have to die. She knew this very well, so the hands holding the priest healing staff were unusually hard. This was a C-rank healing staff that she had spent a lot of money on, and it was able to ensure the timeliness and accuracy of the healing very well. After everything was deployed, the crowd began to wait. The sound was getting closer and closer. It was unknown just how many Sentinel robots had come outside, but the obvious vibration sensation under their feet spoke of what would be a long and vicious battle. Until the first sentry robot appeared at the end of the passage. Hey, hey, hey! You're lying. Where is this a rusty model? This is clearly a brand new model. Song Chang looked back in despair. But Jiang Chen had already blocked the path he wanted to escape back. Big brothers. It's not. Chapter 77, Fighting Cool Brushing Experience. There seemed to be separate types of Sentinel robots. The first ones Chen Feng and the others encountered had strange weapons hanging from their bodies and belonged to the long-range attribute. And now, there was another type of Sentinel robot with a blunt weapon that had entered the narrow passageway. The increase in enemy types was not good news for any team. However, the melee sentry robots that had appeared had given Chen Feng the opportunity to break the game for them. The appearance of the non-rusty models also had to make Chen Feng re-evaluate whether or not normal pistol attacks were effective. Gunshots exploded. Several people pressed the triggers almost simultaneously. Jiang Chen and Song Chang consciously lowered their heads to make room for the output. Two of the foursome holding the pistol were puzzled by the E-rank probability weapon on hand. They did not figure out why Chen Feng would pin his hopes on this low-rated weapon, or a probability weapon. What was the point of a 10,000-point trigger probability? However, the moment several bullets were fired out of the muzzle, the probability triggered. The penetration was doubled. The muzzle of the gun exploded crazily, shooting out even more destructive bullets. There was drama. However, when the bullets hit the foremost melee sentry robot. However, the scene that everyone expected to cause effective damage did not occur. Only the bullet could only leave a shallow mark on the exterior of the sentry robot's armor, unable to stop it from advancing in the slightest. This has no effect either. Song Chang, who was standing at the front, shrugged his neck and complained backwards. Seeing the melee robot getting closer and closer, he was getting more and more panicked. Luckily, at this moment, several bright purple spikes brushed past. They directly and precisely hit the joints of the melee robot's legs. It was possible to clearly see the spikes inserted into them, causing the sentry robot to mechanically malfunction and slow down. The spike's strong penetration attribute was much stronger than a normal pistol with a trigger probability. Chen Feng, who had taken all of this in, was glad that he had Gu Sisi by his side. Without his unlimited ammo occupational trait as 8th gunner, I'm afraid that the spiked strong would be at its end without firing a few rounds. The power and penetration properties of an ordinary pistol could not deal with a Sentinel robot. This also meant that one of Chen Feng's conventional weapons was rendered useless for the first time. Looks like we'll have to find a way to boost the power. Relying on Gu Sisi's steady output, the sentry robot's advancing speed managed to slow down. However, it did not mean that there was no advancement. That foremost sentry robot still broke through to the center, directly raising its right arm to give the foremost Song Chang a vicious hammer. Even though Song Chang had prepared his defense posture in advance, he was still smashed lightly. However, his profession was designed to be smashed. Priest Wen Baiwei followed up in time to heal him. The wound on Song Chang's arm was instantly healed. Afterwards, he only saw a light blue spirit shield suddenly emerge from Song Chang's body, wrapping around his entire body. The spirit shield was able to withstand a certain amount of damage and would also explode damage in all directions when the spirit shield was broken. This was why Chen Feng had told Jiang Chen to keep his shield raised the entire time, defending against not the sentry robot, but the self-exploding kid in front of him. The Spirit Shield Master profession was powerful, both offensive and defensive, but the problem was that he didn't discriminate between teammates when attacking. The direction of the attack is all-round coverage, whoever is close to it is unlucky. The key power is also big. At this moment, the frontmost sentry robot was still smashing at Song Chang. After only 5 hits, the spirit shield shattered. A visual shockwave then exploded in all directions with Song Chang at the center. It directly destroyed the sentry robots. After seeing that these sentry robots only looked powerful, but in reality, they couldn't withstand the self-destruction of his spirit shield, Song Chang's entire body was energized. With a burning gaze, he shouted towards the back. Wen Baiwei, heal to the fullest. Then without hesitation, he walked towards the front to actively meet the attack. Take a beating and self-detonate to kill the enemy, and kill the enemy and still gain experience. This kind of good thing, it doesn't matter if you get beaten up. Song Chang was also more and more excited by the attacks, and the frequency of the spirit shield self-detonation was getting higher and higher. He even let out a strange laugh from time to time. This made the crowd wonder if he had unlocked some special fetish. And soon, the first batch of 5 sentinel robots that were at the forefront were all destroyed. They piled up and blocked the entire passageway, and the sentry robots behind them were unable to advance, and seemed to have lost their aiming targets without launching another attack. Song Chang, hurry up! Chen Feng, quickly disintegrate this scrap metal, I still have to fight. Fighting, cool? At this moment, Chen Feng came behind him and patted his shoulder, which freed Song Chang from his demented state. Don't fight, the milkmaid can't take it anymore. Hey! Turning back towards the innermost part of the room, when Bai Wei, who was the milkmaid, was now pale and sitting in place in a cold sweat. Song Chang was cool. That was because he had the nursemaid constantly healing. However, when Bai Wei was only a person and her level was not high, so she could not stand up to Song Chang's desperate consumption at this stage. The nursemaid still needed some time to rest to recover her strength and energy. Luckily, the scrapped sentry robot corpses became their natural shields, giving enough time to breathe. Song Chang looked through the gap and watched the uncountable number of sentinel robots crammed into the passageway rubbing their fists. In his heart, he secretly laughed. Chen Feng, it's really thanks to you for thinking of this. Turning many to one into one to many, not only did it defuse the crisis, but it has also had transformed this place into a place to brush experience. Brushing experience, this was a word that every awakened dreamed of. In the early days of the awakening era, there were cases where strong people brought their relatives and disciples to brush their experience. It was only later that the management of duplicates became increasingly strict, and the country realized that brushing experience wasn't a reliable way for awakened ones to grow. It would even appear that limited resources would converge on useless people. So as the copy management system became more and more perfect, brushing experience slowly faded out of people's view. But now, who would have thought that they would actually find a good place to brush experience naturally in such a brand new copy? This kind of opportunity could not be missed. Song Chang only needed to wait for Wen Bai Wei to recover her strength before repeating what he had done earlier. He wanted to level up before the others reacted. However, the next second, Chen Feng suddenly took out the dragon breath cannon from the warehouse. He directly clamped the cannon's muzzle between the gaps in the sentry robot's body. Hey, what are you doing? Song Chang panicked. Chen Feng unhurriedly loaded the ammunition and greeted Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi over. At the same time, he looked at Song Chang and said in a calm tone, brushing experience. You can't let go of this great opportunity. Song Chang was slightly stunned. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who realized this place. But so what? Your weapon is capable of killing these tin robots? Boom! Flames erupted out, following the gap and directly covering the entire narrow passageway. Probability trigger. 4,000 degrees of high temperature engulfed the 5 sentinel robots in front directly with the momentum of destruction. Song Chang took a step back, his cheeks able to clearly feel just how high the temperature of the flames spewing out from that weapon was. It wasn't so much power? Chapter 78, Team leveling up again, teleportation mechanism triggered again. Experience has reached its limit, upgrade. Lv.3 Lv.4. Experience has reached the upper limit, upgrade. Lv.4 Lv.5. The flames scorched at high temperatures. The narrow passageway even gathered the power of the dragon breath cannon into a single point and concentrated the outburst. The sentry robots lined up and mindlessly huddled together to let the flames scorch, without even the slightest intention of retreating. Natural experience babies. With such a good thing, Chen Feng could not let it go. Considering that Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi's levels in the team still needed to be raised, Chen Feng simply handed the dragon breath cannon over to them, letting them brush their experience without injury. Especially Jiang Chen, whose level was on the low side. It was more of a main target for brushing experience. An hour later, the two successfully upgraded one after another. Gu Sisi's experience value was almost able to break through to level 6. And Jiang Chen even climbed 2 levels in a row from level 3 in one breath. In this way, Chen Feng's team of 3 had 1 Lv8 and 2 Lv5s. This average level was definitely a top existence when placed in a freshman team. The fact that sentry robots were afraid of fire was only Chen Feng's speculation at first. After careful observation, he realized that although these sentry robots looked technologically advanced, there were actually many gaps in the joints, and even some precision wiring could be seen. It gave a sense of external plasticity. Except for the outer armor on the front, which looked hard, these electronic circuits were very fragile. The 4,000-degree high-temperature flame of the dragon breath cannon was able to drill through these gaps and destroy the interior of the sentry robot. This also made the entire process of brushing experience look easy. And what was consumed was merely some of Chen Feng's basic materials. Furthermore, the shell of the sentinel robot was not damaged much after the flames scorched it, and it could still be decomposed and recycled. Decompose. 2 more sentry robots turned into smoke and disappeared under the effect of decomposition. Looking towards the entire passageway again, Chen Feng and the others relied on this method to keep advancing, using the constantly falling robots as cover had already advanced their position to less than 10 meters from the exit of the passageway. With the last sentry robot falling, the danger was finally lifted. 80 sentry robots provided close to 400 experience points. There were a lot of them, and if it wasn't for this narrow passageway serving as a cover, Chen Feng and the others wouldn't be able to wear them out even if they had 2 lives. But right now, no one was sadder than Song Chang. He was watching Chen Feng and the others brush up their levels, and he himself was powerless even if he had the will to do so. Who asked his team to not have any powerful long-range attack weapons? He had also thought about asking Chen Feng to lend that flame weapon to himself, but really couldn't lick his face. One could only stare with dry eyes in empty envy. Let me ask you guys a question, how many levels are you guys now? Song Chang asked tentatively. Me and Gu CC Lv.5, Old Chen he Lv.8, what's wrong? Zhang Chen said with a straight face. The corner of Song Chang's mouth twitched slightly. I am so damned, why did I have to ask? Wait. Lv.8? Song Chang stared at Chen Feng, who was still breaking down materials, with a shocked expression. Looking at his back, there was an indescribable shock in his heart. Could it be that this E-rated logistics profession was the core of the entire team? It wasn't right, was it? No matter how you say it, it should also be a combat profession that is the core of the team. Song Chang looked at the Chen Feng trio and was puzzled. At first, he thought that Zhang Chen was the core of the team, but then he looked at the performance and didn't look like it. Afterwards, Gu Cici's performance made him think that this pretty girl was the core of the trio. Although he was impressed by the execution and decision-making Chen Feng had shown. But who would let a logistics profession be the core of the team? The order of upgrading in a team should also be that combat power was superior to support before finally getting to logistics, or could it even not be upgraded at all? Song Chang knew very well that there were too many restrictions on the upgrade conditions of the logistics profession. The experience gained from building or utilizing the characteristics of the profession alone was too little and the cost was too high. To be able to rise to level 8 at this stage, unless he could go down to the copies to deal with the demons by himself. But was it possible? It was impossible. Song Chang could only think of one possibility after thinking about it. That was that Chen Feng had manipulated his entire team, making the other 2 intentionally give up experience to him. It's no wonder that the one called Zhang Chen was so low-leveled before, only just breaking through Lv.5 after brushing for so long. It's a vampire after all. A smart vampire. This was the evaluation of Chen Feng in Song Chang's heart. So where are we going now? Song Chang asked as he walked up. Chen Feng was still cleaning up the sentinel robot carcass. Without turning around, he said, let's find the way out first. Decomposition successful, gained basic materials plus 30. After disassembling the last sentinel robot carcass, Chen Feng managed to harvest 2,400 points of basic materials. This was a considerable amount of wealth. Together with the iron ore that he had hoarded out every day in Professor Chi's forge room for the previous 2 months, Chen Feng now had over 4,000 points of basic materials in his bag. The freedom of ammunition and the freedom of basic building had been completely realized. It was a pity that these basic materials were conceptualized and did not possess a physical entity, or else high and low would have to be taken and sold to offset the bill. In the final analysis, Chen Feng is still a negative asset poor. At the thought of this, Chen Feng could not help but sigh inwardly. It seems that under the premise of staying alive, get as much money as possible in this copy. He walked towards the exit of the passageway after murmuring a sentence in a low voice. Song Chang followed closely behind him, playing the role of bodyguard. Chen Feng arrived at the entrance of the passageway and looked towards the 2 sides. It was indeed as Zhang Chen had described, they were inside some sort of mysterious building. An inverted triangle mysterious symbol could be seen on the far wall. The symbol seemed to have been washed over the years and looked incredibly blurry, as if it had been carved into the wall with only a shallow trace. A sense of withering and depression accompanied by the faint smell of rust in the nose came to the face. Looking at the surrounding area, Chen Feng couldn't help but frown lightly. Intuition told him that everything here had existed for at least 100 years. There were still too many secrets waiting to be unearthed by them. At this time, Jiang Chen's voice came from behind him. Old Chen, Wen Baiwei's state hasn't recovered yet, so I suggest waiting a little longer. Chen Feng turned his head. Well then, let's. The humming roar of the engine reversing suddenly rang in his ears. Before Chen Feng could even speak, the scene in front of him suddenly changed in the next moment. There was no omen, no suddenness. It was just an instant. Jiang Chen, who had just conversed with himself, disappeared and was replaced by a dark corridor. His position had once again been shifted. Chen Feng looked around. Of the several people behind him originally, only Song Chang was still by his side at this moment. The other few people were completely nowhere to be seen. Song Chang, on the other hand, still maintained the action of bending down to pick up stones before teleportation. The entire person was frozen in place, his eyes wide open and his pupils constantly vibrating. Hair, what happened? He raised his head dully and looked towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. The teleportation mechanism has triggered once again. Chapter 79, Three-dimensional space map and corpses falling from the sky. What the hell is this place? Teleporting without regularity like this, let alone exploring the copy, it's even questionable if we can get out in the end. Song Chang kicked away the small stone blocks beside the corridor and directly sat down to complain. Chen Feng, you have a smart head, think of a method. Song Chang said impatiently. At this moment, he just wanted to get out of here quickly. He regretted having to come and sign up for this Northern 10 Quartz copy research activity. First, it was a desert with no, and then he encountered the terrifying giants. And now he was completely lost in the depths of the replica. How he wished that all of this was a nightmare. Chen Feng did not pay any attention to him, but instead came to the end of the corridor and looked around. He then saw the bizarre inverted triangle symbol on the wall again. Chen Feng came to the symbol and touched it with his hand. Suddenly, the entire symbol flashed with green light. The green light converged and actually compiled a three-dimensional map. From the model of the map, the light point corresponding to Chen Feng and the two of them was on the bottom floor of a cylindrical building. The entire cylindrical building seemed to be where Chen Feng and Song Chang were before they were teleported again. It was hollowed out in the center, with a total of more than 100 floors above and below. The circular structure made the entire building look both architecturally aesthetic and bizarre. The dots of light on the three-dimensional map didn't seem to be simply indicative of the location, but also showed other dots of light that existed and were on the move. Judging from the orientation, it seemed to be on the same floor. Unlike the top floor where Chen Feng was previously located, the bottom floor of this mysterious building was much more spacious, and the open area in the middle of the building also belonged to this floor. The countless corridors formed a labyrinthine map, and it was necessary to bypass the corridors in order to reach the open area. And in the map display, there seemed to be something in this open area, highlighted with a red point of light. Fixed and immobile, it was located in the center of the open area. But unfortunately, Chen Feng did not see an exit exist from this 3D map. There was no way around it. It was better to take the initiative rather than sit back and wait for death. Chen Feng memorized the general structure of the corridor maze and then set off towards the open area. At this moment, Song Chang, who was still sitting on the ground, hurriedly got up when he saw Chen Feng turn around and leave. Chen Feng, brother Chen Feng. Wait for me. Chen Feng looked back at him and pointed to the 3D map by the wall. This is the copy map, take a look at it and maybe you can find a safe place or an exit. I'm going to take a look at the open area in the center, it might be where the boss or elite monsters are, you want to come? Hearing Chen Feng say so, Song Chang's body trembled slightly. His throat moved as he looked back at the dark corridor area without lights and swallowed his saliva. Song Chang was naturally unwilling to take the initiative to look for copy elite monsters or bosses. He even felt that Chen Feng's head was in the water, wasn't this looking for death? But the surroundings were just too quiet, too eerie, and weird for him to stay alone. I'll do it, I'm not afraid of things like fighting elite monsters, Song Chang. Anyway, we won't be able to find them for a while, let's both bind together first. Song Chang said as he walked ahead of Chen Feng on his own, seemingly leading the way. But within a few steps, the illumination brought by the three-dimensional map disappeared, and he slowly lowered his pace rate again, finally running behind Chen Feng. From time to time, he hummed a tune, not knowing whether he was in a good mood or was just being bold. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Chen Feng and Song Chang were still groping their way through the dark environment. The surroundings were getting darker and darker, and they couldn't reach out and see anything. The two could only grope their way through the walls a little bit. Song Chang panicked. Chen Feng, are we lost? Where exactly are we going? Chen Feng said indifferently, almost there, turn 2 more corridors and you'll see the exit. Song Chang's eyebrows jumped. He hadn't expected Chen Feng's memory to be so amazing. The extremely complex 3-dimensional map, with the area they were in still resembling a maze, gave him a headache just by looking at it. He was considered to have a very good memory among his peers, and had only memorized the general appearance of the neighborhood where the light point was located at the very beginning. But to say that he had memorized all the paths to reach the exit from the light point in one go was really hard to believe. He's not dying to save face, is he? Song Chang muttered inwardly. But in the next second, after he followed Chen Feng and turned around another end, he actually saw a bright light ahead of him. He actually really could remember. Song Chang looked at Chen Feng and changed his mind a few more points. This guy, his brain was not generally smart. The long period of darkness made even the faint light seem incredibly blinding. Song Chang took the lead and walked out of the exit. Chen Feng just wanted to follow, but just then he suddenly heard something strange. Turning his head to look, the long corridor was pitch black except for some light near the exit. Looking inward, it looked like the abyssal mouth of a behemoth. And that strange sound like footsteps and like the sound of creeping. Weird and full of danger. Chen Feng frowned slightly, there might really be something hidden within this dark labyrinth. However, it was good that they had found the exit now. Chen Feng did not pay any more attention to the strange rattling sounds coming from behind him as he turned around and walked into the exit. The light pounding on his face caused him to slightly close his eyes, and just the moment he stepped out, a faint scent of blood actually surfaced between his nostrils as well as the sound of Song Chang shivering in place. Chen Feng forced himself to endure the discomfort in his eyes and opened them. However, the scene in front of him caused his pupils to subconsciously widen. Only Song Chang was covered in blood, which stained his white clothes red and soaked his hair. The entire person was as if he had stepped out of a pool full of blood. Song Chang's face stood frozen in place, his eyes wide open as he stared dead ahead to his left, his teeth unable to stop chattering. Chen Feng held back his inner shock and turned his head to look at the place Song Chang was looking at. Only to see that by the left wall, a body whose lower half of its body had been crushed into mush was lying horizontally on the ground. It was as if it had suffered some kind of heavy blow, with blood and broken flesh spilling out all over the place, just in time to splatter on Song Chang, who had walked out from the exit. Splat! Song Chang's legs could no longer support him to stand, and his entire body went limp as he sat down on the ground at once. What the hell happened? What happened? His teeth chattered as he said, his eyes lifeless. Chen Feng frowned tightly and handed him a tissue. Looking again, the person lying on the ground who had lost half of his body was actually still alive. Was it someone from the Northern 10 courts? Chen Feng quickly dismissed this answer. Although he couldn't see this person's face because of the blood, Chen Feng instantly came up with an answer from the equipment and clothing he was wearing. This was none other than the members of the 237 copy exploration site number 1 exploration team that had lost contact with the larger force. And that person slowed down from this fatal blow, dragging his last breath. Weakly, he reached out towards Chen Feng and Song Chang. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he said vaguely. Save me. Chapter 80, Proving Ground? Unfortunately, the man still died. Even if Chen Feng took out the emergency medication in time to help stop the bleeding, there was no awakened with the nurse attribute here. Relying on these emergency hemostatic cloths for this kind of large area trauma was just a drop in the bucket. Before the man died, he was unable to utter a single word other than save me. That plea for help had already consumed all his strength. However, at the end, he gave Chen Feng a data disk that he was dragging in his hand. It was one that he had removed from the recording instrument at his waist. It was an object that their replica exploration team had to protect at the cost of their lives. After collecting the data disk well and placing it in the warehouse, Chen Feng assisted the man's body to sit by the wall. After helping him wipe away the blood on his face, he used the recording device to take a picture of the man. This powerful exploration team awakened hadn't forgotten his mission even before he died. He was still thinking of passing on the contents of the recorded copy. Although Chen Feng did not have any helpful episodes, he took a picture for him in passing. When statistics were accounted for in the future, at least he wouldn't be recorded as missing. His family would also be able to receive a sizable amount of compassionate payment, right? After doing all this, Chen Feng slowly got up and looked around. The empty area, the surrounding walls as well as the floor were some sort of white brick material, clean but non-slip. Only seems to have experienced years of baptism. Some places, especially around the walls of this white brick material, lost color seriously. And exactly what attacked the man, Chen Feng did not get an answer. The surrounding area was empty, except for the area in the distance that was similar to an electromagnetic field. From the electromagnetic field area to here, it was less than 100 meters, and looking inwards it was a blur. And there were bloodstains remaining on the ground, which seemed to be left by the very man. Chen Feng had a rough answer in his heart. From the 3D map at the very beginning, it could be seen that apart from Chen Feng and Song Chang there were 8 other moving points of light. The locations corresponding to these points of light were probably within that EMF area. The dead member of the exploration team should have been knocked off his feet by something that fell out of the area, and his body was cut in half when he touched the intervals of the area. What exactly is in there? Chen Feng peered into the distance and soon discovered the entrance. A strong desire to explore drove him forward. However, only a few steps out, a vomiting sound came from behind him. Looking back, Song Chang was half kneeling on the ground, propping himself up and vomiting. The exciting and bloody scenes were constantly hitting his senses. At the very beginning, when he witnessed the flame giant swallowing the captain of the number 1 exploration team in a single bite, he hadn't reacted too much due to the fact that the distance was still relatively far away. But now, a person was dying alive in front of him. And the death was so miserable that even though Song Chang had come into contact with some videos of the tragic situation of the replica, he still couldn't hold back the subconscious vomiting reaction of his body. The entire person's color was extremely poor, and even his tear ducts were out of control, unable to stop shedding tears. Chen Feng understood that at this point, Song Chang had already lost his ability to act. He came to Song Chang's side and patted his back. He then placed the camera that recorded the photos of the exploration team members by his side. Song Chang forced himself to endure the pain and leaned against the wall. With trembling hands, he picked it up. Chen Feng, what is this for? Chen Feng turned back to the distant electromagnetic field area and said in a cold voice, I'll go in and take a look, this camera is for you. I'm carrying a copy of the data left behind by the members of the exploration team. These 2 items are split open. As much as possible, let at least one of these items be brought out. With that said, Chen Feng turned to leave. The giant tree armor climbed onto his body from his right arm. The 2-handed dragon breath cannon was once again visible. He took 1 step towards the electromagnetic field area without looking back or hesitating. Song Chang looked at Chen Feng's back, his eyelids trembling slightly. He wanted to tell Chen Feng not to go, not to leave himself alone in this bizarre space. For some reason, looking at Chen Feng's resolute eyes, he never had the heart to speak. Subconsciously, his heart wanted to follow him, but his trembling and weak body stopped him. This person, is he really not afraid? There was an unreadable diaphragm in front of the entrance. Chen Feng did not hesitate to step in. As his body did not pass through the diaphragm, the entrance from which he had come disappeared. It was the same performance as when he had entered the mysterious area in the desert at the very beginning. In the next moment, he finally saw everything inside. A circular platform similar to a ring arena. The platform was wide, but there were no spectator stands on either side similar to those in an arena. What was there was just a barrier that was constantly releasing high voltage currents. And at this moment, on the circular platform, there were scattered 7 people not far away. It was just enough to correspond with the points of light on the map. These 7 people were gathered in front of a huge circular machine. The surface of that machine was broken open with a huge opening, and the electronic components exposed inside were destroyed as much as possible. Chen Feng walked in while the people there finally spotted him. A newcomer has arrived. Ugh, another unlucky one. There were surprises in size. The looks on the faces of the people varied. These 7 people were not members of the exploration team, and their faces Chen Feng had more or less seen before. All of them were students from the 10 northern academies. Brother, the leader of the group greeted Chen Feng as he walked towards him, stopping in front of him and sighing lightly, welcome to walking into hell. Chen Feng looked at the mysterious spherical machine without changing his face and asked, this is? A class test robot, level at 20. Just now, that big brother fought it to the death and was eventually knocked out. By the way, is he still alive? His expression became much more dejected in the middle of his words. And his eyes flickered with a flash of light when he asked about that exploration team member. Chen Feng could roughly guess what had happened. The spherical robot was far from something these students could deal with if it had level 20. In other words, it should be that the exploration team member had chosen to die with it. After a moment of silence, Chen Feng said in a flat tone, "Suffered some injuries, but still alive." Like that? Great. The others all brightened up as well, a touch of celebration appearing on their faces. Without saying anything more, Chen Feng came to the spherical machine corpse and asked, "So, what exactly is this place? Why do you call it hell?" The man in charge once again came to Chen Feng's side. According to it, this place should be called a testing ground. Those who enter it must complete the trial before they can walk out, or else they can only die. And the unlucky thing is that we are all unlucky people who unknowingly entered by mistake. A trial field? Chen Feng turned his head back and was just about to ask again when a male voice suddenly came from above his head. The voice was like that of a machine, without any emotional fluctuations. End of the 18,686th trial in the 36th trial field. Result, failure. Number of people tested, 8. The 18,687th time enters the preparation stage. Level detection up to Lv.8. Level Lv.8 test machine being generated. The first level of the trial begins. Kill the test machine and enter the second level of the trial. Please take the trial seriously for all awakened people. Chapter 81, Trial Level 1, Mechanical Hound. How much? Level Lv.8? No mistake, everyone is a freshman. Who the hell upgraded to level 8 in 2 months? The crowd was horrified, looking at each other trying to find this heaven-defying thing. This so-called trial was originally based on the highest level of awakened people in the trial field to divide the intensity. Originally thought that with the number 1 exploration team members leaving the trial field, the difficulty they would face next would match their own. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye another Lv.8 would appear? The man among the 7 who obviously had a higher status looked around. But after a circle, the people beside him before were all wimpy and cowering, and they didn't look like strong people who could enroll in school for 2 months and rise to level 8. On the contrary, it was this unlucky person who had just entered the trial field. He relocked his gaze on the man. Carrying an unknown artillery in his hand with a muzzle as big as his head, he looked incredibly powerful. His body was even clad in a layer of soft armor that emanated bizarre vitality. It stood in place, looking up at the sky above the trial field with a composed gaze. Hearing the sounds coming from within the trial arena didn't have any overreaction in the slightest. It was calm beyond words. The man swallowed his saliva. This fellow, just standing there, felt strong as hell. "You seem to be from the Shangjing Academy, right?" Chen Feng withdrew his gaze and nodded with a sideways glance at him. It was as if the man had grabbed onto some life-saving straw. It turned out that he was from the upper 5th Academy, so it should make sense if he was at the 8th level, right? Not right. It wasn't reasonable either. Then I'll leave this 8th level trial to you. This mess can't be handled by a bunch of us 4th and 3rd level awakened. The man shrugged it off. Chen Feng frowned slightly and stared at him, ignoring him as he walked around and straight towards the huge spherical machine that had collapsed on the ground. "Decompose," he said faintly from the side of his mouth. "Decomposition successful, gained advancement material 100. The spherical machine turned into smoke and disappeared. And this scene caused the 7 people standing in a group behind Chen Feng to be incredibly surprised. "No, big brother, you're a logistics profession?" An emotion of disbelief spread through the 7. Hey, are you kidding me? What are you doing upgrading to Lv.8 as a logistics profession? Isn't this a pitfall? Yeah, what are you making us do?" These students who had originally held out hope for Chen Feng, a highly talented student from Shangjing Academy, immediately flipped out after noticing that Chen Feng was a logistics profession awakened. They knew very well that the frontal combat power of a Lv.8 logistics profession awakened was just not enough to look at, and the most they could do with just the panel stats was to run a little faster and have a little more strength. "Where's that exploration team, big brother? He'll still come in, right? Someone save us." The gibbering voices came from behind them, while the 7 people were slowly backing away, getting farther and farther away from Chen Feng. Chen Feng stood still and looked into the distance. The sneering words coming from his ears were like the wind blowing in his ears and did not cause a single fluctuation in his emotions. If it was really as they said, he would not be able to walk out of this area if he could not complete the trial. Then it also meant that he would have to go all out next. What would he face next, and what exactly was this trial field? Chen Feng did not know. But he understood that he was definitely not some unlucky guy. Hell, that was often heaven. The more dangerous a place was, the more often it signaled an excessive amount of gain. This was the same reasoning as a scratch-off. The more expensive the unit price, the larger the jackpot amount. Likewise, the lower the probability of winning. But so what? The trial begins. Level 1, Challenge. Kill the D-ranked creepy Steelhound within 5 minutes. Once again, the mechanical male voice came from the sky above the trial arena, and with it came the trembling of the ground, as well as the roar of gears and steel. Soon, a platform rose from the other end of the circular platform. On the platform was placed a white iron cube, which was about a cubic meter in size. And yet, this ordinary-looking scene caused the 7 people behind Chin Feng to instantly let out sounds of panic. Why is it this contraption again? No way, he's the one who wants to try out, I don't want to try out. But their complaints did not stop the trial from starting. The rising platform slowly descended. After hearing only a sound of gears turning, the cube began to deform. This further deepened the fear of the other 7. One must know that 10 minutes ago, they were only facing something that was a few times larger than these cubes. But that thing actually morphed into a full 7 or 8 meters tall level 20 killing machine in a matter of moments. If it wasn't for the test team members, the 7 of them would have been corpses long ago. From the moment they were teleported here, they had long since lost the will to fight. It was fine if it was some of the demonic shenanigans recorded in the textbooks. But facing a completely unknown enemy, they didn't have any desire to do anything. In the next moment, the cube completely morphed. A hound-type machine made of cold steel appeared in front of the crowd. And the sky above the trial field actually projected a halo screen out of thin air at this moment. Steelhound Lv.1. The data status of the Steelhound was recorded on it, displayed by a percentage. It could also be interpreted as a blood bar. The trial officially kicked off. The Steelhound wandered back and forth at a distance of less than 30 meters from Chen Feng. Those mechanical eyes filled with red light were scrutinizing every awakened within the trial arena from left to right. It was like a hound that was hunting, looking for the weakest link in the crowd. In the next moment, the mechanical hound opened its fangs and darted towards a small man at the very back of the crowd. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it had already rushed out more than 10 meters. The streamlined body design process coupled with the almost perfect technological components inside and outside allowed it to kill the crowd directly like a black shadow. It was just like those beasts that hunted, always picking the weakest to strike. Help! The small man who was being targeted seemed to realize this and playfully backed up shouting for help. But the only thing that responded to him was the sound of his companion's footsteps accelerating away. Confronting a Lv.8 level creepy head-on, or pouncing at full speed, "You're not who I am, why would I fight for you?" In an instant, the black shadow transformed by the mechanical hound had already killed in front of the small man. The steel-sharp claws swung down towards his tiny head. But just at this moment, a few gunshots rang out. 5 bullets came from behind the mechanical hound. 1 shot hit the back without effect. 2 shots hit the mechanical hound's back legs where it connected to its body with a doubled penetration. Another hit its raised right paw. The last of the 5 rounds went airborne, grazing the smaller man's scalp. Bang! The mechanical hound suffered pain, and the key part of its body was struck with precision, and its entire body lost balance and fell towards the distance. At this time, the small man was already paralyzed on the ground, looking at Chen Feng with his gun raised in horror. His pants actually indisputably shed tears at this point. "No, big brother, you're going to kill me." Chapter 82, Single Kill Creepy, advancing to the 2nd level alone. 5 bullets, 4 hit high-speed moving objects. And 2 of them also accurately hit the mechanical hound's joint connections. Although it only hindered the opponent's movement and did not cause substantial damage. But these shots were just too decisive and too accurate. The few people who were still escaping looked at Chen Feng with a surprised expression. Looking at this so-called logistics profession awakened. Is this surely not a gunman? This is too accurate. Are all the students from the upper 5th academy so rolled now? A logistics profession shooting level can be this high. But the crowd had not yet had time to be surprised. The mechanical hound reared up on its stomach while it aimed at Chen Feng. The streamlined iron sheets on the surface of its body rose and fell like breathing. In the next moment, the mechanical hound instantly disappeared. What a fast speed! In the blink of an eye again, its figure suddenly appeared in the blind spot of Chen Feng's right field of vision. Launching an attack from the blind spot of the prey was a trait possessed by an excellent hunter. Chen Feng made a sideways turn and took half a step backward. This proper distance control allowed the steelhound's sharp claws to just brush past him. It also exposed its vulnerable abdomen to Chen Feng's attack range. What a fast reaction speed! Compared to the Iron Hound's swiftness, everyone was even more surprised by Chen Feng's on-the-spot reaction to the battle. This level of reaction speed and calm response was simply impossible to do without a year and a half of training. The Steelhound's sneak attack missed, but the residual power carried by its sharp claws collided with the ground, instantly digging out a shocking claw mark. In the next moment, Chen Feng did not retreat but advanced, stomping the Steelhound away while holding the dragon breath cannon in his hand and firing it directly. Probability trigger. 4,000 degrees of heat whistled out from the cannon's holes, and the two pairs of small wings on the body of the cannon resembled a real evil dragon spreading its wings, spewing out flames that annihilated everything. The Steelhound and the mechanical sentinel that Chen Feng had dealt with earlier had the same design concept. The hard outer armor had a gap where the limbs were connected. This gap gave the dragon breath cannon an opportunity. Although their outer armor could block the high temperature of the dragon breath cannon, what about the fragile lines and parts inside the shell? The answer was naturally negative. The Steelhound rushed out of the flame coverage area in a sorry state, moving away from Chen Feng like a scared bird. It seemed to have realized Chen Feng's attack and did not dare to approach it hastily. And at this moment, the projection screen over the trial arena showed that the Steelhound's blood bar had dropped by a full 23%. Awesome! Someone among the onlookers let out an exclamation. Immediately after that, he began to analyze. This Steelhound looks like a typical high-attack brittle skin type. This student relied on extremely fast reflexes to make it instantly lose its position, while at the same time kicking the lower abdomen to destroy the center of gravity, which destroyed the rhythm of the Steelhound's attack. At the same time, the most crucial thing is the weapon in his hand. The flame type seems to just have a restraining relationship. That Steelhound is very afraid of the weapon in his hand. Someone didn't understand. But this is a monster made of steel, how could it be afraid of a flamethrower? If I'm not wrong, this has to do with the gaps in the Steelhound's body construction, and at the same time, it has to be ensured that the temperature of the flame is high enough. The others looked at their classmates who were analyzing their heads with a look of surprise. Bro, if you're so smart, why don't you go help him? I'm afraid of dying. Then you're analyzing. As soon as the Steelhound pulled away, Chen Feng used his pistol for long-range output, targeting the weaknesses of its joint connections with constant strikes. When it came within distance, Chen Feng pulled the trigger of the dragon breath cannon again. One far away and one close, allowing the Steelhound to temporarily take Chen Feng without any options. On the other hand, only 53% of its body data remained on the projection screen. The series of strikes had caused its speed to drop quite a bit. And in any case, it had not exploded back to its initial state of speed. Chen Feng once again discovered yet another weakness of the mechanical type creepy. That was that it lacked the explosive power that the devils had. Mechanical type weirdnesses were in a constant state, with an upper limit to their attack power and speed. It would not break through this threshold even if it encountered a desperate situation. And all aspects of performance would be reduced with the damage to the body, and this process would intensify with the passage of time if it was not repaired. Chen Feng keenly observed this and began to actively pull away. At the same time, the pistol did not stop firing. The mechanical hound had a limited level of intelligence and did not realize what Chen Feng's actions represented. It was still bent on dodging bullet attacks while looking for an opportunity to attack the awakened behind Chen Feng. And Chen Feng did not give it that chance. Every time the mechanical hound attempted to approach the other awakened, the bullets would always anticipate its position in advance, and the flames of the dragon breath cannon would follow. The speed of the mechanical hound was getting slower and slower, until it finally analyzed that Chen Feng was stalling for time. But by this time, everything was already too late. The Steelhound raced away, constantly changing its stance from side to side in an attempt to avoid the flame damage. Its move worked well, minimizing the damage of the dragon breath cannon. In an instant, it had already killed in front of Chen Feng. Crap! The crowd instantly pinched a sweat. It was unthinkable that this stupid-looking mechanical hound had actually analyzed how to deal with Chen Feng's killing move in such a short period of time. However, in the next moment, Chen Feng suddenly released the trigger. A strange spear inexplicably appeared in his hand. Stooping down and lowering his center of gravity to dive, he plunged straight in with the spear in both hands. Only a bang was heard. Sparks exploded from the steel hound. Its human-sized body flew out backwards and smashed heavily on the ground. The performance of the body on the projection screen instantly dropped to single digits. What the hell? The scene that had just occurred was simply too fast. And Chen Feng had immediately retrieved the Tsangu spear from the warehouse after using it to strike a fatal blow. He suspected that these mechanical shenanigans possessed the ability to analyze weapons, so he did not expose the Tsangu spear, a great killing weapon, for too long. A regularized blow, given to this weak mechanical weirdness, was enough. The sound of malfunctioning circuits was bared. The mechanical hound fell across the ground, its several attempts to get up ending in failure. Chen Feng walked up to it expressionlessly and covered it with the dragon breath cannon once again until the machine's performance went to 0 and it was declared dead. Killed Class D Lv.8 Creepy Steelhound, gained plus 40 experience value. After initiating decomposition, the Steelhound carcass disappeared into thin air and was transformed into the corresponding basic materials. After doing so, Chen Feng raised his head to look at the sky above the trial field, waiting for the results of the trial to be announced. He had been silently counting the time in his heart. From the start of the trial to killing the Steelhound, a total of 3 minutes and 18 seconds had been spent, fulfilling the requirements of the trial within 5 minutes. What was next to face? This caused Chen Feng to feel a bit of a headache. The nominal 7 teammates behind him were of no use at all, and could only be used to draw fire. And this was still only the first level. In order to kill the Steelhound had almost already forced out more than half of his means of attack. Suddenly, the mechanical male voice finally sounded again. The first level of the trial is over. Those who assisted or killed the Steelhound reached the advancement condition, the number of people who met the condition to advance in the trial on the spot, 1. The rest of the awakened please continue to complete the trial from the first level. Trial second level ready. Before Chen Feng had time to react, a pillar of light directly enveloped him. Second level, Wisdom. Chapter 83, passing 3 levels in a row, the final trial. The first level, just like that? No, why is he the only one who can pass? We at least played a small role, right? What role did you play? The small man was the first to stand out in defiance. I at least attracted attention, didn't you guys just keep commentating? What's the contribution? Is it possible that you attracted attention because the Steelhounds thought you were the weakest? You're not making me happy with that statement. The 7 had thought that they could hug their thighs and muddle through the trial. As it turned out, who knew that this so-called trial also required participation or outright killing shenanigans? That's no fun. If I had known, I would have gone up to help. But there was no way to regret it now. The remaining 7 could only watch Chen Feng enter the second level alone. But just him entering the second level alone, can he pass? I think it's tough enough. The person who had analyzed the situation earlier spoke again. Analyzing the technical characteristics, this student's overall ability is very strong. Whether it's his clinical adaptability or combat skills, he is worthy of being a student of the 5th Academy. However, in the end, he is only a logistics occupation awakened. Without the help of occupation characteristic skills, the upper limit of his strength is very low. And now it's still only the first level, it's already a Lv.8 level of weirdness. What about the back? 10th level? 15 levels? Seems like that makes sense. The others chimed in. In their opinion, although Chen Feng seemed to have navigated his way through the first level with ease, the next was nothing more than strong. The means of attack were very limited, and the attacks would get weaker as the weirdness level continued to increase. Just then, the mechanical male voice from the sky reached his ears. Trial Level 2, Wisdom. Trial requirement: the awakened person needs to complete any one of the branch trial tasks in the trial tower. Scanning in progress? The pillar of light that struck Chen Feng's body began to flicker. It then scanned Chen Feng from top to bottom. Awakened person data has been uploaded, index screen in progress. Detected that the awakened one has completed the trial Grand Maze challenge. The second level of the trial is over. Hey! This is done? The 7 people standing behind Chen Feng and watching were instantly dumbfounded. What's the situation? The second level ended without doing anything? The Great Maze of Trials, what the hell is that? I don't know, could it be that the second level is just a walkthrough? The crowd was puzzled. And at this moment, Chen Feng understood something. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, the place that he and Song Chang had been teleported to was the Great Maze of Trials. He and Song Chang had relied on the 3-dimensional map to walk to the exit, and had somehow managed to complete the second level. However, they had relied on the three-dimensional map to get out of the labyrinth. It seemed like it was more than a notch lower than the first level in terms of difficulty. Chen Feng looked at the 7 people behind him, and from the confused looks on their faces Chen Feng could roughly guess that these people should not have entered the maze area. Perhaps they were teleported directly into the trial field. It was also considered bad luck. Trial Level 3, Basic Talent. Trial Content, any one of the Awakens panel data needs to reach 15 points or more. Detection in progress. Hearing such a harsh trial content, the remaining 7 sighed regretfully. It's over, 15 points. This is basically impossible. Even if one of his stats has a starting panel of 5 points, upgrading to the 8th level all on this one will only result in 13 points of stats. Looks like it's over. However, the next moment, the light pillar covered Chen Feng once again. Detection complete, the Awakens lucky panel data of 100 points, meeting the requirements of the trial content, the 3rd level of the trial is over. More, how many? 100 points. How is it possible? The 7 could no longer hold back the surprise in their hearts. They looked at Chen Feng as if they were looking at a monster. This was just a Lv.8 level freshman student. 100 points of single stats, this was simply a mirage. Moreover, it was still luck that couldn't be directly boosted with additional points. Bro, what exactly is your profession? Someone came to Chen Feng's side and grabbed his shoulder to ask. Chen Feng turned his head to look at him and did not answer. Instead, there was a hint of annoyance in his expression. Chen Feng hadn't thought that his secret would actually be directly exposed to the 7 people by this so-called trial. 100 points of lucky stats, there would be trouble for him if this were to be spread. There should be a bug, my lucky points are only 10. Chen Feng said with a helpless smile. This place just looks so old, it's inevitable that after years of baptism these precision machines will have problems. The others all smiled after hearing Chen Feng's explanation. I told you, how is 100 points possible? But honestly, brother, 10 lucky points is impressive enough, I only have 5. Chen Feng laughed in agreement, hiding his inner embarrassment. However, right at this moment, the mechanical male voice in the sky reappeared. Detected that the awakened person has met the conditions of the final trial level, the final trial level is now open. Tip, after the trial ends, the trial tower trial function will be closed, the remaining awakened ones please choose another trial tower to complete the trial. Trial final level in preparation. Before the words fell, 8 small platforms rose from the far side of the circular platform, each with a cubic iron block identical to the first level. The lights in the entire trial arena were suddenly turned off, and then switched to a dark red illumination. The original atmosphere that was still quite relaxed was instantly crushed, and the constantly resounding click stimulated everyone's nerves. The crowd looked at the 8 cubic iron blocks in the distance and had an ominous feeling in their hearts. The small man took 2 steps back and swallowed his saliva. No way, it shouldn't be 8 steelhounds, right? In the next moment, the 8 cubes began to deform at the same time. The mechanical male voice from above sounded at the same time. The final level of the trial survival. Please ask the awakened person to survive for 5 minutes under the siege of 8 Lv.9 steelhounds. The identity instantly switched. Everyone froze in place. 1 steelhound could still be dealt with, even Chen Feng alone was enough. But what about 8? It was simply impossible. Surviving for 5 minutes. It didn't sound too difficult. However, one must know that the radius of this circular trial platform was less than 50 meters. With the speed of the steelhounds, they would be able to rush in front of them in the blink of an eye. In these 5 minutes, there wasn't the slightest bit of gap time. The 7 people panicked. They subconsciously looked towards the strongest person, Chen Feng. But just at this moment, those 8 steelhounds suddenly turned into a black shadow running towards the center point and eventually converged together. Subsequently, the projection screen over the trial arena changed. The data of the 8 steelhounds disappeared and was replaced by a completely unfamiliar name. S-Class Creepy, Lv.8 Baron Hound. Ha? What the hell, this? But. Chapter 84, S-Class Creepy, Hound Baron. In a flash, a strong wind swept by. The instant everyone didn't react, blood sprayed onto the faces of the crowd. Bang! A headless corpse fell down in a heap, its body still maintaining the posture of raising its hand and pointing to the sky. And not far from the corpse, a 2-meter-tall humanoid machine whose entire body was wrapped in black metal turned its back to the crowd. Its mechanical right hand with sharp claws was clearly carrying the small man's human head. His eyes rolled, as if he hadn't reacted to his death at all. His facial expression was stuck in shocked panic, and he remained in a state of trying to speak. But with a bone-tearing sound, the small man's human head was directly crushed on the spot. The humanoid machine turned around at this point and looked towards the remaining 7 people, looking at Chen Feng in the very back. S-Class Creepy, Lv.1 Hound Baron. Also Lv.8, the S-Class Hound Baron born from the fusion of 8 D-Class Steelhounds displayed a sense of oppression that was not at all on the same level. Its speed was so fast that no one reacted. In just a single glance, the small man who was still looking at the projection screen with his head up in the previous second was already dead. This all happened really fast. It wasn't until the small man's head was crushed and the blood splattered on the faces of the crowd dripped from his chin to the ground that everyone snapped out of their shock. "Run!" A man was the first to shout, turning around and directly about to flee. But a burst of flames suddenly erupted from his side. It blocked him. At the same time, it directly attacked towards the Hound Baron. The flames covered him, and the panicked crowd temporarily calmed down amidst the biting flames. Looking back, a humanoid figure could vaguely be seen standing amongst the flames. "Is it resolved?" someone asked tentatively. But the next moment, the dragon breath cannon ammo was consumed and the curtain of fire dissipated. What appeared in front of everyone was the unharmed figure of Baron Hound. He was standing in place, with his arms wrapped around him. Baron Hound's steel body full of muscular scales appeared even smoother under the scorching fire. On its robust body was actually a mechanical dog's head, with those deep mechanical red eyes staring at Chen Feng. The attack just now had no effect on it at all. Chen Feng retrieved the dragon breath cannon back into the warehouse and frowned tightly as he sized it up. It was certain that these mechanical creeps had indeed analyzed the attack characteristics of the dragon breath cannon and optimized the weaknesses. It chose to reorganize and lower its quantity to boost the quality of individual tricksters, while discarding the shoddy design of skeletonizing the body joints. This resulted in Chen Feng's dragon breath cannon completely losing the possibility of being able to inflict effective damage on it. However, there was one thing Chen Feng did not understand. With the speed at which the Hound Baron had killed the small man, it was fully capable of directly strangling the frontmost few people during the output of the dragon breath cannon. But why did it not do it? Arrogance? No, the machine wouldn't be arrogant. Unless, of course, it couldn't do it. Chen Feng boldly speculated that the move it used to kill the small man just now should be similar to a skill with a certain cooldown time. "Everyone want to live?" Chen Feng asked the other 6 people beside him. The rest of them were stunned at first, then responded by nodding their heads. "Of course I want to live." "Then tell me your occupations," Chen Feng said. The Hound Baron should have entered some sort of cooldown, its desire to fight and speed entering some sort of silent period. Taking advantage of this time, we need to formulate tactics immediately. It seemed to be true as Chen Feng had said, the Hound Baron no longer showed any desire to attack after killing the smaller man. It just stood in place, gazing at the crowd not far away. This also gave Chen Feng and the others time. Dual Blade Swordsman, Bow and Arrow Rapid Shooter, Lance Warrior, Dark Sword Assassin, Formation Mage. The 5 people were the first to report their professions. 3 of them came from Evergreen College, a famous heavy school in the northern 10 academies. The other 2 were from 2 different second-base colleges. Among the 5 professions, the highest-rated one was the Class A Dark Sword Assassin, the highest-rated awakened among them. And when it was the turn of the last person, he was hesitant to reveal his occupation. "What's wrong?" The Dark Sword Assassin frowned at him. The man, on the other hand, stared daggers at Baron Hound, and then he actually took a step back. No, you guys fight if you want to, I don't want to die," he yelled out, suddenly pulling out his legs and running. But the next instant, that familiar astral wind once again swept past each person's face. Damn! Chen Feng felt bad, but it was already too late. The Hound Baron appeared beside the crowd along with the wind, and it grabbed the head of the escaping student with one hand. No matter how much the man struggled, it didn't help. Urine wet his crotch, and tears and snot flowed out uncontrollably. Don't kill me, please." But in the next moment, his hands hung down helplessly. The last sound was the sound of the skull being completely crushed. Baron Hound just remained in the position of carrying the corpse, standing less than 5 meters in front of Chen Feng and the others, motionless. The bloody scent and irritating images that came to their faces caused the crowd to subconsciously tremble. Seeing that the formation that had been built with great difficulty would soon collapse, Chen Feng suddenly shouted, "Don't retreat! Its instant kill skill will be activated by recognizing our fear." The remaining 5 looked at him in disbelief. Another companion had died tragically in front of them, and with such a scene they no longer had the courage to fight on. But if it was really as he said, running away at this point would only result in a quicker death. In fact, Chen Feng was not certain of the Hound Baron's skill mechanics. However, judging from the dead duo, they both displayed a certain degree of despair before being killed in seconds. Chen Feng guessed that Baron Hound's skill should automatically lock onto an awakened whose inner fear reached a certain threshold and instantly displace behind them. In other words, it was theoretically better to deal with it as long as one did not fear it. "Listen to me if you want to live," Chen Feng shouted, relying on the roar of his best efforts to suppress the fear of the others. "Dual blade swordsman, lance warrior, you two stand on my left and right sides, we form the front row. Bow and arrow rapid shooter and formation master, you guys stand behind me, shadow assassin, you roam around looking for the right time to strike." Chen Feng quickly divided the formation according to the occupational characteristics of the 5. A simple 3-2-1 formation was formed. And let the assassin awaken act as a free agent to interfere or decide on a strike. Chen Feng was now well aware that it was absolutely impossible to deal with Baron Hound by himself alone. He needed to utilize the strength of every awakened present. It was also only with everyone together that he could deal with this S-class creepy. The 5 reacted quickly as well, and the desire to survive drove them to quickly stand in formation. Taking out their respective weapons from the warehouse, they stood at attention. Chen Feng had borrowed the D-ranked weapon, the cold steel longsword, from the dual-blade swordsman. Clad in the activated state of the giant tree armor, he stood at the very front of the formation with a sword in his left hand and a gun in his right. At the same time, he took out the pale ancient spear from the warehouse and handed it to the lance warrior next to him. "Brother, take this weapon and use it first, I need you to maximize your occupational characteristics." The lance warrior received this ancient bronze-colored spear, and his pupils shrank the moment he saw the data panel displayed in front of him. S-rank weapon. Chapter 85 Temporary Team and Baron Hound's Attack Mechanisms. The ancient spear was originally a spear and lance-type weapon. The lance warrior's occupational trait can give a certain amount of power boost when using this type of weapon. And the stronger the will to fight, the greater the increase in power. What's more, this was an S-class weapon. Although its weapon stats were skewed towards the wood attribute, and its characteristic effect wasn't very impressive. But as long as it was in his, Lance Warrior's hands, it would be able to maximize its power. After all, the Lance Warrior had another occupational trait, which was to directly master an extremely high proficiency in the use of the lance. Having an S-rank weapon to add to the fact that one was already familiar with the enemy's skill traits. As long as they didn't shy away from battle, the 3 people in the front row would hold back the Hound Baron. The formation master was responsible for buffing the crowd. The shadow assassin, with the special attack attribute, was responsible for delivering the fatal blow. A very reasonable team formation. It seemed like surviving 5 minutes wouldn't be a problem. Trial Stadium. 048. It. The low morale was finally relieved when they learned that there was an S-rank weapon. The spear of the Tsangu was like a C-pin that gave each person a tranquilizing pill. The formation master took the lead, he half crouched down reciting something silently in his mouth, and the next moment his right hand slapped the ground. A white formation with a radius of 5 meters surfaced on the ground. Attack Enhancement Formation. Gives 3 points of power attribute bonus to each companion marked within the formation. Immediately after that, he tapped out another green formation. Healing Formation. Marked companions within the formation gained a healing effect every second, and were able to quickly recover their physical strength to heal some of their superficial injuries. Although they couldn't replace the role of a real nurse, it was still better than nothing. Afterwards, the formation master actually tapped a formation again. Reassuring Formation. Gives the companions within the formation a sedative-like effect. Forcibly lowers the heart rate and stabilizes the mind. Slapping down 3 formations in one breath, the formation master instantly displayed his fatigue. He braced himself and slowly said, "This is all I can do, I'll rely on you guys next." With that, he took the ordinary pistol from Chen Feng. Each of Formation Master's formations was not particularly powerful, and the later it got, the weaker it became. However, it was strong in being able to continuously stack formations. If a team could stay within the formation and give up their flexibility if they could maintain a positional battle, then theoretically a B-rated formation master would be able to utilize the abilities of an S-rated support profession. With the addition of formations, the crowd's confidence skyrocketed even more. Trial Field 051. The Hound Baron, who had not moved for a long time, suddenly displayed a desire to attack. Turning around, he swung his claws towards Chen Feng at the very front. The archery speed shooters immediately drew their bows and fired. The bow shot out, and although it was slapped away by the Hound Baron, it still thwarted the rhythm of its attack. Chen Feng rushed forward along with the dual-blade swordsman and lance warrior to start a tangle. The three of them worked in unison, with two of them interfering to gain output space for the other. The lance warrior actually dealt effective damage to it by relying on the Tsangu spear given by Chen Feng. The projection of the trial field clearly showed that the blow he had just dealt 0.8% damage. Gotcha! The lance warrior shouted excitedly. He was very satisfied with the weapon in his hand. This spear was more powerful than any lance spear he had ever used in the past, no matter the penetration strength or the strength of the attack. Was this an S-class weapon? He had finally experienced the feeling of a tycoon for once. At the same time, he was also inwardly more curious about Chen Feng's identity. Even if a logistics professional could attend the Upper Capital Academy, he still possessed an S-ranked weapon. Could this be the legendary noble's son? The family behind him was actually so willing to smash resources. Watching the performance of the Hound Baron's body drop, the crowd smelled the hope of victory. The trial field. 1 minute and 21 seconds. The Hound Baron suddenly shifted his attack, switching his claws to fists. The lance warrior raised his pale ancient spear horizontally to block. But in the next moment, a huge force was transmitted to him from the body of the spear, and his entire person was directly shaken away. What a great force! The dual-blade swordsman immediately replied, but he was blown away by several meters after just one exchange of blows. The front row formation was thus broken apart by the Hound Baron with his monstrous force. Only Chen Feng was left. Baron Hound turned around and threw another punch, which Chen Feng easily dodged. One person in one weird close combat, Chen Feng kept evading the entanglements. He also gradually discovered the strangeness. The Hound Baron's strength was rising, but its speed was more than twice as slow as what it felt like when it first showed itself. Its power and speed panels were undergoing data conversion? Even the Hound Baron's method of attack had changed from its original sharp claws to punches. Originally, each punch could still be directly resisted, but as its power increased it was actually able to directly blast people away. Wait a minute. Chen Feng suddenly reacted to something. He immediately shouted after dodging a punch, "The Duke of Hounds may continuously convert his speed into power with our battle intent. Suppress your battle intent as much as possible and keep it within a manageable range." The crowd instantly understood what Chen Feng meant and began to consciously follow suit. And sure enough, as Chen Feng had analyzed, Baron Hound's speed became faster with the naked eye, but his power was decreasing. After figuring out the bizarre trait, everything seemed to become clear. It currently possessed two major characteristics. First, the more the awakened person feared it, the faster its speed became, and after breaking through a certain threshold, it could directly instantly kill an individual. Second, the more the awakened person does not fear it, the stronger the battle spirit, the stronger the confidence, the speed will be converted into power, and currently do not see where the upper limit is. As long as this characteristic is seized, the 6 people work together to control the speed and strength data of the Duke of Hounds within a certain range, and it is not a problem to last more than 5 minutes. As for killing him, Chen Feng believed that they could not do it alone, and there was absolutely no need to take that risk. 1 minute and 52 seconds into the trial arena. The 6 people's coordination was becoming more and more mature. Chen Feng relied on the giant tree armor and the strongest panel stats of the 6 to act as the main tank. The dual-blade swordsman and spear warrior were constantly launching attacks under cover and helping Chen Feng share the pressure. The back row archery rapid shooters kept launching attacks to disrupt the Duke of Hounds' attack rhythm. The dark sword assassin, on the other hand, remained on the edge OB. From time to time, they appeared to distract Guile. Aside from the dual-blade swordsman suffering a minor injury to his abdomen, everything was currently safe and sound. Trial field, 2 minutes and 48 seconds. The crowd gradually found a rhythm under Chen Feng's command. And by consciously suppressing their wariness, the Duke of Hound's speed and strength was controlled within a still acceptable range. Its body data had dropped to 82% under the constant wear and tear. Proving ground, 3 full minutes. Duke Han's body data has dropped to 80%. The Dark Blade assassin looked at the overhead projection and revealed a smile. 80%. It's finally the moment when I can strike. Chapter 86 Dark Blade launch failed. Should I use Sengu Spear here? 3 minutes and 1 second. The Dark Blade assassin entered the sneak state to get out of the range of the formation. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Dark Knife assassin entered the blind spot of Duke Han's vision. 08 seconds. Dark Sword assassin enters stealth. In 09 seconds, the Duke of Hounds loses capture of the Dark Sword assassin's form. At the same time, he appears behind Duke Hound. Dark Blade assassin, a rank battle profession. Behind the seemingly mediocre appearance was an extremely perverse career trait skill. Dark Blade. In order to successfully release this skill, 3 major conditions need to be met at the same time. 1. Not observed by the target. 2nd, the target is isolated. 3rd, the target concept of blood physical function condition in 80% and cannot have any error. 1% more or less will result in failure. If all 3 conditions are met, the Dark Blade will be activated. It will be able to manifest a weapon, Dark Blade of Death, for a short period of time. Once attacked, 80% of the body's functions will drop to 60% regardless of any conditions. Afterwards, it will be attacked again for 40%, 20%, and up to 0%. In other words, once the conditions of the Dark Blade are met, even a Lv.60 leveled powerhouse can be taken away in front of Dark Sword Assassin with only 4 slashes. The conditions for Dark Blade Assassin to use Dark Blade were extremely harsh. Especially the 3rd point, in this world where there was no bloodstain display, the so-called 80% was too conceptual. Without specific assistance, it was simply impossible to trigger the Dark Blade. However, coincidentally, the screen displayed within the trial arena happened to display Duke Han's body data in percentages. He had been waiting for this point in time. Waiting for the moment when 80% of the body data appeared. It was now. Although he didn't know if he could count the completion of the trial on his head for killing Creepy with his own hands. But right now, I don't care, I'll take this dog's head. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. The A-class battle profession, Dark Blade Assassin, Awaken launched the profession characteristic skill, Dark Blade. At the same time, a short dagger emitting purple-black airwaves coalesced in his hand and stabbed towards the back of the Duke of Han's neck. Tricky. Die for me. Chen Feng, don't. 3 minutes and 11 seconds. A series of warnings popped up in the Dark Dagger Assassin's field of vision. Skill activation failed, condition 1 not reached. Skill activation failed, condition 1 failed to be reached. Looking up. At some point, Duke Han's head actually turned 180 degrees. The pair of mechanical dog heads emitting red light gazed at him like a god of death, and seemed to be ordering death as well. Help him! Chen Feng shouted, swinging his fist and rushing forward. However, the next moment, the astral wind swept up. Duke Han disappeared into thin air. 3 minutes and 13 seconds. At the end of the circular platform on one side of the trial arena, Duke Han's fists transformed back into sharp claws. Its right claw was clearly penetrating through the eyes of the Dark Sword Assassin, inserting into his brain, and its mechanical arm was held high, causing the body to sway helplessly. Blood slid down along the body, staining it red. Everything around them suddenly became incomparably silent. The short dagger that corresponded to the Dark Blade illusion fell to the ground, emitting an icy cold sound before turning into smoke and disappearing. Dark Dagger Assassin, die. Duke Han turned around and gazed at the remaining people. Fight my ass. How is this? 3 minutes and 15 seconds. The Duke of Hounds disappeared into thin air once again, appearing behind the 3 people in the front row in an instant of effort. The astral wind swept through again. Blood splattered in all directions. The Formation Master's head was sliced whole along the middle of his nose, and his legs fell to his knees. The formation dissipated. Formation Master, dead. 3 minutes and 15.5 seconds. The bow and arrow speed shooter's grip on his longbow loosened. 1 second later. Death. Chen Feng, the dual-blade swordsman, and the spear warrior remained in their previous movements. And the Duke of Hounds stood straight behind them, wrapping its arms around itself and bathing in blood. On either side of it, shocking corpses continued to irritate everyone who was still alive. The blood was still warm. In just 6 seconds, Baron Hound had killed 3 people in a row. And each one's death was extremely gruesome. And this was only because the Dark Blade assassin's eyes flashed with panic the moment he failed to activate his skill. His sudden and violent death caused the formation masters, reassuring formation, to suddenly become ineffective, and the two people in the back row instantly died the moment their psychological defenses were breached. S-Class Hound Baron. The sense of oppression was stronger than any of the magical beasts Chen Feng had encountered so far. Its attack mechanism might still have a fight in it if Chen Feng were to face it alone. However, in a group battle, everyone's mental state was different. The dual-blade swordsman and the lance warrior froze in place, not daring to look back. They were also afraid that they would get the same result the moment they saw the tragic situation behind them. Chen Feng did not hesitate, turning around and directly drawing his gun and shooting. The sound of bullets exploding from the muzzle pulled the other two back to reality. 4 of their companions had already died now. They knew very well that they could only fight to the death in order to survive. There were still 2 minutes left. Hold on and you will survive. The dual-blade swordsman and the lance warrior responded to Chen Feng at the same time, turning to attack the Hound Baron. However, the moment the double-blade swordsman turned his head, he had ultimately overestimated his mental capacity. Upon seeing the 2-meter-tall, robustly built mechanical creepy standing with his arms wrapped around him in the middle of the 2 headless corpses, scornfully looking down on everything like a mongrel king. How could it not produce fear? Almost instantly, Baron Hound instantly moved in front of him. The dual-blade swordsman reacted extremely quickly and subconsciously raised his blade to block. But his speed was still too slow after all. Hey! His consciousness stopped at the moment he saw his headless body. Twin-blade swordsman, dead. Aha! The lance warrior seemed to be realizing that it was better to die in battle rather than die in fear. He roared angrily as he copied the S-ranked weapon Sangu spear given to him by Chen Feng and charged towards the Hound Baron. And the battle intent he ignited directly triggered the Hound Baron's attribute transformation state. Changing his claws into fists, 1 person and 1 bizarre frontal encounter. The lance warrior's battle intent was also increasing his attack power. Together with the Tsangu spear's boost, he actually briefly stalemated with the Hound Baron. Chen Feng assisted from the back, seizing gaps to deal damage from time to time. 3 minutes and 36 seconds. The lance warrior ran out of stamina and was punched squarely in the abdomen. His entire body flew out and fell unconscious on the ground. From now on, 6 of the 8 people in the trial arena were dead, 1 was seriously injured and unconscious, and only 1 person remained, Chen Feng. 84 seconds remained until the end of the final trial. A mechanical male voice once again came from the sky above the trial arena. The trial has entered the decisive stage. Baron Hound's attributes have doubled and he has entered a berserk state. Please strive to survive, Awakened 1. As the voice subsided, a tremor emitted from within the distant Hound Baron's body, erupting with a majestic energy. Chen Feng looked up helplessly and came to the lance warrior to pick up the fallen pale ancient spear. Berserk state. I'm going to you. Chen Feng's mouth exploded with foul language, but he laughed instead of being angry. The smile was very relieved. In the distance, Baron Berserkhound walked towards Chen Feng step by step, each step causing the ground to shatter under his feet. And the data displayed on the overhead projection screen, it had clearly come to Lv.1. No wonder it was able to display such a strong battle power, so from the beginning to the end this was not a Lv.8 level of weirdness, but rather Lv.1. This trial had never been fair. It had been a one-sided slaughter that could not be denied. If it wasn't for Chen Feng, how would these 7 people have survived more than a few seconds? Chen Feng held the Tsangu spear in one hand and gently rubbed his neck. Going to use this move here? Chen Feng muttered and lowered his body. The final killing move of the Tsangu spear. Chen Feng would never use it until the very end. And now, he was standing at the edge of the cliff. The next moment. The Hound Baron instantly disappeared, suddenly vanishing into thin air. In front? Or behind? The astral wind brushed past. Behind. Chen Feng turned around smoothly, holding the Tsangu spear in his hand and about to throw it. I can't. It's too late. The Hound Baron's sharp claws had already sliced in front of Chen Feng's eyes. He was about to be shot in the head. But in the next instant, a light blue barrier suddenly appeared to wrap itself around him. Bang! Baron Hound's attack was steadily blocked by the barrier. The barrier then exploded and directly blasted him away. This was? Chen Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. Oi oi oi, looks like I came at the right time. A familiar voice entered his ears. Looking sideways, Song Chang stood at the entrance of the trial arena. He smiled as he pulled out the dagger that he had personally inserted into his abdomen. Chen Feng, I forgot to tell you that my spirit shield can also be granted to teammates. Chapter 87, Time is up, the trial ends. Song Chang? Song Chang's appearance was completely unexpected by Chen Feng. This fellow was clearly still coy and timid in the beginning. Now he actually had the courage to step into this unknown space. And he had appeared in time to help himself block the fatal blow. What surprised Chen Feng even more was that the Spirit Shield Master was not only able to give itself and its teammates a spirit shield, but it was also able to employ self-inflicted injuries to forcefully trigger the skill. Moreover, the strength of its spirit shield was actually able to resist the Hound Baron's attack, worthy of being an S-rank profession. Chen Feng raised his head to glance at it before saying, Song Chang, assist me installing it for a minute. Chen Feng simultaneously waved his Tsangu spear to present a defensive state. Song Chang had yet to figure out what was going on though. However, when he saw the information of the S-Class Lv.1 Creepy Hound Baron displayed on the projection screen above the trial arena, it was difficult to hide the surprise in his eyes. Sweeping his line of sight across, aside from learning that Chen Feng was currently in a one-on-one battle with this S-ranked creepy, he also saw many corpses. Blood was spilled all over the trial field, and the sight of bodies and heads stimulated his nerves. Song Chang kept gazing at the corpses, subconsciously swallowing his saliva. And right at this moment, the Hound Baron who had been shaken away once again killed in front of Chen Feng. That biting aura spoke of killing opportunities. Bang! The Hound Baron who had switched to his fist state blasted Chen Feng away with a single punch, but fortunately, the giant tree armor offset a large amount of the damage. However, Chen Feng still felt a sharp pain in his chest. However, that wasn't all. The Hound Baron who had entered a berserk state and raised his level to Lv.15 had already evolved into a monster that crushed Chen Feng in both speed and strength. Before Chen Feng could regain his balance, Baron Hound once again killed in front of him. A fist blasted out. However, the expected sight of the human's head being blown to pieces in front of him did not happen. Once again, it was the blue spirit shield that blocked its attack. After absorbing the damage, the spirit shield instantly exploded, once again sending the Hound Baron flying. Although the spirit shield could only withstand a bizarre strike, the ability to absorb damage and force an explosion could greatly disrupt the rhythm of the attack. Song Chang pulled out his knife. Although his clothes were dyed red with blood, he couldn't see any pain on his face. Chen Feng, go ahead and output, go for it. I've taken the special painkillers, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Song Chang once again gave his abdomen a slash. A spirit shield surfaced on Chen Feng's body. And at this moment, the Hound Baron clearly realized that Song Chang was the awakened that needed to be dealt with first, and it immediately turned its direction towards him to kill him. Sharp claws pounced. It was about to hit. A huge force suddenly came from its left waist, and Chen Feng arrived in time, holding the spear of the Tsangu with a full-strength stab that directly hit the Hound Baron squarely. Your opponent is me. Bang! With a strike from the S-Class weapon, the Hound Baron flew directly backwards and smashed into the ground. This strike, although it didn't cause substantial damage to it. However, it caused this terrifying killing machine to fall into a brief daze. Its mechanical compound eyes scanned back and forth between Chen Feng and Song Chang. It eventually rested on the Tsangu spear, seemingly curious as to why this weapon was able to injure itself. Chen Feng stood in front of Song Chang, staring tightly at Creepy. Song Chang, it can hold up, right? Chen Feng asked. Song Chang's gaze was resolute as he watched the overhead projection enter the last minute of the countdown. With a bold smile, he said, Don't worry, dude has enough blood vessels. That's good, I'll treat you to dinner when we get out. Expensive. No problem. The friendship between men is so simple. What seems to be just a promise of a meal is actually telling each other. Don't you ever die for me inside the copy. Spirit Shield enchanted, S-rank weapon Tsangu spear in hand. There is still one last minute. Adopting the stalling method of fighting, it definitely had a chance. At the same time, Du Cao aimed at Song Chang to attack again. Inside the mysterious trial arena, the flickering red light gradually subsided, and the white illumination that replaced it brought light back to this space. Only, under the translucent light, the blood and severed corpses visible everywhere on the circular platform were even more shocking. The blood was still warm, And who would have thought that 5 minutes ago there were still 8 living awakened standing here? Just a few minutes later, only Chen Feng was left alive from the first 8. And he was not in a good state at the moment. Chen Feng was half kneeling on the ground, relying on the Tsangu spear stuck in the ground to support his body. In front of him, the tall body of the Duke of Hounds stopped at a distance of less than half a meter. It also maintained the action of stabbing forward with its sharp claws. If time had slowed down for another second, it was highly likely that Chen Feng would already be a headless corpse. But fortunately, he had finally survived the last minute. The final trial was 5 minutes, 300 seconds. Every second seemed so slow, seconds felt like years. Cough. A splash of blood flowed out along the corner of his mouth as Chen Feng slowly got up with his scaly body strongly supported. His left leg had been fractured in the battle just now, and his Achilles tendon had been ruptured as well. There was even a deep claw wound on his chest, exposing his flesh and blood to the air. Dragging his injured body, Chen Feng stumbled towards the corner of the trial arena. There lay Song Chang, who had collapsed in the previous battle. Compared to Chen Feng, Song Chang had already turned into a bloody man at this point. Chen Feng approached and sighed in relief after checking that he was still breathing. However, when he looked at Song Chang's face, which had been clawed to the skin by the Hound Baron, he could not help but lament. But at least, he was still alive. The school should provide medical help in the aftermath, and it wasn't a difficult task to regain one's appearance in the Age of Awakening. But the prerequisite was that they had to get out of this bizarre copy alive. End of the 18,687th trial. Result, success. The trial tower trial function is closed. Please ask the remaining awakened to move to other trial towers. Accompanied by the mechanical male voice ringing out again, a ladder passageway leading to the ground opened up in the center of the distant platform. Please ask awakened 1 Chen Feng to enter the next area. At the same time, the entrance to the trial field opened once again. It also meant that the awakened within the trial ground were finally able to walk out of this so-called hell. It was just a pity that the other 7 did not wait for this moment to arrive. There might still be other dangers outside, so Chen Feng did not take Song Chang out after consideration. At this point, he was already in a comatose state, so it would be safer to place him here for the time being. After using the medical first aid supplies distributed by the exploration team to help stop Song Chang's bleeding temporarily, Chen Feng braced himself and slowly got up, walking towards the underground stairway. He would like to see what this trial of almost perverse difficulty actually had. Chen Feng slowly walked down the steps step by step, and with each step, he could feel the intense pain coming from his legs. Walking down the steps. What met his eyes was a channel area that was so neatly organized that it was almost impossible. The unknown materials on both sides of the passageway were incomparably smooth, reflecting Chen Feng's wretched appearance in its entirety. And at the end of the passage stood a square machine. Awaken 1, congratulations on passing the 38th Trial Tower trial. I am the intelligent butler of Trial Tower No. 38, and will be distributing your trial rewards. Chapter 88, Trial Reward in the Mysterious Sunset Empire. The square-shaped machine had a strange appearance. It floated in midair by some sort of levitation technology. It was as if it was a talking piece of iron, and it was impossible to tell where was the front and where was the back. And the sound it made was the same as the mechanical male voice that kept ringing out in the trial. The square-shaped machine opened its lower storage space, and a set of red and white battle armor filled with a futuristic aura was presented in front of Chen Feng. Sunset Battle Armor. The suit was created by the strongest logistical profession awakened lord of the Sunset Empire. This battle armor is a reward given by the Sunset Empire to those who succeeded in the trials, and it is detected that the awakens level is lower than Lv.50, and the battle armor is temporarily placed on standby. Level Lv.50 will open up all functions. How many? Level 50? Chen Feng was speechless as he stared at the square robot. He had thought that he had gotten a heavenly chance, but in the end, he had to be Lv.50 level to unlock it. What was the difference between this and nothing? Chen Feng was just about to complain when he saw the sunset battle armor suddenly morph and shrink, turning into a fist-sized spherical drone that floated to Chen Feng's side and hovered around it. The square-shaped machine continued, until the awakened reaches Lv.50 level, the sunset war armor will follow in the form of a spherical probe. Its built-in supersensory mind is able to utilize the Sunset Empire's database with a full range of battlefield analysis and probing functions, including but not limited to probing the enemy's level and so on. It will respond to the awakened's command indicators and provide feedback. Chen Feng listened to the machine's explanation, and then decided to try out this so-called analyzing and probing function. Let's call you Little Drop. Chen Feng changed a smooth name for this so-called probe. Little Drop, first help me probe the information of this iron cube in front of me. The spherical drone seemed to accept the name Chen Feng had given it. After rocking up and down, it flew in front of the square machine and then shot out a white light from within its body to scan it. 3 seconds later its scan showed 2 pieces of information through the projection. Class E Creepy Lv.1 Intelligent Robot, Threat, 0. Sunset Empire Type 1 Intelligent Robot. Looking at the information on the projection, Chen Feng sighed, with this function, isn't it a replacement for many auxiliary profession awakened? In a battle, if one could scout the rating and class of a demonic or bizarre object in advance, this would play a very important role in judging the situation. This was originally a job that belonged to some auxiliary profession awakened. But now having Little Drop around was equivalent to having an additional auxiliary profession awakened with no combat power. If this kind of thing was circulated to the market, it would probably cause all the major forces in the country to coax it. Chen Feng's heart balanced out quite a bit now. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss if he almost died in the trial field and ended up exchanging it for something that could only be used at level 50. However, what made Chen Feng wonder was why the information scanned by Little Drop had 2 different contents. The former square-shaped machine was a copy of the shenanigans that were a threat to the awakened. The latter, on the other hand, was merely a high-tech intelligent product. This difference in information made Chen Feng seem to smell something. Square, can I ask a few questions? Yes. Awakened individuals who pass the trial are able to gain access to the Sunset Empire's Level 3 information permissions. After Chen Feng received an affirmative reply, he said, I would like to know, what exactly is everything here for? After the square machine finished retrieving the information, a mechanical male voice without emotional waves resounded within the empty passageway. The Awakened One is currently located in the Sunset Empire's Supersite 324 Awakened One Trial Factory, inside the 38th Trial Tower. It seemed that its intelligence was very limited, misinterpreting Chen Feng's question. So Chen Feng changed his words and said, what is the purpose of this so-called Awakened One Trial Factory? It is to standardize the mass production of Awakened Ones. Standardize? Mass production of Awakened Ones? Chen Feng was incomparably surprised in his heart. What exactly was this place? Was it not a copy? But if it was a replica, then how could the Awakened used to raid the replica be mass-produced? Moreover, the words used were still mass-produced. What kind of terrifying force was behind all of this? Chen Feng frowned slightly, becoming more and more puzzled. The square-shaped machine added, after the Doomsday event, Supersite 324 was put into use and went into automatic status. By cloning and replicating life intelligences into the trial factory for Awakened One production activities, the automated project was terminated 3,581 years ago. Reason: lack of necessary materials for cloning and replicating bodies. Chen Feng frowned. In other words, such a vast area was only a small part of this so-called Awakened One trial factory. And there were at least 38 identical buildings in that super site, with 38 places that offered trials. What is the Doomsday event? The Awakened One does not have enough authority to answer. Introduce the Sunset Empire. Awakened person authority is not enough to answer. Is this a real civilization or a fictionalized copy? Copies are never fictionalized, what you see is real. The machine's ice-cold voice echoed within the passageway. That emotionless voice actually exuded an unspeakable sense of fear. Then let me ask you, what is bizarre? After pondering for a long time, Chen Feng asked this question that he wanted to know the most. Creepy and magical creatures could clearly be the same thing, both using the same rating system, the same leveling system. However, Chen Feng did not understand why the two were different in their system's labeling. He did not believe that it was simply a difference in name. There must be some other difference between the two to be correct. The square-shaped machine rotated its body and moved to a distance of less than half a meter in front of Chen Feng. Any civilization or planet that fails in the Doomsday event will be transformed into a bazaar, which itself will be transformed into a brand new copy or part of a copy. Is this the case with the Sunset Empire you speak of? The machine fell silent, actually not giving an answer. Chen Feng seized this clue and continued to pursue. Then let me ask you, is the prerequisite for the Doomsday event that the copy descends and the Awakened appear? The machine remained silent, neither answering nor prompting if it was because Chen Feng did not have enough authority. Square, last question. What exactly did the Sunset Empire, as you call it, do to avoid this disaster? This time, the machine finally made a sound. According to the database, the Sunset Empire has attempted a total of 3 stages of plans after opening the Doomsday event. Stage 1, raise the entire civilization's strength to pull out copies in the frontier area and eliminate the demonic weird living forces. Result, failure. Stage 2, concentrate resources, cut down all redundancy. The entire empire's remaining 90% of citizens voluntarily transformed into a part of the factory, uploading their consciousness into the Sentinel robots to be used to provide super site defense forces and as part of mass-producing Awakened to raise their level. Result, failure. Stage 3, the supersite opens a self-running program. Result, unknown. Due to the interruption of contact with the major supersites, it is impossible to know the progress of the major sites. And due to the lack of clone raw materials, Supersite 324 has entered standby. Chen Feng stood in place, unable to return to his senses for a long time as he listened to everything in his ears. If everything the machine said was true. In other words, this civilization called the Sunset Empire had once experienced the same events as Blue Star. The duplicate secret realm descended and the Awakened appeared. And in the end, this unimaginably powerful civilization still fell in the Doomsday event. But what exactly is this Doomsday event? Was it the copy secret realm frenzy that occurred every 3 years? Impossible. A civilization capable of mass-producing Awakened ones, a civilization capable of building at least 300 superstations and at least 10,000 trial towers could never fall under the replica mystic realm frenzy. It was a pity that Chen Feng's authority was not sufficient. However, Chen Feng understood 3 things from the machine's narration. 1. Once humanity fell in the Doomsday event, their entire civilization would also be transformed into a part of the copy secret realm and become what was called bizarre. 2. What the humans were experiencing now was exactly the one-stage plan that the Sunset Empire had attempted. And this powerful mysterious civilization has failed. 3. The Sentinel robots he had encountered earlier. At one time, all of them had been living beings. Chapter 89, A Big Gamble? Creating a homogenized equipment synthesizer. Are there any other questions? The icy voice of the cube machine echoed within the passageway. Chen Feng sighed lightly. Last question. Since you know that I will not be practicing the idea of rebuilding the Sunset Empire, why did you allow me to pass the trial challenge? Chen Feng's eyes stared at the cube machine, and although it did not have a component that could be called a face, it gave him the feeling that they were looking at each other. The cube machine slowly landed beside Chen Feng. From within that cold machine came a voice, to give civilization hope. Hope is slim, isn't it? A hint of sadness flashed across Chen Feng's eyes. Right. One person and one machine, standing within the silent passageway, spoke to each other. The two were silent for a long time before the square machine took the lead in breaking the tranquility. It once again opened its internal placement space and sent a square token engraved with an inverted triangle symbol to Chen Feng. Awakened One, you are the only Awakened One to have passed the trial in 13,000 years. According to the database analysis, it is highly likely that your talents will be able to help your civilization survive the Doomsday event. Authorization has been obtained from the site mastermind, and by holding this token you will be granted access to every trial tower in the 324 super site. The rapid upgrade function of the trial towers will be open for you, and all sentry robots will not attack you. Awakened One, please take it for a quick upgrade. The square machine seemed to be sending something to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the token, and he now realized that the inverted triangle symbol was none other than the symbol of the Sunset Empire. Why are you helping me? Obviously, this token was not included in the trial rewards. Chen Feng had only passed the 38th trial tower, and in principle would not possess the qualifications to travel to other trial towers. It's not helping you, it's helping us. Awaken One, in time if you and your civilization manage to survive the Doomsday event, please also give the Sunset Empire a hope to rebuild. We have waited far, far too long. Chen Feng took a deep breath and gazed at the token in his hand. So, this is your wager? Cube Machine, this is a unanimous decision between myself and the remaining 1048 trial tower intelligence stewards within the supersite. It can also be interpreted as what you said, this is the wager. A big bet from our supersite 324. A grandiose bet? Chen Feng raised his head and revealed a familiar smile. Perhaps not even a 1 in 10 million chance, how dare you guys do this? We, for one, believe in your luck. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, to put such a heavy burden on my shoulders as soon as I come up, you can really look down on me. Have you guys done any math on the 1 in 10 million probability? That's like me taking a single lottery ticket with $2 a bet to gamble for $20 million. Haven't you ever thought that it's a bet that's bound to lose? Square Machine, Awakened 1, if you are unwilling to accept, you may return the token. Chen Feng took a step back. Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't accept it. Since I can whittle down the experience, I still have to thank you. As for your so-called big bet, there's a word for you and yours. 1 in 10 million is a high probability event for me. Chen Feng accepted this so-called mission. Giving the Sunset Empire a hope to rebuild, this matter seemed far away to Chen Feng. Since there was an opportunity to quickly brush experience to level up, he naturally wouldn't let it go. As for this big gamble, we're all reborn anyway, so if it's not a bit more interesting and difficult, then why be reborn? What's the point of being AF King protagonist then? Thanks then. Chen Feng put the token away inside the warehouse and turned to leave. Since he was now able to use the Trial Tower's experience brushing function, it would be a good time to take advantage of this time to level up. Chen Feng still remembered the three-dimensional map he had obtained earlier in the maze area. The entire Trial Tower, with the exception of the first level of the trial area, all of the other tower levels were places to store sentry robots. And these creeps would not attack themselves. Zero risk, high reward. As Chen Feng arrived at the end of the corridor area, he suddenly remembered something. Turning back, he looked at the cube machine on the other end, which was quietly staying in place. Cube, you said that during the second stage of the Sunset Empire, more than 90% of the citizens chose to upload their consciousness into the machine, right? The cube machine did not answer. That means that if consciousness doesn't die out with the passage of time, these people have been trapped in the machine for over 10,000 years. Do you need my help? Chen Feng asked. After a moment of silence, the square machine finally stirred. Thanks. Bang. The sound of gunshots echoed within the trial arena, empty and silent. After a long time had passed, Chen Feng dragged his injured leg up the steps with one difficult step. Arriving in front of the Hound Baron that had entered a state of cessation. He then pressed his hand on its back. Although Chen Feng did not receive any hints to kill the Hound Baron, it was possible to try. Decompose. In the next second, white light flashed. Sure enough. Decomposition successful, obtaining advanced materials 100. Obtain special material, Heart of Machine 1. It's actually the Heart of Machine. Chen Feng looked at the system prompt in front of him with a surprised face. With that, he immediately took out the dusty concept blueprints from the warehouse. Blueprint Homogenized Equipment Synthesizer. Rating, Grade E. Consumption, Advancement Material 200, Machine Heart 1. The blueprint for the homogenized equipment synthesizer was dropped by Chen Feng when he upgraded to Lv.6 before the college entrance exam. Since he hadn't poked around online or in the market for the heart of the machine, it had been abandoned until now. Chen Feng had not expected to obtain that particular material here either. Was this unspeakable good fortune? Together with the Lv.20 rank test machine and Lv.15 Hound Baron that he had previously disassembled, Chen Feng had exactly 200 advancement material points at this point. It was just enough to build the homogenized equipment synthesizer. Build. Chen Feng did not hesitate and immediately used the build skill. Only to see the blueprint floating in midair, a little bit of light emerged from Chen Feng's body towards the blueprint to converge. The blueprint was gradually flooded with white light, and the equipment synthesizer was gradually taking shape. Build successful, consumption of advanced materials 200, Machine Heart 1. The light dissipated, the blueprint disappeared, and the homogenized equipment synthesizer was clearly taking shape in Chen Feng's hands. Homogenized equipment synthesizer. Type, Probability Concept Prop. Rating, E. Probability effect, inject 3 pieces of the same equipment of the same grade into the homogenized equipment synthesizer to obtain grade plus 1 equipment of the same grade. Trigger probability, 0.01%, tip, cannot be undone after injecting equipment. Tip, cannot be undone after injecting equipment. If failed, the equipment and weapon will be destroyed. Chapter 90, Successful Synthesis, Grade and Normal Pistol. The homogenized equipment synthesizer came from a dropped concept blueprint. It was itself conceptualized by Chen Feng himself and had a certain degree of uniqueness. As for whether there was anyone else in the world who had also conceptualized a similar prop after obtaining the concept blueprint, it was unknown. However, the system rating of the homogenized equipment synthesizer was actually only E-rated. But it was understandable when one thought about it. Not everyone had Chen Feng's 100 points of luck. The probability effect of the homogenized equipment synthesizer was indeed impressive. In principle, it was possible to continuously strengthen 3E ranked weapons through resource stacking until they were SSS ranked, with an extremely high ceiling. However, its probability triggering effect was only 0.01%, and if someone else were to use it, this would be a bottomless pit. Even if a guild's resources were emptied, it was estimated that it would not be able to strengthen an S-class weapon. But for Chin Feng, it was a different story. 0.01%, come on, the probability is high. At the very beginning, when Chen Feng obtained the blueprints for this prop, he had conceptualized the way it would be used. By constantly creating an E-rank probability weapon, ordinary pistol. Then injecting it into it and synthesizing it. Even if it failed, the loss would not be too high. What's more, the current Chen Feng had close to 5,000 points of basic materials, all of which could be consumed to create 500 ordinary pistols. Fault tolerance. After this replica, Chen Feng realized that the power of ordinary pistols was no longer enough to deal with the dangers at this stage. The range of the Dragon Breath Cannon was too short. The Tsangu Spear, as his killing move, needed to be saved for the moment of last resort. He was now in dire need of a weapon with sufficient range and moderate power. If he could upgrade the ordinary pistol from grade E to grade B or C, it should be sufficient. Chen Feng thought about it and immediately began to build it. Every time he created 3 ordinary pistols, he immediately put them into the homogenized equipment synthesizer. This was repeated over and over again. Synthesis failed, equipment destroyed. Probability trigger, synthesis successful, E-grade normal pistol, D-grade normal pistol. Inject 3 D-grade ordinary pistols, synthesis begins. Synthesis fails, equipment destroyed. Chen Feng. I'll go, no wonder the rating is only E-grade. Once the 3 weapons fail, it's not a single hair left. Chen Feng was not discouraged and sighed before continuing into the repetition. Injecting 3 B-grade ordinary pistols, synthesis begins. Synthesis failed, equipment destroyed. Inject 3 C-grade normal pistols, synthesis begins. Probability trigger, synthesis successful. Inject 3 B-grade ordinary pistols. Synthesis begins. Probability trigger, synthesis successful. I don't know how long it took. Chen Feng only knew that his 4,800 points of basic materials were consumed with only the last 300 points remaining. The number of ordinary pistols that had been destroyed due to the failure of synthesis was even higher at 216. It was fortunate that in the end, Chen Feng's luck exploded and he upgraded his E-grade ordinary pistol to a grade in one breath. Chen Feng appreciated the ordinary pistol in his hands with satisfaction. The black matte body of the pistol had a frosted texture at the handle. Whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, this weapon was as ordinary as its name. Even if it was upgraded from grade E to grade A, the ordinary pistol was still called the ordinary pistol. Ordinary pistol. Type, probability weapon. Rating, A. Probability effect, penetration doubling. Trigger probability, 0.2%. The panel data didn't look like it had changed much. It was only that the trigger probability had changed from 2 in 10,000 to 2 in 1,000. From an onlooker's point of view, the normal pistol had officially changed from a probability weapon that no one wanted to use, to something more useful. The pistol's rate of fire, coupled with the 2% trigger probability, wasn't low. However, there was no obvious change for Chen Feng. Whether or not the base power was increased was the point of his concern. However, the weapon props would not be labeled with a power damage value like a real online game. Chen Feng could only find his own way to estimate how much the power had increased from E to a level. After upgrading to level A, the bullet type did not change and could still be replenished with ammunition through autonomous builds. After loading the ammunition, Chen Feng first took out his E-grade normal pistol and shot it at the ground. The probability effect triggered, and the bullet left a small thumb-sized crater on the ground with a depth of less than 3 millimeters. The power was limited. Then, he took the A-grade ordinary pistol in his hands. Directly pulled the trigger. Bang! Probability trigger, penetration doubled. With a bang, Chen Feng only felt as if something had exploded in his hand. Looking down again. A thick wisp of smoke rose from the dark muzzle of the gun. And the solid ground was clearly left with a fist-sized crater. The power has increased this much? Chen Feng was slightly surprised. Judging the power from the size of the crater alone, it had at least increased by more than 10 times. With this look, the problem of the lack of long-range weapons against the enemy seemed to be solved. It was just that the resources consumed to synthesize such an A-grade ordinary pistol were simply too much, or else the highs and lows would have to give Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi a whole handful of them. After collecting the equipment, Chen Feng helped Song Chang up. His vital signs became quite stable after stopping the bleeding. Indeed, as he himself said, there was a lot of blood. Worthy of being a young lad, he was bloodthirsty. It was just that Chen Feng estimated that after this battle, Song Chang would have to bring a thermos cup to school every day. As for why, it was convenient to soak goji berries. Chen Feng carried him on his back out of the trial field. He then slowly walked forward towards the second floor of the trial tower that was labeled on the map. When he came to the stairs, there was a mechanical door blocking the way to the second floor. Chen Feng took out the token given to him by the square machine from the warehouse and aimed it at the place that looked like it could be scanned. After a few seconds, a white light covered the token, and then the dusty mechanical door slowly opened. Cough cough. Chen Feng held his breath as he carried Song Chang on his back and slowly moved forward in the dusty environment. He then arrived at the second floor corridor. This place was exactly the same as the place that was besieged by the Sentinel robots before the last teleportation, except that there were no lights and it was pitch black. With Chen Feng's arrival, a light was illuminated from front to back. Immediately after that, the dark doors of the corridors on both sides opened in turn, illuminating with red light. Vibrating sounds were heard as one after another sentry robots walked out of the dark doors. With slow and heavy steps, they moved neatly towards Chen Feng's location. Afterward, all of them stopped in front of Chen Feng. As far as the eye could see, there were at least hundreds of sentry robots on this floor. They were lined up in a neat formation, their mechanical compound eyes watching Chen Feng's face and following his movements. Chen Feng helped Song Chang to the wall. He then clapped his hands and looked up at the swarms of sentry robots. Attached to this was one living being after another from the Sunset Empire. It was as if they knew everything and waited quietly. From the moment they gave up their physical bodies and uploaded their consciousness into the machines, they had already made their plans. It was to use flesh and blood and the will to die as if they were dead to exchange for experience, to become part of the insignificant hope of the Sunset Empire. No, it was them. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, this set end had finally come. Chen Feng took out his normal pistol with a heavy face and sighed lightly. Thank you all. Rest in peace. Chapter 91, Xiong Kaiwan, Jiang Chen, Gu Sisi, Chance Encounter. 177 Trial Tower Periphery. 8 students from the 10 northern academies followed Xiong Kaiwan, the leader of the second exploration team, as he searched for a way out in a daze. At this moment, Xiong Kaiwan was not in a good state, his left arm was broken and unknown, and his right eye was blind. However, it was fortunate that he was rescued in time and currently still had the ability to act. Half an hour ago, the random teleportation forced him to separate from his few teammates and came to this weird area. It was a good thing that he met the other 8 students from the 10 northern academies here. Captain Xiong, slow down and be careful of the wound splitting open again. When Bai Wei reminded. She was naturally responsible for taking care of Xiong Kaiwan as the only nurse present. Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi followed by his side, assuming the duties of guard posts. Looking at the few people in front of him, Xiong Kaiwan was very pleased. Worthy of being a student of the Shinjing Academy, their comprehensive quality was indeed outstanding. Although their ranks were very low and their combat power was limited, they were still able to utilize their value as much as possible. Such a person was also a talent that their exploration team needed very much. It was just a pity that the students of the upper 5 institutes usually didn't do the work of the exploration team. You guys are smart enough to know to escape towards the depths of the replica in time. Using the replica teleportation mechanism now not only maximizes spreading out the formation, but also makes those 3 flame giants unable to find us for a while. You guys escaping in advance also gave our exploration team the chance to go on without dying. I want to know who came up with this idea. I want to thank him personally. Xiong Kaiwan exclaimed. Jiang Chen said, it was my brother, Chen Feng. The handsome young man who followed you here? Xiong Kaiwan glanced at Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi and said. The 3 of them were personally picked up by themselves. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, but he remembered them clearly now. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Xiong Kaiwan, where is he? How come he's not with you guys? Jiang Chen sighed, alas, he was summoned away by this damn teleportation, and I don't know where he is now. But old Chen, he's definitely still alive, his luck can't catch him even if he encounters a copy boss. Hearing Jiang Chen say so, Xiong Kaiwan smiled helplessly. Luck can't be a meal, but your brother is definitely still alive. Maybe the next teleportation will be sent directly to our faces. The crowd continued on in a harmonious atmosphere and soon arrived below the 177 trial tower. Looking up, the hundreds of meters high giant tower was situated on the earth. The tiny human form was so small in front of it that it was not even as small as a mole cricket. There were many other giant buildings that were exactly the same, and there seemed to be more in the distance, but due to the distance they were too far away to be seen. No one knew exactly how big this piece of space was, but everyone knew one thing very well: with humanity's current level of technology it was absolutely impossible to create such a complex. So, is this an alien relic or something? Someone asked. Shon Kaiwan coughed and explained, such copies we collectively called relic-type copies secret. Maybe a civilization left behind the remains may also be a copy of the automatically generated scene. Currently our exploration of replicas has only scratched the surface. The mainstream perception in society is that the scenes within these replicas were born from fantasy. Their argument lies in the fact that most of the scenes and magical creatures within the replicas have similarities to cultural products from human history. It's possible that scenes like what we're seeing now could have been generated based on some science fiction text. Is that so? Jiang Chen frowned sideways. Shon Kaiwan shook his head gently. That's why I said that it's just the mainstream view. After all, these things, including us awakened ones, can't be explained by science. What about the teleportation mechanism? Is it something that all copies have, or is it a special case? Jiang Chen continued to pursue the question. He directly transformed into a question boy wanting to ask the doubts within his heart all at once. Shon Kaiwan still shook his head and said, special circumstances, the randomized teleportation of copies will only appear when you just enter a copy by definition. Now this situation is more special, teleporting once every indeterminate period of time, and the location is randomized by random number of people, who does not know who will be teleported away next second, and to what place. But it's at least certain that this should be a defense mechanism for the replica. Those three flame giants were separated because of this, so our questing team wasn't wiped out in a group. That's right. Shon Kaiwan stared at the shield Jiang Chen held in his hand. I've been wanting to ask you since just now, where did you get this shield? Jiang Chen held up the shield and glanced at it, saying, Chen Feng gave it to me. I heard him say he built it himself. Grade A rating. It's a probability defense, but it's definitely enough for me. What's wrong with Captain Xiong? Shon Kaiwan took the shield and returned it after reading the data panel. Nothing, it just feels a bit familiar. It seems like I've seen something similar to this before in a replica, only that shield was a product of the replica and was damaged long ago. Wait. Shon Kaiwan suddenly remembered something. Are you saying that he built this? Yeah, my buddy is awesome, isn't he? Cold sweat broke out on Shon Kaiwan's forehead and he gave a thumbs up. Awesome. This was more than awesome, it was simply a demon. Shon Kaiwan hadn't come into contact with too many students from the upper 5th academy. The awakened education system hadn't been constructed when he himself was young, and he hadn't studied at a university. Are our country's young generation also heaven-defying now? This is a grade A shield, even though it's a probability defense, but a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Shon Kaiwan inwardly sighed as he became more and more interested in the old Chen that Jiang Chen was talking about. If he could make it out alive, he must talk to this young man. He was curious as to what kind of student could immediately come up with the idea of running towards the inside of the replica with his students in that situation. This kind of reaction was not a quality that an awakened who was a dead reader could possess. Come on, let's take a look inside this building first. You guys were inside earlier, right? Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi and Wen Baiwei nodded at the same time. However, just as the crowd searched for the entrance to the massive building directly in front of them was suddenly opened. A roiling smoke and cold air burst out from within, blurring the crowd's vision. But as the smoke slowly dispersed, people saw a towering humanoid figure in it. Shon Kaiwan's pupils shrank, instantly reacting. Flame giant. Quickly hide. However, it happened suddenly, and there wasn't even a single cover in the empty surroundings. The moment the smoke cleared, the flame giant that had stepped out of the entrance had also discovered them. He, found you, tasty rats. The flame giant revealed a hideous smile with the corners of his mouth grinning all the way to the back of his ears, his teeth oozing blood rubbing back and forth. Chapter 92, Escape? By no means possible. The flame giant crushed the sentinel robot it was grasping in its hand. However, the next moment, several lasers suddenly shot from behind it, hitting it squarely in the back. The flame giant's smile came to an abrupt end as it let out an earth-shattering roar and clapped its backhand, causing a loud noise. Looking closely, there were many wounds hanging on its red fluffy body, and green blood was continuously flowing out. It was precisely the injuries inflicted by the various types of sentry robots within the trial tower. The flame giant was bent on hunting humans at this time, and was not interested in these iron bumps, forcing the entrance door to close. After doing so, a smile reappeared on its face. Now, it was feeding time. Zip, zip, zip. Several sharp sounds came from the distance. Only several purple spikes were seen precisely hitting the eyes of the flame giant that had just turned around. The flame giant ate the pain and removed the spikes one by one from its face, although these few hits didn't cause substantial damage to it. However, it was very annoyed by the mosquito-like bites. These purple spikes came from the spiked gun in Gu Cici's hand. At this moment, she did not stop pulling the trigger. The consumed and quickly reloaded spiked gun kept pouring out firepower in her hands, as if it was raining a rain full of spikes. And the flame giant's patience finally ran out. It couldn't understand how these humans who were so weak that they weren't even as good as mole crickets dared to launch an attack on itself. The 15-meter-tall flame giant roared, its leg muscles rippled, and it leapt high to slam directly towards the crowd. This flame giant was not the powerful Lv.42 leveled creepy one at the very beginning. But it also had a terrifying strength of level 30 enough to easily stomp Gu Cici into pieces. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, the black shadow of the flame giant jumping high up enveloped the crowd. Just then Xiong Kaiwan roared. Night domain, open. Xiong Kaiwan forcibly opened the forbidden night trait skill to cover the crowd, and then greeted the crowd with his sword in one hand. The right arm swung hard to fling the sword. The huge sword cut through the air in mid-air to form an air wave that directly collided with the flame giant's body. The flame giant, which was 15 meters tall and weighed several tons, was actually bounced off. The ear-splitting noise made the students next to it block their ears, their faces full of shock. And the flame giant that climbed back up in the distance looked at Xiong Kaiwan with a snicker on his face. An unpleasant laughter came out of his mouth. He, powerful human. To still be able to block my attacks in this state, you must be delicious. The flame giant once again charged at full speed, its entire body suddenly ablaze with flames. This precisely meant that this flame giant had used its full strength and entered the flame state. At this time, it would receive a substantial increase in both its strength and recovery ability. And the fire on its body was thousands of degrees. The flame giant ran wildly, causing the ground to shake with a sense of oppression. Some students with poor mental capacity were already desperate, covering their ears and waiting for death to come. But looking forward, there was still one person who still stood firmly in front of them. Xiong Kaiwan was clad in broken silver-white armor, his right hand holding a sword as he stood bent over alone in front of the crowd. The wounds on his left arm and body were once again torn, and the blood flowing out from between the cracks in his armor stained the ground. Xiong Kaiwan's hand holding the hilt of his sword was trembling, and the pain all over his body was enough to tear his heart out. The state of his injuries had once again worsened with the blow he had just received. But he understood very well that at this point, these students could only rely on themselves. To escape at the hands of this Lv.30 level and not full-state flame giant, he was confident. However, if he escaped, what about these students? Don't talk about the bull reasoning that each one of them will fly away in the face of great difficulties. I am the captain of the exploration team. It's the station chief of the 237 exploration site. The person in charge of the activities selected by the university and the state. If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't be standing here. Escape? Flee my ass. Xiong Kaiwan once again tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, and this time his hand no longer trembled. Giant! I chow you, big man. Xiong Kaiwan cursed angrily as he flung his sword violently with one hand. Night! Chop! Xiong Kaiwan's injuries were serious and he looked in a sorry state. But for some reason, at this moment, the aura he displayed was even more biting than the flame giant. The majestic sword light spread out towards the giant and slashed head-on. And the smile on the flame giant's face became even more rampant. Instead of avoiding it, it met it head-on. The two collided, and the blue of the sword light and the red of the flames mingled together. A huge explosion ensued. Bang! Waves of air spread in all directions, toppling everyone to the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air in a blur. The sandy dust that was raised floated in the air, causing gusts of coughing. In the short silence, no one knew exactly what the final result would be. But Captain Bear's final chop had used all his strength, and with his strength, the flaming giant should have died, right? The crowd slowly got up and shook their heads to look towards the front. The vaguely visible figure made people blink. However, the next moment, that familiar sound came again. With that, the teleportation was triggered. Accompanied by a nuisance sound, the crowd seemed to hear an unmistakable clapping sound ringing in their ears. Subsequently, the smoke and dust violently dispersed. All the students disappeared. Only the flame giant, whose entire left chest along with his left arm had been blown apart in the distance, and Shion Kaiwan, who had collapsed on the ground, remained. Shion Kaiwan sat up with strong support. He looked at the flame giant without a ripple on his face and spat out a mouthful of stasis blood. Still not dead? At this time, the flame giant that hadn't moved for a long time and rolled its white eyes once again came back to life. Its eyes returned to normal and it looked into the distance to where the students were originally located before letting out a furious roar. Human! You deserve to die. This random teleportation was lucky. It just happened to teleport these unarmed students away at the most dangerous time. And likewise, it was unlucky. It happened to leave Shion Kaiwan where he was. Cough cough, little Yakuza, you'd better continue to starve. Shion Kaiwan angrily sprayed. The flame giant suddenly half-kneeled after roaring in anger. It covered its injured chest with an angry face. The entire left arm that had burst open and broken was making it want to tear the human in front of it into countless pieces to quell its anger. Shion Kaiwan seemed to be able to see what was in its mind, and playfully looked at the flame giant and let out a strange laugh. Raising his own left arm that was also broken and missing. Pfft, now we're considered fair game. Although Shion Kaiwan had a relaxed face and was still joking. But he knew better than anyone else that the strike he had just made was already at the end of its strength. If the final night slash hadn't finished off the flame giant, he would definitely die. Come on, let me see how brutal your methods are. Shion Kaiwan laughed to himself. After the flame giant gritted his teeth and roared, he directly lunged towards him. It seems that my mouth cannon ability has improved. Shion Kaiwan smiled frankly and faced death head-on. Just at the moment when the flame giant was about to blast him into mush with a single punch. A sound suddenly came from the proximity walkie-talkie he kept in his arms that hadn't been ringing. BZZZ. Hey, Captain, turn around and look. Chapter 93, Staying Green, Not Afraid of No Firewood. Lu Chai. The moment he turned his head to look back, a figure flashed past him. It rushed straight towards the huge giant. A robust body, a height of 2 meters and 1, that was able to hold the broad shoulders of 2 people in one breath. It was none other than the pioneer member of the 2nd Exploration Team, Lu Chai. And he was waiting outside the curtain area. Why did he appear here? Shion Kaiwan had a rough answer. It turned out that 3 hours had already passed. It was time for the rescue he had agreed with the outside world. And just as Lu Chai entered, it so happened that a random teleportation trigger brought him here, right? Lu Chai brushed past the paralyzed Shion Kaiwan as he swung his fist up with a resolute expression. The moment he was about to make contact with the flaming giant. Monstrous power transformation. The muscles on Lu Chai's body began to expand rapidly, like boiled water. In just a few breaths, his 2-meter body suddenly turned into a 10-meter tall giant whose muscles were covered in blood. The wide, thick, huge body was like a city wall, and the 2 vein-like muscles on his back were wrapped around his shoulders and neck, pulsing slowly as he breathed. Although Lu Chai's height was not as high as the flame giant, his body dimension was a full circle larger than it. Bang! The 2 giants grabbed together with their hands and wrestled with their muscles. That flame giant was actually pushed backward step by Lu Chai. The smile on its face also disappeared, and was replaced by disgust for the awakened person in front of it. Lu Chai, awakened for 13 years to become an awakened person. The transformation system battle profession, Giant Power Monster, had given him great power. In just 3 years, he relied on that profession to kill in the duplicates, raising to Lv.20 in one fell swoop. However, although Giant Power Monster was powerful in itself, its career rating was only B rank. There was only one reason. The profession had extremely costly side effects. Each transformation into the giant state would intensify the aging rate of the flesh. Externally, there would be no changes, and the Giant Power Freak's normalization passive would grant the awakened person a powerful physique and size. But inside the body, with each transformation the cells in the awakened person's body were undergoing the so-called grotesqueness. Until Lu Chai was detected with cancer, his career was completely coming to an end and his rank stayed at the 23rd level. Xiong Kaiwan knew very well that Lu Chai's body could no longer support him to transform a few more times. Relying on the giant power monster, normalized status boost and his own data panel, he could also become a qualified exploration team member. But if one didn't hold the realization of certain death, how could one be considered an excellent exploration team member? Captain Xiong, run while you can! Lu Chai shouted back. But the next moment, he was hit squarely in the face by another punch from the flame giant. At this moment, although the flame giant was already in a state of serious injury, a Lv.20 level hitting an Lv.30 level was not something a serious injury could make up for. The two giants were entangled together, and the flame giant's expression became more and more arrogant after realizing that Lu Chai was not its opponent. In a gap, it directly opened its mouth and bit down hard on Lu Chai's face. Flesh and blood were tearing apart. Lu Chai's nose was directly swallowed into the flame giant's mouth. Not good. The flame giant forced Lu Chai back with a punch and muttered as it spat out the broken meat in its mouth. It then placed its gaze on Xiong Kaiwan once again. This was the kind of food it had dreamed of. Captain Xiong, go! Lu Chai blocked Xiong Kaiwan with his broad body. Xiong Kaiwan braced himself with difficulty and tried to stand up, but he couldn't. Looking down, his left arm was nowhere to be seen, and right after the blow just now his right lower arm was fractured as a result. His legs were weak and he couldn't exert any strength. He couldn't stand up at all, let alone escape. I'm sorry, Chai, go away. Xiong Kaiwan and Lu Chai were both very clear. He was extremely slow after the giantization, and even if Lu Chai wanted to grab Xiong Kaiwan and escape, he would never be able to do so. Instead, he would drag him down to a certain extent, leading to being double-crossed by the flame giant. Ah Chai, I'm grateful for your presence, but I'm sorry. You're still alive, and me, it's better to forget about it. Bang! Just as Xiong Kaiwan was talking, the flame giant's powerful fist smashed Lu Chai once again, forcing his stature back continuously. The width of Lu Chai's body was thicker and stronger though. But the flame giant relied on his longer arm span and height to make Lu Chai unable to counterattack at all. Whether it was strength or speed, the flame giant was above him. What's more, the flames attached to each attack were continuously aggravating Lu Chai's injuries. In less than a few back-and-forth exchanges, his body was already left with quite a few burning wounds. Captain Xiong! What are you talking about? Lu Chai burst out of foul language, turned around and grabbed Xiong Kaiwan in a long leap to avoid the flaming boulder thrown by the flame giant. This was the flame giant's long-range skill. If it was smashed, I'm afraid it would kill him on the spot. The earth trembled. Lu Chai crawled to the ground and slowly placed Xiong Kaiwan on the ground. He forced himself to endure the sharp pain in his back and exhaled. Only one sentence was said. Captain Xiong, help me take good care of my brother. In the next moment, Lu Chai quickly got up and rushed towards the flaming giant. Rotten meat, looking for death? The flame giant smiled evilly and met him. Just at the moment when the two were about to collide, Lu Chai violently lowered his center of gravity and charged with his arms open. A downward dive tackle directly embraced the lower abdomen of the flame giant, and then fiercely exerted his strength. The flame giant was actually directly knocked to the ground by him. Lu Chai's hands were like the pincers of a crab holding his opponent to death, allowing the flames to scorch his skin. Lu Chai roared as his entire body fired. His swollen arms continued to expand, the veins on the surface beating like a heart. This move actually caused the flame giant to let out a wail of pain. The flame giant drove the flames of his entire body to wrap Lu Chai's entire body. The high temperature burned through the skin. It burned through the muscles and seeped into the flesh. But Lu Chai still didn't let go. He even began to tear at his opponent with his mouth. At this moment, Lu Chai used all of his attacks. The flames burned his skin into charcoal and emptied his hair and eyelids. It melted his skin, but it also completely ignited Lu Chai's determination. I'm sorry, Bao Bao. Brother won't be able to see you one last time, so don't use your nickname in the future, and you're often made fun of. In fact, the name Lu Qingshan is quite nice, although it is a bit mature, but if you stay green, you are not afraid of having no firewood to burn. Your brother will go first. Give me. Explode. Ah Chai. Blood and flesh as a guide, monstrous power martyrdom explosion. This was the final killing move of the monstrous power giant. It was also the final payload lit by Lu Chai. The shockwave caused the ground to crumble, sending smoke and dust in all directions. It lifted Xiong Kaiwan over and landed more than 10 meters away before coming to a stop. He rolled over with difficulty and looked towards the distance. The flame giant's entire body was broken in two from its lower abdomen. And where was Lu Chai? He was no longer there. Chapter 94, Random Teleportation, only this time it's Trial Tower 38. Chai. Why? Tears flowed down Xiong Saiwan's eyes. He wanted to stand up, he wanted to at least find Lu Chai's body. But he couldn't do it. Xiong Kaiwan forced his face against the ground, letting the gravel grind his cheeks to bleed. Until, his afterglow noticed something that seemed to be laying beside him. Looking sideways. It was a blank picture book and the accompanying brushes. They were laid out neatly and flat on the ground, with a string of keychains left on top. On the keychain was a pair of cartoon characters, one tall and one short, one strong and one thin. Xiong Saiwan's pupils shook and he almost forgot to breathe. This was what Lu Chai had purposely taken out and left behind from the warehouse before he fought the flame giant. As a senior awakened, everyone knew very well that once one died, the things in the warehouse would be dusted off forever, equivalent to disappearing from this world. And why did Lu Chai take out the picture book and keychain in advance? Why? Xiong Kaiwan crawled a little bit with his face and body to the picture album, blowing off the dust that stained it. Chai, I'm sorry. I'll take care of Pao for you, for sure. Xiong Kaiwan used his face as a medium to put the picture book brush and keychain into storage, and then began to debug the walkie-talkie with everything he had. If everyone in the exploration team had entered the curtain, the leading teachers of the major colleges and universities who stayed outside must have noticed the problem as well. It was highly likely that they were already within the replica at this time. It was just that this space was just too huge, and the distance between one trial tower and another had already exceeded the effective distance of the short-range walkie-talkies. It was much harder to call for help. However, right at this moment, movement once again came from the place where the flame giant had fallen in the distance. Still not dead? Lu Chai looked sideways. The body of the flame giant, which was originally itself blown apart, was actually once again ablaze with flames. And in the flames, whiskers of flesh grew and adhered a little bit between its severed bodies. Was this the flame giant's self-healing ability? The flame will not be extinguished, and the flesh will not die. There was a record of a flame giant in the Demon Creepy Records library. This kind of weirdness was incomparably powerful and would appear in groups of 3 or 2 as an intruder in some of the copies. They were often at odds with the style of the entire copy. It was as if nowadays, a sci-fi-filled replica would actually have a magical creature like a flame giant within it. Xiong Kaiwan sighed in despair. It seemed like it was too late even if he contacted for help now. Time passed little by little, and Xiong Kaiwan just laid on the ground, quietly waiting. He couldn't do anything but watch as the flame giant slowly recovered until the broken body was completely connected together. Then, with a huff, the flame giant regained consciousness. Humans, damn it. It cursed angrily as it slowly got up, the flames around its body obviously dimmed quite a bit due to this rebirth. But it just didn't die. The flame giant smiled as it noticed Xiong Kaiwan lying on the ground. It then took a step towards him. Delicious human, you won't be able to escape after all. Xiong Kaiwan closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Shiba, I'm afraid I can't fulfill what I promised you. But in the next second, a strange sound suddenly came from his ears, like someone clapping his hands in the ground. This sound was very familiar to Xiong Kaiwan. He snapped his eyes open. Wasn't this the omen of random teleportation? Clap. The dull clap sounded in his ears. Xiong Kaiwan only felt the heavens and earth spinning, and in just the blink of an eye he had been teleported away. Only, because the flame giant was too close to him, one person and one weirdness were both teleported to the same place. Inside a huge building that surrounded a place. Inside the wide corridor area with a floor height of 30 meters was one open secret door after another, spreading the smell of dust all around. As far as the eye could see, it was clean, and a string of numbers 38 was engraved on the clean white walls cast from unknown materials. This is here? Xiong Kaiwan hadn't entered the interior of the building, and he looked around in confusion. And at the end of the corridor not far from him, he saw row after row of scrapped sentinel robots. At the same time, a dark-haired man with a pistol was also seen, standing in the distance. The black-haired man seemed to notice the commotion and turned around after, disintegrating, the sentry robots in front of him. He looked at Xiong Kaiwan, and then at the flame giant that was not far away from Xiong Kaiwan. The black-haired man then put away his pistol and a strange bronze-colored spear changed in his hand. A spherical red and white unmanned detection machine quickly flew to Xiong Saiwan's body and scanned a circle before aiming at the flame giant again. It then flew back to the black-haired man and displayed the scanned information on the projection. LV-30 level bizarre, inferior flame giant. Status, weak. Is that so? The black-haired man muttered as if he had made some kind of decision, raising that mysterious spear to make a throwing motion. And at that very moment, the expression of that flame giant who was preparing to grab Xiong Kaiwan and eat him suddenly froze. His eyes flickered as he raised his head towards the distance, staring dead on at the thing in the black-haired man's hand. Afterwards, the flame giant took an unprecedented subconscious step back. An unseen look of fear actually appeared in its eyes. Probability trigger. Unleashed Sangu Spear probability effect Sangu Strike. The mysterious spear kept storing energy in the black-haired man's hands, and the terrifying pressure spread out in all directions, shocking Xiong Kaiwan to the point where he couldn't open his eyes and see the man's appearance. Who exactly is he? Please select Sangu Strike to calculate the base attribute. The black-haired man wore a faint smile and whispered a sentence the moment he threw the spear. I choose luck. The result of the selection is locked. Sangu Strike will receive direct damage multiplied by 3 times that base attribute. Sangu Strike. Everything in the world seemed to stop at this moment. The moment the ancient spear was thrown, it erupted into a dazzling green light that flooded everything. It turned into a cone of light and was thrown towards the flame giant at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. The flame giant subconsciously raised his arms to block. How is it possible? The Divine Tree Clan. But even the most manic flames were covered in light. Even the most powerful flesh failed to stop that Sangu spear in the slightest. Blood spattered and dyed the clean white walls of the trial tower green. Looking again. The upper half of the flame giant's body had already disappeared. Killed a class LV-30 lower flame giant, gained experience value plus 1,300. Experience value has reached the upper limit, upgrade successful. LV-12 LV-15. Xiong Kaiwan slowly recovered from his tinnitus state. He looked at the flame giant's corpse with disbelief, his heart filled with doubt and shock. Just who was it that could kill such a powerful flame giant in a single strike? Could it be the teacher in charge of a certain college? Xiong Kaiwan turned his head to look with intense curiosity, while the black-haired man had already arrived in front of him. It also looked incomparably tired. The moment he saw the black-haired man's face clearly, Xiong Kaiwan revealed a helpless smile, one of surprise and relief. Captain Xiong, you are safe now. Chen Feng said. Chapter 95 Yi Changren, so you're the strongest expert? Sight ground. On the scorched black ground, a group of people were struggling to climb out of the ventilation ducts with rescue help. Among them, there was no shortage of students from the 10 northern academies, as well as the wretched members of the 2nd Exploration Team. The members of the exploration team outside the curtain sensed that something was wrong and immediately contacted outside the replica, calling in other exploration teams for support from the neighboring stations. In total, more than 40 Awakened participated in this rescue operation. Personnel from the Xinjiang City Replica Mystic Realm Emergency Response Bureau were also on their way here. And next to the ventilation duct, another LV-30 level flame giant had been decapitated, its entire body sliced into countless pieces. The sonic detectors brought by the rescue team were probing the map structure of the entire replica underground. With the cooperation of the guidance devices, survivors were constantly being rescued. Among them were Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi. They sat paralyzed on the rubble, holding steaming ginger soup in their hands with tired faces. The constant random teleportation made every awakened who entered the underground physically and mentally exhausted. But fortunately, they were extremely lucky to teleport to a place close to the exit. But the search and rescue of the other awakened was just too difficult, and it was a question of whether or not they were even still alive. When Baiwei from the next class came to the duo at this time, she and Jiang Chen with Gu Sisi were currently the only survivors among the 7 people sent by Xinjiang Academy. The rest were still unknown. After the two gave Wen Baiwei a place to sit, the 3 of them stared at the ventilation ducts together holding ginger tea, full of worry. At this time, Counselor He Changren came beside them. He held a thermos cup in his hand and spat out after taking a small sip. This guy, in this situation now, he actually still has the heart to drink tea. Jiang Chen complained inwardly. He Changren patted his shoulder and looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Are the others still alive?" The 3 were slightly surprised in their hearts. They didn't expect He Changren to ask such a direct question. "Ask your words, Lu, I still have to give the school an explanation." This counselor really is immodest. Although Jiang Chen was unhappy in his heart, he still said, they should all be alive. If we're lucky. He added. So that means, all still alive? He Chengren's eyes narrowed into a line. That would be good. Mr. He, what do you mean? Jiang Chen stood up in dissatisfaction. He hadn't expected the kind-faced He Chengren to be such a fearful and irresponsible person. Who would have expected He Chengren's expression to suddenly turn serious after he laughed? Jiang Chen, you've misunderstood me. As the Academy's person in charge of this event, I have the right to assess that incident. As long as I believe that our Academy students are still alive, then the Academy's search for them cannot stop for a day. You said it, they are alive, I believe you. The students of our Shangjing Academy, we want to see people alive, and we want to see corpses even in death. Jiang Chen froze in place, momentarily at a loss for words. It turned out that it was really he who had misunderstood Teacher He. For LV5 leveled you guys, it's already pretty good to be able to survive an S-ranked copy peacefully. Take a good rest next, the Academy will grant you 10 days of leave. In a moment, I will bring a rescue team to personally enter the replica and save every student, every member of the exploration team. He Changren said and opened his thermos to take another sip of tea. It was hard to imagine that he would end with a tea-drinking action after uttering such impassioned words. There was really an indescribable sense of incongruity. It was not clear whether he was just being orally high or whether he was being serious. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. A random teleportation occurred once again within the copy. And as the teleportation ended, a giant hand burning with flames stretched out from within another passageway leading to the underground space in the distance. The LV40 level, copy boss flame giant was actually teleported to the ground. Move. Evacuate the survivors, the rest of the exploration team prepare to follow me. How far has the curtain cracked? At least 10 more minutes. 10 minutes, that's enough. The members of the exploration team that came in support from outside the replica grabbed their weapons and stared at the flame giant in disgust, always ready to attack. From the mouth of the surviving second exploration team survivors, they had already learned that the flame giant was a copy boss and was extremely difficult to deal with. What they had to do now was to stall for 10 minutes until the curtain was open to safely rescue everyone out of the copy. But the next moment, a pair of calloused hands pressed on the shoulders of the leader of the rescue team. Looking back, a Mediterranean bald middle-aged man holding a thermos and wearing glasses walked past him. He removed the glasses and shoved them into his arms along with the thermos. Then without a word, he resolutely walked to the front of the crowd. Big brother, you. The captain of the exploration team still wanted to stop this person, but the words hanging in his mouth came to an abrupt end, and the sword light overflowed in his eyes. Only to see He Chengren's hands suddenly appeared a long sword with a curved blade made of dragon crystal. This sword. Could it be that you are? Before the words fell, He Chengren disappeared in an instant with a slight point of his foot. A second later a white light flashed in front of the flame giant. The flame giant's movement stopped the instant it took a step. Only to see scratch after scratch emerge from its horrifying cheeks, followed by its entire head turning into broken pieces and bursting apart. Copy boss, dead. The LV40, S-ranked creepy was just like a chicken that was chopped up on the spot by He Changren without even reacting. This all happened really fast, so fast that everyone was still standing still and ready to go up and help. But in less than a second, the flame giant was actually killed in seconds. It was too strong. Who was he? The captain of the exploration team finally remembered the name of the sword that emitted a fishy red glow, as well as the identity of this middle-aged bald man. That was the terrifying existence that had once slaughtered the entire 11 replicas from number 46 to 57 and killed all the demonic creatures within those replicas until it could be developed into a tourist attraction. It was a strong person from the same period of time as the famous awakened in Shangjing City, Long Xiangping, and Gutingtian. The dragon crystal sword that emitted scarlet light was precisely the sword of the awakened person with the title of Sword Saint of Shangjing. It was just that he had clearly retired to the second line for many years. Everyone even thought for a while that this strong man had already fallen. But no one expected that he was still around and still so powerful. One strike to kill, LV40 level flame giant. He Changren rejoined the crowd, put away the sword of dragonglass, and murmured in a low voice after retrieving the thermos and glasses from the arms of the exploration team leader, "It's not a copy boss. I'm afraid this copy is above S rank." After explaining all this, He Changren opened the thermos and drank a mouthful of tea, his face calm, as if nothing had happened just now. In the distance, Jiang Chen's few people looked dumbfounded. No, mister, he is this fierce? Chapter 96, Alive. The curtain broke. The survivors were finally able to walk out of the replica. With the arrival of the rescue team, the search and rescue project for the survivors officially began. At the same time, the awakened with magical attributes began to analyze the curtain. The answer soon came out that the curtain was a large-scale magical boundary, isolating all internal and external connections. It also reacted actively to some attacks, suddenly expanding the boundary's range as a counterattack. Once inside the curtain, no living being would be able to get out of it, unless it was forced to break through. However, this also made the members of the exploration team at the scene worried. Underneath the replica ground was a huge complex filled with sci-fi colors. On the ground, however, were magical creations filled with indestructible flames and isolating boundaries. The difference between this back and forth is hard to figure out. But that's all for the later copies to explore. The priority was still to search out the survivors first. At the initial stage, there were 15 people from the number 1 exploration team, 10 people from the number 2 exploration team, and 30 students from the 10 northern academies, totaling 55 people who had entered the curtain. However, only 12 students and 2 members of exploration team number 2 had been rescued. As for the 276th site, the first exploration team had yet to find a single survivor, and the team's leader, Fong Tong, had already been confirmed dead. 23 hours later. Come help, 2 more were found. Priest. Come and take a look. Emergency transportation to the hospital, quick. With the entry of large machines, the efficiency of the rescue continued to increase. With close to 24 hours of rescue, the area that the exploration team was able to explore grew wider and wider. But the space in the lower part of the replica was simply too large, and the preliminary estimation of the net area was feared to be even more massive than 2 Shangjing cities. Whether or not they could search and rescue the survivors now depended almost entirely on their luck. Whether or not random teleportation could transport them to an area that the rescue team could explore was the key. The temporary base at the rear of the rescue team. He Changren took off his glasses and washed his face with a grave expression. He had just returned to the ground from the lower space half an hour ago. Back and forth he had entered more than 10 times with his men, but less than 2 survivors had been rescued. Now everyone had roughly figured out the random teleportation mechanism of the copy. The upper space was unaffected, and teleportation would occur in the lower space about once every hour. The target was randomized, the number was randomized, and the location was randomized. In other words, each time the rescue team was left with less than an hour, they had to come out within the time limit or else they would immediately become the target to be rescued. With this special mechanism in place, coupled with the fact that communication between the lower space and the upper space tends to be interrupted due to the long distance, it also pretty much predicts that this place is an extremely difficult copy of the raiders that can't be fully explored. It's a thankless endeavor, and it's estimated that no exploration team would be willing to take on this project. After washing his face, He Changren walked out of the tent and came beside a person. Old Long Ah, there are still 2 students from our academy who have not been found. This person was none other than Long Shangping, the president of Shangjing Academy. Chen Feng and Song Chang? Right. Hearing this, Long Shangping frowned tightly with a grave expression. Xiong Kaiwan is also missing, I don't know if he's dead or alive. He Changrun continued to report. Long Shangping rubbed his eyes. I can't imagine that an ordinary research activity would actually cause such a mess. He Changrun, our academy is still lucky, at least 5 students have been rescued. The other schools are in bad shape. I heard that none of the 10 people sent by Evergreen College have been found so far. Alas, Long Shangping let out a heavy sigh. I just hope Chen Feng and Song Chang are still alive. The other side where the exploration team was resting had the same gloomy atmosphere. Together with the 2 people who had been rescued, the only 6 people left in the second exploration team stayed together, their eyes looking in the direction of the rescue team, looking over their shoulders. Something had happened, and the 5 people who had entered together as backup had ended up with Lu Chai also missing by now. A few people looked at Lu Xiaobao, who was following the rescue team moment by moment, with an indescribable sadness. This kid just entered the exploration team and encountered this kind of thing. I just hope that his brother can come out safe and sound. You guys say, well, Captain Xiong. Blah 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 blah, don't crow mouth. It's not a surprise that any of us will die. How can Captain Xiong die? With Captain Xiong's strength, even if he encounters a flame giant who can't fight him but still can't run? Also. The crowd nodded in agreement, but despite the words, the worry and panic in their eyes couldn't be fooled. It was unknown how long had passed. A shout suddenly came from the rescue team that had been in a state of silence. Come on! Someone's coming up! What? Hurry up and help! The drowsy crowd was immediately awakened, the only good news in so many hours. Everyone gathered around the ventilation duct marked as number 5 and watched as the rescue team set up their mechanical equipment and began to probe inward. How many? Life radar shows 3, but 2 of them are in bad shape, with low heart rates. Then don't hurry. The rescue team's engines were running at full speed, and they soon found their target. Everyone's breath began to catch as the elevated platform deep underground slowly rose. The crowd waited in anticipation, only hoping that these 3 were the 3 they had been waiting for in their hearts. The entire surviving members of the second exploration team came aside and held their breath. Long Shangping and He Changren, as well as the leaders of the major colleges and universities, also came to the side of the passageway at the same time. The pulley slowly turned, and with a bang, the elevating platform rose to the top. Only to see a black-haired teenager dragging his crippled leg, assisting the 2 with difficulty from left to right. The moment he got a clear look at his face, exclamations of surprise came from the crowd. Captain Xiong! It's Captain Xiong! Captain Xiong is still alive! The second exploration team members wanted to rush up, but they were still stopped by the rescue team. On the other side, the leaders of the institutions sighed with regret. It was a pity that this was not one of their students. But only Long Shangping and He Changrun looked happy, although they didn't say a word, but their eyes were full of relief for the black-haired teenager. The rescue team came up to help Song Chang and Xiong Kaiwan, who were seriously injured and unconscious. Unburdened Chen Feng's body was uncontrollably paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, Chen Feng was extremely exhausted, and his entire body no longer had a single ounce of strength. The side effects of the Tsungu strike were simply too great. This tiredness of wanting to vomit but not being able to do so was tormenting him. It seemed that it would be better to not use this move in the future. Chen Feng lay on the ground on all fours and took a long breath. Phew, finally sort of came out. At this time, Chen Feng noticed that the child named Lu Xiaobao squeezed out from the crowd. He came to Chen Feng's side and asked with a few drops of tears in his eyes, Did you see my brother? Chen Feng forced himself to sit up, then placed a string of keychains into his palm. Before Xiong Kaiwan passed out, he had instructed himself to help him give this string of keychains to this child. The moment he got the keychain, Lu Xiaobao's tears could no longer stop flowing. Although Chen Feng had not seen Lu Chai, he roughly understood what had happened at this point. Parting in life and death was a necessary lesson that every member of the exploration team had to go through. From now on, Xiong Kaiwan had truly accepted him, right? Chapter 97, New Team Member Targeting and Confidentiality Pacts. Your leg is fine. Replica outside Logistics Rescue Center. Chen Feng moved his ankle after removing the immobilization plate and stood up and jumped. The left leg had returned to normal, it just still had some swelling and pain. Thanks. Chen Feng turned to look at Wen Baiwei and said. It was her who was responsible for treating his wounds. Wen Baiwei wiped away the sweat on her forehead, her hands trembling as she accepted the hot water handed over by Chen Feng. Chen Feng's injuries were neither heavy nor light. The Achilles tendon was broken, the muscles were torn, and there were breaks in the bones. However, Wen Baiwei's awakened profession was the highly sought-after, healing priest, amongst the auxiliary professions. This healing auxiliary profession sacrificed the characteristics of restoring physical strength and energy, but focused on repairing physical injuries. A broken leg like Chen Feng's was nothing more than a common occurrence for awakened in this profession. It could be said that as long as the level was high enough, anyone lying in bed who wasn't dead would be able to pull your life back, or at least hang on for dear life. But the advantages of this profession are also its disadvantages. Can only heal physical injuries, cannot restore physical energy, etc., cannot allow the team to maintain a long period of combat power, commonly known as only outside not inside. Once the team is caught in a war of attrition, physical energy deficit will often instantly collapse, even if you can heal physical injuries is still a drop in the bucket. However, this is only an A-level occupation, and having such a powerful healing ability is already very good. Wen Baiwei's face looked very bad at this time. She had healed quite a few people after taking the initiative to apply for participation in the rescue mission, and had only rested for a few hours up until now. It had also been almost 10 hours since Chen Feng had come out, and she was already close to her limit. Wen Baiwei put down the cup of water and then followed the prescription to get Chen Feng some more medicines. Most auxiliary profession awakened with healing abilities did not have the ability to make a person recover 100% from an injury. Although Wen Baiwei was able to restore Qin Feng's leg to normal, the swelling and inflammation left behind still required medication. This was also one of the reasons why pharmaceutical products had still not been replaced in the Age of Awakening. Likewise, not everyone had the money to be able to hire an awakened to cure them. After Qin Feng had taken the medicine, he lifted up his pants leg again to look at the original wound. The flesh that had been torn apart had recovered as before, leaving no trace at all. This was one of the miracles that the new era of awakening had brought to mankind. Recovering from major injuries was no longer calculated on a monthly or quarterly basis. With the presence of powerful logistical professional awakened ones, it was even just a matter of minutes and seconds. Qin Feng suddenly realized that he might need a nurse in his team. He raised his head and looked at Wen Baiwei, who was recording the medicine registrations, and thought carefully. Although Wen Baiwei's profession was unable to grant herself and her team physical strength and energy boosts, nor could she recharge herself after using Tsangu Strike. However, once she thought about the fact that the Tsangu Strike was an instantaneous draining of physical strength and energy, it would be unrecognizable to rely on a nurse to recover it alone. If the team had Wen Baiwei on board, at least the pressure on Jiang Chen in the front row wouldn't be so great. Team members who were harmed could also be rescued in time. So Qin Feng suddenly asked, "Wen Baiwei, consider joining my team. We're lacking a nursemaid right now." Wen Baiwei froze slightly and turned her head to look at Qin Feng in surprise. She had not expected Qin Feng to suddenly ask this question. However, Wen Baiwei had originally been snatched from another team by Song Chang, and she did not have any sense of belonging to this team or the previous team. It didn't really matter which team she went to. However, once Wen Baiwei thought back to Qin Feng's performance in the copy, as well as the way she had saved Song Chang and Xiong Kaiwan from the copy, she was still more or less touched. At least in her opinion, Qin Feng was many times better than Song Chang, the captain of this current team. "I'm all for it, but Song Chang probably won't agree," Wen Baiwei coldly said. "Qin Feng, it's fine, besides you all snatch Song Chang over. Our team just happens to be lacking a character that can both shield set and output." Wen Baiwei narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Qin Feng strangely. "Doesn't your team already have an excellent number 1 position?" Qin Feng smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Song Chang is not a traditional number 1 position. His ability to not only work with the offense but also play the important role of a firefighter in the team. Plus, the combination of your and his professional skills together will have a terrifying effect. Wen Baiwei cocked her head in confusion. What effect? She and Song Chang were on the same team, and even Wen Baiwei herself didn't know what other effects they could have between them. Qin Feng got up and did not explain, but walked straight towards the outside of the tent. "You guys will know afterward, see you at the end of the period." Wen Baiwei gazed at Qin Feng's departing back with an indescribable helplessness. This guy actually wanted to poach half of their team in one breath. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed like no one could stop him either. But although Shangjing Academy had a team member challenge system in place, but they were not in the same class as Qin Feng. As a matter of common sense, the first semester would focus primarily on team divisions within classes. It would not be until the beginning of the second semester that there would be a general cross-class challenge. If Qin Feng came to their class B in the first semester to snatch someone, it would probably cause quite a bit of public outrage. Could they withstand it? After leaving the rescue tent, Qin Feng rushed to the severely injured area. He soon found Xiong Kaiwan, who had just come to his senses, in a separate tent. Xiong Kaiwan did not seem surprised by Qin Feng's arrival. He sat up on the bed with difficulty. Xiong Kaiwan had been severely injured by the flame giant in the copy, but fortunately, Qin Feng had appeared to save him and sent him out in time. The person who had healed him had told him that if he had been that many hours more at night, he was afraid that he would have been unable to return to life. Fortunately, after treatment, Xiong Kaiwan's physical condition had stabilized, and most of his wounds had recovered as before. It was the left arm that had been completely cut off that was currently out of reach and could only be wrapped in a bandage for the time being. It is not impossible to let the left arm grow back to recover, but the price of treatment for an awakened person with this ability is not low. "The country doesn't report it?" Qin Feng asked as he came to the bedside and sat down. Xiong Kaiwan said with a helpless face, "To report, but the cost is very high, and I'm afraid the process will take some time to go down. After all, awakened individuals with this ability tend to be on the front lines of the most dangerous copies." "Then you'll have to be a one-armed warrior for a while." Xiong Kaiwan burst out laughing when he heard Qin Feng say so. "It's fine, it's just the right time to take a break." The two of them suddenly fell into silence, as if they were both thinking about something. Xiong Kaiwan suddenly looked up at Chen Feng and whispered, "Chen Feng, that spear of yours, what kind of weapon is it?" Killing the flame giant in a single strike, the pressure that emanated from it actually managed to strike fear into me. Chen Feng rose, he had come here for this very thing. "Captain Xiong, can you keep this a secret for me? I don't want to draw too much attention from the outside world for now." Xiong Kaiwan sighed regretfully after realizing that Chen Feng did not want to talk about it. However, he also put away his curiosity and said bashfully, "Humph, don't worry, kid. You saved my life, the media asked me about it, I'll main a question." "Then thank you, Captain Bear," Chen Feng said, lifting the tent cloth and preparing to leave. Just as his left foot stepped out, Xiong Kaiwan called out to him again. "Chen Feng, let me ask you something. If the flame giant was at its full strength, would you still be certain of killing it?" "Yes." Chen Feng did not turn around and said. Xiong Kaiwan reclined after hearing the answer. He sighed helplessly as he looked at the roof of the tent. Alas, sure enough, the future still belongs to the youth. Chapter 98, Boredom and 200,000 Scholarships. The incident of the 237 copies quickly spread throughout the country. Involving students from the 10 northern colleges and universities, the impact of this incident was even more severe. It also directly led to the nationwide institutional research activities being temporarily cancelled. And when the report of this incident was published in the news, it caused even more of a storm. The super micro miniature replica that was initially explored was actually divided into 2 levels, upper and lower. It was actually a mega copy in itself. The underground space of the replica far exceeded the size of any currently known replica space by a record area. And the exploration continued, with the area of the replica space continuing to rise. The original prediction of the E-grade rating difficulty copy shifted to actually become a S-grade level Lv.40 bizarre S-grade copy. Moreover, according to informed sources, the S-ranked weirdness is not a copy boss. The current exploration team that took over the 237th replica has temporarily designated the replica as an SS-ranked replica, and has strictly forbidden any non-exploration team members and organizations to enter. Reports of the replica came to an abrupt end. However, the society again showed polarized attitudes towards the initial exploration team in charge of the replica. Some praised them, saying that they had responded in a timely manner and protected the lives and safety of a large number of students. However, there were also those who vilified them, believing that the exploration team had made mistakes in the initial exploration that led to this tragedy. The former head of the site, Xiong Kaiwan, attended a Q&A session with reporters and offered to take responsibility for the incident. However, with the release of the follow-up investigation, Xiong Kaiwan and the exploration team members of the second and third sites have not been heavily punished. According to the investigation of the image data show, the number 1 exploration team that took the lead in encountering the mysterious curtain area first made a strict image text record and analyzed that the curtain was a magical product to find a way to break open. However, the image showed that it was also their wrong assessment of the initial stage of the replica that caused the members of the number 1 exploration team to relax their vigilance, coupled with the weak communication link, and did not report to the station in time. Such behavior allowed them to trigger the counterattack mechanism when they attempted to break through the curtain, causing the entirety of Exploration Team 1 to be pulled into it. It also directly led to the tragic death of the Captain Fong Tong as well as 2 of his team members and the disappearance of all the remaining 12. That was the end of people's evaluation of the incident, but there was one small matter that caught the attention of public opinion. A certain freshman from Shinjing Academy had magically rescued Xiong Kaiwan, the leader of the exploration team, as well as students from the same school from the duplicate. This was what Chen Feng said when he faced the news media. "To be honest, I'm not sure how I walked out. Anyway, it was just a matter of being teleported around in the replica, finding the unconscious Captain Xiong and fellow student Song Chang, and then another teleportation directly to the exit." Chen Feng's statement was recognized by Xiong Kaiwan. The outside world was also quite impressed with Chen Feng's good fortune. However, everyone seemed to be more interested in seeing the hot-blooded story of saving his companions from danger and fighting 300 rounds against the weirdness. Therefore, the news that reported on Chen Feng only took up a very small piece of space. But this was just what Chen Feng had intended. After all, it was only when one was muffled that one could really get rich. "Chen Feng, this is the scholarship that the Academy has decided to give you." Inside the counselor's office, He Changren gave a letter of commendation to Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened it and took a look. There was no bank card or cash, and he was disappointed. He Changrun smiled and explained, your heroic performance saved 2 people, and as relayed by the others it was your impromptu decision-making in the replica that allowed most of the students to survive. Thanks to you, none of our students at Shangjing Academy had an accident in this incident, and only you were considered to have minor injuries. And you've also done a good job of brushing up on the school's popularity. In view of this, the school has decided to give you a $200,000 scholarship. How much? 200,000. Chen Feng didn't really have much of a minority on what the purchasing power of this figure was. He only knew that he was finally able to sort of pay back the money he owed Gu Sisi. Chen Feng scratched his head, Mr. He, it's been said that it's luck, it's not considered heroic. Even if it's luck, it's still part of strength. He Changrun emphasized. There was nothing wrong with this statement, Chen Feng liked to hear it. What about the money though? Teacher He. Chen Feng asked this question that he cared about the most. He Changrun touched his glasses and opened his thermos without panic. This money can only be sent to you in the coming year, the academy's financial budget ran out this year. But don't worry, this money is definitely there. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth twitched slightly, he did not expect He Changrun to be so straightforward. In one fell swoop, he had stripped out the old bottom of Shangjing Academy. But it was good, this year was almost over. Eating dirt for less than a month would transform him into a rich man. Chen Feng suddenly turned around when he was about to leave and asked, Teacher He, let me ask you something, can you take me to a weapons practical class this semester? Oh? Why are you interested in this? He Changrun was curious, wasn't Chen Feng a logistics profession? The weapons he built himself also had a certain level of proficiency based on the characteristics of his profession, so why was he still interested in a hands-on weapons class? Chen Feng nodded his head, more means to save your life. He Changrun narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly smelling something. This kid, it seemed like he hadn't gotten a lot of oil and water in the replica. Alright, which aspect do you want to target? Lances, spears type of melee and throwing skills. Hiss, He Changrun touched his glasses, this is a very cold classification. Teacher He, could it be that you don't know how? Chen Feng questioned. He Changrun's glasses almost fell straight to the ground. Then how much are you looking down on your teacher He? Thank you then. Chen Feng thanked him and left the office. The aftermath of this incident with the 237th copy made Chen Feng realize that he also needed certain melee combat tactics. It was important to make full use of the Tsangu spear's constant ability. It was also considered saving for a rainy day. After all, there was no telling if he would one day encounter another situation where the A-grade normal pistol would fail to function. But what worried Chen Feng the most right now wasn't the issue of scholarships. Instead, it was the issue of the 237th copy. It was correct that he had obtained a token that allowed him to brush up on his experience. However, now that the copy was strictly controlled by the state according to SS level, he couldn't even go in and brush his experience if he wanted to. He was still a college student himself, so entering a copy was already much more difficult. Coupled with this incident, it was almost impossible for him to have the opportunity to enter. However, Chen Feng thought of someone. He immediately dialed Lv.1's number, asking him about joining the Nine Heavens Guild. Wasn't it only people from the exploration team that were allowed to enter? Coincidentally, didn't the Nine Heavenly Guild have an exploration team under its umbrella? And, he just happened to have gotten the Nine Heavenly Guild internal promotion quota in the summer camp. Just join the Nine Heavenly Guild and follow the exploration team in. Chen Feng's idea was good. Lv.1 was also happy to hear that Chen Feng wanted to join the Nine Heavenly Guild. However, there was now a dilemma. In order to join the guild, one had to be a university graduate at the very least. But Lv.1 told Chen Feng of another method. That was to achieve significant accomplishments and become a special member of the Nine Heavenly Guild. However, this was too difficult, or at least it had never been accomplished by anyone under the age of 30. Chen Feng hung up the phone with a look of regret. Not really. My treasure trove of experience brushing has just been sealed? Chapter 99, Little Drop's Two Great Functions. 10 days later. Chen Feng and the others finally returned to the classroom after being forced to take a 10-day vacation by the academy. Inside the training ground, the trio of Chen Feng, Jiang Chen, and Gu Sisi, who had returned after a long absence, walked into the field wearing special training clothes issued by the academy. Their appearance immediately caused the other students in Class A to discuss. Everyone had heard about what happened in the 237th copy and looked at Chen Feng's trio with different expressions. Seeing their fellow classmates return in one piece, there were those who were worried and those who felt unfortunate for them. Of course, there was also celebration and ridicule. They were glad that they hadn't gone with Chen Feng and the others to grab this research activity slot, or else they would have been the ones who were unlucky. They also scoffed, thinking that Chen Feng and the others deserved to be unlucky for punching their faces in the face. However, Chen Feng's trio did not care about these comments. They only wanted to quickly find their training rhythm. After all, being forced to take a 10-day vacation by the academy and being pressed into a sanatorium to eat, drink and have fun was painful. Other than that, Jiang Chen had gained 2 pounds. The first half of this morning's course was divided into teams for free training. Each team in Class A was allocated a small area with dummies used to simulate targets. The three of them, Chen Feng, immediately plunged into the training after finding a corner. Chen Feng took the automatic detector little drop out of the warehouse. It seemed to be suffocating inside Chen Feng's system warehouse and immediately scanned every single student in the entire training ground after coming out. Jiang Chen was astonished at the sight of this red and white spherical machine with one large mechanical eye that had no wings but could float nimbly. He moved his head closer to look it up and down carefully. Holy, old Chen, what the hell is this? An intelligent machine found in the replica that is capable of some basic probing. Chen Feng replied. What was said wasn't false, but Chen Feng omitted a little bit of detail. Gu Sisi on the side was calm when she saw Little Drop. She seemed to have long gotten used to Chen Feng's state of pulling out awesome contraptions from the warehouse from time to time. Just then, Little Fall projected white light to scan Jiang Chen up and down. The information probed was then shown on the projection to come. Lv.5 awakened, C rank profession shield swordsman. Assessed threat as 0. Hey. What the hell? What do you mean threat 0? Speak clearly for me, you artificial retard. Jiang Chen was instantly anxious and swung his fist up to smash into Little Fall. Little Fall did an instantaneous slide and moved behind Chen Feng in a flash of smoke to dodge. Old Chen, lend me this thing for 2 days, I promise to return it to you in one piece after 2 days. Chen Feng laughed and shook his head. That probably won't work, this guy recognizes his master. Jiang Chen continued to try to chase Little Drop, but no matter how much he shot, he couldn't touch Little Drop in the slightest. Phew, Jiang Chen gasped, very tired. Old Chen, this artificial retard is a bit of a thing. The flexibility is high enough, and can also be anywhere, anytime. Dynamic scanning and probing, almost can be a replacement for some of the auxiliary occupation awakened. Chen Feng understood that Jiang Chen and Xiaolu staged a cat and mouse play just to test out the flexibility of this intelligent probe. Having it around is also considered to be a great addition to our team's combat power. Chen Feng said. It can also help us learn about our opponent's professions and levels in time afterward, which can save us a lot of work. Gu Sisi, who had been silently practicing her marksmanship by shooting dummies on the side, turned her head at this time and looked at Chen Feng and asked in a small voice, Little Drop, can she find weaknesses? To be honest, Chen Feng hadn't seriously studied the Xiaolu after getting it, having been busy with other things. However, according to the introduction of the cube machine, Little Fall was able to dispatch the Sunset Empire's database. In turn, it was able to scan the target units, so analyzing the weaknesses through the databases shouldn't be a difficult task. So Chen Feng gave instructions in his mind, and soon Little Fall received the instructions to fly in front of the target dummy to scan it. After a short period of time, Little Drop shot out an aiming ray aimed at a position 1 centimeter above the dummy's neck joint. And it showed that the area was the most vulnerable part of the target dummy. It'll work. Gu Sisi immediately lifted her gun and aimed at the weak spot as a single dump of magazine fire. After the gunshot, the dummy's head was directly shot off. Chen Feng then dispatched Little Drop to scan Jiang Chen again and had it analyze his weak points. At the same time, he told Jiang Chen to take out his shield and illuminated the illusion shield into a defensive state. Jiang Chen complied. As Little Drop finished analyzing, it directly listed Jiang Chen's weaknesses as follows. 1. Lower level, shorter maintenance time of the illusion shield, high-frequency uninterrupted attacks would be able to break the defense. 2. The defense direction was too fixed for multi-angle attacks. 3. Xiaolu listed a whole bunch of them, all of them deadly. Similarly, Jiang Chen's face was getting worse and worse. No, am I that bad? He complained with a sobbing voice. Chen Feng turned off Little Drop's analyzing function and came to his side to pat his shoulder in comfort. Lao Jiana, it's normal for us to have many weaknesses at a low level. But with Little Drop around, not only can it help during battles, but we can also use this function to point out the problems we have during weekday training, so it's a 2-for-1 deal. Jiang Chen wiped away his tears of sadness and nodded in recognition of Chen Feng's words. And immediately took out a paper and pen to write down the analysis that Little Drop had just done. It was currently known that Little Drop possessed two major functions. One was to scan and analyze the target's basic information, including but not limited to people and demonic shenanigans. The second was a weakness analysis based on the first function. This function would vary with the level and type of the target, resulting in a different amount of time needed to analyze it. Like the target dummy, Little Drop took 3 seconds to point out where the weaknesses were and directly label the location. In contrast, for an awakened like Jiang Chen, the weaknesses were displayed in text form. However, weakness analysis also had limitations. Little Drop could only analyze through the abilities that the target had already displayed. Like Jiang Chen, although he had so many weaknesses, what if he had a warehouse of divine armor in his backpack? Then the weakness analysis would be invalid. After understanding these mechanisms, Chen Feng added Xiao Lu to the trio training. Xiao Lu's existence also attracted the curiosity of the other students in the class. However, Chen Feng's trio was unanimous with the public, claiming that it was bought by Gu Sisi at great expense. Coupled with Gu Sisi's own identity, it was quite possible that she would be able to access these cutting-edge things, so no one doubted this claim. After a morning of training, Chen Feng's trio slowly found their rhythm. And soon after noon, after a short break, He Changren arrived at the Class A training ground. This afternoon was technically a free time for the students. However, He Changren had temporarily inserted a weapons training class, in which the students in the class were free to choose whether or not to participate. The course wasn't of much use to those in the class with logistical or support professions, but those in other combat professions were very interested. However, everyone was puzzled when they saw Chen Feng also standing in the queue. As I recall, shouldn't this guy be going to Professor Chi's class? How come he's interested in running here to join in the fun? Chapter 100, Weapons Course. I choose a 2-meter long spear. Currently the mainstream weapon for awakened people is guns and cannons, followed by the cold weapons such as swords and knives. Guns and cannons are much more applicable, as long as there is ammo for a high weapon level. Even professions that aren't guns and cannons can deal out notable damage. Cold weapons, on the other hand, have stricter occupational requirements for the awakened themselves. You don't usually see scenes where there are auxiliary or logistic occupation awakened who are physically fighting demons with cold weapons. Inside the training ground, He Changren methodically introduced himself with a thermos cup in his hand. In front of him lay the standardized weapons provided by the academy. There were 5 disciplines and 8 categories, with a wide variety. Teacher He, then since that's the case, if you give me a highly rated gun weapon, won't I be able to act as the main output hand in the team by practicing my marksmanship? An auxiliary profession student asked. He Changren shook his head without changing his color and denied, the ubiquity of gunnery weapons is for us humans. But in reality, high-rated weapons of this type rarely drop within the replica secrets, and most of them are rated very low. Gunnery weapons lack high-rating weapons, and most of these rare weapons are provided to gunnery profession awakened, making the power maximized. He Changren's words caused the students who asked questions to be a bit disappointed. After all, who wouldn't want to be an outputter? He Changren continued, but that's fine. I also encourage students of the auxiliary and logistic professions to learn gunnery weapons. A little more means of output will also allow for more means of defense, and it will also allow for the digestion of weapons not used by the team's main output hand. He Changren's point of view didn't have any problems, but the words were inevitably a bit uncomfortable in the ears of these students. But this was the truth, most awakened's occupational category would limit his development path. Even if the awakened person was a hot-tempered militant before awakening, if it was a logistical occupation, he could only hold his temper and obediently turn the screws under normal circumstances. Soon, the distribution of weapons was completed. Since it was the first class, the content was also very basic. He Changren encouraged those students who already had a weapon to get in touch with areas they were not good at. Just like Chen Feng, for example. He chose an iron spear as his weapon. The spear was about 2 meters long, with a sharp head, and stood on the ground with incomparable scenery. However, when Chen Feng held it in his hands, it always gave off a head-heavy feeling. No way, Chen Feng, you didn't listen to Mr. He's words, right? The student who was picking out a weapon beside Chen Feng asked when he saw this. He Changren had clearly said that it was better for non-warfare profession awakened to pick a gun-type weapon. He was fine, picking a 2-meter-long spear. Why, to make a kebab. Chen Feng didn't pay any attention to him but turned around to join Gu Sisi. Jiang Chen did not participate in this weapons training class. According to him, even though he was a shield swordsman, this sword part wasn't the least bit useful in his opinion, and his occupational trade currently had no bonuses, so he might as well focus on how to defend. So he ran off to attend a training class to work on his concentration. Gu Cece was even stranger. She didn't choose anything and just took the normal pistol that Chen Feng had given her as a weapon. This left the student who had asked the question earlier completely confused as to what these two guys were thinking. He seriously doubted that these two were listening to heavenly books while He was lecturing. Why do you think she, a gunman, had to practice her marksmanship? Soon, under He Qingren's arrangement, the students attending the course in Class A were divided into groups according to the type of weapon and taught independently. After pressing the button to divide the training field, several walls rose from the large field to separate the space into several pieces. Training builds for different types of weapons then emerge from the ground and the dome. This kind of automatic modularized training field highlighted a wealth of money. Chen Feng roughly understood why the financial appropriations of the Shangjing Academy had run out, presumably it was spent on such places in. By the training ground, everyone was making their final preparations. Chen Feng looked towards Gu Cece. This girl had a special kind of paranoia. Obviously, with the added professional characteristics, her marksmanship could be almost 100%, but she still didn't know enough. She wanted to practice to the extent that 1,000 bullets would knock down the wings of 1,000 flies. Chen Feng did not say anything about this. It wasn't wrong to reach the peak. Cece, this is for you. Chen Feng took out another pistol from the warehouse that looked exactly like the one Gu Cece was holding and placed it in front of her. Gu Cece cocked her head in disbelief, a slight doubt in her eyes. Chen Feng simply shoved the gun into her hand. I got a new one, and a grade ordinary pistol. Gu Cece took the pistol and was not too surprised when she saw the weapon panel. She simply nodded, then stuffed the originally grade normal pistol back into the storage. Chen Feng, it has more recoil and more power. Instead of calling it a pistol, it should be called a hand cannon. Try it out to see if you're used to it, and when I go whoring around Professor Chi's iron ore afterward, I should still be able to get one. Chen Feng blatantly said his plan. If Professor Chi heard it, he would probably understand why the iron ore consumption in the forging room was so high in the first 2 months. It turned out to be this kid who was being a white whore monster. Give it to me? Gu Cece asked. Chen Feng nodded his head. Everyone was on a team. As Gu Cece was the core output position of the team, it was only natural that the best gun-type weapons should be given to her in order to maximize their effectiveness. Although the basic materials consumed were a bit much, Chen Feng was not stingy. After Gu Cece returned a smile, she suddenly took out her cell phone and searched for something with her head down. A moment later she raised her phone and placed it in front of Chen Feng. It displayed the average market price of an A-grade gun-class weapon, between $130,000 and $200,000. What does that mean? Chen Feng was puzzled. Gu Cece put down her phone and affirmed, offsetting a debt. A write-off. Chen Feng was shocked in his heart. He hadn't thought of this level at all. There was such a good thing? Although the grade A ordinary pistol was also a good fit for Gu Cece's profession, it was after all a probability weapon, and the market price would be greatly discounted. And to just offset the debt like this, it was more or less a bit of a forced purchase. Gu Cece seemed to be able to tell what Chen Feng was thinking inside, as she waved her hand in front of Chen Feng's eyes. Afterwards, she grinned towards Chen Feng and turned around to run towards her training area. The manner in which she carried her pistol and waved it around was just like the little girl who had gotten the lollipop. Chen Feng scratched the back of his head. Well, it's worthy of you, CC rich girl. Chen Feng was assigned within the melee cold weapon area. Each person was assigned a training-type mechanical dummy. This type of dummy was equipped with complex electronic components, capable of performing various actions. It was also equipped with an electronic display screen, which contained training courses on various weapons and fighting techniques from the Shangjing Academy, which was even more advanced than the version of the Nine Heaven Guild's summer camp. At this time, He Changren walked in and came to Chen Feng's side. How about it? What do you want me to instruct you on? Chen Feng said after turning off the dummy's electronic screen, advanced techniques in the use of lance and spear-type weapons. He Changren was slightly startled. That's a very advanced course, it's very difficult, are you sure? Chen Feng nodded. I'm sure. Chapter 101, Blasting Dummy to Cinders, you tell me it's called a munchkin? Gunnery Training Area. A total of 12 students had signed up to learn, occupying a large portion of the number of people. Among them, there were quite a few students who were awakened in non-warfare professions. They strictly followed He Changren's thoughts on gunnery training. By mastering the use of various basic gun types, they could be considered to be able to share some of the output firepower for the team in the future, so that they wouldn't be unable to do anything. The training ground provided a total of 3 gun types. They were the standard automatic rifle, shotgun, and the most basic pistol. The first 2 gun types had their own advantages and disadvantages, and were the first choice of most students. There were some girls who wanted to choose a pistol, but when they saw that no one was going to choose that type of gun, they finally chose the automatic rifle to save face. At this time, He Changren is still next door to the cold weapon training area. We can only follow the training dummy provided by the video to feel their own. Good in high school when most people have contact with firearms, even if there are half a year did not touch again to start faster. Soon, the sound of gunfire began to rise. It was disorganized, and if it wasn't for the soundproof earplugs in place, it was estimated that the hearing would be damaged sooner or later. But soon, those who were into the marksmanship training noticed Gu Cece. They didn't understand why Gu Cece continued to train her marksmanship when her profession was clearly a 100-shot gunner. What was the difference between her standing in a group of awakened who were not in the firearms profession and a shark charging into a fish pond? But what made everyone even more puzzled was that what Gu Cece was holding in her hand was actually a pistol. It was reasonable to say that most of the firearms class professional awakened people pursued weapons with the largest caliber and fiercest firepower. No matter what, they had to meet a rate of fire that could shoot an overwhelming barrage of bullets. Pistols, not powerful enough, not fast enough, and short range. The recoil was very small, so it was enough as a weapon for novices to practice their marksmanship. It's just that she, Gu Cece, is a gunman. In the corner, the 2 male students stared at Gu Cece with unblinking eyes. One elbowed the arm of the person next to him. Both of them simultaneously glanced sideways at each other, revealing smiles that conveyed an unspoken meaning. This is the daughter of the president of the Nine Heavens Guild, and she's still so pretty. No boyfriend, right? No, someone has observed that Chen Feng is not her boyfriend. Then the opportunity won't come. Brother Zhang doesn't consider taking it himself? I still like sexier ones with hotter bodies. This kind of cute girl is all yours. But truth be told, this girl must be very gentle and understanding. If you can show your strong strength, she will definitely notice you. Don't worry, Brother Zhang, I'll go up later and ask her to help instruct me on my marksmanship as a chance to get closer. Smart. After the 2 finished their discussion, the other person then got up and moved forward. And at the same time, Gu Cece finally made a move. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the pistol in her hand. The pistol's body was pitch black and looked plain, and even from the looks alone it might not be as powerful as the standardized weapons provided by the academy. Gu Cece, who was rich beyond the imagination of ordinary people, was actually so attached to such a broken pistol? She would actually wipe it with her personal handkerchief. It was really strange. Just as the man who approached and was about to strike up a conversation thought so, Gu Cece gently put down her handkerchief and suddenly raised her hand to fire a shot. Bang! A deafening sound of a gunshot exploded in the enclosed space. In order to accost better, the man took out the soundproof earplugs in his ears in advance. But it was such an operation that the sound of the exploding gunshot exploded in front of him like a bomb. The man covered his ears and sat paralyzed on the ground. The speed at which Gu Cece raised her hand and fired was too fast. Even if she had moved a little slower to give him time to react, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The man rubbed his ears in a daze. All he could feel was that heaven and earth were spinning, and it was as if there were 10,000 little birds circling before his eyes. In his panic, he looked along where Gu Cece's gun was facing. The target shooting dummy that was capable of assuming the power of a standardized weapon shotgun was directly blown completely to pieces with its upper body and target. The man was completely dumbfounded. Staring at Gu Cece's raised pistol, he blinked in confusion. Could it be that my eyes are blinking? Where is this a pistol? It's clearly a cannon. Whose small pistol blasted off the upper half of the dummy's body with a single shot. Gu Cece's sudden shot attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone looked at each other with temptation and shock in their eyes. Everyone was incredibly curious about the weapon in her hand. What kind of weapon was this pistol that looked more standardized than a standardized pistol? Gu Cece didn't notice everyone's line of sight as she adjusted her aim based on the recoil feedback from the previous shot before raising the gun again to aim at the brand new shooting target dummy rising from the ground. Then she pulled the trigger. The explosive sound of the gunshot came out once again, making people wonder if it was even a sound that could come out of that small muzzle. The bullet accurately hit the center of the target, once again blasting the target, along with the dummy, into pieces. But this time Gu Cixi didn't stop again. Just when everyone thought that the ordinary pistol in her hand was some sort of miniature hand cannon that looked like a pistol, Gu Cixi directly pulled the trigger continuously. Shot after shot that could not be captured by the naked eye shot out in a hurry, and shot after shot that made people's ears soar exploded in the enclosed space. And the dummy in front of Gu Cixi, under her destruction, the whole body was broken into pieces after pieces, not even a complete structure could be found. Only until Gu Cixi emptied her magazine did she stop. However, she didn't seem to be satisfied with her accuracy in this round of shooting, and fired again after activating her occupational trait to replace the bullets as if no one else was around. At this point, the male student who had attempted to approach Gu Cixi was already desperate. He crawled back in a sorry state, hastily searching for the soundproof cotton he had casually thrown away. "Mom, I swear I'll never pretend again." What horrified him even more was this. Where was the well-behaved, the gentle, understanding, cute girl? She was on the verge of blasting the target shooting dummy into slag without even blinking. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding of the words cute girl? Gu Cixi alone was frantically practicing her gun, and the endless sound of the gun was like a hammer striking a gong in each person's ear, stimulating the minds of the others. In full view of everyone, Gu Cixi's proficiency with the A-grade ordinary pistol grew. The time between shots was shortened and the accuracy increased. Just as Chen Feng had thought. This weapon was simply tailor-made for Gu Cixi. The single-shot power was high, the rate of fire was moderate, and the accuracy was still frighteningly high with the professional traits added to it. If this was a gun with the power of that cannonball, a gunshot to the head, who could stand up to it? Unfortunately, the soundproofing radio effect between each training area was very good. Chen Feng, who was in the next-door melee cold weapon training area, did not hear the noise at all. Otherwise, if he were to know that the A-grade ordinary pistol that he had strengthened had terrorized an entire training area of students, the corners of his mouth probably wouldn't be able to suppress it again. Chapter 102, Honing Decomposition Moves, the challenger is him again Zhou Mingrui. Melee Cold Weapon Training Area. In the advanced course on the use of guns and spears, throwing is one of the most difficult, risky but also killing techniques. As per your request, I will provide you with special training for this section. The entire course will take 10 credit hours and requires a minimum of no less than 5 days. Have that time, right? He Changren held the tablet in his hand, helping Chen Feng compile the training program while asking. Chen Feng nodded. I've already said yes on Professor Chi's side, there's plenty of time. That's fine. Before that, let's go over the basic part in the first session, although your occupational characteristics will allow you to master the basic use of building your own weapons. But after switching weapons, this muscle memory-like proficiency will inevitably result in a certain amount of stiffness. Practicing the basics solidly is one of my major requirements. Chen Feng followed He Changren as he practiced one by one. Although He Changren was good at using swords, he was still domineering when wielding his spear. The movements were smooth, with the right amount of strength control and flowing. Soon He Changren completed the basic movement breakdown demonstration. How is it? Do you need me to do it again? No, thank you, Mr. He. He Changren narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you sure you memorized it? Chen Feng picked up the spear without changing his face. It's all in my head. Alright then, practice on your own first. He Changren nodded, then turned around to instruct the other students. He was the only one teacher, and the time allocated to each student was limited. Only colleges with resources like the Shangjing Academy could still give students matching training grounds and training dummies. If they were placed in other colleges, whether they could practice anything or not would be up to them. He Changren traveled among the students, occasionally answering questions and solving puzzles, and occasionally teaching in person. Don't see him holding a thermos cup on weekdays with a sleepy early retirement image. Instead, he is surprisingly serious when teaching. At least until now his thermos cup placed in the corner of the training ground has not been opened once. Chen Feng was alone in the corner, practicing according to the basic movements shown by He Changren. He deliberately slowed down his movements. Coupled with the fact that the length of the spear in his hand was a full 2 meters, his movements looked sluggish and stiff. Those who didn't know would have thought that he was playing Tai Chi. Just like that, Chen Feng spent the entire afternoon repeating this set of movements. And the next day, he was still the same. This made quite a few people very puzzled. No, Chen Feng is developing a version of the senior Taiji dancing guns and swords, preparing to monopolize the middle-aged and elderly market? I don't know what he's doing. His movements are slow and stiff. It's true that the logistics profession still lacks a bit of talent above using weapons. I can't stand watching this, and Mr. He doesn't care? The crowd turned back to look at Yi Changrun, who was already lying on a recliner, adding sunglasses lenses to his glasses. He was holding freshly brewed chrysanthemum tea in his hands with a look of enjoyment. Chen Feng was not far beside him and could be seen as soon as he opened his eyes. But Yi Changrun didn't seem to have the slightest problem with Chen Feng's approach. Could it be that teacher he has also given up on Chen Feng? It's not impossible. This kind of course is supposed to be voluntary, there's no test score requirement, teaching can't be taught, isn't it? Discussions came out frequently, until Yi Changrun let out a cough to make the crowd shut their mouths again. The third day. Chen Feng still maintained the same training rhythm, only the speed of wielding the spear became a little faster. From time to time, Yi Changrun came to his side to give him a nudge or two. However, to the onlookers, Chen Feng seemed to be typically listening and not changing. There didn't seem to be any difference between the front and back movements. Strangely enough, Yi Changrun didn't care at all and ran off to instruct other students. The course was already halfway through. And with Yi Changrun's guidance as well as the aid of the training dummies, the class's students were progressing quickly. They soon mastered the basic use of their chosen weapons. Some talented students had even been able to touch the threshold of advancement. As the third day of classes passed the halfway mark, Yi Changrun began to encourage the students to engage in sparring with each other. With the light shield barrier in place, there was no need to be afraid of hurting each other with this kind of sparring. The experience was similar to that of a real battle and could more quickly improve one's proficiency in the use of weapons. Yi Changrun pressed the control button, raising a simple ring in the middle of the training area. It was only 5 meters long and wide, just enough to provide a distance for close combat between two people. At first, everyone was still very formal. But as time passes, slowly there are good relations between students on the ring to spar with each other. This also became a bit of fun when everyone was tired of training. The atmosphere was also very cordial. There was no taunting of the losers by the winners. More like encouragement. And it did not take long. Zhou Mingrui came beside Chen Feng. His appearance immediately caught the attention of the surrounding students. Zhou Mingrui had been in a state of skepticism ever since he had lost to Chen Feng in a head-to-head one-on-one challenge at the beginning of the school year. He did not know exactly how he had lost. Obviously, 1 second he was in the upper hand and had a slight advantage. The next second he was instantly killed in seconds and fainted. His own companions as well as the onlooker students didn't see exactly what happened. But only he, Zhou Mingrui, was clear that Chen Feng's final blow that killed him in seconds was using a strange spear-lance-type weapon. Other people did not understand why Chen Feng had to participate in a weapons training course and pick a spear that no one used. However, Zhou Mingrui knew that Chen Feng was honing his hidden killer weapon. Over the course of 2 months, although Zhou Mingrui's level had not increased, he had further refined his melee combat skills. Although he did not know exactly what Chen Feng's killer mace was, Zhou Mingrui knew that if he wanted to defeat Chen Feng and pull him into his team in the future, then he had to understand the opponent's killer mace first. Zhou Mingrui will be in the hands of about 1.5 meters long, both ends have weighted iron rods stood in front of. Opening his mouth, he invited, "Chen Feng, let's spar in the ring?" Chen Feng stopped his slow movements and looked back at Zhou Mingrui. He had wanted to refuse, but noticing the gaze cast by Yi Changrun not far away, he simply accepted the challenge. It seemed that teacher he wanted to use this duel to test the results of Chen Feng's foundation stage. Chen Feng remembered that Zhou Mingrui's occupation was imitator. It was able to mimic other people's panel data, weapons, and so on. The effect was quite rogue. He was also very focused on training close combat skills. Having him as a sparring partner seemed good. Thus, Chen Feng and Zhou Mingrui came to the ring and stood in the corner facing each other. This duel attracted the attention of everyone present. The originally cordial atmosphere also became tense. Zhou Mingrui had already lost to Chen Feng once, and he definitely wouldn't let up. This was destined to be a hard-fought duel. Zhou Mingrui held the iron rod in both hands and made a ready position to attack. "Chen Feng, how about unrestricted melee combat?" Zhou Mingrui wanted to change the ring rules as a way to force out Chen Feng's killer weapon. Chen Feng smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and waved at him with one hand. Whatever. Chapter 103, Coming and Going? That's called relaxing. Casual me? Zhou Mingrui ruffled the bangs that blocked his eyes, then I'm not polite. Yi Changrun's customized ring sparring rule was that he wasn't allowed to use occupational characteristic skills, but he could fully utilize his 3-dimensional data. The reason why he didn't choose a completely fair sparring match, Yi Changrun's purpose was to make the students understand. In every subsequent battle, the strength between you and your enemy could not always be the same, and most of the time it would have to be stronger than yourself. He encouraged fighting the strong with the weak. Everyone in the room was well aware of that. They knew that Zhou Mingrui was Lv.5 and Chen Feng was Lv.8. Under the original rules that did not allow for the activation of occupational characteristic skills, then this would be a battle with a huge disparity in power. The lower the rank, the more exaggerated the visual representation of the panel data. However, Chen Feng actually agreed to such a rogue request from Zhou Mingrui, allowing the unleashing of occupational characteristic skills. Wasn't this tantamount to forcibly turning the ring into a 50-50 split, or even more favorable to Zhou Mingrui? One must know that the ring was not allowed to take out any weapons and defenses from the warehouse. The gap in professional characteristics, coupled with the fact that Zhou Mingrui had participated in combat training every day for more than 2 months, his overall strength was far too much stronger than what he had been 2 months ago. According to Zhou Mingrui's words, he was ruthless and could even kill his previous self with a single strike. This Chen Feng, too arrogant. Yeah, even though he's at a high level now, he's not so thoughtless. I don't know if he's too confident in himself or how much he despises Zhou Mingrui. The moment the murmurs rang out, Zhou Mingrui took a step forward with his left foot, then angled his body forward to stab the iron stick. The usage of the stick was ever-changing. It belonged to the category of blunt weapons, but in actual combat it could be used to make a forward stabbing motion similar to that of a lance. And the weighted design of the ends of many iron rods made it even more difficult to block this kind of forward thrust. What's more, what Chen Feng had in his hands was just a pompous and impractical-looking spear. However, at the next moment, Chen Feng took a step back and slightly tilted 30 degrees to the right, easily and comfortably avoiding the strike towards his face. The iron rod killed through his face, the wind that swirled up caused his eyelashes to flutter. However, Chen Feng did not even blink his eyes, following his body position and charging straight forward, using his body to jam the iron club's chance to quickly retract. At the same time, he smashed Zhou Mingrui's chest hard with the body of the spear. Zhou Mingrui ate the pain and retreated a few steps to retrieve the iron rod to stand in front of his body before stopping the trend. But his pupils were throbbing. This scene is not only Zhou Mingrui, those students watching the battle are also surprised. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Chen Feng's training over the past few days, and had even stopped to observe properly, wanting to see just how much talent this so-called logistical career scholar had. But in reality, from the observation results, his movements were slow and stiff when wielding the spear, and he even gave off a feeling of powerlessness when striking the dummy. To summarize a certain student's comment, it's hard to imagine that this is a person holding a spear. However now, Chen Feng had just evaded Zhou Mingrui's movements swiftly, cleanly, and sharply. It was about as understandable as the strength he had displayed at the beginning of the school year. However, his next action, using his spear body to defend against the enemy, used his body position and the 2-meter-long spear to jam Zhou Mingrui's iron rod into position. This action was precisely one of the advanced techniques of spear use. There was even an illusion of the person and the weapon becoming one. Is this being top-numbered? With such a high level of proficiency, then what exactly was Chen Feng doing the other day? Just as everyone was puzzled, Zhou Mingrui unbelievingly continued to launch attacks towards Chen Feng. It had to be said that Zhou Mingrui was worthy of being one of the top students in Class A. His talent was not only in his battle sense, but his judgment of the situation as well as his learning of weapons were also considered to be among the ranks of geniuses. In just a few days of lessons, he had already mastered the basic parts of the stick technique. Although it was less fluid, it was also definitely more skillful than the vast majority of people. It was different from the teacher's stick style in the academy video. His attacks, with a much fiercer killing intent, swung towards the soft places on Chen Feng's body. However, even with his fiercer attacks, Chen Feng was able to deal with them calmly. Holding his spear in both hands, he continuously swung it from side to side, accurately blocking each of Zhou Mingrui's killing moves. The distance between the two of them kept changing. There was the close-up face-to-face tussle. There was a pulling distance of 2 to 3 meters. Between the iron stick and the spear, there was an attack and a defense, and on the scene, it looked like they were evenly matched. But this was only on the surface. Chen Feng had been counterattacking defensively from start to finish, and his counterattacks were very limited, not having taken the initiative to attack once. Just like that, Zhou Mingrui was already panting, while Chen Feng was still unchanged. The higher 3 levels can really do whatever they want. Yeah, it's too easy to play, the effect of waiting for pressure in the early stages is just too outrageous. I don't think so. It seems to me that Chen Feng wasn't actively utilizing his 3-dimensional advantageous stats, but instead was fighting Zhou Mingrui as much as he could by relying on his understanding of the weapons in his hands. What you mean is, Chen Feng is even better than Zhou Mingrui in terms of his talent for learning weapons? Bragging right. At this moment, in the corner of the training area, He Changrun stood with a thermos cup in his hand, standing with a smile on his face as he watched the scene unfolding in the ring. After Chen Feng had once again easily neutralized Zhou Mingrui's strong attack, he sipped his hot tea with relief. It's been a long time since I've seen such a talented student. Although he was able to gain spear proficiency by relying on his own occupational traits, he still chose to give up this advantage from scratch to step out of his comfort zone. With such a mentality, such a talent, in just 3 days' time he actually increased his weapon proficiency to such a degree. This kid is setting a precedent for logistic career awakened people. He Changrun exclaimed, while becoming even more satisfied with Chen Feng. It was mentioned in the memories of Song Chang, the survivor of the duplicate incident. He and Chen Feng had encountered a level up to Lv.15 creepy in a mysterious place. And the two of them working together had actually survived at the hands of that creepy. And according to what Song Chang had mentioned, Chen Feng had spent the entire time entangled with that weirdness, using none other than a mysterious spear. The combat prowess and comprehensive literacy that Chen Feng had displayed had far exceeded that of his peers. With his growth rate, he might even make it to the next semester's tournament. He Changrun whispered to himself. At the same moment, the battle in the ring intensified. Zhou Mingrui's hair had long been wet with sweat. But Chen Feng in front of him was like an iron kingpin, not giving any breaks or opportunities at all, making his entire combat skill useless. And Zhou Mingrui knew that if he dragged on like this, he would lose very ugly. It's just. Chen Feng, since it was you who agreed to use the occupational characteristic skill, then you can't blame me. In this battle, even if I lose, I still have to find out what your killer skill is. Occupational characteristic skill unleashed. Imitation. Chapter 104, Mimicry Failure, Rank High Secret Cannot Be Hidden. Mimicry. The core characteristic skill of the Special Department Auxiliary Profession, Imitator. This skill was not only able to mimic the target's three-dimensional data, but also briefly mimic the low-profile versions of weapons and defense gear. As the level increases, the mimicry feature will continue to upgrade and evolve. In the middle stage, it can even directly imitate the target's appearance, breath, and so on. The higher the level, the higher the degree of mimicry, until it is as good as the real thing. Although the profession is very rogue, in the early stage can be imitated at the same time using their own other abilities and skills to form a Force 6-4 situation. But, mimicry also has a fatal disadvantage. That is unable to imitate the awakened person whose level is higher than their own 5 levels. This shortcoming also created a situation where the gap between the mimic's early combat power and late combat power was too large. However, Zhou Mingrui had never thought about it. It was only the first year of university entrance, and the first semester was just half over. He had actually touched the fatal flaw of the imitator itself so prematurely at this point in time. The grade was too low. Level gap greater than or equal to 5, mimicry failed. The system prompt was like a sharp blade thrust into Zhou Mingrui's chest. His pupils widened as he stared at the man called Chen Feng in front of him in incomparable horror. But the moment this prompt appeared, didn't it mean that the level gap between him and Chen Feng had come to more than 5 levels? In other words, Chen Feng's level was now at least at Lv10 or even higher. What exactly had he experienced during the copy event 13 days ago? Monster! Bang! The failure of the imitation launch also signaled the tipping of the scales of victory. No, strictly speaking, this battle had never been fair from start to finish. That was on the premise that Chen Feng had not used a single upgrade point to enhance his 3D panel. Zhou Mingrui was defeated. He walked out of the ring without saying a word. His grimy appearance made him look as if he had instantly aged 10 years. This time, Zhou Mingrui completely understood one thing. At least for the duration of the university, he would never have another chance to defeat Chen Feng and include this genius that many people looked down on into his team. Perhaps it wasn't just him, it was everyone. Chen Feng's proficiency in mastering the weapon of the spear and his maturity while fighting once again amazed everyone. This time, everyone could see clearly, witnessing the entire time how Zhou Mingrui was being worn down step by step, being played by him, Chen Feng. Of course, the only thing that the students in the class were confused about was why Chen Feng had agreed to the premise of both sides being able to use their occupational skills. Why didn't Zhou Mingrui use it after he fell into a disadvantage? Could it be that he didn't like using it? Understood. It seemed that classmate Joe was also a true man who was concerned about fairness. The battle ended. Chen Feng returned to his position to continue his training. The ring battle just now was just a small episode to test how well he had mastered the basic part. Judging from Yi Changren's expression, it should have been a success. Shiver. Yi Changren walked beside Chen Feng like an old man taking a stroll and inhaled a mouthful of hot tea. Not bad. This was the evaluation he gave. Thank you, Mr. He, for your guidance. Yi Changren hastily shook his head and laughed. Don't thank me, I didn't teach you anything. Chen Feng laughed in response and did not say anything more. However, he knew very well that the reason why he was able to increase his proficiency so quickly could not be separated from Yi Changren's demonstration. His demonstration moves had shaved off the problematic and controversial parts of the Academy's teaching version. This practice of tampering with the textbook itself was not advocated, but it was in fact very successful. After the basic part had passed, Yi Changren began to systematize his demonstration of the advanced stage. Unsurprisingly, Chen Feng continued to learn quickly. After the demonstration, Yi Changren stood to the side to appreciate the demonic freshman's practicing process. It wasn't until half an hour later when Chen Feng stopped to take a break that Yi Changren opened his thermos cup and suddenly said coldly, Chen Feng, how many levels are there? Yi Changren's sudden question left Chen Feng unable to answer for a moment. He then said, the restriction of the mimic is that the level difference between the user and the target cannot be greater than or equal to 5, and if I remember correctly, Zhou Mingrui is Lv.5, right? Yi Changren took down his presbyopia glasses and wiped them. Although these eyes of mine are spent, they are not blind yet. Just now, Zhou Mingrui failed to launch his vocational skill, which means, Teacher He, it looks like you saw through it. Seeing Yi Changren's clear card, Chen Feng also knew that he couldn't hide it any longer. I did have some strange encounters in the replica, and this unmanned detection machine is one of them. Chen Feng took little drop out of the warehouse and gave Yi Changren a glance, then immediately retracted it again. Not giving it one more glance. Then, I also encountered a bloodless creepy that seemed to have been seriously injured by another awakened, and I finished mending it. Was the luck that good? Yi Changren was suspicious of Chen Feng's explanation. Chen Feng smiled awkwardly. I'm a person who is known for my good luck. If you don't believe me, Mr. He, you can go and ask around. Yi Changren sensed that Chen Feng was changing the subject, and whether he was lucky or not was not a point of concern for him. So, what level are you at now? He asked again, this time with a heavier tone. Chen Feng scratched his head and sighed, alas, since you've seen through it, Mr. He, I won't pretend anymore. I am now Lv.10. For this answer, Yi Changren had already expected it. The maximum limitation gap for other people's mimics was 5 levels, and you just happened to be 10. Is there such a coincidence under the heavens? However, even if Chen Feng was a 10th level, this matter would still be an incomparably shocking thing when it was spread out. Freshman, less than 3 months after enrollment. Lv.10. Between these few words an average person wouldn't be able to connect them together. What a terrifying demon. In Yi Changren's opinion, the seemingly insurmountable fatal flaw of the logistics profession, placed on Chen Feng, even exacerbated the demonic attribute. He patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. In that case, I won't be sending you to the end-of-term grade championships. Hey! Yi Changren's attitude left Chen Feng a bit confused. When he was puzzled, he explained, at the moment, I'm counting you as Lv.1, which is the big killer of our Class A, as well as the entire grade and academy. It's not a big enough stage to let you strike in the final exam nature of the grade championships. I'll help you keep this secret, and I'll personally communicate with Zhou Mingrui's side. With your growth rate, the National College Athletic Tournament afterward is the stage you should go to. I will recommend you. Yi Changren said and drank a mouthful of hot tea, saying so much in one breath actually not even panting. Before Chen Feng could react, Zhou Mingrui added, by the way, I heard from Professor Qi that your attainments in autonomous building are equally high. There is one thing that teacher has to ask you for. Build a set of suitable weapons and defenses for your team members. Although you don't have to go to the grade championships, your team members, whom I think highly of, must become the mainstay of our Class A. Chen Feng nodded his head and agreed with alacrity. This was in line with where his planning was heading. He also happened to be thinking of replacing a whole set of good equipment for Gu Sisi and the others. And, the cents were not spent. Chapter 105, Opening Treasure Chests and Building Madness. Upgrading from Lv.8 to Lv.15 in one breath. One copy, 7 levels across, no matter where you put it, this was an unimaginable thing. What was even more exaggerated was Chen Feng had risen 7 levels in a row, and the system had actually dropped a full 5 random treasure chests for him. Random treasure chest drop is a small probability event. The lower the level in the early stage of the drop probability is greater, but as the level increases the drop probability will continue to decline, but which can open things more precious. Before transferring to the random treasure chest to open to their own weapons and props is also a big way to become a strong man. It's just that this one is too dependent on luck. After the return of the duplicates, Chen Feng gradually found his way back to the rhythm of the previous months. In the morning, he followed his class, and in the afternoon, he further trained in weapon use and close combat skills on He Qingren's side. In the latter part of the afternoon and evening, Chen Feng would soak in the logistics practical training building and receive guidance from Professor Qi. It was only recently that this Professor Qi had traveled out of town to hold a symposium, and before he left, he did hand over the key to the forging room to Chen Feng, allowing him to make free arrangements. "That's sorry, Professor Qi, let me Chen Feng free arrangement, that must be arranged cleanly. I have hoarded out a large amount of iron ore for decomposition." Also, after receiving verbal permission from Professor Qi, he applied for a large amount of iron ore from the Academy's material supply room. In order to fully utilize these iron ores, Chen Feng invited the other 3 people from the 206 dormitory over as well. The original cold and quiet forging room, which was as quiet as a library even when Professor Qi was there, actually became lively due to the presence of Chen Feng and the others. A month later, near the end of the semester, Chen Feng finally gathered enough iron ore. This time he was quite lucky. Through the equipment synthesizer synthesized and strengthened the A-grade ordinary pistol than the last time. The consumption of the basic material is less than 800 points. The grade A ordinary pistol took up the bulk of Chen Feng's consumption. The rest of the basic materials were used to build the weapons and defenses that had been opened through the random treasure chests. 5 treasure chests, Chen Feng opened them all at once a month ago. Luck was not bad, opening out 3 weapon and defense blueprints and 2 one-time consumable items. These included E-rank probability equipment, sliding boots. The normalized ability was to grant the wearer +1 speed. The probability effect was to briefly grant +3 points of speed. Very mediocre and even ribbed equipment, but in the early stages, everyone's level was not high, and the effect of a 1 or 2.3D gap was obvious, and it was considered sufficient. Taking it to Gu Cc and Jiang Chen was just right, able to make up for their lack in speed. Class D probability weapon, spiked gloves. Normalized effect strength +1, mediocre. Probabilistic effect is to grant the person struck a level 3, serious injury, effect. Serious injury is a so-called late-stage term. By itself, it is merely a status that does not appear to make any difference visually. However, once serious injury is granted, the healing effect it receives will be greatly reduced. It was categorized into level 1, level 2, and level 3. The reduced healing effect decreases in descending order, with level 3, serious injury, being able to reduce healing by 50%. A level 1 would be 90%. The spiked gloves is a typical probability weapon in terms of normalized effects. The bonuses were too trashy to be worthy of a D-rank weapon rating. However, once the probability was triggered, the heavy injury effect obtained was again a weapon that many teen guilds on the market could only dream of. No matter where they were, weapons and equipment that could grant a special status like critical injury were hard to find. Of course, it was almost impossible for the spiked gloves to trigger the probability effect under normal circumstances. This piece of equipment Chen Feng decided to leave for Song Chang to use. His occupational trait needed to allow him to constantly tangle with enemies. It was very suitable. The third treasure chest. Grade D probability equipment, flying hook and loop. A piece of equipment that served a similar purpose as the sliding boots. When equipped on the right arm, it was a normal hook and loop displacement equipment. It wasn't considered a weapon equipment, but it was given a probability effect. When triggered, it could actually briefly grant the user the effect of invisibility, and the hook and lanyard would enter a silent state. Although the time was very short, it was enough to make the user disappear after triggering, which was very suitable for back row output characters. This equipment is naturally suitable for Gu Cc to use. Of course, it was also equally suitable for Milkmaid when by way. Whether it was used to change position to rediscover the angle of output, or displacement enrollment was useful. The above 3 pieces of equipment were weapon blueprints that Chen Feng had directly opened. The remaining 2 consumables, a disposable prop that could briefly increase the probability of triggering an effect, were used up when Chen Feng synthesized the A-grade normal pistol for the last time. It couldn't be sold for money anyway. The second consumable was very special. It was the weaponry optional library. After using it, it would allow the awakened person to pick one of 5 randomly equipped weapons and defenses. One of them was a sword and 2 gun weapons, a lock armor defense as well as a scepter. The gun weapons weren't bad, but unfortunately they were nowhere near as good as a normal pistol. Chen Feng thought about it and chose the C-grade probability weapon, Precision Scepter. A weapon that was suitable for use by awakened individuals of the support profession and logistics profession. The normalization was able to release a buff that allowed for mental focus, maintaining it for 5 minutes and disappearing in order to continue using it. However, the probabilistic effect releases a buff to all units within a range that lasts for 10 minutes. The effect was perverse, but again, the probability of triggering it was just too low, almost equal to nothing. Of course, none of this was a matter for Chen Feng. The Precision Scepter could naturally be taken to Wen Bai Wei to use as well. However, if other people were to know Chen Feng's calculations at this point in time, it was estimated that they would all laugh helplessly. The end of the period hadn't even arrived yet, the team member challenge system hadn't even opened up yet, and you're starting to play the new members' math? Moreover, you're still slapping your calculations in their Class B's face. It's really too rampant. Flying hook and loop, Chen Feng built 5 of them at once, preparing to issue one to everyone. One could not use it, but one could not live without it. Anyway, the building of these objects did not require special materials like the Dragon Breath Cannon, and just consuming the basic materials did not cause Chen Feng any heartache. The same was true for the sliding boots, the quantity was large and filling. After the other equipment was distributed, Chen Feng built all of them in one go, completely exhausting the basic materials that he had accumulated over the past month. After doing so, Chen Feng placed all these weapons and equipment on the desktop at once and sent photos to Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi in the group. Warrior charging for love. Jiang Chen, what's going on here? Old Chun, you've become a profiteer again? Great Group Master Chen Feng, equipment weapons for you and Sisi to use to prepare for the Great Championships next semester. Warrior charging for love. Jiang Chen, thank you, Father Chen. Great Group Master Chen Feng, you're welcome, Jiang Sun. Jiang Chen was never ambiguous in the matter of recognizing his father. Chen Feng did the same in recognizing his son. Gu Sisi's reaction wasn't that drastic. After poking Chen Feng's avatar, she sent a cute thank you emoticon. The matter of weapons and equipment was now temporarily taken care of. Chen Feng then looked towards a machete hanging in front of his forge. The next step was the hard battle. This would be the second piece of weaponry that he had built on his own. Chapter 106, Autonomous Creation, Wound-Breaking Wind Blade. It was already late at night. There were only a few scattered people left in the forging room, and they were all still Chen Feng's roommates. Seeing Chen Feng's number 1 building room constantly emitting dazzling white light, Deng Er and Wang Mang thought that Chen Feng was secretly bouncing around without calling them, so they went up to have a look. As a result, when they saw the piles of weapons and equipment stacked on the tabletop within Chen Feng's building room, their entire jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Tang Er, old 4, what's going on here? You're changing your profession to become a peddler? Wang Mang, Lao see, this is something illegal we can't do without a market access license. Being caught is a felony. Chen Feng put all the equipment on the table into the warehouse and looked at the two of them with a speechless face. This is something for my teammates. Besides, am I that bad in your hearts? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Tang Er and Wang Mang looked at each other and both shook their heads. During the month that Professor Qi had been gone, Chen Feng could be said to have played around with the rules and regulations set by the academy. Repeatedly jumping sideways on the edge of foul play, he didn't know how much iron ore he had pitched out. However, because Chen Feng's daily consumption was just that much lower than when Professor Qi was around, this also led to the logistics teacher not being able to do anything about Chen Feng. Chen Feng slowly closed the number 1 building room. I have something important to do in a while, so I won't be going back with you guys. Help me close and seal the door to the forge room when you leave. It's best if you don't let the teacher on duty disturb me. Hearing Chen Feng say so in such a serious tone, Deng Er and Wang Meng nodded knowingly, and said that they would directly weld the iron door of the forging room shut if the situation permitted. When the 3 roommates left, only then did Chen Feng formally devote himself to building on his own. He took down the sword hilt that had been hanging high on the wall for a long time and placed it flat on the tabletop. He had tried many times over the past month, but all of them ended in failure. This also coincided with the concept Professor Qi had told himself. There was a big difference between entering the second stage of autonomous build and maintaining that ability. The former could be built successfully with a single stroke of luck, while the latter required a lot of time to polish. Only through constant failure could one find the true meaning. These were Professor Chi's exact words. As for this knife, Chen Feng had already failed a full 20 times. Dimming the lights and turning on the desktop lamp converged on the machete. The knife Chen Feng's design concept was taken from a game he had played before. The blade design was wide and thick, and the entire body was covered in rust that made it difficult to see straight. It was commonly known as a tetanus knife. One knife tetanus, two knives to see the ancestors. And Chen Feng had a similar concept for the effect of the tetanus knife, giving the target a tetanus effect through the blade, wearing down the opponent little by little. This was a weapon that was specially created for Jiang Chen. Inheriting his high defense characteristics, it continued to consume through sporadic tetanus strikes until the opponent couldn't hold out. As the saying goes, turtles aren't scary, turtles with thorns are scary, and that's exactly the point. Of course, Chen Feng wasn't quite sure if he could create a weapon that was perfectly suited to his heart. According to Professor Chi, after entering the second stage of autonomous crafting, most of the early stages can only create some equipment and props that do not fit the head of a horse. Typical examples were long swords that could heal wounds after cutting, as well as shooting bullets that can be attached to the flames, but often the bullets are burned to ashes by the flames on the way before hitting the enemy. This kind of pointless weaponry was also one of the difficulties in building independently. Chen Feng happened to use this wound-breaking wind blade to try it out. Quickly, Chen Feng entered his state, confirming that there were no wounds on his hands before placing it on the blade, then closing his eyes. Emptying everything, he entered a state similar to meditation. Slowly, Chen Feng's breathing became slower and smoother. The logistics training building in the dead of night had long been empty, and the extremely quiet environment created an excellent autonomous building scene. When his roommate left, he closed the door to the forging room tightly, and Chen Feng purposely turned off the external lights, so that the teachers patrolling on duty could not disturb him. At this point, Chen Feng could no longer hear any sound in his ears. Only the sound of his own heartbeat was constantly ringing. Thud. Dang dang. The calmer the rhythm of Chen Feng's breathing became, the faster his heartbeat sounded instead. Until Chen Feng's eyes under his eyelids began to twitch. Once again, he opened his eyes. Everything around them had changed. It was pitch black. A darkness where one couldn't see all 5 fingers when they raised their hands. Could it be the cage state? Chen Feng had not expected that he had actually entered the cage state once again. According to what Professor Chi had said, the logistics profession was the category of awakened that was most likely to trigger the cage state though. In particular, the probability of triggering it when building autonomously was too much higher than other occupations. But no matter how one said it, to actually trigger it again in this 1 month's attempt time was definitely an extremely small probability event. Why he had entered the cage state was still a topic of conflicting opinions to this day. However, Chen Feng only knew that his cage state seemed to be slightly different when compared to everyone's experience. And that slight difference was the strange ray of light in the boundless darkness in front of him. Chen Feng confirmed the transmission of his 5 senses. The touch under his feet could confirm that there was a ground in that space, but whether or not there was a boundary could not be affirmed. Looking forward, there appeared to be a small gap in the darkness of the cage in the distance, and the light coming from above the gap provided the only thin source of light. It was probably this light source that allowed Chen Feng's 5 senses to become clear. From the descriptions of other awakened who had entered the cage state on the internet, entering the cage state was a very vague and chaotic experience. It was rare that Chen Feng was able to remain in the state of moving in the cage. Chen Feng slowly walked towards the light source. He also wanted to understand what exactly this place was, and what this light and gap actually meant. As well, the aura that he had sensed through that gap after entering the cage state for the first time. If there were other spaces after the cage, then what exactly did it all mean? As he drew closer, Chen Feng noticed that there was a machete placed on the ground directly below the gap, directly opposite the light source. A tetanus machete whose surface was covered in rust and looked plain and ordinary but was enough to make one frown. Unlike the first time he had entered the cage state, this machete seemed to have been placed here early on, waiting for Chen Feng to receive it. Chen Feng picked up the machete and looked up at the gaping hole high in the sky. The contrast between the extremely bright and extremely dark environment caused the faint light to flash so brightly that Chen Feng could barely open his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he tentatively shouted, "Is anyone there?" After a long time had passed, there was no response and no breath could be felt. Chen Feng did not give up and increased his volume. "Is anyone there? Is there?" Just when Chen Feng was about to give up, the light that shone on his body suddenly disappeared. But it was also at this instant. Chen Feng was also detached from his cage state. The surroundings were still calm. It was only that a brand new probability weapon was clearly placed on the tabletop of the number 1 build room. Chen Feng sighed regretfully before falling to the ground and fainting. Chapter 107, Wound-Breaking Knife and End of Semester Member Challenge System. It was already the next morning when Chen Feng woke up again. The clock hanging high on the wall was stuck at 8:15. Chen Feng patted his head and slowly got up. It's a good thing that the side effects weren't too big this time. If I had died inside, I wonder how hard I would have to be when I was discovered. The side effects of the cage state were great, light fainting and heavy direct death. However, it was good that it was only fainting for a night. Chen Feng turned his gaze to the wound-breaking wind sword lying quietly on the tabletop. It now looked even more exaggeratedly rusty compared to the rough version that had been built to complete the autonomy. There was even a faint smell of rust in the air. Wound-breaking sword. Rating, Grade A. Type, probability weapon. Normalized effect 1 rusty knife. Attack of the wielder is reduced by 20% when used. Normalized effect 2 rust. Effective attacks grant the target a layer of rust, which slowly erodes the target's stamina for 20 seconds. Probabilistic effect, accumulated rust effect is triggered based on the actual damage suffered by the target. Stacking layers stacks effect stacks duration. Success. Satisfied, Chen Feng took the wound-breaking blade back into the warehouse. The probable effect of this weapon was not too far off from what he had expected. Granting the rust status and stacking the layers, although it was not directly inflicting damage, eroding the target's physical strength was also a way to resolve the battle. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this, which was that it had to deal substantial damage. Chen Feng was skeptical about whether Jiang Chen could use this blade to inflict flesh-to-blood damage on his enemies. This guy just seemed to want to turn into a turtle, learning all sorts of defensive techniques every day, and turning a deaf ear to the offensive side of things. However, with this blade, Jiang Chen's ability to counterattack was enough to be greatly improved. He should also be able to play well in the grade championships next semester. Chen Feng quickly called Jiang Chen and said that he would send him another A-rank probability weapon. But there was a prerequisite: he had to practice his sword skills a bit more during this time. Not to be proficient, but at least he had to be able to use it. If it was before, Jiang Chen would have absolutely refused. But A-rank weapons were just too fragrant. Even if this wound-breaking blade would reduce the user's attacks, so what? I, Jiang Chen, don't need attacks either. The wound-breaking blade had been successfully built, and after a month of hard work, Chen Feng had finally solved all of his team members' equipment problems. Although it wasn't possible to fully equip all the team members, for first-year students, such a configuration was already considered a high match. It was also considered to have completed the task that He Changrun had given himself. With this equipment, Chen Feng was very confident that his team members would be able to get a good ranking in the upcoming grade championship. This was something that came with a bonus. After entering the Age of Awakening, education was reformed. University semesters and holidays were shortened, and there were no more so-called Saturdays and Sundays. 4 months is a semester. However, in the middle of an academic year, the winter vacation left over from the previous era was still retained. Of course, this winter vacation was only 10 days. During the 10-day vacation, students from colleges and universities all over the country would return home to celebrate the most important holiday in China, the Spring Festival. This was also one of the few lively festivals that had been preserved after the advent of the Age of Awakening. For the students of Shangjing Academy, this slack vacation would not be as relaxing. But at the end of the vacation, there would be the first grade tournament in the career of Shangjing Academy. This is one of the most important ways for students to earn scholarships and prove their mettle. Most of the students of the Upper Kyoto Academy would probably only rest for a day or two during the first winter break vacation before returning to the academy to continue their training. There were even those who directly celebrated New Year's Eve on the spot, wrapping dumplings at the training ground. Of course, Chen Feng was different. He did not participate. He could enjoy this vacation as he pleased. But before that, there was still the need to snag all of the scheduled team members. End of the first semester. Team member challenge eligibility is officially open. There was only one morning as a window period. During this time, teams with challenge qualifications could issue challenges to other teams, and the winner could designate a team member to be included in their team. Early in the morning, Chen Feng brought Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi to the Class A classroom. They had arrived the latest, and the other 24 people in the class had long since taken their places, writing down the list of people they wanted to challenge. It was just a pity that there were 2 teams in Class A that didn't have the qualifications to challenge and could only passively accept the challenge. Those were Team Zhou Mingrui, who had lost to Chen Feng at the beginning of the school year, and Team Lu Jun, whose awakened profession was Sonic Assassin. Chen Feng's trio came to the last row of the classroom and sat down, incomparably leisurely eating their breakfast. The hearts of the other students in Class A who saw this scene stared. The eyes that looked at the 3 of them had suspicion and jealousy, and more than anything else, fear. At the beginning of the school year, Chen Feng had consecutively defeated 2 battle profession awakenings, Lu Jun and Zhou Mingrui, who were ranked at the top of Class A's strength rankings. His performance at that time was still fresh in people's minds until now. Coupled with the fact that he had once again defeated Zhou Mingrui head-on not too long ago, even though he was a logistics profession awakened, everyone had ranked Chen Feng as the strongest combatant in Class A in their hearts. It was bound to be unrealistic to go and challenge Chen Feng's team for the right to do so. However, similarly, the people from the other teams were also fearful of whether Chen Feng's team would look at their people and launch a right of challenge against them. It was also in this atmosphere filled with suspicion and tension that Chen Feng's trio flaunted their rice happily. That relaxed and cozy look was as if they were not in the same world as the others. As He Changren walked into the classroom, the window for the member challenge system officially opened. Soon, the students in Class A who had been planning for a long time rushed to hand He Changren the challenge target information. In less than 5 minutes, the classroom blackboard projection clearly showed that Zhou Mingrui's team had been challenged by a full 5 teams. As soon as this information came out, Zhou Mingrui, who was sitting at the side of the classroom, instantly frowned tightly. He was the only battle profession awakened on their team, which meant that he would be facing a wheel battle from 5 team members in a very short period of time. This was bound to be a vicious battle. Lu Jun's team was also being challenged by 3 teams. Under the member challenge rules, as long as the team that initiated the challenge was undefeated, then they would be able to keep initiating challenges until the window period ended. On the contrary, Chen Feng's team had not been challenged by a single team. This was within everyone's expectations. After seeing that no one from Class A had initiated a challenge against his team, Chen Feng then unhurriedly stuffed the last bun into his mouth while bringing Jiang Chen and Gu Sisi to the door. "Teacher I'm going to Class B." After saying that, Chen Feng turned around and left the classroom. And this scene caused the originally noisy classroom to instantly quiet down. Surprise and incomprehension were written all over everyone's faces. This, what does this mean? Chen Feng is going to make a trip to Class B? I didn't hear it wrong. Wait, Chen Feng wouldn't be trying to go to Class B to steal someone. I'll go. Isn't this pulling hate for our Class A? What kind of person steals someone in the first semester of their freshman year? And in response He Changren just smiled helplessly. This guy, don't rob Class B empty. Chapter 108, Launching a Challenge, Aiming Directly at Class B. Not bad, there are a total of 4 teams that are going to take the initiative to exercise the right to challenge their team members this semester. It's a bit few. Song Chang, the Class B counselor, looked up at him after confirming the list. Is your team sure that you won't initiate a challenge this semester? Song Chang, who was the team captain, shook his head. Their current team was already well balanced. Having a number 1 or 2 output hand with a meat shield and a nurse, it was already quite enough. And Song Chang believed that after experiencing the incident of the 237th copy, not only himself, but every member of the team had gotten no small amount of training. They were still a qualified team, and 4 people would be enough to handle the team matches in the back. So Song Chang took the initiative to give up the right to challenge. Likewise, no one chose to challenge them. It wasn't because Song Chang was so powerful, but it was clear to everyone that they needed some time to rest after experiencing the copy event. It was more or less unkind to take advantage of someone's danger and rob them at this time. So Class B all tacitly skipped over Song Chang, even if he had a jack-of-all-trades milkmaid on his team. The Class B counselor nodded. Alright then, since that's the list for now, let's all head to the training grounds to gather. Just as everyone was getting up and preparing to leave, there was a sudden knock on the door of the Class B classroom. Everyone followed the sound and looked, and there were 3 people standing at the open door of the classroom. One of them, whom everyone was quite familiar with, was none other than Chen Feng, the freshman representative who had spoken on stage at the beginning of the school year. The remaining 2 seemed to be members of his team as well, a team that had followed him all the way from the college entrance exam. However, aren't they from Class A? What are they doing running to the door of our Class B? The Class B students resumed their seats again with skepticism, their intuition telling them that there must be something fishy about this matter. "Student Chen, what's the matter?" the Class B counselor asked with a smile on his face. He had met Chen Feng face to face. He also had an extremely high favorable opinion of this student. If it wasn't for Chen Feng, Song Chang from his own class probably wouldn't have been able to get out of the copy. Chen Feng was also considered to have done him a favor, or else he was afraid that this Outstanding Tutor of the Year award would have to stay away from himself. Chen Feng stood just a step away from the classroom doorway and respectfully said, "Teacher Ke, I would like to issue a team member challenge to the team in your class." Chen Feng's tone was calm, his voice not too loud or too small. However, in the ears of the students of Class B, this exploded like 5 thunderbolts. Instantaneous murmurs arose. "What the hell? This Chen Feng has gone crazy, running to our Class B to snatch someone? Isn't he just a freshman representative? Can he be so rampant to this extent? This Chen Feng, does he think our Class B is so easy to bully? That's right, we haven't even said that we'll go to their class to rob them, but this is good enough to go against the Big Dipper." The academy used a database to randomize the division of classes. And everyone in the grades knew explicitly and implicitly that in terms of comprehensive strength, Class A's battle level was one of the worst classes in the entire year. Even though there was a freshman representative in it, it was just a logistical career that most people didn't think highly of. Normally, Class A was the unlucky one that got carved up by the other classes in the second semester. This was great, the second semester hadn't even arrived yet, and it actually dared to initiate a challenge. A gust of discontent was already heard in the classroom. And the Class B counselor's forehead was in a cold sweat as he listened. "Classmate Chen, are you sure?" he asked seriously. Chen Feng nodded, "I'm pretty sure, this is the list I'm proposing a challenge to." With that, Chen Feng walked into the classroom with Jiang Chan and Gu Sisi and handed the list over to him. There were 2 people clearly labeled on it: Song Chang and Wen Baiwei. This also simultaneously meant that Chen Feng would be challenging a team twice at once. This was no longer exercising the right to challenge, this was simply robbing in the open. Everyone was in the way of not making a move against Song Chang's team, but you, an outsider, were doing well, completely disregarding their Class B people. The Class B counselor didn't ask any more questions and silently registered Chen Feng's challenge. "Chen, think clearly, the students in our class aren't vegetarians either," the Class B counselor said with a smile, not supporting or opposing this matter. But since it was Chen Feng, he also happened to want to see just what kind of demonic talent this freshman representative who had been blown to bits by both He Changren and Long Shangping was. "Don't worry, I like to eat meat as well," Chen Feng calmly replied back. Soon, the matter of Chen Feng launching a challenge across classes spread throughout the entire grade. Even some of the higher grades were startled. Everyone also wanted to see who was so rampant as to dare to openly launch a cross-class challenge at this juncture. Wasn't this tantamount to one of their teams going against the entire Class B? Not a moment passed. The Class B training ground was surrounded by people. In order to ensure that the space was large enough to accommodate them, the counselor even purposely brought in staff to expand the training ground module, extending the space by more than double. And without any surprises, because Chen Feng had challenged the right to challenge the team from Class B. The students of Class B were also unconvinced and immediately challenged back. Almost all of the teams, with the exception of Song Chang's team which was challenged and unable to initiate, the other 6 teams all challenged Chen Feng's team. The target was pointed directly at Chen Feng. "Let you be so arrogant. 6 teams launching a wheel battle, even if you are powerful enough to consume you, you will be able to consume you to death." They had already decided to make Chen Feng and his team have no return. At this time, the training ground ring was ready. Unlike the challenge ring at the beginning of the semester, the ring space at this time was not only doubled in size, there were also many sturdy obstacles and walls set up on the field. This design made the whole challenge more fair. Even if the opponent was a powerful long-range professional, the opponent still had room to fight back. In order to make this challenge more interesting, the Class B counselor had directly placed Chen Feng's match in the first game. He would issue 2 consecutive challenges against Team Song Chang. It had to be won in 2 consecutive matches, and if one of the matches fell, it would be counted as a total loss. This was already a harsh condition to win, but Chen Feng did not hesitate in any way, further giving off the impression that he had no one in his sights. On the ring. Chen Feng was the first to walk into the arena, and countless gazes instantly came filled with hostility and curiosity. And Song Chang followed closely behind, stepping into the arena, standing less than 2 meters away from Chen Feng step by step. Afterwards, Song Chang rubbed his eyes, helpless. Of Lu, I can't imagine that you're still coming for real. He exclaimed. Chen Feng wore a smile on his face. What, did Wen Baiwei give you a word? Song Chang nodded. I thought you were just talking for fun. Aren't you afraid of causing public anger? Not having the strength to be a clown, that's what will cause public anger. Having the strength is different. Song Chang's eyelids jumped. It's still you. But since you're here, then I'll have to properly come up with my full strength to deal with it. Even though I know the odds are that I won't be able to defeat you, I have to put up a fight, right? Chen Feng nodded his head in delight. It's this kind of attitude you want, Song Chang. Chapter 109, Disable Weapons, Choose the Dragon Breath Cannon. Song Chang, S-Class Profession Spirit Shield Master, rank Lv.5. On the side of the ring, Song Chang was ready to report his information. Instead, Chen Feng said, I choose not to disclose the information. This statement caused the crowd to raise an eyebrow. During a team member challenge match, both sides were required to disclose their information in principle. However, there were exceptions where both parties could choose not to disclose. However, if one wanted to hide their information, then an additional restriction had to be added. It could be decided by all those present related to this challenge to disable one of the applicant's weapons or equipment. At this stage, most of the weapons and equipment in everyone's hands were just one or two. Banning one, especially picking to the weapon column, was very fatal. No one would be stupid enough to forcefully lower their battle power at this juncture. Everyone was puzzled, thinking that this Chen Feng was not overconfident. Wasn't he just an E-ranked profession logistics artisan? Wasn't he just Lv.8? This information about him had long since spread throughout the entire school. There were no secrets to speak of. However, after Chen Feng made his application, there was no reason for anyone to reject it. Those Class B students who chose to challenge Chen Feng's team immediately gathered around to discuss. Song Chang did not join instead. What's wrong? Chen Feng asked curiously. Of all the people present, aside from Gu Sisi and Jiang Chen, I'm afraid that Song Chang was the only one who had seen what he looked like when he went all out. It was also one of the few people who knew exactly what he was good at. Song Chang shook his head. I'm afraid that you'll be unconvinced if I disable your weapon and win you over. Chen Feng smiled and did not respond to him. Meanwhile, the results of the discussion came out. Some of the students in Class B had long studied Chen Feng, especially those who had entered Shangjing Academy with high scores. They wouldn't underestimate Chen Feng just because he was an E-ranked logistics profession. Instead, it was more likely that they would be wary of him for that reason. Even more so than any other opponent. They understood Chen Feng's style and the weapons he utilized well. Thus, one person was the first to step forward and said, I choose to disable your C-rank weapon, the Dragon Breath Cannon. Chen Feng was also slightly stunned upon hearing this. Brother, you've studied me? Chen Feng had not revealed information about the Dragon Breath Cannon to anyone else. The other party, however, knew the name of the Dragon Breath Cannon as well as its rating, so it could be seen that there was quite a bit of intent. Originally, I was thinking of going to class next semester to meet you. Who would have expected that now that you've sent yourself to the door, I'll just have to be impolite? The person conversing with Chen Feng was none other than Zhang Yu, who had the title of the strongest student in Class B. Doesn't matter. Chen Feng took out the Dragon Breath Cannon and placed it at the edge of the ring, then re-stood back in the center area. He looked at Song Chang with a calm gaze. Are you ready? Song Chang nodded and assumed a stance, of course. This appearance of the two made Chen Feng look completely unlike a challenger. At the same time, Chen Feng took out a pistol from the warehouse with a blackened and plain body. After skillfully completing the loading, he was also ready. Outside the ring, people did not care much about this. The students of Class B even felt that Chen Feng was asking for trouble. After having his most powerful weapon disabled, he actually thought of using a pistol against Song Chang. Too naive, Song Chang is an S-Class Spirit Shield Master. The barrier he creates can easily withstand the damage of bullets. Chen Feng can't even hurt his skin. Someone was slightly worried, but I've heard that Chen Feng has been special training in melee weapons recently, and the results are very good. So what? Song Chang's melee combat ability is a vegetarian? His boxing skills are the strongest in our Class B. Everyone understood Song Chang's strength. It's one of the strongest in Class B. Although there was a 3-level difference between the two, they still believed that Song Chang would be able to win under the crush of skills and professional characteristics. However, at this time, a group of curious juniors came to the edge of the training ground to join in the fun. The moment one of them noticed the weapon in Chen Feng's hand, he suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise. A class weapon. His voice wasn't too loud, but it was somehow incomparably shrill. Everyone around him turned their heads in unison, their eyes filled with doubt. What? You're saying that this pistol that looks like it's worth $100 or so is a grade A weapon? Isn't it grade E? Just as everyone was puzzled, Chen Feng kicked off this challenge with a gunshot. The crowd snapped back to look. Surprise was evident in their eyes. Is there any mistake? Why is this pussy thing so loud? Song Chang was defeated. Less than a minute later, a light shield barrier emerged from his body. However, this light shield barrier wasn't his own occupational skill, but rather a protective measure installed in the training ground to judge the safety of the students. Once it appeared, it announced the end of the duel. Song Chang's defeat was very simple. The reason was also very simple: the defensive gear he was wearing simply could not support him in blocking a single bullet from Chen Feng. In order for Song Chang to activate his occupational skill, he needed to take damage to his body or actively inflict damage. An A-grade ordinary pistol was enough to kill Song Chang with a single shot. Song Chang was also very smart after judging that the weapon in Chen Feng's hand was too powerful, choosing to rely on cover to hide and then refresh his shield through self-inflicted injuries. The idea was wonderful, but the reality was bone-chilling. His spirit shield was shattered in a single blow by the probability effect of the A-grade normal pistol, and the bullet went straight through the spirit shield towards his head. Song Chang stood frozen in place, his expression stiff. Only after a long time had passed did he come to his senses and looked at Chen Feng with a helpless expression. Spreading his hands, he said, "Brother Chen Feng, you're making me powerless." Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, "It's just a quick battle, we have plenty of time after you want to practice." Song Chang sighed heavily and walked out of the ring. "Alright, I'll just abstain from the second round of challenges, I've been killed by you in seconds, others on the team are even worse." "But Chen Feng, are you sure that you can resist the wheel battle of our classmates?" Chen Feng did not reply, only silently turning his head to look at the opponents who were jumping at the chance, before reloading with bullets. Song Chang decisively chose to give up the second challenge after realizing that he could not beat Chen Feng no matter what. This also meant that Chen Feng would directly receive 2 consecutive victories, completing his challenge to the members of Song Chang's team, and would be able to absorb 2 members of the opposing team into his team at once. However, because of the fact that there were multiple more Class B teams out there, Chen Feng could not get Song Chang and Wen Baiwei so easily yet. He had to win every single challenge that followed. Otherwise, a loss could result in one of them being snatched back. If they lost all of them, the team, including Chen Feng himself, would be annexed by Class B. The risk was extremely high, and this was what made it difficult to challenge across classes in the first semester. It was not a cost-effective deal. But Chen Feng didn't care. He slowly walked to the side of the ring and leaned against the wall. Staring at the clock on the opposite side, he surveyed it. There were still 2 hours until the barbecue reservation at noon, so he had to hurry up. Chapter 110, against the strongest person in Class B, that would naturally be a second kill. Unexpected this Chen Feng actually managed to get his hands on such a powerful weapon. Grade A weapons, or firearms type, this isn't cheap on the market, I reckon Chen Feng's family must be very rich. The creation of a grade weapons requires the use of advanced materials as well as special materials, or a gun type with a very low probability of dropping. At least the 100,000 scholarships that he took for enrollment won't be able to afford to buy one. By the stands, the discussion of the weapon in Chen Feng's hand was very active. At the same time, it also caused the pressure to increase on those who were preparing to challenge Chen Feng to take revenge for B class. However, at this time, Class B's strongest combatant, Career Awakener Jiang Yu, said, "If I remember correctly, this should be an upgraded version of his original E-class pistol. As of now there is only a substantial increase in power, there are no other special skills, it can still be dealt with." "How to deal with it?" someone asked. Jiang Yu said with an evil smile, "Force him to engage me in close quarters, rely on cover to avoid shooting while closing the distance." Bro, what's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? Jiang Yu didn't care about other people's challenges because he was sure that he could do what he could say. The challenge continued. Jiang Yu was the first to take the stage. His appearance instantly made the Class B students boil. As the currently recognized strongest person in Class B, he himself had awakened the SS rank occupation, Heavenly Swordsman. High attack, high defense, and high sensitivity, it was a powerful combat profession that could be plug and play for every team. At the same time, it's also a good choice as a free agent. What's more, Jiang Yu was the only LV7 level powerhouse in Class B. The level difference between him and Chen Feng was only one level, and with the exaggerated difference in career attributes, this one level difference meant nothing. Jiang Yu was very confident that he could defeat Chen Feng, and made sure to weaken him as much as possible in this battle, making him tired of dealing with the next round of battles. Chen Feng, right, if you lose, come to my team and be a deputy for me, no problem, right? Jiang Yu stood on the other side of the ring, conversing with Chen Feng across the room. Chen Feng sized him up with interest. He had heard something about Jiang Yu. Alright, Chen Feng agreed cheerfully, if you can beat me. Jiang Yu smiled confidently, then said, Challenger, Jiang Yu, SS rank profession, Heavenly Swordsman. Rank, Lv.7. Jiang Yu's introduction stunned the crowd present. With a rare SS rank occupation, coupled with a rank of Lv.7, there was no doubt that he was interpreting the word what a genius was. Lv.7? Chen Feng was curious. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone his own age with a similar rank to his own. It seems like he's not the only one willing to enter a copy to grind during this time. Chen Feng thought internally and immediately called up the system panel. Name, Chen Feng. Level, Lv.15-0650. Profession, Probability Craftsman. Rating, E. Personal Basic Data. Strength, 3+5. Speed, 3+3. Intelligence, 6. Accuracy, 5. Luck, 100. Current remaining upgrade points, 7. Since upgrading to Lv.15, Chen Feng had not spent any upgrade points to add on. The panel data had also been stuck at Lv.8. But now, it seemed slightly usable. System, consuming 2 upgrade points. Add points. Adding points was successful, and the current panel data is as follows. Personal Basic Data. Strength, 3+7. Speed, 3+3. Intelligence, 6. Accuracy, 5. Luck, 100. Current remaining upgrade points, 5. Chen Feng allocated all 2 upgrade points to strength. He had heard that the profession of Heavenly Swordsman was as powerful as an ox, so he still had to take it seriously. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. At least for now, your Lv.7 and my Lv.10 panel stats, let's say it's a level 3 equal pressure. After doing this, Chen Feng took out the spear issued by the academy from the warehouse. Holding the spear in his left hand and his right hand, he stood in place with his face like a mirror, waiting for the challenge to begin. Bang! The moment the challenge began, Chen Feng once again drew his spear and shot. His entire process from lifting the gun to aiming and firing was extremely fast. The shooting accuracy was also very high. Although his marksmanship was not as good as that of a firearms class professional awakening, it was already at the first echelon level for the general public. Under the bursts of explosive gunfire, Jiang Yu was deftly suppressed behind cover. Jiang Yu was worthy of being an SS class occupation awakened. His extremely fast instant speed came from the Sky Swordsman sprint occupation characteristic skill. By constantly refreshing his skill to move between different cover to evade Chen Feng's shots, he was also closing the distance according to the strategy he had formulated beforehand. Finally, Jiang Yu took advantage of Chen Feng's gap in changing magazines to launch a sprint to close the distance to within 5 meters. It's now. Heavenly Sword. Jiang Yu let out a roar and pointed his finger towards the sky. Afterward, only golden light instantly exploded above Chen Feng's head, an illusory sword glittering with divine light appeared in midair and directly smashed towards Chen Feng. Bang! Chen Feng dodged it by taking 2 steps backward. After a loud bang, a deep pit was left where he had just stood. The illusory sword was standing in the pit, constantly shining with light. This was precisely that Heavenly Swordsman's core professional characteristic skill, Heavenly Sword. By summoning an otherworldly illusory sword called the Heavenly Sword to descend to Earth. It could either be used remotely by attacking Chen Feng in such a way as to sneak up on him, or it could be used by holding it directly in one's hand. The higher the Heavenly Swordsman awakened person's level, the higher the Heavenly Sword's rating, the more powerful it is, and the more suffocating the pressure it emits. Jiang Yu came to the front of the giant pit, his face unchanged as he held the hilt of the sword in his hand and eyed Chen Feng. Next is the main event. Chen Feng directly raised his gun and fired 2 shots. What? There's still a stiffness after releasing a skill, isn't there? Standing still just to act tough? Chen Feng was not used to this kind of behavior. Jiang Yu couldn't play handsome in time, so he could only raise his heavenly sword in a sorry state to block. The sacred radiance formed on the front of the sword was also a means of defense that could block attacks. It was just that this sacred radiance defense means did not last long and could not be replenished for regeneration, and although it would return to its full state every time the heavenly sword was summoned, right now, Jiang Yu's strength was not able to support him summoning the heavenly sword multiple times in a day. Its light gradually dimmed under Qin Feng's output. Jiang Yu had managed to retreat behind cover when Qin Feng actually charged straight up. What did he want? Why was he giving up his long-range advantage? However, in the next moment, Qin Feng swung his spear with his right hand to deliver a forward thrust. Jiang Yu reacted in time to block with his sword once again, but at the moment of contact, he felt a brute force pass along his weapon. Jiang Yu's pupils shook. What a great strength! Qin Feng seized this gap and fired a shot from close range with his left hand. Jiang Yu could only continue to block in order to block the blow. Right at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly let go of the pistol with his left hand and held the body of the spear with both hands and stabbed it downwards and forwards, catching the upper end of the heavenly sword's hilt in an instant and violently picking it upwards. The heavenly sword was actually directly picked off by Qin Feng, falling out of Jiang Yu's hands. What? Jiang Yu wanted to retreat, but Qin Feng did not give him the chance. The spearhead, which was not even a weapon, and had more educational significance than actual combat significance, was still less than an inch in front of his neck. I lost. Chapter 111, Expanded Lucky Aura. How long? How long what? I'm asking you how long Jiang Yu lasted in Qin Feng's hands? Less than 3 minutes? This is ing bull. At this moment, on the side of the stands, the Class B students watching the battle were overcome with a wave of dismay. This was Jiang Yu. He was the recognized strongest person in their class. Regardless of rank or profession, or melee strength and awareness, he was the strongest. But in Qin Feng's hands, he actually didn't even last 3 minutes. Jiang Yu was very smart. He analyzed Qin Feng's weaknesses and used his own professional characteristics to keep approaching to try to offset Qin Feng's advantage of long-range attacks. However, he had never dreamed that Qin Feng would not only be able to maintain a steady and efficient shot even at such a close range, but in the first encounter between the two in melee combat, he himself was even in such a sorry state of defense. Jiang Yu, is everything alright? After walking off the stage, Jiang Yu slowly sat down with the help of his classmates and friends. He shook his head to indicate that he was fine, but for some reason the hands hanging by his thighs were still trembling uncontrollably. What just happened? How could you make such a low-level mistake? The brain of Jiang Yu's team and also his friend questioned. He was very dissatisfied with the result of Jiang Yu's weapon just being picked off. For the heavenly swordsman, the heavenly sword was his only support. No matter what, even if he died, it would have to be with a tight grip on the heavenly sword. Jiang Yu blinked mentally in a trance, then slowly looked at him. Qin Feng, definitely not Lv.8. What does that mean? Jiang Yu replied, I haven't consumed any upgrade points since I upgraded to Lv.7. Just now, I immediately added upgrade points to my strength after noticing that Qin Feng's strength panel was greater than mine, but as a result, I was still unable to match it. I estimate that Qin Feng's power panel stats are at least 2 points higher than mine, if not more. Hearing him say so, Team Brain's expression became quite grim. It's just as I guessed. He refuses to disclose his rank occupation information just because his current rank has long since broken through Lv.8. But Jiang Yu, your strength stats are at least 7 points. The more you get to the back, the difference of 1 or 2 points won't be as exaggerated as it was at the very beginning. Even if he, Qin Feng, was 10, you shouldn't have fallen so quickly. Jiang Yu sighed in shame and covered his face with both hands in reflection. My fault. When I realized that Qin Feng couldn't be defeated by frontal melee combat, I hastily thought of other countermeasures. A carelessness led to this situation. With things having come to this, Team Jiang Yu's brain did not say anything else. He just silently looked towards the ring and sighed alas as he watched Team Qin Feng, who was in the process of replacing the person accepting the challenge. Let's see, who can stop them? Qin Feng took a general look at the next challengers after defeating Jiang Yu. He had done his homework when he came to Class B and had a certain understanding of these people. After balancing the pros and cons, Qin Feng chose to let Gu Sisi go up to practice. Originally, he had thought of letting Jiang Chen go up to try out the effects of his independently crafted equipment, the wound-breaking blade and the fine steel shield. However, once he recalled the scene of Class B disabling the dragon breath cannon earlier, it also meant that it was highly likely that one of these people had an awakened who had probed into the specific information of the weaponry. Jiang Chen had to participate in the grade championships afterward, so he couldn't be allowed to expose his equipment prematurely. Gu Sisi was a different story. It didn't matter, as the fact that she had been making a scene at the range for so many days with an A-grade ordinary pistol had long been rumored throughout the school. Chen Feng and Gu Sisi exchanged venues. The audience was puzzled by the act of switching in the middle of such a challenge. Generally, people switched because they couldn't beat or lost the battle before letting other team members take over. But the question was, Chen Feng had come down very easily and had not been injured, so why did he have to switch? After walking down from the ring, Chen Feng then went to the outer area of the stands with Jiang Chen and watched the show while eating the small snacks he had just bought yesterday. At the same time, Chen Feng called out to Song Chang and Wen Baiwei. "There's nothing going on at noon, right? Let's go eat barbecue meat in a while." Chen Feng invited the two to say. Song Chang and Wen Baiwei looked at each other. "Chen Feng, there are still 5 matches left to play here." "It's fine, it's just for a while," Chen Feng said back. And just at that moment, gunshots rang out from the ring. What surprised the crowd was that what Gu Sisi was holding in her hands was actually the exact same pistol equipment as Chen Feng. Moreover, her shooting level was a few levels higher than Chen Feng's. Accurate rapid fire, prejudgmental shooting pressed her opponent to the point where she couldn't lift her head. There was even a scene where she continuously shot at a bunker spot and directly hit her opponent through the bunker. So dazzling shooting style let everyone kind of see why, gunner, this B-level occupation in the next copy of the reason so popular. Maybe it wasn't great at fighting demons, but against people it was truly unbeatable. Soon there were 2 people who were quickly eliminated one after another. While at this moment, Song Chang picked up his cell phone and looked at it before nodding his head. "Alright, I'll go back and pack it up later, remember to send me the address of the barbecue restaurant." Wen Baiwei also nodded along. Looking at this, it seemed that Gu Sisi had chosen to give up her struggle after seeing that she also had uncommon strength. The result was unsurprising. Gu Sisi easily defeated the first 4 opponents, leaving only the last one, and this challenger looked visibly frustrated. The ones who came to challenge on Class B, except for Jiang Yu, were all LV5 and the same level as Gu Sisi. With the same level, the advantage of firearms-type weapons in this one-on-one duel was indeed great. Moreover, after Gu Sisi practiced for so many days, her shooting skill was not just fast and accurate at the beginning. Now it was not only fast and accurate, but also ruthless, sometimes engaging in some dazzling shooting techniques from time to time to amaze people. "Let's go." Chen Feng got up and patted Jiang Chen. The 2 of them then walked towards the front of the ring after tidying up the small snacks and trash on the ground. The duel in the ring was reaching a stalemate. Gu Sisi's opponent was also a long-range profession. The opponent used a turtle style of play, hiding behind cover and suddenly poking his head out from time to time to give a shot of energy. The 2 were stalemated in the ring like this. And just moments after Chen Feng had stepped down from the spectator area, a loud bang exploded in the ring. Only a bang could be heard as Gu Sisi's gun fired a bullet directly into the bunker, leaving an arm-thick crater. This sound was not unfamiliar to everyone. Earlier when Chen Feng raised his gun to shoot, a sound would also pop up from time to time. Only a few people knew that this was exactly the sound that came from the muzzle of an ordinary pistol after triggering the probability effect. Chen Feng sighed, "I can't imagine that Gu Sisi also has a little bit of luck." But just as he finished speaking, another blast exploded. Chen Feng's brows suddenly furrowed in confusion as he looked towards the stage and then down at his own feet. This distance, it's clearly more than 5 meters only. Could it be that my lucky aura range expand? Chapter 112, Team Nascent, Group of 5. The lucky aura was not a characteristic skill that came with Chen Feng's profession. There was also no description of it in the system panel. It did not exist in any physical manifestation and was not quite the same form as other so-called attribute boosting skills. Standing within 5 meters of Chen Feng, any target that one considered to be a teammate would receive that indefinable luck bonus. Chen Feng had observed that although the luck bonus gained by his teammates could not reach his own level of this kind of meticulous luck, it was still able to keep the probability weapon at a high trigger rate. Previously, Chen Feng had wondered if this mysterious buff would expand its range due to leveling up. After returning from the duplicate, Chen Feng, Jiang Chen, and Gu Sisi had been in a separate training state, so they hadn't paid attention to it. But now, Chen Feng could be quite certain that the distance between himself and Gu Sisi was far greater than 5 meters. And from the time he had walked down the grandstand area and entered a certain range, Gu Sisi had already triggered the probability effect 3 times in a row. Without the lucky aura, the trigger probability of an A-grade ordinary pistol was only 2 out of 1,000. With 3 consecutive triggers, the probability of triggering was the third power of 2 out of 1,000, making it almost impossible. Chen Feng stepped back by a distance of about 1 meter and then waited quietly. This time, Gu Sisi did not trigger the probability effect once after emptying her magazine. Gu Sisi in the ring seemed to have sensed something and turned her head to look in Chen Feng's direction. After the two of them exchanged glances, she immediately understood Chen Feng's intentions and began to consciously tuck in her shots, lest she penetrate the bunker too quickly. Chen Feng continued to experiment as he moved forward in 2 more steps, finally confirming where the critical point of this lucky aura was. His eyes then signaled Gu Sisi to come to the very edge of the ring. At the same time, he began to measure the distance. Very quickly, Chen Feng arrived at the answer. The triggering radius of the lucky aura had doubled. From the original radius of 5 meters centered on himself, it had become 10 meters. It seems like it was right as I suspected, leveling up does indeed cause the lucky aura to upgrade as well. Chen Feng muttered. At the very beginning, Chen Feng also wanted to figure out what this good fortune of his and the so-called lucky aura actually was. Nay, the network construction in this era was just like that, so nothing could be found out. However, now that there was a change, it meant that it was something that could grow. Then perhaps the answer would be able to be found later. Jiang Chen snapped his head. Old Chen, what are you muttering about? Chen Feng turned his head. Jiang Chen, the team combat radius can be changed in the future. Raise it from 5 meters to 10 meters with me as the center. Jiang Chen's eyes stared, and with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Oh? Could it be that what's that mysterious hula hoop of yours has gotten a boost?" "What the hell mysterious hula hoop? That's called Lucky Halo." As Chen Feng approached the ring once again. After Gu Sisi was boosted by the lucky aura, she easily ended the duel with a few rounds of penetration doubling. This inter-class challenge was finally over. Team Chen Feng emerged victorious with a clean sweep, snatching Song Chang and Wen Baiwei from Class B into their own team. By the way, when this semester was over, the two of them could also go through the procedures of switching classes. The team member challenge system was just like that. With the opening up of cross-class challenges, the competition would become more and more intense. It was highly likely that there would be a situation where a class would be beaten out. Chen Feng was considered to have set the precedent of grabbing people across classes in the first semester of freshman year. But this stuff wasn't something anyone could emulate. First of all, you had to have the strength to overcome a wheel battle. On the side of the training ground, the Class B counselor looked at Chen Feng and Gu Sisi in the distance with an appreciation that was hard to hide in their eyes. "Old he, this class of yours is a bit impressive." He Changren, who had arrived not long ago, said with a calm face, "You'll have fewer exclamations like this in the future." And at this time came to join in the fun D-class teacher shook his head and said, "Looked at half a day, in fact, is the level suppression plus weapon suppression well. Although the various techniques also make up for it, but it's not as blown out of proportion as you guys." He Changrun and the Class B counselor looked at the young teacher at the same time and both smiled. He Changrun patted him and said, "That's where you're wrong, regardless of the era, a strong person is never born with a rank in weaponry that crushes his peers. It's not a given, but at least that's the case with me and Principal Long Shangping. What's more, the weapons in their hands are not bought." Noon. The Xintiandi food street was crowded with people. It was close to the Chinese New Year, and a food festival was being held here to warm up. After the Age of Awakening, everyone seemed to be more interested in getting together. Chen Feng's 5 people took a half-hour car ride before arriving inside the barbecue restaurant. This place had been visited once before by Chen Feng, Jiang Chen, and Gu Sisi. Only this time, it was Chen Feng's turn to treat them. For one, it was a sort of pick-me-up for the new members of the team. The second was to celebrate the fact that Chen Feng had finally gotten the $200,000 scholarship granted by the Shangjing Academy. Cheers! The cold and clear barbecue restaurant became much more lively because of the appearance of Chen Feng and the others. The crowd clinked glasses and began to enjoy the food. Song Chang and Wen Baiwei blended in quickly, even though they had only spent less than a day or two with Chen Feng and the others in the duplicate before. However, the experience of escaping from death had allowed the relationship to progress quickly. The first dinner gathering was more like an old friend meeting. "Chen Feng, I've always had a question I was curious about." After Song Chang stuffed in a palm-sized slice of beef, he asked in a lump, "What happened last time after we carried Baron Hound's 5-minute attack?" Faced with this question, Chen Feng did not intend to hide it, optimizing a portion from the facts to take it out and say it. Some of these things Chen Feng felt that it was better not to tell everyone, perhaps there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After getting Chen Feng's intelligence shared, Song Chang finally figured out a lot. At the same time, Chen Feng also told him and Wen Baiwei about the fact that he had a lucky aura, which was considered to be an official acceptance of them into the team. After eating, the crowd started chatting. And at this time, Chen Feng took out a few pieces of equipment from the warehouse and placed them in front of the duo. Song Chang, Wen Baiwei, these weapons and equipment are for you. 3 pieces per person. In addition to the sliding boots and flying hook and rope that each person had. Song Chang got the spiked gloves. The one for Wen Baiwei was the precision scepter. These 2 weapons weren't considered powerful, but they were enough for the student awakened at this stage. Song Chang was surprised when he got the equipment. His family was originally not wealthy, and his parents, who had failed to become awakened after the age of awakening, had even been replaced in their original jobs. This also caused their already poor family to be even worse off. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have to pay a single penny in tuition fees to attend the university, Song Chang was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to make it to Shangjing College. Chen Feng had sent 3 pieces of equipment at once, and although they were all probability-type equipment that couldn't be sold for much on the market, it was undoubtedly an incredibly precious gift for Song Chang. Captain, thank you. Song Chang's title to Chen Feng changed. Chapter 113, The Accidentally Injured Father Chen. After the end of semester team member challenge officially ended, the first semester of freshman year also came to an end. Shangjing Academy returned to calmness after a short period of bustle, and the entire campus appeared empty except for the few people who had voluntarily stayed behind to train. However, the difference was that with the start of the vacation, Shangjing City became much more lively, with the streets and alleys buzzing with people. Chen Feng returned to the neighborhood and was speechless at the banner hanging high above the entrance to the neighborhood. Above it was written the line in large letters, "Warmly celebrate the 23rd anniversary of this neighborhood not being strangely infested by magical creatures." Strangely enough, the residents in the neighborhood were usually disgusted at the mention of this matter, but at this time of the year, they were willing to show off their neighborhood's good fortune. What a paradox. Son, why are you back today? Chen Feng did not greet Chen Dad and Chen Mom and returned home a day early. It's not because I missed you guys. Chen Feng said sweetly. Jiang Hua brought Chen Feng slippers and then said, just in time, dinner will be served when your dad comes back from buying roasted chicken. I'll send him a message to ask your old man to buy more food. Before Jiang Hua's words fell, the sound of footsteps came from the hallway again. As soon as he heard the heavy sound, he knew it was Chen Jiancheng. Yo, why did Sun Smash come back early? Come, just in time to eat a wave of roasted chicken. Chen Jiancheng walked into the room with a big pocket of food in his left hand and a smile on his face. However, Chen Feng realized at this time that Chen Dad's right hand was actually in a plaster cast, hanging against the straps at the chest position. Dad? What's wrong with you? Chen Feng said with a serious face as he frowned tightly. Chen Jianxing shook his head, nothing much, just a fall. It's just a dislocation, not particularly serious. Chen Feng did not believe Chen Dad's words, not to mention the fact that it was unreasonable to fall and break his hand like this. The bruises on his face and the corners of his mouth were man-made at a glance. Dad, Mom, what the hell is going on? Chen Feng grabbed the pocket containing the roasted chicken, with a "you don't tell me or you don't eat" attitude. Chen Jianxing and Jiang Hua glanced at each other, knowing that they couldn't hide it and had to admit it. Your father, was beaten up at the construction site. Jiang Hua sighed and said. Chen Feng, this was strange. Chen Dad Chen Jianxing started doing some odd jobs at construction sites after the age of awakening. On weekdays, he was off work by the hour, and he did not participate in any of the drinking and socializing. Chen Jianxing is a famous Mr. Good, not to say that the relationship with the construction site people have much better, but also not in who have a grudge. It is no wonder that this year there is no home without hanging lanterns. Chen Jianxing right hand injury, the height of Jiang Hua and cannot touch. Dad, what's going on? Chen Feng asked after him. Chen Jianxing, face depressed, sat down to the dining table and tore off the roasted chicken leg and bit a bite after saying, that damn Li Yao, engage in what the new official 3 fires, arrears of our wages even if, actually want to deduct 30% of our salary without reason. And take this part of the salary to invite those awakened people to enjoy themselves and enjoy their happiness. Tell me, what is this thing called? Chen Feng sat down opposite of Chen Jianxing. Dad, I remember that wasn't Uncle Wang in charge of you guys in the past? Your Uncle Wang was transferred to another position. This Li Yao said that he is some kind of a connected person. His head is not small. He came out to engage in engineering in less than 2 years to sit in the position of project manager. Relying on his identity as an awakened person, he is ganged up, and now the awakened people and us non-awakened people on the site project are fast becoming world enemies. Chen Feng picked up another chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing as he asked, "So Dad, did you get beaten up because you felt the injustice of voicing out your resistance?" Chen Jianqing didn't say anything, just eating the chicken with a brain. Jiang Hua, who was on the side, said, "If only your dad had this much guts. He, went on some kind of lead strike march, and got some kind of co-signing protest letter, and led a bunch of workers to surround the construction site. Then left the Li Yaos greet a group of awakened people to give him a beating." Chen Feng. Mom, do you have some misunderstanding of the word bold? Jiang Hua jerked his chair away and snatched the chicken leg from Chen Jianqing's hand. Times are different now, you think it's like before. Jiang Hua complained, but she was more heartbroken about Chen Jianqing's body. You say you don't dare to do anything on weekdays, and you run off to be a standout at this juncture. Chen Jianqing retorted, "It's called a great man only doing key things. Besides, is he a great awakened person? He was just lucky to be awakened, what makes him feel superior? We all do the same work, I won't say anything if he relies on his awakened ability to fix the building alone, but he, Li Yao, and the group of followers behind him are just people who take money and don't do anything. What I'm pursuing is only fairness." Jiang Hua looked at Chen Feng helplessly, "Look at your father, it doesn't make sense. Now it's good, others relying on their connections don't need to pay out a penny and don't need to go to jail. What about you? Your body is injured and your job is probably going to be lost." Chen Feng looked at the two people who were arguing over the idea of fairness or not, suddenly raised his head and asked, "Dad and Mom, what is this Li Yao in the end?" In the Age of Awakening, although the awakened had gained certain privileges, the state's jurisdiction over them was also stricter. The fact that such a bad incident was not properly punished was enough to see that this Li Yao's identity was not simple. Jiang Hua sighed, "Alas, this Li Yao seems to have some sort of guild background in his family." Chen Feng frowned slightly, "What guild?" "It seems to be the biggest guild in our city. What's it called?" "Nine Heavens Guild, yes, that's the one." Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, "Mom, are you sure?" "I'm sure, and I've heard that he's already raked in quite a bit of oil and water by relying on this relationship. There are a lot of people who look at him with displeasure, but they can't do anything about him." Chen Feng suddenly revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then the gloomy look on his face disappeared. He began to tear into the roasted chicken and brought in bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. Chen Jianqing and Jiang Hua stared at Chen Feng with confused faces. "Why are you looking at me?" "Just eat, I'll go buy another one later." Chen Feng sat down and feasted. "Son, you're not thinking of getting involved in this, are you?" "Mom didn't tell you because she wanted you to study hard. This is all our adult business." "Mom, the other party isn't awakened. To talk to him, at least we must have an awakened on our side." Chen Feng was referring to none other than himself. Jiang Hua was just about to say something when Chen Feng took out a bank card from his pocket. "Dad, I just got the $200,000 scholarship granted by the academy. Take this money and go to the hospital to find an awakened person to heal your injuries. We don't lack money now, we don't need conservative treatment." Chen Jianqing and Jiang Hua froze in place, staring at the bank card with surprised faces. How much? 200,000? Chen Feng was busy eating and did not raise his head. "Yes, just 200,000, the rest is just enough to buy a suite. It's not a problem to live in this old neighborhood for too long." Chapter 114, Who Let You Go, Surnamely. Ever since entering Shangjing Academy and following Professor Qi into the forging room, Chen Feng wasn't really lacking in building materials. Coupled with the fact that he didn't have the need to buy any weapons or equipment for the time being, those that he did have were able to take care of themselves. He also didn't have much to spend after giving the grade A ordinary pistol to Gu Sisi to cover his debt last time. Instead of leaving this 200,000 to eat dust on his own, it would be better to take it to his mom and dad to improve their lives. Chen Feng always had an indescribable feeling in his heart when he saw Chen Jianqing carrying his cast home. The era of awakening is like this: rich people are injured in the first second, give money to find awakened people after a second can be healed. The next day and nothing. The poor people, however, can only slowly recuperate from their injuries as usual. And with the emergence of the awakened, the research and development of medical products is stuck in a quagmire. The treatment of some basic diseases is even slower. Chen Feng calculated that the cost of having Chen Dad go to the hospital to seek treatment from an auxiliary class awakened was only a few $1,000s. For them in the past, this was definitely a huge sum of money, but now that Chen Feng was backed by the generous Shangjing Academy, he wasn't that far off. That night, Chen Feng led Chen Jianqing to the best hospital in the neighborhood. Finding a powerful awakened who just happened to come back from a copy, he spent $3,000 to directly restore Chen Jianqing's injuries to their original state. On his way back home from the hospital, Chen Jiansheng kept yelling about how powerful this healing ability was. He kept waving his right hand and sighed, "Is this what it's like to be rich?" If this were to be put in the past, it wouldn't take 100 days to recuperate from the injuries. Chen Feng smiled, "Don't worry, Dad, there will be happy days in the future. Now that the wealth of society is concentrating towards the awakened, it's the money-making owl, scholarships are 100,000 to 200,000 taken." Dad, Chen sighed again. Jianghua patted him on the head, "Child's father. That's also our son's great." Chen Jiansheng hurriedly nodded his head, yes, it's still our son. Right, son, is it true what you said about buying a house? Chen Feng nodded, although our district hasn't been attacked by demonic weirdness for over 20 years, it's ultimately a bit far from the city center. I'll ask Professor Qi when the time comes to see if I can buy a set in the Shangjing New District. The Shangjing New District was an urban area planned to be created 10 years after the Awakening era. This area was the theoretically farthest section from all the copies near Shangjing City, and with the defense system created by Professor Qi, it was considered a relatively safe place within Shangjing City. Having his parents live here all the time wasn't a problem, and the constant intrusion of small magical creatures was also a problem. Of course, 23 years without a weird infestation of magical creatures was indeed impressive. But no one could guarantee that such a small probability event would last forever. Chen Feng was confident in his luck, but it was better not to gamble with his parents' safety. All right then, I'll listen to you all, son. Chen Jianxing's face was all smiles. If this matter were to be spread to the neighbors, they wouldn't go out every day with their heads tilted up. Whose son was so powerful that he only became an awakened in less than half a year and already had the money to buy a house for his parents. Chen Feng, right, Dad, don't go to the construction site job in the future. By the time you move to the new district, you can look over there if you still want to do something. Jianghua sniffed, then this matter of your dad's. Then naturally we can't let it go. Chen Feng interrupted. Dad, I'll go with you tomorrow to find that Li Yao. Chen Jiansheng stood up and wrapped his arm around Chen Feng's shoulders. Let's go to war. Jianghua was speechless as he looked at the immobile father and son duo. Worthy of being a father and son. The next day, Chen Feng followed Chen Dad to the construction site where he usually worked. The site was located within the city and was a construction project for an underground shelter. After the Age of Awakening, the mainstream of big infrastructure and real estate of the original engineering projects had changed. Civil engineering also shifted towards the construction of underground shelters, repairing urban areas and other projects. Only the main body who did these jobs were still ordinary people in the end. Although after the Awakening era some awakened person's ability can make these things twice as much, but it seems that no awakened person is willing to do these things. After all, who wants to rely on brute force to move bricks after awakening? Of course, it wasn't that there were no awakened to do the construction work. Some of the earth excavation and leveling work still required them to use their occupational characteristic skills to complete it with a single click. As soon as Chen Jiansheng appeared at the entrance of the construction site, he was immediately stopped. The one who made the interception was also the same group of people who had followed Chen Jiansheng's protest earlier. Old Chen, managerly said the day before yesterday that you can't enter our construction site in the future. Another person also pulled Chen Jiansheng and said, yes, Old Chen, I know you're angry, I'm also angry, but someone else, Li Yao, is after all an awakened, we can't afford to mess with him. Chen Jiansheng looked at these two comrades with incomparable disappointment. They had sworn to defend their rights to the death when they protested some days ago. As a result, they were still compromising with Li Yao now. However, Chen Jiansheng did not blame them. It was something that they couldn't help, and their willingness to follow them to stand up and protest was already exhausting their courage. Old Lu Lao Zhang, let me go in and find that person, I want to have a good talk with him. Old Chen. Really don't make things difficult for us. How can I call this difficult for you guys? I just want to. Yo, Laborer Chen, why are you making trouble again? Just at this time, a luxury car stopped at the entrance of the construction site project. The car door opened, a middle-aged greasy man with a big belly walked out. This person was none other than Li Yao. I'm still looking for you. ZZZZZZZ, I'm not called, I still like you to call me managerly. Wait, Laborer Chen, your hand is recovering fast. Li Yao pointed at Chen Jiansheng's right hand and said. A sly smile appeared on his face. The injury on Chen Jiansheng's arm was precisely caused by him rushing over to make up for it in the end. Of course, according to Li Yao, he had only kicked gently, and he could only blame the difference in power between ordinary people and their awakened ones for being too great. My son took me to the hospital to be cured, But don't think that recovering as good as new didn't happen. The hospital credentials are the evidence of your malicious injury. Li Yao tilted his head and looked at Chen Feng behind Chen Jianqing with a surprised face. Awesome, I can't imagine that you still have money to go to the hospital. Count me underestimating you, Chen Gong. Forget it, this matter is my fault, and I have deeply reflected on it. Let's do it this way, you guys come with me to the project department, let's discuss the compensation matters in our office, I will personally apologize to you. Said Li Yao turned around and walked towards the inside of the construction site and signaled Chen Jianqing to follow. Li Yao's uncharacteristic attitude makes Chen Jianqing and several workers beside him very surprised. Some time ago, Li Yao still had a vicious and overbearing attitude. Why did he suddenly change his mind today? Chen Jianqing just wanted to follow up but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. He half squatted down in pain, his left hand gripping the injured position of his right hand. Chen Feng rushed over to check, lifting the cuffs Chen Jianqing's arm where the injury was actually bubbling pus. Li Yao turned his head to look after hearing the commotion. The evil smile on his face was incomparably rampant, the look of contempt in his eyes as if he was looking at a mole cricket. What's the matter, laborer Chen? Is it that you are unwilling to come to my office? Then this compensation matter should be forgotten. Li Yao turned around and was about to leave after scoffing. But the moment he had just taken a step, Chen Feng appeared behind him at an unknown time and pressed down on him. The tremendous force caused Li Yao's shoulders to ache. My father hasn't let you go yet, sir, namely. Chapter 115, Settling Accounts. Yo, I can't imagine that worker Chen's son is actually as hard-winged as he is. Li Yao turned back slightly to gaze at Chen Feng. Don't think that just because you are awakened as an awakened that you can act recklessly. This is a state-controlled construction site, there is no room for you to act recklessly. Li Yao turned sideways, one hand clasped on Chen Feng's arm wanting to put this milquetoast brat in a reverse knuckle tackle, but no matter how Li Yao exerted his force, Chen Feng stood still. Li Yao's entire body couldn't break free even with all his strength, and a look of panic and incredulity flashed across his eyes. What's with this brat? How could his strength be so great? Although Li Yao hadn't played many copies after his awakening and hadn't participated much in the action of killing demonic shenanigans, his level was a solid level 6. Plus he had added all the upgrade points he got from upgrading to his strength. No matter how he said it, he shouldn't be overwhelmed by this brat. This kid, how many levels? Seeing that he couldn't break free for a moment, Li Yao directly opened his mouth and sprayed a mouthful of purple gas towards Chen Feng's eyes like a toad. The purple gas was highly toxic, and being hit right in the eye would result in a temporary loss of vision, or necrosis of the eye. However, Chen Feng reacted in the moment Li Yao's mouth was puffed out, and dodged the blow with a slight sideways movement of his head. Li Yao's eyes flashed with surprise. What a fast reaction! But the next second, he was greeted by a heavy punch from Chen Feng. Bang! Li Yao suffered pain and covered his nose with both hands, but the gushing nosebleed still flowed out from between his fingers. Chen Feng lifted his shoulder with his left hand, leaving Li Yao in a state where he was being picked up as a chicken, a state where he couldn't squat if he wanted to, and couldn't walk if he wanted to. Bastard! You and your old man deserve to die. At the same time, those awakened ones who embraced Li Yao on the construction site also rushed over from the project department when they heard the report. There were a total of 8 people who were raging. Chen Feng let go of Li Yao and gave him a kick, kicking him into the crowd while retreating to Chen Jianqing's side. Chen Jianqing's hand injury also came from Li Yao's skill trait damage. Li Yao's profession was E-rank, pussmaker, and apart from the previous poisonous gas spraying, his other skill was the ability to mark those he attacked and consume the mark to detonate the poisonous sores. This kind of profession was of no use no matter where, especially since the damage of the poison sores was even more minimal against demonic artifacts, and could only be used to deal with ordinary people in general. Little drop, help me scan the other 8. Chen Feng murmured in a low voice after ascertaining that Chen Jianqing's injuries were of no great concern. Little drop, hidden in the sky, immediately began scanning and soon flew in front of Chen Feng again. On its projection display panel, in addition to Li Yao's detailed information from earlier, it also listed out all of the other 8 people's information occupation ranks. Among the 8 people, the highest rank was only Lv.6, and their occupations weren't any powerful professions. Chen Jianqing looked at the small red and white ball machine in front of his son and was surprised. Son, what is this thing? It can also scan the information of your awakened's occupation. It mustn't be very expensive. He had some knowledge of these people, so he naturally understood that the results of Xiao Lu's scan were correct. Chen Feng shook his head and said with a faint smile, not expensive, someone else gave it to me. Right, Dad. Chen Feng turned back to look at Li Yao and the people behind him. These are the people who beat you up, right? Chen Jiancheng was silent for 2 seconds before nodding solemnly. Chen Feng then got up and silently took out the Tsangu spear from the warehouse. Alright then Dad, I'll help you clean them up. Chen Jiancheng had some panic as he looked at the message displayed by Little Drop and said, Son, these people are quite powerful, don't try to be brave. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth lifted slightly. Powerful? They're way too weak. Regardless of rank or occupation, none of these people were strong enough to fight. That Lv.6 awakened person among them, his awakened occupation was also Earth Elemental Envoy. But looking at the other party's body fat rate that was so high that it exploded, and wearing a big gold necklace, he knew that he was afraid that he couldn't even utilize 1% of this profession's ability. It was estimated that he would normally take this professional skill to carry earth cubes before he ate some kickbacks. Hearing that Chen Feng was going to make a move on them, Li Yao and the 8 people behind him looked at each other and smiled. Kid, it seems like your dad didn't teach you what it means to be ungrateful. You're alone, and you still want to deal with us. Before Li Yao could finish his sentence, Chen Feng suddenly struck out. So fast. Almost instantly, Chen Feng directly killed the crowd. Li Yao and the others took out their weapons and tried to defend themselves, but the unused weapons in their hands were like a thin piece of bamboo paper against the Tsangu spear. In less than half a second, it flew away. It was said that practice was the only indicator of learning, and now was the best opportunity. Chen Feng used 1 against 9, waving the ancient spear to wander through the crowd. In less than a minute, Li Yao's 8 followers fell one after another, either covering their noses and wailing or lying on the ground pretending to be dead. The only one who did not know what to do was Li Yao, who looked at the scene in front of him and trembled as he backed away shivering. I'm warning you, don't come over. Come over again and I'll call the police. Li Yao's words before falling directly dialed the police. And Chen Feng was also very patient, waiting for Li Yao to finish the address and the reason for calling the police. Is it done? Chen Feng asked kindly. Li Yao put down his cell phone. You're done. I'm telling you, I'm going to make all of you father and son squat in jail for this matter. Looks like it's done, so let's settle the score now. Chen Feng smiled blandly and directly swung out the Tsangu spear with force. The hard spear body swung precisely at Li Yao's right arm. Only a click was heard, and it was unknown whether it was the sound of bones breaking or being completely severed. Instead, before anyone had time to react, Li Yao directly let out a hiss of pain and fell to the ground. He covered his right hand, his body trembling in pain, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Chen Feng's blow was not a light one. Alright, now that the physical score is settled, the next step is financial compensation. Chen Feng placed a bill in front of Li Yao. On it were the various lost wages, moral damages, and incidental medical expenses that he had calculated. By the way, there was also an additional apology fee. This part of the payment meant that the compensator was deeply apologetic about the incident and took the initiative to give an extra portion of the compensation. Of course, Li Yao was definitely not going to be deeply apologetic, but it was only for now. Chen Feng put away the small drop after doing this, and returned to Chen Jianqing's side as if he was fine. Chen Dad was at this moment staring at his son with his mouth wide open and an astonished look on his face. Is this surely my son? That fierce? At this moment, Chen Jianqing did not feel the slightest bit worried about Chen Feng injuring so many people. He only felt that his son was awesome fried. But what about the police side? Not a moment later, Li Yao forcefully climbed up against the severe pain. With great difficulty, he took out another cell phone from his pants bag and pressed a call. We'll see. Li Yao stared at Chen Feng and Chen Jianqing full of hatred and said. Chapter 116, 2 Slaps, Hard Relationships. Not a moment later. The sirens made a sound. 2 police cars stopped at the entrance of the construction site. After the Age of Awakening, justice followed the reform. Only awakened people could become law enforcement officers. And there was a hard standard, the rank had to be above Lv.10. The several police officers who stepped out of the police car based on the description on the phone originally thought that it was a vicious awakened person beating each other up, which made them treat it very seriously, with weapons and equipment ready to go. But once they arrived at the scene, they realized that it seemed to be a completely different incident from what the caller had said. The incident of awakened beings beating each other up was a big matter that had a high possibility of causing a fatality. However, the only blood seen at the scene was actually a nosebleed. Seeing that the police arrived one step ahead of him, Li Yao sued, "Big brother police, it's this kid. He's the one who injured us." The police looked along the target that Li Yao pointed to. A teenager who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old. Are you saying that this kid beat the 9 of you up? And beat them up? The policeman's tone was full of skepticism. This was said in a way that made Li Yao and the others feel a bit humiliated. Yes, an 18-year-old teenager had beaten up 9 adults fatly and even called out the police. And everyone was still awakened. This was a big disgrace. Li Yao hardened his head and said, "Don't look at this kid's peacefulness, his methods are simply devilish." "Officer, look at my hand." The policeman frowned slightly and looked closely. "Well, it's just a little dislocated." What do you mean it's just a little dislocated?" Li Yao was confused. "Then what did you say it was?" Li Yao froze. It was only then that he reacted to the fact that if it was an ordinary person who was beaten and dislocated, that would indeed be considered a not so small injury. But for them awakened ones, something like dislocation was not a big deal at all. What was the waste of time calling out to the police for this kind of injury? The police looked around again. "I've looked around. If you want to count what can only be a first-level awakened person conflict incident, apologizing and compensating 200 or 300 will do. But you all have to go back to the station with me to make a statement. My suggestion would be to go private." "Li Yao, that won't do. How is it only a level 1 after all this fighting?" "Police uncle, I also think what Li Yao said makes sense." The crowd looked back. The person who spoke was actually Chen Feng. What the hell? Just when the group thought that he had nothing to do and was crazy, Chen Feng revealed the injured arm of his father, Chen Jiansheng. "Uncle policeman, this Li Yao used his awakened occupation skill to strike out at my father. Surely this isn't considered a level 1 incident." The policeman's expressions instantly became serious upon hearing this. One of the policemen even immediately put Li Yao under control. After stepping forward to appraise the situation was immediately reversed. From a first-level awakened conflict incident, it directly escalated to a vicious incident of awakening striking out at the general public. Then this matter was not a matter of any private settlement. Ka-ching. Until the special handcuffs were cuffed to Li Yao's hands, he still had a surprised face and didn't react. "What's the situation? It seems like I've gotten myself into a hole?" "No officer, this kid is the batterer, he has no problem at all?" Li Yao asked in horror. The police officer looked at him with a disgusted face. "9 of you, you can't beat someone else a kid even if you can. Hurting someone else's father and still being evil here, where did you get the face? Follow me." These 2 words directly disliked Li Yao. Li Yao completely panicked. If he was arrested and sentenced completely, I'm afraid that this project manager who was so hard to come by would have to step down. "No, comrade police, you can't arrest me. My man will be here soon, he'll come and give you guys a word." Li Yao struggled and refused to get into the police car. Seeing that he was about to be stuffed in by the police with his legs, a black SUV slowly drove up in the distance. At first glance this car is not special, but until you see the logo on the car body, the surrounding people watching the show suddenly realized. The logo of the 9 Heavenly Guild was actually engraved on the car. This is the most powerful guild in Shangjing City. It also represented the most privileged group of people in Shangjing City. Finally, complacency flashed in Li Yao's eyes. His great-uncle was an official member of the 9 Heavenly Guild, a position that was not low, not the kind of grassroots members that could look down on him. He also relied on this relationship to sit in this project manager position. Soon the SUV stopped and a middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped out of the car. The pin hanging on him was representing his identity as a member of the 9 Heavens Guild. "Great-uncle." Li Yao shook his handcuffed hands and greeted with a delighted face. However, what responded to him was a face filled with anger. "Shut the hell up." The sudden chiding made Li Yao freeze in place for a moment at a loss for words. His relationship with this great-uncle was very good. The 2 were not only considered relatives but also had a very fixed transfer of benefits. This little thing as long as the great-uncle out of the natural easy to solve. It was absolutely impossible for him to turn his back on himself like this. Old uncle, what's wrong?" Li Yao said sheepishly. His great-uncle did not pay any attention to him and went straight around Li Yao to Chen Feng. "You are Chen Feng, right?" The anger on his face disappeared as he smiled and rubbed his hands together. A look of bending over and nodding his head made Li Yao's head go blank. What the hell? Is this surely my great-uncle? And this title, how could he address this little bastard as you? What the hell? Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, I am Chen Feng. This matter is my fault for not disciplining my men. Minister Li's side has already cleared things with me, and I will personally pay a visit to apologize in a few days. As for this Li Yao, just hand him over to the police and deal with him as you should. Li Yao's great uncle said seriously in a single word. There's also the matter of compensation, which will also be dealt with justly. Then I'll trouble you. Li Yao turned his head, the smile on his face disappeared. Great uncle, you are. Snap. A blowing sound made those surrounding onlookers of the construction site workers call out really good. Li Yao covered his face with a look of disbelief. He couldn't believe that his great uncle would do this to himself. Wasn't he just beating up an irrelevant worker? How could it be like this? Splat. Seeing that Li Yao didn't realize his mistake in the slightest, he slapped him again. Applause could even be heard at the scene. Li Yao, do you know who you've messed with? Who did I mess with me? Do you know who is behind this Chen Feng? Who can it be? He's the disciple of Lv.1, the vice minister of the Nine Heavens Guild's logistics division, and he's the best friend of Chairman Gu Jintian's daughter. Damn you, you're good. Li Yao was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Chen Feng, who had a harmless appearance. This guy has such hard connections? Chapter 117, Getting a False Copy Admission Certificate. The incident of Chen Dad being beaten up had finally come to an end. However, what made Chen Jianqing curious was why Chen Feng would know someone from the Nine Heavenly Guild. In particular, that member of the Nine Heavens Guild who came in a luxury car would actually treat his son, who had just started college not long ago, with such respect. This made Chen Jianshang, who had been in and out of society for so many years, feel doubly surprised. Chen Feng then told him about his acquaintance with Lv.1 when he attended the summer camp during the summer. After learning that Li Yao had the Nine Heavens Guild connections as his backing, Chen Feng contacted Lv.1 at the first opportunity last night. He initially thought that this Li Yao was also surnamed Li, and with the rumors that his connections were very hard, Chen Feng even thought that Lv.1 and Li Yao still had some sort of connection. However, the misunderstanding was cleared up after the phone call, and this Li Yao's connection was just an ordinary second-tier guild member. However, this also allowed Chen Feng to further feel the privileges of the Nine Heavens Guild in Shangjing City. A second-tier guild member was already able to bring about such great influence. There was even less to say about Lv.1's rank as a vice minister. The third day after the incident of Chen Dad being beaten up. It was also the first day of the Lunar New Year. The neighborhood was bustling with activity. Neighbors walked the streets. In particular, the floor where Chen Feng's house was located had always been the most lively in previous years. There is no other reason, the next two neighbors are multi-sister families. A family's immediate family has to be lined up with 10 or so people. The two families together were more than 20 people. Coupled with the fact that they liked to open their homes during the new year to share the bustle inside their homes, this also made it very painful for Chen Feng, who wanted to take a nap early in the morning. Chen Feng was awakened by the noise and the sound of New Year's greetings, and after getting dressed, he rubbed his eyes and walked out of the bedroom. Mom Jianghua got up early and was busy with lunch. The family had a beautiful reunion dinner yesterday, but now their stomachs were bloated. Dad Chen Jianqing should be out, in the purchase of New Year's goods. In the past, the family did not have much money, and such things as New Year's goods were not common. Now relying on Chen Feng earned a large sum of money, coupled with the 30,000 yuan compensation from Li Yao's beating incident a few days ago, the economic conditions of Chen Feng's family can be said to have completely changed. Just like Mom Jianghua said, this year's New Year the whole family does not dry at a whole pig or sorry Chen Jianqing received a beating. Chen Feng rare relaxation sitting in the living room, turn on the TV to watch the news. The news is nothing more than where to appear again, what copy, what place was attacked. There were also some heroic deeds. Of course, there was no more Spring Festival Gala. Since the Age of Awakening, entertainment programs had disappeared, and news about economic construction, lacy opinions, and the like were almost non-existent. The ties between various countries had also become incredibly loose, and basically no foreign news could be seen. Even the United Nations was disbanded 20 years ago. Chen Feng received the ceramic bowl handed over by Jianghua, which was filled with steaming sesame soup dumplings. Chen Feng continued to flip through the TV programs as he feasted. And soon, a piece of news caught his attention. The host's voice came from the television. 2 college students from a southern university entered a replica privately without authorization. As a result, they encountered danger and their whereabouts are still unknown. Rescue teams are doing their best to rescue them. Mom's voice from the kitchen glass door to the living room. Son, heard the news, you cannot also do this kind of thing. In case of danger, taking up already scarce public resources, not to mention, you may also put your life in it. Chen Feng did not answer at first, but took out his cell phone and searched for this incident on the posting forum. The discussion on the internet was equally intense. After browsing through them one by one for a moment, Chen Feng said to Jiang Hua inside the kitchen, "Mom, don't you think that the country is delaying the grade a bit by so strictly controlling college students from entering the copy?" Jiang Hua stepped out from within the kitchen and served the sausages on the table. "Delaying is delaying. Now that the older generation of Awakened can still hold their own, why are you college students in such a hurry? Running for reincarnation? Besides, what's the point of pursuing a level that high? We ordinary people are still graduating peacefully to find a good job, get married, and have children is more important than anything else." It had to be said that Chen's mother's offense was qualified. She could at least go a few rounds against internet spammers without losing. However, Jiang Hua's concepts Chen Feng did not agree with. Many people of this generation had yet to shift their minds from the past. After experiencing the difficult years of the early awakening era, the society gradually stabilized under the shelter of the strong and stepped into the right track. For them there seems to be not much difference in their lives except for some more things called awakened people. It's just that the currency devaluation is scary. Mom, times are different now. The intensity of the copy secret realm frenzy in the earlier years were all very low, and most of the demonic shenanigans that rushed out weren't strong either. The last few replica secret realm frenzies have been more menacing than one at a time. Jiang Hua put away Chen Feng's empty bowl that had finished eating the soup dumplings. "What's to be afraid of then? The devils are getting stronger, aren't we humans? Look at those powerful awakened people on TV, which one is not a one-man top? Chen Feng, then we have to level up as well. What if the demons in the copy secret realm frenzy suddenly become more powerful than us one day?" In this situation now, the top combatants are formidable, but the middle tier is deficient and completely broken. Jiang Hua gave Chen Feng a blank look without any good humor. You're the same as your father, thinking about East and West all day long. I still don't believe that these flying awakened can't defeat these little monsters anymore." Okay. Chen Feng compromised and no longer debated with his mom. Instead, he backhandedly clicked on the posting forum and found a criminal who was able to handle a copy access license through false information, and entrusted him to help himself with a false document. It was true that entering a replica would indeed be dangerous. But staying in the school at this stage wouldn't be of much help to Chen Feng. It was estimated that the teaching and research team of the Xinjiang Academy would never have imagined until their deaths that he, a logistics occupation awakened, would step into the autonomous build 2 stage in his first semester. Even his level had been raised to Lv.15, which was almost considered a senior high level. Instead of constantly suppressing his strength in the academy, it would be better to continue entering into the duplicates. It was possible to upgrade and get money again. Adding to the fact that there were recent plans to buy a house for mom and dad, there was still no problem getting money for renovations. The criminal on the other end of the phone responded quickly as well, giving Chen Feng several packages. The cheapest was the ordinary nomad, able to enter some E-rank copies with threats between Lv.1 and Lv.5. The second-class false identity was a minor, able to enter D-ranked copies between Lv.5 and Lv.15. The third grade was also the most expensive. This criminal had actually gotten the identity information of a member of the exploration team, being able to directly enter a B-grade copy between Lv.20 and Lv.30. It had to be said that these people did have a bit of something in their doorways. Chen Feng managed to obtain a second-grade copy access license after paying $3,000. It would have to take a few days before it was mailed over though. Chen Feng put down his cell phone and began to plan out the next few days. But right at this moment, the door to the room that had been silent for a long time was knocked on. Chapter 118, "Oh Grandma, count on me to beg you." Coming. Chen's mother, Jiang Hua, opened the door to her room, originally thinking that it was Chen Jianqing who had flown back. Who knew that the one standing at the door was actually her neighbor on the same floor, Auntie Wu. Auntie Wu was holding a New Year's red packet and a pair of couplets in her hands, smiling. "Yo, little Jiang. Happy New Year." "Happy New Year," Jiang Hua said with a leathery smile. This Auntie Wu, every year at New Year's Eve, would come knocking on the door of Chen Feng's house and sent a New Year's red packet. It looked very warm and seemed like a very nice neighborhood aunt. In reality, the reason why she would come knocking on Chen Feng's door was to show off her family's so-called bustle. Every year after New Year's Eve, this big aunt Wu would open her big mouth and give the other big aunts a piece of her mind. Comparing Chen Feng's family to her own, she would degrade Chen Jianqing and Jiang Hua to nothing. However, on the surface, she meets with Chen Feng's family in a peaceful manner, and she can't tell that she has this face behind her back. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an older woman who had a good personal relationship with Jiang Hua, I'm afraid that they would still be kept in the dark until now. Little Jiang, no one from your family is coming to visit this year either? Alas, it's better this way. Without waiting for Jiang Hua to answer, Auntie Wu continued, it's troublesome to have too many people in the house, and it's too much effort to clean up. Big Aunt Wu clearly knew that all of the other relatives of Chen Jianqing's family had died in the copy secret frenzy more than 20 years ago. But she still had to bring it up, as if she had mentioned it casually without thinking, but who knew if it was intentional or not? Jiang Hua nodded perfunctorily, just wanting to end this conversation quickly. But at this time, Auntie Wu poked her head out and saw Chen Feng in the living room. Little Chen is back too. Little Chen just went to college this year, right? She asked. This going to college starts to have to find a way out for finding a job. In recent years the job situation is not so good. My second grandson had a hard time getting into the interview process for the National Replica Exploration Team. It is estimated that this job will be finalized after the year. The words appeared to be caring about Chen Feng, but in reality, it was just showing off, especially since her expression of a sly smile like that of a fox made people very upset. Chen Feng got up and took out a red envelope from the warehouse and stuffed it to Auntie Wu. Auntie Wu, Happy New Year, I've long had plans for this job. But then again, this National Exploration Team isn't a job that ordinary people can do. It's very easy to lose your life. You have to tell that second grandson to take good care of his safety. Hey, you say this, Auntie Wu was just about to say something about Chen Feng, but was so surprised by the thickness of the red envelope she received in her hand that she couldn't speak. What the hell? She suspiciously looked down. To judge by her proficiency in touching the thickness of the red envelope, there were at least 20 sheets of bottoming inside as well. Nowadays, everyone's red envelopes are generally in $10 denominations. That is to say, this red envelope actually has a whole $200 in it. Big Aunt Wu looked at Jiang Hua with a surprised face. The expression on her face was both excited and a kind of eating hard. Auntie Wu, is there anything else? No, nothing, Happy New Year. After leaving these words behind, Auntie Wu dusted herself off and ran back home. As could be seen from the open door of her house, her pace was extremely cheerful. My goodness, is this Chen family developed? What's wrong, Grandma? The young man whom Big Mother Wu called her second grandson curiously gathered around. Big Mother Wu held up the red packet in her hand to show the guests in the house. This Chen family actually gave me such a big red packet. Meanwhile, Jiang Hua closed the door to his room with an annoyed look on his face. Son, where did this red packet come from? And how much did you pack for her? It made her happy like that. Chen Feng shook his hand and said with a disinterested expression, pack 20. 20 sheets? This is also. All of them are 10 cents. Son, it's worthy of you, smart. Jiang Hua gave a nod to his son's resourcefulness. At the same time, he opened the red envelope wrapped by Auntie Wu, and unsurprisingly there were only $2. This back and forth just offsets it. Almost at the same time, the chagrined burst of Auntie Wu's voice came from outside the room door. Through the door of the room, Chen Feng can also think, Wu Dema in front of the family with a face of joy to open the red packet to see 20 pennies when the expression will be how wonderful. Auntie Wu had been teased by Chen Feng in front of the entire family and naturally felt disgraced. And her dutiful second grandson was the first to step forward to stand up for her. She soon arrived at Chen Feng's door and knocked on it. And just as Chen Feng had just opened the door to his room, a burst of footsteps came from the hallway. Both of them looked at the same time. Only to see Chen Dad Chen Jianqing took the lead to walk into the hallway, hand-carrying large bags of New Year's goods. And one look at the packaging to know that all branded goods. One of them was exactly the same as the tonic that this second grandson had bought for Auntie Wu on New Year's Eve. What kind of family, actually still buying things of the same grade as me? Thousands of dollars of supplements, your Chen family. A hint of a sneering color appeared on Er-sun's face, but the next moment when he saw who the person immediately behind Chen Jianqing was, the entire person shrank his neck like a chicken that had seen an eagle and took a few steps backward. Captain Xiong, what brings you here? Chen Feng looked surprised as he watched Xiong Kaiwan, who was carrying a large bag of gifts, walk down the hallway. He hurriedly pushed open the door of the room to greet him. As for Wu Dema Er-sun, who was standing straight against the wall next to him, he ignored her. Son of A, this one knows he's extraordinary at a glance, you have to give me a good introduction. Chen Dad chimed in, while helping to receive the gifts. Chen Feng smiled and said, this is Captain Xiong Kaiwan Xiong, the National Exploration Team's 237-copy station chief. Xiong Kaiwan hastily shook his hand and said, "Hey, I'm not working at Site 237 anymore." Chen Jiancheng looked terrified. He had thought that he was someone Chen Feng knew from school, and hadn't even imagined that he would actually be the head of the duplicate exploration site. This was definitely considered a big shot for ordinary people, which could be a big deal. Come, inside please. Happy New Year." As the door to the room closed, Sun, who stayed outside, was dumbfounded. What the hell? It's actually really Captain Bear? Unbelievably, he leaned down beside the doorway and eavesdropped on the conversation inside. Auntie Wu on the opposite side was puzzled when she saw it. Sun, what's the situation? Aren't you going to help Grandma out? Grandma, you can really stop this now. He looked back and almost peed in shock. What do you mean? Grandma, do you know who that person was just now? That was Xiong Kaiwan. He's the captain of the National Exploration Team I'm interviewing for this time. It's a good thing I didn't get into a fight with the Chun family just now. If he had seen me, I would have lost my job. Auntie Wu also froze in place. She paused to stiffen her lips and said, "What are you afraid of? You can find another job if it's gone." Grandma, it's not easy to find a job now. It's not easy for Captain Sheng's exploration team to recruit. I don't want to miss this opportunity even if I die. In the future, let's make good provision for this Chen family. Count on me to beg you. Chapter 119, copy number 33, I'm a minor. Chen Feng's house had never been so lively. The gifts that Xiong Kaiwan brought were even more flattering to Chen Dad and Chen Mom. In addition to high-grade luxuries, there were actually 2 equipment necklaces given to them. The necklaces were capable of generating a short-acting shield in times of danger, more than enough to protect the lives of ordinary people. Ego, Captain Xiong, your gift is just too expensive. Chen Jiancheng exclaimed. Xiong Kaiwan, however, shook his head and said, "Your son saved my life, this gift is nothing." Chen Jiancheng and Jiang Hua simultaneously looked at Chen Feng with a surprised expression. Chen Dad and Chen Mom did not have the habit of reading the news and subscribing to newspapers, plus Chen Feng's deed of saving people in the 237 copy did not receive much media coverage. Therefore, they did not know about this matter. Chen Feng had also not told Chen Dad and Chen Mom in order to avoid worrying them. It was only after Xiong Kaiwan's explanation that Chen Jiancheng and Jiang Hua understood the ins and outs. And it was still different from the real version in the newspaper news. After hearing that their son was so powerful, Chen Dad and Chen Mom couldn't keep their mouths shut as they laughed. They knew that their son was very powerful, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. What was Xiong Kaiwan's status? That was a LV-30 level exploration team leader, a strong person recognized by the country. Their son was actually able to save such a powerful figure from the demonic guile. It was truly the pride of the Chen family. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "It's all just luck, that giant was worn down to a single drop of blood by Captain Xiong. I'm kind of picking up the pieces." Chen Jiancheng, so that's how it is, but our son has always been lucky, it's also considered part of his strength, ha ha ha. In the face of Chen Feng's words, the family was all sorts of modest. Only Xiong Kaiwan smiled faintly. As himself he knew very well that the flame giant at that time was still far from this so-called drop of blood. Xiong Kaiwan stayed behind to have dinner and then had the job of recruiting new exploration team members to work on, so he didn't stay long before getting up to leave. Chen Feng escorted him to the entrance of the unit. Xiong Kaiwan stopped at this point and turned around to chat idly. "Chen Feng, you still remember Lu Xiaobao, right?" Chen Feng nodded. He was quite impressed with this 14-year-old kid who was in Captain Xiang's exploration team. The moment when he himself came out of the duplicate and gave him the keychain left behind by his brother Lu Chai was still vivid in his mind today. The corner of Xiong Kaiwan's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he said, "That kid Lu Xiaobao is very competitive and has awakened on his own." What? Chen Feng was slightly surprised. To know that Lu Xiaobao was only 14 years old, most people were awakened with the help of the state after reaching the age of 18. And to awaken on one's own one needed to fulfill 2 major conditions to have a slim possibility. Strong will to awaken and emotional fluctuations. Autonomous awakening is a small probability event, and once the awakening fails, future human intervention will lose its effect. Captain Xiong, what occupation has Xiaobao awakened? Chen Feng asked. Observer, a very rare occupation, it's quite helpful to our exploration team. Another, observer? What, you know someone else who has awakened that profession? Chen Feng shook his head, not really, I just heard about it from a mysterious liar. Right, Captain Xiong. Chen Feng changed the topic. Is there any detailed data on the major copies of our Shangjing city? Xiong Kaiwan narrowed his eyes slightly. Surprised by Chen Feng's sudden question, what do you want that for? Researching and writing papers. Chen Feng opened his mouth. Xiong Kaiwan seemed to have read Chen Feng's mind. That's right, with your level staying in school now is rather a waste of talent. I'll go back and send you the map data of the replica secret realm that suits you. But make sure to keep yourself safe. The Shangjing City copy data wasn't considered a secret, as long as the members of the exploration team had access to it. Although Chen Feng did not have this qualification, there was no problem with his words. Don't worry, Captain Xiong, it's just being used to write a thesis. Chen Feng added. Xiong Kaiwan smiled mysteriously and turned to leave the unit door. Chen Feng, if you get caught, don't say that I gave you this thing. What thing? Didn't I pick it up? After bidding farewell to Xiong Kaiwan, Chen Feng had a rare moment of leisure at home to accompany Chen's father and mother for a few days in Shangjing City. It was already 5 days after the first day of the Lunar New Year after getting the copy data and copy access license provided by Captain Xiong. There were still only 2 days until the end of the vacation. During this time, Chen Feng's family had 2 major gains. One was that with Xiong Kaiwan's passing help, he had found a new job as a data clerk for Chen Dad. The location was in the new district of Shangjing City, and he would report to work after the first of the year. The wage level is much higher than the previous job site, and the environment and benefits are even more. The second harvest is in the new district of Shangjing City Fancy a Suite. The house was constructed by the General Defense Department of Shangjing City and is located in the core area of the new district. This area was very elaborate, surrounded by the major guilds and exploration team sites in Shangjing City. There was also an automatic mechanical defense system with the highest security factor built by Professor Qi. It can be said to be the safest area in Shangjing City. $200,000 was just enough to take the whole set of rooms. Although the area was about the same as the original home, it was superior in terms of complete infrastructure and absolute safety. After doing all of this, Chen Feng went to report to the 33rd sub-book on the pretext of going back to school early. A total of 237 duplicates had been discovered in the area under the jurisdiction of Shangjing City. The 33rd copy was first discovered on the first day of the Age of Awakening, and was considered to be one of the first copies to appear in front of humans. Based on the creatures within the copy, it was also known as the Skeleton Mystery Realm. When the copy appeared, a large number of skeleton creatures burrowed out of it and massacred the financial centers of Shangjing City around the copy. According to the records of the Age of Awakening archives in Shangjing City, on just the first day of the appearance of that Skeleton Mystery Realm, as many as 320,000 people died either directly or indirectly. And these dead people turned into skeletons again and eventually caused the deaths of no less than 1 million people. It was also the only copy of the secret realm that appeared in the center of Shangjing City. However, 23 years later, humans still haven't fully captured this copy. As a mega replica of the Skeleton Realm, its internal space was comparable to that of the Sunset Empire's super site replica. Its interior space was incomparably vast, but it also contained countless treasures. One of the features was that the Skull Realm was rich in minerals. This included, but was not limited to, magical minerals that could directly generate electricity and advanced iron ores used for decomposition. A large number of mineral mining teams entered and exited it every day, which facilitated Chen Feng's fabrication of a false identity. After bypassing the living quarters that were attached to the 33rd copy, Chen Feng finally arrived at the site's main entrance. It was finally his turn after waiting in line for an hour. However, the retrieval staff looked at the documents and then looked at Chen Feng. Suddenly, he said, "Chen Luck right, are you sure that the picture on this is you yourself?" Chapter 120, The Gringo from the Eagle Kingdom and the Twins. Chen Feng stared at the retrieval officer, and the retrieval officer stared back at him. It was as if the two had frozen in this instant, and no one spoke. This false witness clearly said that the on-site retrieval was very watery. Chen Feng, just to be on the safe side, had specially smeared a layer of gray on his face before coming in order to conform to the identity of a miner, and also wore a miner's uniform. Deliberately picked a helmet that can cover the brain. But it did not occur to me that with just a glance, that retrieval officer saw the break. Finally, the other party took the lead. He waved the copy access card and said, "This has the Scent of Awakening build on it, it's a fake card." Even making fake certificates these days required one to be an awakened? Chen Feng sighed inwardly, and just as he was about to give up, a pair of rough but clean hands slapped on the retrieval table. The corners of a few bills were revealed underneath the copy access credentials that were handed out. "This person is from our mining team, the newcomer doesn't know any better, please let go." Chen Feng turned around to look. This was an uncle with a bushy beard and a full head of white hair. He was wearing a heavy safety suit that was swollen like a bear. The identity plate hanging on his chest proved his identity, the captain of the private mining team, Guan Tianxiong. The retrieval officer looked him up and down before skillfully accepting the cash clipped under the pass, and then opened the entrance to let Chen Feng and Guan Liqiang enter the duplicate station. After walking out of the retrieval station, Guan Tianxiong took the initiative to speak. "Young man, college student, right?" Chen Feng was slightly surprised, not expecting to be guessed by the other party's identity at a glance. There was no need for him to hide his identity anymore. So Chen Feng nodded and said, "That's right, I'm from the Shangjing Logistics Specialized College, and I wanted to come to the Skeleton Mystic Realm to see if I could pick up any tips. By the way, I'll get used to the life of going down the mine in advance, after I graduate." Stop. Guan Tianxiong took the initiative to call off Chen Feng. "Don't get sloppy on me either, a price of $500. He pointed to his chest hang tag and said, "You pay the money, I'll bring you inside the replica, it's as simple as that." Chen Feng naturally understood that there was no such thing as helping for nothing under the sky. This Guan Tianxiong had utilized his private mining team to help himself enter the replica, and $500 wasn't that expensive. So he immediately handed him the cash that he had prepared in advance. Guan Tianxiong also did not expect Chen Feng to be so quick. In the past, every customer he met had to pull at least half a day before he was willing to give money. It seems that this young man is up to something. Guan Tianxiong thought so, but did not sit on the ground. 500 is 500, one price. After receiving the cash, Guan Tianxiong led Chen Feng towards his mining team's preparation room. "Young man, what do you want to do by entering the copy this time?" Guan Tianxiong asked idly. "Fighting monsters to upgrade," Chen Feng said casually. Guan Tianxiong looked back at Chen Feng. It was obvious that he hadn't seen many college students who dared to sneak into a copy alone just to fight monsters and upgrade. "Not afraid of death? Can't die. Okay, have courage, I admire you, but a moment of exemption agreement should be signed or have to sign. Now you even our mining team of temporary miners." Chen Feng nodded his head and after a while asked, "Captain Guan, do you often do this kind of business?" Guan Tianxiong, "Occasionally, to subsidize the family." "Where can you make money just from mining these days? This 33rd copy has long since been mined out, not much oil." "There is a foreigner besides you today, it seems like he came from the Eagle Kingdom." Chen Feng was surprised. What is someone from the Eagle country doing here? Guan Tianxiong spread his hands and said, "It's a scholar who can also speak our language, it seems like he's here to investigate the copy. I don't know exactly what for, if you're interested you can talk to that foreigner." Saying that, the two of them came to the door of the preparation room. The smell of oil and earth that hit their faces after opening the door made Chen Feng subconsciously cover his nose and mouth. Looking inward, in addition to the 20 to 30 miners, there were 5 people who were not dressed as miners and were changing clothes. Among them, Guan Tianxiong mouth of the foreigner is the most obvious. He is carrying a traveling bag wearing glasses, blue-white pupils as well as a high eagle hook nose is very typical of the image of foreigners. A head of short white hair looks like 50 to 60 years of age. Muttering to himself, muttering in an unfamiliar language. "I heard that before the Age of Awakening, learning a foreign language was also an important course, but after the education reform, few people took the initiative to learn the language of other countries." Although Chen Feng had crossed over, he had grown up in an orphanage and received a very one-sided education, and had very little exposure to foreign languages, at most at the level of 1 or 2 words. After Chen Feng walked in, the unprofessional miner's outfit he was wearing immediately caused a burst of laughter. These workers who had been down in the mines within the replica for years didn't care about any restraints. A good laugh was a good laugh. However, Chen Feng didn't care. He sat down and quickly followed the instructions to change his standard equipment. After seeing that everyone was ready, Guan Tianxiong led the crowd out of the preparation room towards the entrance of the replica. At the replica entrance, team after team of miners were waiting in a queue. The Skeleton Mystic Realm's replica teleportation entrance was a portal that was over 100 meters tall, emitting a weird green light. There was also a constant stream of mining teams that had completed their mining work coming out of the portal. Guan Tianxiong explained the mission of this trip down to the mines after reading aloud a series of precautions according to the program. "We're going to support the other mining teams this time. It's rumored that they've discovered a mineral deposit area down there that hasn't been opened yet. There are countless precious ores inside, but it's extremely difficult to mine. I'm afraid we'll have to work hard this time, brothers. I'll treat everyone to a drink after we get out." After explaining the task of going down to the mine, Guan Tianxiong purposely came to several non-mining team members. You can leave on your own once you follow the large force into the mining area, live or die at your own risk, but be sure to return to the assembly point within 10 hours, understand? Only after seeing Chen Feng and the others nod their heads did Guan Tianxiong lead the large troop into the teleportation portal. At the same time, outside the 33rd copy site, a man was staring at the retrieval point, holding a phone in his hand as he continuously dialed a number. After a long time had passed, the number finally connected. Hello, brotherly? Yes, I tracked that Chen Feng running into the 33rd copy. Why did he go into the copy? I don't know either. Alright, brotherly, I'll wait for you. Not long after hanging up the phone, a car slowly stopped in front of the replica site. Li Yao stepped down from the co-pilot seat, and also following behind him were two robust men. The two men were extremely similar in looks and stature, and appeared to be a pair of twins. Are you sure Chen Feng went in? Li Yao asked again. I'm pretty sure. The one staring at the sentry was incomparably certain. Humph, Li Yao smiled disdainfully. This Chen Feng, I thought there was no way to move him. Who would have thought that he would make a fool of himself and run into the copy? It's not my fault. The man who was keeping an eye on the sentry was worried. Brotherly, this Chen Feng is not easy to deal with. He was one of the awakened who had been beaten up by Chen Feng in front of the construction site that day. Li Yao pointed at the twins behind him. Why else would I hire him? Chapter 121, Eating, Taking, and Young Registrars. Within the skeleton mystery, there was an air of industrialization everywhere. Humans had long had a standard set of procedures for mining the 33rd copy. In the area of 3 kilometers around the outside of the teleportation point, it didn't look like an otherworldly copy at all, but rather like a mining area with a very harsh environment. The sky was shrouded in a layer of haze, and only a few rays of light shone through the dust on the ground. It looked like there was a vast world above the dust, but in reality, just like other copies, there was a layer of invisible boundaries that could not be penetrated at high altitudes. Chen Feng and a few others who had sneaked into the replica silently followed at the end of the mining team. Following the signposts, they continued to go deeper and deeper into the mine. Eventually, they entered the destination of Guan Tianxiong's mining team, the C3 mining area, all the way without incident. The entire copy was divided into 5 major areas, A, B, C, D, E. Each area was divided into several or even dozens of smaller areas. The major mining teams specialized in mining within the regions. Captain Guan, welcome. A group of people greeted Guan Tianxiong just as he arrived at the temporary stationing area with his team. They were also the mining team that mined in the C3 mining area. How's the situation going now? Guan Tianxiong didn't bother to go into polite conversation and asked directly. The leader shook his head and said, there's a layer of very hard stone wall blocking our way to mine. And according to the metal detector, there is a large amount of precious ores and even gold gems and such contraptions behind the stone wall. The moment they heard about gold gems, Guan Tianxiong's members in the mining team each stared with wide eyes. They needed to share a portion of the mining ore with the replica site, which was considered an entrance fee. But if they found gold gems or even equipment in the replica, it would be considered as extra loot, and they could take it directly without paying any extra fees. The members of Guan Tianxiong's mining team didn't wait for the captain's order. They directly took out all kinds of equipment from their backpacks and prepared to join in the battle. However, Guan Tianxiong was worried. According to the urine of the 33rd replica, generally where there are treasures, the more dangerous it is as well. There are no enemies behind this stone wall? The leader laughed and shook his head. The teams awakened have explored it. It's a safe bunch. Moreover, the interior is still a closed space, which means there is hardly any danger. Hearing this, even Guan Tianxiong, an old oilfield, was inevitably excited. Alright then, brothers, get ready, let's get straight to work. Right, old Guan, who are these people? The leader noticed a few people at the very end of the group. Guan Tianxiong walked forward and grabbed the leader's right hand, at the same time handing over the cash he had prepared in advance silently through this method. The leader smiled knowingly and didn't ask any more questions. Come, those few new brothers who have joined the mining team, come over here and do a registration of personnel information. He greeted Chen Feng and the others while stepping to the side to begin chatting with Guan Tianxiong. The scene in front of them was taken in by Chen Feng. It seemed that the entire copy, including the site, was incredibly skilled at this industrial system. Layers and layers of code, eat, take and ask. It was no wonder that Guan Tianxiong asked for 500, which if the first hurdle was successfully passed, the subsequent various inspections Chen Feng was also difficult to cope with. After walking through the layers of barriers, Chen Feng and the others came to an office. The person responsible for registering the information was a young man who looked 17 or 18 years old. There were quite a few people who didn't go to university to copy the mines at this time of the year. When it was Chen Feng's turn, he handed out his copy access license and the miner's ID card that he had printed out earlier. The copy access card had all of his information on it, including his name, age, occupation, and even rank. Chen Luck, male, 18 years old, auxiliary occupation, treasure appraiser, Lv.1. The registrar read silently from his mouth, then looked up at Chen Feng. There was an indescribable forthrightness and affability in the young registrar's demeanor. Perhaps it was because it was difficult to see people of his age in such a dark and lawless environment as the replica mining area. He also had an inexplicable affinity for Chen Feng. "Brother, is this the first day of dry mining team?" he asked. Chen Feng nodded his head and then began to make up stories that matched the status. "The awakened occupation was too bad, and I didn't do well in the college entrance exams, so I could only come out to work early." The young registrar sighed softly and shook his head. "Yes, brother, you and I had a very similar encounter. These days it really depends too much on luck. If the awakened profession is poor like ours, it can only be like this. But this job of yours is quite popular, the salary is high, it's just slightly unsafe." Saying that, the young registrar got up and rummaged for something in a filing cabinet on the side. After a bit of rummaging, he took out a small black booklet and handed it to Chen Feng. "Brother, take this is some safety guidelines for this copy of ours. When you go down the mine in a while, be sure to pay attention to safety. And this, take it as well." He handed Chen Feng another bottle of small oxygen tubes. "This copy is wickedly evil, the air is very thin. In case you encounter any problems, it might help you. Blah blah blah, look at this crow's mouth of mine." He patted his lips with a chagrined look. This guy's enthusiasm neatly embarrassed Chen Feng more or less. The young registrar seemed to realize that he was a bit overzealous. Buckling his head, he explained, "I'm sorry, I just haven't seen anyone of my age for the better part of a year, and I was a bit excited for a moment. Brother, be safe, and make sure you get rich. You too." Chen Feng turned to leave, ending this little episode. From some of the information gathered, those responsible for the registration within the mining site were generally old farts of a certain age. It was a matter of going through the motions, signing and stamping a seal, and then it was over. Chen Feng didn't expect to meet a novice registrar who worked very hard. However, his lack of experience caused him to never suspect that Chen Feng's identity would be different from what was on his documents. Everyone rejoined the mining team after making their registrations. After following the mining team into the mining site, Guan Tianxian led them to a dark passageway. Next, Guan Tianxian's private mining team would continue deeper into the mining area, while Chen Feng and the others would separate from the mining team here. The mining area was large, with the internal space connected in all directions, with each endpoint connecting to a different area. After separating here, Chen Feng and the others would be able to go wherever they wished to go. However, there were only 3 days at most, and they had to return the same way to the C3 mining site to meet up with Guan Tianxian's mining team, or else they would still be found out when they exited the duplicate. After a brief explanation, Guan Tianxian led the mining team to continue into the mining site. The other people also had their own purposes and left towards the area they wanted to go to according to the map. Chen Feng stood in front of the wooden sign and looked at the map, quickly finding the direction he wanted to go. E6 area. Chapter 122, I'm going to brush up on my experience, I'll be back when I get there. The E6 area was not a mining area. However, a small number of skeletal bizarre creatures were gathered here, and they would indiscriminately attack any life that entered it. Judging by the numbering, Area E is the latest of all the areas to complete exploration. In turn, E6 is the last of the E regions to be divided into maps. From Area C onwards, both areas D and E no longer had minerals distributed in them and did not possess any mining value. This also made the area exploration and division of the Skeleton Mystery Realm stop at E6. After E6 there was still a large area that had also been explored by many awakened ones. It was just that there was really no value to it, so there was no systematic division. Chen Feng's destination, however, was precisely the canyon area beyond the E6 region. Coincidentally, that mysterious foreigner seemed to be heading towards the E6 region as well. He had also noticed Chen Feng, and both of them tacitly did not say a word as they silently hurried along. However, this balance was instantly broken the moment Chen Feng took out his sliding boots and flying hook and loop. The sliding boots provided basic movement speed, while the flying hook and loop allowed Chen Feng to directly complete long-distance displacement. This sudden turn of events caused the gringo scholar to instantly panic. He had thought that he was lucky this time, able to have an awakened person accompanying him along the way, and was considered to have hoarded out a bodyguard when passing through the E6 area. However, he did not expect Chen Feng to suddenly start in 5th gear. Seeing that this bodyguard was about to disappear, the foreigner had no choice but to call out to Chen Feng. "Buddy! Please stop!" The gringo panted as he caught up with Chen Feng and hurriedly took out $100 from his bag. "Please protect me and help me reach the E6 area border smoothly." This foreigner's Chinese was not generally fluent, except for some of the flat and cocked tongues and some problems with the intonation. It was very standard. It happened to be on his way, so Chen Feng did not refuse. He was also curious as to what this foreigner was doing by traveling thousands of miles to China and deliberately risking expulsion to enter the 33rd copy. "My name is Chen Luck. What is the gentleman's name?" "You can address me as Mr. John." "What did Mr. John come to our country of China for?" Chen Feng then pursued. "I am a geographer, here to study a little something." Mr. John held up the heavy cowhide notes in his hand. Chen Feng was slightly puzzled. After the Awakening era replicas descended, those so-called scholars and experts had either died in the replica secret realm frenzy. Either their Taoist hearts collapsed, and they were put into a trance by these so-called non-scientific phenomena. There would rarely be any scholars who still held on to their essential work from before the Age of Awakening. More than a decade ago, a group of experts and scholars from the country of China had entered the replica and ended up in danger, and the escorts had failed to save their lives. Since then, the country had also strictly prohibited them from entering within the replica. This Mr. John actually risked the risk of being discovered and expelled to enter the replica just for the sake of scientific research, which was really rare. "Is Mr. John an awakened?" "No, I'm just an ordinary person." "Are you not afraid of death?" "Doesn't matter." John continued to flip through his notes, which seemed to be the only treasure in this world to him. "Chen, what about you? What occupation have you awakened?" This time, it was Mr. John's turn to take the initiative to ask. Chen Feng blurted out, "Auxiliary profession, treasure appraiser." "Not good at fighting then?" "Yeah, not very good at it." John was obviously a bit disappointed when Chen Feng spoke of his occupation. He had thought that Chen Feng was a powerful awakened who might even be able to hire to protect him throughout the entire process. But now it seemed like he couldn't count on him. "Chen, what is the reason for you to come to this copy again?" John, adhering to the attitude of a scholar pursuing a matter to the end, continued to ask. This point was somewhat similar to Chen Feng. "The same as you." "The same as me?" John was surprised. Could it be that Mr. Chen is also here to find that unknown forest? Chen Feng frowned and asked rhetorically, "Does Mr. John know about it there as well?" John nodded. "I've read a report about a magical place in this copy. Its ecology is completely 2 systems from here, yet it appears within a replica. I'm curious as to why exactly." Chen Feng also did not expect that the destination of this gringo scholar named John was actually exactly the same as himself. After obtaining the information on the copy of Xinjiang City provided by Xiong Kaiwan, Chen Feng began to search for information related to the Tree of Tsangu. After unlocking the Tsangu set, the only thing Chen Feng had obtained up to this point was the Spear of Tsangu. As an S-ranked only equipment, Chen Feng naturally knew the value of the Tsangu set. And he surmised that in order to obtain more Tsangu sets he would need to collect more Tears of the Kang Tree to do so. The Tears of the Pale Tree was in turn linked to the Pale Ancient Giant Tree within the Gao Gao copy as well as the Wisdom Tree Man that he had encountered previously. In the information sent by Xiong Kaiwan, there was a report on the exploration of the 33rd replica that read, "Deep within the E6 Canyon area, there is a forest of emerald green, and within the forest there is a towering giant tree, with an eyeballed height of 50 meters, but the area is filled with a large number of vines that are active and aggressive, so give up and continue exploring." It was also this report that made Chen Feng determined to enter into the 33rd copy. Giant trees and vines. Chen Feng surmised that the area in this report was closely related to the Tsangu giant tree. And to get to this area, one would first need to reach E6. Subsequently, one would find the canyon in the report that was located beyond E6, and then pass through the canyon to enter the forest of emerald green. The journey was complicated and there were quite a few dangers along the way. "Chen, since we have the same destination, why don't we travel together as a group?" John proposed. Chen Feng did not reject it. "That's fine, but there's a problem. I'm afraid it will take more time if you travel with me. Fear not, I have the map to that forest. No, what I mean is that I have to stay in the E6 area for a while. Area E6? John was puzzled. There's nothing of value in this E6 area other than those damn skeletons. Chen Feng revealed a mysterious smile and said, "It is those damn skeletons that I am after." What do you mean? John still didn't understand. You'll understand in a moment. Chen Feng led John all the way forward. Through the cover of the mining tunnel they managed to avoid the checkpoints between regions and then arrived at the undeveloped E6. Stepping out of the mining tunnel was a large open plain. As far as the eye could see, there was gray rocky soil, mirroring the gray sky. This place was just like the entire ecosystem of the copy, filled with dead silence. And above the plains in the distance, the group after group of skeletons walking sporadically were even more full of depression. Chen, what are you looking for these skeletons for? John asked with a raised heart. However, right at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly took out the ordinary pistol from the warehouse. Mr. John, please wait for me for a while, I'm going to brush up on my experience, I'll be right back. Chen. Chapter 123, Sweeping Skeletons, Entering the Canyon. Little Drop, help me scan and lure the monsters. Chen Feng commanded as he took out Little Fall from the warehouse. After receiving the order, Little Drop immediately flew towards the large plane not far away, the light that struck from the front precisely covering every single skeleton creep. After completing the scanning, Little Drop immediately switched to low-altitude flight mode, skimming between the skull scalps and continuously hovering to attract their attention. Most of the skeletons in the skeleton mystery realm were skeletons with no spirit. Relying on their instincts, they wandered in every corner of the replica, and would only gain some vigor when they met an active individual. Soon, under Little Drop's seduction, these scattered skeletons gradually converged together, forming a small skeleton group. Little Drop maintained an extremely subtle distance from the ground, allowing the skeletons to notice it clearly, but it was not even close to attacking. Under its leadership, the skeletons began to slowly attack towards Chen Feng and John's location. John had never seen such a battle before, and when he looked around there were hundreds of skeletons. Shan! We'd better run away quickly. We can't deal with these skeletons, I'm not an awakened and I can't help you. John said, and could only take out a pistol from his backpack. In John's opinion, the pistol in his hand and the ordinary pistol in Chen Feng's hand did not differ much in appearance. It seemed to be one of a kind. It definitely wouldn't be able to deal with the skeletons. Chen Feng did not pay him any attention in the first place, but instead called Little Fall to his side. Little Drop projected the information it had scanned in midair. There were a total of 185 E-ranked eerie wandering skeletons, all of which were at Lv.3. Their individual strength was weak, but they were superior in number. A normal awakened team would still have to put in quite a bit of effort to deal with them. Chen, what is this thing? John's fear of the skeleton swarm was temporarily washed away by Little Drop's appearance, and he was now more interested in the floating automatic detection machine in front of him. But without waiting for an answer, an explosive gunshot suddenly exploded in his ears. The sudden movement startled John. As he looked for the sound in surprise, it was the sound made by the ordinary pistol in Chen Feng's hand. Before he could react, Chen Feng continued to pull the trigger and fire. Flames continued to erupt from the muzzle of the gun as a bullet was fired at the group of skeletons. The skeletons at the forefront were shot into a mess of shattered bones just moments after making contact. Probability effect triggered. With the sound of another even more raging gunshot, a bullet cut through the air and actually shot straight through from the head of the skeleton group to the tail of the group, taking away a full 8 skeleton creeps in one go. Killed E-rank creepy, wandering skeleton Lv.3 experience +8. Killed E-class creepy. The sound of experience boosting in his mind continued to come, and Chen Feng's speed of harvesting the skeleton swarm grew faster and faster. The bizarre exoskeletons of these skeletons were able to prevent the vast majority of human firearms from causing effective damage. However, in front of an A-grade ordinary pistol, they were no different from papier-mâché. Chen Feng fired with one hand while calmly moving slowly to bring the skeleton group away from John's bearing. Whenever Chen Feng stepped within the hate range of these skeletons, he was able to quickly pull away again through his sliding boots and flying hook and loop. As a result, these skeletons were unable to touch Chen Feng even if they were able to perform running maneuvers that one would not normally expect. Anyway, they didn't have the so-called skeleton archers, so feel free to sneak around. John, who was far to the side, looked dumbfounded. What did this call not being good at fighting? It had only been less than 3 minutes, and less than half of the 100 or so skeletons were left. What about the promised treasure appraiser profession? What about the promised Lv.1? Could it be that the worst awakened in China are at this level? Although John was not an awakened, he had also researched and explored the professions and levels of awakened. Within the scope of his academic knowledge, the combat power displayed by Chen Feng was not something a Lv.1 leveled auxiliary profession could do. Chen, I'm exchanging sincerity for sincerity with you, and you're playing with my brain. With John's exclamation, the gunfire from Chen Feng's side stopped. Looking around, the ground was filled with white bones and a dead silence. All of the remaining wandering skeletons on the Great Plains of the entire E6 region had been taken away by Chen Feng in one wave. Killed ranked creepy, wandering skeleton Lv.3 experience plus 158. Current level, Lv.15 158 650. A total of 185 experience points were credited, which was very efficient. Demonic shenanigans like this with low individual combat power and high numbers that could still provide 1 point of experience value each were rare in major copies nowadays. If it wasn't for Chen Feng's presence of Little Fall, which was able to quickly bring these skeletons together, he wouldn't have bothered to put in too much effort to get rid of them one by one. After disposing of the skeleton shenanigans, Chen Feng proceeded towards the canyon in the direction of the map. John didn't ask Chen Feng too many questions about his true strength. In his opinion, having such a powerful teammate by his side wasn't a good thing. Although there were often conflicts of interest between awakened and awakened. However, he was indeed here to examine the environmental ecology, and there was no possibility that he would clash with Chen Feng. After half an hour had passed, Chen Feng and John finally searched for the entrance to the canyon. Looking around, both sides of the canyon were more than tens of meters high, and both sides were 100 meters wide. A human body was as small as a mole cricket in front of the canyon. The ground was full of rubble and bone residue, and like the style of the entire copy, there was not a single tree or even a single moss. The entire replica is like a forbidden zone of life. After the replica site gave up exploring the area beyond E6, very few people went deeper into the area beyond. That report of entering the forest of emerald greenery was still written by an awakened who possessed the ability to fly. Chen Feng did not know what was inside this canyon that was more than tens of meters high and thousands of meters long. The two of them silently walked along the right side of the rock wall inwards. Little Drop, on the other hand, flew at the very front and was responsible for scouting for dangers at all times. Strangely enough, this kind of canyon area was obviously very dangerous looking, like a place in a game or anime that hid small bosses. But instead of meeting any skeleton creeps here, there wasn't even a single skeleton. John walked behind Chen Feng, constantly observing, the pen in his hand recording everything around him moment by moment. But right at this moment, he seemed to have discovered something and stopped and half-squatted. Chen Feng looked back, only to see John take out tweezers and a glass container from his backpack. He then carefully clipped out a very small seed amongst several broken pieces. He placed this seed into the glass container and then said, "Chen, see. It turns out that there might actually be a forest behind this canyon. This seed should have drifted inside the canyon with the wind. But it's also strange, where did this copy get the wind?" John didn't continue, but instead lowered his head and took a pen to record something. His mouth began to mutter some language that Chen Feng could not understand. And at the same time, Little Fall, which had been flying in mid-air, suddenly stopped. It instantly lowered its altitude and flew back to Chen Feng, projecting a piece of information in front of his eyes. A moment later, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. A guest has arrived. Chapter 124, A Guest Arrival, Killer Twins. Outside the canyon, two identical-looking, well-built muscular bald men were idly chatting with various tracking equipment props in their hands. A college student, worth $50,000, it seems that the employer's inner resentment is not small. "Brother, hurry up and finish, take the head and leave, I'm starving." "What's the hurry? Why don't you starve to death every day?" "Brother, hurry up, I'm really begging you." These two people clearly had the exact same appearance and voice, but the bald man among them who was called brother was obviously more mature and stable. On the contrary, it was his younger brother, whose demeanor and movements were more like that of a child. "Can't do anything with you, in that case this head will be yours to take." "But brother, you have to be more careful, the employer has confided that this college student named Chen Feng is very resourceful. No matter how resourceful he is, he won't be able to survive under my blade." Saying that, the younger brother of the twins took out a short blade from his pants. The short blade was open on both sides, and the surface of the blade was like a cicada's wing, but it was incomparably sharp. He raised the short blade in his hand and licked it, and walked towards the canyon with satisfaction. At the same time, the twin brother took out his staff and swung it at his brother. White light flashed, and in an instant, both of them went into a state of invisibility. Twin Slayers. This was precisely their name. These two brothers roamed between different regions, appearing wherever there were orders for hire. There were only two things they were after. One was heads, and the other was money. The older brother was in charge of long-range attacks and the younger brother was in charge of melee combat. However, there were already more than 10 awakened who had died in their hands, but up until now no one had figured out what their professions and characteristic skills actually were. With the addition of the stealth status, the two quickly chased after Chen Feng to a distance of less than 100 meters behind him. "Brother, I'm on." The twin brother's mouth smiled, and without any hesitation, he directly raised his sword and quickly ran towards Chen Feng. He had only one goal in mind, and that was Chen Feng's head. As for the old man next to him, let's give him a free knife for a reluctant reason. In just less than a second, he had already run a distance of 20 meters, extremely fast but without revealing any movement with the addition of the stealth technique. Relying on this move, no less than 10 awakened had already died under the sneak attack. The twin brother stood at a distance, waiting with his arms wrapped around him for his younger brother to behead his target with his own hands. At that moment, however, he snapped to attention that there seemed to be something in the air above the canyon. Absently looking up, his pupils suddenly shook. What is that? Only to see a red and white mysterious machine floating in mid-air, which was slowly adjusting its direction following his brother's movements. Incorrect. He instantly realized what was going on and hurriedly shouted, "Brother! Watch out for the trap!" But unfortunately, the twin brother did not notice the small drop in the sky, nor did he hear his brother's reminder. In those few seconds, he had already killed to less than a position away behind Chen Feng. Hey, die! Raising his sword, he swung it down. Bang! But right at this moment, a gunshot directly broke the tranquility. The twin brother's movements were frozen at this moment. The invisible state broke and his true body gradually revealed itself. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Chen Feng with an unbelieving expression. Chen Feng slowly turned his head back and calmly locked eyes with him, as if he had already known of his arrival. And that gunshot just now had come from the Class A ordinary pistol that Chen Feng had hidden behind his clothes with his backhand. Inside the fist-sized hole that had been broken open in the clothes, the pitch-black barrel of the gun was emitting a faint white smoke. "You?" The twin brother's eyes were filled with surprise as he couldn't understand why the target had found him. Bang! Before the twin brother could utter a word, Chen Feng pulled the trigger again. The bullet swept through the twin brother's abdomen, tearing his internal organs into pieces. The second shot even made a hole directly in his body. Blood flowed as the twin brothers' eyes lost their color and fell into a pool of blood. John, who was on the sidelines, was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he backed up. He was immersed in thinking about the ecology of his surroundings in the last second. It was not easy to find inspiration. Suddenly a gunshot exploded in his ears, and then turned back. Good Lord, there was actually a dead person behind him. Chen! What's going on here? Chen Feng hadn't informed him of the information Little Drop had probed beforehand, and John didn't know about it. Maybe it's here to kill me, Chen Feng said in a cold voice. John gulped. Are all of you Chinese this menacing? Move to kill? That's not true, we're all quite amiable. What's that saying? I believe you, big head. With the death of the twin brother, the stealth of the older brother in the distance was lifted. He watched with a calm face as Chen Feng completed his complimentary shot on his brother's corpse without doing anything. It seems that at $50,000, this price is still charged low, he muttered under his breath. The two men were instantly killed by Chen Feng, one of them, and the danger was cut in half. However, Chen Feng's expression did not relax in the slightest. Intuition told him that the death of the man rushing towards him was too easy. Apart from the knife in his hand, there was not a single piece of defensive equipment on his entire body. And his companion, there was no hint of panic or sadness. It was as if they had just lost something that didn't matter. Twins? Chen Feng muttered as he gazed at his twin brother in the distance. And at this moment, Little Fall in the sky slowly flew to Chen Feng's side. Little Fall's probing showed that it had only probed the information of one awakened person from the beginning to the end. And it could only see the level, no occupation information. It should have been equipped with some sort of equipment that interfered with probing in advance. Lv.1 High level. Tricky opponent. Does your excellency have any enmity with me? Chen Feng asked towards his twin brother in the distance. The opponent shook his head, no grievances or enmity. Just a little bit of monetary transaction. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, then how about I give you double the price to go kill your employer? I'm sorry, the most important thing in this kind of deal is honesty. To think that there is still an assassin with principles. Chen Feng sighed while climbing the giant tree armor that had been hidden in his hand onto his body. Currently, the other party's occupation information was unknown, and it was impossible to know the attack method, and from the weapon's point of view, these two should be a melee combatant and a mage. Now that the companion in charge of the melee combat was dead, it was only necessary to get in close quickly to minimize the threat. Your brother is dead, are you still not withdrawing? Chen Feng asked. Humph, the other party suddenly snorted coldly, and with a spasm in his throat actually spat out a meatball. Who told you that my brother is dead? He threw the meatball to the ground, only to see that the meatball began to expand as if it was given life, changing into a person exactly like him in minutes and seconds. The man was covered in slime, slowly stretching his body like a newborn baby, slowly rising. Brother, it hurts. Chapter 125, 2 Hypotheses, 15 Speeds. Mr. John, there is no bizarre threat behind the canyon. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to go there first, I'll come later. Chen Feng said to John with a grim expression, staring straight at the twin killers in the distance. Although John knew that he couldn't be of much help, he still handed Chen Feng the only pistol he had from his backpack. Perhaps his profession was able to turn corruption into magic and utilize ordinary weapons to the extreme. Chen, good luck. John dropped his blessing and then turned around to run towards the back of the canyon. He was running very slowly for his age and his running posture was comical. However, he still turned his head to look at Chen Feng a few times from time to time, very worried. As John left, the scene remained a pair of two. The twin killers did not rush to strike, but kept rummaging through the equipment from the warehouse, seemingly thinking of how to deal with Chen Feng. Chen Feng, on the other hand, stood still and called on Little Drop to constantly scan the other party. But strangely enough, even if the twin brother resurrected again, the data scanned out was still only one person. And Little Drop did not locate which of the twins the data actually belonged to. Strange. Chen Feng frowned slightly and began to analyze. The opponent possessed an occupational characteristics ability that could shield probing? If only the occupation was shielded but not the level, then it did not fit into the category of shielding probing abilities. Or perhaps he had purchased equipment that could specifically shield occupational information? There was almost no such equipment on the market, but because of the existence of self-builds, there was indeed the possibility of specialized customization. But if the second guess was valid, why would the other party spend such a large amount of money to customize this equipment? There was only one possibility. The opponent's occupational trait had a very fatal weakness, so much so that as long as they were recognized they could be easily defeated by someone weaker than themselves. Then, what was their weakness? Chen Feng thought so before suddenly raising his hand and firing a shot. The twin assassins didn't seem to take Chen Feng seriously at all and had no defense. The bullet easily penetrated the twin brother's skull. It fell down in response and died once again. The twin brother looked at Chen Feng with some surprise. Young man, you're a bit lacking in martial virtues. Chen Feng smiled noncommittally. We are all playing with our lives. What is there to talk about martial virtues or not? That's good. The twin brother once again spat out a meatball to revive his younger brother. Directly after being revived, the two were equipped with undershirts capable of firing active interceptors. The younger brother then swung his machete like a mad dog and charged towards Chen Feng. You've killed me twice. I'm going to cut you into 8 pieces. Chen Feng raised his gun and shot without the slightest hesitation. Even though the twin brother had the sense to position himself left and right, Chen Feng's precise marksmanship was still able to directly ignore his snakeskin positioning. But the moment the bullet was about to touch the other party, the undershirt on his body ejected thumb-sized pieces of iron that perfectly blocked the path of the bullet. There must be 5 gunmen who have died at the hands of our brother in 2. The twin brother had an arrogant face. Against this kind of long-range professional awakened, one only needed to carry or dodge the first wave of attacks, relying on speed to quickly close in to complete the strangulation. He was incredibly confident in his brother's speed and strength. Lv.18's panel data had long since fallen outside the realm of humans. However, at the next moment, the iron block that should have blocked the bullet even if it deflected the trajectory was actually directly shot through. What kind of terrifying penetration ability was this? The interceptor vest was already running at maximum power, but it couldn't even block a single bullet, and it couldn't even deflect the trajectory. But Chen Feng calmly pulled the trigger, and round after round of bullets with the probability effect of penetration doubling shot the twin brother into a hornet's nest in an instant. The twin brother was once again dead. This time, Chen Feng did not give the other party time to react, directly turning his gun towards the twin brother. The opponent seemed to have expected this, and with a wave of his staff, he promptly formed a thick wall of earth and stone in front of him. Although it could not completely block Chen Feng's probable shot, it made Chen Feng lose his aiming target. Little brother, the weapon in your hand is very powerful. Grade B? Nope, one that can disable a C-grade ballistic interceptor should be an A-grade firearm weapon. Rich kid. The twin brother commented, while at the same time with a vomiting sound. The twin brother resurrected once again. At the same time, Chen Feng backed up and once again pulled away while continuing to think about how to deal with them. As of now, the other party has not displayed any occupational characteristic skills other than resurrection, and the earth wall and invisibility spells that were unleashed were also effects brought about through the use of different types of staffs. In other words, their occupational characteristic skills should only be related to resurrection. There are two possibilities. 1. Brother's occupational characteristic skill is able to revive bound teammates indefinitely by means of a meatball receiving flesh. 2. Some sort of twin parasite type occupation where both must be killed all at the same time at the same moment. Which one is it? The latter was extremely difficult and the twin brother had the sense to pull away to protect himself. Then let's start by assuming the first possibility. Kill the older brother of the twins first. The moment Chen Feng ended his thoughts, the earthen wall suddenly collapsed. Instead, the only person exposed to view was the twin brother. He was holding up a brand new staff, the end of which was coalescing fireballs aimed at Chen Feng. It was also at this moment that the land beside Chen Feng's feet suddenly cracked open, and the upper half of the twin brother's body burrowed out from it. Holding a poison-hardened dagger in his hand, his face showed madness. This time, I'm going to slice you into 16 pieces. A front and a back, a far and an ear. A front and back clip. As the twins' killing move, especially when facing an opponent whose level was far lower than their own, once the younger brother finished getting close under the attraction of the older brother's firepower, the opponent would surely die. However, they did not even notice that Little Fall, who had been floating in mid-air, had already marked the location of the twin brother through light guidance the moment he vanished from the ground. The twin brother felt bad the moment he met Chen Feng's gaze. That look he was incomparably familiar with. It was exactly the same look he had when he stealthily stepped into the trap for the first time. Not good. His target, it's my brother. System. Adding points. Adding points successfully. Speed, 611. Almost at the moment when the twin brother struck, Chen Feng completed adding points to his speed to soar, easily dodging the attacks on his side in just less than a breath's worth of moments. Chen Feng raised his hand and fired 2 shots, simultaneously rushing towards his twin brother. The change in speed from one to the other completely exceeded the estimation of the twin duo. The twin brother hurriedly waved his staff, one after another small fireball coming towards Chen Feng. However, right at this moment, probability effect trigger. Along with a reminder, the sliding boots probability effect triggered, directly granting Chen Feng 3 points of speed boost. Together with the 1 point of speed from the equipment itself, Chen Feng's speed at the moment had come to a terrifying 15 points. It was even higher than those assassin profession awakened who specialized in speed. The fireballs that flew at high speeds became incredibly slow in Chen Feng's eyes. In any panel data, 1 point before 10 points was a step. And after crossing 10 points, every 5 points was a step. When the difference in speed between the two was 5 points or more, the weaker party would be completely unable to keep up with the other party's speed. And coincidentally, the twin brothers' speed panel was exactly 10 points. Chapter 126, Resurrected Again, Weaknesses Exactly? Hey, where are you looking? In an instant, Chen Feng had already bypassed all the fireballs and killed in front of his opponent. The twin brother's pupils shook as his gaze was still in the position where Chen Feng had been in the previous second. The change in speed from before and after was simply too fast, so much so that he hadn't had the time to adapt to Chen Feng's speed. When the twin brother subconsciously swung his staff forward to strike, still having an absolute advantage on the power level between him and Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng only slightly increased his speed, instantly dodging his attack. At the same time, the gun was aimed at him. Bang bang bang. 3 life-threatening shots resounded throughout the canyon. 3 bullets, 1 penetrated the right lung, 1 pierced through the brain from the jaw, and 1 opened a fist-sized bloody hole in the heart area. None of the bullets stayed in the body thanks to the powerful penetration ability of the A-grade normal pistol, but the powerful force almost instantly churned the muscle tissues and organs near the hits into a pulp. The twin brother didn't even have a chance to open his mouth, his head hanging down helplessly, instantly dying. "Brother! No!" The twin brother roared, the machete in his hand swung wildly, sweeping through the surroundings like a raging sandstorm. The ground crumbled and stone walls shattered. However, his anger was nothing more than impotent rage in Chen Feng's eyes. "You killed my brother, you killed my brother." He repeated a phrase out of his mouth, his entire person looking insane. "Looks like it's the first case." Chen Feng calmly changed his magazines, preparing to clean up the mess. However, right at this moment, the twin brother suddenly froze in place. A moment later his back swelled like boiling water, and a chunk of flesh grew and shattered directly from between his skin and flesh. Slime spilled all over the ground, accompanied by a familiar figure slowly rising up behind him. This person looked exactly like his twin brother. With a hint of teasing and disdain on his face, he stared sideways at Chen Feng and said indifferently, "Brother, it looks like we've been killed 4 times combined." The twin brother had actually resurrected as well. "Brother, so you're here." The twin brother instantly regained his senses. "Brother, this is the first time we've died so many times, right?" "No. Last time, that bodyguard who sold us the profession shield guy killed me a full 6 times. On the contrary, it's the first time you've been killed, brother." The twin brother touched his bald head and shook the slime off his hands. Starting to mumble to himself, he said, "We never take orders only from levels lower than ours, just to die less times. Dying once can be very painful. Didn't realize that you're quite capable of killing." Between mumbles, he raised his head to look at Chen Feng and said. Chen Feng sighed lightly. Such a situation could only mean that their occupational traits should belong to the second type. One would need to kill both of them at the same time in order to do so, otherwise either of them would be able to revive the other immediately if they survived. "You guys, that's hard to kill," Chen Feng responded. As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng once again raised his gun and fired. While utilizing the bullets for cover, Chen Feng took out a blueprint from the warehouse and began to build. Consuming materials successfully, building begins. Such a scene surprised the 2 twin brothers. Blueprint building? It's actually a logistical profession. At this moment, the duo's wariness was instantly ignited. How could they not have expected that a logistics profession awakened was actually able to kill the 2 of their brothers 4 times without any injuries? This was simply humiliating. If it was spread out, how would they still be able to mix in the circle in the future? After several previous hand-to-hand encounters, the twin brothers had already understood that Chen Feng had most likely already learned about the occupational characteristics of the 2 brothers. Then there was no need to hold back next. He placed his staff back into storage and removed his disguise as a long-range profession awakened. "Unfortunately, brother, I'm afraid I'll have to use my full strength next." "Brother? We still need to exert ourselves against a college student?" "Brother, don't underestimate this college student, he's much stronger than any opponent we've met before." As the conversation ended, the 2 charged towards Chen Feng almost simultaneously. This time they no longer evaded bullets, but instead met the firepower of ordinary pistols and lunged straight at them. Chen Feng shot through the twin brother's head, but in less than half a second he came back to life with full blood from the ball of flesh that had been dislodged from the twin brother's body. Chen Feng retreated and fought at the same time, but his opponent's occupational characteristics were incredibly difficult to deal with. Even though the 2 bullets almost killed the 2 brothers one after the other. However, they were revived again because there was an interval between the time of death before and after. The twin brothers consciously sped up their pace in surrounding Chen Feng. Their speed was much faster than when Chen Feng had killed his twin brother for the first time. In order to keep up with Chen Feng's speed, they consumed the 3 upgrade points they had retained. The distance grew closer and closer. Constantly dying and constantly resurrecting. It looked like Chen Feng was about to be pulled into close combat. It was also at this moment that the build was finally completed. A brand new set of flying hooks and ropes appeared in his hands. The moment he noticed the hooks and ropes, the twin brother keenly sensed something and wanted to stop his brother from advancing. However, in the next moment, Chen Feng advanced instead of retreating, jamming the flying hook rope onto his outstretched right arm while avoiding his twin brother's oncoming slash. With a cue, the flying hooks and ropes activated, shooting the hooks and ropes directly to 100 meters away. Before the twin brother could react to what was happening, Chen Feng kicked at his lower back, destroying his opponent's balance. The pull of the hand coupled with Chen Feng's success in destroying the center of gravity, the twin brother was directly taken away by the flying hook rope. Hey! Brother? In an instant, the distance between the twin brothers was pulled away by nearly 100 meters. A cold sweat broke out on the twin brother's forehead, but he did not dare to stop his attack in the slightest. As a fist blasted out, he and Chen Feng met eye to eye in this brief moment. However, what scared him was that this college student in front of him was a bit too calm, and even made him feel vaguely afraid. Could it be that he have already found out? A cold smile emerged from the corner of Chen Feng's mouth, and a strange bronze-colored spear actually changed in his hand. Chen Feng stabbed out with a strike, aiming straight for his opponent's head. Although Chen Feng's strength was far lower than that of the twin brothers. However, when faced with this mysterious spear in front of him, the twin brother did not even have the desire to try and block. Intuition told him that once he was stabbed by this spear, he would surely die. He adjusted a step backward and sidestepped to avoid it. However, the angle of the spear stabbed out by Chen Feng's sudden close attack was extremely tricky, and in order to dodge, the twin brother's center of gravity also became unstable at this moment. Damn! By the time he reacted, the flying hook and rope that was originally on Chen Feng's arm was already hanging around his waist. The flight hook rope activated. The twin brother was instantly brought to a distance diametrically opposite to his brother by the flight hook rope. Between the two, they were pulled apart to over 200 meters. Right at this moment, Chen Feng turned around and threw the Tsangu spear backwards at his twin brother. On the premise of not triggering the probability effect Tsangu strike, this strike was still powerful. The ancient spear almost tore through the air, easily penetrating through the twin brother's chest like a tree trunk falling from the sky and smashing into the ground, destroying his heart along with it. Almost at the same time that he threw out the Tsangu spear, Chen Feng once again turned around. Raising his great ordinary pistol, he aimed it at the twin brother's brow. Your weakness is distance, right? Chapter 127, Spare Your Life? Sorry, not interested. Bullets were fired. A shot straight to the center of the eyebrow, destroying the brow bone and skull together. The twin brother's hands hung down powerlessly. This time, neither the older brother on this side nor the younger brother 200 meters away showed any sign of resurrection. The twin assassins finally came to the end of their lives in the endless resurrections. From the very beginning, Chen Feng had realized that the twin brother had been controlling the distance when he had initially sneak attacked himself. And after hitting his brother several times, it took roughly around 5 seconds from the time he spat out the meatball to the time the twin brother was fully revived. Similarly, when the duo came at him with normal pistol fire, the resurrection time was shortened to less than a second. Therefore, Chen Feng deduced that the resurrection time of the two would continue to increase with distance. When the two were standing together, it was indeed necessary to kill them both at the same time. However, when the distance was farther away, the resurrection time was constantly increasing, so as long as the kills of the two were completed during this gap, then the resurrection could be prevented. Just how much distance is appropriate? And how much time to buffer? This is a difficult problem. However, Chen Feng keenly noticed that during his first kill of his twin brother, the distance between him and his brother was 100 meters. So Chen Feng made an assumption to double the distance. And force displacement was achieved through flying hooks and ropes. The twin brothers probably could not have imagined until their deaths that someone would give the equipment used to distance displacement to save their lives to their enemies. And it was this strange reverse thinking that had caused them to fail to anticipate what Chen Feng's battle intent was. Even if the twin brothers had reacted at the last moment, it was all too late. The duo who relied too heavily on their occupational traits were not even willing to spend more money to acquire a proper set of defense gear. Perhaps it was because they felt that every time they died, these defensive gears would be severely damaged. But this kind of iron rooster behavior also laid the groundwork for them to lose to an awakened who was even lower than themselves. Looking at the two corpses in front and behind him, Chen Feng finally let out a long sigh of relief. This was the first time Chen Feng had killed someone. The feeling of vertigo that bubbled up in his mind along with the discomfort in his stomach constantly washed over his spirit. Luckily, perhaps the long hours of fighting with the devil's weirdness had already made him more or less numb. This battle with the twin brothers undoubtedly had a lot of luck involved. If one's guesses were wrong, then it was highly likely that one would end up in a losing situation. The opponent's power points were far above his own, and once he was struck head-on with a punch, the odds were that he would directly lose his ability to resist. And Chen Feng was unwilling to take out his killer weapon right at this place. The problem of the side effects of the Tsangu strike had yet to be resolved by now, and once it was used without the help of medical recovery means, Chen Feng was afraid that he would not be able to walk out of the copy. After ending the battle, Chen Feng slowly came to the corpse of his twin brother and removed the Tsangu spear that was stuck on the stone wall along with him. However, just as the corpse crashed to the ground, the bodies of both twin brothers slowly disappeared. Just like the corpses of demonic creatures that were decomposed, they turned into soot. And instead of dissipating with the wind, these drifting soot slowly converged in one direction. Could it be that it could still be resurrected? Chen Feng's eyes stared as he raised his ancient spear in vigilance. And as the smoke and dust converged together, a naked humanoid appeared in the open space not far away. This person was curled up like a baby in swaddling clothes. Only when the smoke and dust completely disappeared did the bald middle-aged man get up. His appearance was exactly the same as his twin brother, but the difference was that he was much younger in terms of visualization. It looked like he was only 24 or 25 years old. And at this moment, he looked as if he had lost all his power. Big brother, spare my life. The bald man suddenly knelt down and addressed Chen Feng with 2 consecutive big brother calls begging for mercy. He rubbed his hands up and down, not even bothering to wipe his nose even as it ran out. Little Drop finished scanning him at this time. The information projected surprised Chen Feng. Human, awakened, Lv.18, occupation unknown. There was only level data, and the occupation was still unknown. Little Fall's database came from the Sunset Empire, and there was no information related to occupation despite scanning out the rank. In other words, the occupation awakened by the bald man in front of him was something that had never appeared in that Sunset Empire before. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, there was only one person that Little Drop had scanned. Coupled with the fact that the bodies of the twin brothers had now disappeared and instead changed into an identical person. Chen Feng boldly guessed that the other party was most likely not a twin at all. The twin form might just be the person's occupational trait skill. Chen Feng arrived in front of the bald man and stared at him with an icy gaze. He then opened his mouth and asked, "Who hired you to kill me?" Without the slightest hesitation, the bald man immediately replied, "It was Li Yao. A project manager at a construction site, he offered $50,000 for your head." Sure enough, it was him. The first suspect Chen Feng thought of was none other than Li Yao. What puzzled him though was, this Li Yao was actually willing to spend $50,000 for his head without knowing his strength. Looks like my life is quite valuable. Where is he now? Chen Feng continued to pursue. The bald man shook his head. He did not enter the copy with me. Alright, got it. Chen Feng nodded. The bald man seemed to be under the impression that there was no way that this question alone would make the other party spare his life. So he proceeded to beg for mercy, "Big brother. I beg you to spare my life, I'll tell you all I know. I have some evidence here of murder for hire and corruption by high-ranking people in Shangjing City. As long as you spare me, I'll tell you all of it. By the way, you must be curious to know my occupational characteristics, right? Back then, someone paid $100,000 to offer a bounty for this information." The bald man said a series of words, but the expression on Chen Feng's face did not change one iota. A moment later, Chen Feng suddenly raised his gun and struck. The bullet shot out, directly exploding the man's head like a watermelon. The bald man was completely dead, and this time he did not resurrect. Evidence of a high-level buyer and murderer plus embezzlement? Sorry, I'm not interested in being this ambassador of justice. I'm not some zealous citizen, 5-star citizen. Your professional traits? You've already lost to me, there's no point. As for sparing your life. Sorry, this is even more uninteresting. At the moment the bald man fell. The only role he had left was just to verify the answer Chen Feng had in mind. Knowing that it was Li Yao who was behind it was enough. After collecting his equipment, Chen Feng turned around and continued walking towards the canyon. As for the bald man's corpse, let's wait for him to be transformed into a skeleton by the power of the skeleton mystic realm after a while and then come back to kill him once more. At least there was a little bit of experience value.